Learning from the precision of the peeing mouse, be the most confident man. Inside the men's restroom stall, Tang Zimu stared at the slogan pasted beside the squat toilet, lost in thought. Wait, what the hell is a peeing mouse? Shouldn't the slogan in our company's men's room be something like peeing outside is weakness, missing the bowl is shortness? So where the hell did I end up? Is this even China anymore? Tang Zimu clearly sensed something was wrong. He only knew that a second ago he was slacking off in the company bathroom, and in the blink of an eye he found himself in this relatively antique restroom stall. Could it be? Tang Zimu's eyes darted around, and as a veteran novel enthusiast a bold idea suddenly surged in his mind. Could I have time traveled? Time travel is great. The house I bought with a loan 30-year mortgage only paid for 2 years now, I don't have to pay it back. Before Tang Zimu could check his surroundings, he heard different footsteps outside the stall. 2 people had entered, accompanied by the rustling sound of pulling down pants. The 2 relaxed and started chatting. I never expected Qin Xiaoqiang, the monitor of Class 3, to successfully capture a 7-star quality longleaf cat. Yeah, that's one of the rare high-star quality spirit beasts in the spirit beast house. I'm so jealous. He's lucky. School beauty Lu Yaya is not so fortunate. She only captured a 2-star quality blue-striped frog. So what if she's pretty? Her beast-taming talent, is this poor? Her future is obvious. The conversation outside was packed with information, making Tang Zimu's eyes widen. Longleaf cat, blue-striped frog, spirit beasts. Could he have traveled to a world like Pokemon? As a highly stressed office worker, Tang Zimu always used games and novels to numb himself. He had played all Pokemon-style games from Red Green to Scarlet Violet. He also played many Chinese Pokemon clones like Seer and Lock Kingdom. Who would have thought after slacking off in the company restroom his dream would come true? I knew people who read tomato novels are always especially lucky. Tang Zimu shouted excitedly in his mind, but the next second he felt a sharp pain in his head, hurriedly covering it. A flood of memories poured into Tang Zimu's mind. After a while he patted his slowly recovering head and exhaled. Sure enough, he had time traveled. From Blue Star, China to the spirit beast world Dragon Country, a city called Yinyang City. His identity shifted from a worker endlessly oppressed by his boss to a 19-year-old senior high school student from Yinyang No. One high school with the same name and appearance. But contrary to his expectations, this spirit beast world was not that simple. In this world, strange and diverse spirit beasts were the true rulers. As a vulnerable group, humans had to use a special item called the beast taming ring to capture spirit beasts and raise them as their own tamed beasts. Only then could one become a beast master capable of resisting spirit beast invasions and survive. For example, the original Tang Zimu. His parents were beast masters who died in a spirit beast siege over a decade ago. He had been alone working part-time to get through high school until today, the big day to go to the spirit beast house and capture his first spirit beast. Too excited he couldn't sleep all night. Just before entering the spirit beast house, the poor kid went to the bathroom and a daze hit his head and died, allowing Tang Zimu from Blue Star to take over. Though we're both orphans, you're definitely worse off than me. Dying from falling in the toilet, how frustrating. Tang Zimu sighed, and then said with lingering fear. Good thing I time traveled in the noblest way, body travel with memories. So-called body travel with memories meant his own body came through while the original body vanished, but memories remained. This way he avoided inheriting the original's malnourished body and didn't go into the spirit beast world blind about information. It was indeed the noblest way to time travel. As for why, Tang Zimu was sure it was body travel rather than simple. When he looked down at the slogan earlier, he had already seen his own old buddy drawn like a blade, a stark contrast to the original's malnourished, underdeveloped body. So he confirmed it was body travel in an instant. Leaving aside the old buddy for now, Tang Zimu continued to sift through the original's memories, his eyes gradually lighting up. Wow, this is awesome. This guy is actually a top student with full marks in the college entrance exam theory. This is perfect, just waiting to take off. Wait, isn't there a must-have for time travelers? Tang Zimu, are you done in the toilet yet? A male voice came from outside. The teacher sent me to call you. It's almost your turn at the spirit beast house. Tang Zimu then realized he had been in the stall for quite a while. Before entering, the line outside the spirit beast house had already reached Class 8 where the original was, so it should be his turn soon. Thinking he was about to contact the Pokemon he had always dreamed of, Tang Zimu couldn't care about anything else. He shook off carelessly, pulled up his pants, and walked out of the stall. You seem much more energetic after going to the bathroom. Inside the restroom, classmate Feng Yuqing looked at Tang Zimu, who had just walked out, and said in surprise. The original was malnourished, 180 centimeters tall, but very thin, and usually had to study and work part-time day and night, leaving him very listless. Although Tang Zimu was also somewhat thin, his mental state was far better than the original's. It was normal for Feng Yuqing to notice the difference. It's because I'm excited to finally have my own beast. Tang Zimu waved his hand and made up a reasonable. Feng Yuqing hadn't interacted much with Tang Zimu before, only knowing he was a top student in the class who didn't socialize. So he didn't dwell on it and spoke excitedly. Do you know what happened while you were in the bathroom? Xiao Yangzhou, who was just ahead of you in line, captured a 6-star quality flame deer inside the spirit beast house. Xiao Yangzhou. A male figure quickly emerged from Tang Zimu's memory. This guy was a direct descendant of the Qiao family in Yinyang City and also the class monitor of Class 8. People from the Qiao family are direct descendants with good genes, and they've been in contact with high-level spirit beasts all year round. Naturally, they're more likely to capture high-quality spirit beasts. Tang Zimu added. This was common knowledge about capturing spirit beasts in the spirit beast house. The spirit beasts in the spirit beast house were not as ferocious and rebellious as those in the wild. They were all artificially bred and could not be forcibly captured through battle. Participants could only see whether they were compatible with a spirit beast, whether they smelled of high-level beasts, or their behavior inside the house, to attract the corresponding quality spirit beast. Feng Yuqing was naturally outgoing. Seeing that Tang Zimu wasn't as hard to approach as rumored, he pulled him out of the restroom while curiously asking, "So what kind of spirit beast are you planning to capture? What quality? With your knowledge of spirit beasts, you should be able to capture a high-quality one, right?" Of course. After finally crossing over into this world, he would naturally subdue the highest aptitude spirit beast in the spirit beast house. Tang Zimu had great confidence in himself. The original owner of this body was an out-and-out top student. Even while working part-time jobs to support himself, he had never once allowed his studies to fall behind. He possessed a thorough command of subjects such as spirit beast illustration studies, basic spirit beast cultivation, spirit beast attribute training, and even spirit beast reproduction. Calling him a walking encyclopedia of spirit beasts was no exaggeration. Because of this, Tang Zimu, who had inherited the original owner's memories, was already extremely proficient in identifying and subduing the spirit beasts within the spirit beast house. All he needed was to make the slightest move, and high-aptitude spirit beasts would fall into his grasp with ease. Chatting as they walked, Tang Zimu and Feng Yuqing soon arrived outside a massive hemispherical building. This was the largest spirit beast house in Yinyang City, open to third-year students only during the annual college entrance examinations. Outside its entrance, many students from Yinyang First High School were gathered. Among the students on the left who had already subdued their spirit beasts, some were radiant with joy at having obtained their ideal partners, while others wore sorrowful expressions because their beasts' aptitudes were too poor. Their faces reflected a myriad of emotions. On the right, the students who had yet to subdue any spirit beast were uniformly tense and anxious. After all, the very first spirit beast obtained from the spirit beast house was closely tied to their performance in the practical trial of the college entrance exam 3 days later. This concerned the lifelong matter of whether they could enter a university and become genuine beastmasters. Tang Zimu, over here. You really are something, running off to the restroom at such a critical moment. Class 8's homeroom teacher Fan Sure waved at Tang Zimu with a smile. He was quite fond of this student. Perfect scores in all theoretical subjects. Such an achievement was exceedingly rare even across the entire Long Nation. With a student like this, he would share the same table as the principal during school banquets. At times when he reached for a dish, even the principal would not dare rotate the lazy Susan. When Tang Zimu came to stand before him, Fan Sure gave the clearly revitalized boy a once-over and nodded. Good. That trip to the restroom wasn't in vain. This is the spirit you need. Many spirit beasts favor masters who possess courage, resolve, and composure. He then pointed toward the entrance of the spirit beast house. One has already gone in. You're next. Don't be too nervous, don't overthink, and don't aim unrealistically high. It's enough to subdue a spirit beast with decent aptitude. With your theoretical scores, as long as your performance in the practical trial 3 days from now is acceptable, you'll be free to choose among the nation's top universities. Tang Zimu nodded to show he understood. Homeroom teacher Fan Sure was truly kind-hearted. After learning of the original owner's family situation, he had paid the remaining tuition out of his own pocket and even introduced several easy part-time jobs. One had to know that he had done all this before the original owner's academic talent had even revealed itself. The original owner's relentless effort to become first in the grade had in part been to repay Fan Sure. The conversation between Tang Zimu and Fan Sure at the entrance drew quite a bit of attention. Students of Yinyang First High School were all very interested in this renowned top-ranked student, and soon the surrounding crowd began to discuss him. So that's Tang Zimu. I heard he was aloof and wooden, but he actually looks quite spirited today, and pretty handsome too. Full marks in every theoretical course. If those scores were mine, I'd feel like I could take off on the spot. If his practical trial score is even slightly high, won't he be able to enter Kyoto University as he pleases? Even the group of students on the left who had already subdued their spirit beasts began whispering among themselves. In particular, a number of students who had obtained spirit beasts with aptitudes of 5 stars or above had spontaneously formed an exclusive little circle that did not include ordinary students. Tang Zimu, huh? That guy knows so much about spirit beasts. I think he has a real chance of subduing one of the highest aptitude spirit beasts in the house. I'm not so sure. There's a difference between theory and practice. Plenty of students with high theoretical scores end up subduing low-aptitude spirit beasts in actual operation. Exactly. A few years back, wasn't there someone who nearly scored full marks in theory, but ended up subduing a 1-star spirit beast, crying himself unconscious right inside the spirit beast house? Among them, Qin Xiaoqiang, the only one who had subdued a 7-star spirit beast, was the leader. He nudged Xiao Yangzhou with his shoulder and asked curiously, "Old Xiao, you're Tang Zimu's class monitor, so you must know him well. What kind of spirit beast do you think he can subdue?" Xiao Yangzhou crossed his arms at the question, let out a disdainful snort, and replied, "You're all overestimating him. Tang Zimu's family conditions are poor, and in real life, he's never had any contact with high-grade spirit beasts. His personality is reclusive, his state of mind is sluggish. He can't attract high-aptitude spirit beasts at all. In my view, even if he uses the right methods, at best he'll only manage to subdue a 4-star spirit beast." As a direct descendant of the Qiao family and Class 8's monitor, Xiao Yangzhou should have been a focal point at school. Yet from the very first year of high school, he had been suppressed by Tang Zimu in theoretical performance. Teachers paid less attention to him, and many students only knew of Tang Zimu from Class 8, while failing to recognize him. This left Xiao Yangzhou highly displeased, harboring a lasting hostility toward Tang Zimu. The others could see this clearly and tactfully dropped the topic, each turning with interest toward the spirit beast house. They wanted to see for themselves what kind of spirit beast this Tang Zimu, whom Xiao Yangzhou had disparaged as worthless, would end up subduing. Yitongwen Guardian Hound, aptitude 4 stars. At the entrance of the spirit beast house, a teacher held a special scanning device, announced the result in a loud voice. Soon Yitongwen, who had gone in earlier, came running out, cradling a round, fluffy little dog in her arms, her smile utterly uncontrollable. Inside the spirit beast house, 1- and 2-star spirit beasts were so common as to be everywhere. 90% of students obtained beasts of this level. 3- and 4-star spirit beasts were considered mid-tier. A 4-star guardian hound like the one in Yitongwen's arms could already be called slightly above average, so it was no wonder she was so delighted. "Teacher, a 4-star guardian hound. And it's especially cute," Yitongwen exclaimed excitedly, presenting her beast to Fan Shi. Standing to the side, Tang Zimu took the opportunity to glance at it twice. The spirit beast known as the guardian hound wore a beast-controlling ring around its neck like a collar, and was exceedingly well-behaved. Its appearance differed little from a white Zhonghua rural dog from Blue Star. The only difference was a hexagram-like symbol at the very center of its back. This should be the energy storage area for spirit beasts mentioned in the books. Beautiful. Spend these 3 days building a bond with this little fellow. With its aptitude, you won't need to worry about your practical results, Fan Shi said, encouragingly pleased for his student. Before he could continue, the voice of the same teacher at the entrance sounded again from the spirit beast house. "Next student Tang Zimu may enter." Fan Shi immediately patted Tang Zimu on the shoulder and said, "Go on, it's time for you to subdue your spirit beast." Both teachers and students at the entrance, upon hearing Tang Zimu's name, turned their gazes toward him. Everyone wanted to see what level of aptitude this straight-A scholar with perfect theoretical scores could achieve in subduing a spirit beast. Tang Zimu could feel their gazes, yet he paid them no mind. Already pondering which spirit beast to subdue, he drew a deep breath and strode toward the entrance of the spirit beast house. The moment he stepped across the threshold, an emotionless, mechanical, synthesized voice sounded in his ear. "Ding. Host detected. Proceeding to contract a spirit beast. God-level Beastmaster system is about to be activated." The God-level Beastmaster system. Tang Zimu was first taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. While he was in the restroom, he was pondering what his shortcomings as a time traveler were, but was interrupted by Feng Yuqing's shout. Looking back, now isn't the essential item for a time traveler the system? As a loyal reader of online literature, how could he overlook such an important matter due to excessive excitement? "Tang Zimu, please come over and register your identity." At the entrance of the spirit beast house, a teacher noticed Tang Zimu standing still and pointed to the registration book on the table. Tang Zimu quickly suppressed his excitement and handed over his student identification. While the teacher bowed his head to copy the information from the student identification, Tang Zimu silently recited the name of the God-level Beastmaster system in his heart, following the activation method he had learned from online literature. Online literature has not deceived him. The next moment, an electronic synthesized voice sounded again. "Ding. Welcome host to activate the God-level Beastmaster system. This system will reward the host based on their actions of capturing, training, and battling with spirit beasts. All rewards can be applied unconditionally to the host's own spirit beasts. The host successfully understands the system and receives a novice gift pack, which contains a random myth-level talent and 10 points of God-level attribute points. Indeed, it is the God-level Beastmaster system. How generous! It rewards a myth-level talent right away. Tang Zimu exclaimed in his heart. Every spirit beast in the spirit beast continent possesses a talent, which is an important factor in measuring their qualifications. The levels of these talents range from low to high bronze, silver, gold, diamond, emerald, epic, legendary, and mythical. Among them, the highest level talent, mythical, can only be possessed by divine beasts that exist in legends and myths. The system rewarded him with a god-level talent right away, truly deserving of its name. Ding! Random selection complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the myth-level talent mountain toppling sea overturning and 10 points of god-level attribute points. As the system's voice fell, a blue translucent panel appeared before Tang Zimu, visible only to him. God-level Beastmaster system. Host Tang Zimu. Spirit Beast none. Reward storage box, myth-level talent mountain toppling sea overturning. After use, it allows the spirit beast to possess the myth-level talent mountain toppling sea overturning. This talent will ignore the rule that a spirit beast can only possess one talent and will not affect the original talent of the spirit beast. Mountain toppling sea overturning ability description doubles the host's power attribute. Temporary attribute increases item enhancement attributes, skill enhancement attributes, and other sources of power will also enjoy additional bonuses. This god-level Beastmaster system is truly amazing. Tang Zimu gasped once again, exclaiming in his heart. He had just been thinking that each spirit beast could only have one talent, and the next moment the system slapped his face. What do you mean, only one talent? The god-level talent directly ignores the rules and does not affect the original talent, equivalent to an additional bonus. Most importantly, the effect of the rewarded talent mountain toppling sea overturning is indeed heaven-defying. Power attributes are permanently doubled. This is already an exaggerated amplification ratio. Even more frightening is that all sources of power attributes can be doubled. If you were to drink a potion that temporarily boosts strength by 50, wouldn't that directly turn into 100 strength? If you were to use a supporting skill that increases strength by 50, wouldn't that add another 100 strength? This isn't just doubling, it's doubling, tripling, quadrupling upwards. As for whether the power attribute is enough, the second reward of 10 god-level attribute points can break through all restrictions on the spirit beast's race, qualifications, etc., and can be infinitely accumulated. Doesn't this mean that as long as there are enough god-level attribute points, even the spirit beast recognized as the weakest in the spirit beast world, the sunflower grass, can be cultivated to possess strength comparable to that of a divine beast? Thinking of the bizarre image where a 30-centimeter tall sunflower grass swings its head and sends the 1,000-ton divine beast, earthbound rock demon, flying, Tang Zimu found it hard to contain himself. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions and prevent himself from laughing out loud. With this god-level Beastmaster system, becoming a top-tier Beastmaster is merely a foregone conclusion. Information registration complete. Here is your beast ring. The teacher said, while taking a white beast ring resembling a collar from a box beside the table and handing it to Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu took the beast ring and looked it over. The beast ring is a product developed by humans using a spirit beast with manipulating talent combined with the talents of other spirit beasts. As long as it is placed on the neck or wrist of a spirit beast and not broken free, it can capture the spirit beast. The white beast ring in his hand is the lowest level of beast rings. Every student participating in the entrance examination can receive one for free, and it has no other functions besides capturing and manipulating spirit beasts. According to the records in the book, higher-level beast rings also possess unique abilities such as freely adjusting size, sensing the state of spirit beasts, communicating telepathically with spirit beasts, and embedding items to enhance spirit beasts. Although you probably already know this, I must emphasize it again. Do not do anything that might provoke spirit beasts, such as forcibly capturing them inside the spirit beast house. Otherwise, not only will you lose your qualification to capture, but if the spirit beasts riot, it could cost you your life. Alright, you can enter the spirit beast house now. After handing over the beast ring, the teacher reiterated the rules of the spirit beast house to Tang Zimu. This reminder is indeed necessary. Every year there are some reckless students who attempt to forcibly capture high-qualification spirit beasts inside the spirit beast house through violence. Little do they know that these spirit beasts in their juvenile state may seem docile and cute, but their power is definitely not something an average high school student can contend with in physical strength. Tang Zimu nodded to indicate he understood. He then followed the arrows on the ground, walking towards the corridor leading to the interior of the spirit beast house. As he walked through the corridor, Tang Zimu adjusted his state while mentally calculating his current advantages. The original owner's memory, akin to a complete spirit beast encyclopedia, could be used for capturing and training spirit beasts. He possesses tactical combinations of Pokemon skills researched by numerous netizens from Blue Star, which can be used to command spirit beasts in battle. Now with the God-level Beastmaster system as an external amplification, he is practically starting with a royal flush. How could he lose? What could he possibly lose to? After walking for a while, Tang Zimu finally passed through the quiet corridor and arrived at a huge room. Inside the room were 10 closed iron doors, each marked with numbers 1 to 10. As soon as he entered, he heard a calling sound from behind the 8th door. Roar, roar, roar. Being familiar with spirit beasts, he immediately recognized that this type of call was made by guardian dogs. It seemed that behind the 8th door was where the guardian dog species resided in the spirit beast house. There was also a teacher guarding the room, accompanied by a giant elk engulfed in eerie blue flames with horns. This was the final evolutionary form of the flame deer species within the spirit beast house, the eerie flame elk. The teacher, along with his spirit beast, was here to prevent the spirit beasts inside from escaping. Seeing Tang Zimu approach, he nodded and spoke. You are from Class 8, go into Room 8. From the moment you enter, you have half an hour to come out before time is up. After saying this, he reached out and opened the 8th door. Immediately, a lush forest came into view before Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu nervously rubbed his hands together and then stepped into the forest. The scene inside the spirit beast house is constructed by humans who simulate the wild living environment of spirit beasts. There are jungles, rivers, rock walls, and caves. Combined with the sunlight streaming in through the all-glass roof, it looks no different from the real wilderness. The only drawback is that during the college entrance examination period, after dividing the space into independent areas by doors, the space available for personal movement is significantly reduced. Tang Zimu followed a small path in the jungle for about 10 meters, and just beyond a patch of shrubs, discovered the source of the earlier noise, several guardian dogs frolicking around a tree. These guardian dogs were roughly the same size as the one that Yi Tongwen had been holding earlier, still in their newly born spirit beast juvenile form. Tang Zimu took a glance and chose not to approach. Before entering the spirit beast house, he had already determined his target for taming, the Changya cat. A total of 5 types of spirit beasts were introduced in the spirit beast house: the fire attribute flame deer, the water attribute blue striped frog, the grass attribute Changya cat, the rock attribute guardian dog, and the flying attribute steel feather sparrow. These 5 types of spirit beasts were selected and cultivated by the Beastmaster Alliance, an organization formed by many countries in the spirit beast realm, and are the most suitable for novice beast tamers. Each type of spirit beast possesses advantages, such as being easy to care for, obedient, and not proactively attacking humans. Of course, in Tang Zimu's view, isn't this just the famous 3 families of Blue Star? What? You say there are 5 types of spirit beasts. It's reasonable to have 5 families and the 3 families, right? And Tang Zimu chose the Changya cat among the 5 spirit beasts, partly due to the god-level talent downhill and upside down he just acquired. Among the 5 types of spirit beasts, the Changya cat is the only one with a strength attribute perfectly suited to double its power with downhill and upside down. Furthermore, this creature looks quite handsome and moves elegantly. With doubled strength and being good-looking, what reason is there not to choose the Changya cat? Roar, roar, roar. The guardian dog seemed unaware of Tang Zimu hiding in the bushes and continued to play carefreely under the big tree. Tang Zimu shook his head and was about to change direction to find the group of Changya cats. However, after taking 2 steps, he remembered something and turned back. Focusing on one of the running guardian dogs, Tang Zimu concentrated his thoughts. In the next second, name guardian dog, 3-star qualification, attribute rock level 3 talent, guardian silver level talent, immune to 5 of physical damage, received basic attributes: strength 13, spirit 7, stamina 14, agility 10, physical defense 15, magic defense 14, warm. Reminder: average attributes for adult males are 10 points. Skills: rock, shield, bite. It's really feasible. Tang Zimu, having validated his guess, excitedly clenched his fists. He turned back because he suddenly recalled that systems generally have the ability to view the attributes panel of others. The God-level Beastmaster system did not disappoint his expectations, but indeed allowed him to view the attributes panel of spirit beasts. This panel not only displayed the qualifications and talents of the spirit beasts, but even quantified their specific attributes. It is known that generally, to know the qualifications and talents of a spirit beast, one must use various means and conduct experiments for a period. To obtain more detailed attributes, one must bring their own spirit beasts to specialized spirit beast testing locations, spending money and time to measure these attributes. Tang Zimu glanced around, all the data laid bare before him. Just this point alone gave him a considerable head start over others. Now I don't have to worry about time constraints. I can specifically choose a high-qualification Changya cat. Tang Zimu felt assured, and his pressure significantly reduced. He immediately turned around and leisurely walked down another path. After crossing the plains and a small stream, and leaping over a few rocks, Tang Zimu finally saw his target for this journey, the Changya cat. Upon spotting his target, he nestled in the grass and quietly observed. The Changya cat resembled the Maine Coon of Blue Star, with light blue fur and elegant movements. The tail, composed of several long leaves that fluttered in the wind, was the origin of its name. There were a total of 6 Changya cats in the group Tang Zimu encountered. Of these, 5 looked similar to those captured by other students outside, but the leader of the group was distinctly different. This Changya cat was much larger than the others nearby, with a leaf-like tail that resembled satin serrated claws, and its head held high, looking quite majestic. Tang Zimu immediately checked the panel for this spirit beast. Name Changya cat, 8-star qualification, attribute grass level, 4 talent, leaf tail, diamond level talent, has a 15 chance to attack an additional time when using tail skills. Basic attributes: strength, 20 spirit, 13 stamina, 15 agility, 18 physical defense, 14 magic defense, 15 skills, tail blade, claw strike, tail whip. An 8-star qualified spirit beast. This is undoubtedly the highest qualified spirit beast in the spirit beast house. Tang Zimu couldn't believe his luck encountering the highest qualified Changya cat right from the start. What? Why are there no 9-star or 10-star qualified spirit beasts in the spirit beast house? Ahem, let's just say that those things are usually reserved by some privileged individuals as soon as they are born. Where would there be a chance for a struggling student preparing for exams? Changya cats like sweets, especially the fragrant flowers. Where there are fragrant flowers, there is a high possibility of Changya cats nesting. Upon seeing his dream cat, information about the preferences of the Changya cat immediately surfaced in Tang Zimu's mind. He took out a few fragrant flowers he had collected along the way from his pocket, and also produced the green toothgrass that Changya cats liked. By mixing the 2 items with some sweet ingredients in a certain proportion, he successfully molded a small rice. How to use items from the environment to attract spirit beasts is also an important part of the assessment in the spirit beast house. What he held in his hand had all been gathered in a very short time, utilizing relevant knowledge in the complex terrain. Typically, students spend at least 10 minutes in this phase. Clutching the small rice ball, Tang Zimu smiled and stood up, releasing goodwill as much as possible as he approached the Changya cat. His sudden appearance indeed startled the Changya cats. However, upon realizing the newcomer was human, the Changya cats relaxed. Having undergone genetic inheritance and long-term domestication, they had long adapted to human proximity and did not attack. Seeing this situation, Tang Zimu's confidence soared as he cautiously approached the leader of the Changya cats, friendly, extending the small rice ball. According to the rules of the spirit beast house, if the Changya cat accepted his small rice ball at this moment, it would signify its willingness to become his beast. The leading Changya cat first sniffed the small rice ball, then sniffed Tang Zimu's palm. Then, with a bit of drool at the corner of its mouth, it stood up and turned to leave. No way, it actually rejected me. Tang Zimu widened his eyes in disbelief. This small rice ball was made according to the best proportions. There shouldn't be a problem. Could it be that there is something wrong with me? Tang Zimu was struck hard. Upon arriving in this world, he thought that capturing his first spiritual beast would be an easy task. To his surprise, his first attempt went awry, as the 8-star qualified Changya cat simply turned and walked away. Indeed, a spiritual beast with 8-star qualifications is quite proud. No wonder no one can capture one. Unwilling to give up, Tang Zimu comforted himself a little. He then shifted his focus to another Changya cat near. He had already checked. This Changya cat had a 4-star qualification. A 4-star qualified one is acceptable. Besides, even if I attract it, I don't necessarily have to capture it. At worst, I can spend some time looking for materials again. Tang Zimu regained his confidence, and a smile reappeared on his face. Holding a small rice ball, he slowly approached the other Changya cat. This Changya cat showed even more obvious interest than the one with 8-star qualifications. Upon smelling the aroma of the rice ball, its eyes immediately revealed delight. However, as Tang Zimu got closer, it sniffed his scent again, and a flicker of hesitation crossed its gaze. Then, just like the previous Changya cat, it turned and walked away. Damn it! Tang Zimu felt a bit on the verge of collapse, stumbling and nearly losing his balance. He never imagined that despite holding an exquisite rice ball, he couldn't even attract a 4-star qualified spiritual beast. How poor must I be? Calm down, calm down. With the divine beast control system, even a low-qualified spiritual beast can be trained into a divine beast. After internally chanting calm down a dozen times, Tang Zimu finally managed to soothe his emotions for the time being. Gritting his teeth, he set his sights on the smallest and somewhat sluggish Changye cat among the six. I refuse to believe this. Does even a one-star qualified Changye cat look down on me? Tang Zimu forced himself to muster some spirit and approached the one-star qualified Changye cat once more. Then, damn it, this is really frustrating. Tang Zimu let out a desperate roar as he watched the Changye cat, drooling, yet still resolutely choosing to leave. Holding exquisite food yet unable to attract even the least picky one-star qualified spiritual beast. How useless am I? Watching the 6 Changye cats run away from him like they were avoiding a plague. At that moment Tang Zimu's heart sank completely. He slumped to the ground staring blankly at the rice ball in his hand, his mind racing to figure out where things had gone wrong. Wait. A flash of inspiration crossed Tang Zimu's mind as he looked at his palms, suddenly recalling a terrifying fact. According to research from the Beast Control Alliance, humans in this world possess a special ability. With this trait allows them to establish a mental connection with their spiritual beasts after using the Beast Control Ring, making it easier to control the beasts and issue commands. However, since he had traversed here, his body was from Blue Star, which meant he lacked the human physique of this world. So the group of Changye cats, even while drooling, refused to follow him because they sensed he couldn't possibly. I understand now. Tang Zimu completely understood. No wonder the sensitive guard dogs ignored him when he first entered. No wonder the blue-striped frogs and steel feather sparrows he encountered on the way treated him as if he were invisible. It turns out that in the eyes of spiritual beasts in this world, he didn't even qualify as a normal person. Tang Zimu covered his face. But before he could grieve, he quickly thought of something even more terrifying. It was acceptable that he couldn't attract spiritual beasts in the beast house. With the divine beast control system, even if he scored 0 in the entrance exam, he could still buy a low-level spiritual beast to train. The problem is, with his different physique, he cannot make the spiritual beasts truly his own, and thus cannot utilize the abilities of the divine beast control system. It's ruined, completely ruined. He indeed had an ace up his sleeve. But the current problem is that he has no hand at all. Not he. Tang Zimu sat on the ground, his eyes filled with despair, feeling as if his future was bleak. Had he known it would be like this, he might as well not have traversed here, and instead worked on paying off his 28-year mortgage back on Blue Star. Candidate Tang Zimu, your capturing time has ended. Please exit promptly. A harsh horn sounded and Tang Zimu walked dejectedly to door 7, slowly placing his hand on the doorknob. Unfortunately, no miracle occurred. In the remaining time, he tried to capture the flame deer, blue-striped frog, and guard dog. Similar to the reaction of the Changye cats, none of these spiritual beasts, not even the lame flame deer, showed any intention of being captured by Tang Zimu. This confirmed that his guess was correct. With his attire from the spiritual beast realm, he could not control any beasts. Tang Zimu felt utterly defeated, his mind clouded. With no options left, he could only struggle to pull open the doorknob amid the urging voices and step out of room 8. Once I'm out, I can ask the teacher at the entrance about the qualifications of the spiritual beasts. The teacher at the entrance provided their usual reminder, but noticed Tang Zimu's empty back and the unused beast control ring halfway through. He widened his eyes in astonishment. He hadn't captured a spiritual beast within the allotted time. Such events weren't unheard of in the beast house. There were 1 or 2 cases every year. But the problem was this student was the only one in the entire city to score full marks in theory. This year's talent for Jing University was ruined just like that. A classmate, it's okay. If you didn't capture a spiritual beast this year, you can repeat a year, and maybe next year. The teacher, feeling helpless, could only offer a few words of comfort, watching regretfully as Tang Zimu exited the beast house. Outside the beast house, Fan Shi and several senior teachers waited anxiously. According to the regulations, once students captured a spiritual beast, they had to leave. Thus, most students would leave the beast house in under 30 minutes. Those who truly took 30 minutes to come out likely encountered an extreme situation. Could it be that Tang Zimu was too greedy, insisting on stubbornly trying to capture a high-qualified spiritual beast? The homeroom teacher of class 4 said with concern. That shouldn't be the case. He's not usually that kind of person, Fan Shi replied, anxiously pulling at his hair. Could it be that this child is so poor that he couldn't capture a single spiritual beast? If that's the case, he will lose points in the practical test. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fan Shi exclaimed, panic rising within him as he hurriedly denied it. Just as the teachers were debating, the students at the entrance of the beast house suddenly erupted in exclamations. Someone's coming out. It should be Tang Zimu. His time is almost up. The teachers quickly turned their attention to the entrance. The long-awaited Tang Zimu was slowly walking out. His figure looked particularly desolate, and the empty beast control ring in his hand said it all. At that moment, the crowd was in an uproar. The student who scored full marks in theory, Tang Zimu, had not captured a spiritual beast. What would this mean for his practical test 3 days later? My heavens, Tang Zimu hasn't even tamed a single spirit beast. If that's the case, how can he earn points in the practical trials? All his perfect scores in theory will be in vain. Still hoping that Tang Zimu can score in the practical trials. Which student without a tamed spirit beast would dare to participate in the practical trials? In my opinion, he has completely lost hope. Indeed, the danger level in the secret realm of the practical trials is quite high. Without a spirit beast for protection, how can he earn points? Does he plan to go in alone? The students at the entrance of the spirit beast house were all in a state of chaos. Everyone was frantically discussing the unexpected situation, some in shock, some in pity, and others sneering. The liveliest among them was the high-quality spirit beast circle, where Xiao Yangzhou was situated. Haha, I told you this kid wasn't up to par, but none of you believed me. Forget about taming a high-quality spirit beast. He doesn't even have the qualifications to tame any spirit beast at all. Xiao Yangzhou looked at Tang Zimu's disheveled figure and burst into laughter. Once highly regarded Tang Zimu was now in such a pitiful state, while he himself had obtained a high-quality spirit beast and became the object of admiration. Naturally, he felt quite pleased. I never expected that the famous Tang Zimu couldn't even tame a spirit beast. It seems there's no suspense left in this year's college entrance examination. Qin Xiaoqiang couldn't help but smile. He had been paying attention to Tang Zimu primarily because of his perfect scores in theory. If Tang Zimu had scored even slightly higher in the practical trials, he wouldn't have had the chance to become the top student in Yinyang City. Now he no longer needed to worry. How could someone without even a spirit beast hope to score in the practical trials? Don't make me laugh. This year's top student must be mine. Tang Zimu. Fansher cautiously approached Tang Zimu, looking at the dejected expression on his face, feeling somewhat reluctant to speak. Having been a teacher for so many years, he understood just how devastating it could be to leave the spirit beast house without taming a spirit beast. Many students who had gone through this experience found it hard to move on, leading to a life of despair, and some even took drastic measures. After all, this was the perilous spirit beast realm, where vicious, untamed spirit beasts roamed out. Without the protection of a spirit beast, it was very likely that one would never be able to leave the city in their lifetime, remaining trapped within as the lowest of the low. After much consideration, Fan Sure patted Tang Zimu on the shoulder and spoke words of comfort. It's okay, if worst comes to worst, you can repeat a year. Maybe next year you'll be able to tame one successfully. Even if you don't want to take the exam anymore, your theory scores are so good. I can ask the principal for a position as a library manager or a theoretical instructor, and you could still have a decent life. The other teachers quickly chimed in with a few encouraging words. After all, Tang Zimu was a theoretical genius that Yinyang City hadn't seen in over a decade, and they didn't want to see him fall into despair. Don't worry, teacher, I'm not that fragile. I'm just feeling down right now and don't want to think about these things. He'll deal with everything later. Tang Zimu waved his hand. After all, he had also struggled as a working adult back on Blue Star for a period. Having toiled away in the company for so long and faced quite a few setbacks and injustices, he was not one to be easily crushed. However, since entering the spirit beast realm, he had experienced tremendous highs and lows in a short time and was understandably a bit overwhelmed. He just wanted some quiet time. That's fine. You should go home and rest for a while. Don't think about the college entrance examination anymore. You don't need to attend the practical trials in 3 days. They'll talk to the principal and let you withdraw early. Fansher observed closely and found that Tang Zimu did not show signs of complete despair. He let out a sigh of relief. Tang Zimu nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and left the spirit beast house's place of sorrow. Tang Zimu walked through the streets and alleys, returning to the residence of his original self, a small dilapidated house deep within the slums. The walls were drafty and the ground was dark and damp. The entire room had only 2 pieces of furniture, a wooden bed, and a bookshelf. Every sign indicated just how poor the original self's economic conditions and living environment were. Looking at the scene where even a thief would cry and drop $200, Tang Zimu, who had been stooping, finally slumped down. He collapsed helplessly onto the creaking wooden bed, looking up at the sky through the large hole in the roof, and let out a wail. Damn it, you old heavens, you've really screwed me over. Why did you bring me to this broken spirit beast realm? Even though I had to work like a dog on Blue Star, at least I could eat my fill and buy a house. How about this? I'm willing to pay off an extra 10 years of mortgage. Oh, just let me go back to Blue Star. After a round of wailing, Tang Zimu raised his hands, looked at his palms, and couldn't help but scold. What's so good about being in this body? It's better to have my soul cross over. What's the use of having my own body if I can't control the beasts? It's hard to believe that I came to this kind of elven world only to watch others control their beasts. Isn't that worse than killing me? After cursing the heavens and complaining about himself, it was time to blame the system. Tang Zimu called forth the god-level beast control system. Looking at the empty beast control column on the right side of the translucent panel, his anger flared. If nothing unexpected happens, this beast control column will remain empty for his entire life. What kind of useless god-level beast control system is this? It requires my own spirit beast to enhance. Can it learn from other systems? The God-Rich system gives money directly, the Golden Finger system grants powers directly, the War God system makes one stronger right away. Tang Zimu complained about all the systems he had seen, feeling sore in his mouth from all the grumbling. Exhausted, he looked at his 3D projection on the left side of the system panel, and a flicker of curiosity arose in his heart. On the way back, he tried the system's viewing function, and found he could only see all the spirit beasts but not humans. However, according to the system's logic as the host, he should be able to see his own attribute panel. He wanted to check the specific attributes of this body from Blue Star. Perhaps high attributes would let him carry more. As Tang Zimu's whim struck, a translucent panel slowly appeared before his eyes. Name: Tang Zimu. Star qualification attributes. Level talent none. Basic attributes: strength 10, spirit 15, stamina 9, agility 11, physical defense 10, magical defense 10, skills none. Wait, hold on. He really can see the host's own panel. Tang Zimu's eyes widened in surprise. However, he had no time to pay attention to his basic attributes and focused on the format of the attribute panel. Why does his panel look exactly like the panel for viewing spirit beasts? Could it be that in the system's settings this body from Blue Star can also? A flicker of inspiration flashed through his mind, and Tang Zimu's breathing grew heavier. He tentatively extended his finger to press on his 3D projection and found that he could actually drag it. Then, trembling, he moved his finger little by little, shifting the projection into the beast control column on the right. The next moment, the emotionless electronic synthesized voice of the system rang like heavenly music in Tang Zimu's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Tang Zimu, for successfully obtaining the first spirit beast, Tang Zimu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taming a spirit beast for the first time, taking the great first step and receiving the first taming reward. 10 points of God-level attribute points. Damn! Tang Zimu shot up from his bed like a rocket. After landing heroically, he stared at his avatar in the Beast Master panel, momentarily unable to collect his thoughts. Did it really work? Did I just place myself into the Beast Master panel so effortlessly? Tang Zimu's mind raced as he quickly recalled the concept of Beast Master. To be a Beast Master, one must first have the target willingly submit, and secondly establish a psychological connection with the target. First of all, I certainly willingly submit to myself. Moreover, my connection with my inner self goes beyond mere psychological ties. We are truly one. Thus, in the realm of the divine Beast Master system, I am also considered my own beast. What do you call this? Since I can't master a beast, I shall master myself. This is awesome. Tang Zimu was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy. Although the idea of mastering myself sounds a bit awkward, it's certainly better than being unable to master a beast for a lifetime. After all, he had despaired of living as a lower-tier person in Yin-Yang City. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared, and I can do it. This is like a man who finishes a vasectomy only to find his wife pregnant again. Wait, that seems a bit off cough. How is this any different from being sentenced to death in the morning and being exonerated with $1 billion in compensation in the afternoon? If it weren't for my physical limitations, Tang Zimu would have flipped several somersaults on the spot. Physical quality. Physical quality. Right, since I've entered the Beast Master panel, all the rewards I receive can now be applied to myself. Tang Zimu had not forgotten about the divine rewards from the system that he had yet to use. He hurriedly opened the reward storage box and excitedly dragged the mythic talent mountain toppling sea overturning onto his own avatar in the Beast Master panel. Without any surprises, the system prompt immediately rang out. Ding! Host, Tang Zimu. Do you wish to grant your beast, Tang Zimu, the mythic talent, mountain toppling sea overturning? Confirm. Tang Zimu confirmed with unwavering determination. Ding! Loading mythic talent, mountain toppling sea overturning for your beast, Tang Zimu. Soon Tang Zimu felt a warm current surging within his body. This warm current flowed throughout his body, causing a wave of soreness wherever it went. Fortunately, the soreness did not last long, as the warm current split into 2 streams, dissipating at the centers of his palms. Ding! Congratulations, host, Tang Zimu. Your beast, Tang Zimu, has acquired the mythic talent, mountain toppling sea overturning. Got it. Feeling the surging power within, Tang Zimu hastily ran over to the bookshelf that was about his height. Looking at the bookshelf filled with books about spirit beasts, he placed his hands under the base of the shelf, and with a gentle lift, he raised it effortlessly. I originally had 10 points of strength, and with the effect of mountain toppling sea overturning permanently doubling my strength attribute, I now have a full 20 points of strength. Tang Zimu then tried lifting the bookshelf with one hand, and felt no significant pressure. After all, the enhancement of strength attributes isn't merely additive, but a geometric increase. If 10 points of strength is what a normal adult male possesses, then 15 points is essentially the upper limit of what a regular human can achieve. He is now beyond human. However, Tang Zimu was not satisfied. He cautiously placed the bookshelf back, afraid that a single miscalculation might damage the only 2 pieces of furniture in his home. Then he swiftly called up the panel and looked towards the remaining rewards in the storage box. Divine attribute points. Just having limits isn't enough. Divine attribute points can break racial restrictions. The novice reward granted him 10 points, and the first Beastmaster success awarded another 10 points. Tang Zimu now had a total of 20 divine attribute points to allocate. He gazed at the precious 20 divine attribute points, lost in thought. With the effect of mountain toppling sea overturning, adding 1 point to strength is equivalent to gaining 2 points of strength. Allocating all points to strength is definitely the most cost-effective choice. But the body isn't that simple. Overcommitting a single capability could lead to collapse in other areas. Just like if the physical quality isn't up to par, overexertion can lead to soft tissue damage, joint dislocation, and muscle tears. Thinking of the serious consequences, Tang Zimu cautiously dismissed the idea of allocating all points to strength. After careful consideration, he decided to distribute the 20 divine attribute points into 10 points for strength, 5 for stamina, and 5 for agility. That familiar warm current reappeared. After another wave of soreness, his basic attributes transformed into strength 40, spirit 15, stamina 14, agility 16, physical defense 10, magical defense 10. 15 points in spirit is a must-have, extraordinary effect for every transmigrator. The original stamina deficiency was due to years of sitting in an office, but my agility was already above average. Could it be that my reflexes were honed while slacking off at work? Tang Zimu pondered. He didn't dwell too much on his original attributes, and turned to admire his luxurious attribute panel, feeling quite satisfied. 40 points in strength. Not to mention the spirit beasts that have been tamed in the spirit beast house. Even those higher-level, more qualified and fiercer spirit beasts in the combat trials might not withstand a single punch from him. Sorry about that. This time I'm definitely participating in the combat trials. Tang Zimu was always cautious in his actions. If he were just an ordinary student without a tamed spirit beast, he would surely refrain from participating in the combat trials. But now, with ample confidence, he was willing to join. After all, he hadn't forgotten the smug faces of some students outside the spirit beast house when they saw he hadn't tamed a spirit beast. Did you think I was giving you my spot? You still want to see me make a fool of myself? I've struggled and worked hard for almost half my life, and now that I've transmigrated to the Beastmaster world, do you think I'll let you enjoy it? By the way, Fanshur said he would inform the principal to let me withdraw from the combat trials early. Tang Zimu recalled the words Fanshur had said before leaving the spirit beast house. Once he chose to withdraw from the combat trials early, there would be no turning back. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tang Zimu didn't have time to adapt to his body and quickly dashed out the door towards the spirit beast house. As he ran, he noticed a distinct change in his body. His current running speed was more than double what it used to be. Moreover, the enhanced stamina ensured that he wouldn't be gasping for air like a broken bellows while running. Is this what a strengthened body feels like? This is far better than taming a spirit beast while still feeling weak. Tang Zimu suddenly felt that mastering himself was a better choice than mastering a beast. At such high speed, he quickly reached the vicinity of the spirit beast house. To Tang Zimu's relief, there were still about 10 students waiting outside who hadn't entered yet. The teachers and other students who had tamed spirit beasts hadn't left either and were chatting among themselves. Tang Zimu spotted Fanshur in the crowd and quickly walked towards him. Hey, how come Tang Zimu was unable to tame the spirit beast? The class teacher of Class 2 expressed his confusion outside the spirit beast house. Although it has been a while since Tang Zimu left, the surrounding teachers and students are still discussing this topic. Full marks in theory, but unable to tame a spirit beast. This should be the first bizarre case in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, it's my fault. I was just thinking of not disturbing him, not realizing that I should have let him get closer to my big tooth to pick up its scent. Perhaps after picking up enough of the big tooth's scent, a spirit beast would be willing to follow Tang Zimu. Fanshur said regretfully. You're thinking too much. A group of us mere teachers, how can we compete with the strength of beast tamers? No matter how much contact we have, it can't possibly affect the spirit beasts inside the spirit beast house. The class teacher of Class 4 comforted him. What he said was indeed true. The truly powerful beast tamers had already gone to the front lines to battle those spirit beasts outside the city. Most of the teachers remaining at the school lack the strength of beast tamers and are those who have solid theoretical knowledge. Old class. Just as Fan Sure was worrying about Tang Zimu's future, a shout suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, Fan Sure saw that the person was indeed Tang Zimu, whom he was worried about. His heart tightened, and he asked with concern, "Didn't you go back to rest? Why are you back? You should rest at home until the college entrance examination is over. I will speak to the principal about the work matter later." Tang Zimu shook his head and spoke with great determination. "Old class, I'm here to tell you that I'm not withdrawing from the college entrance examination. I must participate in the practical assessment 3 days from now." Fan Sure had been thinking about how to comfort Tang Zimu just moments before. But upon hearing Tang Zimu's words, his expression instantly lost control, and he exclaimed, "What? You mean you want to participate in the practical assessment?" Fan Sure was so shocked that he couldn't control the volume of his shout, causing his voice to ring loudly enough for everyone outside the Spirit Beast House to hear. In an instant, students, teachers, and even the proctors stationed at the entrance turned their gazes toward Tang Zimu, starting to discuss among themselves. "Did I hear that correctly? Tang Zimu actually wants to participate in the practical assessment. This guy is quite defiant, planning to turn the tide using the practical assessment. I'm dying of laughter, turning the tide. He hasn't even tamed a spirit beast, yet dares to participate in the practical assessment. I think he's just lost his mind. So you can't say that maybe he'll get lucky and survive the practical assessment." At this moment, Fan Sure was already too preoccupied to care about the noisy discussions around him. He quickly walked up to Tang Zimu, his face stern as he spoke. "Tang Zimu, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what the practical assessment is like?" "Of course, Tang Zimu. The practical assessment of the college entrance examination involves placing students into a specially crafted secret realm for testing lasting a full day. This secret realm perfectly replicates the harsh living conditions outside the city and is not as harmonious as the Spirit Beast House. The spirit beasts released inside are limited to level 5 and below, but other species' qualities and qualifications are completely unrestricted. This means that there are spirit beasts inside that harbor hatred for humans, some that attack humans, and even those that actively hunt humans for food. The level of danger is beyond imagination. In such a perilous environment, students are required to collect materials, defeat spirit beasts, and tame spirit beasts to earn points. Could a student without any beast protection accomplish these tasks? Tang Zimu nodded firmly. "I understand, but I must participate in the practical assessment." He certainly wouldn't foolishly reveal his true strength to others, as he was not afraid of the spirit beasts in the practical assessment. In this treacherous world, revealing one's strength comparable to a spirit beast is not wise. Not to mention being treated as some lab rat, just exposing one's trump card is pure folly. Caution is the best choice for survival. Thus he is now expressing his stance on participating in the practical assessment through his attitude. As for how to score without revealing his strength once inside, he already has a perfect plan in mind. Fan Sure sensed Tang Zimu's resolute thoughts. He felt a headache coming on, momentarily at a loss for words. The class teacher of Class 4 saw this, and quickly stepped up to advise. "Tang Zimu, you should know that the injury rate of the practical assessment each year is 50, with a death rate as high as 14. Tang Zimu nodded. "But you certainly don't know the related data for students without spirit beasts participating in the practice. According to internal statistics in the past decade, among those in the Dragon Kingdom who did not tame a beast but insisted on participating in the practical assessment, the death rate reached 98. The survival rate is only 2. The class teacher of Class 4 unhesitatingly revealed the cruel data that had never been disclosed to students, hoping to dissuade Tang Zimu from his intention. But unexpectedly, Tang Zimu did not back down, countering. "But there's still a 2 survival rate." The class teacher of Class 4 sneered and said, "Out of 50 people, the only one who survived was because he fainted from fear as soon as he entered and was only brought out by the teachers cleaning the secret realm after the assessment ended and woke up." Damn, what were those predecessors thinking? Tang Zimu's face twitched, feeling betrayed. Yet he could not stop there. He still firmly declared, "It's fine. With me, this year's survival rate will increase. But you..." The class teacher of Class 4 was about to say something, but was interrupted by Fan Sure waving. "All right. We cannot obstruct the choices of the examinees." Fan Sure sighed and placed a hand on Tang Zimu's shoulder. "Tang Zimu, I respect your decision. You will be allowed to participate in the practical assessment. However, remember that life is the most important thing. You must come back alive." With that, he patted Tang Zimu's shoulder and turned to leave. With the class teacher Fan Sure's affirmation, Tang Zimu's participation in the practical assessment was thoroughly confirmed. Those present who learned this news all displayed astonished expressions. They simply could not imagine how Tang Zimu had the courage to participate in the practical assessment. After all, aside from other cities in the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Zimu was the only student in Yinyang City in the past decade who had not tamed a spirit beast but still intended to participate in the practical assessment. With the conclusion of the spirit beast taming event, the events that transpired were quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yinyang City. A theoretical top student with full marks did not tame a spirit beast. Not only did he fail to tame a spirit beast, but he insisted on participating in the practical assessment. What a legendary reckless youth. Given the dramatic twists of events, not long after, everyone in Yinyang City was fervently discussing Tang Zimu. Everyone was curious whether Tang Zimu could survive from the secret realm. This curiosity continued until 3 days later, when the practical assessment of the college entrance examination began. On the day of the college entrance examination's practical trial, early in the morning, Tang Zimu woke up from half of the bed at home. This was due to the fact that on the first night of his power surge, when he turned over, he accidentally used a bit of strength, breaking the only 2 pieces of furniture in the room in half. Fortunately, after finding some bricks to prop up the remaining half, he could still sleep, avoiding the embarrassment of sleeping on the floor for the next few days. Experiencing this incident made Tang Zimu focus solely on one thing in the following days: learning to control his newfound strength. There was no way to avoid it. Locking the door, when going out he broke the lock. Buying breakfast, he squashed the buns into meat sandwiches. When he went out at night in the dark to use the public restroom, he accidentally kicked a big hole in the wall beside the door. If he hadn't gradually gained the ability to control his strength, Tang Zimu suspected that the family savings he had accumulated over 10 years would have been completely wrecked by him. Speaking of money, if I can bring back the top student in the city, or even the country, the first high school of Yinyang should reward me with some money, right? I need to make a good profit then. Tang Zimu motivated himself, instantly feeling a surge of strength throughout his body. He was also tired of being poor. The mortgage on his house in Blue Star for 28 years was suffocating enough. As the days approached for going to the Spirit Beast house, he even temporarily cut off his source of income from part-time work in order to focus on studying spirit beasts. Coupled with his daily as the days approached for going to the Spirit Beast house, he even temporarily cut off his source of income from part-time work in order to focus on studying spirit beasts. Coupled with his daily expenses over the past 3 days, he was now practically broke. Seeing the opportunity to make a big sum of money, how could he let it slip away? This treasure must not be forgotten. Before heading out, Tang Zimu did not forget to take his most valuable possession, the White Beast control ring gifted to him at the Spirit Beast house. The college entrance examination secret realm allows students to bring their beast control rings, and capturing spirit beasts is a key scoring point. As for why he, who clearly couldn't control beasts, was thinking of bringing a beast control ring. Sorry. During these 3 days, the unconventional Tang Zimu had come up with a breakthrough idea. Who says that if one cannot control beasts with their body, they cannot capture spirit beasts? In the spirit beast realm, the college entrance examination is a major event that everyone must pay attention to. After all, those who can stand out in the college entrance examination are likely to become the mainstay in the front line against spirit beasts. Early in the morning, the square near the teleportation array used to send students into the college entrance examination secret realm was crowded with residents coming to watch. At the same time, the management of Yinyang City, including the City Lord and Deputy City Lord, were also present. This year there are exceptionally many people coming to watch the college entrance examination practical trial, said Zhao Kaishuan, the City Lord of Yinyang, as he looked at the bustling crowd in surprise. What the City Lord doesn't know is that he has been busy hunting spirit beasts outside the city these days, but this year there is a student who scored full marks in theoretical classes but has not captured a spirit beast and insists on participating in the trial. Many people are here for this student, explained Ding Sha, one of the deputy city lords responsible for schools, and upon hearing this, Zhao Kaishian raised his eyebrows and said, "The student who scored full marks in theoretical classes must be Tang Zimu, right? I have some impression of him. I didn't expect his aptitude to be so poor that he couldn't even capture a spirit beast in the Spirit Beast house. That's a bit of a pity," said another deputy city lord, Xiao Hongji, clearly disagreeing with this view. "It's not a pity, clearly not capturing a spirit beast, yet insisting on participating in the practical trial, just shows he's a foolish bookworm who will never amount to anything." Ding Sha frowned and glanced at Xiao Hongji without saying a word. It was Wei Yongwu, the head of the Yinyang branch of the Beast Control Alliance, who spoke. "Having the courage to participate in the practical trial alone is much better than some cowards who don't dare to participate at all." The rest were about to join the discussion, but they were soon interrupted by the shouts erupting from the crowd. "The student from the first high school is here. Tang Zimu is here. Look, the one in the middle is Tang Zimu." Tsk tisk, how could this young man be so reckless at such a young age? Before the college entrance examination, Tang Zimu had become the other people's child that many parents mentioned when criticizing their own children due to his outstanding grades. However, after his insistence on participating in the practical trial became known, his reputation took a nosedive, and he became the negative example in the eyes of many parents. Son, don't learn from that. Tang Zimu, with poor aptitude, he insists on participating in the practical trial, rushing to his own demise. Daughter, we must be smart. If you can't hold on in the secret realm, come out quickly. Never be like that. Tang Zimu showing off. These remarks were the incessant nagging of many parents around their children recently. In just 3 days, Tang Zimu had gone from being other people's child to a synonym for fool, a drastic change. Within the student group of Yinyang First High School, Feng Yuqing looked at the cheering crowd from all directions and couldn't help but tug at the front-running Tang Zimu. Tang, the academic genius, your popularity is really high. 90% of the people in the crowd are shouting your name. Tang Zimu rolled his eyes and replied without a word. Do you want this luck? Feng Yuqing said awkwardly while stroking the long-leaf cat in his arms. No thanks. I wouldn't dare to participate in the practical trial without a spirit beast for protection. This guy had pretty good luck and captured a 4-star qualified long-leaf cat at the spirit beast house. His score in the practical trial was basically secure. To be honest, Tang, the academic genius, why don't you just skip the practical trial? Your life is the most important thing. Feng Yuqing thought for a moment and finally voiced his long-held concern. This time Tang Zimu shook his head and did not respond. He had heard such words more than once on his journey. The principal leading Yinyang First High School and the accompanying teachers basically said this whenever they saw him. Who would know that he was actually much more cautious than these people imagined? Without sufficient confidence, he would never participate in the practical trial. Tang Zimu only hoped that when he emerged from the secret realm, these people wouldn't drop their jaws in shock. While the two chatted, they followed the team from Yinyang First High School to the center of the square covered by the teleportation array, gathering with students from other schools participating in the college entrance examination. Tang Zimu quickly scanned the area and found that about 1,000 students from Yinyang City were participating in the college entrance examination this year. That number wasn't small. After all, schools in the spirit beast realm are different from those on Blue Star. Here, from middle school onward, students who fail to meet the standards each year are forced to drop out. Only those who have truly passed through layers of screening can participate in the final college entrance examination. Alright, the college entrance examination practical trial is about to begin. Oh, I hope everyone can quiet down. Once all the students gathered in the square, Ding Sha stood up as the chief supervisor of this college entrance examination, speaking sternly. As the deputy city lord, Ding Sha held considerable prestige. With a single statement, the previously noisy venue fell into an eerie silence. Students, teachers, and onlookers alike tightly sealed their lips. This is also an important survival principle in the spirit beast realm. Strength is paramount. Only with strength can one hold a high position. Only with strength can one command respect. Seeing the scene quiet down, Ding Sha quickly scanned all the students within the teleportation array and then waved his hand to signal. The group of proctors waiting nearby immediately lifted their boxes and began distributing a set of leather clothing and a device resembling a wristwatch to the students. Once all the students put on the leather clothing and wore the device on their wrists, Ding Sha glanced at the time before continuing to speak. Now there are only a few minutes left before the practical examination begins. I will announce the rules for this year's high school entrance practical exam. First, to ensure relative fairness, all students must remove all items except for their clothing and the positioning scoring device on their wrists. Afterward, you will equip the specially designed examination gear. Only through inspection can you be teleported into the entrance examination's secret realm. As Ding Sha said, the first rule is indeed to ensure relative fairness. Otherwise, how could wealthy students clad in protective gear made from high-grade spirit beast hides not worry about the spirit beasts inside the secret realm? Second, each student is limited to carrying only one ordinary beast taming ring. Any excess or higher-grade beast taming rings cannot be brought in. The second rule is also for the sake of relative fairness. The scoring points in the entrance examination's secret realm include capturing spirit beasts, aiming to test students' comprehensive abilities in the wild. If students from well-off families brought in a bunch of beast taming rings to capture many spirit beasts, that would be exceedingly unfair. Thus this rule was established. As for those from families so poor they can't even afford an ordinary beast taming ring, there's nothing that can be done. In such a doomsday-like environment, being able to ensure relative fairness is already quite a good thing. The third point, and the most important one. Ding Sha's tone suddenly rose. The positioning scoring device you are given is not only used to record your scores, but it is also your only means of survival in the secret realm. Once you encounter danger or feel you cannot hold on any longer, press the center button on the device for help, and a teacher will come to assist you in leaving the secret realm. However, due to restrictions in the secret realm, precise teleportation is not possible, and it will take time for the teacher to arrive, so during this time, you must protect yourselves. Otherwise, Ding Sha did not continue. But everyone present understood that failing to protect oneself in the secret realm meant death. Otherwise, the average death rate in the entrance examination's secret realm wouldn't be as high as 14. Alright, I declare the practical examination of this year's high school entrance officially open. I wish you all great success. As soon as Ding Sha's words fell, the previously dim, enormous teleportation array on the ground erupted with dazzling white light, enveloping all the students. Among the crowd, Tang Zimu tightened his grip on the beast-taming ring in his hand, feeling a distinct sensation of weightlessness in his body. In the next moment, he found himself stepping onto the soft, muddy ground. As the white light gradually dissipated, what came into Tang Zimu's view were lush trees and dense bushes. What bad luck, I got teleported deep into the forest. Tang Zimu frowned, thinking to himself. The teleportation in the entrance examination is random. Teleports to plains, rocky areas, or streams are preferable. Those places are generally more open, making it easy to find plants or spirit beasts with points. But in a forest environment, it's both inconvenient to move and to find spirit beasts. So, while Tang Zimu was pondering his next move, his ears sharply caught the sound of rustling coming from the bushes. He had no time to turn around. Instead, he sidestepped and bent down to leave the spot. Swish! With a dull thud, a deep gash was left where he had just stood. What a ridiculous position to encounter a spirit beast right away. Tang Zimu frowned and quickly turned to look in the direction from which the sound had come. A spirit beast resembling a wild boar with spikes growing on its back stared at him in surprise, seemingly curious as to why its thrown spikes had missed. With just one glance, information about this spirit beast swiftly surfaced in Tang Zimu's mind. This spirit beast is called the Hao Lai Zhu, a commonly found spirit beast with ordinary abilities. The Hao Lai Zhu is generally aggressive, often attacking any living being that appears in its sight, especially humans. It seems he was teleported right into the line of sight of this Hao Lai Zhu, which is why it has its sights set on him. With a thought, Tang Zimu called up the systems inspection panel. Name: Hao Lai Zhu. 4-star quality attributes: ordinary level 4 talent, spike, assault, silver level talent. When using spike-related skills, this skill's attack speed is increased by 10 base attributes: strength 16, spirit 9, stamina 13, agility 12, physical defense 15, magic defense 13, skills, spike, shot, bite. Wow, it's actually a level 4 Hao Lai Zhu with 4-star quality. If an ordinary student were teleported here and caught by surprise by this Hao Lai Zhu, they would probably die on the spot without even having time to command their beast. The death rate in the entrance examination's secret realm is no joke. Tang Zimu suddenly felt a bit fortunate. If he had been teleported in with that 8-star quality Chang Yi Mao, he might not have been able to avoid the previous attack either. But now, he had used all the rewards given by the system on himself, thinking of launching a sneak attack. In terms of strength, he is the strongest existence in the entire entrance examination secret realm, a walking humanoid spirit beast. Step! Without giving the Hao Lai Zhu time to react, Tang Zimu clenched his fist and kicked off the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow, charging directly at the Hao Lai Zhu. Perhaps it didn't regard humans as a threat, or perhaps it was simply too aggressive. The Hao Lai Zhu showed no signs of retreat as it charged towards Tang Zimu. It stomped its front hooves on the ground, raising the spikes on its back, and rushed at Tang Zimu. In this mutual charge, the already short distance between them was quickly closed. The Hao Lai Zhu's eyes were bloodshot, full of fighting spirit, and it let out a loud roar. Tang Zimu meanwhile unleashed a powerful punch, aiming directly at the Hao Lai Zhu's head. Bang! There was no surprise. 40 points of strength is an overwhelming force. In the instant they collided, Tang Zimu's fist shattered the Hao Lai Zhu's skull without any obstruction. In an instant, red blood and white brain matter gushed forth. The body of the Hao Lai Zhu, now headless, flew backward, crashing into the trees behind it, making them rustle. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast, Tang Zimu, for successfully killing the first spirit beast, Hao Lai Zhu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first spirit beast kill, taking the great first step and receiving the first kill reward, random divine item. Beautiful. To think that killing a spirit beast would actually yield rewards, and divine level rewards at that. Tang Zimu clenched his fists, feeling quite exhilarated. This was the first time in his life he had engaged in such a life-and-death struggle. The rush of adrenaline from the battle already brought him immense enjoyment, and the system's notification sound provided him with a tremendous surprise. The divine level reward for a first kill. The previous system had already demonstrated the substantial value of divine-level rewards, with its extraordinary overturning mountains and oceans, and the ability to break limits with divine-level attribute points. What kind of divine-level item would randomly appear now? Tang Zimu was very much looking forward to it. He didn't have to wait long as the system's delightful notification sounded in his ears. Ding! The random selection has ended. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine-level item, 100 pieces of divine-level spirit beast food. Tang Zimu quickly opened the reward storage box to check the detailed introduction of the divine-level spirit beast food. Divine-level spirit beast food 100. After consumption, the spirit beast will remain in a state of satiety for a duration of 24 hours. Gentle reminder 1. This effect will ignore race-size energy consumption and other conditions of the spirit beast, ensuring a full 24 hours. 2. Long-term consumption of this food by spirit beasts can enhance their own qualifications and abilities, breaking their racial limits. Hiss! Tang Zimu gasped in surprise. Ignoring the race-size energy consumption and other conditions of the spirit beast, what kind of concept does this represent? Even the legendary beast sky-devouring owl, which is said to consume an entire human city each time it eats, would only need one piece of spirit beast food to be satisfied. Thus, although the name divine-level spirit beast food sounds unassuming, it is in fact a divine-level item on a conceptual level. Moreover, long-term consumption of this item also offers a heaven-defying effect similar to that of divine-level attribute points, enhancing qualifications and breaking racial limits. One can only say that anything deemed divine level by the system is bound to be exceptional. Tang Zimu couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration. He glanced at the divine level spirit beast food in the reward storage box, and his curiosity was instantly piqued. I wonder what this tastes like. He was about to take one out to have a look when he realized his right hand was still smeared with the brain paste blood and bits of flesh from smashing the head of the Haolai pig. Yuck, it smells so pungent. Tang Zimu leaned in to sniff, quickly shaking his hand in disdain. I guess I still need a suitable weapon. Fighting with just my fists not only risks injury, but also makes a mess. Determined to find a weapon, Tang Zimu returned to the matter at hand, extending his other hand, which had been holding the Beastmaster ring, and was relatively clean. He then attempted to click on the single collection option below the divine-level spirit beast food. With a flash of white light, a blue sphere the size of a chocolate appeared in his palm. Just this tiny thing can feed a spirit beast for a day. Tang Zimu examined the small orb, soon catching a whiff of a strange aroma emanating from it. The scent was reminiscent of the appetizing aroma that wafts up when a dish is uncovered, as well as the enticing fragrance that stimulates the taste buds while cooking. Gulp! Tang Zimu swallowed hard. He was tempted by the aroma of the small orb. After allocating attribute points, his energy consumption had surged and his demand for food had skyrocketed. However, due to his limited funds, he could only manage to eat a third of a meal, never daring to indulge, and it had already been 3 days since he had felt full. Cough! Since the system has deemed me a spirit beast, I suppose it's reasonable for me to try spirit beast food as well. Tang Zimu concocted a reason to convince himself, and then tossed the small orb into his mouth. A gentle bite caused the orb to shatter, and the aroma he had smelled earlier was magnified several times, filling his mouth. As he chewed on the orb, Tang Zimu's eyes lit up. Beef flavor. Amazing, amazing. This is definitely the best thing I have ever tasted. After swallowing the remnants, Tang Zimu reluctantly smacked his lips, genuinely amazed. In the next moment, he felt a pure energy spreading from his stomach throughout his body. His previously fatigued limbs instantly surged with strength. Is this the state of being satiated? It actually increases combat power. Tang Zimu tried to swing his powerful arms, feeling more energized than ever before. It was no exaggeration to say that he could easily take on 3 or 4 of himself who hadn't eaten the divine-level spirit beast food. It can fill me, break limits, and recover combat power. This is a good thing. Ooh, I must be frugal with it. Though he still longed to savor the tantalizing taste of the divine-level spirit beast food, Tang Zimu relied on his strong self-control to close the panel. He had not forgotten that he was still in the college entrance examination secret realm. Earning points was now the most pressing matter. Speaking of points, Tang Zimu thought of the Haolai pig whose head he had smashed in with a single punch. He glanced at the display screen of the scoring device on his wrist, which showed single kill of a level 4-star quality Haolai pig, 15 points. Not bad, just one Haolai pig gives 15 points. At this rate, reaching the perfect score of 500 points doesn't seem too difficult. Of course, only Tang Zimu could say that it wasn't difficult. If an ordinary student were here, they would likely have to battle the Haolai pig for at least half an hour with a significant chance of losing. Thus, every year during the entrance exams, the vast majority of students earn only between 100 to 200 points in practical combat trials. Tang Zimu quickly walked to the spot where the Howlai pig had dropped. Due to the violent smashing, the corpse of the Howlai pig was a gruesome sight. Its neck was adorned with a third of a head that had not completely turned to mush, and through the gaps blood vessels could still be seen, oozing blood. Tang Zimu looked at it twice, feeling somewhat puzzled. Wait a minute, wouldn't most people feel a bit nauseous upon seeing such a bloody scene for the first time? Not only did he feel no discomfort, but he was also eager to dive in. Could it be that he had been conditioned by the unfiltered bloody games he had played before? Tang Zimu did not dwell on these questions. Being unbothered by blood in a world strewn with corpses was ultimately a good thing. He picked up the corpse of the Howlai pig and forcibly pulled out several sharp spines from its back, weighing them in his hand. He planned to use the Howlai pig's long spines as temporary weapons. As for the remaining corpse, Tang Zimu casually discarded it to the side. Although the meat of the Howlai pig was tough and fibrous, it could still fetch a good price at the market in the slums. Unfortunately, corpses in the secret realm cannot be taken back, leaving him to waste it. I need to speed up the point collection. After all, the Beastmaster ring hasn't been used yet. Tang Zimu secured the sharp spines and strapped the Beastmaster ring to his waist. After surveying the surroundings, he quickly made his way toward a certain part of the forest. Wangran grass, a favorite of strength-type spirit beasts, swiftly restores stamina. Long-term feeding may tint a beast's coat toward blue. Tang Zimu plucked a pale blue blade of grass from beneath the broken log and waved it before the wrist-mounted positioning score meter. The device's screen immediately announced high-quality Wangran grass found 3 points. With these 3 points, the total rose to 124. It had taken only a little over an hour. There was still plenty of time. Only an hour and a half had passed since Tang Zimu entered the Gaokao secret realm. During that hour and a half, he had not once stopped. Having allotted God-tier attribute points, both his running speed and stamina recovery far surpassed those of ordinary students, and he remained constantly satiated. He was a tireless machine, sweeping the forest for scoring opportunities. With his knowledge of spirit beast habits and preferences, wherever Tang Zimu passed, the undergrowth looked as if a storm had swept through, spotless, nothing left behind. He harvested abundant score-yielding herbs and ingredients, and counting the initial Howlai pig, the number of spirit beasts slain by him had reached an astounding 9. With so many beasts to practice on, Tang Zimu's kills became effortless. A single encounter was often enough to pierce an unprepared beast through. Stashing the Wangran grass into his pocket, Tang Zimu heard a raucous chorus coming from the brushwood to his. It was the call of the Insheng wolf. He quickly identified the source of the cries and immediately slipped. Insheng wolves were notoriously pack animals. Tang Zimu threaded through the shade, pushing aside the brush, and soon came upon a relatively level expanse of hollow. At its center lay a small lake. Several Insheng wolves crouched at the water's edge drinking. Not far off, a sizable group had gathered. Some chasing, others standing watch, scanning the surroundings. 1, 2, 3, 14, 15. Fully 15 Insheng wolves, he counted cautiously twice. He fell into thought. A pack of this size in the Gaokao secret realm was exceptionally rare. The combined score for hunting them would be considerable, an opportunity that would not come again soon. But Insheng wolves excelled at encirclement. 15 of them unleashed together might not be weaker than he. A rash attack could bring a heavy cost. Therefore, while studying the hollow's terrain, Tang Zimu examined the status panel of a wolf larger and glossier than its name. Insheng wolf, 8-star aptitude. Attribute terrestrial. Level 5. Talent pack leader, diamond tier talent. When commanding more than 5 wolves in combat, the leader's attributes increase by 15 and pack attributes increase by 10. Base stats: strength 23, spirit 10, stamina 15, agility 17, physical defense 15, magical defense 12. Skills: wolf, howl, frenzied bite. This one is clearly the pack leader. Tang Zimu glanced at the Yusho ring on his waist, and then abandoned the thought. The wolf was strong and highly gifted, but its talent did not suit him. That talent would make it a natural pack leader in the wild. As a tame beast, was he expected to capture 4 more Insheng wolves to complete a pack and activate the talent? It did not deserve such advantage. It would be killed. Confirming his resolve, Tang Zimu rubbed local soil over himself to mask his scent. He then crept cautiously toward a large tree at the hollow's edge. After his earlier observation, he had found a suitable position and devised the most prudent method of attack. In his view, without sufficient confidence, one must not gamble with one's life. Reaching his chosen spot, Tang Zimu concealed himself behind the tree. He drove several sharp thorns into the soil on the left and covered them with dead leaves. He then scattered the tooth of a juchi lizard he had killed earlier across the ground to the right. After finishing, he turned his attention back to the wolf pack. When 3 wolves chasing and playing happened to run his way, he struck the tree trunk several times with a picked-up. Insheng wolves possessed keen hearing. These 3 were relatively close, and the sound drew them toward Tang Zimu's position. With their powerful pack nearby, and no strange scent detected, they did not behave with much caution. Only when the lead wolf passed by the tree did a sudden sting flare beneath its paw. It tensed, and emitted a pained, instinctive shriek. The anguished howl echoed through the hollow, rousing every inching wolf around. Now, Tang Zimu decisively thrust himself out. The Halia pig thorn in his hand leapt forward and pierced cleanly through the lead wolf's neck. He then shifted his footing to avoid the thorn trap, and closed on two wolves standing further back. As those two prepared to flee, he drove a thorn into the left wolf and, gathering force, delivered a brutal kick into the right wolf's groin. The left wolf was impaled through and through, dead beyond doubt. The right wolf folded in midair from a full-force kick of 40 strength and would land at least half disabled. Tang Zimu's fluid practice combo had immediately neutralized 3 inching wolves. Ding, congratulations, the host Yusho Tang Zimu has successfully slain a spirit beast, inching wolf. Ding, congratulations, the host has achieved a 10-kill streak and received the 10-kill reward, a random skill. A 10-kill reward existed. Tang Zimu was stunned. Earlier kills had shown no prompts, so he had assumed further slayings carried no reward. The situation, however, allowed no time for thought. He quickly withdrew the thorn from the dead wolf's neck and retreated behind the tree. The pack a short distance away erupted in furious roars. Since being drawn into the secret realm, the wolves had not been provoked, until now. A human had killed one of their own in their presence, and then dared to remain nearby. What else could this be? But at the leader's roar, a dozen or so inching wolves assembled in disciplined order and surged toward the tree where Tang Zimu hid. Charging at the front was the 8-star aptitude inching wolf leader. Well done. Tang Zimu, hidden behind the tree, turned his face to tightly lock onto the figure of the sound wolf leader. The agility of the wolf leader was not to be underestimated. With the attribute boost from the wolf pack, its reaction speed was even faster than that of Tang Zimu, skillfully dodging the sharp spike. However, Tang Zimu had already anticipated his attack missing and was not overly flustered. He quickly retracted his arm and forcefully threw the sand hidden in his other palm to create a distraction. The flying sand obscured the wolf leader's vision, disrupting its attack rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zimu dodged to the side, evaded the arranged spike trap area, and circled to the other side of the tree. This positioned the wolf leader behind him and him in front, bringing him closer to the wolf pack. Now for the wolf leader to approach him, it either had to rush through the spike trap area or circumvent it, both requiring time. Therefore, Tang Zimu confidently looked towards the charging wolves, a smile appearing on his face. It wouldn't be easy to take down a leader with 8-star qualifications, but dealing with these little followers should be manageable. Whoosh! Tang Zimu took the initiative to charge at the wolf pack. The spike in his hand shot out like lightning, piercing into the body of the foremost sound wolf in an instant. Then, using the spike's force, he lifted the howling sound wolf and flung it back. But this was not the end. Tang Zimu followed up with a familiar powerful kick, knocking down another adjacent sound wolf that flew out. The two sound wolves' bodies were thus smashed into the wolf pack. A few wolves at the front of the pack attempted to stop, but inertia from their high-speed charge caused them to trample over the two fallen sound wolves, making them howl in pain as their breaths dwindled. A woo! The wolf leader, witnessing everything, let out an angry howl. From the beginning until now, they hadn't even touched the enemy's clothes, and had already lost 5 companions, which was a full third of the wolf pack. The losses were unprecedentedly devastating. It could not bear such a blow. Breathing heavily, its blood-red eyes surged with even greater speed as it pounced towards Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu had no intention of confronting the wolf leader head-on. He had already awaited the melodious electronic synthesized voice. Ding, random, and congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Ice Bomb Barrage. Finally, the skill has arrived. Tang Zimu made another maneuver around the previously filled serrated area, then opened the panel at the fastest speed of his life, looking at the reward storage box. Skill Ice Bomb Barrage. After use, it allows the beast to possess the skill Ice Bomb Barrage. This skill ignores the racial and talent limitations of spiritual beasts and enables any beast to learn. Ice Bomb Barrage skill introduction. Ice-type magical skill power 50 of spiritual power summons a certain number of ice bombs to be launched in a specified direction. Upon hitting, the ice bombs will explode with a 10 chance to reduce the target's movement speed. Perfect. It's a group attack type skill. Tang Zimu was overjoyed, already forming a plan in his mind, hastily dragging the skill to his avatar. Ding, host Tang Zimu, do you want your beast Tang Zimu to learn the skill Ice Bomb Barrage? Learn. Hurry, let me learn it. Tang Zimu quickly agreed. Ding, loading skill Ice Bomb Barrage for your beast Tang Zimu. Then, taking advantage of the familiar warm current flowing within his body, Tang Zimu stomped down on the protruding root of the tree. Using the recoil from his stomp, he leaped high, grasping a sturdy branch above, leaving his entire body dangling in midair. Indeed, Tang Zimu chose this tree as his target because it was the easiest to climb. Seeing Tang Zimu hanging in the tree and not coming down, both the wolf leader and the pack became somewhat anxious. A woo! With a sharp howl from the wolf leader as a command, the wolf pack surged forward to assault the tree. Some utilized the protruding parts of the trunk to climb up, others formed ladders by jumping off one another, while others continuously lunged upwards to bite. Tang Zimu used his strength to climb up the trunk, overlooking them as he waited for the warm current within him. Congratulations to host Tang Zimu. Your beast Tang Zimu has learned the skill Ice Bomb Barrage. In the instant the warm current dissipated within him, Tang Zimu fully grasped the method and techniques for using Ice Bomb Barrage. Now's the time. He looked at the restless wolf pack below, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and activated the skill without any hesitation. Skill, Ice Bomb Barrage. As the spiritual power was consumed, ice spheres emitting cold air began to materialize around Tang Zimu. These ice spheres rolled in the air, rapidly expanding to the size of a fist, exuding a chilling aura. The wolf leader beneath the tree noticed this scene. It sensed something was amiss and once again let out a sharp howl to command the wolf pack to retreat. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ice, bombs, barrage, fire. After accurately locating each sound, wolf's position below Tang Zimu focused his mind, and the 6 formed ice bombs whistled as they flew out. The attributes in the spirit beast realm are the same as in the Pokemon world, totaling 18 types: normal, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, bug, flying, ground, rock, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, dark, steel, dragon, fairy. The difference lies in the mutual suppression rules of the attributes. For instance, ground completely immunizes electric damage, and normal type is not suppressed by fighting type. However, the fact that ice type counters ground type remains unchanged. And as a ground type, the sound wolf's shortcoming happens to be its magical defense. The damage caused by the ice bombs, which are magical attacks, was extraordinarily effective. With sounds of boom, 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 the ice bombs exploded like fireworks. Each explosion of an ice bomb could turn the targeted sound wolf into a bloody mess. Moreover, 2 unfortunate souls were knocked down because they were too close to where an ice bomb exploded. Individually killed: level 5, 5-star quality, sound wolf, 20 points. Individually killed: level 4, 3-star quality, sound wolf, 14 points. Individually killed: level 3, 4-star quality, sound wolf, 15 points. In an instant, 7 messages scrolled across Tang Zimu's positioning score device. Just from this one skill, he earned more points than he would in an hour. This is what true harvesting looks like. With the threat of the wolf pack eliminated, Tang Zimu leaned forward, jumped down from the tree, and rushed towards the last 2 sound wolves that had been hiding behind the wolf pack. These 2 sound wolves were left behind in the wolf pack due to their low qualifications and levels. How could they possibly stand a chance against Tang Zimu, who slaughtered sound wolves like killing chickens? In just a moment he caught up to them, and with 1 wolf and 1 spike swiftly sent them to their demise. After finishing the slaughter, Tang Zimu turned to face the wolf leader, which had just arrived after dodging the explosions of the ice bombs. In the blink of an eye, what was once a large pack of wolves rampaging through the forest was now reduced to only the sound of the last remaining wolf leader. The wolf leader looked at Tang Zimu, who appeared as if emerging from a pool of blood, and its eyes were soon overtaken by fear. It was terrified. For the first time since its birth, it witnessed a human slaughtering its kind with the ferocity of a god of death. After letting out a cowardly howl to bolster its courage, the wolf leader turned around and fled without a moment's hesitation, trying to escape. A hint of disdain flashed in Tang Zimu's eyes. With an exaggerated strength of 40 points displayed, the wolf leader was never a match for his punch. It had managed to hold on until now by relying on slightly higher agility than Tang Zimu and using the annoying pack of wolves as cover. Now that the pack of wolves had been wiped out, the wolf leader's agility had fallen to the same level as Tang Zimu. Without its only 2 advantages, what could it use to escape? Tang Zimu lunged forward in pursuit. Thus began a frenzied chase through the forest between a human and a wolf. The wolf leader had thought that by relying on its familiarity with the forest environment, it could shake off this god of death chasing behind it. Yet it could never have imagined that Tang Zimu, endowed with the concept of satiation, could not be judged by ordinary logic. After a prolonged chase, the wolf leader's stamina gradually waned, and its running speed began to slow. On the other hand, Tang Zimu, with the dual boost of stamina and satiation, maintained his speed without any decrease. Finally, at a corner, he successfully executed a sharp turn and blocked the wolf leader's path. Following this, Tang Zimu delivered a heavy punch that smashed directly into the wolf leader's head, which was unable to dodge in time. It is said that wolves have iron heads, iron bones, and soft waists. Yet in the face of 40 points of strength, all creatures are equal. Bang! This punch directly smashed the wolf leader's head, exploding it like a watermelon. blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Thud. With the corpse of the wolf leader crashing to the ground, the pack of wolves, which ranked among the top in comprehensive strength within the examination realm, was completely annihilated by Tang Zimu. That feels good. Tang Zimu stepped on the headless corpse of the wolf leader and let out a long sigh of relief. Although this battle unfolded without any danger due to his careful planning, it nevertheless ignited a surge of adrenaline within him. For the first time, he felt that combat could bring him such a wonderful sensation. I told you I had foresight. Controlling a spirit beast is not as good as controlling oneself. Clearly, he had forgotten the feeling of despair when he thought he could not control a beast. Tang Zimu raised his hand and glanced at the positioning score device on his wrist. The screen displayed the striking notification: solo kill of a level 508 star qualified sound wolf 50 points, and solo annihilation of more than 10 sound wolves additional reward of 100 points. What the heck, annihilating a pack of social spirit beasts actually grants bonus points. Tang Zimu was pleasantly surprised once again. In previous practical examinations, no student had ever managed to solo annihilate a pack of social spirit beasts. Therefore, even he who was quite familiar with the practical combat assessments was unaware that there were additional points for this achievement. Adding the score for killing 14 sound wolves to the previous 124 points, doesn't that mean my score is already? Tang Zimu's heart raced as he quickly checked his total score on the positioning score device. Total score 500 points. Full marks. After just 2 hours into the 16-hour examination, had he already reached full marks? Tang Zimu felt somewhat astonished. Full marks were not unheard of in the practical assessments. Typically, a genius would emerge every few years. He knew that with his strength, achieving full marks was not particularly difficult. But to have done it in just 2 hours. Looking across the entire realm of spirit beasts in all nations throughout history, it seemed he was the only one. My goodness, I have to ask, who else has achieved full marks in a 2-hour rapid completion of the examination? No one. I overdid it. Had I known, I would have killed them more slowly, otherwise I wouldn't have anything to do now. It seems the remaining time will have to be spent selecting a suitable spirit beast. Tang Zimu felt quite helpless. Was he being too excellent? At the same time that Tang Zimu had received full marks in the practical assessment near the teleportation array of the examination realm in Yinyang City. Tang Zimu hasn't come out yet. Could he have already met with misfortune? Wang Zhaoyang paced back and forth, feeling very anxious. As the principal of Yinyang First High School, he did not wish to see the student he had high hopes for meet a tragic end. Impossible, impossible. With his knowledge, surviving in the examination realm should not be a difficult task. He just needs to avoid spirit beasts in advance. But Fanshur was also nervous, his palms sweating. He could only keep rubbing his hands together, using words to relieve his inner pressure. It was no wonder they were so anxious. This time period was precisely when accidents were most likely to occur during the practical assessments. Apart from the initial entry into the realm, when many students encountered danger or were unable to adapt to combat, and were brought out early, this time point had the highest number of students choosing to leave the examination realm. It's simple. In general, students, whether gathering materials or participating in battles, reach their stamina limit within 2 hours with their current spirit beasts. To continue to stay, they either had to rely on their extensive knowledge to find a safe place to rest, or they needed to subdue a new spirit beast to protect themselves. Otherwise, for safety reasons, they would have to press the emergency button and be taken out of the examination realm by their teachers. During this period, at least 10 of students chose to leave the examination realm. Evading the pursuit of spirit beasts is not that simple. The second-class teacher sighed and expressed his concerns. If they encounter a spirit beast with keen senses, they can only flee. But with our stamina, how can we outrun the spirit beasts? Tang Zimu. Sigh. The third-class teacher Li Kuan snorted, lightly shaking his head with a cynical tone. You all say to just stay alive, but why insist on being stubborn? Entering the examination realm without a spirit beast. In my opinion, the best outcome for Tang Zimu now would be to faint from fear like that previous student, and by chance not encounter any spirit beasts until the examination ends, when the proctor would bring him out. Although Li Kun's words were harsh, none of the other teachers present refuted him, as they indeed harbored similar students without spirit beasts who entered the examination realm for 2 hours without pressing for help were 99 likely to have encountered misfortune. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, an exclamation suddenly came from the resting area of the senior management of Yinyang City, in front of the teleportation array. Everyone present heard the Vice City Lord Ding Sha exclaim in an uncharacteristic manner. City Lord, are you saying that you applied to the Alliance for the real-time display of trial scores still in the testing phase, and it's almost here? The technological level in the spirit beast realm is largely built upon the abilities of spirit beasts. Devices such as teleportation arrays, secret realms, and scoring devices are created by researchers through the study of spirit beasts' talents or abilities. The real-time scoring leaderboard for trials follows the same principle. In order to gain a more detailed understanding of student strengths, and to enhance the sense of honor and participation for the spectators during practical trials, researchers improved the scoring device to develop the real-time scoring leaderboard. The fact that Ding Sha, the deputy city lord, could lose his composure is not due to the strength of the device, but rather the honor it represents. Since the real-time scoring leaderboard was only developed this year, and is still in the testing phase, its availability across the entire Long Kingdom is extremely limited. Being granted trial qualifications by the Alliance is enough to prove that Yanyang City is undoubtedly the best among the surrounding cities in the Flame Domain. This honor undoubtedly made the high-ranking officials of Yanyang City, including those present who heard Ding Sha's exclamation, feel proud. Zhao Kaixian waved his hand humbly, saying, "Haha, Lao Ding, you are too excited, calm down a bit." Then Zhao Kaixian looked at the excited crowd and spoke loudly, "Everyone, the real-time scoring leaderboard for trials is a reward from the Alliance to recognize our excellent performance in recent spirit beast hunts. The items were supposed to arrive yesterday, but the delivery team encountered a spirit beast attack on the way, which delayed their arrival until now. The team leader just notified me with his electromagnetic mayfly that they will arrive in an hour. We will be able to see the real-time scores of the students in the secret realm in just 1 hour." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers filled with anticipation. Many who had planned to leave after 2 hours stopped in their tracks. Even some who had already left hurriedly returned upon hearing the news. After all, this is a one-seer examination, and the students in the secret realm are people close to them, who wouldn't want to be part of this excitement. In the crowd, Fan sure felt a flicker of hope rise within him. With the real-time scoring leaderboard, could he see if Tang Zimu was still alive in the secret realm? However, upon recalling the information about the leaderboard, his expression darkened, and the hope that had just ignited was extinguished. The real-time scoring leaderboard can only display the top 1,000 students in terms of scores currently in the secret realm. In this flame domain, the examination's secret realm accommodates students from over a dozen cities, totaling more than 10,000 students. For Tang Zimu, a student without even a spirit beast, it is already remarkable to be alive, so how could he possibly be among the top 1,000 in scores? I hope he hides well and doesn't get discovered by a spirit beast. Tang Zimu, holding a sharp spear, kicked a rock beneath a large tree. After kicking it away, a half-meter deep nest was revealed along with a spirit beast that was softly growling. This spirit beast looked somewhat like a raccoon from Blue Star known as the raccoon cat. The difference is that its arms are not short, but exceptionally long, with sharp edges glinting, coldly resembling 2 long swords. Because of its appearance, humans named it the swordsman raccoon. It moved so quickly just now, its aptitude must be at least 8 stars. Tang Zimu struck the swordsman's slicing arm with his spear, eagerly opening the opponent's attribute. Name: Swordsman Raccoon. Aptitude 7 stars. Attribute: Combat level 4 Talent Skill Master. Gold level. Talent Movement Speed will increase by 10 for 5 seconds when using skills. Basic attributes: Strength 19, Spirit 5, Stamina 12, Agility 16, Physical Defense 11, Magic Defense 11. Skills: Spike, Frenzied Charge. TCH. I thought it had high aptitude. Turns out it's just a temporary speed boost from skills and talents. Tang Zimu shook his head in disappointment. If this swordsman raccoon had been given to him a few days ago, he would have happily accepted it. But in the current secret realm filled with spirit beasts, he could only say, "Little brother, you still need to train. At least it's not a waste of time. The swordsman's slicing arm is definitely better than the sharp tusks of the savage boar." With no desire to capture it, Tang Zimu naturally had no intention of going easy. He kicked over the swordsman raccoon, and his spear pierced into its neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host spirit beast Tang Zimu for successfully killing a spirit beast swordsman raccoon. As the system notification sounded, yet another spirit beast fell at Tang Zimu's hands. Tang Zimu quickly picked up the swordsman raccoon's corpse, severed its arm, and sat on a nearby rock, meticulously sharpening it. While sharpening, he also mentally summarized his related gains after scoring full marks. Having killed over a dozen spirit beasts, it's a pity that the only one with 8-star aptitude is still at T5 level. When will I encounter a T3 or T2 level spirit beast with 8-star aptitude? In the spirit beast realm, humans overall are weaker and have fewer means, so they do not have a detailed concept of spirit beasts like in Pokemon games. At most, they know that some spirit beasts are very strong to raise while others are just average. Tang Zimu possesses a similar concept from Blue Star and is unwilling to discern spirit beasts in such a vague manner. Thus, using his extensive knowledge, which could be described as an encyclopedia of spirit beasts, he developed a ranking of spirit beast species strength gradients. He categorized spirit beasts into 6 levels from T5 to T0. T5 level represents the lowest and most common spirit beasts like the savage boar he encountered when he first entered the secret realm. It belongs to this category. Even if it evolves into its final form, its strength still remains common. T4 level represents the widely used spirit beasts such as the sound wolf he killed earlier, which falls into this category. 80 of the human spirit beasts fall into this level, which can be purchased in the spirit beast market. Even in their final forms, they still possess certain strengths. T3 level spirit beasts can already be considered as the backbone. The 3 families in the spirit beast shop and the swordsman raccoon in Tang Zimu's possession belong to this gradient. Only those who can pass through layers of selection and participate in the examination are excellent students who have the chance to obtain them. As long as they are properly trained, T3 level spirit beasts in their final forms can generally protect their trainers, allowing them to roam freely outside the city. As for T2 level spirit beasts, they are quite remarkable. They represent the ceiling level that commoners can recognize and come into contact with. The strongest individual in Yinyang City, Lord Zhao Kaishuan, possesses a T2 level spirit beast named Burning Flame Lion King. Years ago, the spirit beast tide that claimed the lives of the protagonist's parents was quelled by City Lord Zhao Kaishuan, who rode the Burning Flame Lion King into the spirit beast tide, slaying the leading spirit beast that commanded the horde. This is enough to prove the value of T2 level spirit beasts. As for the higher levels T1 and T0. To be honest, Tang Zimu is not very clear about the specific situation of T1 and T0 level spirit beasts, because the books only provide a brief introduction to spirit beasts of this level, lacking detailed descriptions of their strength. Or rather, humanity as a whole lacks sufficient understanding of spirit beasts of this level. A skilled worker cannot make bricks without clay. Without detailed information, Tang Zimu can only classify them roughly into T3 and T2 level spirit beasts based on the quasi-divine beasts and divine beasts of Blue Star. Like the legendary divine beings mentioned earlier, sky-devouring Pow Owl and earth-binding rock demon. Surely only when he can match divine beasts with his human form will he have specific classifications of their strength. Swish, swish, swish. After polishing his longsword to a smooth finish and attaching the carved wooden hilt, Tang Zimu finally withdrew his thoughts and simply swung it a couple of times. He found it exceptionally handy. Whether swinging or slashing it was far more convenient than the previous spike. No wonder it's called the Swordmaster Raccoon. Tang Zimu nodded in satisfaction. He bound some vines from the surrounding trees to the blade of the sword to serve as a temporary sheath, then stood up with the sword in hand, surveying his surroundings to decide which direction to take. Tang Zimu's goals were very clear, just 2. The first was to capture a T3 or T2 level top-tier spirit beast, with an 8-star qualification in the secret realm. A low-qualified spirit beast would be inferior to a single punch from him even at its final form, so it would be better not to raise one. His second goal was to kill more spirit beasts or engage in tasks related to beast taming to deduce the reward patterns of the divine beast taming system. After all, the rewards from the divine beast taming system were fundamental to Tang Zimu's enhancement. Only by mastering the reward patterns of the divine beast taming system could he truly receive rewards until his hands were sore. There are many water-loving scales around, which means there is a river nearby. Let's head to the river to wash off the blood on my clothes and body. If luck permits, I might encounter a high-qualified water spirit beast. Tang Zimu found suitable plants and immediately set off towards the direction where they were growing. After walking for about 2 minutes, he heard the sound of flowing water not far away. Just as Tang Zimu was about to quicken his pace towards the creek, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the thicket to his side. Footsteps. Students. Tang Zimu frowned. This year there were probably over 10,000 examinees in the secret realm of the Flame Domain belonging to Flame Sun City. Considering the area of the secret realm, the probability of encountering each other was not too low. After wandering in the forest for almost 3 hours, Tang Zimu had indeed encountered other exam students. However, to prevent cheating among students, the Alliance installed individual and group detection features on the scoring devices and established an exam rule stating that examinees should try their best to avoid each other. So those students Tang Zimu encountered before had mostly turned away without even seeing each other. Tang Zimu glanced at the sticky blood on his body and did not intend to change his course. If anyone was to leave, it would be the other party. Why should he yield? Unfortunately, the student behind the bushes thought the same way. After Tang Zimu took a few steps forward, the person behind the thicket quickened their pace and rushed out, coming to the side of the path Tang Zimu was on. Tang Zimu instinctively glanced at the newcomer with his peripheral vision. With over 10,000 examinees, he never imagined it would be someone he knew. To his surprise, after seeing the person's face, clearly Tang Zimu indeed recognized them. The newcomer was none other than the class leader of his Class 8. Xiao Yangzhou. Xiao Yangzhou was frowning looking at the examinee who was blocking his way. He noticed many special materials that could earn points around him, and just as he was about to collect them, he heard another set of footsteps. To seize the points, he proactively charged out of the thicket intending to drive away the other person. Upon seeing the other's face, Xiao Yangzhou was taken aback, then smirked disdainfully. "Ha, Tang Zimu. You're still alive. Truly a fool's luck." Upon noticing Tang Zimu's appearance more closely, the contempt in Xiao Yangzhou's eyes became even more pronounced. Having experienced prolonged intense slaughter, Tang Zimu was covered in the blood and remnants of various spirit beasts. To avoid alarming the snakes, he had smeared several types of plants and mud on himself to mask his scent. Xiao Yangzhou was unaware of this. From his perspective, Tang Zimu now looked like a refugee hiding from spirit beasts with blood all over him, as if he were a wounded victim. Seeing the other person struggling in the secret realm, Xiao Yangzhou felt even more brazen. "All the bai bo and mushrooms in this area belong to me. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly. Otherwise." The spirit beast that shared a bond with Xiao Yangzhou, a 6-star qualified flame deer, immediately stepped forward, taking an aggressive stance. But in the next second, both Xiao Yangzhou and the flame deer's pupils dilated in shock. They saw several rapidly spinning ice orbs suddenly appear in front of the seemingly desperate Tang Zimu. "How is this possible? What are you trying to do?" Xiao Yangzhou stammered while Tang Zimu remained exceptionally calm. Without a moment's hesitation, his gaze sharpened, and 6 ice projectiles shot towards Xiao Yangzhou. "Unfortunately, I really dislike your gaze." Bang, bang, bang. The 6 ice projectiles exploded rapidly. Even the Sound Wolf, a spirit beast, could not withstand the explosion, not to mention Xiao Yangzhou. He didn't even have time to react before being blown apart by the explosion of one ice projectile. The flame deer beside him, despite relying on its fire attribute resistance to endure the explosion, was quickly stabbed in the heart by Tang Zimu, who had swiftly closed the distance. "So, you have to die." Tang Zimu calmly withdrew his long sword, looking at the scattered corpses on the ground without a hint of emotion. As a loyal reader well-versed in web novel tropes, Tang Zimu has always adhered to one principle: whoever provokes me must die. Otherwise what? Should he wait for the other party to make the first move and then retaliate to express his politeness? Or should he leave a way out for the other to regroup their family forces and come back only to stab himself in the back at a crucial moment? Isn't that just masochism? What you say the other person could possibly change for the better? Ridiculous. In Tang Zimu's cautious view, letting go of anyone who harbors resentment against him is a profound disrespect to his own life. He dealt with the troublesome pests. Tang Zimu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirming that there were no oversights. Then he quickly left the spot and arrived at the riverbank ahead. After walking along the bank for over 10 minutes, Tang Zimu finally let out a sigh of relief, slowing his pace and stopping. His decision to kill Xiao Yangzhou was not a spuro-feminine impulse, but a conclusion reached after careful consideration. Firstly, according to the settings of the positioning scoring device, it records the candidate's location at reg. Tang Zimu left so quickly to calculate that this time interval would misalign with Xiao Yangzhou's positioning, creating the illusion that he had not met Xiao Yangzhou. Secondly, the only methods he had employed from start to finish were the ice bullet barrage and the arm of the swordsman raccoon. The former belonged to a spirit beast skill, while the latter was part of a spirit beast body, so naturally no one would suspect Tang Zimu. They certainly couldn't believe that Tang Zimu could conjure ice bullets by hand. Of course, all of this was a result of Tang Zimu's habitual caution, deliberately creating these details. In reality, with a staggering 14 death rate in the college entrance examination secret realm, no one bothered to expend energy investigating the truth behind students' deaths. As for a small local indigenous family like the Chiao family, it's questionable whether they could even intervene in matters concerning the college entrance examination of all humanity. Even if they could, they wouldn't sacrifice resources for Xiao Yangzhou, a direct descendant of the Chiao family. Thus, the only thing that could trouble Tang Zimu about the entire incident was the negative emotions stemming from his first act of killing. Was there any? Tang Zimu felt nothing. Perhaps it was because, in his view, anyone harboring hostility towards him could no longer be considered human. Moreover, I am a spirit beast as determined by the system. As a humanoid spirit beast, isn't it reasonable to kill? It's so much more comfortable to be clean. Casting aside the triviality of murder, Tang Zimu spent some time washing away all the blood and bits of flesh from his body in the stream. The bloodstains on his clothes could only be dealt with simply. He couldn't just wash his clothes and run around naked, and this situation also made Tang Zimu think of a spirit beast known as the snowflake velvet minx. This spirit beast's fur is exceptionally rare, possessing special abilities such as liquid isolation, temperature regulation, and damage reduction. Consequently, it is often used by humans to create mink clothing and armor priced so high that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Most wealthy individuals wear mink clothing simply to prevent being affected by the aftermath of spirit-beast battles. For someone like Tang Zimu, who is the only one engaging in close combat with spirit beasts, every function of mink clothing is extremely useful and practically essential for him. Money. I still need to work hard to earn money. Relying solely on the college entrance examination champion's prize is probably far from enough. It seems I must take advantage of the summer vacation after the college entrance exam to hunt outside the city and tackle some beast tamer tasks to make a good sum. Tang Zimu had already made plans for his future. He simply wiped himself down, walked out of the stream, and dressed neatly. He then redirected his thoughts back to the most important matter at hand, taming spirit beasts. After walking along the stream for over 10 minutes, Tang Zimu found himself in a new area. He needed to reassess the environment to determine which spirit beasts might inhabit the surroundings. After a brief scan of the surroundings, Tang Zimu looked up and spotted several clusters of something hanging from a nearby large tree, his eyes brightening as he hurriedly made his way over. Upon getting closer, he joyfully discovered that he had not misjudged. Those clusters were indeed black crystal fruit bananas. Black crystal fruit bananas are favored food by power-type spirit beasts and can enhance their strength and bone density with long-term consumption. However, due to excessively harsh growing conditions, their yield is low, making them extremely expensive. On the market, a single black crystal fruit banana can sell for a month's salary of a normal person's hard work. However, the reason Tang Zimu felt so delighted was not because he could not take the black crystal fruit bananas out of the secret realm. What truly thrilled him was the thought of a spirit beast that regarded black crystal fruit bananas as treasures. That spirit beast had an extreme fondness for black crystal fruit bananas, and wherever they grew in abundance, that creature would make its home. It must be noted that in the strength gradient ranking established by Tang Zimu, that creature is on the same level as the city lord Zhao Kaixuan's beast Blazing Flame Lion King, both being T2 strength spirit beasts. He hit the jackpot. Tang Zimu suppressed his eager heart and began to carefully search along the black crystal fruit banana trees. Not long after, he found several fresh footprints in the muddy soil beneath a fruit tree. After a brief comparison, he confirmed that these footprints belonged to the spirit beast he was seeking. Xiao Yangzhou, thank you for your sacrifice. If it weren't for the need to misalign the positioning, I might not have followed the stream in this direction. Tang Zimu couldn't help but express gratitude in his heart for Xiao Yangzhou's ancestors. With the footprints found, the rest of the matters became much easier. He held his breath, bent down, and followed the trail of footprints forward. Before long, he spotted several spirit beasts idly hanging around in the trees. These spirit beasts were covered in golden fur resembling the golden, snub-nosed monkeys of the Blue Star, but were about the size of an average adult male. The most distinctive feature was their eyes. Their eye sockets were flat and elongated with sharp corners. Their eyeballs and pupils were deep black, emanating a dark glow. From a distance, they appeared to be a fearsome, golden, malevolent spirit. The rogue monkey. It really is the rogue monkey. Tang Zimu felt a surge of excitement, his hand already resting on the beast-taming ring at his waist. The rogue monkey, true to its name, is a thoroughly wicked spirit beast. It enjoys rampaging through the forest, excelling at pranks, tormenting and harming other spirit beasts or humans, ultimately leading to ruthless slaughter. Many small spirit beasts tremble in terror merely at the sound of the rogue monkey's calls. However, its long history of wrongdoing has made countless spirit beasts consider the rogue monkey their foe. Thus, it is common to see grand scenes in the forest where dozens of spirit beasts unite to hunt down and take revenge on the rogue monkey. Even so, the rogue monkey still manages to roam freely in the forest, a testament to the strength of this spirit beast species. This group of 5 rogue monkeys hanging around in the trees consists of 2 particularly small ones hiding among the branches, appearing timid. The other 2 rogue monkeys held broad leaves from the black crystal fruit banana tree, fanning the largest one leaning against the trunk, whose eyes emitted the most intense glow. Yikes! Yikes! One of the rogue monkeys accidentally bumped into the largest rogue monkey while fanning the leaves. The largest rogue monkey instantly exploded in anger, letting out a sharp cry before swiftly striking with a nearby stick, knocking the other rogue monkey down from the tree. That speed! Tang Zimu's pupils constricted as he eagerly opened the panel of the clearly strongest rogue monkey. Name: Rogue Monkey, 10-star qualification. 10-star aptitude. Tang Zimu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the aptitude of this rascal monkey still exceeded his expectations. 10-star aptitude signifies full aptitude. Spirit beasts with full aptitude not only dominate in attributes among their kin, but are also the innate kings of the entire group. Even if it has not fully matured, other spirit beasts in the group that are stronger may still bow down to it due to bloodline suppression. What luck! Tang Zimu was filled with excitement. Full aptitude spirit beasts in the spirit beast house are monopolized by powerful individuals or their direct descendants as soon as they are born. In the wild, full aptitude spirit beasts are revered as kings by other kin and are protected layer by layer. Only events like the college entrance examination secret realm organized by all humanity have a minuscule chance of producing full aptitude spirit beasts. Thus, this full aptitude rascal monkey before him is his only opportunity. Forcing himself to calm down quickly, Tang Zimu eagerly continued to look at the information panel. Name: Rascal Monkey. 10-star aptitude attributes: evil level 5 talent, evil all-encompassing emerald level talent. When using all evil type skills, there is a 20 chance to instill fear in the target. When attacking fearful targets, it deals an additional 30 damage. Fear action and reaction speed slowed. Unable to use skills. Base attributes: strength 35, spirit 15, stamina 20, agility 20, physical defense 20, magic defense 20, skills: evil countenance, evil combo, despair, torture. Powerful. It's simply too strong. Clearly still in its level 5 juvenile form, it possesses emerald level talent and a full 3 skills with attributes far surpassing other spirit beasts of the same level. If it evolves into the demon monkey and ultimately into the bloody demon monkey, wouldn't its talent evolve to epic or even legendary levels? Even if the talent does not evolve based on his understanding of spirit beast talents, Tang Zimu is quite certain that evil all-encompassing is among the very top tier at the emerald level. Any evil attribute skill carries additional control effects. Is there any law? Tang Zimu looked at the rascal monkey, his eyes shining brightly. In the eyes of other spirit beasts, the rascal monkey appeared fierce, but to him it now looked majestic. This rascal monkey, I have to catch it. Tang Zimu firmly solidified his thoughts in his mind. He began to carefully observe the surrounding environment, gradually constructing a capture plan, striving not to overlook any details. This was the only way to ensure that there would be no mishaps when capturing this attribute exploding rascal monkey. However, just as he was halfway through his planning, a sudden electronic synthesized voice from the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Beast Tang Zimu, for gaining the admiration of 1 humans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the admiration of the masses for the first time, taking a great first step, and receiving the debut reward, 20 points of divine attributes. Oh. Huh. What happened? In Longhua, near the teleportation array of Yinyang City, in the college entrance examination secret realm. Captain Wei, it's quite a task to escort the real-time score display screen all the way from Kyoto. Thank you for your trouble. The city lord Zhao Kaixian said politely to a robust man clad in silver armor with a resolute expression. The strong man's name is Wei Qiang. Although he is just the captain of a small team, no one present dared to underestimate him. This is because his small team is renowned within the prestigious Kyoto of Longhua, and his personal strength is not inferior to that of most city lords. Haha, City Lord Zhao, you are too polite. I encountered a surprise attack from spirit beasts on the way which delayed me for a day, and I must apologize for that. Wei Qiang spoke with a hint of regret, then turned to several of his team members. Qiang, hurry up and install the real-time score display board. The college entrance examination has already been underway for 3 hours. Several capable team members nodded in agreement and quickly directed their spirit beasts to erect the huge screen pulled by a bull-type spirit beast. Everyone present focused their attention on the screen, filled with anticipation. Once the screen was set up, they would be able to know the real-time scores of the students in the college entrance examination secret realm. Such a significant event concerning the honor of the entire city led many people below to engage in discussions. I wonder how many students from Yinyang City will make it onto the list. Our Yinyang City is so strong, at least a quarter of the students should be on the list. I also wonder who will rank in the top 100 this year. Last year, 20 students from our Yinyang City made the list. We can't lag behind this year. Everyone discussed passionately, each having their own points of concern and thoughts. However, among all present, the most attention was focused on the speculation regarding the top scorer on the score list. Our city's Qin Xiaoqiang has such high theoretical course scores and possesses a 7-star aptitude. Changya Cat. He must be the top scorer. Many who knew about Qin Xiaoqiang's information firmly believed he could take first place. But soon someone stepped forward to pour cold water on their enthusiasm. I don't think so. From what I understand, a genius from the neighboring Yinshan City has nearly perfect theoretical course scores this year, and Yinming City also has a similar genius. Both have captured 8-star spirit beasts. This person's words immediately dampened the excitement of those who had just cheered. It is well known that while 7-star aptitude and 8-star aptitude differ by only 1 star in the college entrance examination secret realm, where spirit beasts are below level 5, even slight disparities in strength can lead to significant score gaps. Mainly because our city's theoretical course top scorer Tang Zimu was unable to capture a spirit beast. In the crowd someone sighed, causing the emotions of the onlookers to sink. Indeed. How could Tang Zimu, who was expected to be the top scholar this year, be so poor that he couldn't even capture a single spirit beast? Equally frustrated were the principal of Yinyang First High School, Wang Jiaoyang, and Fan Shi. Upon hearing Tang Zimu's name, the two exchanged glances and silently sighed. They had never hoped that Tang Zimu could take the top score. Their greatest wish at the moment was to see Tang Zimu's name on the real-time score display board. Even if he were to be the last among 1,000 names. At least it would prove that Tang Zimu was still alive. The discussions among the crowd were quite loud and soon reached the ears of City Lord Zhao Kaixian. Seeing the dejected crowd, Zhao Kaixian knew that the atmosphere was not good, so he spoke to the crowd to change the subject. Seeing the dejected crowd, Zhao Kaixian knew that the atmosphere was not good, so he spoke to the crowd to. With the city lord taking the lead, the crowd's interest was piqued, and they began to express their opinions. I guess an average student can score 100 points now. I don't think it's that low. Didn't the students who left an hour ago all score 100 points? I guess it's 120 points. Those students who scored 100 did so by exhausting their stamina. They left the secret realm, right? I think the reliable students would score around 100. Based on my statistics of score trends over the years, the scores achieved by average students in the first 3 hours make up 60 of the total score. After all, the spiritual beasts and scoring materials in the secret realm are limited. As time goes on, there are fewer scoring points, and the stamina consumed by students increases, making it impossible to continue scoring. So objectively speaking, at this time an average student would score around 120 points, while outstanding students who can enter the top 1,000 would at least score 150 points. His analysis was logical, and a significant portion of the onlookers agreed with his viewpoint. At the same time, others began to further analyze based on his perspective. So the top 100 students should have scored 200 points. Doesn't that mean the first place is? The first place should have around 230 or 40 points. Not just that, I think if they're good enough, they could break 250 points. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted out, "Is it possible for the first place to reach 300 points? Immediately the atmosphere became lively. 300 points. Do you think you're cheating? Everyone, the score display board has been installed and is currently loading data. You can watch it now. Upon hearing they could watch, the crowd's discussions immediately quieted down. All attention was eagerly directed to the display screen, waiting for the data to refresh. Without keeping everyone waiting, the score display screen at the bottom flashed, and a black name became clear. Fang Yiji, ranking 1000, score 153, region Yinyang City. Beautiful. The first to appear was a student from Yinyang City. The morale of those present surged, and their hearts began to race. Liu Xiaojing, ranking 999, score 154, region Yinshan City. Zhang Wei, ranking 998, score 154, region Yanyu City. The information on the display screen did not stop due to these minor interruptions and continued to refresh rapidly. Almost every second 4 or 5 students' information could be updated. Everyone stared at the screen, not daring to blink, afraid of missing someone they knew. The crowd occasionally cheered when a student from Yinyang City appeared on screen or when they recognized someone. In this interactive atmosphere, the display rankings quickly refreshed to the top 500, then the top 100, and eagerly arrived at the top 10. Here they come. We finally await the genius of the top 10. Qin Xiaoqiang, Bei Manman, and Xiao Yangzhou. We still have 3 students from Yinyang City who captured high-quality spiritual beasts whose names haven't appeared. They must be among the top 10. Competing across the entire flame domain, if we occupy 3 places in the top 10, then Yinyang City will be phenomenal. As the crowd eagerly watched, the information for the 10th position gradually solidified. Bei Manman, ranking 10, score 216, region Yinyang City. Beautiful, it truly is one of ours from Yinyang City. Awesome. This girl is the school beauty from Yinyang No. 2 High School, and this year Yinyang No. 2 has performed quite well. The appearance of Bei Manman was a great start, drawing everyone's curiosity to the edge. Everyone was looking forward to the performance of the remaining 2 seed players. However, the rankings had been refreshed to 4th place, yet no more students from Yinyang City appeared. No way did we occupy 2 of the top 3 this time. It's quite possible. The 4th place is that genius from Yinshan City, who captured an 8-star quality spiritual beast. Doesn't that leave only that genius from Yinmo City to compete? The crowd began to envision certain possibilities, each one bubbling with excitement. Even the usually composed city lord Zhao Kaixuan's breathing grew heavy. MOU ranking 3-237, region, Yan Mo City. A sudden shout broke the silence. Holy hell. Tang Zimu is astonishing. The exclamation shattered the hush, and those still in a daze instinctively echoed it. The area erupted with repeated cries of holy hell and incredible. First place is Tang Zimu. How could that be? Doesn't he lack a spirit beast? How did he take first place? By scavenging materials for points. Man, pinch me. The crowd took a long moment to recover and shouted in disbelief. Before the market-like clamor lasted long, a low, composed voice reached everyone's ears. Have you, perhaps, not looked at his score yet? Scores. Because Tang Zimu's first-place result was so staggering, everyone had reflexively overlooked the score. After someone pointed it out, they all turned to Tang Zimu's score. Upon seeing it, they realized their initial shock had been premature. 500 points. Many, upon seeing this outrageous number, lost control of their features and wore expressions of bewilderment. Those most concerned, Principal Wang Jiaoyang and homeroom teacher Fan Shi, went weak in the knees and had to support one another to avoid collapsing. The upper-level lounge fared no better. City Lord Zhao Kaixuan, a hardened man who had fought his way through the carnage of beast tides, staggered back and sank into his chair. Captain Wei Qiang, who had traveled across much of the Dragon Kingdom and seen countless spectacles, reeled and had to grip the railing to steady himself. The deputy city lords and others reacted with the same stunned horror as those below. This is impossible. The scoreboard must still be in testing. It's a bug, a malfunction. Many in the crowd, recovering from shock, immediately voiced doubts. The remark snapped people back to reality. Those still stunned seized on the explanation and shouted in agreement. Yes, Tang Zimu couldn't possibly be first. It's definitely a display bug. It frightened me. Full marks in 3 hours. Must be a bug. Right, the leaderboard is still being tested. Glitches are to be expected. It was not that those present refused to believe Tang Zimu. Rather, the claim had no credibility. A person without a tamed beast obtaining full marks in the mystic realm in 3 hours. The notion was so outrageous that speaking it aloud would invite ridicule. Who would believe such a thing? As doubt grew louder and the crowd grew more agitated, the accusation escalated from a display glitch to claims that Tang Zimu had hacked or cheated. I don't think it's a mere display bug. Maybe Tang Zimu cheated. No wonder he joined the trial. He must have found an exploit and pumped himself to first place. Sensing the situation slipping out of control, Zhao Kaixuan rose to restore order. Everyone remained calm. We'll investigate whether Tang Zimu's ranking and score are genuine. He turned to Wei Qiang and asked if the display could be checked for bugs. Wei Qiang, taking the matter seriously, nodded at once. Ill-run diagnostics. He approached the display and began a meticulous inspection. At the same time, Wei Yongwa, head of the Beast-Taming Alliance's Yinyang branch, stepped forward with a grave expression. The entrance examination Mystic Realm our branch helped construct has the means to verify whether exam scores are authentic. He'll return immediately to perform the check. With that, he summoned his beast, the light-winged griffin, and rode it straight back toward the branch building. Time passed second by second. Everyone present fell silent, anxiously awaiting the verification results from both parties. Some hoped for the truth, others waited to expose Tang Zimu. A small number, however, allowed themselves to wonder if the matter might actually be real. After repeated checks, Wei Qiang looked up at the assembly and declared firmly that the display had not malfunctioned. Of that he was certain. A roar of astonishment swept the venue. If the display had no bug, then Tang Zimu must have cheated. Why would a student without a tamed beast do something so foolish? Zhao Kaixuan still found it hard to believe Tang Zimu capable of such deceit, so he pinned his hopes on Wei Yongwa's verification. Wei Yongwa did not keep them waiting long. In less than 2 minutes, the light-winged griffin arrived racing across the sky. When it landed, a few people hurried forward to escort him down. At that moment, the crowd noticed Wei Yongwa's unsteady step and dazed expression, as if he had not recovered from something he had witnessed. Could it be that Tang Zimu really? Seeing Wei Yongwa's condition, many felt a chill foreboding swell in their hearts. But the next second, Wei Yongwa spoke words that left everyone baffled. We've all been mistaken. Mistaken about what? Tang Zimu didn't cheat. I just ran a verification on Tang Zimu's score. There is absolutely no problem. Not only that, the time he achieved full marks was not 3 hours. It was 2 hours. Minister Wei, are you sure you know what you're saying? With both authorities vouching, the event's authenticity could no longer be doubted, yet the witnesses still found it hard to accept. They made up their minds. Today they would do nothing but wait near the teleportation array until Tang Zimu emerged. If it killed them, they wanted to see how a beastless student had achieved full marks. Deep in the entrance examination mystic realm, within a thicket, Tang Zimu stared thoughtfully at the 20 divine tier attribute points that had just appeared on his panel. A debut reward granted by universal adulation, he mused. At this stage, the only thing that could inspire such mass reverence from me is a perfect score in the live combat trial. He recalled that Fanshur had once mentioned in class that a display capable of showing live combat trial scores in real time had been developed. So it is likely my score appeared on the leaderboard, which explains the sudden adulation. In a moment, Tang Zimu pieced the situation together. Sure enough, he was simply too exceptional and had instantly drawn the crowd's admiration. Now he faced a new problem: how to provide a legitimate explanation for obtaining full marks in 2 hours. Simple. Blame the creature in front of me. Tang Zimu glanced at the rogue monkey that had lain down again and tightened the beast-taming ring at his waist. Having tamed a tensteraptid top-tier spirit beast sweeping the mystic realm sounded perfectly reasonable. It seemed he had gained yet another justification for capturing the rogue monkey. As for how to catch it, he had meant to devise a meticulous plan. But with 20 divine tier attribute points in hand, what plan was necessary? He would simply charge in. He'll give this rogue monkey a shock of human constitution. With that thought, Tang Zimu opened his attribute panel and allocated all 20 divine tier points. When allocating attribute points for the first time, Tang Zimu primarily focused on strength. It's simple, having a bit of strength to use as if it were 2 points with the overturning mountains and sea skill makes adding strength the most cost-effective choice. However, just because it is cost-effective does not mean it is the most suitable. After experiencing various battles with spirit beasts during this time, Tang Zimu has gained a new understanding of combat. No matter how strong the power is, if other aspects do not keep up, one cannot exert their maximum combat strength. For example, when facing off against the leader of the Soundwave Wolf. Clearly a character that Tang Zimu could defeat with a single punch, yet the opponent managed to delay him for a while through agility. Thus this time Tang Zimu chose to allocate 10 points of divine level attribute points to agility, compensating for his speed shortcomings. The remaining 10 points were evenly split between strength and stamina. At this point his attribute panel displayed strength 50, spirit 15, stamina 19, agility 26, physical defense 10, magic defense 10. With 5 points of strength doubling, Tang Zimu's strength reached a terrifying 50 points. With an agility of 26 points, his current attributes completely overwhelmed even the fully qualified bully monkey. Having quickly adapted to his enhanced body, Tang Zimu no longer concealed himself in the bushes, but stood up and boldly walked towards the direction of the bully monkey. Since Tang Zimu did not hide his movements at all, the 5 bully monkeys quickly heard his approach, and upon seeing that only one person was approaching, the eyes of the monkeys flashed with surprise. In the genetic lineage of the bully monkeys, unless there was a large-scale encirclement, most spirit beasts would instinctively flee upon seeing them. The timid ones would even drop to the ground, unable to move. Finding someone as headstrong as Tang Zimu walking over was something that could not be encountered even with a lantern. The bully monkeys immediately became interested. Yikes! Yikes! The 2 smaller bully monkeys who had been cowering in the trees seemed pitiful, yet in an instant their true nature was revealed. One stood up baring its teeth, snarling mockingly, and continuously provoked Tang Zimu. The other one picked a fruit from a tree and threw it fiercely at Tang Zimu. During this process, the fully qualified bully monkey leaned against a tree, watching coldly and remaining motionless. Smack! Tang Zimu quickly caught the fruit, squeezing it gently until it was crushed into pulp. He looked at the 2 small bully monkeys with icy eyes. Unlike the spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion, which had been domesticated by humans for a long time, wild spirit beasts that retained their ferocity would only recognize a master if they were particularly compatible, and the best way to subdue them was by fighting. Either knock them out and force them to submit, or beat them until they kneel and beg for mercy, willing to. In the process of fighting, the harsher, more brutal, and bloodier the fight, the faster the opponent would submit, and they would be much easier to control than those forcibly subdued. This is the obedience to the strong that lies deep within most spirit beasts. Therefore Tang Zimu did not draw his sword. As fully qualified spirit beasts, their innate pride as kings of their kind was sky-high. He aimed to use the most violent and bloody means to shatter the pride of this fully qualified bully monkey. Whoosh! With a stomp he propelled himself. With 50 points of strength and 26 points of agility, working together, Tang Zimu leaped high into the air. His body twisted and he landed on the thick branch where the 2 small bully monkeys were. Due to his incredible speed, the 2 small bully monkeys did not react in time. Without a hint of hesitation, Tang Zimu's fist shot out like a cannonball. With a loud bang, one small bully monkey's head was smashed open. As blood splattered, the headless corpse of the small bully monkey fell to the ground from the tree. Immediately after, Tang Zimu delivered a whip kick to the waist of the other small bully monkey. The terrifying force tore its body into 2 pieces before it even had a chance to fly away. Thud! The remaining upper half of the small bully monkey did not die immediately. After crashing to the ground, it twisted its remaining upper body, letting out a piercing scream of yikes. Yikes! Such a bloody instant kill. Upon witnessing this brutal scene, the remaining 3 bully monkeys reacted differently. The 2 bully monkeys standing nearby, fully aware of their similar strength to the small bully monkey, panicked and fled without hesitation. However, as a king, the bully monkey had its own regal pride. Not only did it not flee, but it also picked up a stick nearby, standing defiantly, blocking the way to buy time for its 2 subordinates to escape. Want to delay time? Then I will kill all your subordinates, ensuring you do not get your wish. Tang Zimu dodged, swiftly weaving through the trees. In the face of absolute agility, all actions were futile. In just a few steps, he bypassed the fully qualified bully monkey and caught up with the 2 fleeing individuals. Then, the fully qualified bully monkey witnessed the gruesome scene of its last 2 subordinates being slaughtered on the spot. Yikes! Yikes! The fully qualified bully monkey felt unprecedented provocation and endless rage surging within. Its originally dark eyes glowed with red light as it swung its stick towards Tang Zimu. It was clear to see that the stick was covered with a layer of black sheen. This was a manifestation of a spirit beast attaching its skills to a weapon. This time Tang Zimu did not evade. He clenched his fists, leaped forward, and actively engaged the bully monkey. With a loud bang, the wooden stick and Tang Zimu's fist collided, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Crack! The gap between 50 points of strength and 35 points of strength was a chasm that no single skill could bridge. It did not even last half a second before the stick was smashed into 2 pieces by Tang Zimu's fist. The bully monkey behind it was also knocked to the ground by the tremendous force transmitted through the stick. The fallen bully monkey did not quickly get back up. It stared blankly at the half of the wooden stick it held, disbelief filling its eyes. Its best weapon, the strike it was most proud of, was completely shattered by the opponent's direct blow. This undoubtedly dealt an unprecedented blow to its confidence. Smack! Tang Zimu did not give the bully monkey time to react, kicking the half of the wooden stick from its hand. He then locked the throat of the unprepared bully monkey and lifted it up with one hand. Yikes! Yikes! The lifted bully monkey screeched, anxiously writhing and struggling, trying to scratch Tang Zimu with its arms and claws. Tang Zimu was not lenient. Raising his right hand, he slapped the bully monkey's face. Smack! Even without using his full strength, it was not something the bully monkey could withstand. With a single slap, the bully monkey's screams abruptly ceased, half of its face swelling visibly. Do you surrender? Tang Zimu shook the bully monkey by the neck, and with an expression as calm as a still pond spoke lightly before raising his hand again. The rogue monkey could not comprehend what Tang Zimu was saying. Of course, even if it understood, it would never submit. It was destined to be the future king of the rogue monkey race. A king would absolutely not bow down. The rogue monkey resisted even more fiercely, its sharp claws flailing wildly, its legs kicking out, its body trembling as if shaken by a sieve. With a loud slap, Tang Zimu struck its face again. The other half of the rogue monkey's face followed suit and began to swell. Do you submit? He continued. The 2 slaps had made the rogue monkey's eyes sparkle with stars, further igniting its ferocity. Feeling humiliated, it even twisted its body like a pretzel, trying its utmost to break free from Tang Zimu's grip on its throat. This time Tang Zimu raised his palm even higher than before. With a forceful swing, he struck the rogue monkey's left cheek, and in a quick motion pulled back his hand to slap its right cheek again. Smack! Smack! The 2 crisp slaps rang out like firecrackers, leaving the rogue monkey momentarily dazed. The hostility in its eyes dissipated slightly. Do you submit? Tang Zimu repeated his question. However, before the rogue monkey could respond, his palm struck out once more. Once again, 2 precise and elegant slaps echoed. Smack! Smack! Do you submit? Smack! Smack! Do you submit? Tang Zimu's palm turned into a blur, his words firing rapidly like a machine gun. After dozens of slaps, the rogue monkey's originally proud face was reduced to an utterly swollen state. Its pair of deep black eyes, now squeezed by swollen cheeks, no longer bore the original arrogant and unruly expression. Instead, they revealed an increasingly naive and foolish look reminiscent of a university student from Blue Star. A closer look might even reveal a hint of grievance in its gaze. Do you submit? Tang Zimu raised his hand once more. The rogue monkey, filled with fear, twisted its neck, desperately managing to squeeze out a few whimpers of surrender. Eek! 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 It submitted. Completely submitted. How much is a king's dignity worth? Could it withstand such relentless slaps? Oh, my apologies, I forgot to mention that I was holding your throat, so you can't make any sound. Tang Zimu glanced at the rogue monkey's tightly gripped throat and, slightly loosening his hold, feigned a sudden realization. Of course it was intentional. How could he make the rogue monkey obedient without first beating it into submission? But the rogue monkey had no idea. Feeling the slight loosening of its throat, it gasped for air like someone on the verge of suffocation, desperately trying to breathe in fresh air. After finally recovering, it looked gratefully at Tang Zimu, not daring to resist in the slightest, letting out an obviously plaintive cry. Eek! Tang Zimu knew this was a classic sign of submission from the rogue monkey's race. Very good. The slaps had shattered the rogue's spirit, now it wanted to follow him. Finally, he had beaten this fellow into submission. However, Tang Zimu was not done yet. Cautiously, he wanted to test this creature further. Tang Zimu pulled out the beast control ring from his waist, waved it in front of the rogue monkey, and then dropped it on the ground beside him. He then released his hold, letting the rogue monkey fall, and pointed at the beast control ring on the ground. Pick up the beast control ring, pick up the beast control ring. By rights, the rogue monkey, being a wild spirit beast thrown directly into the secret realm, wouldn't understand how to use the beast control ring or human language. However, whether human or spirit beast, when facing life and death, they often exhibit remarkable intelligence. The rogue monkey seemed to understand Tang Zimu's intent. Cautiously, it picked up the beast control ring, pulled it apart, and fitted it around its neck. The moment it was worn, the ring emitted a soft white glow that penetrated deep into its neck. Since there was no struggle, the white light easily completed its task. With a crisp pop, the beast control ring snapped shut on both sides. The rogue monkey was startled. It wasn't afraid of what the beast control ring might do to it, or rather the sound of the pop reminded it of the terror of the relentless slaps it had just endured. Tang Zimu paid no mind to the rogue monkey's reaction. At the moment the beast control ring closed, he had already closed his eyes, striving to sense any changes in his spiritual aspect. Unfortunately, there were no changes. This confirmed that his previous conjecture was correct. His body, coming from Blue Star, indeed lacked the special abilities of humans from the spirit beast realm. Even though he had locked the beast with the beast control ring, he still had no way to communicate mentally with the beast. So strictly speaking, he had not truly subdued the rogue monkey. He had merely locked it with the beast control ring, making it an owner-bound spirit beast that could not be tamed by others. Alright then. Tang Zimu did not feel disheartened as he had anticipated this outcome. Moreover, he had already thought of a way to manipulate spirit beasts without spiritual communication. That was the Blue Star dog training method. On Blue Star, humans had no way to communicate mentally with pets like cats and dogs, yet many people managed to train their pets to be very obedient. As long as he provided long-term training through commands and muscle memory, he could hope to achieve quick commands with spirit beasts. As for the crucial mental communication between beast masters and their beasts, mental communication is powerful because it is barrier-free and instantaneous. Essentially, when a beast master thinks, the spirit beast responds accordingly, and the beast master instantly knows the state of the beast. Tang Zimu truly could not achieve this with his spirit beast. However, he also had his unique advantage. That was lightning-fast reactions. Currently, the strongest beast masters in the entire spirit beast realm only possess the reaction speed of a human's limits. Tang Zimu was different. He was a humanoid spirit beast. Other people couldn't match his reaction speed, not even the spirit beasts. As long as Tang Zimu could issue commands before others reacted, and let the trained spirit beasts instinctively attack, then others' advantage of mental communication could be infinitely narrowed down to the point of nearly non-existent. By then, who could still say he was not a beast master? This was the alternative beast mastery method that Tang Zimu had devised. Come here, come here. Opening his eyes, Tang Zimu looked at the rogue monkey squatting on the ground, afraid to move, and pointed to the ground in front of him. The rogue monkey immediately moved, reaching the designated spot before squatting down again. Tang Zimu nodded in satisfaction. Look at that, it truly was the king of the rogue monkeys. And this was just the beginning of the training. It had already understood basic gestures and commands. Tang Zimu placed his palm on the rogue monkey's head, rubbing its soft golden fur, and said, "Now that I've tamed you, it's time to give you a name. What should I name you?" The rogue macaque crouched motionless on the spot. Tang Zimu scrutinized it thoroughly from head to toe, then fell into quiet contemplation. You possess perfect innate aptitude, the natural sovereign of your kind, possessing formidable strength, an imposing human-like stature, and a magnificent coat of gleaming golden fur. So henceforth you shall be called Lao He. Tang Zimu finally settled upon a name for the rogue macaque, Lao He. He repeated the name twice under his breath, deeply satisfied with his own naming prowess. How splendid it sounded. On Blue Star, such a name instantly evoked humanity's most loyal and amiable companion. Lao He at first had no notion that its name had been so hastily ordained. Yet after Tang Zimu repeatedly issued commands using the name Lao He, the macaque gradually realized this was its own designation, and immediately responded with cries of acknowledgement. E. E. Though Tang Zimu could not comprehend primate speech, he assumed Lao Hei's cries expressed approval, and smiled warmly. With the naming complete, Lao Hei was now irrevocably bound as his spirit beast. Tang Zimu rubbed his palms together and opened Lao Hei's attribute panel, eager to see if any changes had manifested. Name: Rogue Macaque, 10-star aptitude in attribute, evil level 5, in innate talent, evil, overflowing J-tier talent. Whenever any evil type skill is employed, there is a 20 chance to inflict fear upon the target. Attacks against fear-stricken targets deal an additional 30 damage. Base attributes: in strength 35, in spirit 15, in vitality 20, in agility 20, in physical defense 20, in magic defense 20, in skills. In gruesome grin, evil type control skill. Terrifies the foe with a sinister smile, inflicting fear with a 50 chance. Wicked barrage, evil type physical skill. Deals damage equal to 40 of strength in 2 consecutive strikes. When targeting a fear-stricken opponent, an additional strike is triggered. Despairing torment, evil type physical skill. Delivers brutal sadistic assault, dealing damage equal to 80 of strength with a 10 chance to induce fear. Lao Hei's attribute panel remained unchanged from before, save for one distinction: skills previously listed only by name now bore detailed descriptions. Did one need to equip a spirit beast ring or engage in combat to unlock full skill details? Tang Zimu lacked sufficient data to verify either hypothesis, so he dismissed the question without further thought. Instead, he turned his attention intently to Lao Hei's skills, and only then did he grasp why perfect aptitude spirit beasts were born sovereigns of their species. Other rogue macaques he'd observed earlier possessed merely 2 mundane skills. Yet Lao Hei not only excelled across all base attributes, but also wielded talents and abilities perfectly harmonized with its nature. Gruesome Grin, though seemingly ordinary with its 50 success rate, became far more potent when synergized with its innate talent, raising the cumulative fear induction probability to 70. In actual combat, that was already exceptionally high. As for Wicked Barrage and Despairing Torment, their superiority required no elaboration. The former's multi-strike sequence allowed each hit to independently trigger fear, and upon success granted yet another strike. The latter delivered tremendous raw power, and still carried a 30 chance to impose fear. To claim these 3 skills were tailor-made for its talent would be stating nothing but absolute truth. Only someone like himself, whose raw attributes utterly overwhelmed Lao Hei, could defeat it effortlessly. Against peers of equal level, few spirit beasts could hope to stand against it. This reflection led Tang Zimu to recall Jingdu University's nationally renowned opening ceremony. I hear the opening ceremony pits freshmen against one another in arena duels. If I send Lao Hei onto that stage, wouldn't that amount to sheer bullying? Then again, the rewards are exceedingly generous. Ahem. In that case, never mind. After all, it's not me who'll be bullied. A gentle tug at his sleeve drew Tang Zimu back to reality. He glanced sideways to find Lao Hei delicately tugging at his sleeve. E. Upon meeting Tang Zimu's gaze, it first pointed emphatically at itself, then gestured toward a distant direction. It must wish to lead me somewhere. Tang Zimu interpreted its expression and deduced its intent. He gestured for Lao Hei to take the lead, and followed without hesitation, trusting it implicitly. One function of the Spirit Beast Ring was to imprint a mental bond upon the Spirit Beast during its formal subjugation. This mental imprint did not grant absolute control, nor compel suicidal or self-destructive. Rather, it instilled fundamental protective imperatives. The Spirit Beast could never harm its master, would prioritize its master's safety above all else, and would strive diligently to obey commands. Otherwise, forcibly subdued Spirit Beasts, once they turned traitor, could easily slay their masters in an instant. Guided by Lao Hei, Tang Zimu soon reached the edge of the black crystal fruit banana grove. Gazing upon a large hollow carved deep within a withered tree trunk, enlightenment dawned. This must be where Lao Hei and the other rogue macaques had stashed their treasures. They had been imprisoned within the Gaokao secret realm for some time. With their overwhelming dominance over other spirit beasts, and their notoriously cruel, marauding temperament, it was hardly surprising they had amassed a vast trove of rare artifacts through plunder and collection. Alas, Tang Zimu held little personal interest in these hoarded items. This was the Gaokao secret realm. Upon departure, only one spirit beast could be taken, all else would remain behind. No matter how precious those treasures could only be admired from afar. Still, you truly delight me, you monkey. Tang Zimu patted Lao Hei's head, his voice thick with heartfelt satisfaction. Voluntarily offering one's most treasured possessions to its master was the quintessential sign of spirit beast submission. Clearly, having donned the Spirit Beast Ring, Lao Hei now regarded him unreservedly as its sovereign. Such sincere devotion could not be declined. Tang Zimu refused to dampen Lao Hei's enthusiasm on its very first act of tribute. So he knelt beside the hollow and began sifting through the piled-up relics. Indeed, a pang of sorrow struck him. Many items within were undeniably priceless. Several rare materials alone could fetch enough to purchase a modest apartment in Yinyang City, leaving Tang Zimu gazing longingly, heart aching with envy. Yet he could only indulge in the tactile thrill, no more. Money. Pure money. White, gleaming banknotes slipping helplessly through my fingers. The more he handled them, the sharper his anguish grew. Wait, what is this? After clearing away the topmost layer of objects, his eyes instantly locked onto something strikingly conspicuous nestled deeper within the pile. His pupils flared with sudden brilliance. Hastily, he retrieved the fist-sized object and examined it closely, cross-referencing every detail against his memory. Translucent, gelatinous appearance, pale yellow hue, faint lavender fragrance. The object held in Tang Zimu's hands is called pure holy essence, a substance brewed from the body of the extremely rare spirit beast known as Azure Waterstone Spirit. It takes a decade for a single Azure Waterstone Spirit to produce a piece of pure holy essence the size of a thumb. If the previous rare items were worth the price of a small apartment in Yinyang City, this is a whole different level. The thumb-sized pure holy essence is equivalent to the price of a villa located in the center of Yinyang City. Yet the pure holy essence that Tang Zimu holds now is the size of a fist. He couldn't even begin to imagine how high its value could be. Simultaneously, he found it perplexing that the person who constructed this secret realm would be willing to place such a precious item within the college entrance examination secret realm. When did the Beast Tamer Alliance become so generous? Tang Zimu pondered, feeling that the most likely scenario is that a spirit beast had hidden it within a pocket-like place in its body, inadvertently bringing it along during a mass release. But none of that matters. What's important is that Tang Zimu has accepted the offering from Old Black and now holds this priceless pure holy essence in his hands. What? Is it said that this item is so precious it can't be taken out? Tang Zimu knows better. What truly excites him is that he can use this item right now. Beast tamers have long discovered that pure holy essence not only enhances the defensive capabilities of a spirit beast's skin, but can also benefit humans, making their bodies cleaner, healthier, and providing a slight effect of prolonging life. Prolonging life. Even if it's just a little, it's an extreme temptation. With the frenzy of the wealthy, pure holy essence has been swept off the market, causing its price to soar dramatically. Since it can't be taken out anyway, it can't be left behind for others to benefit from it. Tang Zimu carefully cradled the pure holy essence and took another look through the pile of treasures. After confirming that there were no other items left behind, he turned around and headed straight for the small stream that Old Black was approaching. To maximize the effects of the pure holy essence, he needed to find a specialized beast tamer who could concoct it with various precious materials, ultimately refining it into an ointment. Tang Zimu certainly did not have such conditions right now, so he decided to apply the pure holy essence directly onto his body for absorption. Although this was a waste, it was still better than leaving it behind and handing it over to someone else. Arriving by the stream, Tang Zimu patted Old Black on the shoulder and pointed around. Keep watch. If anything comes, chase it away. Old Black seemed to understand Tang Zimu's gestures. It puffed out its chest and began to vigilantly scan the surroundings. The expression was as if to say it would certainly complete the task. Tang Zimu gave a thumbs up. It was truly insightful. Training it later should not take too much effort. With Old Black on guard, Tang Zimu confidently stripped off his clothes. After squeezing the pure holy essence into a thick gel, he applied it all over his body. As soon as the essence touched his skin, a refreshing energy surged from within. Tang Zimu felt every pore in his body open wide, absorbing the energy frantically. Meanwhile, some dark substances within him began to expel. I get it now. This is akin to the bone cleansing in martial arts novels. Tang Zimu provided a relatively reasonable description. However, to say that the pure holy essence had the effect of cleansing bones was somewhat exaggerated. In reality, it was merely expelling some toxins accumulated in the pores of his skin. So refreshing. Tang Zimu felt utterly comfortable leaning against a tree to relish the sensation. Nevertheless, he was also a decent person and did not forget the greatest contributor this time, Old Black. He turned around to look at Old Black, who was still alertly watching the surroundings, and called its name. Then he pulled out a divine-level spirit beast feed from the reward storage box. As the saying goes, give a stick to get a sweet date. Old Black had been obedient and had provided offerings. Such performance deserved a proper reward. He wanted to prove to Old Black that following the master means enjoying a good life. Upon hearing Tang Zimu's call, Old Black trotted over eagerly. As soon as it got close, it noticed the divine-level spirit beast feed in Tang Zimu's palm, which was a small round ball. It twitched its nose, and its previously dark eyes sparkled with unprecedented light. Eek, eek, eek. Old Black struggled to swallow, excitedly squatting beside Tang Zimu, staring intently at the small round ball, its face displaying a fawning expression. Indeed, it was fawning. Tang Zimu had just witnessed the rogue monkey's rebellious demeanor akin to a street punk, and also saw its pitiful and heartbroken expression after being beaten. This was the first time he had seen a fawning expression on a monkey's face. Well, one couldn't even call it a monkey's face. Old Black's face was swollen like a pig's head combined with its fawning expression, creating an indescribably comical sight. Trying to suppress his laughter, Tang Zimu shook the small round ball. Old Black's eyes immediately followed the movement of Tang Zimu's hand, not daring to blink for even a second. Wait, big brother, aren't you a fully qualified rogue monkey? Where's your rebellious spirit? Where's your unyielding, kingly demeanor? Is this divine-level spirit beast feed really that attractive? Tang Zimu was quite astonished. He had eaten the feed and admitted that it was indeed the best thing he had tasted so far, with a perfect combination of color, aroma, and flavor. But to say it would make him act or express himself like Old Black just for this food, that was certainly not the case. Look at that. Old Black's mouth was drooling uncontrollably. Damn, you're about to drool all over my clothes. Tang Zimu quickly gave Old Black a light smack on the head, successfully tilting its head before the drool could fall, thus avoiding a disaster. Old Black took a couple of steps to steady itself, casting a wronged glance at Tang Zimu. It quickly returned its gaze to the divine-level spirit beast feed. If you want to eat, no problem. But you must remember this taste, remember this feeling. If you perform well in the future, this thing will be rewarded to you again. Tang Zimu could no longer withstand Old Black's eager eyes. He actively handed over the divine-level spirit beast feed, all the while reminding it earnestly. Old Black could not comprehend what Tang Zimu was saying. Its mind was solely focused on the small round ball. As soon as it received the small round ball from Tang Zimu's hands, Old Black eagerly stuffed it into its mouth. After a gentle chew, its swollen face completely relaxed. Its parallelogram-shaped eyes blissfully squinted into a thin line, and its squatting body involuntarily swayed. This reminded Tang Zimu of the term from Blue Star, deliciously wiggly. A golden monkey the size of an adult male happily wiggling. How bizarre. Wait, why does this scene feel so strange? Is this divine-level spirit beast feed really a serious thing? Why does it feel like catnip? Why didn't I feel this way when I ate it? Tang Zimu fell into deep self-doubt. By this time, some time had passed since he applied the pure holy essence. Tang Zimu noticed that the energy coming from the pure holy essence was diminishing. He stood up, ready to wait a little longer before jumping into the stream to wash it off. As he stood up, Tang Zimu caught a glimpse of the panel he had forgotten to close when he retrieved the divine-level spirit beast feed. Looking at the attributes displayed, he suddenly exclaimed the classic phrase of the Dragon Kingdom. Damn. Basic attributes: Strength 50, Spirit 15, Stamina 20, Agility 26, Physical Defense 15, Magic Defense 12. Whether this is due to inheriting the original owner's memories or an increase in mental strength is uncertain. After crossing into the Beastmaster realm, Tang Zimu's memory became exceptionally good. Even if it wasn't as exaggerated as photographic memory, he could remember things after just glancing at them a couple of times. In his memory, after allocating the divine-level attribute points, his stamina was 19, physical defense was 10, and magic defense was also 10. And now, his stamina has increased by 1 point, magic defense by 2 points, and physical defense has shockingly increased by 5 points, totaling an impressive increase of 8 attribute points. This surely cannot be a mistake on his part. According to the records, humans using the purifying holy essence only gain effects of cleansing themselves, maintaining health, and a slight increase in longevity. Only when spirit beasts use it does it significantly enhance their physical defense attributes with a minor boost to stamina and magic defense. Oh right, I am a humanoid spirit beast. Then it's nothing to worry about. Tang Zimu looked down at the dried-up holy essence and suddenly understood. His physique differs from that of spirit beasts, making it reasonable for some materials to have varying effects. Soon Tang Zimu thought of something even more significant. In the spirit beast realm, there are numerous materials that can enhance spirit beast attributes. Since the purifying holy essence is effective, other materials might not all be effective, but at least a large portion should work. Now he was truly on the path to greatness. In the future, he could not only use the rewards from the divine-level Beastmaster system, but also various materials from the spirit beast realm to enhance his physical body. With both methods combined, his strength would soar at an unprecedented rate. Tang Zimu's fighting spirit ignited instantly. He lifted his leg and walked, ready to continue scavenging the college entrance examination secret realm to see if there were any other overlooked treasures. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Tang Zimu remembered that he was no longer alone. He had a spirit beast. He turned his head to look at Old Black. At that moment, Old Black was squatting on the ground, hands clasped, eyes closed, and his mouth was smacking. It seemed he was savoring the flavor of the divine-level spirit beast food. Old Black, why are you still savoring it? Tang Zimu was filled with irritation and walked over to give him a light kick, finally waking Old Black up. Seeing Tang Zimu's angry face, Old Black hurriedly stood up and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. You know the area around the forest so well, you must know where to find some good stuff, right? Lead me to it. As he spoke, Tang Zimu gestured to help Old Black understand his meaning. Fortunately, Old Black looked silly when eating, but his intelligence was still up to par most of the time. After Tang Zimu gestured several times, Old Black successfully grasped the idea. Hey! Old Black puffed out his chest and trotted ahead of Tang Zimu, eagerly leading the way. His demeanor was vastly different from the unruly attitude before submission, and even the submissiveness after capture was somewhat different. In summary, it could be described in 3 words, showing servility. Indeed, a king will never be a slave unless provided with food and shelter. Having tasted divine-level spirit beast food, Old Black now completely followed Tang Zimu, eager to please. Near the teleportation array in Yinyang City, the sky was dark. It was already 8 p.m. and 12 hours had passed since the opening of the college entrance examination secret realm. At this late hour, the usually sparsely populated area around the teleportation array was now crowded with people, a sea of black heads. The square, which could originally accommodate 100 to 200 people, was already packed. Those who arrived later had no choice but to squat or cling to nearby taller buildings to observe the situation within the teleportation array. Some who couldn't find a place called upon their flying spirit beasts, preferring to be in the wind rather than on the ground to get a better view. These people had rushed from all directions after hearing the news of Tang Zimu's perfect score 2 hours ago. There were not only people from various regions within Yinyang City, but also large groups arriving from nearby cities. They weren't questioning Tang Zimu's score. After all, his score had already been endorsed by both the capital and the Beastmaster Alliance. They simply wanted to see how Tang Zimu managed to achieve a perfect score in just 2 hours without a spirit beast. This was a situation that had never occurred in human history. In our Yin domain, a peerless genius had emerged, one whose ancestral grave had been struck by lightning and couldn't be extinguished no matter how many times it burned. There are still 4 hours left, the trial will end. You all say that Tang Zimu has already achieved a perfect score. Why hasn't he come out of the secret realm yet? Perhaps he wants to take this opportunity to study and adapt to the wild environment. The teacher Fan Shi recalled Tang Zimu's personality and explained, as the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, even the chicken and dog rise to the heavens. After the news of Tang Zimu's perfect score came out, both he and Principal Wang Jiaoyang saw their statuses rise dramatically. Zhao Kaixian directly sent someone to find the two from the crowd and arrange for them to have the best seats with the best view nearby. Based on Fan Shi's past experience during dinner later, he might not even dare to turn the table with the city lord present. Sai, why is my student so outstanding? Diligent. Yes, that's right. If he weren't diligent, Tang Zimu wouldn't have been able to achieve a perfect score in theoretical classes. After hearing Fan Shi's words, Zhao Kaixian nodded in agreement. He was about to continue asking Fan Shi about Tang Zimu's other circumstances when he saw the city guard's general drenched in sweat rush in. What's going on? Zhao Kaixian frowned and inquired. The city guard usually guarded the 4 walls outside the city and wouldn't appear here unless necessary. They're here. They have come. The city guard general swallowed hard, panting as he spoke. They? Zhao Kaixian stood up nervously. What could cause the city guard general to rush over? Could it be a tide of spirit beasts attacking? How is that even possible? According to the patterns of spirit beasts attacking, unless there were drastic changes in the living conditions of nearby spirit beasts, the tide would not appear for at least another 2 to 3 months. Seeing that the city lord had misunderstood, the city guard general quickly added, City Lord, it's the city lords from other cities coming. The city lords of Yinshan City, Yinyu City, Yin Mo City, and... In short, they all came. It's them. What are they doing here? Zhao Kaixian was momentarily stunned. City lords are crucial combat forces for guarding spirit beasts in each city and cannot move freely. Generally, only during extremely important meetings held by the Yin domain headquarters do the city lords gather. Why did they come here? Just then a burst of hearty laughter echoed, followed by a robust man clad in fiery red leather armor walking in. Behind the robust man followed several elegantly dressed individuals with impressive demeanor. Li Chong, why aren't you taking care of your Yin Mountain City? What brings you here? Zhao Kaishuan, having a good relationship with the burly man, immediately laughed and scolded. Li Chong was neither angry nor annoyed, smiling as he replied, Zhao Kaishuan, of course I'm here to take our city's Tang Zimu back. Li Daddy, you came to snatch people from me. Tang Zimu has lived in Yinyang City since birth. How could he possibly belong to your city? Zhao Kaishuan instantly became furious, pointing at Li Chong and scolding. Li Chong remained unmoved, spreading his hands and speaking with righteous confidence. I have already checked. Tang Zimu's mother's father's second aunt married into our Yin Mountain City. He has relevant blood ties, so naturally he belongs to our city. Zhao Kaishuan glanced at Li Chong, then looked at the few people who followed the burly man into the room. All of them were the city lords from the surrounding major cities, wearing the same confident expressions as the burly man. He suddenly realized and understood the intentions of the crowd, snorting disdainfully. Is this what you all think too? Several city lords also began to argue with equal confidence. Yes, Tang Zimu's father's grandfather once stayed in our Yanmo city for a month, so he belongs to our city. Tang Zimu's grandfather's neighbor moved to our Yanyu city. If he enters our city, he can rekindle neighborhood ties. Your connections are too distant. Tang Zimu's grandfather raised a wind-chasing wolf that had a night of romance with a female wind-chasing wolf in our city, leaving behind a litter of wolf cubs that are still in our city. The city lords present were doing everything they could to prove that Tang Zimu belonged to their respective cities. They even went so far as to say that a pair of shoes worn by Tang Zimu's ancestors had changed hands several times and ended up in their city, shocking everyone present. Many people from Yinyang City could hardly believe their eyes. It was their first time witnessing such a scene. One could only say that Tang Zimu was truly remarkable, able to make the high-ranking powers of a dragon nation so shamelessly fight over him. Zhao Kaishuan was overwhelmed by the noise, and his face turned red with anger. He slammed the table and shouted, Tang Zimu is a person of our Yinyang City. No amount of your arguments will change this fact. Others might fear Zhao Kaishuan, but Li Chong was not afraid at all and directly replied. Who says? After the college entrance examination, Tang Zimu's household registration can be decided by himself. When the time comes, he can go to whichever city he wants. If you can't keep people in Yinyang City, then don't stop him from coming to our Yin Mountain City. Understanding this, Zhao Kaishuan completely grasped the situation. It seemed that this group of people hurried over to offer high conditions to tempt Tang Zimu to change his household registration. Although this wouldn't change the ownership of Tang Zimu's college entrance examination results, it would be a considerable profit once he grew up. After all, in the Dragon Nation, the high-ranking powers who enjoy the Alliance's generous subsidies have the obligation to prioritize protecting their own city. Zhao Kaishuan narrowed his eyes and signaled to a deputy city lord beside him, then sat down. Alright, I want to see what conditions you can offer to make Tang Zimu leave. Seeing this situation, the other city lords stopped arguing, each smiling as they found chairs and sat down. Everyone turned their gaze back to the teleportation array. They were all eagerly waiting for Tang Zimu to. Even these high-ranking city lords wanted to see how this legendary figure managed to pass the college entrance examination secret realm in just 2 hours. At this moment, Tang Zimu had no idea that the several city lords outside were prepared with unimaginably generous conditions to fight for him. At this time, he and Lao He were engaged in a pincer attack in a narrow rocky path. Tang Zimu stood at the exit of the rocky path with his sword raised, while Lao He blocked the back with a long stick made from branches. Between them were 8 or 9 panicked Haolai pigs. Lao He, go! Seeing the right moment, Tang Zimu called out to Lao He and charged towards the group of Haolai pigs with his sword. Lao He was also unwilling to be outdone, swinging the long stick and striking out. The Haolai pigs squealed in distress. Faced with their dire situation, they were completely thrown into chaos, disregarding their formation and fleeing in all directions. The strength of the duo was the pinnacle in the entire college entrance examination secret realm. Together they had no rivals in the secret realm, let alone this group of weak Haolai pigs. The few pigs charging forward were stabbed and killed on the spot by Tang Zimu's sword. The pigs that charged backward were directly knocked unconscious by Lao He's heavy stick blows to the head. Swish, swish, swish. After quickly hunting down the few Haolai pigs in front of him, Tang Zimu approached the ones that Lao He had knocked unconscious. He deliberately let Lao He hold back, only knocking these Haolai pigs unconscious. The purpose was to validate a certain guess in his heart. Swish. Upon getting close, Tang Zimu swung his sword and killed a Haolai pig while silently counting in his heart. 99. Raising his sword again, Tang Zimu decisively stabbed at another Haolai pig nearby. The long sword pierced into the heart, and the still dizzy Haolai pig instantly stopped breathing. 100. At the moment Tang Zimu completed his count in his heart, a pleasant electronic synthesized voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast, Tang Zimu, for successfully killing a spirit beast, Haolai pig. Ding, congratulations to the host for consecutively killing 100 spirit beasts, earning 100 kills reward random item. Indeed, Tang Zimu clenched his fists. His guess had been confirmed. For every stage reached in the number of spirit beasts killed, a random reward would be given. Moreover, combining the experiences from the previous rewards, Tang Zimu finally had a rough idea of the reward logic of the God-level Beast Master system. The most generous rewards were of course the God-level ones. Currently, the God-level rewards Tang Zimu received aside from the initial beginner's gift pack were all obtained the first time he met certain conditions, activating prompts with first in the name. For example, the first time taming a beast, the first time killing a spirit beast, the first time earning the admiration of a crowd. And after achieving these conditions, a series of subsequent stage rewards would be unlocked. For example, killing 10 spirit beasts, 100 spirit beasts, and more in subsequent stages. The stage rewards were not as exaggerated as the God-level ones, but still extremely generous, also what Tang Zimu desired. So I now have two stage conditions to work towards. One is the number of spirit beasts I kill myself, the other is the number of people who admire me. Tang Zimu pondered for a moment, clarifying his direction of effort. Logically speaking, he should also have a stage reward for increasing the number of beasts he can tame. Unfortunately, he could only tame himself. Finally, I have a direction to work towards. This is much better than running around like a headless fly. As for the remaining unactivated conditions, it all depends on luck. With a goal in mind, Tang Zimu relaxed and directly swung his sword to slay the remaining Howlai pigs. It was at this moment that the result of the previous random item reward finally sounded in his ears. Ding! Random completion. Congratulations, the host has obtained the item Beast Tamer Orb, High Frequency. The Beast Tamer Orb. The item defined by the system refers to those that can act on tamed beasts. Tang Zimu understood now. He was not unfamiliar with the Beast Tamer Orb. Simply put, the Beast Tamer Orb is like the held items in Pokemon games which enhance certain abilities of the tamed beasts. However, unlike held items, the Beast Tamer Orb does not take effect just by being carried. It must be placed into the specially made orb hole on the Tamer Ring to activate. The Tamer Ring Tang Zimu used on Old Hei's neck is the lowest grade with only the most basic tamed beast abilities and no orb hole. The more advanced Tamer Rings available on the market may offer features like adjustable size, temperature control, and scent alteration, but still lack an orb hole. Tamer Rings that truly possess an orb hole are not available on the market. Each one is extremely valuable. This is because the craftsmanship required for creating the orb hole is exceptionally complex, and the materials used are very expensive. According to Tang Zimu's understanding, only a small number of high-ranking individuals in Yinyang City possess Tamer Rings with orb holes. Similarly, the Beast Tamer Orb is also a precious item that only a few can afford. It must be crafted with complex techniques to condense a portion of the unique material's power. Due to differences in materials and craftsmanship, the abilities and quality of Beast Tamer Orbs can vary greatly. Tang Zimu heard that for the same type, the effectiveness gap between different quality Beast Tamer Orbs could even reach nearly 10 times. However, he wasn't worried about the quality of the Beast Tamer Orb provided by the system. The rewards from the God-level Beast Tamer system have never been subpar. Tang Zimu immediately opened the reward storage box, eagerly checking this time's reward. Reward storage box Beast Tamer Orb. High frequency. After use, obtain a high-frequency Beast Tamer Orb. High-frequency ability introduction. Once the beast possesses it, the probability effect of all its abilities is increased by 5. The effect of this Beast Tamer Orb lives up to its name, capable of triggering effects at a higher frequency. If given to Old Hei, wouldn't it perfectly match its Emerald-level talent that adds a fear effect to all Dark-type skills? An 80 chance to trigger fear with an increased probability of successive hits. TSK. Tang Zimu never expected that one day the muscular Old Hei would transform from a berserker into a noble control-type warrior. A 5 probability, that's quite high. Based on Tang Zimu's understanding of the effects of the Beast Tamer, the amplification ratio of such a special effect reaching 5 proves that the quality of this Beast Tamer Orb has already reached the highest level currently achievable by humans. Perfect quality. Indeed, the saying system products are guaranteed to be high quality has even more weight now. However, Tang Zimu glanced at Old Hei, who was on alert with its staff nearby, and felt that his earlier plans had fallen through. Originally, he thought about selling the reward Beast Tamer Orb at a high price to buy the mink cashmere clothing he had been longing for. Unfortunately, the quality of this Beast Tamer Orb is so high. Ordinary wealthy individuals cannot afford it, and it can only be auctioned at high-end auction houses. Moreover, the auction cycle at high-end auction houses is long, making it impossible to get the money in a short time. Then forget about selling it, or I'll keep it for Old Hei since it fits so well with it. If I really want to sell it by the time I wait for the auction, I would have already gathered the money to buy the mink cashmere clothing. Tang Zimu decided to keep the Beast Tamer orb in the reward storage box. He turned to Old Hay and thought to himself, Old Hay, I've even kept this invaluable Beast Tamer orb for you. If you don't win a championship at the upcoming school ceremony, you owe me. Old Hay, holding the staff, looked around in confusion. For some reason it felt a chill run down its back, as if it had taken on an incredible burden. Oh wait. After dealing with the remaining 2 surviving giant boars, Tang Zimu was about to call Old Hay to continue hunting when he suddenly remembered something very important. Since I want to give the Beast Tamer orb to Old Hay, doesn't that mean I also need to get it a tamer ring with an orb hole? Damn it, where can I afford that thing? Temporarily setting aside the worry about where to get a tamer ring with an orb hole, Tang Zimu quickly got back to his hunting endeavor. Based on his estimates, his next target for hunting spirit beasts is likely to be a key number like 200 or 500. So why are we still hesitating? Let's get started. Logically speaking, at this point in time, the vast majority of spirit beasts in the secret realm would have been hunted down by other students, and the remaining spirit beasts would either be very powerful or good at hiding. However, no one can withstand Tang Zimu's ruthless method of digging 3 feet into the ground. They can't compete with the strength of the great demon king, nor can they hide from him. In the remaining 4 hours, Tang Zimu swept through the entire forest and charged into the plains, ultimately hunting down more than 60 remaining spirit beasts. Ding, ding, ding. After searching for more than 10 minutes, without finding any more spirit beasts, Tang Zimu heard the sound of beeping. He looked down at the scoring device on his wrist, tossed aside the long sword that had become dull, and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. This beeping sound is a prompt that occurs 3 minutes before the end of the practical test. It means that candidates should prepare and quickly find a suitable spot to be teleported back. If one is in battle or moving quickly and cannot teleport, then they can only call for a teacher to come to rescue. Tang Zimu naturally did not need to call for help. He called Old Hay, who was still searching for spirit beasts not far away, and the 2 of them found a stone to quietly wait for the teleportation. Taking advantage of the last moments, Tang Zimu silently calculated the gains from this college entrance examination secret realm. God-level spirit beast rations, 20 points of God-level attribute points, ice bullet barrage, Old Hay purifying holy essence beast tamer orb. Not counting it, but once counted he was shocked. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. No, 3 days on the east side of the river, 3 days on the west side. Do not underestimate the young and poor. In just this practical test, Tang Zimu's strength surged several times, and his value increased dozens of times. Now, even excluding his own strength comparable to spirit beasts with the fully qualified Old Hay, he could still become one of the top genius beast tamers in this world. So finally able to go back. Reflecting on the doubts and slanders he faced in the past 3 days since returning from the spirit beast house, along with the concern and worry of a small number of people, Tang Zimu felt curious. He wondered what expressions those people would show when they saw him return with Old Hay. Just as he was thinking, a golden light appeared beneath Tang Zimu's feet. The light quickly detected Old Hay beside him, who was wearing a tamer ring, completely enveloping both of them in its glow. Teleportation begins. In Yinyang City, near the teleportation array, as midnight approached, the anticipation of the crowd by the teleportation array grew stronger. Except for a small number waiting for their own children to return, the rest were all awaiting the return of Tang Zimu. The mystery of 2 hours to score 500 points that had puzzled them all day was about to be revealed. Time ticked away, and the onlookers by the teleportation array became increasingly animated. It's 11:59. Only 1 minute left. He's coming. Wake up, dear Tang Zimu is about to. Don't crowd me, though I was in the front row. The excitement among the crowd reached unprecedented heights, as everyone vied for the best vantage point. In the high-level rest area, several city lords from outside the city hurried to the railing. Each of them was eager, prepared to rush in to seize the opportunity. Zhao Kaixin did not immediately step forward. He glanced at a deputy city lord he had previously The deputy city lord nodded at him, turned sideways, and discreetly passed a ring and a bead to Zhao Kaixin, using his body for cover. Zhao Kaixin glanced at the ring and the bead, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes, but he quickly steeled himself. He tucked the items away and strode over to the other city lords, his gaze fixed on the real-time score display. At that moment, the top right of the score display showed the countdown for the college entrance exam trial. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the final countdown appeared, the previously noisy venue miraculously fell silent. Perhaps no one wanted to disturb the moment of impending miracle. And at the moment the countdown reached 0, a white light lit up the area of the teleportation array on time. The dozens of Yinyang City students who had persevered until the end of the college entrance exam secret realm were being teleported back. Swish! Among the eager gazes of the crowd, the first to dissipate from the many white lights was Qin Shaoqiang and his beast, the long leaf cat. At this moment, Qin Shaoqiang stood tall, arms crossed. Beside him, the long leaf cat, covered in blood, lifted its head proudly, its tail gently swaying behind it. Together, they struck a posture of defiance and elegance. As for why they chose that pose, in the college entrance exam secret realm, Qin Shaoqiang felt he was in excellent form and incredibly lucky today. Not only had he smoothly killed and found spirit beasts, but he also frequently stumbled upon high-scoring materials. Therefore, he sensed that he would undoubtedly emerge as the top student in the entire Yin region this year. The situation unfolded just as he predicted. Before midnight arrived, Qin Shaoqiang successfully killed the last spirit beast, achieving the terrifying score of 420. This score was even higher than the top score in the entire Yin region from previous years by 5 to 6 points. It was safe to say that winning the top student was a foregone conclusion in his eyes. Qin Shaoqiang even prepared champagne. He intended to attract attention with a handsome pose upon his return, seizing the opportunity to calmly announce his score and astonish the onlookers. However, as Qin Shaoqiang regained his vision, he was instantly startled by the scene before him. This year's participants were packed together even more than at the start of the exam in the morning. Why were there so many people this year? And why did they all look at him with such anticipation? Could it be? Qin Shaoqiang thought of a certain possibility, his heart racing with excitement. He quickly scanned the surroundings and soon caught a glimpse of what he suspected, the real-time score display. It turned out that Yinyang City had employed a score display that was still in testing phase, allowing them to learn his score in advance. No wonder there was such a grand welcome prepared for him, the top student of the Yin region. Qin Shaoqiang was overjoyed. The thought that the rapid increase of his score during the college entrance exam secret realm was witnessed by the people of Yinyang City made him unable to suppress a smile. He took a few deep breaths to compose himself, ready to take a few steps forward to greet the crowd waiting for him. But unexpectedly, he saw that after everyone recognized his figure, their previously enthusiastic expressions turned cold, revealing looks of disappointment. Disappointment? Why? I, the illustrious top student of the Yin region, am simply greeting everyone in a friendly manner. Why the disappointment? Qin Shaoqiang could not comprehend, feeling that the unfolding events were deviating from his script. Reluctantly, he looked around, wanting to see how others were welcoming him. But as he turned his head, he clearly saw the specific information on the display board. Qin Shaoqiang ranked 2, score 420, a region, Yinyang City. I, with 420 points, can only rank second. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Shaoqiang looked at it twice in disbelief, then quickly lifted his gaze to see who was in first place. Tang Zimu, rank 1, score 500, region, Yinyang City. Upon seeing the name and score of the first place, Qin Shaoqiang's mind exploded, and he was completely stunned. Tang Zimu, that guy who couldn't even tame a spirit beast, actually came in first place and got a perfect score. Before Qin Shaoqiang could recover from this shocking news, he heard the crowd, who had just been cold towards him, erupt into unprecedented cheers. Great! Tang Zimu finally came out. Tang Zimu is on the left side of the teleportation array. Everyone look. My goodness, isn't that the spirit beast? Isn't that the rogue monkey? Tang Zimu actually tamed the rogue monkey in the secret realm. Qin Shaoqiang hurriedly looked in the direction of the crowd's gaze to the left, seeing a scene he would likely never forget in his life. Facing the cheers and shouts of the crowd, the genius, who had long been presumed to have fallen, Tang Zimu stood lazily in place, covered in blood. Perhaps a little tired, he even contentedly yawned. Beside Tang Zimu, a tall and muscular golden-haired monkey curiously surveyed the surroundings. Tang Zimu had indeed tamed a spirit beast in the secret realm, so his score was accurate. Qin Shaoqiang choked up. Since this morning, he had been fantasizing about the glorious moment of securing the top student, putting in all his effort throughout the day for this goal. And now you tell me that the top student is still Tang Zimu. At this moment, Qin Shaoqiang completely broke down, helplessly sitting down on the ground. Tang Zimu had no idea that as soon as he was teleported back, he had shattered the hopes of an expectant student. As he returned, he felt completely relaxed, yawning from exhaustion. He was just about to observe the reactions of those people when he heard someone in the high-level rest area shout out, No, that rogue monkey is not right. This posture, this aura. Oh, there are indeed capable individuals," as they quickly discerned the true nature of the black monkey. Aside from the city lord Zhao Kaishuan, he did not recognize the others. Who are these people? Through the appearance of the debut rewards, he already knew that his achievements were known to everyone. However, what about the few standing in line with Zhao Kaishuan, who exuded an equally commanding presence and demeanor? They certainly were not figures from the upper echelons of Yinyang City. While Tang Zimu was scrutinizing the city lords, they were too preoccupied to pay him any mind. After one city lord exclaimed that the rogue monkey was unusual, all the other lords, including Zhao Kaishuan, focused their attention on the rogue monkey. These city lords were well informed. The more they observed the black monkey, the more astonished they became. Alright, the face is swollen. Setting that aside, how does its aura increasingly resemble that of the king among rogue monkeys, that is one with full potential? The king among rogue monkeys. This must be a rogue monkey with full potential. Before the city lords could speak, the captain Wei Qiang, standing next to the score display, was the first to exclaim. Coming from the capital, he had encountered more fully qualified beast tamers than the city lords, so he was the first to confirm the black monkey's identity. With Wei Qiang's exclamation, the crowd, already stirred by Tang Zimu's appearance, erupted in chaos. He actually tamed a rogue monkey. And it's one with full potential. My goodness, is Tang Zimu really this lucky? How could he tame a rogue monkey of such caliber? Wait a minute, how did Tang Zimu, someone without any beast, manage to tame it? So it turns out to be a rogue monkey with full potential. That makes Tang Zimu's score of 500 seem reasonable. According to Tang Zimu's ranking system, spiritual beasts at the T2 level are the pinnacle of what most humans can recognize and interact with. In many people's minds, this tier of spiritual beasts represents the most elite in the world. After all, the main beasts possessed by the seemingly invincible city lords belong to this tier. Now, seeing that Tang Zimu had actually tamed a rogue monkey that could rival the main beasts of the city lords in strength shocked everyone present. Moreover, the black monkey's potential was even higher than that of the city lords' main beasts. The level of astonishment in their hearts was unimaginable. However, once they learned of the black monkey's potential, their previous doubts about how Tang Zimu had managed to score 500 points in just 2 hours were swiftly resolved. Possessing the strongest beast in the secret realm, scoring 500 points makes sense. It's just that the speed to achieve full marks was a bit too fast. This could also be explained by Tang Zimu having extraordinary luck encountering high-scoring beasts or materials earlier. As for why Tang Zimu was able to tame a rogue monkey with full potential. First, we eliminate any violence. A rogue monkey of full potential, being the apex of the secret realm, wouldn't submit to violence, not even when faced with the strongest trio of beast tamers. Eliminating the violent factors leaves only one answer. Tang Zimu's potential is extraordinary. The rogue monkey recognized his potential and voluntarily submitted to him. Don't say it's impossible, history has indeed recorded such events. It is through adaptations of these classic tales that the Dragon Kingdom has seen the emergence of best-selling novels, such as With Extraordinary Potential. I begin with a divine beast bestowing me a fully qualified cub. Experts leaving the city. I have contracts with 7 fully qualified beasts, and Demoness physique, overbearing divine beast falls in love with me. Everything makes sense now. Clap, clap, clap. On the high platform, Zhao Kaishuan, having recovered from his shock, led the applause. He looked at Tang Zimu below, excitedly exclaiming, "Excellent. Heroes emerge from the youth. Full marks in theory, still full marks in practical trials, and he tamed a powerful rogue monkey with full potential. Let's all applaud and cheer for our top scorer Tang Zimu this year." With the city lord leading, a thunderous applause erupted around the teleportation array. Even the other city lords on the high platform clapped in acknowledgement. They too had experienced rigorous exams and emerged as extraordinary talents from the masses. Yet they clearly understood that it was impossible for them to tame a top-tier spiritual beast like Tang Zimu did during the practical trials. Moreover, he entered the trials without even a single beast. Yay, yay, yay. Seeing so many people staring at him and applauding, the black monkey excitedly raised both hands and roared. Then he posed with hands on hips and chest out, resembling a general returning in triumph, welcomed by the crowd. Witnessing the antics of the black monkey, Tang Zimu's face twitched. Usually it was just him and the black monkey in the exam realm. He had never noticed that the black monkey had such an exuberant and attention-seeking personality. "No, they are applauding for me. Why are you acting like this?" Unable to bear it, Tang Zimu approached the black monkey and gave it a light knock on the head, urging it not to get carried away. To his surprise, everyone who witnessed this scene was wide-eyed. On the high platform, Fanshur, who had been pleased with his student's progress, suddenly changed expression and gasped. "Tang Zimu, what are you doing?" He hurriedly ran down from the high platform, glancing nervously at the black monkey, and quickly pulled Tang Zimu to the side. How could you treat the knowledge from the textbook like this? The Beast Tamer ring is not omnipotent. Newly tamed beasts need to be treated kindly. I emphasized this countless times in class. How could you hit it right away? Oh, so it was just this matter. At this moment I thought something was wrong. Tang Zimu felt somewhat amused. He knew Fanshur was speaking the truth. The Beast Tamer ring merely provides psychological hints for protecting the owner, and does not guarantee perfect control over the beast. If the owner relying on the Beast Tamer ring fails to maintain a good relationship with the beast, or resorts to beating or abusing it, it could lead to a lack of coordination during battle, or even the beast intentionally ignoring commands. If the relationship deteriorates severely coupled with an eccentric beast, there could even be a slight possibility of a scenario where the owner is killed. But the problem is, after consuming divine beast food, even if I try to drive the black monkey away, it won't want to leave. Indeed, throughout the black monkey showed no signs of displeasure, smiling at Fan Shi with its still slightly swollen face. Fan Shi was bewildered. Having been a teacher for so many years, it was his first time encountering a tame beast that was so obedient just one day after being captured. Originally, he was worried that Tang Zimu lacked experience and would struggle to get along with the beast. He rushed out in a panic, but now he felt like a fool. In fact, it wasn't only Fan Shi who was bewildered. The city lords witnessing the events unfold were even more perplexed. They exchanged glances and a massive storm brewed within them. As the saying goes, if you do not tame beast, you view me like a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you understand beast taming, you view me like a mayfly under the vast sky. Others may not know the difference between a fully qualified spiritual beast and an ordinary one, but the fully qualified beasts that ordinary people encounter are generally those bred from tamed beasts whose temperaments and genes are relatively gentle and easier to tame. The one or two fully qualified spiritual beasts that the city lords possess were acquired in this manner. Meanwhile, fully qualified spiritual beasts living in the wild as the kings of their species are exceedingly proud. Some would rather be beaten to death than be tamed. After all, in the perception of spiritual beasts, it is their tamer's beast that truly defeats and subdues them, not the tamer themselves. Thus, over the years, even among humans, although some lucky individuals have forcibly tamed wild, fully qualified spiritual beasts, the vast majority of these beasts do not submit to their owners without a lengthy period of heartfelt interaction. But what about Tang Zimu's robe monkey? Its expression, demeanor, and actions all indicate that it has completely submitted to Tang Zimu. This signifies one thing. Tang Zimu's beast taming ability is truly extraordinary, so extraordinary that the rogue monkey would not wish to leave even if it were to be beaten. The city lords exchanged glances, their eyes now sparking with fury. Perfect theoretical knowledge, outstanding practical trials, and exceptional talent. These three conditions, when bestowed upon any individual, can undoubtedly cultivate them into a generation's genius. Tang Zimu embodies all three attributes, significantly raising both the ceiling and floor of his potential. As long as no unforeseen events occur, his ascension to become a top beast master is a certainty. How could several city lords let such a genius slip through their fingers? They resolved that even if a fight broke out, they must capture this unparalleled prodigy Tang Zimu. Only Zhao Kaishuan, standing at the forefront, let out a sigh of relief and smirked. Fortunately, he had the foresight and prepared in advance. Otherwise, Tang Zimu might have indeed been snatched away by these old friends. To prevent any shocking outburst from Tang Zimu that might provoke the others, Zhao Kaishuan decisively stepped forward. He waved his hand to the crowd below, signaling for silence before speaking. Gentlemen, to commend Tang Zimu for his honor of becoming the top scorer, our Yanyang city has prepared 3 exceedingly generous rewards for him. Every city in Long Country traditionally offers rewards to their top scorers each year, and this is however, typically these rewards are only given 7 days later after the national exam scores are released. Does Tang Zimu need to wait for his score? With full marks in theoretical and practical assessments totaling 1,000 points. Throughout human history, only a handful have achieved such a score. Distributing the top scorer's reward ahead of time in Yanyang City would not raise any objections from those present. Only a few other city lords glanced disapprovingly at Zhao Kaishuan. Oh no, this guy has taken the geographical advantage and seized the initiative. Tang Zimu in the teleportation array immediately perked up at the mention. He had been working hard to score high, all for the purpose of claiming the top scorer's rewards. Tang Zimu's achievements will surely bring glory to Yanyang City in the eyes of the entire Long Country and even the entire Spirit Beast realm. Therefore, this reward is immensely generous. We have prepared a 5-story villa in the center of the city Muyang district as the first reward. After Zhao Kaishuan ensured everyone was quiet, he pointed to the minister of the Housing Management Department standing beside him and announced. This declaration instantly ignited the atmosphere. A 5-story villa in the most luxurious district of Yanyang City is worth over 8 million long coins. Many people in Yanyang City work their entire lives and still cannot save up that amount. Who wouldn't be envious? Tang Zimu nodded in satisfaction. Oh, I just spent 1 day exchanging my small shabby house for a fully paid villa. Don't contact me about my 28-year mortgage apartment in Blue Star. I fear the villa might miss. Unaware of the astonishment surrounding him, Zhao Kaishuan did not give anyone a chance to catch their breath after announcing the first reward. He directly pulled out the ring and the beads he had hidden earlier, displaying them before everyone. This second reward consists of these two items in my hands. The ring in his left hand is entirely made of jade intricately carved with exquisite patterns with a central hole surrounded by several precious stones. The translucent bead in his right hand is a greenish hue with strands of velvet swaying in its center. The nearest city lords quickly recognize the items, letting out gasps. A jade beast ring with a hole. My heavens. Isn't that the grass attribute beast bead? How could you bear to bring that out? What the heck do you really need to go this big? What? A beast ring with a hole and a beast bead. Hearing this, the others in the crowd couldn't contain their excitement, desperately pushing forward to catch a glimpse of the beast ring and bead. For them, a beast ring with a hole and a beast bead that directly enhances beast strength are unattainably precious. Usually they only see pictures and books to satisfy their cravings. When have they ever seen the real thing? In a teleportation array, Tang Zimu blinked rapidly at the beast ring and bead in Zhao Kaixuan's hands. He was certainly not unfamiliar with these items. The system had just gifted him a perfect quality beast bead. No way, my friend. I was just pondering how to get a beast ring with a hole. I never expected someone would conveniently provide one along with a beast bead. Although this beast bead certainly isn't as good as the perfect quality one rewarded by the system, it is still a valuable treasure. Even if sold, it would yield a substantial profit. Old Zhao, you really are ruthless. That beast ring with a hole must have been bought at the auction and you actually dared to reward it. Zhao Kaixuan, you really are putting in the effort rewarding from your own pocket, huh? They were anxious because the items Zhao Kaixuan had offered were truly extravagant. The city lords present genuinely wanted to empty their savings to attract Tang Zimu. However, the reality is that given their wealth, even producing either the beast ring or bead is quite difficult, let alone both. Who would have thought Zhao Kaixuan would be this generous? How do you think this is all? Zhao Kaixuan sneered dismay. He has always been a reckless gambler. It is no wonder he could lead Yinyang's city from the bottom ranks to the forefront in just over 20 years. Now he is betting that investing these items in Tang Zimu will yield returns that surpass the investment. Zhao Kaixuan took a deep breath, lowered his arm, and seriously addressed the crowd. The third reward. I have decided to transfer a mining quota for the Yin crystal mine to Tang Zimu for next week. Upon this announcement, the previously noisy and excited venue fell into an eerie silence. Yinjing mine. Tang Zimu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. After rummaging through his memories to recall what Yinjing mine was, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment at Zhao Kaixuan. Wow, City Lord Zhao. No, Zhao the wealth-giving boy, you are being a bit too generous, aren't you? It's no wonder Tang Zimu regarded Zhao Kaixuan as a wealth-giving boy. The value of the mining quota for this Yinjing mine is beyond estimation. When it comes to Yinjing mine, one cannot help but mention the region located in the far west of the Dragon Kingdom, the Flame Domain. Legend has it that the giant volcano located at the very center of the Flame Domain is the remnant of a fierce battle many years ago between the two divine beasts Red Lotus Bifong and Fiery Zhongli. Due to the influence of the special flames from the two divine beasts, many special flame mines capable of yielding flame stones emerged around the giant volcano. Humans discovered that these flame stones could not only be worn for an extended period to enhance beast resistance to fire, but could also serve as key materials for crafting many fire attribute items. Thus the Flame Domain was established around the giant volcano, and over time 15 cities were built, with Flame Sun City being one of them. After the cities were constructed, the humans in the Flame Domain began to delve deeper into the surrounding flame mines. In an accidental exploration, they discovered the existence of Yinjing Mine. The Flame Essence Stones mined from this Yinjing Mine are nearly 1,000 times more effective than flame stones of the same weight, providing a qualitative enhancement for some fire attribute products. What is even more outrageous is that due to the special flames of the divine beasts, there is a possibility of unearthing rare treasures refined within the flame essence stones during the mining process. In simpler terms, it's like opening blind boxes, and every box has the chance of yielding gold. Unfortunately, this Yinjing mine is something that can only be encountered by chance. In the Flame Domain, people frantically explore, averaging 4 to 5 years to find one. The mining quota for Yinjing Mine mentioned by Zhao Kaixuan is a rule formed during years of mining, due to the extreme scarcity of Yinjing Mine, to ensure everyone has a chance to benefit. Each time Yinjing Mine is discovered, the domain lord governing the Flame Domain will allocate the mining area based on cities to various city lords, allowing them to distribute the precious mining quotas. The last time humans discovered Yinjing Mine was exactly 2 months ago, with the set mining date being a week after the practical trial. Tang Zimu also happened to catch a good opportunity to obtain the mining quota from Zhao Kaixuan. Zhao Kaixuan, you aren't joking, are you? The first to break the silence was Li Chong, who was beside Zhao Kaixuan. Soon after, an intense discussion erupted among the crowd. while the city lord gave the quota to Tang Zimu. If Tang Zimu mines even a little flame essence stone, he'll make a fortune. If he gets lucky and finds some rare treasure in the flame essence stone, he'll be set for life. I'm more curious about which family gave the quota to Tang Zimu. Gave? How could that be? The city lord must have given his own quota to Tang Zimu. Hearing the buzzing commotion below, the other city lords remained silent, simply looking helplessly at Zhao Kaixian. No wonder he is famously known as Crazy Zhao. His methods are indeed bold. With the beast-controlling ring, beast-controlling pearl, and the mining quota for fire essence, Zhao Kaixian had played all his cards. At this point, the several city lords knew they had no hope left. They could still scrape together the beast-controlling ring and beast-controlling pearl with all the resources of the city. However, the mining quota for Yanjing Mine was already divided among the city's upper echelons and families the very next day after the domain lord issued the quotas. Even if they wanted to give some, they could only allocate the quotas they had received themselves. But is that even possible? Even if their own people harvest less, it still belongs to them. Giving the quota to others, no matter how high the returns might be, is still a gamble on whether others can grow and whether they can bring returns. The risk is too great. They dared not gamble, but only Zhao the Crazy dared to take the chance. If you still want to snatch people in front of me, you might as well wait for the next life. Zhao Kaixian said proudly to the city lords, then voluntarily walked down from the dais to Tang Zimu's side. He handed the beast-controlling ring and beast-controlling pearl to Tang Zimu, patting him on the shoulder as he spoke. Tang Zimu, these rewards are all given to you. I just want to say I hope you remember that Flame Sun City was your hometown when you achieved great success. Zhao Kaixian's meaning was very clear. Today I have given you so many benefits. I hope you can lend a helping hand when Flame Sun City is in danger in the future. Tang Zimu was not at all averse to this request. Zhao Kaixian's offerings were genuine investments. The beast-controlling ring, the beast-controlling pearl, and the mining quota for Yanjing Mine were all tangible benefits given to him in advance. Unlike those bosses from Blue Star who are all about empty promises, each one drawing grand visions, how many actually deliver tangible rewards? He preferred this kind of straightforward profit transaction where no one was trying to cheat anyone. City Lord Zhao, rest assured. I will certainly make good use of these rewards. Tang Zimu replied with a smile. Zhao Kaixian understood his meaning and also revealed a satisfaction. Everything in the villa is furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. If you want to move in tonight, just look for the head of the housing management department. He will take you there. After leaving this final sentence, Zhao Kaixian returned to the stage. He pressed his hand down to signal for quiet, and once the venue calmed down, he began to speak. All students have worked hard in the college entrance examination secret realm all day. You must be exhausted. Now that it's getting late, we will disperse and give everyone time to rest. Since the city lord has said so, who would dare to go against it? Even though everyone still wanted to see more of Tang Zimu and the extremely rare, fully qualified demon monkey, they could only gradually leave the scene. Tang Zimu did not rush to leave. He engaged in conversation with Fan Shi and Principal Wang Jieliang while examining the beast-controlling ring and beast-controlling pearl given by Zhao Kaixian. These two items, like spirit beasts, could also be viewed through the panel of the divine-level beast-controlling system. Emerald beast-controlling ring 1 whole, a special beast-controlling ring crafted using high-energy emerald combined with spirit beast materials. It features adjustable size temperature lighting and contains a pearl hole for placing a beast-controlling pearl. Beast-controlling pearl grass leaf. Upon obtaining the beast, the power of the grass-type skills is enhanced by 4. Just as he had anticipated. The ability of the beast-controlling pearl is relatively ordinary. It merely increases the power of grass-type skills by 4, which is a world apart from the high-frequency effect of a 5 all-skill probability enhancement. However, ordinary is relative. The quality of high frequency is perfect, and this beast-controlling pearl can hardly be considered the lowest grade. It holds considerable value. One can only say that City Lord Zhao is quite the wealth-giving boy. After safely storing the beast-controlling ring and beast-controlling pearl, Tang Zimu bid farewell to Fan Shi and Wang Jieliang, preparing to return to his large villa for some rest. He knew that the next few days would likely be his most leisurely time. The impact of achieving a perfect score in the college entrance examination was just beginning, and the subsequent events were soon to follow. Moreover, there was the exciting prospect of going out to mine for Yanjing Mine awaiting him. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained the admiration of 100,000 people and received the 100,000 admiration reward, a random skill. After a while he sat up, groggily yawning widely. He had just heard the alarm ring. What was it about 100,000 people admiring him? Tang Zimu looked around at the luxurious furniture, instantly waking up. He hurriedly opened the system panel and saw the previous notification in the prompt bar. Wow, I really was awakened by the alarm, and it's the most wonderful alarm in the world. Finally reached 100,000 admirers, but it took forever. Tang Zimu let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment 3 days had passed since the practical examination for the college entrance exam. During these 3 days aside from sleeping and eating, Tang Zimu engaged in 2 activities: combat training and receiving visitors. Combat training involved mutual fighting between him and Lao He every day. The purpose was to develop their tacit understanding and enhance Lao He's command training while also improving their combat skills. Tang Zimu knew that the system only granted him powerful combat abilities. However, without combat skills, whether these abilities could be fully utilized remained uncertain. Fortunately, during high school on Blue Star, he had spent some time obsessed with martial arts and had tried to learn various fundamental techniques. Using his extraordinary memory, he revisited these training methods, seamlessly integrating them over the past 3 days. Lao He also gained significant benefits during these 3 days. Not only could he understand some simple commands like attack, defense, and skill usage, but he also learned staff techniques under Tang Zimu's guidance, significantly enhancing his combat power. The other task, receiving visitors, also consumed a lot of Tang Zimu's energy. Given the public's attention to the college entrance exam, even slightly important matters would spark intense discussions. Thus, news of Tang Zimu's full score quickly spread like wildfire. Within just 1 day, everyone in Long Country, and even in the entire Spirit Beast realm, knew that a super genius from Yinyang City in the Flame Domain had achieved full marks in both theoretical and practical examinations. As a result, not only did families of all sizes in Yinyang City come to visit, but even people from outside the city and other realms arrived. If it weren't for the time constraint, Tang Zimu suspected that even foreigners might come. The reasons varied. Some came for a simple visit just to leave a good impression, while others sought to poach him. Tang Zimu welcomed all visitors. Why not? After all, people brought gifts to give him money just for the sake of familiarity. Why would he refuse? It was even easier to deal with those trying to poach him. Tang Zimu would directly or indirectly showcase the rewards Zhao Kaixian offered him, which usually made the visitors retreat. After all, aside from crazy gamblers like Zhao Kaixuan, few would be willing to pay such a high price to gamble on an unproven genius. Tang Zimu happily sent off these visitors while also enjoying the expensive gifts they brought. The results of this effort to meet people were remarkably gratifying. The total value of the gifts Tang Zimu received in these 3 days had already surpassed 1 million dragon coins. By comparison, he used to earn only 1,000 dragon coins a month through odd jobs, a sum he could never achieve even if he worked until he died. The reward is a random skill. Finally, a skill is here. He wondered whether it would be an attack skill or a transformation skill. After getting out of bed, Tang Zimu quickly washed up and patiently awaited the random skill reward. According to his previous thoughts, once the whole nation knew his college entrance exam scores, he should have reached 100,000 admirers. However, after 2 consecutive days without news, Tang Zimu began to develop new speculations about the definition of admiration. In the system's settings, admiration should reach a certain emotional height. It wasn't just a casual shock. The initial admiration of 10,000 people came swiftly, because those 10,000 had witnessed his score in person, experiencing the greatest emotional fluctuation. After all, what could be more profound than witnessing it firsthand? Once the news spread, no matter how shocking it was, the level of admiration couldn't compare to that of the live audience, resulting in fewer admirers meeting the criteria. Only now had he reached 100,000. This made Tang Zimu feel a tinge of curiosity. When his strength reaches a certain level, and he explosively defeats a divine beast in front of everyone, what reaction will those who witness it have? Ahem, the goal is indeed a bit lofty. But there is always a possibility of realization, isn't there? Ding. Random selection complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Phantom Strike. Phantom. Could it be a ghost-type skill? As he listened to the name of the randomly obtained skill, speculation stirred in his heart. Holding on to this suspicion, he hurriedly opened the reward storage box. Skill Phantom Strike. After use, it allows the beast to possess the skill Phantom Strike. This skill ignores the limitations of Spirit Beast race and talent, allowing any beast to learn. Phantom Strike skill introduction, a ghost-type physical skill, power 60 of strength, manipulating one's shadow to attack the shadow of a single target. After an attack hits, the damage received by the target's shadow will fully reflect onto the target. Oh, it really is a ghost-type skill. Tang Zimu excitedly rubbed his hands together. Ghost-type. This special category is synonymous with elusiveness and mystique. He actually received it randomly. It is said that ghost-type skills often possess unique abilities that other categories cannot achieve. Now it seems to be true. This Phantom Strike actually manipulates one's shadow to attack another shadow, causing damage. Who would be able to discover such a bizarre attack method, and who could defend against it? Especially since Tang Zimu is a human. Even if he used it, no one would suspect him. Now he has truly a myriad of fun uses for Phantom Strike flashed through Tang Zimu's mind. However, before he could test the specific usage of this skill, he heard a rapid EEE call from the courtyard downstairs. According to the training he gave Lao Hei, such a call indicates that someone is visiting. Visiting. Didn't he tell a few acquaintances last night that for the next few days he would be preparing to mine the flame essence and would no longer accept visits from ordinary people? Holding on to this curiosity, Tang Zimu quickly walked to the courtyard downstairs and opened the door. His eyes were met with his teacher Fan Shi and Principal Wang Jiaoyang. Behind the two stood two other strangers dressed in splendid attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Tang, a student. Teachers from Kyoto University have come. Please take a seat, teachers. Tang Zimu led the four visitors into the villa's reception room and pointed toward the sofa. Fan Shi and Wang Jiaoyang took the seats closest to Tang. The remaining man and woman politely sat opposite. Tang, this is Director Li, head of admissions at Jingdu University, and this is Counselor Ma, who oversees this year's incoming freshman, Fan Shi said. Once everyone was seated, Fan Shi introduced the two across from them. Tang Zimu nodded and offered polite greetings in return. Simultaneously, he was curious about the reason for their visit. In Longwa, the realm of spirit beasts, even the nation's Gaokao top scorer would never receive a visit from Jingdu University's admissions office. After all, this was not launching Huagua, where numerous elite universities compete for students. In Longwa, there was only one truly preeminent institution, Jingdu University. Its educational resources and student pool were in a class of their own. If you were the Gaokao champion and chose not to attend Jingdu, you would be the one losing out, not them. Jingdu proactively sending representatives to recruit a student was virtually unprecedented. We've long heard that Tang Zimu is handsome and carries himself with rare distinction. Seeing you now, it is indeed true, Director Li said. Li did not overstate things. After returning Tang's greeting, he smiled and spoke. His words were not mere. After allocating his attribute points, Tang Zimu's physical constitution had surpassed that of ordinary humans. His bearing, temperament, and mental state had all been refined and strengthened. Coupled with divine-grade spirit beast rations as nutritional supplements, he had long since become a high-quality human. Tang responded to Director Li with a composed smile. They exchanged a few more words to become acquainted, and then it was time to address the matter at hand. I wonder, Director Li and Counselor Ma, why you have come today? Tang began. Director Li glanced at Counselor Ma and motioned for her to speak. Counselor Ma immediately produced a stack of papers from her small bag, handed them to Tang, and began to explain. Tang, according to Jingdu University's housing regulations, only students ranked within the top 10 of their grade are eligible for independent accommodation. Typically, freshmen may move in only after the opening ceremony, but we have great confidence in you, so we have arranged the most luxurious villa for you in advance. You see any hardware or amenities you require, we have already arranged them for you. Tang took the papers and noticed lists of specialized items for the apartment, spirit beast training apparatus, resting nests for spirit beasts, and the like. Do not underestimate such equipment. Purchased privately, it would cost at least 300,000 to 400,000 Longbi. Jingdu's willingness to provide a villa and buy these items marked a precedent. Tang felt a measure of satisfaction. He understood that the villa was an inducement, or Jingdu sought to use such gestures to confirm whether he would enroll. He intended to attend Jingdu anyway, yet why not reap as many benefits as possible from a gift delivered to his door? Tang feigned nonchalance, nodded, placed the papers on the tea table, and turned his gaze back to Director Li. Li, meeting Tang's eyes, straightened his posture and continued. Tang, we understand that your family is experiencing some. Director Li glanced at the resplendent five-story villa and with a strained conscience continued. We have applied to waive all costs for your 4 years of study. Tuition fees, room and board, and equipment. Tang knew Jingdu's fees were steep, particularly equipment charges, since beast training apparatus were extraordinary. Waiving 4 years of expenses would easily amount to 300,000 or 400,000 Longbi, a considerable concession. Tang was pleased, but he remained silent and continued to watch Director Li, testing whether there was more to be had. Fan Shi and Wang Jiaoyang, understanding his intent, silently aided him in fixing their gaze on Li. Director Li felt the pressure of 3 pairs of intent eyes. As Jingdu's admissions director, accustomed to being entreated by countless parents, he had never before found himself pleading with a prospective student. After much deliberation, Director Li conceded, all right, he'll help you apply for 1 free annual entry into Inscrade Secret Realm. Inscrade Secret Realms are Jingdu's most elite domains. Ordinarily, only the top 3 students in the grade, or those who make exceptional contributions, may enter once per year. This is the utmost I can arrange. Inscrade's Secret Realm differs from a standard Gaokao realm. Within lie supreme materials and spirit beasts unseen on the open market, and students are permitted to bring their finds out. Offering such a privilege displayed Li's sincerity. Tang discerned that he had driven Director Li to his limit, yet he appended a stipulation. Then let this count as an extra opportunity. If I later rank among the top 3 of my grade or qualify by other means, I should still receive the normal allotment of entries as well. Director Li's face twitched sharply, and Counselor Ma stared in astonishment. After an exchanged glance, Li ground his teeth and replied with difficulty. Fine. They'll speak with the school about it. Then it's settled, Tang said, finally satisfied. He took up the papers and sketched the equipment he required. After returning the forms, Tang suddenly spoke again. By the way, Director Li, I was wondering. Tang, what we can give has truly reached its limit, believe me, Li replied, reflexively waving a hand and wearing a strained expression. Goodness, they had pushed the director to such an extent. Tang immediately smiled and waved his hand. You've misunderstood. I meant to ask whether there will be any changes to this year's opening ceremony. Tang's choice of Jingdu had been driven in large part by the school's opening ceremony. While other universities assess students at the end of term, Jingdu holds its ceremony upon matriculation. Students send their spirit beasts to the stage to duel one another in a format akin to the battles in the old creature bonding animations. Precisely the sort of spectacle Tang had long been fascinated by. Seeing that Tang truly sought information, Director Li wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaled deeply, and finally spoke. The opening ceremony is an old Jingdu tradition. Each student fields one spirit beast to fight on. Director Li hesitated as if there were matters he could not easily voice, glanced at Tang, and continued. As for the first place prize, Tang, for the moment you needn't concern yourself too much about that. He began. Rest assured, if you place within the top 16, the reward you receive will not be much less than that awarded to— Oh, what does Director Li mean by that? Tang Zimu furrowed his brows, asking curiously. From Director Li's tone and demeanor, it was clear that he did not harbor any disdain towards him. Yet he was fully aware that he possessed a top-tier talent, an unruly monkey, but still felt uncertain about securing the first place, which was rather strange. Director Li licked his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. This year our school has a total of 100 spots for recommended students. Recommended students. Upon hearing this term, Fan Shi and Wang Jiaoyang both displayed expressions of sudden realization, and Tang Zimu also began to understand. Similar to universities on Blue Star, the Spirit Beast Realms universities also have recommended students. The difference lies in the fact that in the Spirit Beast Realm, recommended students not only need excellent grades, but must also come from prominent families. Otherwise, who do you think gets those 9-star and 10-star qualified Spirit Beast cubs cultivated by the Spirit Beast House? The system of recommended students is actually designed to maintain relative fairness. Otherwise, with top-tier recommended students who excel academically, come from prestigious families, and possess the best spirit beasts, how could any ordinary students hope to rank? But even if they are recommended students, they shouldn't be unbeatable. Tang Zimu still felt puzzled. After all, Old Hay was a T2 level top spirit beast. Even if those recommended students had top-tier spirit beasts, they would only reach the T3 level of the 3 families of beast tamers. In terms of combat power at the same level, they still held the disadvantage. Hearing this, Director Li glanced at Fan Shi, then at Tang Zimu, and pondered before speaking. You all are from the Yin domain, so you might not be very familiar with the regulations for recommended students. As the last established region among the 8 major domains of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yin domain is the most underdeveloped. Compared to the families in other domains, the families in the Yin domain seem rather insignificant, with hardly any recommended students, leaving the locals completely unaware of the recommended student system. This is also the reason why Tang Zimu, Fan Shi, and Wang Jiaoyang did not think of recommended students right away. What he said was indeed accurate. Director Li did not keep them in suspense, and spoke frankly. According to the regulations, recommended students usually receive their highly qualified spirit beast cubs more than a month earlier than regular students. With over a month's additional training time, their spirit beast strength is unimaginable and cannot be compared to those of regular students. Therefore, based on the ranking records from our opening ceremonies over the years, it is extremely rare for non-recommended students to break into the top 32. He understood now. The Spirit Beast Realm, a world fraught with dangers, is unlike the universities of Blue Star, where there are several months of summer break. Here classes begin just a month after the college entrance examination. This means that students taking the entrance exam have at most 1 month to train their spirit beasts. But what about those recommended students? Not only do they possess top-quality spirit beasts and the finest resources given by their families, but they also have a full 2 months of training time. With such overwhelming advantages, the inherent gap between their spirit beasts is akin to a chasm. It is no wonder that it is extremely rare for non-recommended students to make it into the top 32. Setting the reward for non-recommended students making it into the top 16 nearly equivalent to that of the first place is already the school's utmost effort to maintain relative fairness. Tang Zimu nodded slightly, indicating that he now fully understood. However, He glanced at old Hay, who was basking in the sun on the lawn outside. Is there really no way to bridge this gap? Student Tang, do not be discouraged. With your talent, a year is enough for you to surpass those recommended students. By the time you reach your second year, you will be able to claim the first place at the opening ceremony. Seeing that Tang Zimu did not speak directly, hurriedly comforted him, fearing he might be disheartened. Tang Zimu wouldn't say that he was actually lost and thought about how to quickly bridge the gap with the recommended students and seize the first place. Such words would only be met with disbelief. So he smiled and said, I understand. I understand why you believe non-recommended students cannot achieve first place. But I do not agree that I can't take the first place. After some simple conversation, Tang Zimu sent off Director Li and Teacher Ma from Kyoto University. He told Fan Shi and Wang Jiaoyang that he would not receive anyone else, then closed the door and walked. Tang Zimu said little, directly taking out a divine-level spirit beast food. The originally lazy old Hay jumped up in a flash, his eyes fixated on the round ball, and Tang Zimu's hand drool already trickling down the corner of his mouth. Earlier, Tang Zimu had already made a pact with old Hay that only after old Hay made enough contributions would he receive a piece of divine-level spirit beast food. Heaven knows how long old Hay had been craving this. Wanna eat? It's simple. Tang Zimu's lips curled into a smile. He simply wouldn't believe that with the divine-level beast taming system and countless knowledge of Blue Star, he couldn't outdo these recommended students. Moreover, he also had the excellent opportunity to mine fire essence, or time flew by, and 4 days later it was the day to mine the fire essence, or early in the morning a crowd had already gathered at the city gate of Yinyang City. Although mining fire essence or had no relation to most ordinary people, it couldn't dampen their eagerness to watch the excitement. Especially this year's fire essence or mining team, which not only included the offspring of nobles from within the city, but also the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Tang Zimu greatly heightened the topic's excitement. At the assembly point for the mining team, a few people were already stationed there. Those who could join this team were basically from the prominent families of Yinyang City. Either they were the most gifted among the younger generation, or they were middle-aged individuals in urgent need of a power breakthrough, or they were older generations seeking fortuitous encounters to extend their lifespan. They all longed for this mining operation to yield miracles and breakthroughs. This year our city has 10 quotas. It seems we have performed well in recent years, leading to an extra reward from the domain lord. Qin Mu, the legitimate son of the Qin family, glanced at the list in his hand and said. A middle-aged man next to him, who was clearly older than Qin Mu by a year or two, also nodded. He was the current Deputy Minister of Law Enforcement in Yinyang City, Long Rong. Indeed, in the past our city only had 7 quotas, but this time 3 more have been added. 7 was already considered good. When I participated back in the day, our city only had 3 quotas. At the corner, an old man with a face full of wrinkles, the former Minister of Housing Management in Yinyang City, Ding Tianhua, couldn't help but sigh. The 3 were all lamenting the differences in this mining operation compared to the past. Unexpectedly at this moment, Xiao Yangxing, the most favored son of Deputy City Lord Xiao Hongji, shook his head and poured cold water on them. Having more quotas isn't necessarily good. It will allow some weaker individuals to mix in and delay our mining progress. Everyone present knew who the weak person referred to by Xiao Yangxing was. The 3 who were originally talking glanced at Xiao Yangxing, but chose not to continue the conversation. One was a prominent member of the Qiao family, and the other was a nationally renowned top scholar. None of them wanted to offend either lightly. However, although they did not voice it, they somewhat agreed with Xiao Yangxing's statement. Indeed, the domain lord of the Yin domain had allocated areas and quotas from the Yin essence mines to various cities. However, the central junction of the entire mine was not easy to divide. Therefore, whoever from which city first excavated the junction would obtain the rights to mine there. The speed of mining the Yin essence depended on the strength of their respective beast tamers. In this regard, Qin Mu and Xiao Yangxing, who had already been training outside the city for several years, had a reasonable level of beast taming strength. However, someone like Tang Zimu, who had just acquired his beast a few days ago, became their biggest burden in rushing to the mine's junction. Who among them didn't have a few complaints? Haha, this time we have 10 people going, and we have an advantage in quotas, so our mining speed will definitely be faster. The deputy director of the mining department, Feng Yunru, who had been silent, noticed the atmosphere was off and quickly spoke up to ease the tension. Yet Xiao Yangsheng was relentless in his disdain. Who knows if it will really make a difference in the end? Xiao Yangsheng's dislike for Tang Zimu was not limited to the matter of mining quotas. He and Xiao Yangzhou were the closest in age among the direct relatives of the Qiao family and had the best relationship. Xiao Yangsheng had often heard Xiao Yangzhou complain about Tang Zimu, which had already led him to harbor a negative impression of Tang Zimu. This time Qiao Yangzhou had tragically died in the college entrance examination secret realm, while the person he detested, Tang Zimu, had become the top scholar nationwide. The stark contrast deepened Qiao Yangsheng's grief for Qiao Yangzhou, while intensifying his disdain for Tang Zimu. Moreover, this time Tang Zimu had again become a burden for mining. Qiao Yangsheng, who was usually overbearing, merely uttered a few disdaining words which already indicated his wariness towards Tang Zimu. After Qiao Yangsheng's sarcastic remarks, the atmosphere among the team cooled significantly until the onlookers erupted in cheers. Tang Zimu is here. They turned to look in the direction of the cheering crowd. Sure enough, the focus of the previous discussion, Tang Zimu, dressed in a black leather outfit, was walking toward the gathering point with his beast, the rogue monkey. However, what does it mean that Tang Zimu was carrying a pickaxe made of steel on his back? Does he intend to mine? The group couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he was just a fresh graduate from the college entrance examination, completely unaware of the hardness of the yin essence mine. Sorry for being late. Tang Zimu entered the gathering point and politely greeted everyone. His eyes scanned their faces and quickly memorized who was involved in this mining expedition. At the same time, he sensed a faint rejection from their expressions. Was it because they were worried he would slow down the mining of the yin essence? Having thoroughly understood the information about the yin essence mine, Tang Zimu quickly guessed the reason. Hey top scholar, the yin essence mine can't be mined just by carrying a pickaxe. Even your precious beast would find it difficult to mine at full strength. Seeing Tang Zimu's action of carrying the pickaxe, Qiao Yangsheng immediately started to mock him. Tang Zimu, upon hearing this, immediately turned to look at Qiao Yangsheng. After glancing at the distance behind Qiao Yangsheng, where his beast, the purple striped demon frog, was located, he raised his hand. Smack! Before anyone could react, Tang Zimu's palm swiftly struck Qiao Yangsheng's face. With that slap, Qiao Yangsheng's entire body tilted backward, stumbling and falling to the ground. Only then did the surrounding people react and erupt into intense discussions. Wait, how could he dodge that slap? Can Tang Zimu really be that strong? Was he able to knock down the tall Qiao Yangsheng with a single slap? Wow, is Tang Zimu really this arrogant? I never heard anything about it before. Hiss, how dare he slap Qiao Yangsheng? Is he not afraid of the Qiao family at all? Wow, is Tang Zimu really this arrogant? I never heard anything about it before. Hiss, how dare he slap Qiao Yangsheng? Is he not afraid of the Qiao family? Rong Long positioned himself with his beast in front of Qiao Yangsheng's purple striped demon frog to stop it from retaliating after its master was attacked. In most human cities there are rules against beast fights. Of course, the most shocked among everyone was Qiao Yangsheng, who had just been slapped. Rubbing his stinging face, Qiao Yangsheng's expression shifted from disbelief to extreme anger. He struggled to stand up and shouted at Tang Zimu with a grim face. You hit me. How dare you hit me? What gives you the right to hit me? What infuriated Qiao Yangsheng even more was the mocking grin on the face of the rogue monkey, standing next to Tang Zimu. Heavens, witness, the rogue monkey wasn't actually mocking. It merely recalled its own experience of being slapped and felt a sense of emotional resonance. Facing the boiling crowd and the tense atmosphere among the others, Tang Zimu appeared very calm. He casually waved his hand and spoke lightly. I'm not familiar with you. Who gave you the right to babble in front of me? Since you can't control your mouth, don't blame me for not being able to control my hand. Tang Zimu quickly identified Qiao Yangsheng through his face, which resembled Qiao Yangzhou's. A member of the Qiao family insulting him to his face. If he had to endure such humiliation, wouldn't that mean even the lowest of the low could step on him? Therefore he chose to reward Qiao Yangsheng with a resounding slap. However, Tang Zimu's actions had deeper intentions. After learning the details of mining the yin essence, he knew he needed to display a bit of strength. Firstly, to establish authority and prevent being bullied by those who saw him as a burden within the team. Secondly, to be able to mine freely within the mining area. Thus he had long prepared to symbolically showcase a level of strength that belonged to humanity to find a relatively reasonable excuse for himself to mine. It could only be said that Qiao Yangsheng had walked into a trap, conveniently providing him with the opportunity. Tang Zimu, you wait for me, just you wait. In a fit of rage, Qiao Yangsheng could not command his beast to attack within the city, and fearing the slap, he hadn't even reacted to could only grit his teeth and threaten Tang Zimu. However, before he could finish, he heard a guard on the city gate tower shout, the team for mining the yin essence is here. A few people in the team pulled Qiao Yangsheng away to prevent further conflict as they walked toward the city gate. Tang Zimu, lagging behind, watched Qiao Yangsheng's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Anyone who threatened him must die. Tang Zimu, guided by several guards, passed through the city gate and stepped out of Yinyang City for the first time. Before his eyes lay an expanse of flat bare land, not the lush forest he had imagined. This area had been deliberately cleared for easier observation of any approaching spiritual beasts. Tang Zimu stepped onto the previously untraveled land and took a deep breath of fresh air. He then cast his gaze upon the colossal creature leaning against the outer city wall. It was a giant spiritual beast, the final evolution of the rain turtle known as the cloud-treading golden official. Its shell was as large as 2 football fields, and its head resembled that of a deer adorned with 2 long horns. At that moment, the cloud-treading golden official was lying on the ground waiting for humans to climb up its back where a seat had been installed using a ladder. It was the giant transportation vehicle sent by the Flame Domain to lead people from various cities to the Flame Mine. Tang Zimu attempted to glance at the attributes panel of the cloud-treading golden official and was astonished to find that its level was over 60. The foundation of the Flame Domain was indeed impressive. A beast of over 60 levels was used as a mode of transportation. One must understand that spiritual beasts are not like Pokemon in games where endless battles can raise any creature's level to 100. In the realm of spiritual beasts, the level cap is determined by various factors such as species aptitude, living environment, and growth time. For instance, T3 level spiritual beasts with average aptitude typically plateau around level 60. The cloud-treading golden official belonged to this category, and reaching the 60s was already its limit. T5 level spiritual beasts fared even worse, with those of poor aptitude only reaching the 20s or 30s. It was no wonder that no beast tamers were willing to capture such beasts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Zimu quickly approached the cloud-treading golden official with Lao He. The sense of pressure from the colossal creature intensified as they drew closer. Fortunately, Tang Zimu did not have a fear of large objects and showed no reaction. He easily climbed up the ladder to the back of the cloud-treading golden official. Lao He soon followed suit. It was only after they got up that Tang Zimu noticed that dozens of people and their spiritual beasts had already gathered on the back of the cloud-treading golden official. Some people were seated in fixed positions with their spiritual beasts, while others stood together engaging in animated discussions. Among them were a few he recognized, the nobles from the outer city who had visited him before. It seemed that the team mining the flame mine had already collected people from several cities before arriving at Yinyang City. As Tang Zimu climbed aboard, those who had visited him before immediately came over to greet him. The rest remained either curious, indifferent, or aloof. Of course, keen-eyed Tang Zimu also noticed that a small number of people wore expressions of slight fear. It appeared that when Qin Mu and others helped Xiao Yangsheng up, they had mentioned the incident where he had slapped Xiao Yangsheng, instilling a sense of dread in them towards his propensity for violence. Very well, this was the effect he desired. Tang Zimu was quite pleased with this outcome. He wouldn't treat those nobles who were like money-spending children to him with a cold demeanor and politely greeted them all. After the pleasantries, he led Lao He to a seat at the edge of the cloud-treading golden official's shell. This position required merely tilting his head slightly to see the scene below, perfectly aligning with his intention to observe the situation outside the city. However, before he could get comfortable, a strong man who had been standing on the head of the cloud-treading golden official rode a flying spiritual beast and came to his side. As the strong man approached, Tang Zimu recognized him. It was Li Chang, the lord of Yanshan City, who had stood beside Zhao Kaixian when they emerged from the college entrance examination secret realm. Haha, Tang, it's great to see you again. I am in charge of leading the team for this mining expedition of the fire essence. Li Chang greeted him amicably. The sheer amount of information in his words surprised Tang Zimu. A city lord personally leading the team, backed by nearly 100 noble youths from 15 cities of the Flame Domain. The combined strength of those mining the flame mine could likely rival that of an entire city. Knowing Li Chang's open personality and his close relationship with Zhao Kaishuan, Tang Zimu also returned the greeting politely. It seemed that even though he couldn't bring Tang Zimu into Yanshan City, Li Chang hadn't forgotten to extend his goodwill. It seemed that even though he couldn't bring Tang Zimu into Yanshan City, Li Chang hadn't forgotten to extend his goodwill. Tang Zimu naturally accepted Li Chang's kindness. After greeting Tang Zimu, Li Chang looked around and noticed that the people from Yinyang City had all boarded, so he flew back to the head of the cloud-treading golden official and called out to everyone. Attention, everyone, we are about to depart. With that, he patted another person who was standing on the head of the cloud-treading golden official. That person then relayed the command to the cloud-treading golden official through the beast ring. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from the cloud-treading golden official, and its massive body took off into the sky. The wind generated by the rapid ascent whipped Tang Zimu's clothes, causing them to flutter wildly. However, due to his high physical constitution, he remained perfectly still in his seat. Others were not so composed. At the moment Li Chang announced their departure, they summoned their spiritual beasts. Only under the protection of their beasts could they barely stabilize their positions. Only when the cloud-treading golden official soared to a high altitude and ceased its ascent did they finally exhale in relief. Noticing that Tang Zimu had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, they couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. As expected, the one who dared to enter the college entrance examination secret realm without a spiritual beast had remarkably strong physical attributes. Over the next few hours, the cloud-treading golden official repeatedly descended to pick up people and ascended to continue its journey. Finally, they had collected all the mining teams from the 15 cities of the Flame Domain. Once everyone was assembled, Li Chang gave the order, and the cloud-treading golden official flew towards the giant volcano at the center of the Flame Domain. Tang Zimu finally witnessed a sight different from the human-inhabited areas. Unlike the flat man-made land, the terrain in the Flame Domain was mostly uneven and pockmarked. It was said that many of these were the aftermath of battles between the two divine beasts. Additionally, due to proximity to the giant volcano, most of the trees growing in this area were heat-resistant and appeared strangely shaped. Many spiritual beasts here were of the fire attribute and had aggressive temperaments. Along the way, Tang Zimu witnessed numerous scenes of battles and clashes between different spiritual beast factions. However, before he could fully indulge in the sights, he heard Li Chang's booming voice once again. "We've arrived at the Fire Essence Vein. Everyone get ready." The Fire Essence Vein, discovered 2 months ago, had finally arrived. After Li Chang finished speaking, the treading cloud golden official began to move its body, rapidly diving towards the ground. Due to the extreme speed of the dive, everyone on the turtle's back suffered. These individuals could at most rely on their beast companions to shield them from the wind, but their bodies still had to endure the immense pressure from the emergency landing, causing the slightly weaker ones to vomit immediately. Even Tang Zimu needed to take deep breaths continuously. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After a dozen seconds, the treading cloud golden official landed on the ground, allowing everyone a chance to catch their breath. "Apologies everyone, but we are quite close to the territory of the six-winged flame monarch. We must land as quickly as possible to avoid detection." After the treading cloud golden official came to a complete stop, Li Chang explained to everyone, and then quickly added, "Everyone hurry down. The treading cloud golden official is too large, and remaining here too long may expose us." Hearing this, everyone did not linger. One by one, they showcased their unique abilities, directing their beasts to either fly or carry them down to the ground. Tang Zimu did not perform any extravagant maneuvers. Unaffected, he took Old Black and descended down the ladder to the ground. During the descent, he successfully caught a glimpse of their destination, the Flame Essence Mine. The entrance to this mine was a cave at the bottom of a pit. It was evident that there were large markings made by humans on the side of the cave, presumably left by the exploration team. "Has everyone made it down?" Seeing that everyone had reached the edge of the pit, Li Chang cautiously checked to ensure no one was left behind before signaling the Beast Master of the Treading Cloud Golden Official. The other party maneuvered the Treading Cloud Golden Official to take off from the ground and swiftly departed the area. Watching the Treading Cloud Golden Official disappear into the clouds, Li Chang finally let out a sigh of relief and turned back to everyone. He pointed to the cave at the bottom of the pit and spoke. "Everyone, our target for this mining expedition is right here. The mining duration is 2 days, which means the Treading Cloud Golden Official will come to pick us up at the same time the day after tomorrow. We have some who have mined flame essence before, and some who are here for the first time, so I will emphasize the 2 most important points regarding this mining expedition." As Li Chang spoke, his expression grew serious. The imposing presence of the City Lord and the aura emitted by his level 80 beast, Fire Spirit Rock Sparrow, made everyone present focus and listen attentively. First, the Flame Essence Mine has been divided into areas according to the cities, so everyone should go to the area corresponding to their own city. How you distribute the mining within your area is up to you, but you absolutely cannot encroach on another city's territory. If discovered, your mining qualifications will be revoked, and all mining gains will be confiscated. Li Chang was speaking about the customary rules of mining flame essence. Over the years, no one had dared to violate this rule. After all, losing one's gains was minor. Returning home to be scorned by all in the flame domain was far more shameful. Second, this mining location is relatively close to the territory of the golden-winged flame monarch, and if exposed, it could be extremely dangerous. Therefore, everyone must limit the noise made by their beasts during the mining process. If we attract the attention of the six-winged flame monarch, we will all die here. Li Chang's second point was the real crux. The six-winged flame monarch was a renowned beast master within the flame domain. As the king of this six-winged flame lizard species, he was at level 87 with more than 1 million spirit beasts under his command. Many spirit beast siege incidents in the flame domain have been instigated by the six-winged flame monarch. Given the other party's hostile attitude towards humans, the consequences of the mining team being discovered were undoubtedly dire. Everyone understands the rest, while one elaborate further. Now prepare for mining. After warning everyone, Li Chang began directing them into the cave at the bottom of the pit. All entered sequentially in groups by city, with Tang Zimu following Qin Mu and Ding Tianhua into the cave. The lighting inside the mine was not too problematic. The flame stones themselves emitted a faint red glow. However, out of caution, each of the 10 individuals took a few torches placed at the entrance for backup. Then the team followed the directions within the cave towards the mining area designated for Yinyang City. Tang Zimu observed as they walked. As expected of the flame essence mine, what needed to be mined outside had become something trodden underfoot, passed by, and overhead. Like cabbages by the roadside, they seemed worthless. After advancing a short distance into the mine, Tang Zimu soon made an astonishing discovery. As the temperature around him rose, he could clearly feel the surrounding flame stones releasing energy towards him. This energy was warm and flowed into his body through his skin, continuously enhancing his physical condition. Indeed, a glimmer of joy flashed in Tang Zimu's eyes. The ability to absorb the holy essence was not coincidental. The flame stones, which could not affect spirit beasts and humans, could still provide benefits to him. The primary effect of flame stones for spirit beasts is to increase fire resistance and enhance mental. This means that during these 2 days of mining flame essence, he would be able to continuously absorb energy from the surrounding flame stones, increasing his fire resistance and mental attributes. If he were to excavate flame essence that was 1,000 times denser than flame stones, wouldn't the effect also be amplified 1,000-fold? This is what one would call leveling up, even while idle. What a wonderful place. Tang Zimu felt even more delighted. They hadn't even started mining the flame essence yet, and he had already struck a massive windfall. The 10-person team followed the guidance and passed several forks before finally arriving at the mining area marked for Yinyang City. Among the 10, Ding Tianhua, being the oldest, fair-minded, and the strongest in beast mastery, naturally became the temporary commander of the team. He led everyone to circle around the mining area before speaking. This area has quite a few chambers. We can each find one chamber. Each person will mine in their own space, which will also help avoid some conflicts. Everyone understood it was actually a concern that Tang Zimu and Xiao Yangsheng might clash. However, individual mining did indeed protect privacy. There was no opposition within the team, and everyone agreed to this plan. Then let's not delay, everyone choose a chamber and begin mining for flame essence. By the way, remember what the city lord Li said, keep your beasts from unleashing powerful skills. If a commotion arises, we will all die here. Ding Tianhua reiterated this warning, and then took his beast towards the chamber he had chosen. The rest quickly selected their chambers and left the original spot. The last to leave, Tang Zimu noticed that Xiao Yangsheng shot him a hostile glare as he passed. Was he preparing to take revenge during the mining of the flame essence? That was unlikely. Theoretically, unless Xiao Yangsheng was a madman, he wouldn't be foolish enough to attack inside the flame essence mine. Everyone in the flame essence mine knew about his grudge with him. Making a move so openly against a college entrance examination champion would lead to a furious Zhao Kaixin dealing with him. Of course, the cautious Tang Zimu would not place all his hopes on whether others were sane. As he walked, he glanced down at his shadow. Under the glow of the flame stones, the flickering shadow resembled a clawing, dancing demon. Old Hey, you first try hitting the right wall with the stone. Tang Zimu picked up a rock from the ground and handed it to Old Hey, then pointed at one of the walls in the cave to direct him. This cave didn't have anything special, it was just a random pick based on luck. Tang Zimu firmly believed that those who enjoy reading novels are never short of luck. With luck so incredible that even going to the bathroom could lead him to the spirit beast realm, how could he not uncover treasures? After 7 days of intense training, Old Hey was now able to quickly comprehend most of Tang Zimu's commands. Understanding Tang Zimu's intention, he picked up the stone and smashed it hard against the cave's wall. With a loud bang, a protrusion of the rock wall was smashed down. However, Old Hey also staggered back, baring his teeth. It's really hard to smash with Old Hey's strength. Even a full strike only brought down this much rock. Tang Zimu observed and realized the difficulty of mining the flame essence ore. The rock structure in common flame mines would create a pit with just one punch from Old Hey's current power. Here in the flame essence, or even using a stone tool, he could only chip off a layer of skin. But the sturdier it is, the more it shows that it had been subjected to intense energy impacts, meaning there's more flame essence ore inside. Tang Zimu remained undeterred. He took out a piece of divine-level spirit beast food from the reward storage box and shook it gently in his hand. Old Hey, who had just been shaken and baring his teeth, immediately cast everything aside, fixing his gaze firmly on the divine food. Smash for me, and don't stop until you hit something like this crimson crystal. When you're exhausted, this piece of food is yours. Tang Zimu picked up a shard of flame stone from the ground to show Old Hey, then signaled him to start smashing the wall. After all, he had divine-level spirit beast food. Those beast tamers were indeed at a higher level than Old Hay, their power likely dozens of times greater than his. But they couldn't make a big commotion and their attributes were limited. Furthermore, their energy was limited as well. They needed to rest to recover their strength and eat to replenish energy after a while. In contrast, Old Hay, with a conceptual level satiety state, could act like a low-spec perpetual motion machine, significantly shortening the process of digesting food and replenishing energy, dedicating all his time to mining the flame essence ore. With this back and forth, wouldn't that make up for it? Besides, one Old Hay wasn't enough. He had an even stronger version of himself around. Seeing Old Hay vigorously smashing the wall, Tang Zimu didn't slack off either. He took down the precision steel pickaxe he had specially purchased from the artisan shop in Yinyang City yesterday, found a spot on the wall with a surface of flame stone, and began chiseling away. Truly worthy of the nearly 100,000 dragon coins he spent on it, the precision steel pickaxe, made of special metal, sent a shower of rocks flying with each strike. Very good, I'm feeling it. Tang Zimu was greatly encouraged. His strength of 50 points was far superior to Old Hay, who had just reached level 6 the day before. Now with the divine weapon enhancement, one strike from him could match 10 from Old Hay. Wouldn't that yield significant results? Stuffing a piece of divine-level spirit beast food into his mouth, Tang Zimu began to dig earnestly. Throughout the cave, the sounds of one person and one monkey chiseling and smashing echoed continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Zimu pounded heavily against the rock wall before him. With each blow, rocks fell, many of which were embedded with flame stones. In the past, a single piece of flame stone that could cover 2 to 3 days' worth of meals would have made Tang Zimu feel as if he had found treasure. Yet here, he didn't even glance at it, his mind solely focused on the existence of the flame essence, or efforts do not betray the determined. After painstakingly chipping out a tunnel 3 or 4 meters deep, Tang Zimu struck down with his pickaxe and saw the dim space illuminated by the flame stone suddenly transform into a crimson hue. He hurriedly put away the pickaxe and looked ahead. A hexagonal crystal emitting a crimson glow was embedded in the rock before him. Flame essence stone. Tang Zimu was overjoyed and swiftly used the pickaxe to trim the edges of the crystal. Minutes later, he successfully detached a fist-sized flame essence stone. He immediately scrutinized the flame essence stone closely. Unfortunately, this piece was completely empty inside and contained no treasures. That's still a huge gain. Such a large flame essence stone would sell for at least 500,000 dragon coins outside. Tang Zimu was not disappointed. In such a short time, he had already recouped the 100,000 dragon coins spent on the precision steel pickaxe and made an additional 400,000. If he continued to mine for 2 days, he might just become a millionaire. No wonder mining the flame essence ore is such a rare opportunity. Tang Zimu didn't forget that he could also harness the effects of the flame essence stone. With both hands cradling the stone, he closed his eyes to feel the energy transmitted from his palms. This time it was different from his expectations. The energy emanating from the flame essence stone wasn't as exaggerated as 1,000 times that of the flame stone, it was only about 100 times. But this couldn't be blamed on the flame essence stone's inadequacy. The real reason was that Tang Zimu's physical condition was still somewhat lacking, reaching its limit with just 100 times of energy. If he tried harder to absorb it, his body would start to feel a stinging pain. After a simple experiment, Tang Zimu tucked the flame essence stone into his waistband, maintaining contact with his skin to continuously absorb energy. Then with renewed vigor, he picked up the precision steel pickaxe, ready to continue digging. Just as he lifted the pickaxe, he heard Old Hay's excited calls coming from the cave. Huh. Did Old Hay find something too? Tang Zimu rushed out of the tunnel with the precision steel pickaxe in hand. As soon as he returned to the cave, he saw that the area Old Hay had been smashing radiated a crimson glow. Indeed, something was found, a double fortune. Tang Zimu hurriedly moved closer, pushing Old Hay aside, and began inspecting the crimson crystal embedded in the rock wall. Look at this color, this size, this purity. No way. Tang Zimu kept staring at the shadow in the very center of the crimson crystal, his expression gradually becoming dazed. Family who understands. Although Old Hay has black eyes, his luck is even better than mine. Not only did he find the flame essence, but it was also one with a treasure hidden inside. In the legends of the flame domain, the flame essence stone is formed from the collision of fiery energies unleashed during the fierce battle of 2 divine beasts. Things that can withstand such a level of energy impact without destruction and are instead refined are extremely rare and are truly treasures among treasures. According to Tang Zimu's understanding, after many years of mining flame essence, or in the flame domain, only 1 or 2 flame essence stones containing such treasures have appeared in each mine. Sometimes an entire flame essence mine can be completely mined without yielding a single one. Now Old Hay has managed to break one out in such a short time, which is simply unimaginable. Well done, I'll reward you with an extra ration. Seeing Old Hay, whom he had just pushed aside looking somewhat wrong, Tang Zimu took out a ration as a reward for it. Upon receiving the ration, Old Hay immediately showcased a dramatic change in expression, grinning from ear to ear. Tang Zimu, on the other hand, excitedly turned his gaze back to the flame essence stone before him. Due to the item sealed within the flame essence stone being located at a deeper position, it appeared hazy and was difficult to discern. Tang Zimu had no idea what it was, only knowing it was a long strip-like object. He could only pray in his heart. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother Buddha, Patriarchs of the Three Purities Gods, or the Lord Allah. Anyone who can help, please bless me, let me uncover a top-tier treasure. This was Tang Zimu's ultimate prayer technique, which he was reluctant to use except in critical moments. After completing his prayer, Tang Zimu took a deep breath, raised his steel pick, and aimed it at the center of the flame essence stone still embedded in the rock wall. Indeed, in order to extract the item inside, he had to shatter the flame essence stone. Although doing so would result in the loss of some internal energy and significantly reduce its value. But compared to the treasure, the flame essence stone became insignificant. Break for me. Tang Zimu gathered all his strength, striking down with his pickaxe one blow after another. Although the flame essence stone was several times harder than the rock layers, it could not withstand such relentless mining. Before long, several crystals in front of the flame essence stone had been knocked off. After shattering the last crystal blocking the way, the item inside finally revealed itself. Tang Zimu hurriedly set down the steel pick and reached out to pull the item out. Once he pulled it out completely, he discovered that this long strip-like object was about the length of half a finger. Tang Zimu held the item in his palm, feeling its texture while carefully examining it. After racking his memory, he hesitantly provided an answer. Is this wood? The remains of some tree. No wonder he was hesitant and could hardly believe it. After all, both the vermilion bird and the fiery chilan are fire element divine beasts, and their special flames far exceed human understanding. For wood to survive the impact of two special flames, it must have an extraordinary background. Tang Zimu did not know, but he only understood that the true value of this half-finger-long piece of wood likely exceeded imagination. I wonder what use it has. Tang Zimu tried to exert more force to bend the small piece of wood, but even with all his strength, he could not budge it an inch. In fact, the sensation he got from the small piece of wood was that even if his strength were multiplied 100-fold, he still wouldn't be able to move it. With no other options, Tang Zimu had to temporarily abandon the idea of further research and carefully stored the small piece of wood in a pocket he had specially sewn into his clothing. Even the shards cannot be wasted. After securing the small piece of wood, Tang Zimu gathered the shattered remnants of the flame essence stone and the remaining half piece to absorb their energy. Then he picked up the steel pick again and returned to the spot he had previously been mining. Tang Zimu obtained the treasure of the small piece of wood, while Old Hay received divine-grade rations. Both parties were well rewarded, and the man and monkey resumed their work enthusiastically. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a day and night passed. During this time, Tang Zimu frequently heard others from Flame Sun City passing by outside the cave, all having dug for a long time, without success, and choosing to switch locations. However, he and Old Hay had not moved from their spot. The man and monkey would sleep with their eyes closed and dig as soon as they opened them. Their efforts yielded quite a pleasing harvest. Excluding the first 1.5 flame essence stones they had mined, Tang Zimu and Old Hay subsequently unearthed 4 more flame essence stones. Only one was the size of a fingernail, while the rest were fist-sized chunks. Unfortunately, the flame essence stones housing treasures were indeed rare. After all their digging, neither the man nor the monkey had found another one. Huff, huff, huff. Tang Zimu was drenched in sweat. He put down the steel pick, which had already worn down by half, shook his sore arms, and decided to take a break. Taking advantage of his rest time, Tang Zimu opened his attribute panel. Basic attributes: Strength 50, Spirit 26, Stamina 20, Agility 26, Physical Defense 15, Magic Defense 12. Nice. I directly increased 11 points of spirit. A look of joy immediately appeared on Tang Zimu's face. No wonder, it was the flame essence stone, which contained energy 1,000 times greater than ordinary flame stones. With his entire body covered in energy, he had managed to increase his spirit by 11 points in just a day and night. It was a bit regrettable that, like the pure sacred essence, the more one absorbs, the more the effects diminish. Currently, the energy Tang Zimu obtained from the ground, which was filled with flame stones, was minimal, and only the more pure flame essence stones still had some effect. At this rate, by tomorrow afternoon, I might be able to increase my spirit by 4 or 5 points. Tang Zimu felt motivated once again. He picked up the steel pick and continued mining. The tunnel he had excavated from the rock wall was already over 30 meters long, and he suspected that it wouldn't be long before he could hollow out this area. Just like that, after digging another meter deep as he struck down, that familiar crimson glow once again flickered before Tang Zimu's eyes. More goods. Having already mined 5.5 flame essence stones, Tang Zimu was not as excited as he had been the first time he uncovered one. He skillfully scraped the rock debris off the surface of the crystal and leaned in to take a look at the interior of the flame essence stone. What came into view was a fiery red feather. A feather. A feather. Tang Zimu froze for a moment before realizing. He had unexpectedly unearthed another treasure. Who says old hay is lucky? Clearly, as the master, I am more exceptional. In a single flame essence mine, he had consecutively discovered 2 flame essence stones containing treasures. This must have broken the mining record of the flame domain. Last time it was a small piece of wood, and this time it's a feather. I want to see what incredible properties this feather possesses. Once again employing the ultimate prayer technique, Tang Zimu hurriedly struck the flame essence stone. After shattering the few obstructive crystals, he reached out to touch the fiery red feather inside. However, as soon as he touched the feather, the system notification sound, which had not appeared for some time, rang in Tang Zimu's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast Tang Zimu for successfully making contact with the feather of the red lotus bifong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for their first encounter with an item imbued with divinity, taking a great first step and receiving the first divine reward, a divine luxury gift pack. Tang Zimu's mind went blank as he cautiously removed the feather from the flame essence stone and examined it closely in his palm. This feather appeared unremarkable at first glance, merely overly bright red. However, Tang Zimu was well aware that the system's notification could not deceive him. This feather truly belonged to the red lotus bifong. Therefore, the legends were true. The red lotus bifong was real, and the fierce battle between the 2 divine beasts was also real. The immense amount of information made Tang Zimu recall his memories of Blue Star. When he acquired the memories of his original self, he discovered that many names of legendary divine beasts in the spirit beast realm were similar to those found in the ancient legends of the Huaguan Blue Star. For instance, Bifong Swani and Powwow, also known as Taoya. Initially, he did not pay much attention, thinking these were just coincidences. After all, just like phrases such as what the hell, and I can't believe it in Huagua, they coincidentally spread widely in the spirit beast realm. But now it seemed that it was more than mere coincidence. According to the classic of mountains and seas, Western Mountain, there is a bird resembling a crane with 1 foot, its red markings on a blue body, and a white beak, called Bifong. It calls its name, and its appearance brings misfortune by fire. The fiery red feather before him confirmed that the red lotus bifong was indeed a bird. The red lotus bifong controls the blazing flames corresponding to the attribute of its appearance, brings misfortune by fire. Therefore, it can be concluded that the red lotus bifong in the legends of the flame domain and the bifong recorded in the classic of mountains and seas are the same species. This means that most divine beasts in the spirit beast realm only exist in legends, and those without detailed descriptions can be fully understood through the ancient myths of Huaguan Blue Star. This is amazing. After piecing together this important information, Tang Zimu took a deep breath to calm himself. He then quickly shifted his attention to the second notification from the system, the divinity and the divine luxury gift pack as the first divine reward. Although he did not know exactly what divinity was, the fact that it was linked to the divine proved that this feather was not as ordinary as it appeared. Tang Zimu closed his eyes, trying hard to sense the energy within the feather. Yet as soon as he attempted to sense it, a violent energy surged toward his body. This energy was completely opposite to the pure energy that could be absorbed from the flame essence stone. It was not only unabsorbable, but also highly destructive, causing the hair on Tang Zimu's body to stand on end. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and cut off his perception just in time, avoiding the onslaught of this energy. The stored energy is terrifying. Although the perception lasted only a moment, the energy Tang Zimu glimpsed exceeded his understanding, indicating that this feather indeed possessed divinity, as the system had suggested. Even if this thing has no other use, just as a self-destruct bomb, it would be extremely terrifying, Tang Zimu remarked with lingering fear. He carefully tucked the feather of the red lotus bifong into a pocket within his clothing, ensuring it did not come into contact with his body. After completing this, Tang Zimu finally focused on the truly significant reward. As he had theorized earlier, every time he met a condition for the first time and activated a notification with first in the title, he would receive a divine reward from the system. However, this time the reward Tang Zimu received was not a single item as before, but a divine luxury gift pack. Could it be that the difficulty of first encountering an item with divinity was much greater than other tasks, hence the reward was significantly elevated? With this question in mind, Tang Zimu opened his reward storage box to see what the system referred to as a luxurious divine gift pack contained. Reward storage box divine luxury gift pack. After use, open the divine luxury gift pack to obtain the items inside. Contents of the divine luxury gift pack: 1. 100 points of divine attribute points. 2. 20 bottles of divine spirit beast recovery potions. 3. 200 pieces of divine spirit beast food. Tang Zimu gasped in surprise. This was beyond luxurious. It was like having 1 cow and 10 bulls locked together. Simply incredible. Any single reward from the divine luxury gift pack was far more than most previous divine rewards. Tang Zimu even suspected that the system had a bug and had sent the wrong rewards. However, after pondering it carefully, he deduced the relative logic of the rewards. It seems that encountering items with divinity is more challenging than I imagined, likely necessitating actual contact with divine beasts to obtain them. In the system's design, contacting divine beasts is considered a later-stage task, which is why the rewards are set to be explosively high. Who would have thought I would unearth one so early in the game, creating the illusion that the rewards far exceed those of the same level? Tang Zimu smiled, feeling as though he had been fortunate enough to bewilder the system. Open. Let me open the gift pack. Regardless of whether the rewards were early or later stage, once they were in his hands, they belonged to him. Tang Zimu hurriedly opened the divine luxury gift pack, and the 3 items inside the gift pack appeared in his reward storage box. Having previously obtained divine attribute points and divine spirit beast food, Tang Zimu did not pay much attention to them, and instead curiously looked at the divine spirit beast recovery potion. Divine spirit beast recovery potion 20. After drinking, the spirit beast stamina and mental energy will be restored to 100. Friendly reminder: 1. This effect will ignore the spirit beast's race, size, and ability, and will definitely restore to 100. 2. This item has no drinking restrictions. Ignoring usage times and frequency, the effect will not diminish. The system's divine items are as terrifying as ever. Just 1 bottle can fully restore both stamina and mental energy. Isn't this essentially a combination of stamina potions and mental potions? Even more frightening is that this item remains a concept-level item that ignores the spirit beast's race, size, and ability. This means that even a critically injured divine beast can be fully restored with just 1 bottle. Tang Zimu imagined the scenario where his beast had been brought to the brink of death, and then with 1 bottle of recovery potion, it sprang back to life in front of his opponent's astonished eyes, and he felt it was too much of a bug. However, since the number of divine spirit beast recovery potions was only 20, Tang Zimu did not take one out casually to test its efficacy, as he did with the food. Instead, he chose to keep it as his trump card. With this in hand, who would dare to engage him in a war of attrition? Tisk tisk tisk. With 200 more pieces of divine spirit beast food, the stock has skyrocketed. One can only say that old Hay is fortunate. As for the full 100 points of divine attribute points, let me think about the best way to allocate them. Tang Zimu glanced at his current attribute panel. After careful consideration, he decided to allocate 25 points of his divine attributes to strength. The remaining 75 points of divine attributes were evenly distributed, with 15 points allocated to each attribute. This ensured that his divine talent overturning mountains and seas could maximize its advantages, while also balancing his physical attributes to avoid any lack of coordination. Suddenly, 100 points of divine attributes surged in, flooding Tang Zimu's body with energy far beyond what he had experienced before. Fortunately, he had gone through this process a few times prior and gritted his teeth to endure the pain caused by the overwhelming influx of energy. Once he gradually adapted to his body, Tang Zimu looked at the attribute panel again. His attributes had transformed into strength 100, spirit 41, stamina 35, agility 41, physical defense 30, magic defense 27. Now his strength had directly surpassed the 100 mark, and the 3 relatively important attributes of stamina, agility, and spirit stabilized around 40 points. Tang Zimu attempted to swing his fist with maximum strength, producing a booming fist wind. With these attributes, even fighting some first evolution spirit beasts should pose no pressure at all. In the realm of spirit beasts, the vast majority of them undergo their first evolution at level 20. Before this point allocation, Tang Zimu's strength was only comparable to that of ordinary spirit beasts below level 20, making it difficult for him to defeat those that had evolved once. After all, spirit beasts experience a significant boost in both attributes and skills after evolution. But now things were different. Under the intimidation of his strength of 100, ordinary spirit beasts below level 20 could hardly withstand a single punch, Even a first evolved spirit beast would be dazed for a long while after receiving a blow. For instance, Xiao Yangsheng's spirit beast, the purple-patterned demon frog. As an evolved version of the blue-patterned frog, Tang Zimu was now confident that he could knock it out with just one punch. The system rewards have truly provided the greatest boost to my strength. Tang Zimu couldn't help but exclaim. Aside from defeating spirit beasts and gaining admiration, he now had another way to receive rewards, by coming into contact with items that possess divine nature. Moreover, in his view, since the difficulty of coming into contact with items carrying divine nature was so high, the subsequent conditions would likely not see as dramatic an increase in numbers as killing spirit beasts. It was highly likely that he would receive a reward for every item he came into contact with. If I could dig up a scale from the flame serpent, or a toenail from the red lotus, by Fong, wouldn't I be able to claim another wave of rewards, eh? Thinking of this, Tang Zimu's eyes sparkled. With my strength doubled, my digging speed should increase exponentially. A time to get to work. With newfound confidence, he picked up his steel pickaxe and continued to dig. His attributes had just been enhanced, and this was the perfect opportunity to adapt. 2 days quietly passed. During these 2 days, the flame essence mine was bustling with miners working energetically. Those with good luck reaped abundant rewards with enough flame essence stones to fill a sack. Even those with bad luck could still manage to dig up 1 or 2 flame essence stones, ensuring that their trip wasn't a total loss. As expected, the mining rights to the central area of the flame essence mine were ultimately claimed by the people of Yinyang City. After his attributes skyrocketed, Tang Zimu not only kept up, but even outperformed young talents like Qin Mu and Xiao Yangsheng in terms of speed. Additionally, with Yinyang City having as many as 10 mining quotas, there was simply no chance of losing. Unfortunately, Tang Zimu's luck did not remain extraordinary after that. Though he still managed to dig up several flame essence stones, none contained treasures. Tang Zimu was not overly disappointed by this. As the areas available for mining dwindled, he frequently crossed paths and interacted with others. From what he gathered, none of the other miners had unearthed any flame essence stones with treasures inside. Everyone felt more balanced since no one had found any treasures. Of course, it was also possible that someone like Tang Zimu was quietly amassing wealth while hiding their treasures. Everyone gather your findings from this trip, and we can head to the pit outside to wait, Li Chong said as he entered the mine, where they had been waiting for half an hour before the scheduled departure. At this point, almost all the mineable areas were excavated, so remaining here held little significance. The group calculated their findings, had their respective spirit beasts carry their loot, and lined up to leave the mine. During this time, Li Chong also paid special attention to Tang Zimu. He had initially worried that Lao He lacked strength and that Tang Zimu would return empty-handed. However, upon seeing Lao He carrying a full sack of flame essence stones, his eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, did you really manage to gather a sack of flame essence stones? You didn't stuff some inferno stones in there, did you? Cough cough, just lucky, managed to dig out quite a few flame essence stones, Tang Zimu replied modestly. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength simply wouldn't allow it. Even with the presence of the wooden stick and the feathers of the red lotus by Fong hidden, his haul still remained the largest among everyone. When Lao He walked out of the chamber carrying the sack, many people couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy in their eyes. Luck is also a part of strength. Li Chong seemed to have realized something and remarked before leading Tang Zimu out of the cave. The two of them returned to the crowd together. Since Li Chong had previously warned everyone that this was the territory of the six-winged flame monarch, no one dared to roam around or act recklessly. One by one, they either chatted with acquaintances or boasted about their gains, patiently waiting at the pit for the arrival of the cloud-gliding golden official. Tang Zimu also found an empty spot to sit down with Lao He. His gaze scanned the crowd, finally resting on Xiao Yangsheng. The latter seemed to have made quite a good haul, with his spirit beast, the purple-patterned demon frog, carrying a large cloth bag that was bulging with contents. It's a pity that this kid was no fool and hadn't caused trouble for him in the mine. Tang Zimu expressed his regret over this, but it further solidified his resolve to eliminate Xiao Yangsheng. This person was deeply scheming and could not be left alive. Should he let him fall from the cloud-gliding golden official in midair and turn into a meat pie, or should he let him perish instantly upon stepping through the gates of Yinyang City? Half an hour quickly passed. Tang Zimu also came up with 7 or 8 ideas. Just as he was weighing which method would be the best, he discovered something very important. Time was up, yet there was no sign of the cloud-gliding golden official in the sky. Could it be that they were running? Impossible. The owner of the cloud-gliding golden official was professionally trained and had been safely transporting for over a decade. They wouldn't make such a basic error. Not only did Tang Zimu notice this, but soon everyone else in the gathering began to realize the anomaly. They each questioned the reasons behind the delay of the cloud-gliding golden official. Li Chang, standing at the front of the crowd, felt an unease in his heart, his eyes filled with worry. After waiting another 5 minutes without seeing the cloud-gliding golden official, he took a deep breath, and his expression grew serious. He turned around and addressed everyone. "We have a serious problem. I know old Jean very well. He is meticulous and has never been late, even once in over a decade, let alone by 5 minutes. Even if he had other matters to attend to, the replacement from the Yin domain should have arrived by now. Therefore it is very likely that old Jean." The crowd, who had been quietly listening to him, suddenly stood up in a hurry, pointing and gasping at something behind. How could this be? The treading cloud golden official. Not good. Mayor Li, quickly hide. The treading cloud golden official, with a body the size of 2 football fields, was rapidly descending towards their location. Indeed, it was coming down with a crash. It was clearly visible that the head of the treading cloud golden official had been severed, and its headless corpse was being propelled towards the crowd in the deep pit by a powerful force. Fire spirit. Li Chang's pupils constricted as he let out a fierce shout. The fire spirit rock sparrow, which had been resting beside him and appeared harmless, suddenly unleashed its terrifying power as an 8th-level beast. With a piercing cry, it soared into the sky, flapping its wings, from which 2 long, fiery, blade-like energies shot forth. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, they swiftly slashed towards the headless corpse of the treading cloud golden official in midair. Swift fire fury slash. With a slash, the corpse of the treading cloud golden official was cleaved in 2 by the 2 energies, its remains tumbling downwards. Although the danger of being crushed was averted, Li Chang's tense expression did not ease in the slightest. He and the fire spirit rock sparrow were on high alert, staring intently at a particular spot in the sky. They didn't have to wait long. That spot began to radiate a fiery glow. I wondered why this old turtle dared to fly into my territory. After all this time, a group of little ants sneaked into my home, truly showing me no respect. A voice with an odd tone emerged from behind the fiery glow. Then a massive body broke through the clouds, gradually coming into view. This body was approximately 300 meters long, covered in thick fiery red scales, with 4 sharp claws gleaming coldly. Its gigantic head, with layers of folds, exhaled flames with every breath, and 6 membranous wings on its back burned with crimson fire. Isn't this form just like the dragon from the Western legends of Blue Star? In the crowd, Tang Zimu stared wide-eyed at the creature that had appeared. A dragon. A lizard. A 6-winged fire lizard. He had already guessed the identity of the being. He was not overly surprised that it spoke human language. Such a powerful spirit beast possesses terrifying strength and high intelligence, so learning human language is not unusual. 6-winged flame monarch. In fact, as soon as the being's body appeared, Li Chang and some others recognized it. It was precisely the figure they had been wary of, the notorious overlord of the Yin domain, the 6-winged flame monarch. They had taken great precautions during this mining of Yin essence, or daring not to make any noise, yet they were still discovered. Li Chang couldn't care about anything else. He turned his head and anxiously spoke. "The 6-winged flame monarch is here. Its spirit beasts will surely follow. Does anyone among you who commands beasts have the speed to break through the encirclement? We must notify the others." The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances before sighing. Among them, aside from the younger generation, everyone had trained multiple spirit beasts. However, mining Yin essence, or as a covert operation, and the number of beasts they could bring was limited, as was their size. The process required strength-type beasts, so most had only brought their strongest ones. Li Chang realized he had forgotten this point in his anxiety, and sighed. "There's no helping it, everyone. It seems we can only fight our way out. Everyone knows the strength of the 6-winged flame monarch. Even with the rock attribute that restrains it, my fire spirit rock sparrow is still no match for it. I can only do my utmost to hold it off." After saying this, Li Chang turned around and exchanged a glance with the fire spirit rock sparrow. With a cry, the fire spirit rock sparrow was engulfed in orange flames. The flames continued to spread outward. Soon the fire spirit rock sparrow transformed into a giant flaming bird with a wingspan of 200 meters. "Mayor Li, I will assist you." Ding Tianhua, who stood beside Tang Zimu, stepped out of the crowd and resolutely stood beside Li Chang. His spirit beast, the wild sand ferret, leaped off his shoulder. A gust of wind swirled, and as countless sands rapidly gathered and solidified at the bottom of the pit, the wild sand ferret soon transformed into a giant sand rat over 100 meters long, standing behind the fire spirit rock sparrow. I didn't expect to face such a tough battle before dying. 3 elderly men with white hair gradually stepped out from the crowd. Like Ding Tianhua, they were also nearing the end of their lives, and had come to mine Yin essence, or in hopes of finding treasures to extend their lives. Being high-ranking members of various cities in the Yin domain, their strength goes without saying. The spirit beasts they brought, while not as strong as Li Chang's fire spirit rock sparrow, were still top beasts of over level 70. Good. Seeing that the fire spirit rock sparrow had gained 4 additional level 70 beasts, as allies, Li Chang's confidence surged. Interesting, it's been many years since I've seen these old faces. The six-winged flame monarch in the sky cast a cold glance at these beasts before disdainfully scoffing. Unfortunately, even if you can stop me, can your little ants withstand my army? As soon as the words left its mouth, the previously calm ground suddenly began to shake violently. Countless dust and debris were kicked up, obscuring everyone's vision. The crowd in the deep pit could not see the outside scene, but the fire spirit rock sparrow in the air had a clear view. After communicating with the fire spirit rock sparrow mentally, Li Chang's expression turned grim once more. He gasped, speaking to the others behind him. Nearly 1,000 spirit beasts have already gathered at the edge of the deep pit, and there are many more spirit beasts rushing in from all directions. The number of these spirit beasts is likely to exceed 10,000. Surrounded by over 10,000 spirit beasts in the territory ravaged by them, the 5 strongest among them still needed to fend off the 6-winged flame monarch, meaning the rest of these spirit beasts had to be dealt with by them. The crowd exchanged glances. There's no helping it, everyone. We can only fight to the death. Ronglong, you have plenty of commanding experience. Take the opportunity while the spirit beasts haven't all arrived to lead us out. I and several others must focus on commanding the beasts to hold off the 6-winged flame monarch, and we can only passively follow you later. Li Chang, fully aware of the urgency, dared not delay. After giving a brief instruction, he commanded the fire spirit rock sparrow to take the initiative to attack the 6-winged flame monarch. The other 4 level 70 spirit beasts followed closely behind, charging towards the 6-winged flame monarch. In the deep pit, the remaining crowd looked up at the endless stream of spirit beasts emerging from the edge of the pit, their faces gradually paling. The current situation can no longer afford to delay. Ronglong, with a solemn expression, looked at the crowd and said, "Given the current circumstances, regardless of whether the Beastmasters can fly or not, we certainly cannot break through alone. This concerns everyone's lives. We must all give our utmost effort. Now everyone form a circular formation with the middle-aged in the outer circle and the younger generation inside, escorting the city lord as we move." Most of those present were high-ranking officials from various cities who had experienced the beast tide, fully aware of the importance of battle discipline when facing spiritual beasts. After Ronglong issued the command, more than 80 middle-aged individuals wasted no time and quickly lined up, surrounding themselves with their beasts to form an oval shape. The remaining 30 or so younger generation members, such as Tang Zimu and Qin Mu, took up positions in the center of the formation. Those with suitable beasts contributed them for riding. This allowed Li Chang and the others to ride and focus on facing the 6-winged flame monarch without worrying about travel issues. Ronglong was at the forefront of the formation, riding his beast, the guardian spirit dog, the ultimate evolution of a protective canine. He then turned his head and spoke. "The middle-aged must hold the outer circle firmly. We cannot let the spiritual beasts breach it, so our teammates won't have to worry about ambushes from behind. The younger generation will stay in the center. Just protect the city lord, and do not recklessly command the beasts to attack, as that could disrupt our formation in the outer circle." Having said that, he looked toward the only uphill path leading from the deep pit and shouted, "Now charge forward." A 100-man team surged forward under his lead. As the 100-man team rushed out from the pit, their speed was quite rapid. However, upon reaching the uphill path, the situation became grim. The group of spiritual beasts that had previously surrounded the edge of the deep pit had now charged down, launching a frenzied attack on the team. In an instant, flames and lightning erupted while water and vines danced wildly. The entire team was met with fierce resistance. "Damn it, I'm going to wipe out this bunch of bastards. Lao Su, hurry and help me over here. Lao Mo, let's have our beasts attack together and take down that guy in front." The middle-aged individuals in the outer circle immediately directed their beasts to retaliate. Unfortunately, the team's progress was forced to slow. The spiritual beasts that rushed down first were the elite among their kind, all at least level 50. These beasts at such levels were difficult for the high-ranking officials to deal with quickly. At the very center of the crowd, Tang Zimu sat on Lao Hei's shoulder, observing the situation around him. As Ronglong mentioned, all the younger generation's beasts were no match for these level 50 beasts. Their attacks not only proved ineffective, but could also disrupt the formation. Thus, at the beginning, he hadn't revealed that he could run faster than Lao Hei. Instead, he simply sat down on Lao Hei's shoulder, letting him carry him as they ran with the team. However, it now seemed that relying solely on the outer circle was completely insufficient. At their current speed, they would likely barely escape the deep pit, only to be swarmed by nearly 10,000 spiritual beasts. Then, Tang Zimu stood directly on Lao Hei's shoulders, surveying the battlefield, his mind racing. After assessing the situation, he pointed to the front right and spoke. Qin Mu, your ice blue bird, should have learned the ice domain. Throw it in the direction I'm pointing. Qin Mu was taken aback and responded, didn't Vice Minister Rong tell us not to act recklessly? On the other side, Xiao Yangsheng saw an opportunity and retorted. Tang Zimu, stop causing chaos. You're just a high school student who hasn't even enrolled in college yet, and you're giving orders to others. With no chance for Xiao Yangsheng to finish his sentence, Tang Zimu leaped off Lao Hei's shoulder, landing next to him and slapping him across the face. Seeing Xiao Yangsheng's beast, the purple patterned demon frog, wanting to step in to help, he swiftly turned and slapped it as well. Same formula, same familiar flavor. Only this time it was double the serving. Release it in the new direction I pointed. There's significant pressure there, and the outer side needs to be slowed down. After slapping, Tang Zimu looked at Qin Mu again, frowning and urging. At this moment Qin Mu was in a daze. What did he just witness? Tang Zimu not only slapped Xiao Yangsheng, but also stunned his beast with a single hit. How on earth is that possible? Are you even human? Qin Mu feared that if he refused, the next moment Tang Zimu would deliver a slap to his own face. Thus, without any hesitation, he obediently commanded the ice blue bird to release the ice domain in the new direction. Countless ice crystals erupted from the ground, slowing the movements of the spiritual beasts in that area by 2 seconds. There was no way around it. A level 30 ice blue bird being able to slow down level 50 spiritual beasts by 2 seconds was already a testament to Qin Mu's training. And those 2 seconds should not be underestimated. The two individuals responsible for guarding that area had just been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of several beasts. Now, with the precious 2 seconds to catch their breath, they hurriedly directed their beasts to reinforce their defenses, successfully stabilizing the situation. That was impressive. Qin Mu, seeing that he had indeed helped, looked at Tang Zimu with admiration. Tang Zimu, however, was unimpressed. Standing on Lao Hei's shoulders as they ran, he had a broad view. His strategic experience accumulated over years through books and games in Blue Star allowed him to make relatively accurate judgments. Most importantly, he possessed a mental strength and reaction ability far beyond that of an average human. No one present could react faster than him, nor could anyone grasp the timing of the battle better. Seeing this small crisis resolved, he once again leaped onto Lao Hei's shoulder to reassess the situation. Yang Jingtong, hurry and cast Soul Requiem over there. Those people are in danger. Pan Xin, release healing melody on the side where the shadow flame elk is to mend its injuries. With the successful example of the ice domain saving the day when Tang Zimu issued commands again, of course it was also possible they feared that if they doubted him for a moment, they would receive a slap in the face. Under Tang Zimu's orderly command, the younger generation, who initially seemed ineffective, truly managed to provide substantial support and rescue, significantly aiding the entire team. The team's speed of advancement increased somewhat. Soon this action drew the attention of those in the outer circle. Those who received assistance occasionally turned to glance at Tang Zimu, admiring his observational skills. Even Li Chong, who was directing the fire spirit rock sparrow and the six-winged flame monarch from his mount, couldn't help but take notice. He was witnessing something truly incredible. A large group of 3rd and 4th year college students, and even those who had already graduated, were being organized efficiently by a high school student who hadn't even started college yet, and they were all willing participants. One could only say that if there was indeed a genius in this world, it would surely be named Tang Zimu. Amidst such fierce and bloody fighting, the team pressed on, finally breaking free from the deep pit and arriving at a more favorable plain for running. Comrades, victory lies just ahead. Break through this plain, and we shall descend directly toward Yanyu City, the nearest settlement to us. Commanding his guardian spirit hound to bite down and kill the obstructing spirit beast, Rong Long, positioned at the vanguard, wiped blood from his face and spoke with fervent excitement. Though reaching the city he named would still demand at least an hour's frantic sprint, it was infinitely preferable to being trapped in that bottomless pit, surrounded on all sides with no escape. Inspired by Rong Long's rallying cry, the group surged with renewed vigor, each person directing their spirit beasts with feverish intensity, launching relentless assaults. As Tang Zimu had remarked upon arrival of the 100-odd cultivators dispatched to mine Yanjing, or most were elite officials and top-tier experts from the 15 cities of the Yin domain, collectively possessing strength rivaling an entire city's core military force. Now unleashing their full might, the formation transformed into an unstoppable bulldozer, advancing with terrifying speed while grinding every charging spirit beast beneath its tread into crimson pulp. Spirit beasts possess intelligence, and faced with such brutal slaughter, fear began to seep into them. Some lingered hesitantly at the periphery, too terrified to advance. Others lobbed long-range attacks from afar, hoping to exploit the chaos. This only intensified the momentum of the human charge. They barreled forward, carving a bloody path halfway across the plain, until just as all believed they would break free, calamity struck. A deep, guttural roar erupted from the plain's far end. Instantly the ground, previously trembling faintly, began convulsing violently. Many in the ranks lost their footing and tumbled headlong. "Rise up, everyone, rise now!" Ronglong cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Seizing the opening, swarms of spirit beasts breached the perimeter and claimed several lives in swift succession. Once their masters fell, the bond between master and beast unraveled. Most spirit beasts shared profound emotional ties with their riders, witnessing their deaths ignited a surge of unbridled fury. Discarding all tactical coordination, they pursued the slayers of their masters with single-minded. A minority, those whose bonds with their masters were shallow or even hostile, either fled outright or turned traitor, joining the outer ranks of spirit beasts to assault humanity. Whichever path they chose, the effect was catastrophic. The outer defensive ring, once resolute, now teetered on the brink of collapse. Misfortune never comes alone. From the plain's horizon, the source of that earlier roar charged toward the humans with earth-shaking strides. A colossal figure 5 stories tall, standing on 4 pillar-like legs crowned by a gleaming horn and armored in golden scales. Di Jiao Jinshi. Li Chong, long suppressing his dread, could no longer contain his shock. Damn it! Has Lu Qi Yanjun abandoned his domain entirely? He sent this beast forth. In the spirit beast hierarchy, harmony is rare. Even minor clans war over territory and sustenance. Lu Qi Yanjun, a regional overlord, was no exception. 2 other sovereigns, each equal in power, bordered his realm and coveted it with ravenous eyes. To safeguard his domain, Lu Qi Yanjun either guarded it himself or delegated the duty to his second strongest lieutenant, Di Jiao Jin, she the undisputed apex predator of his lands. Never before had both overlords deployed simultaneously. Yet now, to annihilate this single expedition, Lu Qi Yanjun had forsaken his own stronghold, summoning Di Jiao Jin, she without hesitation. No wonder Li Chong stood stunned. Ruined, utterly ruined. Not only Li Chong, upon recognizing the Di Jiao Jin, she despair flickered like dying embers in many eyes. 1 overlord could perhaps be held at bay, but 2. What hope remained? Once conviction shattered, even before Di Jiao Jin, she reached them, the already fragile outer ring crumbled under the surging tide of emboldened spirit beasts. Here clusters were surrounded, their individuals were hunted down. The 100-strong formation splintered into scattered fragments. "I've got an Ada. Class." Tang Zimu thought, a torrent of expletives boiling behind his teeth, unspoken yet deafening. He was merely a high school student, not yet enrolled in university. How had he been thrust into this infernal war, where 70-level spirit beasts roamed freely and 50-level ones were deemed commonplace? Was there justice left in this world? Was there law? What monstrous matchmaking mechanism had cast him here? As Tang Zimu clenched his jaw and struggled to regroup those nearby, he sensed movement, a small rat slipping stealthily toward him from behind. Tang Zimu. In the maelstrom, Qiao Yangsheng glared, eyes bloodshot, his purple-veined demon frog coiled and ready. The 2 open-handed slaps Tang Zimu had delivered publicly had not merely struck flesh, they had dragged Qiao Yangsheng's pride through the mud. Yet deference to Tang Zimu's rising reputation and status had forced Qiao Yangsheng to swallow his humiliation, for he still needed the backing of Yinyang City and his family's patronage. But now, trapped in this hopeless abyss, with survival itself an illusion, what did reputation matter anymore? His swollen cheek burning, Qiao Yangsheng's mind narrowed to a single incandescent thought. Even if he died, he would drag Tang Zimu down with him. Coincidence? Tang Zimu harbored the very same resolve. He would never allow a sworn enemy to draw breath. From the outset, Tang Zimu had never taken his eyes off Qiao Yangsheng. Every twitch, every shift observed. Seeing his foe seize the chaos to strike, Tang Zimu's pent-up fury finally found its conduit. Tang Zimu turned coldly, lips shaping a silent word, die. Then his shadow, cast sharp and black by the sun, slithered forward like a specter racing toward Qiao Yangsheng. Phantom shadow strike. Still reeling from Tang Zimu's sudden pivot, Qiao Yangsheng watched, dumbfounded, as the head of his own shadow detached and dropped to the ground. Wait, my shadow's head. Can shadows even lose heads? Before comprehension dawned, agony exploded through him. His eyes failed to close before he collapsed, life extinguished in an instant. Huff! With Qiao Yangsheng gone, and his purple-veined demon frog torn apart by surrounding beasts, Tang Zimu's fury receded by half. He steadied his focus, scanning the chaos for survivors. Thanks to those he'd gathered earlier, and Ronglong, who'd been driven inward by the spirit beast onslaught, he remained momentarily unharmed. But delay meant certain death. There remained but one path forward. Tang Zimu's gaze hardened. Reaching into his burlap sack of Yinjing stones, he retrieved the half-piece of ore, the very fragment that had yielded the wooden talisman. Tang Zimu clenched half a flame essence stone in his hand, standing once again on the shoulder of Old Hay. His gaze constantly scanned the chaotic scene, quickly capturing crucial information. The lazy koala. The lazy koala is one of the 4 elite beasts assisting Li Chang in battle, characterized by its tough skin and resilience. Originally meant to serve as a meat shield on the battlefield in the sky, helping the fire spirit rock sparrow withstand damage, it has now returned to the plains lying low, with its 100-meter body continuously driving away the attacking spirit beasts. This can only indicate one thing. After the team was scattered, Li Chang and the 4 old men were threatened by spirit beasts and were forced to summon a beast to protect them. But without a meat shield on that battlefield, what should the fire spirit rock sparrow do? Tang Zimu hurriedly looked up at the sky, only to see a scene of utter devastation. The strength of the fire spirit rock sparrow was never a match for the 6-winged flame monarch. It could only barely suppress the 6-winged flame monarch with the assistance of the other 4 beasts. However, after the appearance of the Earth Corner golden rhinoceros, the situation was completely shattered. The lazy koala was forced to return and protect its master. The Earth Corner golden rhinoceros, which had initially charged at the crowd, turned its head upon seeing the humans in disarray and directly engaged another beast in combat. Now only the fire spirit rock sparrow and the frenzied sand weasel remained, being mercilessly crushed by the 6-winged flame monarch. Just moments ago, the fire spirit rock sparrow had its wing bitten by the 6-winged flame monarch, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. If this drags on, there will be no chance left. Tang Zimu quickly called out to Rong Long, who was commanding the beasts nearby. Lord Li is over there, hurry, and take me to him. Rong Long, upon hearing this, didn't ask any further questions, nodded, and led the nearby group of over 10 people to bravely counter the onslaught of spirit beasts. The level 70 lazy koala was utterly overpowering against these spirit beasts of level 40 to 50. The closer Tang Zimu and his party got to the position of the lazy koala, the fewer spirit beasts they encountered. When the lazy koala noticed them, it effortlessly swatted away the surrounding spirit beasts with a single paw. Lord Li. Under the protection of the lazy koala, Tang Zimu and his party quickly rushed to the open ground beneath its belly, where they saw 5 people huddled together. The prolonged high-intensity command of the beasts was a significant strain on the beastmaster's nerves. At this moment, Li Chang's face was pale, and the other 3 old men were not faring much better. Only the beastmaster of the lazy koala seemed to be holding up, while stepping forward to inquire. How is the situation? Rong Long's expression darkened as he spoke in despair. Many people have been scattered. Given the intensity of these spirit beasts' assault, those who can survive will likely be less than half. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid. Less than half. Those who could mine the flame essence or were all elite figures among the 15 cities of the flame domain. To lose half in one go would be an extremely heavy cost for the entire flame domain. Li Chang, who had been commanding the fire spirit rock sparrow, also heard Rong Long's words. When he learned of the heavy casualties among the humans, he felt an immense sorrow. Typically magnanimous, he could no longer bear it, standing up with reddened eyes and letting out a roar. Damn 6-winged flame monarch, even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Having said that, Li Chang glared at the 6-winged flame monarch in the sky, his gaze gradually firming. Lord Li, don't. The old men guessed Li Chang's intentions and hurriedly tried to dissuade him, but none could stop him. The others present could only follow Li Chang's gaze. The fire spirit rock sparrow in the sky had been trying its best to stall for time against the 6-winged flame monarch. After being stimulated, the fire spirit rock sparrow sensed its master's sorrow and frantically engaged the 6-winged flame monarch in a fierce battle. When the 6-winged flame monarch bit it, even if the fire spirit rock sparrow couldn't counter, it still aimed to scratch off a layer of its skin. When the 6-winged flame monarch breathed fire at it, it would peck at its opponent even while enduring the flames. Under such a reckless strategy, the 6-winged flame monarch was soon left battered and bruised. However, the cost paid by the fire spirit rock sparrow was far more severe. It was first bitten until its legs were severed, and then its 2 wings were brutally torn apart by the 6-winged flame monarch. Having lost its wings, the fire spirit rock sparrow let out its final mournful cry, crashing down from the sky and crushing a large number of spirit beasts. Li Chang, who shared a mental connection with the fire spirit rock sparrow, also felt a portion of its pain and leaned back. Fortunately, Rong Long was quick-witted and caught him. Li Chang weakly collapsed in Rong Long's arms, his eyes filled with sorrow and despair. His gaze swept over the faces of the gathered people, and he hoarsely spoke. I'm sorry, everyone, I have already done my utmost. Everyone knew that Li Chang truly had done his best. To severely injure the six-winged flame monarch was already the limit of what the fire spirit rock sparrow and Li Chang could achieve. Unfortunately, the severe injury was of no use, and it still could not change the fact that they would be slowly besieged to death by thousands of spirit beasts. With this thought, a sense of despair spread, and the expressions of everyone turned bleak. I believe there is still hope. In the silent crowd, a sudden, unexpected voice rang out. The tone of the voice was filled with confidence, causing everyone to involuntarily look over, only to realize that the speaker was none other than this year's top national scholar, Tang Zimu. Top national scholar. Just thinking of such an extraordinary genius with infinite potential being cut down here, everyone's expressions grew even dimmer. Tang Zimu paid no heed to their thoughts. He held half a flame essence stone and quickly approached Li Chang. Then in front of everyone he unveiled the water-repellent cloth covering the flame essence stone, revealing the liquid contained within the stone's groove. Water. This is... Li Chang looked a bit bewildered. He did not believe that Tang Zimu had solemnly approached just to offer him a drink. This is the flame essence stone containing a treasure I unearthed. Once smashed open, it reveals this ball of water. I took a sip then and immediately regained my stamina. Tang Zimu spoke assertively. The treasure extracted from the flame essence stone. Just by its name, everyone's eyes widened. Being in the flame domain, who doesn't know the weight of the saying flame essence stone products are guaranteed to be top-notch. So I suspect this water can restore the state of humans or spirit beasts. If the fire spirit rock sparrow can recover its condition. Tang Zimu did not finish, but everyone present understood his implication. Everyone focused their gaze on the water in the groove of the flame essence stone, their hearts reigniting hope. A treasure extracted from the flame essence stone should work right. Lordly, let the fire spirit come back. Tang Zimu said. All right. Hopeful Li Chang quickly nodded and summoned the fire spirit rock sparrow. After the six-winged flame monarch had mangled the fire spirit rock sparrow, it shifted its attention to the frenzied sand weasel and the last beast, ignoring the no-threatless fire spirit rock sparrow. As an 80-level beast, the fire spirit rock sparrow had a strong vitality. Even though it was half-crippled, it could still move. Upon receiving Li Chang's call not long after, the fire spirit rock sparrow was supported by the lazy koala and arrived by everyone's side. Seeing the fire spirit rock sparrow, which had no wings and was only half its body remaining, Tang Zimu hesitated not at all and directly raised the flame essence stone, pouring all the water from the groove into the fire spirit rock sparrow's mouth. In the next moment, the body of the fire spirit rock sparrow erupted with dazzling multicolored light. The full-fledged might of a top-level 80 beast swiftly spread across the battlefield. At this moment, the tide of battle turned. A clear and crisp cry rang out. The vibrant and colorful rays of light completely blossomed after expanding to a certain extent, revealing the fire spirit rock sparrow within. At this moment, the fire spirit rock sparrow seemed to have been reborn from the flames, its entire body engulfed in scorching flames, perfectly intact. It was impossible to tell that it had just been shattered and on the brink of death. Li Chang stared at the rejuvenated fire spirit rock sparrow, momentarily at a loss for words. The others gasped in amazement. A miracle! This is truly a miracle. How is this possible? It has completely restored its body. Not only its body, but the vibrant flames emanating from the fire spirit rock sparrow suggest that even its spiritual energy has been replenished. What a divine creature. Tang Zimu's young friend actually dared to present such a divine object. The moment they thought of the treasure that allowed the fire spirit rock sparrow to instantly recover, everyone turned their gaze toward Tang Zimu, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Tang Zimu accepted the gazes of the crowd with a sense of righteousness, looking at the fire spirit rock sparrow with a hint of astonishment. Contrary to his expectation of a gradual recovery, the fire spirit rock sparrow had restored itself to its peak state in just 1 second. One could only say that the god-level spirit beast recovery potion was indeed a conceptual item provided by the system, utterly unreasonable. Indeed, the recovery potion he gave to the fire spirit rock sparrow was from the god-level luxury gift pack. When he first obtained this item, Tang Zimu envisioned the scene where the beast was pushed to the brink of death, and after administering a bottle of recovery potion, the beast would bounce back to life and counterattack. He didn't expect that his words would come true. Just 1 day later, he had the opportunity to witness this scene. However, Tang Zimu certainly could not directly take out the god-level spirit beast recovery potion. Even if he survived, there would be many troublesome explanations to provide. For example, where did the item come from, and whether there were any remaining. Therefore, he devised a clever solution that would serve multiple purposes. He poured the god-level spirit beast recovery potion into the groove of the flame essence stone, pretending it was a treasure capable of restoring vitality. This not only explained why the area he and Old Black mined was larger than others, and why the flame essence stone was inexplicably excavated, but also proved that he only had this little potion left, solving the immediate life-threatening crisis. As for the loss of a bottle of god-level recovery potion, who cares when life is at stake? Tang Zimu was fond of wealth, but not to the extent of being a miser who clings to his coins while facing death. Moreover, who said this was a loss? After administering this bottle of potion, he had directly saved the fire spirit rock sparrow, which had accompanied Li Chang for decades and was akin to family. Given his bold, generous nature, wouldn't he empty his pockets to repay himself? Additionally, the dozens of elite figures present from the 15 cities of the Flame Domain had all benefited from his life-saving grace. If each person brought something out in gratitude, he would certainly profit immensely. With the fire spirit rock sparrow in its prime as a guarantee, the pressure in Tang Zimu's heart eased significantly, and he began to imagine how much wealth he could gather from this incident. The fire spirit rock sparrow, however, was oblivious to its savior's thoughts. After fully recovering, it did not dare to linger for a moment, spreading its long wings and flying toward the six-winged flame monarch. The six-winged flame monarch was still frantically pursuing the sandstorm ferret and another beast. Without the fire spirit rock sparrow as its main force, the two were no match for the six-winged flame monarch. Just as they were about to be brutally killed by the six-winged flame monarch, a massive rock suddenly smashed into its back. The six-winged flame monarch, weak against the rock attribute, instinctively let out a roar of pain. It turned angrily to see a horrifying scene. The fire spirit rock sparrow, which it had just torn nearly half of its body from, was now charging at it completely intact. How is this possible? The incredulous six-winged flame monarch was startled and quickly turned to flee, but the fire spirit rock sparrow pounced on it heated. The two sides were once again locked in combat. If it were the six-winged flame monarch in its prime, it would certainly not fear the fire spirit rock sparrow. However, it had already been battered and bruised by the fire spirit rock sparrow's reckless attacks, and its spiritual energy had diminished by half due to excessive skill usage. Now facing the fire spirit rock sparrow at its peak, and with two pesky flies interfering, how could it possibly win? With no time to ponder how the opponent had recovered, the six-winged flame monarch dragged its wounded body and turned to flee, heading straight for its lair. The fire spirit rock sparrow was about to pursue when Li Chang promptly stopped it. We don't know what traps or helpers might be waiting at their lair. Recklessly attacking could lead to losses. Most importantly, there are still so many people trapped here. Our priority is to rescue them. Upon receiving Li Chang's heartfelt message, the fire spirit rock sparrow hurriedly returned and began to breathe flames at the chaotic spirit beasts on the ground. The sandstorm ferret and another beast, along with the lethargic koala, were helping the beast being suppressed by the earth corner golden rhino under the guidance of the three elderly men. With such arrangements, the entire battlefield situation completely reversed. The spirit beasts on the ground were at most a group of level 40 to 50 minions. They looked up at the fire spirit rock sparrow soaring above the battlefield, completely bewildered. Wait, I get to fight the fire spirit rock sparrow. Is this really? Fight. They couldn't even break through the opponent's defenses. One by one, the spirit beasts either fled in panic or were turned to ashes by the flames raining down from above. The earth corner golden rhino fared even worse. It watched the six-winged flame monarch flee in a panic, blinking in confusion. Boss, I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. Unfortunately, the six-winged flame monarch did not glance back at it as it fled. The earth corner golden rhino was capable of suppressing a single beast of over 70 levels. But now, with three opponents of the same level suddenly appearing, and they were the kind that could coordinate, how could it fight? In no time, it was surrounded and ruthlessly beaten by four spirit beasts. To be beaten to death was just a matter of time. City Lord, this is great. Most of the younger generation has been pushed to Minister Guest side, and they have basically survived. I have good news as well. Xiao He and the others managed to hide underground using their beast's abilities, and they all survived. After the earth corner golden rhino was brutally killed, and the other attacking spirit beasts either died or fled, the crowd began to clean up the battlefield. Good news came one after another. Thanks to Tang Zimu's timely rescue, after the fire spirit rock sparrow quickly cleared the battlefield, the number of survivors was significantly higher than Rong Long had predicted, totaling over 70. Although more than 30 still perished, it was still easier to accept than half of them dying. Good. Li Chang repeatedly praised as he excitedly clasped Tang Zimu's shoulder. Thanks to you, Tang Zimu. Li Chang will never forget your life-saving grace. Rest assured, I will find a way to repay you for that divine object. The 70 or so people around, either resting or healing, looked at Tang Zimu with tears of gratitude. Those who had been scattered earlier had already learned from everyone's descriptions that it was Tang Zimu who produced the mind treasure at the critical moment, allowing them to survive in dire straits. In their eyes, Tang Zimu had become a life-saving benefactor radiating with colorful light. "I was nothing at all," Tang Zimu replied modestly, his gaze stealthily sweeping over the large sack on Old Black's back. During the cleanup of the battlefield, he had stuffed the flame essence stones which had been trampled into mush that he dug out from Qiao Yangsheng into his sack. Since there would be no witnesses, it was quite reasonable to take a few items. The survivors rested in place for a while longer. Just as they were about to get up and return to Flame Moon City, they suddenly heard a commotion from the other side of the plain. What? The six-winged flame monarch dares to come back. Could it be that it called for more help? Li Chang furrowed his brows and stood up, speaking in confusion. The others also stood up nervously. However, upon seeing the fiery red figure emerging from the other side of the plain, Li Chang's furrowed brows relaxed, and he turned to exclaim joyfully, "Ha ha ha, flame flowing light. It's the burning flame Lion King Zhao Kaixian has come." What? City Lord Zhao actually made it here. The crowd exchanged glances and then realized something, their faces lighting up with joy. Does this mean the six-winged flame monarch? Zhao Kaixian did not come alone. Shortly after his figure appeared, a large number of beast tamers emerged at the edge of the plain. Looking around, there were at least 1,000 of them. All the beast tamers, whether riding, standing, or sitting on beasts of various shapes and sizes, were charging this way in a spectacular scene. Quickly, Zhao Kaixian arrived at the resting place of Tang Zimu and the others leading the charge. Are you all okay?" Zhao Kaixian gasped for breath, his gaze darting quickly across everyone's faces. Upon seeing that Tang Zimu and Lao He were both safe and sitting on the ground, he let out a huge sigh of relief. "Ha ha, how did you get here so fast?" Li Chang laughed heartily, giving Zhao Kaixian a punch on the shoulder. "Don't mention it. A small team happened to be passing by Yanyu City when they saw the scene of Jin He and Taiyun Jingguan being ruthlessly slaughtered by the six-winged flame monarch, so they hurried back to report to Lao Gui. Lao Gui sent me an urgent message using an electromagnetic mayfly, and I rushed over with my people. How could I not be anxious?" When Zhao Kaixian received the news, it felt like the sky was about to fall. This time, Yinyang City had sent the most people to mine the flame essence, and if they all died, the losses would be devastating, especially since Tang Zimu was among them. Just last week, he had gifted a villa, a beast-taming ring, and a beast-taming pearl, as well as a quota for mining flame essence. This huge investment that had emptied his savings had yet to yield any returns, and now it was all in vain. Who could endure that? Thus, Zhao Kaixian wasted no time rallying the beast-tamers from Yinyang City and rushing over. "Where's Lao Gui? Has he come?" Li Chang asked eagerly. "He arrived. He took some time to gather the people from Yanyu City, and he should be here soon." As soon as Zhao Kaixian finished speaking, another large army of beast tamers appeared at the edge of the plain. Leading them was the floating lord of Yanyu City, Zhen Feiwen. His main beast was a ghost-type phantom demon, which is why he was called Lao Gui. "You're right on time," Li Chang exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. "Right on time. Didn't you resolve this crisis?" Zhao Kaixian suddenly remembered that he had a belly full of questions to ask, and quickly spoke up. "By the way, you haven't told me what happened. Wasn't it said that the six-winged flame monarch brought a beast army to kill? Where did the six-winged flame monarch go? How did the corpse of the golden-horned rhino end up here?" Li Chang waved his hands repeatedly. "Time is tight. I can't explain now. Hurry and gather your beast tamers. They'll have Lao Gui follow along and well attack the six-winged flame monarch's lair together. They'll explain those questions while we're on the way." After saying this, Li Chang mounted the fire spirit rock sparrow and flew towards Zhen Feiwen. Zhao Kaixian was baffled, not understanding why Li Chang dared to attack the six-winged flame monarch. However, trusting Li Chang, he quickly turned back and summoned the thousands of beast tamers behind him. Once the beast tamer armies from both cities had assembled, they wasted no time and followed Li Chang as they surged towards the six-winged flame monarch's lair. Tang Zimu and the others also mounted some large beasts and charged alongside the army. After being besieged by the beast army for so long, they had lost many comrades. Filled with rage, they now sought revenge. As the army rushed towards the six-winged flame monarch's lair, Zhao Kaixian and Zhen Feiwen exchanged glances, both wearing incredulous expressions. Just moments ago, Li Chang had detailed the events that transpired before they arrived. From Tang Zimu commanding the crowd to break through to the beast horde in chaos, forming a united front, and then turning the tide with a divine artifact, ultimately leading to a reversal of fortune as the flame monarch was defeated. Zhao Kaixian and Zhen Feiwen were left dumbfounded, unable to process it for a long time. Are you saying that a high school student who just finished the college entrance examination and hasn't even entered university yet did better than seasoned professionals who have seen countless battles, more composed in chaos than the elites of the 15 cities in the flame domain? And in the end, he brought out a treasure he had fortuitously obtained to turn the tide, forcing the dominant six-winged flame monarch to flee in disgrace. Do you think you're writing a novel? No, not even a novel would dare to write it like that. Not just Zhao Kaixian and Zhen Feiwen, over 70 people scattered throughout the army also spread everything that had happened. Along the way, exclamations of "Wow, what the hell, and is this for real?" echoed throughout the army. No one could have imagined that the one who saved Li Chang and the other high-ranking officials was actually the weakest member of the entire team, Tang Zimu, who was out for the first time. This caused Tang Zimu, who was sitting on the back of a wild-boar giant rock elephant, to receive looks of admiration from various perspectives. After Li Chang confirmed it repeatedly, Zhao Kaixian and Zhen Feiwen still accepted this fact. Zhao Kaixian was naturally overjoyed. The more of a genius Tang Zimu was, the better. The more monstrous he was, the better it proved his good judgment, and that his investment was not in vain. Zhen Feiwen and Li Chang, on the other hand, were filled with regret and remorse. Both wondered if they had been willing to empty their savings and offer more favorable conditions initially, could they have recruited such a genius into their city. So you're saying the six-winged flame monarch has now lost nearly 10,000 beasts, lost the general golden-horned rhino, and is severely injured himself. Indeed, there is hope of taking him down. After the excitement, Zhao Kaixian also realized why Li Chang had called for them to assemble the army and launch an attack. Not only is there hope, this operation can completely catch the six-winged flame monarch off guard. As long as we finish the battle before the other two guys react, we can kill the six-winged flame monarch and return smoothly. Li Chang spoke confidently. Although the three major overlords in this area were in a competitive relationship, if they discovered that humans were attacking one of them, they would not sit idly by. When they launched a beast tide to attack the city, they would also cooperate with each other, not giving humans the opportunity to take them down one by one. This is also the reason why over the years the people of the Flame Domain had never successfully killed a beast of this overlord level. But now it was different. The six-winged flame monarch had taken the risk of sending out the golden-horned rhino, and would definitely be cautious not to let the other two overlords find out. Now he was severely injured and had no time to seek help from the other two overlords. Wouldn't it be quite simple for the three city lords to join forces and kill a six-winged flame monarch? Zhao Kaixian and Zhen Feiwen pondered for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. The two exchanged glances. So thanks to Tang Zimu, not only did the team mining flame essence suffer minimal losses, but they might also eliminate a significant threat within the Flame Domain. This is not just a genius, he is undoubtedly a lucky star. Fellow city lords, the lair of the six-winged flame monarch is just ahead. After not waiting long, the scout responsible for the front reconnaissance provided exciting news. Roar! The burning flame lion king let out a furious roar, causing the six-winged flame monarch, who was flying in midair, to roll its eyes and freeze in place. Meanwhile, the fire spirit lava sparrow, which had been waiting for a long time, directly gathered countless falling stones, smashing the six-winged flame monarch's chest into a bloody mess. A flash of purple light darted by, and the previously undetectable phantom demon had somehow sneaked behind the six-winged flame monarch, slashing down with its blood-red scythe directly on the back of the six-winged flame monarch. Beautiful. This combo is simply too smooth. Is this still the six-winged flame monarch who was flaunting its power and boasting outside our city before? How did it get beaten like a dead dog? Go City Lord. Go City Lord. TSK tisk. Why do I feel like the City Lord's burning flame lion king has become even stronger? The resting spot of the six-winged flame monarch was a depression resembling a deep pit, but with a gentle slope all around. At this moment, nearly 10,000 onlookers treated the gentle slope as a spectator area, sitting on the ground and watching the grand performance before them, cheering enthusiastically. They were the double city coalition that had rushed in and stormed the six-winged flame monarch's lair. However, contrary to their expectations of a bloody battle, upon entering the lair of the six-winged flame monarch, the double city coalition encountered no significant resistance at all and pushed straight to the deepest part of the lair, the six-winged flame monarch's residence. It seemed that the six-winged flame monarch had been too hasty in summoning its subordinates to encircle Tang Zimu and the others. It had directly emptied its lair's subordinates and hadn't had time to summon the outer spirit beasts. Now those subordinates were fleeing in all directions after being beaten by the fire spirit lava sparrow, and before they could return, the outer spirit beasts were unaware of the changes in the lair, which allowed the double city coalition to enter so easily. After entering and wiping out most of the spirit beasts, the onlookers found themselves unable to participate in the high-end battle against the six-winged flame monarch. With nothing to do, they sat on the ground, acting as spectators. Tang Zimu and Lao He were among them. He watched the battle ahead with great interest, his eyes filled with anticipation. It was so exhilarating. Coming to the Beastmaster world was all about witnessing such dazzling battles between spirit beasts with various skills. He turned to look at Lao He. You better watch closely and learn well, grow up to be like those three and fight as gracefully as they do. Lao He looked aggrieved, tears almost flowing down. What about fairness? You could easily slap me to death, why expect me to fight gracefully? Wouldn't it be better for you to fight yourself? Damn humans, I refuse to accept this. In the midst of casual chatter, the six-winged flame monarch in the center of the arena let out a desperate roar. After suffering a series of strikes, it was already at the end of its tether. Now it was bitten on the neck by the charging burning flame Lion King, causing it to crash heavily, falling to the ground. The fire spirit Lava Sparrow, the phantom demon, and several supporting spirit beasts around level 70 seized this opportunity to unleash a barrage of skills, finally causing the six-winged flame monarch to lose its breath completely. The notorious overlord of the flame domain, the six-winged flame monarch, met its tragic end on its own territory. However, it had fought hard against the strongest spirit beasts of the three city lords for a period of time with its battered body, while also suffering disturbances from several level 70 spirit beasts outside, which was enough to prove its strength. Phew! After defeating the six-winged flame monarch, Li Chong let out a sigh of relief and then burst into laughter. Zhao Kaixian was relatively composed. He turned to look at the audience and spoke loudly. Everyone, quickly gather the spoils we searched for earlier. We need to hurry and leave here. Each spirit beast has its preferred food and materials beneficial to itself, and they usually collect and store these things within their territory. Now all of this has fallen into the hands of the Double City Coalition. When they pushed in, they had not missed gathering these materials. Got it. They had seen the good show and killed the spirit beasts. The beast masters present were very satisfied, and after responding they all stood up and left the depression, calling their spirit beasts to bring back the gathered items. Tang Zimu also prepared to get up and call Lao He to leave. Who would have thought that before he could even lift his butt off the ground, Li Chong at the bottom excitedly waved at him. Tang Zimu, come here for a moment. Tang Zimu was a bit surprised and walked to the bottom of the depression with Lao He. This also gave him a chance to take a closer look at the corpse of the six-winged flame monarch. The corpse, 400 meters long and resembling a western dragon, was truly a rare find. Seeing Tang Zimu come over, Li Chong didn't immediately discuss anything with him. Instead, he directly pulled him to stand in front of Zhao Kaixian and Jin Feiwen and said, Old Zhao, old ghost, for this kill of the six-winged flame monarch, I should be credited with the first kill, right? Zhao Kaixian and Jun Feiwen nodded. The six-winged flame monarch was beaten to a pulp primarily by Li Chang's fire spirit Lava Sparrow, so it was absolutely his first kill. Then as a trophy, I want the best part of the six-winged flame monarch's corpse, the head. That's reasonable. Li Chang continued. The spirit beast species of the six-winged flame monarch is known as the six-winged flame lizard. This species is characterized by its energy being mostly stored in its head, making its head a top-tier material for crafting Beastmaster rings, Beastmaster orbs, and spirit beast recovery medicines. The head alone accounts for at least 60 of the total value of the corpse, making it the best and most valuable part. You can have it. You contributed the most this time. Can I take this advantage? I from Yinyu City have already lost a significant enemy directly and am very satisfied. If you want to take the head, just take it. Zhao Kaixian and Jin Feiwen still had no objections. If these two were stingy people, they wouldn't be able to play along with the generous Li Chang. Meanwhile, Tang Zimu, who overheard this dialogue, felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He had likely guessed what Li Chang was planning. Sure enough, after receiving Zhao Kaixian and Jun Feiwen's affirmation, Li Chang patted Tang Zimu on the shoulder and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Tang Zimu, if it weren't for the divine item you provided, my fire spirit would have perished, and we would never have been able to defeat the six-winged flame monarch. So I will give you the head of the six-winged flame monarch to compensate for your loss. Of course, I know that compared to the divine item used, this isn't enough, and I will continue to compensate you later. Are you really giving it to me? On the surface, Tang Zimu appeared calm, but inside he was extremely excited. The corpse of an overrated-level spirit beast was already worth a fortune, no priceless. After all, since the establishment of the Dragon Nation, the records of humans defeating overrated-level spirit beasts have been extremely limited, and the instances of obtaining spirit beast corpses are even fewer. Now, with Li Chang directly giving him the most valuable head of the six-winged flame lizard, Tang Zimu couldn't even calculate how much he had gained. What was even more terrifying was that Li Chang still felt it wasn't enough and wanted to compensate him further. After all, they didn't know that the divine-grade spirit beast recovery potion only had the effect of restoring spirit beast stamina and mental power. From Li Chang and the others' perspective, such a divine item that could instantly restore even level 80 spirit beasts if given to an ordinary spirit beast, could it help them soar in level, enhance their aptitude, and break limits. Thus, when Tang Zimu presented the item, the loss was unimaginable. Of course, it needed to be compensated handsomely. Ahem, then I will graciously accept it. Tang Zimu showed no intention of being polite. How you guess the effects of the divine grade spiritual beast recovery potion is your business. I am only responsible for claiming my compensation. If you give me more, I will accept it with a clear conscience. If you give me less, then that won't do. If it's less, it'll truly turn against you. Alright, then I will have Huoling cut off the head of the six-winged flame monarch for you. Li Chang, seeing that Tang Zimu agreed, cheerfully called for Huoling Yanke to begin severing the head of the six-winged flame monarch. Zhao Kaixian finally found an opportunity to communicate with Tang Zimu. He walked over and gave Tang Zimu a thumbs up. I had already tried to elevate your status as much as possible, but I still underestimated you. Zhao Kaixian was bubbling with admiration. Just look at how good I am at investing. The initial investments given were nothing compared to the head of the six-winged flame monarch that Li Chang now had. But what was the outcome? Tang Zimu is still one of our people from Yanyang City, and Li Chang gained nothing. In just over a week, the other party proved their worth far beyond expectations through their actions. Doesn't this prove the worth of my judgment? With this thought, Zhao Kaixian felt he shouldn't be stingy and immediately waved his hand. The head, though valuable, has little meat on it. You probably haven't eaten meat from this level of spiritual being. How about this? After we finish cutting up the six-winged flame monarch, I will take 1 or 200 gene of meat from my share for you to take home and cook to feed your little rascal monkey. Oh, there's meat to eat. Even ordinary spiritual beast meat has health benefits. Eating meat from an 80-level overlord spiritual beast could send one soaring to the heavens. Tang Zimu happily accepted a heavy gift. On the city wall of Yanyang City, the walls usually only manned by guards were now filled with ordinary citizens. The crowd gazed into the distance, their hearts full of worry. Why hasn't the city lord returned yet? It's been several hours since he left. Don't mention it. They only said that there was an incident with the team collecting flame essence, but didn't specify what happened. They rushed out in a hurry. Taking 4,000 or 5,000 beast tamers away means it's a serious matter. A few people standing by the city wall were discussing while observing the scene outside. One concerned citizen overheard their conversation, turned his head, and exclaimed in surprise, "You guys really don't know what happened?" Upon hearing this, the others immediately questioned, is it true? They left in such a hurry. The concerned citizen huffed and spoke boastfully. My second cousin from my aunt's side is a beast tamer who went to battle alongside the city lord this time. Before they set off, he told me that the team collecting flame essence was attacked by the six-winged flame monarch on their way back. The six-winged flame monarch. Anyone who has lived in the flame domain knows this name. Many people were often frightened by their parents with the name of the six-winged flame monarch since childhood. If you don't behave, the six-winged flame monarch will take you away and eat you. If you keep crying, I'll throw you to the six-winged flame monarch and forget about you. It is no exaggeration to say that the name of the six-winged flame monarch can deter mischief and stop crying among children in the flame domain. Thus, upon hearing the name, the crowd gasped. My God, they actually encountered the six-winged flame monarch. Doesn't that mean it's dire? So the city lord gathering so many beast tamers is to rescue the team collecting flame essence, or... Wait, I remember that over a week ago during the practical examination, the city lord gave Tang Zimu a mining quota, and he was part of the team collecting flame essence, or... Regarding Tang Zimu, the crowd's anxiety deepened. After a period of publicity, who doesn't know that our Yanyang City has produced a perfect score genius Tang Zimu? Many citizens from Yanyang City boast about how our Tang Zimu is doing great. Unexpectedly, just over a week has passed, and such a promising genius is now trapped in such peril. Tang Zimu managed to score full marks without even taming a beast to enter the secret realm. He should be able to turn this crisis into safety, right? Yes, he is a top genius. Nothing will happen to him. The crowd began to pray for Tang Zimu. The concerned citizen sighed, throwing a cold splash of water on them. Alas, the hope is slim. He then began to analyze calmly. You all know that the six-winged flame monarch is one of the most hostile beings towards humans among the several overlords. If the mining team is discovered by it, they will surely face an onslaught from the six-winged flame monarch and its underlings. Encountering such a degree of encirclement in the wilderness, even the city lord might not be able to withstand it, let alone Tang Zimu, a high school student who hasn't even had the chance to attend university. He is the weakest among the mining team. The concerned citizen's words were indeed reasonable. Not only those discussing, but many who overheard their conversation began to show disappointment. Who would have thought that in their remote Yanyang City, a renowned top genius would meet such a tragic end in the wilderness? Now we can only pray that the city lord's rescue is timely, and if that's the case, Tang Zimu still has a very slight chance of surviving. The city lord and their team have returned. Before the concerned citizen could finish speaking, he was interrupted by an exclamation from the city wall. Everyone turned to look outside the city and indeed saw dust rising from the sandy ground in the distance as many figures gradually appeared. However, as they saw the grand army of beast tamers returning, everyone felt something was amiss. Something's not right. Weren't they supposed to go fight? Why don't I see any signs of battle? Shouldn't the rescue be? Why are they walking so leisurely? As the army of beast tamers got closer to the city wall amidst the crowd's confusion, some sharp-eyed individuals could already vaguely see what was happening at the front of the army. Oh man, I was wondering why they were moving so slowly. It looks like every beast they have is carrying plenty of things. Some people are even carrying a basket themselves. You must be mistaken. Oh, weren't they supposed to go for a rescue? Where did they get so many things to carry back? The army of beast tamers advanced further, and the crowd could see more clearly. A basket of bellflower grass, a snakeskin bag of berry beans, and look at all these varieties of spiritual beast meat. Did they go to raid the lair of the spiritual beasts, eh? How did they bring so many things back? Huh. You were sent to rescue, and you ended up raiding the enemies. Before they could react, at the very end of their field of vision, a massive black spot appeared at the rear of the army of beast tamers. One could faintly see a figure above the large black spot. It felt as if someone was sitting on top of this. This is the head of a spirit beast, isn't it? The dark spot, dragged by a row of beast tamers, was getting closer to the city wall of Yinyang City, and the onlookers on the wall could see it more clearly. Upon realizing that the dark spot was indeed the head of a spirit beast, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. They had just compared the dark spot to the viewing tower at the edge of the sandy area. At the same distance, the dark spot was clearly much taller than the observation tower, which stood a full 20 meters high. What kind of spirit beast could have a head that high? What on earth did the rescue team do out there? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the beast-taming army of thousands finally returned to Yinyang City. The city lord Zhao Kaixian rode the burning flame Lion King to the front of the team, excitedly raising his hand to signal the soldiers guarding the city gate to open it. At the same time, he also perked up his ears, ready to listen to the cheers of the crowd. This time they had taken down the lair of the six-winged flame monarch. Such great news would surely delight the citizens. However, after waiting for a while with the city gates fully open, Zhao Kaixian didn't hear a single cheer. He could only instruct the beast tamers to enter the city with a sullen expression, then pretended not to care and glanced at the city wall. At that moment, he realized that the crowd on the city wall was densely packed and not a single person was looking at him. Instead, they were all staring dumbfounded at the rear of the procession. Oh no, this kid really played a trick on me. Zhao Kaixian's face twitched violently as he instantly understood everything. He was well aware of what was at the back of the procession. After Li Chang severed the head of the six-winged flame monarch Tang Zimu, had Zhao Kaixian helped find someone to drag it away. He certainly couldn't rely on that mischievous little monkey still in its juvenile stage to drag that head which weighed thousands of pounds. Zhao Kaixian, upon hearing this, eagerly sought out many beast tamers with large spirit beasts to assist in dragging the head of the six-winged flame monarch. Tang Zimu then voluntarily climbed onto the center of the six-winged flame monarch's head, with Old Black stating that sitting up high allowed him to see far and could help direct the dragging. In hindsight, it was likely so that others could see it clearly when they looked over. Zhao Kaixian felt he had been somewhat careless. However, he truly misjudged Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu didn't think that much. He chose to sit atop the head of the six-winged flame monarch purely to satisfy his lifelong dream of riding a dragon. In Blue Star, which young man doesn't have a dream of riding a dragon? What? The six-winged flame monarch is a lizard resembling a western dragon, unlike the eastern dragon. Haven't you heard of quenching thirst by gazing at plums? First try riding a western dragon, and when there's a chance in the future, ride a more powerful eastern dragon. Tang Zimu had already decided that he must capture a dragon-shaped spirit beast to fulfill his desires. Whom I remember, there are mythical creatures in the spirit beast realm, like the Yinglong and Zhulong. Is there a possibility? Have you heard? The city lord led the beast-taming army to eliminate the lair of the six-winged flame monarch and even brought back its head. Your news is too outdated. I not only know this, but I also know that this time they could kill the six-winged flame monarch, all thanks to Tang Zimu. Huh, Tang Zimu. Isn't he just a student? How could that be? Come, let me explain this to you indeed. Just imagine a person riding on the corpse of the spirit beast you feared since childhood, swaggering through the city. How shocking is that? On that day, the streets and squares were packed with people, and those who had the most say were those who witnessed Tang Zimu riding the head of the six-winged flame monarch into the city. They would never forget that exaggerated scene in their dreams. Not long after the beast-taming army entered the city, the news spread throughout Yinyang City. Along with it came the vivid accounts of Li Chang and his group narrating Tang Zimu's heroic deeds to the beast tamers. Art requires processing and stories need embellishment. Under the viral spread of word-of-mouth, Tang Zimu's role in this incident was exaggerated more and more. It quickly evolved into Tang Zimu raised his arm, and the spirit beast army turned against their enemies, and with a single shout from Tang Zimu, the six-winged flame monarch turned and fled. You can't deny it, although most people know this is false, they still listen with great interest. Besides, even if it's fake, so what? The scene of Tang Zimu returning while riding on the head of the six-winged flame monarch was witnessed by all the people of Yinyang City that day. Thus the story spread faster and faster. In just 2 days, the tale of the top scorer in the college entrance examination beheading the overlord spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, becoming the headline of the entire nation. Tang Zimu once again achieved what most people could never accomplish in their entire lives: fame across the nation. Including the perfect score incident, he managed to gain nationwide fame twice in just over a week. It cannot be called anything but miraculous. While the outside world exaggerated the events, Tang Zimu chose to stay with Old Black in the villa. He had to stay put. With only 20 days left before the start of Kyushu University, he had a head of the six-winged flame monarch weighing thousands of pounds to deal with. Every day, as soon as he opened his eyes, he thought about what to do with the bones and flesh of the six-winged flame. After much contemplation, Tang Zimu first spent a fortune hiring top craftsmen to spend 3 days crafting a serrated longsword made from the teeth of the six-winged flame monarch. He claimed it was for collection purposes, but in reality, it was for his own use. Then he also prepared a bone staff for Old Black. Even without energy support, the hardness of the six-winged flame monarch's bones ensured that these two weapons possessed extraordinary durability. With the weapon's sorted armor was also necessary. Tang Zimu then had top craftsmen spend 7 days crafting a set of bone armor for both him and Old Black. The bone armor was incredibly tough, but it certainly couldn't provide full body protection like snowflake velvet clothing. However, thanks to the high-quality materials, wearing it on some key areas was still no problem. This made Tang Zimu breathe a sigh of relief. Now, even if they found themselves in a chaotic spirit beast tide, he and Old Black wouldn't have to worry about being killed by a high-level spirit beast. Even if they brushed against it, their sense of security was truly overwhelming. After finishing all this, Tang Zimu swiftly contacted various processing factories in Yinyang City. He had the blood and flesh of the six-winged flame monarch processed into edible canned food and spirit beast food, and the nervous blood vessels turned into spirit beast tools and training equipment. After all, these items could all be considered treasures and should not be wasted at all. It wasn't until he filled his family's warehouse with these items that Tang Zimu realized that the remaining blood and bones were simply too much to use up. Later, Tang Zimu had to hold a sale with the leftover blood and bones, summoning various families from the 15 cities of the Flame Domain. Given the popularity of an over-level 80 spirit beast, the remaining blood and bones were snatched up in no time. This directly contributed an unimaginable amount of wealth to Tang Zimu. It's no exaggeration to say that the wealth he currently possessed could rival that of families in the Flame Domain that had been operating for generations. Of course, Tang Zimu wasn't a fool who would squander money. He kept the truly precious items from the head of the six-winged flame monarch, such as the eyeballs, horns, and energy storage bags. These items are top materials for crafting spirit beast rings, spirit beast pearls, and other tools. Currently, the craftsmen in Yinyang City are unable to handle them. He needed to go to a top city in the Dragon Kingdom, like Kyoto, to find top craftsmen who could handle these. After this series of hustle and bustle, more than 10 days had passed, and it was 3 days before the start of Kyushu University. Tang Zimu and Old Black were ready to set off. Name: Rogue Monkey, 10-star qualification. Attribute: Evil. Level 10. Talent: Evil through and through. Base attributes: Strength 50, Spirit 25, Stamina 40, Agility 35, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 30. Skills: Terrifying Appearance, Evil Combo, Despairing Beatdown. On the villa's lawn, Tang Zimu closed Old Black's attribute panel, nodding in satisfaction. After 20 days of accumulation, Old Black finally reached level 10 this morning. This rate of leveling up is nothing short of miraculous. The other beast tamers who came out of the spirit beast house around the same time are only at level 6 or 7. However, Old Black's ability to leap ahead by 3 levels in just a month is thanks to the exaggerated resources provided by Tang Zimu. He provided nearly 10 divine-grade spirit beast food that could enhance qualifications and attributes. Moreover, he took it to the grinding ground, the Flame Essence Mine, for 2 days of intensive training. In the last 20 days, it even feasted on the precious flesh of 80-level spirit beasts. With such conditions, if Old Black didn't level up faster, Tang Zimu might start doubting its full potential. I wonder how strong those guaranteed students from Kyoto University are now. Tang Zimu was a bit curious. He hasn't forgotten his goal of taking first place at the opening ceremony. However, even for those top-tier families, it would be extremely difficult to provide training resources comparable to what he offered Old Black. Alright, just stretch your limbs, and let's get ready, we should be leaving. Seeing Old Black still excitedly swinging its bone club after leveling up, Tang Zimu urged it. Old Black obediently put away the club and scurried back to its room to pack. After over 20 days of training, it could basically understand all commands, including the simplified combat language specially developed by Tang Zimu. Once Old Black had packed its things, it immediately emerged from the room, carrying a giant backpack nearly as large as its own body. In fact, Tang Zimu was also carrying a slightly smaller large backpack behind him. However, the size was merely for concealment. His backpack contained all the most valuable belongings, weighing over twice as much as Old Black's. As the man and monkey exited the villa, Tang Zimu locked the door and placed the key in his pocket. There was no need to worry about not being able to stay for a while. In the world of spirit beasts, attending classes full-time is not required. Most of the time during their 4 years in university, students take on missions and fight in the wild to enhance their beast abilities. As long as Tang Zimu wanted, he could frequently return to Flame Sun City. After leaving the villa, the man and monkey walked towards the city gates, attracting either admiration or respect from passers-by. The city lord Zhao Kaishuan, Principal Wang Jiaoliang, and teacher Fan Shi had been waiting at the city gates for a while. Are you really going to walk there by yourself? I can have a fast beast take you, Zhao Kaishuan asked as he saw Tang Zimu approach. No need, I've never gone out of the city before, and it's a good opportunity to experience the wild. Tang Zimu declined Zhao Kaishuan's kind offer. The man and monkey had been practicing at home, holding back their true strengths from each other. He planned to take this opportunity to have a proper real combat experience. Well then, with your abilities, you shouldn't face any danger. Zhao Kaishuan and the others, upon hearing this, did not further dissuade him. Because Tang Zimu's trip this time was different from his previous expedition to mine the flame essence. The flame domain is located at the far west of the Dragon Kingdom, with most of the area being a desert and volcano infested by spirit beasts. Their mining team ventured deep into the beast's territory, encountering numerous spirit beasts at levels 40 or 50. Kyoto is located in the central region, the very heart of the Dragon Kingdom. The further one moves toward the center, the denser the human activity becomes, and the smaller the space for spirit beasts to roam. Let alone 40 or 50 level spirit beasts, even 20 or 30 level spirit beasts can reign supreme in these areas. As long as Tang Zimu follows the routes of human activity, he should encounter minimal danger. After enrolling as a beast tamer, you can take on tasks that allow you to revisit the flame domain. Fan Shi said reluctantly, giving his advice. Tang Zimu nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries with the three, and then bid farewell, taking Old Black out of the city gates. This was his second time leaving Flame Sun City. However, during his last exit, someone was there to assist him. This time, he had to rely solely on his own 2 feet. Why do I feel like I'm starting a journey, just like Ash from Pallet Town? Tang Zimu rather enjoyed this feeling, filled with novelty. However, upon seeing Old Black beside him, he felt a bit disappointed. What a pity, Pikachu is adorable, but you look a bit scary. Old Black, unfair. Looking scary isn't something I can control. It has been proven that the journeys in animated series appear beautiful, but the actual process can be, at least the journey from the flame domain to the neighboring forest domain is like this. Tang Zimu and Old Black passed through Flame Mountain City and Flame Ink City, mostly traversing through deserts with only tiny patches of forest. This allowed him to fully understand why the flame domain was so backward and why the citizens seldom left the city. In such an environment, who would want to come here? Without a spirit beast, how could an individual venture out? Fortunately, this situation improved significantly as they approached the forest domain. The forest domain, as the name suggests, has a vast coverage of forest area. Many cities even chose to build within the forests. Legend has it that this area can grow so many forests because a divine beast that governs forests and trees sleeps beneath the earth. However, this divine beast is nameless in the legends, and Tang Zimu has no way of knowing if it is one of the mythical beasts he knows. Almost they were about to enter the forest domain. Tang Zimu wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at the lush trees not far away, feeling hopeful. In the world of spirit beast, science is completely disregarded. Normal environments gradually change with geographical shifts. Unlike the flame domain and the forest domain, where one side is desert and the other is forest. The boundary between them is less than 10 centimeters, yet the environments are drastically different. Yay! 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 Old Black was also a bit excited. As a purebred rogue monkey, the forest is its favorite place. Thus the man and monkey quickened their pace, finally crossing the boundary and entering the forest domain. As soon as he stepped into the forest, Tang Zimu felt a refreshing coolness surrounding him, and the air became fresh. The scorching sun and dry air of the flame domain were entirely blocked by the trees and leaves. Someone is here. Tang Zimu's gaze sharpened, his palm silently resting on the hilt of the sword deliberately exposed on the side of his back. He was somewhat surprised, for with his extraordinary hearing he had not detected any movement just moments ago. However, after looking towards the location of the shadow, Tang Zimu instantly understood why the other party was able to hide so well. There were 5 shadows, indicating 5 individuals. Each of the 5 was accompanied by a beast, with the one on the far left accompanied by a cloud-like creature floating in midair. This beast was named Shui Yunyun, known for having little combat ability, its characteristic being a skill called Cloud Veil, which could create a barrier that obscured sound and sight. It seems this group had just been hiding within the Cloud Veil, which is why they had not revealed any clues. Very well, I have learned a new trick. Hey, this kid is actually scared dumb. The 5 dispersed, skillfully cornering Tang Zimu in the center. One of them, seeing that Tang Zimu was staring at them without speaking, thought he was too frightened to utter a word. Another, clearly the leader, commanded the evolved form of the Changya cat, a two-tailed leaf cat, to approach Tang Zimu with a menacing glare while speaking. Kid, your brute monkey has such a fine physique. Its potential must be extraordinary, right? Hand over the brute monkey to us, and we might let you go. So they're here to rob us. Tang Zimu's expression shifted slightly, but he did not feel particularly surprised. There is an old saying in Hua country: in chaotic times, thieves emerge. It means that the more chaotic the world, the more bandits and robbers there will be. This saying also applies to the spirit beast realm. In areas like Yin region and Sun region, vast territories are occupied by spirit beasts, and even official transport requires escorts. How could they control these bandits? Thus it is quite normal for passers-by to encounter bandits in these places with at least a 50 chance. Knowing there was a possibility of encountering bandits, why were Zhao Kaixin and the others so at ease letting Tang Zimu go alone? It was because they knew these bandits would not be able to deal with Tang Zimu. Reduced to banditry, these robbers would at most have a single once-evolved beast around levels 20 to 30. Don't be fooled. Though Lao He is only at level 10, now he is clad in a coat made from the skin of the 6-winged flame monarch, capable of withstanding a significant amount of magical damage. Beneath the coat, he is also equipped with armor made from the bones of the 6-winged flame monarch, which can mitigate a considerable amount of physical damage. Coupled with the white bone club crafted from the teeth of the 6-winged flame monarch and his outstanding attributes, Lao He is more than capable of facing evolved T3 and T4 beasts hidden without fear. Unfortunately, these 5 bandits wouldn't recognize the quality of skins and bones. They typically respond to whatever is presented to them. If the incoming individuals possess great power or are numerous, they would retreat. Choosing to attack the solitary Tang Zimu indicates they perceive him as vulnerable, especially with a beast that is still in its initial form, the brute monkey. Even though the brute monkey surpasses other spirit beasts of the same level with their 5 beast strength, dealing with a brute monkey that hasn't even reached level 20 is not a difficult task. Kid, have you not considered yet? One brute monkey in exchange for your life isn't a bad deal, right? The leader greedily glanced at the muscular Lao He and urged him. They usually only rob for money and rarely seize the beasts of travelers, as it is thankless and can provoke fierce resistance from the beasts. However, this is a brute monkey. A high-quality brute monkey can fetch a price on the retail market that would allow them to live lavishly for a year. Meow. The two-tailed leaf cat emitted a menacing sound. On the other side, a level 20+ purple pattern magic frog and 2 level 10 T4 beasts advanced alongside the two-tailed leaf cat, attempting to intimidate the brute monkey with their imposing presence. Yikes! Lao He looked at the approaching beasts without a trace of fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement. As a brute monkey, just because he was obedient in front of Tang Zimu does not mean he has lost his inherent nature. Having restrained himself for so long, he was now eager to unleash his power. Cough cough, Lao He, you take care of the outermost, Shui Yunyun, the rest are mine. Just at that crucial moment, Tang Zimu's voice echoed in Lao He's ear. Lao He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his smile freezing on his face as he turned to look at Tang Zimu with a resentful glance. As the master, can't you just let me handle it? How could he take the opponent away from his own beast just for his own excitement? Tang Zimu didn't care about that. After all the effort to finally try it out, how could he hand it over to Lao He? What are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said? The leader frowned, feeling dismissed as he spoke for so long, only to see a boy and a monkey whispering and laughing, completely ignoring him. With a thought, he commanded the two-tailed leaf cat to attack. The two-tailed leaf cat wasted no time, tensing its body and leaping toward Lao He. Yikes! Facing the oncoming opponent, Lao He, though reluctant, could only step back and concede space to his master. However, to others this action appeared as if he was afraid of the two-tailed leaf cat. Fear is justified. The leader smirked, promptly ordering the two-tailed leaf cat to hold back and avoid seriously injuring their precious treasure they intended to sell at a high price. Yet before the command was fully given, as the two-tailed leaf cat turned to stop, a brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air in front of it. The sword light pierced effortlessly into the chest of the two-tailed leaf cat, then swiftly slid down, cutting through its entire abdomen. In an instant, blood and organs surged from the abdomen of the two-tailed leaf cat, splattering the surrounding trees with crimson. Meowed. The gutted two-tailed leaf cat fell heavily to the ground, letting out a desperate cry as it gasped for air. Until the two-tailed leaf cat collapsed, everyone present was still in shock from that swift sword light. Wait, what the hell? Why did you let it turn around like that? Tang Zimu, holding the blood-stained serrated sword, looked speechlessly at the leading bandit. What terrible luck. He had snatched the opportunity from Lao He and was looking forward to exchanging a few moves with the two-tailed leaf cat. Who would have thought the other side would command the two-tailed leaf cat to retreat, causing it to inadvertently thrust its unprotected chest onto his blade while turning unable to retract it. Now it was done. A one-sword strike had killed it, leaving nothing left to enjoy. Yikes! Lao He, seeing this scene, felt a sense of balance restored within himself, happily charging toward Shui Yunyun. The 5 bandits remained in a state of mental shutdown. A human wielding a sword had taken down a two-tailed leaf cat of over level 20. Are you sure you are human? Are you sure you are a beast master? The owner of the twin-tailed leaf cat, being the leader, shouted, "The wind is strong." After a moment of hesitation, he quickly reacted and yelled a warning to his teammates. He then turned and ran, completely disregarding the dying twin-tailed leaf cat, trying to escape. At the moment Tang Zimu decided to take action, he had no intention of letting these few people go. Robbing other spirit beasts in the wilderness is essentially inviting death by wild spirit beasts. His gaze sharpened, and as he spread his palms, several ice balls began to spin rapidly in his hand. The release of skills is also related to one's level of proficiency. It took Tang Zimu a moment to launch a volley of ice projectiles the first time he performed it. After this period of training, he could now essentially achieve instantaneous release. The remaining 4 robbers, initially planning to flee quickly at their leader's warning, were now completely deterred. Upon seeing the ice projectiles spinning in Tang Zimu's hand, they utterly lost the desire to escape. What a tough opponent they had encountered. A human could actually conjure skills with his bare hands. Thud. The leftmost robber couldn't hold on any longer and knelt down, shouting, "Big guy, we were wrong. We shouldn't have robbed you." The other robbers followed suit and also knelt down. "I won't rob anymore. I still have some money here. If you need it, just take it. Spare me, great hero. I have an 80-year-old mother. If you kill me, no one will take care of her." Yes, yes, great hero, my young son is only a few years old, though I still need to go back to take care of him. Tang Zimu remained unconcerned. Those who wish to kill must be prepared for retaliation. With a thought, several ice projectiles whistled towards the group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spirit beasts closer to him jumped up, trying to block the ice projectiles. However, they were halted in place by Tang Zimu's swiftly followed serrated sword. The speed of the ice projectiles was not something an ordinary human could outrun. With a series of explosive sounds, the 4 kneeling robbers and their leader didn't even have time for a last word before the ice projectiles turned them into shattered remains. The accuracy is quite good, Tang Zimu remarked with satisfaction. The leader had already run to the edge of a large tree 10 meters away. Even so, he was still precisely hit by the ice projectiles. This proved that his rigorous training during this period had indeed paid off. Ribbit. The remaining 3 spirit beasts, seeing their masters killed, had 2 that chose to flee. The remaining highest-strength purple-striped magic frog charged at Tang Zimu, burning with rage, intending to avenge its master. However, the massive gap in strength couldn't be compensated for by anger. With just a swing of his sword, Tang Zimu sent this creature to join the already lifeless twin-tailed leaf cat on the ground. Then he accelerated to catch up with one of the spirit beasts and swiftly executed it with a single stroke of his sword. Just as he was about to chase the last spirit beast, Lao He, who had already eliminated Shui Yun, swung a bone club towards that spirit beast. "Hi, you little brat, trying to steal my kill." Tang Zimu sneered. His shadow leaped out like a ghost, transforming into a sword that pierced directly into the neck of the last spirit beast. The creature didn't even have time to scream before it collapsed to the ground lifeless. "Ugh. Lao He, look, you'd rather let me take your kill than use a skill to stop me." Tang Zimu consoled Lao He, saying, "Once we enter the forest, there will be more spirit beasts to encounter, and you can take action then." Alright, this battle was over in a flash, barely 10 seconds altogether. But it gave Tang Zimu a rough understanding of his own strength. Like Lao He, after acquiring a complete set of the 6-winged flame monarch set, his power had also surged. He could easily dominate spirit beasts below level 30. As for those above level 30, it still depended on their qualifications and species. By the time the next wave of rewards is distributed, I shouldn't have to fear spirit beasts around level 30 anymore. Tang Zimu had a premonition that the next tier of rewards for his series would likely start with a 5. For example, killing 500 spirit beasts or earning the admiration of 500 people. Given his recent fame, reaching the goal of 500 admirers should be a matter of days. As for the 500 spirit beasts, Lao Hei, I've thought about it. Let me handle the spirit beasts we encounter later. You're surely tired carrying such a heavy load, it's better to conserve your energy. Ugh. Lao Hei was stunned to hear this. Didn't you just agree to let me handle the spirit beasts we encounter later? How can you backtrack in less than 10 seconds? I must protest. Under the firm suppression of Tang Zimu's authority, as the master Lao Hei's protest was of course dismissed. The duo, a human and a monkey, felt as if they had returned to the time of the college entrance examination, continuing their journey, while keenly searching for various spirit beasts to hunt in the forest. They hunted for an entire day and night. Finally, they crossed the forest area and arrived at the border between the forest and the central region. At this moment, Tang Zimu silently counted the number of spirit beasts he had killed, which had reached 497. Only 3 more. Let's find a few more in the forest to kill. Tang Zimu stood at the edge of the forest looking at the border line that could be crossed with a single step, and then glanced at the grassland on the opposite side, making a decision in his heart. The vast grassland ahead was devoid of spirit beasts to hunt. It was better to fill the last 3 kills in the forest and receive the rewards. With that thought, Tang Zimu immediately began to explore along the edge of the forest with Lao Hei. However, spirit beasts in the edge areas were indeed quite scarce. It took the duo half an hour to finally find a den with exactly 3 spirit beasts. Perfect! Tang Zimu exclaimed, then struck down one little creature with a sword. After inserting the serrated sword into the neck of the last spirit beast, the expected system notification rang out on time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the admiration of 500 people, earning the 500 admiration reward 1 skill point. What is this? Shouldn't it be a kill notification? Is the system malfunctioning? Before Tang Zimu could voice his doubts, another system notification chimed in the next moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host Spirit Beast Tang Zimu for successfully killing a Spirit Beast Hillball Mushroom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 500 Spirit Beasts consecutively, earning the 500 consecutive kills reward random item. Oh, Tang Zimu suddenly understood. It wasn't that the system malfunctioned. It was just that the admiration of 500 people he was about to achieve coincidentally lined up with the timing of the 500 consecutive kills reward. This is amazing. I can claim 2 rewards at once. Indeed, it is worth celebrating to receive 2 rewards. However, when Tang Zimu saw that the reward of 500 kills was a random item, he felt a bit disappointed. He preferred the random skill reward that could directly enhance his power. Random items such as beast taming orbs, for example. With his current exaggerated wealth, even if he couldn't buy the perfect quality beast taming orb produced by the system, he could still afford a high-quality one, so it wasn't too necessary. Moreover, he currently only had Old Hay as his beast. Having so many beast taming orbs or beast taming rings wouldn't be of much use. Forget it, let me first see what this skill point is about. During the random item draw, Tang Zimu shifted his attention to the reward revered by 50,000 people. Although it wasn't a random skill, it was clear that this skill point was related to skills. After opening the temporary reward box, he quickly saw the stored skill point. Skill point 1, I can be used on a single skill of a beast. After use, that skill will be upgraded. P.S. This upgrade will significantly enhance and optimize the skill's original attributes without changing the skill's type or core capabilities. Indeed, it is meant for upgrading skills. Tang Zimu was not too surprised. This concept was easily understood by someone like him who often read novels and played games. However, Tang Zimu opened his skill panel, which displayed only 1 ice attribute magic skill Ice Bullet Barrage and 1 ghost attribute physical skill Phantom Strike. These 2 skills were 1 area attack and 1 stealthy attack, both quite good. Which one should he upgrade? After a moment of thought, Tang Zimu ultimately dragged the skill point to Phantom Strike. First, since he possessed Downward Mountain and Ocean, his power attribute was likely to remain ahead. Enhancing Phantom Strike, a physical skill, would yield more significant effects on his overall strength. Secondly, this skill was stealthy and practical. It could silently eliminate some annoying things in front of others, and also launch surprise attacks at critical moments, acting like a sneaky player. Ding! Do you confirm the consumption of 1 skill point to upgrade the host's Beast Tang Zimu's skill Phantom Strike? Confirm. Upon Tang Zimu's confirmation, the system immediately provided a prompt. Ding! Skill upgrade complete. The host's Beast Tang Zimu's skill has been upgraded from Phantom Strike to Phantom Execution. Phantom Execution, a ghost-type physical skill with power 85 strength manipulating one's shadow to eliminate the shadows of other targets. After a successful attack hit, the damage dealt to the target's shadow will reflect 100 onto the target, additionally inflicting 200 pain. The duration of the shadow's separation is determined by the consumed mental energy. Wow. Tang Zimu's eyes widened. He initially thought upgrading the skill point would simply enhance the skill's power. To his surprise, with the upgrade of Phantom Strike, the limitation of single-target attacks was completely lifted, allowing the shadow to attack freely. In other words, as long as he had enough mental energy, the shadow could continuously kill any target. This is a bit too ruthless. Moreover, the enhancement wasn't just about power and target restrictions. An additional attribute was now included, which was the added 200 pain on the attack. Does this imply that it feels too lenient to let the opponent die silently, so they must be tormented before their demise? Before Tang Zimu could fully digest the effects of Phantom Execution, the result of the earlier random item reward also came out. Ding! Random selection ended. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Beast Taming Dedicated Sandbag. Is there really such a thing? Tang Zimu was taken aback again. He thought that the so-called beast items were just beast taming rings and beast taming orbs. What on earth is a sandbag? Curious, Tang Zimu hurriedly opened the reward temporary storage box. Special item Spirit Beast Dedicated Sandbag. After use, it grants a set of specially made sandbags for spirit beasts. If a spirit beast wears this set of dedicated sandbags, it will activate special effects. Spirit Beast Dedicated Sandbag. Wearing it will reduce the wearing spirit beast's power, stamina, and physical defense attributes by 25. During the wearing period, that spirit beast will gradually grow its power, stamina, and physical defense attributes permanently. Who says this random item is poor? This random item is fantastic. I apologize, system, I was too superficial just now and spoke a bit loudly. Thinking back to how he had felt disappointed with the random item reward, Tang Zimu offered a heartfelt apology. He never expected that the system could produce an item that could permanently enhance attributes. Does this mean that as long as he wears the sandbag long-term, the 3 attributes of power, stamina, and physical defense can grow without limit? Saying without limit is not something he fabricated. In this past month, Tang Zimu had already discovered the unscientific aspects of his body from Blue Star. Generally, spirit beasts have level and racial restrictions. Leveling up enhances attributes, and once attributes reach the racial limit, they can no longer be improved. However, as for him, a humanoid spirit beast with its level displayed, he could not gain attributes through leveling up. Excluding the possibility of breaking through racial limits with divine grade attribute points, the attributes he enhanced using various special items had already surpassed the human racial limits. This contradictory situation can only imply one thing: his attributes do not have racial restrictions, as long as they are permanently enhanced attributes he can obtain them. Isn't this the best user for the Spirit Beast Dedicated Sandbag? Ahem, old hey, don't blame me for taking, mainly because wearing the sandbag will reduce your power and stamina attributes. I truly cannot bear it. Tang Zimu took out an entire set of Spirit Beast Dedicated Sandbags from the reward temporary storage box. Looking at old Hei's eager eyes, he explained without blushing or skipping a beat. He then swiftly donned the sandbags, one for each hand and foot, and one on the front and back. In the instant he finished putting on the entire set of sandbags, he clearly felt that his power and stamina had decreased a notch. Fortunately, during this period his attributes had often surged, so he was already accustomed to this feeling and quickly adapted to the presence of the sandbags. If in the future I can obtain items that can permanently enhance mental agility and magic defense attributes, wouldn't I just be able to lie at home every day and watch my attributes continuously grow? Tang Zimu couldn't help but fantasize again. He had already envisioned corresponding scenes. After 100 years of idling, I've become a true humanoid divine beast, as a tamer surviving until the end of time before coming out again. Filled with various expectations, Tang Zimu left the forest domain with Old Hei and stepped into the central domain. This core security area located in the center of Long Kingdom naturally wouldn't experience situations like rampant spirit beasts or rampant bandits. The man and monkey walked smoothly, successfully arriving at the city gate of Long Kingdom's capital, Kyoto, by evening. In the evening, Tang Zimu and the old black monkey hurriedly arrived at the city gate of Kyoto. Even after entering the spirit beast realm and witnessing massive firebirds over 100 meters tall and 6-winged flame lords over 300 meters, Tang Zimu was still filled with awe upon seeing the city walls of Kyoto. In the dim light, the city of Kyoto resembled a prehistoric giant creature lying upon the earth. What was even more terrifying was that these city walls were not mere facades. According to Tang Zimu's understanding, the construction of the city walls of Kyoto incorporated a vast amount of top-tier materials, including the bones and flesh of high-level spirit beasts, as well as rare materials and minerals. Its defensive capabilities could even withstand a frontal assault from an 80-level spirit beast. While the difference is just too great, Tang Zimu couldn't help but exclaim after making a brief comparison. Located in the flame domain, Yinyang City is plagued by swirling sands and frequently suffers attacks from spirit beast tides, resulting in a city wall that is patched up and dilapidated, making it seem like a pigsty compared to the magnificent walls of Kyoto. Moreover, the entire area of Yinyang City is only 1/5 the size of Kyoto, so it's no wonder that the people of Kyoto regard Yinyang City as a remote corner looking down upon it. The most prosperous city in the Dragon Nation, the top university in the Dragon Nation, this is going to be quite an experience. Tang Zimu was filled with anticipation for his university life in Kyoto. He patted the old black monkey, and the two of them headed directly to the entrance of the city gate. Unlike Yinyang City, entering Kyoto, the capital of the Dragon Nation, required a series of inspections. Now during the evening, when people were returning home, a long queue had formed at the city gate. Tang Zimu was not in a hurry and stood in line with the old black monkey. After waiting for quite a while, he finally stood before the soldier responsible for inspections. "Show your pass," the soldier casually asked, glancing at Tang Zimu, and then at the old black monkey behind him. The last time the admissions officer Director Li visited Yinyang City, he had already given Tang Zimu a student pass from Kyoto University, which was a rectangular special metal plate, engraved with the university's emblem and Tang Zimu's information. He took the metal plate out of his pocket and handed it to the soldier. Upon seeing the emblem of Kyoto University on the plate, the soldier's expression immediately turned respectful. Those who could attend Kyoto University either had exaggerated family influence or exceptional talent, making them not someone this gatekeeping soldier could afford to offend. When the soldier received the metal plate and saw the name recorded on it, his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "You are Tang Zimu." Upon hearing that familiar name, everyone in line immediately turned to look at him. Upon seeing the old black monkey standing obediently next to Tang Zimu, they confirmed his identity. In an instant, the entire entrance of the city gate was in an uproar. Many people gathered around, eager to see what the legendary Tang Zimu looked like. Tang Zimu, the notorious monkey, he is the one who scored a perfect score. Wasn't it said that he successfully beheaded a Dominator-level spirit beast? He looks quite handsome, but there's nothing particularly special about him. Beheading? That's obviously a made-up story. Do you really believe it? As for the story, who knows, but this notorious monkey seems far from ordinary. The chatter filled the entrance of the city gate. Tang Zimu shook his head. He had expected to be famous. After all, there were at least 500 people who admired him, and those who had heard his story numbered at least in the millions. However, he clearly underestimated the degree of the crowd's reaction. This was Kyoto after all. The top beast tamers of the Dragon Nation were basically all here. How could a mere Kalami like him warrant such attention? This was indeed a misconception on Tang Zimu's part. Although Kyoto had many top beast tamers, such figures did not need to queue to enter the city. It was quite rare for a legendary figure like him, whose strength was not yet formidable, but was already famous throughout the Dragon Nation and even the entire spirit beast realm, to appear here. As the crowd at the city gate grew larger and the situation became increasingly chaotic, the soldiers guarding the gate began to panic. They directly escorted Tang Zimu to the side of the gate and opened a privileged passage reserved for important individuals to enter the city. What, no inspection? Who in the entire Dragon Nation did not know that Tang Zimu had obtained the head of a Dominator-level spirit beast? With such a priceless treasure, why would he need to resort to petty theft? Tang Zimu walked through the passage without hesitation, enjoying the exclusive privileges of a big shot. However, after entering Kyoto, before Tang Zimu had the chance to see the scenery within the city, he heard a call coming from not far away. He looked in the direction of the call with confusion and saw an elderly man with graying hair and a kind face approaching. The old man politely cupped his hands towards Tang Zimu. "Tang Zimu, my young friend, how do you do?" Tang Zimu looked the old man up and down, quite certain that he did not recognize him, and thus spoke. "You are?" "I am Lu Shuru, the head of the Beast Tamer Alliance's Kyoto headquarters." Lu Shuru smiled and introduced his identity. The head of the Beast Tamer Alliance's Kyoto headquarters. While Tang Zimu maintained a calm exterior, his heart was already in turmoil. As an organization established by all countries in the spirit beast realm, the strength and capabilities of the Beast Tamer Alliance surpass those of individual nations. As the head of the Dragon Nation's headquarters, Lu Shuru oversees all the branches of the Beast Tamer Alliance within the Dragon Nation. Those like Zhao Kaixian and Li Chong, whom Tang Zimu had previously known as city lords, were merely inconspicuous juniors in his presence. It would be absolutely correct to say that Lu Shuru is one of the top figures in the entire Dragon Nation. It was just unexpected that such a top figure would take the initiative to greet him. "Haha, I haven't been in the city long. but I've already heard your name mentioned outside. I figured since Kyoto University is starting tomorrow, you must have arrived, so I stayed here to wait for you to come in." Seeing that Tang Zimu still seemed puzzled, Lu Shuru took the initiative to explain. "I see that's why such a big shot would wait for me here." Tang Zimu felt a bit enlightened, but soon a new question surged in his heart, so he took the initiative to ask. "Is there something you need to discuss with me, Director Lu?" Lu Shuru continued to explain. "Young friend Tang Zimu, you probably have not officially joined our Beast Tamer Alliance yet. Since there's no rush to register at Kyoto University, why not come with me to the headquarters to formally join and test your Beast Tamer level? After a long time, it was merely a chance encounter. He wanted to see if my true capabilities matched the legends, which is why he took the initiative to greet me." Tang Zimu had figured out Lu Shuru's intentions with this. After a brief consideration, he readily agreed to the invitation. "No problem, then I will trouble Minister Lu to show me around the headquarters." In the spirit beast world, everyone who possesses a beast companion is respectfully called a beast master. However, a true beast master must join the Beast Master Alliance, pass the tests, and gain official recognition. Tang Zimu had long intended to join the Beastmaster Alliance. After all, there are many benefits to joining the Beastmaster Alliance. For example, one can accept employment tasks published by cities or individuals within the alliance. For instance, Wei Qiyang, who escorted the real-time score display to Yanyang City, had a team specifically dedicated to such tasks. Additionally, there are unique selling channels for spirit beast items within the alliance, as well as monthly point rewards distributed according to the rank of the Beast Masters. It can be said to be a matter of countless benefits with no harm. Now Tang Zimu was perfectly aligned with the flow, going to take a look with Lu Shuru. "All right then, young friend Tang Zimu, let us proceed together." Lu Shuru also showed a smile. He gestured a 3 sign to a soldier who had been watching over here. The soldier immediately brought over 3 wind-rolling horses. This is a dual attribute spirit beast of both grass and general types, known for its smooth riding and incredible speed. In Kyoto City, riding private spirit beasts and flying are prohibited, so we all use wind-rolling horses for transport, Lu Shuru explained. Tang Zimu was already aware of this. As the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto's regulations are much stricter than those of other cities. Not only are private spirit beasts and flying prohibited, but even spirit beasts that are too large, aggressive, or dangerous are subject to very strict monitoring. Wind-rolling horses are a privileged mode of transportation designed to facilitate the movement of officials and nobles within the city. Tang Zimu stepped up and easily mounted the horse. Though he had little experience riding, his formidable physical attributes were enough for him to maintain balance. Beside him, Lao He was also fortunate to ride on the back of the wind-rolling horse. Generally speaking, spirit beasts are not allowed to ride wind-rolling horses. However, considering that the villainous monkey had a low level which might make it difficult to keep up with the wind-rolling horse, Lu Shuru specially arranged one for Lao He as well. "Then let us set off." Lu Shuru nodded, signaling Tang Zimu to follow, and then took the lead, galloping. Tang Zimu slightly raised the reins, and the tamed wind-rolling horse followed suit. Lao He, mimicking him, brought up the rear. The 3 of them rode boldly through the streets of Kyoto City. During the ride, Tang Zimu also took the opportunity to observe the situation within Kyoto City. As he had anticipated, the buildings and shops in Kyoto City were several notches above those in Yanyang City, and the demeanor and attitude of the common people were much more amiable compared to the fierce temperament of Yanyang City's citizens. It is only logical, in a place like Kyoto City, even a casual throw of a brick could hit a beast master with level 50 or 60, who would dare to act recklessly. After traveling for a considerable distance, the trio finally arrived at the headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance, located at the center of Kyoto City. "This is our headquarters, and it is the 3rd highest building in the spirit beast world." Lu Shuru pointed to the layered structure that exuded a mystical aura, speaking with a hint of pride. Tang Zimu squinted, tilting his head for a rough observation. Upon entering Kyoto City, he had already seen a high tower that reached into the clouds in the distance. Now that he was closer, he realized that the building labeled as the headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance was at least 800 meters tall. How tall could the tallest one be? One can only say that the world of spirit beasts endowed with extraordinary powers does not even need to adhere to the laws of science. Minister is back. Before Tang Zimu could even count how many floors this building had, several people rushed out from inside the headquarters and respectfully greeted him. They then assisted Lu Shuru, Tang Zimu, and Lao He down, while some led away the wind-rolling horses, and others welcomed them into the high tower. As soon as they stepped inside, they entered a vast hall resplendent and bustling with people. Some were chatting in the leisure area, some were inquiring about tasks in the task area, and others were purchasing items in the goods area. However, once Lu Shuru entered, the hall quickly quieted down. Everyone bowed respectfully to Lu Shuru to express their respect. This also made Tang Zimu acutely aware of the other's power. Despite Lu Shuru's outwardly gentle demeanor, the number of spirit beasts that had perished at his hands surely exceeded 1,000,000. It's strange that Lu Shuru did not bring his spirit beast with him. As Tang Zimu curiously glanced around the headquarters, the other personnel also looked at him with curiosity. These people were quite intrigued by why Minister Lu would personally bring a young man into the headquarters and act so warmly. Not to mention those noble youths. Even if high-ranking officials themselves came, they would not be able to enjoy such top-notch treatment. Yet there were some keen observers. Upon seeing Lao He trailing behind, they made the connection to Tang Zimu's identity. Xiao Huang, please assist him in processing his status as a Beastmaster. Lu Shuru walked to the area for processing Beastmaster identities, casually summoning the area supervisor, and spoke. Supervisor Huang took the identification document Tang Zimu handed over, and upon seeing the name looked up at Tang Zimu with a knowing expression. He then focused seriously filling out Tang Zimu's information. Lu Shuru seized this opportunity to explain the rules of the Beastmaster Alliance to Tang Zimu. Once you register your information, you will officially be recognized as a Beastmaster, able to participate in activities related to the Beastmaster Alliance and enjoy certain benefits. However, most functions in the Alliance are open based on the rank of the Beastmaster. If you wish to access corresponding tasks or benefits, you will need to participate in rank assessments. You should be aware of this, right? Tang Zimu nodded. He knew that within the setting of the Beastmaster Alliance, Beastmasters are divided into ranks from 0 to 10. Those who just joined are considered 0-rank Beastmasters. Only after passing assessments can one become a first-rank Beastmaster. Every time one wishes to elevate their rank thereafter, they must also pass assessments, with each rank's assessment criteria and requirements differing. It is not simply a matter of having enough power with your spirit beast to become a corresponding rank Beastmaster. The big shots Tang Zimu knew were a perfect example. Zhao Kaixian is an 8th-rank Beastmaster, while Li Chang, due to certain deficiencies, is only a 7th-rank Beastmaster. Even though his fire spirit Rock Sparrow's strength is not far from Zhao Kaixian's burning flame Lion King, Tang Zimu was actually quite curious about what ranks of Beastmaster assessments he could pass with his uniqueness. Well then, generally after joining the Alliance, a Beastmaster can only participate in 1 assessment per month. Today, however, we will make an exception for you and arrange for your assessment right away. With that, Lu Shuru led Tang Zimu towards the 2nd floor. Unlike the 1st floor hall filled with various functional areas, the entire 2nd floor of the Long Kingdom headquarters is dedicated solely to the assessment for Beastmasters, with each area corresponding to a specific rank. After Lu Shuru brought Tang Zimu up, they went directly to the assessment area for 1st-rank Beastmasters. This level of assessment has almost no prerequisites, hence the area is filled with people waiting for their turn. However, this area is relatively far from the staircase, so the people inside are unaware of the commotion happening downstairs. Upon seeing Lu Shuru approach, everyone hurriedly stood up to greet him. Lu Shuru nodded to the crowd, and then waved at the proctor stationed at the entrance of the assessment room. The proctor jogged over and spoke. Minister, is there anything you need me to do? How much longer until this round of exams ends? Lu Shuru inquired. It has been 2 hours already. There are only half an hour left for submissions. The proctor replied. Although the Beastmaster Alliance requires confidentiality regarding the contents of the rank assessments, the 1st rank assessments are so common that everyone basically knows it's a theory exam. The assessment provides candidates with a theoretical knowledge exam paper that they must complete within 2.5 hours, or rather in 2.5 hours. Those who meet the score requirements will be able to advance to the rank of 1st-rank Beastmaster. Only half an hour left. Lu Shuru expressed some disappointment, then waved his hand. Then you go arrange it. Make sure to add an extra seat for the next assessment. I want him to take the exam first. The proctor looked at Tang Zimu in surprise. Not many can get a special arrangement from the minister. All right, I'll arrange it right now, said the proctor as he prepared. However, just as he turned around, Tang Zimu, who had been silent, spoke up. Wait a moment. Then he looked at Lu Shuru and said, half an hour is enough. Let's start the exam directly. When he entered the capital city, it was already evening. If he waited another half hour to start the exam, he would still have to participate in assessments for other ranks. Then by the time he went to Kyoto University, it would be past midnight. Tang Zimu had traveled a long way and did not want to be delayed for so long. Only half an hour. Are you sure? Lu Shuru was a bit surprised. He knew Tang Zimu's theoretical score was perfect. However, to complete a paper that would take others 2.5 hours in just half an hour seemed too exaggerated. Nevertheless, after receiving a definitive nod from Tang Zimu, he nodded to the proctor and said, then let's proceed as he wishes. Add him a temporary seat. All right, then just come with me. The proctor replied, surprised that the minister would agree to such a ridiculous request. However, he certainly wouldn't oppose the minister's wishes and led Tang Zimu into the assessment room. Outside, Lu Shiru found a spot to sit down, while Lao He was responsible for guarding the package that Tang Zimu had left behind. After Tang Zimu left, the people in the waiting area began to whisper among themselves. They didn't think that adding an exam seat at the last minute was unfair. After all, in this spirit beast realm, strength is paramount, and there are various privileges associated with different ranks. What they were discussing was Tang Zimu's claim that half an hour would be enough. Wait, who is he? How dare he say that half an hour is enough for the exam? Looking at him, he seems to be this year's prospective college student unaware of the situation. The amount of questions in a first-rank exam is far more than their college entrance examinations theory exam. Exactly in half an hour, even when I do practice papers at home, I can't finish under open book conditions. The crowd was encountering such a bizarre situation for the first time and excitedly discussed it in the waiting area. However, before they could draw any conclusions, they saw Tang Zimu, who had just entered the assessment room, push the door open and walk out. Wait a minute, why didn't we hear the bell signaling the end of the exam? The crowd looked at the time in confusion and realized that only 20 minutes had passed, and then they understood. No wonder we didn't hear the bell. It turns out he came out early. It seems this guy is indeed a clueless rookie. After going in, he was directly shocked by the amount of questions on the paper, realizing he couldn't complete it in half an hour, so he came out early. The crowd chuckled inwardly, but didn't dare to show it on the surface. After all, the person was brought by Minister Lu. You came out already. Lu Shiru, who was sitting in a chair, stood up in surprise, more astonished than the others. Because just now he heard Tang Zimu say he wanted to participate in several assessments today, yet he chose to give up so soon. I finished writing, and I've submitted the paper to the proctor. Tang Zimu nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. He agreed to the half-hour exam time because he could quickly retrieve relevant knowledge points from the original Buddhist memories, as if flipping through a book. For such an exam that has built-in search capabilities, half an hour is more than enough. However, Tang Zimu unconsciously relied on the original Buddhist exam experience, neglecting a very important point. He is not an ordinary person. With his extraordinarily agile attributes, his writing is nothing but an afterimage. And with his terrifying mental attributes, he can easily perform dual operations. Thus, after entering the exam room, Tang Zimu directly asked the proctor for 2 pens and began to write using the answers retrieved from his memory with both hands. Inadvertently caught up in the excitement, he finished the paper in 10 minutes, one that would take others 2.5 hours to complete. By the time Tang Zimu realized it was too late, he could only pretend to check the paper to buy time. However, the proctor needed to remind everyone about the time 10 minutes before the exam ended. When the proctor walked over to Tang Zimu, he could no longer maintain his pretense and had to submit the paper. Sigh, he really didn't want to submit the paper so quickly. You finished writing already? Lu Shiru, who had been behaving casually, was taken aback and opened his mouth wide for the first time after hearing Tang Zimu's words. Tang Zimu scratched his head and began to explain. I specially practiced the technique of writing with both hands simultaneously, so my answering speed is a bit faster. Well, since I took 2 pens, I was indeed using both hands, which bought me a full 10 minutes. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't impossible. Lu Shiru felt as though he was listening to a fairy tale, as if he and Tang Zimu were not from the same world. He couldn't continue to question Tang Zimu, rushing into the assessment room to have the proctor verify Tang Zimu's score in advance. When Lu Shiru came out again, he held a glaringly perfect score paper. Tang. Lu Shiru swallowed hard, glancing at Tang Zimu, again his eyes filled with emotion. He recalled 3 weeks ago when the city lord of Yenshan City, Li Chang, reported in detail about the hunt for the 6-winged flame monarch. The evaluation of Tang Zimu within was, if there is truly a genius in this world, it must be named Tang Zimu. It was precisely this exaggerated remark that made him have the idea of testing Tang Zimu when they crossed paths. Now it seems that Li Chang's evaluation is indeed not an exaggeration. In all these years, this is the first time Lu Shiru has encountered such a monstrous genius. Of course, what Lu Shiru didn't know was that Li Chang's evaluation was based on Tang Zimu's composure in the face of crisis and his extraordinary command skills. What he thought of was Tang Zimu's dual-line thinking ability and answering skills. It can only be said that while the two started from different perspectives, the outcome was ironically reasonable. This is the assessment venue for second-level beast tamers. After returning the perfect answer sheet to the examiner, Lu Shiru, who had grown increasingly aware of Tang Zimu's importance, led him to another area. The second-level beast tamers already have a certain threshold. There are noticeably fewer people here than in the... What is the content of the second-level beast tamers assessment? Tang Zimu inquired. According to the rules, he was not allowed to know the specific content of the assessment before participating. But now the rules stood before him, so asking a little wasn't inappropriate. Lu Shiru had no intention of hiding anything, and he spoke up. It's a 1v1 restricted arena battle. The first level assessment tests the basic skills of beast tamers, while the second level assesses their combat command abilities. 1v1 restricted arena battle. In simple terms, this means a 1v1 battle where all external combat powers, except for the unremovable beast pearl, are prohibited. Upon hearing this, Tang Zimu became interested. With the restricted arena competition taking place at the opening ceremony tomorrow, he had been worried about his lack of combat experience, but now an opportunity had presented itself. There is a changing room over there. You can have your beast change out of its clothes and weapons. Lu Shuru said. I'll go get you a spot for early participation. Lu Shuru was also eager to see Tang Zimu's experience in commanding battles. He pointed out the location of the changing room, and then headed into the assessment room to find the proctor. Tang Zimu took Old Hay to remove the six-winged Flame Monarch set from his body. The Beast Tamer Alliance is indeed somewhat fair. Otherwise, wealthy individuals could easily pass the assessment by buying good equipment and using potent potions. When he and Old Hay finished removing their gear and walked out of the changing room, Lu Shuru was already waiting for him at the door with the proctor. The two led them into one of the assessment rooms. It was only then that Tang Zimu realized that the assessment room was a vast area divided into two parts resembling the competition grounds from the Pokemon animation. The difference was that on both sides of the assessment room, there were high platforms for beast tamers to stand on, allowing them to overlook the entire arena. Across from him, a proctor was already standing on one of the platforms. The beast that will battle you is randomly selected with no restrictions on qualifications, but their levels are limited to between 10 and 15. Is that alright? After helping Tang Zimu onto the high platform, the proctor spoke. The level range of 10 to 15, with no restrictions on qualifications. It seemed that the threshold for second-level beast tamers was not very high. However, this not high was relative to someone like Tang Zimu, who could gain admission to a top university. In reality, a significant portion of beast tamers in the spirit beast realm were expelled and had to buy their beasts and nurture them gradually. For them, the threshold for second-level beast tamers was already quite high. No problem, Tang Zimu nodded. Upon receiving his response, the proctor initiated the assessment procedure. Soon a metal door on the side of the opposite arena opened, and a steel feather sparrow flew out. They had randomly drawn a flying and steel-type beast. Seeing this, both the proctor and Lu Shuru expressed concern for Tang Zimu. The steel feather sparrow being one of the big three species ranked T3 in terms of race, and was already strong, plus it was a flying type. Although Tang Zimu's evil-type mischief monkey was not weak against flying types, being in the initial stage limited its skill-learning capabilities. How could it fight an opponent that could fly? Are you ready? If you are, the battle will begin. After the proctor mentally communicated with the steel feather sparrow, he asked. Tang Zimu did not respond with words, only nodding. In the next moment, the steel feather sparrow flapped its wings and shot towards Old Hay, like an arrow, a white glow emanating from the tip of its beak. This is the advantage of mental communication, a zero frame, start making it hard to defend against. Many first-time beast tamers and assessments were caught off guard in this phase. Unfortunately for them, Tang Zimu, with his remarkable reflexes, was not an easy target. Left elbow. Meaning use the skill Despair Assault on the left side, which is an elbow strike. Tang Zimu remained calm and quickly issued the command. Old Hay, who absolutely obeyed Tang Zimu's commands, showed no hesitation and struck out, with its elbow glowing with dark light towards the left side. The proctor noticed the terrifying power behind Old Hay's elbow and hastily communicated mentally to direct the steel feather sparrow to abandon its attack and turn away. However, just as a fluctuation appeared in the proctor's gaze, Tang Zimu quickly caught on and commanded switch to Nightmare. Meaning change skill use Nightmare. Old Hay showed no hesitation either. As the dark light from its elbow dissipated, it revealed an eerie smile towards the steel feather sparrow. Seeing this scene, both Lu Shuru and the proctor expressed astonishment. Prediction. This rookie beast tamer Tang Zimu actually made a prediction. The so-called prediction is when a beast tamer anticipates the opponent's next move, allowing their beast to react in advance. It is a high-risk maneuver with significant benefits, but one misstep can lead to disaster. Tang Zimu, as a novice, dared to make predictions at the start of the battle without knowing the opponent's details, and succeeded, which was enough to prove his exceptional psychological quality and combat skills. Of course, if Tang Zimu knew how Lu Shuru and the others viewed him, he would probably burst out laughing. Making predictions involves taking risks. He was actually reading ahead. The so-called reading ahead means to read the opponent's tactical intentions in advance and take corresponding measures. Tang Zimu noticed the flicker of fear in the opponent's eyes, realizing they wanted to avoid the fight, which prompted him to have Old Hay switch tactics. However, due to his rapid response, there was almost no delay between the commands from both sides. Therefore to others it appeared as if Tang Zimu had taken a huge risk to predict and made Old Hay react with foresight. The effects of this quick reading of moves were also promising. In the battlefield, as Old Hay used Nightmare, the Steel Feather Sparrow had not yet turned around and directly saw Old Hay's terrifying facial expression. With an additional 5 boost from the Beast Pearl, the fear effect with a 75 chance of triggering instantly affected the Steel Feather Sparrow. The Steel Feather Sparrow instinctively trembled, losing control of its body and plummeting from the sky. As soon as he saw the Steel Feather Sparrow succumb to fear, Tang Zimu issued another command. Close in and strike. Meaning quickly approach for an evil combo. Old Hay also rushed out swiftly, launching a series of evil strikes just as the Steel Feather Sparrow was about to fall. Bang bang bang. The evil combo attack on a terrified target could strike an additional time. Old Hay's 3 consecutive strikes landed solidly on the Steel Feather Sparrow, and combined with the damage from the sudden fall, it knocked the opponent out cold. In the arena battle, this indicated that the fight was won. Beautiful. Before Tang Zimu could celebrate his first victory, an unexpected notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast Tang Zimu for successfully defeating the opponent in the arena battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning in the arena battle for the first time, taking a significant first step, and receiving the first victory reward, a random divine item. Is the arena competition also one of the system rewards? Clearly it was Old Hay who won a fight. Oh, Tang Zimu understood. Since he was also in the arena competition venue, he was counted among the wins and losses of the arena competition. Regardless, being able to activate rewards is a good thing. Not to mention this time, it was the first activation of the arena competition reward, and he received a divine grade item. Tang Zimu was filled with anticipation for this. However, the system randomization always takes a bit of time. Tang Zimu could only momentarily suppress his excitement and pull his attention back to reality. After Old Hay executed a smooth combo to defeat the Steel Feather Sparrow, Lu Shuru the proctor, and even the assessment teacher on the other side couldn't help but applaud. It was the first time for both the proctor and the assessment teacher to see a candidate pass the assessment so effortlessly and swiftly. Lu Shuru had seen such rapid passes before, but what he had seen were those who had not joined the Beastmaster Alliance in the early stages and later brought high-level beasts to participate in the second-tier assessment, directly defeating their opponents. Tang Zimu, who had just obtained his beast not long ago and could achieve such feats, was someone he had never seen before. Beautiful, truly beautiful, reading the opponent's beast information, daring to predict smooth combos. Every aspect of the battle was executed perfectly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe that Tang Xiaoyu is participating in the arena competition for the first time. Lu Shuru exclaimed while applauding. Few at his level would praise someone like this. But he had been completely conquered by Tang Zimu's performance in the 2 assessments, naturally bestowing abundant praise. Tang Zimu accepted Lu Shuru's compliments. Then the 2 of them, led respectfully by the proctor, walked towards the door of the assessment room. However, after stepping out of the door, Lu Shuru remembered something and spoke to Tang Zimu beside him. Tang Xiaoyu, there's nothing wrong with your command, but there is one flaw outside of the command. Flaw? Tang Zimu was somewhat puzzled. It's that. During the battle command of the beasts, try to communicate through mental connection to command the beasts, and do not speak out loud, otherwise it is easy to leak your battle plan and command skills to the opponent. Lu Shuru spoke earnestly. Tang Zimu's face twitched. This is unfair. Or do you think I want to shout? If I could communicate mentally, would I need to worry about teaching Old Hay commands and memorizing methods? However, he certainly couldn't say that. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Zimu began to explain. Director Lu, it's like this. I feel that during battles, using language and tone can greatly boost the beast's emotions, giving them a sense of fighting side by side. This way the beast will be more obedient to commands and unleash greater combat power. Anyway, having a somewhat plausible reason would suffice. He chose to fabricate a random excuse. Oh, is that so? Lu Shuru did not refute Tang Zimu's words, but fell into deep thought. There's a saying, there must be a genius reason for geniuses to do this. Lu Shuru thought that since Tang Zimu was so talented, there must be some basis for his statement. Should he also shout out commands when he commands beasts in the future? I understand now. Should we still participate in the 3rd-tier Beastmaster assessment? Lu Shuru asked. Tang Zimu nodded affirmatively. The previous 2 assessments had been too easy for him. He wanted to test his current limits. Upon receiving confirmation, Lu Shuru immediately led Tang Zimu towards the 3rd-tier Beastmaster assessment area. At this moment, Tang Zimu finally heard the long-awaited system notification sound. Ding! Randomization complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Grade Item 1 Divine Grade Qualification Pill. Just seeing this name made Tang Zimu realize he had drawn something extraordinary this time. He glanced at Lu Shiru, who was still leading the way in front, swallowed hard, and opened the reward storage box. Divine Grade Qualification Pill 1A. After consumption, it will elevate the qualifications of the Spirit Beast to 10 stars and modify the original talents and skills of the Spirit Beast to correspond with the qualifications. Friendly reminder 1. The effect of this pill will ignore the Spirit Beast's race and original qualifications, guaranteeing an elevation to 10 stars. 2. The effect of this pill can only apply to Spirit Beasts with qualifications below 10 stars. Although the effect of the Divine Grade Qualification pill was not much different from what Tang Zimu had anticipated, he still felt that this item was too ridiculous after reading the introduction. What is qualification? It is something that is determined at the birth of a Spirit Beast in inherent existence. Forcing a Spirit Beast's qualification to 10 stars is tantamount to defying the heavens and altering fate. According to Tang Zimu's understanding, there was nothing in human cognition within the Spirit Beast world that could change a Spirit Beast's qualification. Currently, he had only seen effects related to enhancing qualifications in the descriptions of divine-grade Spirit Beast food. The problem is that food requires long-term consumption. It is very likely that even after feeding 100 pieces, it would only elevate qualifications by 1 or 2 stars. This item doesn't care if your qualification is 1 star or 2 stars. With 1 piece, it not only raises the talent to 10 stars, but also modifies both the talents and skills to correspond with 10-star qualifications, achieving an instant transformation. Can I use it? A thought suddenly surged in Tang Zimu's mind. His qualification had always displayed as. This left him unclear about what his qualification was. Without hesitation, he proceeded. As Tang Zimu saw that they were about to reach the third-tier Beast Master assessment area, he no longer hesitated and directly dragged the Divine Grade Qualification pill from the reward storage box onto his avatar in the Beast section. This was a technique he discovered while researching the system in seclusion. Items in the reward storage box, such as Divine Grade Spirit Beast food and Divine Grade Spirit Beast recovery potions, can be dragged directly to the Beast section for immediate use without wasting time retrieving them. Unfortunately, this Beast section can only hold him alone, and only he can enjoy this technique. Just after Tang Zimu completed the action, something unexpected happened. Previously, the system would prompt him to confirm whether to use an item on the Beast Tang Zimu. But this time it rang. Ding, ding. Detected that the current Beast does not meet the usage standards for the Divine Grade Qualification pill and cannot take effect. Do you want to continue using it? What does it mean that it doesn't comply? What is this? Could it be that? Tang Zimu immediately recalled the second prompt of the pill. It can only take effect on Spirit Beasts with qualifications below 10 stars. So does that mean I have 10-star qualifications? No way. Tang Zimu suddenly had an even bolder thought, his heart racing. Old Hei's 10-star qualifications would still display, while his qualifications had always been a question mark. And he could infinitely enhance his attributes. Doesn't this indicate that my qualifications might even exceed 10 stars? Just thinking of this possibility made Tang Zimu feel like his brain was about to crash. The highest qualification for Spirit Beasts is 10 stars, which is why it is referred to as full qualification. This is a consensus in the Spirit Beast world. So what does it mean for my qualifications to exceed 10 stars? Tang Xiaoyou, are you pondering something? We have already arrived at the third-tier assessment area. Lu Shiru's words interrupted Tang Zimu's thoughts. Oh, I was reviewing the battle we just had, looking for any flaws. Tang Zimu came to his senses and he stopped thinking about the issue of aptitude. He knew that it couldn't be solved by mere contemplation. Instead, he saved a divine grade aptitude pill for himself, which greatly expanded his options. When it came to capturing other beast companions, there was no need to consider their aptitude at all. Even a flawless battle requires review. A genius is a genius after all. Hearing this, Lu Shiru felt somewhat inferior. He gathered his spirits and spoke up proactively before Tang Zimu could ask. The third-tier Beast Master assessment tests the comprehensive training ability of the Beast Master towards their beasts. In simple terms, it ensures that the beast's hard power meets the standard. After all, at this level, Beast Masters need to frequently battle spirit beasts. Lu Shiru pointed at the enormous metallic door of the assessment room and continued. Thus, we have designed 3 levels in the assessment room to test the corresponding abilities of the beasts. Only if all 3 levels are passed within an hour can one be considered successful in the assessment. Meeting the hard power standard. Tang Zimu felt a slight pressure. Old Hei was good at everything except that. In the world of spirit beast, levels are related to defeating opponents and diligent training, but the sedimentation of time is also indispensable. Whether Old Hei can pass the assessment remains uncertain. Alright, let's start the assessment. Tang Zimu took a deep breath and spoke. Lu Shiru nodded. The assessment room is equipped with the most precise detection instruments. Only when the data meets the standard will the next level open. To prevent the invigilators from aiding and cheating, only beast masters and their beasts can enter the assessment room. The rogue monkey has already removed all its armor and weapons during the previous assessment. You should also take off your protective gear and just bring it in directly. After saying this, the staff member who had just been called over skillfully opened the door to the assessment room. Huh, you can't go in. Tang Zimu was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled the breath he had just taken, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, feeling relaxed. Then it's fine. He went to the changing room to take off his set of six-winged flame monarch armor and remove the special training sandbags hanging on him. After greeting Lu Shuru, Tang Zimu confidently led Old He into the assessment room. With the sound of the door closing behind them, the assessment for the third-tier Beast Master officially began. Tang Zimu walked down the corridor, turned a corner, and successfully arrived at the room for the first level. Inside the room, 10 metal stakes of different shapes were scattered within a circular area. A screen hanging on the wall displayed the requirement: knock them all down within 10 seconds. The metal stakes tested the strength standard. Continuously knocking down 10 stakes should test stamina distribution and control. Understanding this, Tang Zimu felt no worries. Old He excelled in this area. Yage. After being informed of the requirement, Old He confidently charged into the area. With a single punch, Old He knocked down a metal stake, taking only 8 seconds to knock them all down. Congratulations on passing. As the passing message appeared on the display screen, the previously closed door immediately opened. That wasn't too difficult. Tang Zimu relaxed and leisurely led Old He forward to the second level. This time the activity area for the second level was just a 2-meter diameter circle. The walls surrounding it were filled with various types and shapes of weapons, as well as many claws, arms, and teeth from different spirit beasts. Tang Zimu looked around and found the screen embedded in the opposite metallic door. The requirement displayed was endure for 1 minute against all attacks. It seemed to test the beast's resistance to impact. However, although movement was restricted, there was no limit on offensive capability, which meant that if the strength was sufficient, attacks could offset the damage. Tang Zimu quickly understood the rules of this level and patted Old He's shoulder. After informing him of the requirements, he asked, "So can you hold up?" Old He immediately wore a disdainful smile. "Come on, I get beaten by you every day at home. These things are nothing compared to that. You know how tough I am, right?" Old He raised his arms and struck a demon horns pose he learned from Tang Zimu, then confidently stepped into the circular area. The instrument detected Old He's presence, and the various weapons that had been quietly locked on the walls immediately launched an assault on him without giving him a moment's notice. Bang, thud, swoosh. Various weapons rained down on Old He. Yay! Yay! Old He attempted to punch back, but could only withstand a portion of the attacks. The majority of the weapons still rained down on him like a torrential storm, causing him to howl in pain. Fortunately, Old He was not exaggerating. Despite the ferocity of the attacks, he still managed to withstand the onslaught, having become accustomed to being beaten. After enduring a minute of relentless assaults, he grit his teeth and held on until the end. The display screen also showed the message, "Congratulations on passing. Not bad. I had foresight training your defensive abilities every day before this." Tang Zimu's mouth curled up, and he proudly gave his praise. Old He touched the scars all over his body and glanced at him with a resentful look. "Was that training? You were just itching to hit me, weren't you?" Regardless, they successfully passed the second level. Tang Zimu eagerly led Old He through the newly opened door. What came into view was a metallic corridor with dense holes covering the walls on both sides. This corridor must be 100 or 200 meters long. After observing for a moment, Tang Zimu reached this conclusion. He then found the display screen at the end of the run to the end within 10 seconds and avoid being hit by any laser during the process. Running 100 or 200 meters in 10 seconds is not hard for a beast master. The difficult part is not being hit by any laser during the process. Considering the numerous holes lining both sides of the corridor, there must be no fewer than 1,000 beams of light. Tang Zimu couldn't help but gasp. It seemed that this level tested the speed and reaction ability of the spirit beasts. "So do you have confidence in this level?" Tang Zimu informed Old He of the requirements and looked at him. Old He scratched his head, not daring to speak. His agility attribute was not low, so running was not a problem. However, having to dodge lasers was quite a challenge for a big fellow like him who was over 2 meters tall. "No matter what, let's give it a try," Tang Zimu encouraged. The assessment only limited the time and did not restrict the number of attempts, so it was perfectly fine to just test the waters. Old He nodded and walked to the front of the corridor. After taking a deep breath, he let out a roar and charged straight towards the other end of the corridor. At the same time, the holes on both sides of the corridor activated, emitting beams of light at different angles. I dodged. Old He zigzagged in the narrow space. His movements resembled a bear dancing a tap dance. Unfortunately, the pain from earlier affected his performance, and the beams started shooting faster and faster. Before Old Hay reached halfway, he was struck by a beam. The screen immediately displayed the message laser hit, please return to the starting point to retest. You useless thing, you didn't even pass halfway. Tang Zimu scolded in frustration. He shook his head and called Old Hay, who felt a bit guilty, to return. He then began doing warm-up exercises on the spot. Ahem, if the spirit beast can't do it, isn't it reasonable for me, as the master, to step in and help? The designer of the third-tier Beast Tamers Challenge placed the damage resistance stage before the reaction stage. The purpose was to make the beast participate in the later reaction stage, while dragging its painful body, thereby increasing the difficulty of the challenge. However, he never expected that this stage, which only allowed one beast and its tamer to enter, would feature an impossible cheating method. The beast tamer can participate in the assessment instead of the beast. Look how niche that term is. Tang Zimu stretched his muscles and stood at the starting point of the corridor, taking a few deep breaths. When he wore the special training sandbags, he had been suppressing his attributes. Now that he had removed them, he felt an unstoppable energy coursing through his entire body. Tang Zimu fixed his gaze on the large door at the end of the corridor, and after preparing his starting posture, he suddenly exerted force with both feet. He shot forward like a bullet from a chamber, sprinting down the corridor so fast that he even left behind afterimages. Whoa! Seeing this scene from the starting point, Lao He raised his hands to cheer for his master. Hoo. Tang Zimu raced forward, his nerves taut as he paid attention to the various lasers shooting around him. Once truly involved, he realized the challenge was no simple matter. It not only required speed and reaction ability, but also demanded significant coordination due to the very narrow space left by the simultaneous firing of several lasers. Fortunately, Tang Zimu had not wasted the month he spent training at home. With his mastery over his body, he skillfully maneuvered through the narrow corridor, successfully passing through layers of laser defenses and reaching the end. After crossing the finish line at the end of the corridor, the display screen showed the words "Congratulations on passing." Tang Zimu stopped breathing heavily for a moment. Once he had composed himself, he turned around with a calm expression to look at Lao He and said, "Ahem, my clothes are a bit dirty, just a little worn out by the wind and frost." After saying this, he gestured for Lao He to come over. The two switched positions in the corridor, creating the illusion that Lao He was in front. Only then did they push open the metal door and exit the assessment room. Outside the assessment room, Lu Shiru was sitting on a chair resting while the staff stood by. The two had been waiting at the exit of the assessment room in this way since Tang Zimu entered. Lu Shiru intended to take a short break. After all, he was older. Having just returned from outside the city, running up and down with Tang Zimu, and being repeatedly startled by the other's actions, he was quite exhausted. Who would have thought that not long after closing his eyes, the exit door would suddenly be pushed open with a bang? Lu Shiru opened his eyes in confusion and instinctively glanced at the timer beside him. The timer showed that only 4.5 minutes had passed since Tang Zimu entered. What? Not even 5 minutes. It's important to know that the 3 tiers of the Beast Tamer assessment not only require a lot of stamina, but also involve assessing various abilities. Unless one is relying solely on overwhelming power, a typical Beast Tamer must take their beast through multiple attempts, and naturally, they need to rest for a while in between. Most of the time, Beast Tamers barely pass the threshold in an hour. Yet Tang Zimu managed to do it in less than 5 minutes, which is simply, well, that's still somewhat normal. Faced with this exaggerated time, Lu Shiru was not particularly shocked. Instead, he felt a bit like laughing. After all, having experienced many absurd situations, he gradually became accustomed to them. Tang Zimu was a genius among geniuses, and the rogue monkey he had tamed was also a genius, so that seemed reasonable, right? If it weren't for this, how could the rogue monkey discern Tang Zimu's genius level at a glance, and actively seek to be captured? With enough constructive thoughts in his mind, Lu Shiru stood up to welcome Tang Zimu and Lao He as they exited. Just came out? Lu Shiru asked symbolically. It felt okay. Lao He made a mistake. What? Tang Zimu nodded and spoke modestly. However, his modesty was merely what he thought was modest. In reality, this sentence sounded to Lu Shiru and the staff like 4.5 minutes to pass, and with one mistake in between. Doesn't that mean the rogue monkey's actual stamina is higher than the assessment requirements, and it could have passed even faster? That's quite heartbreaking, truly heartbreaking. Lu Shiru almost couldn't catch his breath, and quickly changed the subject. Now that you've passed the 3rd-tier assessment, they'll take you down to receive your 3rd-tier Beast Tamer certificate. What about the 4th-tier Beast Tamer assessment? Tang Zimu asked, somewhat surprised. You still want to participate in the 4th-tier Beast Tamer assessment? Lu Shiru also replied with surprise. The two stared at each other until Lu Shiru glanced at Lao He and started to explain. The 4th tier assessment is not something that the rogue monkey can pass. Even if the rogue monkey evolves into a demonic monkey, it would still be unlikely to succeed. After all, 99 of those who can pass the 4th tier beast tamer assessment use fully evolved beasts. Most spirit beasts in the spirit beast realm undergo their first evolution at level 20 and their second at level 40. Except for a few rare spirit beasts that have a third evolution, spirit beasts can become fully evolved after their second evolution. Lu Shuru meant that basically it is beasts above level 40 that pass the 4th tier beast tamer assessment. No wonder in the outside world 4th tier beast tamers are already regarded as the backbone of the nation. Tang Zimu didn't think that Lao He, who needed his help to pass the 3rd tier assessment, could pass the 4th tier assessment. However, he still asked out of curiosity, so what is the content of the 4th tier assessment? Why is it so difficult? Lu Shuru pondered for a moment before replying. The content of the 4th tier assessment is to place the beast tamer and their beast into a simulated forest and defeat 10 spirit beasts around level 30 that are attacking them. The real difficulty lies in the fact that this time the beast tamer also participates in the battle. Therefore, the beasts have to expend a lot of energy to protect their master while facing the onslaught, making it quite challenging. Wait, what? The difficulty lies in the fact that the beast tamer has to participate in the battle. Tang Zimu was taken aback at first, then his eyes began to wander. Isn't that just walking into the line of fire? Who needs the weak Lao He to protect them? The assessment location is also a simulated forest with abundant trees and numerous blind spots. Doesn't that indicate he can take advantage of visual blind spots to strike? However, regardless of how one views it, 10 level 30 spirit beasts are indeed an insurmountable hurdle at the moment. Tang Zimu thought for a moment and regretfully said, "Then let's wait a month before coming back for the assessment." A month? In a month your rogue monkey could potentially level up 2 or 3 levels at most, and still be far from level 40. Such a statement was too absurd, and Lu Shuru took it as a joke from Tang Zimu, not paying much attention. He enthusiastically led Tang Zimu down to the first floor, expressing his thoughts along the way. "Young friend Tang, I'm taking you to obtain your 3rd tier beast tamer certificate right now. Tisk tisk tisk, for a beast to advance from a 0 tier beast tamer to a 3rd tier beast tamer in a month, you are definitely the first in the history of the Dragon Kingdom." At the headquarters building of the Beastmaster Alliance in the Identity Processing Office on the 1st floor, Lu Shuru led Tang Zimu to the window where his identity was just processed, addressing Supervisor Huang. "Xiao Huang, has the membership information for my friend Tang been processed?" "Yes, it has." Supervisor Huang replied respectfully. Then please issue him the rank certificate as well." Lu Shuru nodded and continued. However, before he could finish his sentence, Supervisor Huang directly handed over a rank certificate. "Minister, it has been prepared long ago." At that moment, Supervisor Huang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was well known for his keen insight at the headquarters. When Lu Shuru took Tang Zimu to participate in the assessment, Supervisor Huang had already instructed someone to prepare the rank certificate. His subordinate had attempted to prepare a first-rank Beastmaster certificate, but was outright rejected by him. After all, the person opposite was the renowned top scorer Tang Zimu. How could someone of such a genius level be judged by common standards? So Supervisor Huang boldly had his subordinate prepare a second-rank Beastmaster certificate. "Just think, being able to prepare a cross-rank certificate in advance shows my exceptional insight and understanding of genius. Wouldn't the minister look at me differently then?" Thinking of this, Supervisor Huang couldn't help but smile widely. But to his surprise, after Lu Shuru received the rank certificate, he glanced at it and tossed it back, saying, "What the heck is a second-rank Beastmaster? Get Tang Zimu a 3rd-rank Beastmaster certificate immediately." A 3rd-rank Beastmaster. Supervisor Huang's smile froze on his face. In a moment of panic, he realized the joke was on him. He thought that preparing a second-rank Beastmaster certificate in advance was a masterstroke, but it turned out he had still underestimated the opponent. "I mean, in all my years on the job, I have never encountered someone who could go directly from 0 to 3rd rank in the assessment. Why did I have to meet such a person today? I will go and issue it right away." Supervisor Huang glanced at Tang Zimu, feeling a burning embarrassment on his cheeks, and could only go off to issue the certificate again. Lu Shuru, however, didn't mind this little episode. He took this opportunity to explain the rights and benefits of a 3rd-rank Beastmaster to Tang Zimu. After joining, a 3rd-rank Beastmaster can earn 50 points of contribution each month. Additionally, the limit on tasks that can be accepted has expanded from 1 to 2. If more than 10 tasks are completed within a month, the 50 points of contribution can be doubled. Contribution points can be used to purchase items in our exclusive contribution area, including food for spirit beasts, healing potions, Beastmaster rings, Beastmaster beads, and much more. Tang Zimu listened and asked in return, "What about a 4th-rank Beastmaster? How many points can they? A 4th rank Beastmaster's assessment difficulty, as you know, requires a master to reach such a level, and they can earn 300 contribution points each month. Lu Shiru replied. Wow, that's a full 6-fold difference. Tang Zimu was even more determined to pass the 4th rank Beastmaster assessment next month. After chatting for a while longer, Supervisor Huang finally returned with the 3rd rank Beastmaster certificate in hand. He handed a badge engraved with 3 and a small booklet to Tang Zimu, following the usual protocol. Tang Zimu, as a Beastmaster, congratulations on becoming a 3rd rank Beastmaster of our Beastmaster Alliance. From now on, as long as you present the certificate, you can enjoy the related rights at all our Beastmaster Alliance branches. He came as a newbie who had not joined, but left as a 3rd rank Beastmaster. Tang Zimu felt a bit emotional as he took the certificate and said his farewells. Well, Minister Lu, I won't disturb you any longer as I need to go to school to organize my things. Alright, just ride the windsweeping horse over, and there will be someone at your school to collect it later. Lu Shiru also bid farewell to Tang Zimu. He watched as Tang Zimu mounted the beast and rode away from the Beastmaster Alliance. He then turned around and hurriedly mounted the treasure cover beast that could assist people in quickly getting upstairs, returning to his office at the top of the tower. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Shiru couldn't wait to pat a gem on his desk. Before long, a massive head broke through the clouds and stretched in through the window. Old Lu, it's already night, what do you want me to do? Lu Shiru chuckled and replied excitedly. Today I encountered a genius and learned a technique from him that can enhance your strength. Enhancing strength. Clearly this creature was Lu Shiru's beast. Most people in the Dragon Kingdom knew of its existence. However, they didn't know its species, only that its level had surpassed 90, making it one of the most elite beastmasters in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Oh, even you call him a genius, he must have some substance. The large head became interested and continued. What exactly is this technique? Lu Shiru became serious, took a deep breath and shouted. Old Mo quickly used the all-encompassing nature to attack. After shouting, he eagerly inquired. So how does it feel? Did you feel inspired? The massive head fell silent. After a long while it finally spoke slowly. Old Lu, are you having fun messing with me? That shouldn't be, I clearly saw it like this. Does it mean only geniuses can correctly use this technique? Lu Shiru scratched his head, feeling quite puzzled. Tang Zimu had no idea that he had completely fooled Lu Shiru, the minister of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. Kyoto University is not far from the center of Kyoto City. He rode the wind-sweeping horse at full speed and soon arrived at the school gates. Like the headquarters of the Alliance, the school gates of Kyoto University were also grandly built. If it weren't for the words Kyoto University written above, he might have thought he had entered a palace. Since the admissions office's director Li had already submitted Tang Zimu's information to the school, he did not need to go through a series of cumbersome enrollment procedures. After simply obtaining a certificate, the guard at the gate let him pass, and even notified the freshman counselor teacher, Ma, to come and greet him. Tang, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't make it in time for tomorrow's opening ceremony. Teacher Ma arrived at the school gate and let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Tang Zimu. Just as she was about to say something more, she noticed the 3rd rank Beastmaster badge hanging on Tang Zimu's chest. Every city's Beastmaster Alliance issues badges that bear the city's insignia, and Tang Zimu's badge was clearly issued by the headquarters. Issued by the headquarters, and it's a 3rd rank. Teacher Ma's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. Wow, what's the story behind this badge? Oh, I ran into Minister Lu from headquarters when I entered the city, and we went to the Beast Tamer Alliance together. Minister Lu granted me a special exception, and I conveniently took the exam to become a 3rd-tier Beast Tamer. Tang Zimu explained a bit. Minister Lu. Conveniently. Hearing these 2 words from Tang Zimu made Teacher Ma doubt her ears. It's understandable to meet Minister Lu. She had to take the exam for the 3rd-tier Beast Tamer 3 times before passing. You, a freshman who hasn't even started school, passed just like that. Let me take you to your residence first. Teacher Ma fell silent for a moment, decisively changing the topic and leading Tang Zimu and Old Hei towards the school. The 3 of them walked through the playground, classrooms, and student dormitories before arriving at a grand estate with exquisite architecture. The entrance of the estate was engraved with the words Cloud Summit Manor. Inside Cloud Summit Manor, there are a total of 40 different residences, with every 10 corresponding to a grade. The larger the unit number, the more luxurious the residence. The residences for freshmen are numbered 31 to 40, and the villa you will be staying in is number 31, equipped with facilities according to your previous selections. Teacher Ma led Tang Zimu into the estate and explained. They walked all the way to the villa numbered 31, where she handed Tang Zimu a set of keys. This is the key to your residence. There is top-tier Beast Tamer protection around Cloud Summit Manor, ensuring a high level of safety, so you don't need to worry about security or theft. Tang Zimu took the key and opened the front door. Teacher Ma then led him through the details inside the villa. After a long day of travel and 3 consecutive assessments, Tang Zimu was already quite fatigued. After finishing the introduction, he waved goodbye to Teacher Ma and sent her out. He let Old Hay pick a room on the first floor to sleep in while he went upstairs to the master bedroom. Outside the manor, Teacher Ma was walking towards her staff dormitory when she suddenly remembered something she had overlooked earlier. The hard strength requirements for the 3rd-tier assessment were there, and Tang Zimu managed to pass. How strong must that little rascal's monkey be now? When she and Director Li visited Tang Zimu in Yanyang City, he even mentioned that he was aiming for first place in the school opening ceremony. At that time, they both thought Tang Zimu was joking. Now it seems it was the truth. Teacher Ma shivered. It seems that the 100 students receiving admission without examination this year can only rely on themselves for good fortune. The opening ceremony, being the most significant annual event at Kyoto University, is undoubtedly of great importance. In the morning, Kyoto University's largest square had been arranged into a magnificent venue, and most of the teachers were managing the order within. The participating students began to arrive at the venue one after another. The senior students who had attended the opening ceremony gathered together to chat about what they did during the month-long holiday. When the freshmen entered the venue, they didn't recognize anyone and could only sit in the freshman area bewildered. Of course, there were exceptions among the newcomers, namely the students admitted without examination. Those who could enter Kyoto University as students admitted without examination came from the top families across various regions, and there was no sense of unfamiliarity among them, as they had interacted while exchanging family visits. Songli, I heard that the fully qualified guardian dog you got has a strong characteristic. How is the breeding going? It's just average. How can it compare to your Miss Ku? This year you managed to obtain the only fully qualified longleaf cat in the mountain domain. If I may say, the most impressive one is young Master Gu. With a fully qualified flame deer in his left hand and a fully qualified steel feather sparrow in his right, I am truly envious. Every student admitted without examination is a prodigy, having grown up enjoying various noble privileges, making it quite difficult for them to mingle with commoners. Now gathered together, they formed a circle and began chatting. The topics of conversation were astonishing. The fully qualified spiritual beasts, which commoners could only dream of, were as common as wholesale items here, with each person owning one. If the family background were even more elite, like a few students admitted without examination from Kyoto City, some would even possess 2 fully qualified beasts. You all flatter me. Once I get on the stage, I won't go easy on anyone. Young Master Gu, also known as Gu Xiaohua, smiled as he spoke after hearing the compliments. You think too highly of yourself, young Master Gu. Even if you go easy on us, we are no match for you, the others replied with wry smiles. Gu Xiaohua comes from the Gu family, one of the top 4 families in the Dragon Nation, and is the direct descendant of the clan leader. The resources he possesses are beyond what even these top students can aspire to. Moreover, with the ability to cultivate 2 fully qualified spiritual beasts simultaneously, he can selectively choose opponents based on attributes. How could they possibly compete? In my opinion, the champion of this opening ceremony can only be decided between young Master Gu and young Master Su. We have no hope at all. Another person chimed in with a sigh. The young Master Su mentioned is Su Huai, who was sitting opposite Gu Xiao. He comes from the Su family, one of the top 4 families, and is a grandson of a certain elder blessed with outstanding talent from a young age and greatly valued by his family. It can be said that he and Gu Xiaohua are the most elite among this batch of admitted students. With the same vast resources and 2 fully qualified beasts, the 2 naturally became the only candidates for the champion of this opening ceremony's freshman division. Gu Xiaohua glanced at Su Huai, his gaze icy. Su Huai also smiled at Gu Xiaohua, but his smile was insincere. Both being prodigies, they feigned cordiality on the surface, but deep down, neither was willing to back down. Both were thinking about how to defeat the other in this upcoming competition. Until someone shouted from the entrance of the venue, Tang Zimu is coming. After the scores from the college entrance examination and the incident with the 6-winged flame monarch, the name Tang Zimu had become well known throughout the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing his arrival, the vast majority of students in the venue immediately turned their gaze towards the entrance, their eyes filled with curiosity. Even a significant number of teachers were looking towards the entrance. They wanted to see what this legendary student was capable of. Following their gaze, they saw someone walking towards the venue from a distance. The newcomer was handsome and walked with a steady pace. Dressed in a dark red robe made of extraordinary material, the robe shimmered with a dark red light, flowing like blood with every movement. As he approached the entrance of the venue, everyone gradually began to discern the other details about him. However, all eyes were locked onto the metal badge on his chest, which was engraved with the number 3. A 3rd-tier beast tamer's badge. Wait, what? A 3rd-tier beast tamer. TCH. Upon seeing the dazzling 3rd-tier beast master badge, most people present scoffed derisively. They all felt deceived. The newcomer was clearly a senior, at least a second-year student. How could he be Tang Zimu? The logic behind this conclusion was quite simple. Tang Zimu, a freshman who hadn't even attended the opening ceremony, how could he possibly pass the third-tier Beastmaster assessment? Who just spread false information? I'm going to kill him. I really thought someone had got me all excited for nothing. Sigh, scaring myself. But this senior looks a bit unfamiliar yet handsome and charismatic. There's no way I wouldn't recognize him. The crowd, realizing they had been fooled, immediately began to voice their complaints. Unexpectedly, these top students from various regions, or the proud scions of prominent families, would one day be simultaneously deceived by someone else's words. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. Before these angry individuals could identify the culprit who shouted earlier, Teacher Ma, who had been stationed in the freshman area to arrange seating for students, approached enthusiastically after recognizing the newcomer's appearance. Tang Zimu, you finally made it. Tang who? What Zimu? As soon as the name was mentioned, the previously agitated venue suddenly fell eerily silent. The crowd stared blankly at Teacher Ma, then at the third-tier Beastmaster badge on the newcomer's chest. As the freshman advisor, Teacher Ma definitely wouldn't mistake his identification. So, the person who came was indeed Tang Zimu. The crowd still couldn't accept this reality. Although third-tier Beastmasters aren't exactly rare in the outside world, it was something completely unattainable for a freshman. Let alone freshman. Even a small portion of second-year seniors present had been stuck at the grueling 3 assessments, and were still just second-tier Beastmasters. But the thing is, no one would dare to forge the league's tier badges, nor could anyone. Even if they were reluctant to believe, in the end they had no choice but to accept this fact. Tang Zimu, he was indeed a third-tier Beastmaster. Among the circle of guaranteed freshmen, Gu Xiaohua and Su Huai simultaneously covered the second-tier Beastmaster badges hanging on their chest. They had used family connections to get through the 1-month cooling-off period, allowing them to pass the second-tier Beastmaster assessment early. Entering school as a second-tier Beastmaster was something to boast about. Now, compared to Tang Zimu, it seemed rather shabby. Teacher Ma, is there something going on? Tang Zimu asked curiously as he walked into the venue. Old hay as a beast had already been arranged into the beast holding area outside the venue. Nothing major, just that your assigned seat is the first position in the freshman area. Once the opening ceremony's arena matches begin, the first person from each grade needs to perform in the first match of their grade. Teacher Ma reminded him. Being the first to take the stage wasn't really different. Tang Zimu didn't pay much attention, nodded, and followed Teacher Ma's guidance to sit in the frontmost position. Tang Zimu had arrived a bit late. He hadn't been seated long before the other attendees of the opening ceremony had all gathered. The crowd suppressed their discussions about Tang Zimu, waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. At the moment the clock struck 9, a sharp, clear cry resonated from the sky. A giant gray crane crowned in black and covered in gray and white pierced through the clouds and landed on the high platform at the front of the opening ceremony. Following that, an elderly man, sprightly with gray hair, yet youthful in appearance, descended from the back of the crane. Only the principal, granted special pardon during the opening ceremony, could ride a crane in the restricted flying area of the capital. Tang Zimu looked at the old man's face and recognized him as the principal of Kyoto University, Wu Xinghuang. The giant gray crane was Wu Xinghuang's beast, the legendary He Meng Tian Xinghe. Its strength was even greater than the strongest spirit beast Tang Zimu had known before, the 6-winged Yanjun. Dear students, long time no see. Wu Xinghuang greeted the audience with a smile as he took the stage, followed by the well-known customary welcome. However, compared to the lengthy and time-consuming speeches from Blue Star, Wu Xinghuang's speech was much shorter, lasting only 2 to 3 minutes. After all, the spirit beast world faces spirit beast attacks daily, leaving little time for lengthy formalities. Following the brief speech, Wu Xinghuang swiftly shifted to the main points. As you all know, Kyoto University has a fine tradition of holding arena matches for each grade during the opening ceremony. Now I will explain the relevant information for this year's arena matches. First, let us welcome the guests attending this event. As Wu Xinghuang's words fell, the side curtains of the high platform were drawn open and several individuals walked out. These individuals had calm expressions and composed demeanor. Though their auras were different, they all possessed an inherent authority that demanded respect. Seated in the front row, Tang Zimu immediately recognized the leader among them who held the highest position. Goodness, this old man didn't mention yesterday that he would be attending the opening ceremony. Lu Shuru also noticed Tang Zimu looking at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Xinghuang briefly introduced the positions of the individuals. Aside from Lu Shuru, the others were all ministers from important departments of the Dragon Kingdom, influential figures indeed. Their attendance at the opening ceremony of Kyoto University proved the institution's esteemed status. After the guests took their seats aside from the freshmen, the remaining students eagerly perked up their ears. because they knew the real highlight of the opening ceremony was about to begin. Sure enough, Wu Xinghuang continued to speak. To encourage healthy competition among students, this year's opening ceremony, like in previous years, has invested heavily in a vast array of prizes. The reason Kyoto University's opening ceremony is so popular among students is not only due to the attention garnered from rankings, but also because of the incredibly generous prizes. It is no exaggeration to say that aside from those guaranteed students from prominent families preparing for exams, the vast majority of students present would only have this chance to win prizes they could only dream of at the opening ceremony of Kyoto University. This is also why other schools in the Dragon Kingdom do not imitate Kyoto University's opening ceremony. They cannot even offer a third of the prizes available at Kyoto University's opening ceremony. Now I will first announce the prizes for the freshman category. In this freshman category, those who rank in the top 256 will receive 50 pounds of top-quality spirit beast food. Those in the top 128 will receive 5 types of top-quality spirit beast nurturing materials. Those in the top 64. Wu Xinghuang spoke very clearly, and the freshmen in the audience listened attentively. After all, these rewards were directly related to their own interests. Soon the rewards for the top 8, the most anticipated, were announced. Those who enter the top 8 will receive a Beast Master Pearl. A Beast Master Pearl. Such a rare item, even a city lord like Zhao Kaishuan was merely a reward for the top 8 freshmen at Kyoto University. Tang Zimu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. No wonder it was the top-tier academy built with national resources. It was incredibly wealthy. However, this also highlighted the vast gap between the Yen region and the Central region. Perhaps the wealth of a small town in the Central region could match that of a city in the Yen region. And those who can enter the top 4 will receive a Beast Master weapon crafted by Master Yu Yuanming. Before Tang Zimu could finish his astonishment, Wu Xinghuang dropped another bombshell that sent the students in the audience into a frenzy. Yu Yuanming, currently the strongest craftsman in Long Kingdom, is also the only one capable of crafting perfect quality Beastmaster pearls and top-tier Beastmaster items like the 2-hole Beastmaster ring. The Beastmaster weapons he crafted, even if made casually, remained precious items that were fiercely sought after. At this moment, Teacher Ma, sitting beside Tang Zimu, turned his head and spoke softly. According to the unspoken rules, as long as you can enter the top 32, you will receive a weapon crafted by Master Yu Yuanming. Tang Zimu shook his head and remained silent. His goal had always been only to attain first place, and the champion of this freshman competition will receive a specially customized top-tier weapon from Master Yu Yuanming for their Beastmaster. The materials needed for that weapon will also be reimbursed by the school's material library. The crowd erupted in excitement. Even Gu Xiaohua and Su Huai from the recommended student circle were breathing rapidly. A specially customized Beastmaster weapon from Master Yu Yuanming could only be obtained by clan leaders or elders in their top-tier families. Tang Zimu appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart was racing. What he valued was not just the specially customized weapon, but also Master Yu Yuanming himself. As the top craftsman in Long Kingdom, he was also the most likely person to possess items imbued with divinity. If Tang Zimu could seize this opportunity to make contact, he might very well receive a top-tier reward. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Wu Xinghuang was very pleased with the audience's reaction. This was a precious opportunity he had won by defeating Master Yu Yuanming in chess 2 weeks ago. After allowing everyone a moment to regain their composure, Wu Xinghuang continued to announce the rewards for the sophomore competition. However, the freshmen in the first district paid little attention to these. The vast majority were already racking their brains to devise their command strategies. They were eager to secure better ranking rewards in the upcoming arena competition. Tang Zimu was also deep in thought, but his focus was not on how to compete in the arena, but on what weapon to customize from Yu Yuanming. What weapon could I publicly claim is for old hay, but secretly use myself? Just as he was pondering, Wu Xinghuang also announced the championship reward for the sophomore competition. Tang Zimu immediately came to his senses and perked up his ears. Given how explosive the freshman championship reward was, the sophomore reward couldn't possibly be simple. Sure enough, Wu Xinghuang's words once again ignited the atmosphere. And the champion of this sophomore competition will receive an opportunity to enter the Kunlun Secret Realm. Kunlun Secret Realm. What is that? Is it even more powerful than Kyoto University's S-level Secret Realm? Tang Zimu looked at the excited sophomore students nearby, feeling somewhat puzzled. He only knew that in the Blue Star Huagua Kunlun was no ordinary place. After Tang Zimu inquired, Teacher Ma also stepped in to provide an answer. The S-level Secret Realm is only within our school, while the Kunlun Secret Realm is a secret realm created collaboratively by all of humanity. It is said that 3 different spirit beast populations inhabit the secret realm, but their names are classified by the higher-ups of various countries, so I am not aware of them. It was with their assistance that we were able to create the Kunlun secret realm. In exchange, we humans must offer them a large amount of rare materials every year, and in return they grant us some quotas to enter the secret realm for treasure hunting. Tang Zimu keenly grasped the key point. A secret realm created with the help of spirit beasts, and we must offer them abundant materials. This indicated that these 3 spirit beast populations were beings that humanity could not afford to offend. Divine beasts are mostly solitary and do not have the concept of populations. Does this mean that these 3 spirit beast species could very well rank among the T1 level beings from whom he had yet to obtain specific information? Just the thought of such a possibility made Tang Zimu's breath grow heavy. Even the main beast master of Kyoto University's principal was only at the T2 level. How precious and rare were T1 level spirit beasts? In terms of the Pokemon game, these spirit beasts of that level could be considered the so-called quasi-divine beings. Is entering the secret realm limited to treasure hunting? Is there any possibility of capturing those 3 spirit beasts? Tang Zimu took a deep breath and pressed for an answer. Teacher Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang student, what are you thinking? Those 3 spirit beasts are incredibly noble. We must tread carefully even when interacting with them. How could they possibly be willing to be captured by humans? To take away some rare items that carry their essence from the secret realm is already a great favor from them. Not possible. Tang Zimu was somewhat unconvinced. The 3 spirit beast populations required human offerings and construction of the secret realm, indicating they had corresponding needs. The so-called nobility and impossibility were merely due to the lack of adequate bargaining chips. As for bargaining chips, Tang Zimu was quite confident. He possessed numerous items that humans could not possibly offer. But why is this a reward for the sophomore competition? Tang Zimu felt a bit uncomfortable. He had previously thought the customized weapon reward for the freshman competition was strong, but now it was clear that the champion reward for the sophomore competition was much more suited to him. Then Teacher Ma is the reward for the sophomore competition every year, an opportunity to enter the Kunlun secret realm. Unwilling to give up, Tang Zimu continued to ask. That's unlikely. This year it should be our Kyoto University's turn for the quota, which is why the principal is offering it. Teacher Ma's words extinguished Tang Zimu's hopes in that regard. However, he would not easily give up this unprecedented opportunity. Tang Zimu's mind raced, and after considering something his gaze gradually turned resolute. I am determined to secure this opportunity to enter the Kunlun secret realm. On the stage, Wu Xinghuang once again announced the rewards for the 3rd and 4th grades. The champion's prize was no less than custom weapons and the secret realm of Kunlun, which also elicited cheers from the students of both grades. However, Tang Zimu was not particularly interested. Those rewards were more suited for higher grade students, beast tamers. Even if they were given to him, a freshman, they wouldn't be of much use. Fellow students, all rewards have been prepared, but it just depends on whether you can obtain them. The battle arena is ready now. Follow me to the arena. After Wu Xinghuang finished his final summary, he led several guests toward the battle arena of Kyoto University. The other students, filled with excitement, also followed their teachers in an orderly manner to receive their respective beasts. The battle at the opening ceremony was arranged in the order of the freshman competition on the first day and the sophomore competition on the second day. In the freshman competition, all students are required to attend and observe so that everyone can understand the general level of the freshman. The other competitions do not have such strict requirements. It is up to individual preference whether to watch. Tang, every year the first battle of the freshman competition is like a demonstration match, and the whole audience, after the first battle is finished, the other arenas will start the official matches. Don't feel too much psychological pressure when the principal calls you to the stage to draw your opponent for the first battle. As Tang Zimu, accompanied by Old Hay, just arrived at the battle arena, Teacher Ma led him to the front of the freshman team and explained the relevant rules of the arena competition to him. Similar to the second-tier beast tamer assessment, in order to avoid top-tier beast equipment disrupting the balance, a 1v1 restricted arena battle will also be adopted here. Tang Zimu had anticipated this. What truly surprised him was that the standard for the arena battles was based on a scoring system from multiple matches rather than a single elimination. This meant that the number of arena battles he could participate in would greatly increase, allowing him to seize the opportunity to accumulate a series of rewards for winning in the arena. According to the old rules, this year's freshman competition will start with a representative from the freshmen. Tang Zimu, please come up and draw your opponent for this arena competition. Without making Tang Zimu wait long, Wu Xinghuang on the arena called out his name. Tang Zimu took a deep breath and walked steadily onto the stage. Wu! Tang Zimu! Tang Zimu! Tang Zimu is amazing. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the audience. Regardless of anything, being a top-scoring student and slaying a dominant spirit beast were both legendary events known throughout the nation. Tang Zimu's name was widely recognized, and there were many present who admired and looked forward to him. In the VIP audience area, an elder asked the man seated at the front, Lu Shiru, a third-tier beast tamer. Tisk, brother Lu, I presume you've interacted with Tang Zimu before. Of course, I arranged all his assessments at various tiers. Lu Shiru looked at Tang Zimu on the stage and replied with a smile, while the other guests also became interested and began to inquire. Those brutes from the Flame Domain say that this Tang Zimu is a genius among geniuses. Oh, what does Minister Lu think? How did he pass the third-tier assessment? Didn't he just tame the rogue monkey for a little over a month? Is Tang Zimu really as formidable as the report states? You all dare to ask me if Tang Zimu is a genius? Lu Shiru felt quite helpless. He is not just a genius, he is a genius beyond human standards. However, thinking about how shocked he was by Tang Zimu's various divine maneuvers yesterday, a mischievous thought arose in Lu Shiru's mind. He also wanted these folks to experience the feeling he had yesterday. So he teased them a little and said, whether he is a genius or not, you'll find out as you watch. Not to mention, this kid's fighting style is quite unique. Oh, quite unique. Everyone became intrigued and eagerly looked towards the arena. The design of the arena was quite similar to that of the second-tier beast tamer assessment room, with high platforms on both sides and a central area. However, the assessment room was quite small and could only accommodate one arena. The current battle arena was extremely large, with more than 10 arenas arranged from left to right, perfectly sufficient for the daily battle needs of the students. Tang Zimu, I've been wanting to meet you, but unfortunately you came too late yesterday. After Tang Zimu stepped onto the stage, Wu Xinghuang quietly greeted him. It was evident that he, like Lu Shiru, had long been curious about Tang Zimu. However, due to the ongoing competition, Wu Xinghuang didn't say much and instead took out a large box to show the audience. Inside this box are the names of all the freshmen from this year's competition. Whoever Tang Zimu draws will be his opponent for the opening match. With that, Wu Xinghuang handed the box to Tang Zimu. Without any hesitation, Tang Zimu reached in and drew out a small ball, glancing at the name inscribed on it. Wu Xinghuang leaned in as well. Upon seeing the name carved on the small ball, he was momentarily taken aback and his expression became somewhat subtle. Then he took the ball, turned aside with the name toward the audience, and announced, for this opening match, Tang Zimu, Gu Xiaohua. Upon hearing this name, not only the freshmen, but even students from other grades gasped in surprise. Gu Xiaohua of the Gu family is not only famous among this year's recommended students. Previous year's recommended students and affluent students are also aware of his reputation, knowing that he is the strongest contender for the championship among this year's freshmen. So you tell me the opening match is between a top seed player and a top scorer. How dramatic is that? Before long, Gu Xiaohua's identity spread among the students, and everyone was intrigued by the upcoming king meets king confrontation. At first, Tang Zimu did not recognize Gu Xiaohua. However, his ears were sharp enough to quickly gather information about the other party's identity through the words and reactions of the crowd. He was from the direct line of the Gu family, one of the 4 great families. Tisk, this truly is a noble family. Gu Xiaohua, who was called out, was initially stunned, then stood up from the audience and slowly walked down. At the same time, a flame deer and a steel feather sparrow from the beast waiting area rushed out and stood beside him. One person and 2 beasts walked up to the arena. Wu Xinghuang glanced at Tang Zimu's third-tier beast tamer badge, and then at Gu Xiaohua's second-tier beast tamer badge, and said, both of you should have relevant experience in 1v1 restricted arena battles. Then I announced that the opening match of this year's opening ceremony begins now. Gu Xiaohua felt a rush of panic. If it were yesterday, he would have eagerly accepted the challenge of stepping onto the stage today. After all, it would be a chance for him to showcase his talents. However, upon seeing the third-tier beast master badge on Tang Zimu's chest, he lost all hope. That person had passed the rigorous assessment that required real strength. How could he possibly compete? But now that he had been chosen, there was no way to forfeit. Gu Xiaohua had no choice but to grit his teeth and step onto the arena. He was determined to give it his all. The opponent must have just completed the assessment yesterday. Perhaps the villainous monkey's injuries had not yet fully healed. Gu Xiaohua clenched his teeth and resolved to give it a shot. But soon he faced another dilemma. Which beast to send into battle? The fire deer excelled in magical attacks, while the steel feather sparrow was agile. Against the strength and stamina of the villainous monkey, it would be better to send the steel feather sparrow into combat. With a thought from Gu Xiaohua, the steel feather sparrow flew into the arena. At this sight, Tang Zimu nearly burst out laughing. Bro, you just used the steel feather sparrow in yesterday's assessment, and today you're sending it out again. Isn't that just handing out points? Yet to be cautious, Tang Zimu still chose to check the steel feather sparrow's stats. Name Steel Feather Sparrow 10-star qualification attributes Flying Steel level 10 talent Steel Wings, a Jade level talent, 25 damage immunity when attacked, and a 25 increase in movement and attack speed for 8 seconds. Base attributes Strength 32, Spirit 19, Stamina 35, Agility 40, Physical Defense 32, Magic Defense 31. To be fair, this Steel Feather Sparrow is quite strong. It could easily dominate other first-year students. Being able to reach level 10 in just 2 months proves that Gu Xiaohua had been diligent in its training. Unfortunately, it encountered the Old Black, a dominant-level spirit beast that had just feasted on divine-level spirit beasts. Moreover, one belonged to the T3 category while the other was in T2, creating an irreconcilable gap in their attributes. Tang Zimu completely relaxed. He patted the Old Black beside him. Old Black, go for it. Old Black swiftly dashed into the arena. Once both beasts stood in the waiting area at the center of the stage, Wu Xinghuang, standing at the edge, acted as the temporary referee and blew the whistle. The battle began. Gu Xiaohua was highly regarded by the Gu family, and besides his noble identity, his talents were also remarkable. The moment he heard the whistle, he quickly directed the Steel Feather Sparrow through mental communication. Unfortunately, he was up against Tang Zimu. No matter how fast your reaction was, you were still within human limits, and my response was not human at all. Strike with the fearsome face, control the target with fearsome face, and follow up with despairing assault. Tang Zimu's command almost coincided with the whistle. The well-trained Old Black didn't hesitate for even a second. It made a grimace and immediately unleashed fearsome face towards the front, its expression appearing eerie and terrifying, moving so quickly that the Steel Feather Sparrow hadn't even taken off yet. With an 80 high probability, the next second the Steel Feather Sparrow was terrified by Old Black's monstrous visage and triggered the fear effect. At the moment fearsome face appeared, Old Black had already sprinted forward. It swung its fist glowing with black light and struck heavily against the stationary Steel Feather Sparrow. The series of actions flowed seamlessly. How could it not be smooth? Tang Zimu had made Old Black practice the basic combo of control into damage output countless times, and he had also put it to the test on the same species, the Steel Feather Sparrow, just yesterday. If Old Black could mess up even when mimicking the movements, it would no longer need to exist. Bang! A heavy punch landed solidly on the Steel Feather Sparrow. Despairing assault boosted by 50 points of strength dealt an extra 30 damage to the terrified target, deliberately avoiding the Steel Feather Sparrow's damage reduction from its steel wings. The Steel Feather Sparrow didn't even have time to let out a cry before its body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Little feather! Gu Xiaohua instinctively exclaimed. He anxiously tried to communicate with the Steel Feather Sparrow through their mental link, but received no response. This indicated that the Steel Feather Sparrow had temporarily lost consciousness. So, his Steel Feather Sparrow was knocked out in one punch by the opponent's villainous monkey. It was only then that Gu Xiaohua realized what had truly happened. Not only him, but the spectators present, even the referee closest to the action, Wu Xinghuang, had just grasped what was going on. They could not communicate mentally with the Steel Feather Sparrow like Gu Xiaohua could. However, upon seeing the Steel Feather Sparrow lying motionless on the ground, they also understood that it had indeed been knocked out by the villainous monkey in one punch. The Steel Feather Sparrow has lost consciousness. The victor of this match is Tang Zimu's villainous monkey. Indeed, as an experienced principal, Wu Xinghuang quickly suppressed his shock and announced the battle's outcome. Instantly, the entire arena erupted with excitement. Did the battle end in the blink of an eye? Damn, one punch knocked out the Steel Feather Sparrow. How terrifying is the strength of that villainous monkey? Wasn't it supposed to be an evenly matched battle, a fierce contest between geniuses? A regular candidate defeating a gifted student? This will definitely go down in school history. If the villainous monkey had knocked out an ordinary freshman's beast, the audience might have had certain expectations and wouldn't have been so shocked. After all, Tang Zimu's reputation preceded him, and his third-tier Beast Master badge was also displayed prominently. But the beast that was knocked out belonged to Gu Xiaohua, the legitimate heir of the Gu family. With full qualifications, and using only top-tier resources, not to mention having an extra month of training time compared to others. And yet you're telling me it could be defeated so easily? This was truly outrageous, like outrageous knocking on outrageous door. Outrageous to the extreme. In the audience, Lu Shuru shook his head in disbelief. Seeing several colleagues displaying expressions of shock similar to his own from yesterday, he felt a great sense of satisfaction and burst into laughter. I told you, whether someone is a genius or not, it becomes evident at a glance. The others, hearing this, exchanged awkward smiles. Indeed, they had not realized until now how shocking it was. Although they had tried to overestimate Tang Zimu's strength as much as possible, they still hadn't expected him to be capable of defeating Gu Xiaohua, who was also labeled a genius. As expected, there are differences even among geniuses. Moreover, I said his fighting style is unique, and that wasn't wrong, was it? Lu Shiru continued. It is indeed unique. To command a beast using commands, if one fails to keep up with the response, isn't, one person remarked. You just don't understand, he explained it to me yesterday. Lu Shiru's eyes twinkled as he spoke mysteriously. The others immediately grew interested and began to inquire about the specifics. All you need to. Lu Shiru quietly recounted what Tang Zimu had told him the previous day. The others listened deep. They exchanged glances. Cough, it's not convenient to watch the arena match right now. I'll try this method when we get. The boiling atmosphere of the venue gradually calmed down after a long while. According to the rules of the arena competition, Gu Xiaohua took a deep breath and walked in front of Tang Zimu, where both parties shook hands. Your rogue monkey is indeed formidable. I admire your skill. Gu Xiaohua sincerely expressed his admiration. He then sighed in relief and stepped down from the arena. Tang Zimu glanced at the figure of his opponent, leaving secretly holding Gu Xiaohua in higher regard. After being knocked out by a single punch, he quickly regained his composure. Being able to take things lightly without harboring any grievances or jealousy truly reflects a steady mindset. Alright, the opening battle has concluded. I hereby announce that the arena competition for the freshman division at this year's opening ceremony officially begins. It took quite some time to stabilize the scene just now. Wu Xinghuang, concerned about the time, stepped up promptly to announce the start of the arena competition after the handshake. The teachers responsible for the arena were already standing at different stages, acting as referees. The freshmen in the audience received their randomly assigned opponent lists. In the first round of the arena competition, each student needed to face 5 different opponents in random matches. Winning counts as 2 points and losing counts as 1 point. Only those with higher scores can advance to the next round. Charge. I want to compete in the arena. I want to make it into the top 128 and gather materials for my beast companion. I don't ask for much, making it into the top 256 would be great. The arena competition is still a very novel form of battle for most freshmen. They eagerly looked at the lists, waiting excitedly for their turn, while also boasting about how far they could go. However, no matter how arrogant the students were, they now dared not claim they could take first place. Even the top-seeded candidate was knocked out in one move. Did they really think they could outshine Tang Zimu? Since Tang Zimu had already participated in an opening match, he was only matched with 4 random opponents in the first round. However, the number of opponents did not affect him at all. Regardless of who the opponent was, Lao He would simply knock them out with a single punch. This led Tang Zimu to no longer give commands, and instead let Lao He operate freely, thus training its independent combat abilities. In such a dominating series of matches, he advanced with full marks to the second round, where he needed to face 3 opponents, and then to the third round, competing for the top 256. It wasn't until he arrived at the first match of the third round that Tang Zimu finally became energized, because if he won this match, it would be his 10th victory in the arena. Lao He, hurry up. Tang Zimu urged Lao He, eager for his victory. Lao He nodded, and as the referee's whistle blew, he sprang into action, delivering a punch to the chest of the opposing flame deer. The flame deer, caught completely off guard, was sent flying. The referee, showing no surprise, immediately announced the battle's outcome. The flame deer has lost its combat capability. The winner of this match is Tang Zimu's rogue monkey. At the same time, a system notification rang in Tang Zimu's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host's beast, Tang Zimu, for successfully defeating the opponent in the arena. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning against 10 opponents in the arena, earning the 10 victories reward. Random skill. Random skill. Not bad, not bad. I like this kind of reward that can directly enhance my combat power. Stepping down from the arena, Tang Zimu led Lao He to the edge of the venue's beast rest zone to quickly recover its stamina. He then found a seat, sitting quietly and waiting for the system to conclude the random selection. He didn't have to wait long before the system notification sounded again. Ding. Random selection concluded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Battle Intent Roar. Just seeing this name, Tang Zimu immediately sensed something was amiss. Based on his understanding, roar-type skills in the spirit beast world are generally transformation-type skills, also known as support skills, and rarely possess offensive capability. So this time he had randomly obtained a support skill. Tang Zimu felt a bit curious. The skills he had randomly obtained before were all damage-dealing skills, and he had no idea what it would be like to use a support skill. Thus Tang Zimu hurriedly opened the reward storage box. Skill, Battle Intent Roar. Once used, it allows the beast to gain the skill Battle Intent Roar. This skill ignores the spirit beast's race and talent restrictions, allowing any beast to learn it. Battle Intent Roar. Skill Introduction. A general type group transformation skill, power none. It emits a roar filled with battle intent, increasing the strength, spiritual power, and agility of all allies within a certain range, including the user by 25, while reducing stamina, physical defense, and magical defense by 25. The effect duration depends on the consumed spiritual energy. This skill is incredible. With experience from numerous games in Blue Star, Tang Zimu quickly understood the effect and preciousness of battle intent roar. Typically, transformation-type skills only affect oneself or a single target. Battle Intent Roar, however, is a rare group transformation skill applicable in much broader scenarios. At the same time, Battle Intent Roar is also the simplest and purest attribute transformation skill. It increases offensive attributes while decreasing defensive attributes, allowing all allies to become fragile output machines in a short period. If used properly, it is undoubtedly a skill that provides tremendous assistance to the overall battle situation. I really like this kind of practical skill. Tang Zimu was very satisfied with this and directly dragged Battle Intent Roar to his avatar. Ding. Host, Tang Zimu. Do you want your beast, Tang Zimu, to learn the skill Battle Intent Roar? Learn. Ding. Loading the skill Battle Intent Roar for your beast, Tang Zimu. A warm current surged through Tang Zimu's body as the system was imparting the usage methods and techniques of Battle Intent Roar. Once he fully grasped the usage of Battle Intent Roar, excitement flickered once more in his eyes, because this skill had given him an additional surprise. Unlike the triggering method he had envisioned, which involved a heart-wrenching, emotionally charged roar, the activation standard for Battle Intent Roar was simply reaching a certain decibel level, meaning that as long as he let out a loud shout, it could be triggered. Looking at it that way, the skill's concealment and applicability were maximized. Then Tang Zimu quickly recalled the words he had fabricated with Lu Shuru the previous night. I believe that using language and tone can greatly inspire a beast's emotions, unleashing greater combat power. How does this description sound similar to the skill Battle Intent Roar? What was once a bluff now became reality. What kind of divine prophecy is this? No, there's more. After the freshman division arena competition ends, I can. Tang Zimu's mind quickly filled with more uses for Battle Intent Roar. Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense day of combat matches, the freshman division tournament of Kyoto University's opening ceremony concludes here in resounding success. As dusk fell, Wu Xinghuang stood atop the arena platform and addressed the audience. He then turned toward the figure standing at the highest point of the podium and continued. Let us congratulate classmate Tang Zimu, having triumphed through arduous trials, braving thorns and thistles, with effortless grace, for claiming victory in this tournament. Gu Xiaohua, standing in second place, sorrowfully covered his face. That phrase, effortless grace, struck him like a dagger to the heart, for he himself had faced Tang Zimu in the decisive final match. His flame deer and Gongyu sparrow alike were felled by a single punch from Tang Zimu's rogue monkey, neither lasting more than 3 seconds. In the spectator's stands, Director Huang of the admissions office and freshman counselor teacher Ma gazed upon Tang Zimu atop the championship podium, their eyes filled with quiet awe. They vividly recalled their visit to the city of Yenyang to recruit him, how they had earnestly advised Tang Zimu to abandon any notion of winning the championship, urging him not to pursue unrealistic ambitions against guaranteed admission students. Yet scarcely 1 month later he stood there, unassailable, overwhelming, supreme. He embodied in truth what it meant for ordinary mortals to stand utterly baffled before genius. Next I shall present our champion with his prize, the custom weapon voucher, a certificate entitling him to a bespoke top-tier weapon crafted exclusively for his spirit beast by Master Yu Yuanming. Having spoken, Wu Xinghuang handed Tang Zimu a metallic card engraved with the characters Yu Yuanming. Tang Zimu accepted it with polite gratitude. Wu Xinghuang leaned in quietly to explain. First, take this card to Master Yu Yuanming and have him draft the design and list required materials. Then bring his official requisition slip directly to the university armory to select your components. Tang Zimu nodded in understanding and carefully tucked the card into his pocket. A mastercraft custom weapon, truly a lifelong treasure. The audience watched in silent, unreserved admiration. No trace of envy stirred within them. How could envy arise? This prize was earned, not gifted, through sheer overwhelming mastery witnessed by all. Wu Xinghuang then awarded appropriate prizes to runner-up Gu Xiaohua and third place Su Huai. Upon completing these duties, he exhaled deeply, relieved. After all, his bones were no longer young. Enduring an entire day's tournament had left him thoroughly spent. Fortunately, tomorrow he would be absent, leaving the divisional tournaments to department heads across all grades. Thus concludes the freshman division tournament. Should you wish to attend tomorrow's sophomore division matches, you are warmly welcome. Eager to return home, Wu Xinghuang delivered his closing remarks while silently summoning his black radiant star crane. As the celestial beast descended beside him, he vaulted onto its back, ready to depart. Tang Zimu stared eyes wide with disbelief. He had intended to approach Wu Xinghuang privately after the ceremony, to discuss something urgent. But the headmaster showed no regard for martial decorum, rushing off without delay. That simply wouldn't do. Tomorrow Wu Xinghuang would be absent, and only he held authority to approve what Tang Zimu needed. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu hurried forward and called out Headmaster Wu. "I'd like to consult you on a matter." At the sound of the question, Wu Xinghuang frowned, irritated that anyone would impede his homeward journey. Yet upon turning and recognizing Tang Zimu, his expression instantly softened into warm, enthusiastic delight. "Classmate Tang Zimu, what is it? Are you unsure where to find Master Yu Yuanming, or where the university armory lies? I'll instruct your counselor to guide you." Tang Zimu paused thoughtfully before speaking. "Headmaster Wu, I recall our university's registration rule for the opening ceremony tournaments stipulates that competitors must not exceed the grade level of their assigned division." "Indeed," Wu Xinghuang affirmed readily. He himself had introduced this rule years ago specifically to encourage juniors to boldly challenge seniors. Yet why would a freshman suddenly raise this question? Then Headmaster Tang Zimu continued with a gentle smile, "As a freshman registering for tomorrow's sophomore division tournament and claiming its rewards would be perfectly reasonable, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xinghuang, who had been mildly surprised, staggered visibly, nearly tumbling from his black radiant star crane. "You mean?" He steadied himself, eyes bulging like bronze bells, swallowing hard. "You wish to compete in the sophomore division tournament?" "Yes." Tang Zimu nodded firmly, his resolve unwavering. He had anticipated precisely this reaction, and knew exactly why Wu Xinghuang was the only one who could grant such permission. Ordinary grade-level directors would lack the courage to authorize it. Wu Xinghuang drew a sharp breath. His original intent had been to embolden juniors, and perhaps someday sophomores. But never, not even in wildest imagination, had he conceived of a freshman daring to enter the sophomore division. The reason was simple: the vast disparity in spirit beast cultivation time. At semester start, juniors had nurtured their spirit beasts for 2 years and 1 month, seniors for 3 years and 1 month, meaning juniors had invested nearly half their total training time. Differences in spirit beast strength could still be bridged through innate talent, exceptional training regimens, or rare cultivation resources. But against sophomores, juniors enjoyed nearly double the cultivation time, a gap so immense that even sophomores would struggle to close it. And now, you expect a freshman whose spirit beast has been formally cultivated for merely 1 month to challenge sophomores whose cultivation period exceeds his by 13-fold. That defies credibility. Tang Zimu, are you certain? This is no jest. Wu Xinghuang's tone grew grave and solemn. Do not mistake passing the 3rd-rank Spirit Beast Tamer exam, surpassing a handful of sophomores, as proof of parity. Those who failed to secure ranking rewards are precisely the ones who, placed in the freshman division, would be swiftly overwhelmed, just as you overwhelmed your opponents today. I am certain I must compete. Tang Zimu's voice remained resolute. Wu Xinghuang sensed the unshakable conviction behind those words, and after a moment's deep reflection, he exhaled slowly. Very well. I approve your registration. Even if no ranking reward awaits you, tomorrow's battles will yield invaluable combat experience. He then turned to the departing audience and announced clearly, "Students, this is an urgent announcement. Our freshman division champion Tang Zimu has requested and received approval to enter tomorrow's sophomore division tournament. If you wish to witness this extraordinary contest, you are cordially invited." These words ignited a fresh wave of astonishment, transforming calm into thunderous reverb. What the hell, did I hear that right? Tang Zimu is actually going to challenge a second-year student in the arena. Wait, how can someone who's only been training for a month dare to challenge someone who's been training for over a year? What's with this audacity? Indeed, a genius way of thinking is not something ordinary people can comprehend. The audience was initially orderly exiting the venue. However, upon hearing the news that Tang Zimu would participate in the second-year arena competition, everyone froze in place, engaging in animated discussions. To be fair, after witnessing Tang Zimu's overwhelming victories throughout the day, the audience felt a genuine admiration for this genius. Yet at that moment, some of their admiration quickly turned into disappointment. Everyone acknowledged that you are the strongest among the first-year freshmen. However, you shouldn't be so arrogant as to ignore others. The most agitated among them were the second-year students. Tang Zimu's confident cross-year challenge seemed to imply that he thought they were easy to handle. This was nothing short of a slap in the face in front of the entire school staff and students. Who could stand for that? The top-ranking second-year students looked at Tang Zimu on the arena with unfriendly expressions and spoke disdainfully. This little freshman is really getting ahead of himself. A genius is still a genius, but what good is it if he hasn't matured? There are enough fallen geniuses these days, aren't there? Tisk, he must have won so many times that he can't see reality anymore. If I face him tomorrow, I will definitely show him what it means to stay humble. Tang Zimu, however, paid no mind to the uproar from the audience. After receiving a positive confirmation from Wu Xinghuang, he felt a great sense of relief. Being able to participate in the competition meant he had crossed a significant threshold toward his goal of entering the Kunlun secret realm. However, this was merely a threshold. To secure a spot for entry, the real challenge lay in claiming the first place in the second-year division. Tang Zimu was well aware of this. Given Lao Hei's current strength, achieving first place in the second-year division seemed unlikely. But wasn't he there? Having spent an entire day observing the arena battles, Tang Zimu had gained sufficient understanding of various aspects of the competition, naturally uncovering some exploitable opportunities. Tomorrow he would let these second-year students open their eyes and give them a little shock. Tang Zimu bid farewell to the principal and directly left the venue, returning to his residence. With one night remaining before the arena competition, he needed to conduct some real intensive training with Lao. The next day, since the opening ceremony was held yesterday, the second-year students only needed to gather at the arena for the battles today. Early in the morning, several second-year students arrived at the arena with their spirit beasts eager to warm up. What they witnessed was beyond comprehension. A long queue was formed at the entrance of the arena, with everyone entering in an orderly fashion. Except for the first-year division's arena competition, which required all students to be present, there were no such requirements for the other divisions. Thus, in previous years, the arena competitions in the other three divisions mostly only attracted students from their own grade, along with a few who came with a learning mindset. But now, looking at this situation, it seemed that not a single student from the entire school was missing. While these second-year students looked bewildered, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The top-tier figures who participated as guests in yesterday's opening ceremony actually entered the battle arena, flanked by numerous teachers. Oh my god, aren't these big shots all in important positions, busy with countless affairs? The fact that they stayed a day yesterday was already a favor to Kyoto University. Their presence today could only mean one thing: showing face for Tang Zimu. The several second-year students exchanged glances. They had underestimated the sensation caused by Tang Zimu's registration in the second-year division. After a long wait in line, the audience and participating second-year contestants finally entered the arena. Looking around, the seating in the audience was exactly the same as yesterday. Not a single person was absent. The grade director of the second-year class was also hosting such a lively second-year arena competition for the first time and felt somewhat nervous. He glanced at Tang Zimu, sitting in the front row, swallowed, and spoke. We have prepared the random matchup list for all participating contestants for the first round, and we will now distribute it to everyone. All participating contestants must follow the order on the list for their battles. After saying this, he quickly left the arena. The other teachers in the audience began distributing the list, and Tang Zimu also received a matchup list. He looked it over and found that his first opponent was named Jia Taozi, a girl. Tang Zimu immediately perked up his ears, using his keen hearing to gather information about his opponent among the female contestants. Soon he overheard someone exclaiming, "I can't believe my first match is against that freshman." Following the voice, he spotted Jia Taozi looking at the list. After Jia Taozi's shout, others quickly surrounded her, chatting excitedly. "Ha, that spells trouble for Tang Zimu. He's facing Sister Jia in the first match." Tang Zimu was initially hoping to beat the stragglers, but unexpectedly, he ran into this steel wall. Tisk, how enviable! Sister Jia's first match is practically a win already. Oh, Tang Zimu's expression grew serious. From the conversation, he inferred that Jia Taozi's strength was remarkable, ranking among the top 100 in the entire second-year class. It seemed that today's first battle would not be a simple one. As time progressed, the news of Tang Zimu's upcoming match against Jia Taozi quickly spread through the audience. Also spreading was the news of Jia Taozi's strength, placing her in the top 100 of her grade. Upon learning of the formidable strength of Tang Zimu's first opponent, various expressions appeared on the faces of the audience. Some felt a chill of worry for Tang Zimu, some reveled in his predicament, while others were curious about how he would react after being defeated. In such an atmosphere, the battles on the arena continued to progress. Soon the referee for the now vacant first arena called out the names of Tang Zimu and Jia Taozi. In an instant, the audience around the other arenas emptied, all spectators eagerly directing their attention to the first arena. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tang Zimu, dressed in a dark red robe and expressionless, stepped onto the arena with the mischievous monkey who had never lost a match. Jia Taozi also stood opposite him with her guardian spirit dog. The first battle of the first-year champion in the second-year competition was officially underway. Tang Zimu, is it? I suggest you surrender directly. As both beast tamers directed their beasts toward the preparation area, Jia Taozi glanced at the rogue monkey, disdainfully speaking. She had great confidence in her beast. The guardian spirit dog, having evolved once, had already surpassed level 20 with attributes significantly enhanced due to its evolution. In contrast, the rogue monkey, having been nurtured for just over a month, could only possess a few levels, even if it was of full potential. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Faced with the verbal provocation from the opposite side, Tang Zimu narrowed his eyes and chose to check the attributes of the guardian spirit dog. Name: Guardian Spirit Dog, 9-star qualification, attributes: Rock level 21, talent Spirit of Protection, Emerald level talent. When using shield skills, shield capacity increases by 20, and while possessing a shield receives a 10 damage reduction. Basic attributes: Strength 50, Mentality 45, Stamina 75, Agility 35, Physical Defense 80, Magic Defense 75, Skills: Rock Shield, Solid Rock Shield, Bite, Long Howl. The Guardian Spirit Dog is renowned for being a tank-type beast with extraordinarily high stamina, physical defense, and magic defense. Jia Taozi's Guardian Spirit Dog was clearly nurtured in this direction, achieving 75 points in stamina and magic defense, with physical defense reaching 80 points. In comparison, even though Lao He had just reached level 11 yesterday, he only had 55 points in strength, which would hardly hurt the Guardian Spirit Dog. It's no wonder Jia Taozi displayed such confidence. Yikes! Yikes! Lao He, who had rushed to the preparation area, heard Jia Taozi's taunts and bared his teeth while making strange sounds. Today his mental state was quite robust. Earlier Tang Zimu had rewarded him with his favorite treat. No, it was divine level spirit beast food. He had been craving this for days and finally got his satisfaction, now feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through his body. Jia Taozi was provoked by Lao He's bared teeth, gnashing her teeth in resentment. At that moment, the referee, standing at the edge of the arena, noticed both beasts had entered the preparation area and blew the whistle. The battle begins. Jia Taozi had much more experience in arena battles. As soon as the whistle blew, the guardian spirit dog raised its head, and a heavy shield made of rock floated in front of it. First, Tang Zimu, who originally planned to have Lao He use his terrifying visage, immediately stopped his command with a remarkable reaction. With the rock shield blocking the view, Lao He's terrifying visage could not take effect. Jia Taozi clearly anticipated this. Seeing that the guardian spirit dog's action successfully interrupted Lao He's combo, she spoke with even more confidence. Tang Zimu, I have long seen that your rogue monkey's only tactic is the combination of terrifying visage and heavy punches. My shield is right in front, directly cutting off your combo. What do you plan to break through with? Enough talk, and Tang Zimu felt somewhat helpless. Moreover, it was only because the previous opponents were too weak that Lao He had been using that set of combos. Who said Lao He could only use that move from start to finish? Body slam into windmill. After observing the guardian spirit dog's stance, Tang Zimu issued the command. Lao He accelerated, charging directly towards the guardian spirit dog. Jia Taozi hastily commanded the guardian spirit dog to dodge through their mental link. However, the weakness of tank-type beasts often lies in their reaction abilities and speed. By the time the guardian spirit dog had just evaded, Lao He was already in front of it. Due to the floating rock shield obscuring part of its vision, the guardian spirit dog could not immediately determine Lao He's trajectory. When it finally saw, one of Lao He's legs had already stretched from beneath the rock shield and cleverly hooked onto its front leg. In that instant, a tricky force was transmitted from the opponent's leg. The guardian spirit dog felt its front leg bend, and its whole body lost balance. It stumbled forward a few steps, and along with the rock shield in front, fell in a classic dog-eating shit manner. Beautiful. Tang Zimu's lips curled up. As the saying goes, beast tamers who can martial arts will not be stopped by anyone. What does he think he has been making Lao He practice hard for? All of it are various combat techniques passed down for thousands of years from the Huagua of Blue Star, combined with the essence of martial arts from various countries. The body slam, in his earlier command, was a technique from wrestling called body knife throw. Using the unexpected inward rotation of the leg to disrupt the opponent's balance, achieving the effect of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. But that's not all. Facing the fallen guardian spirit dog, Lao He sidled up and wrapped his arms around its waist, using all his strength to lift it up. Yikes! Lao He let out a roar, shaking his body and spinning the guardian spirit dog 180 around his shoulder, slamming it face first into the ground. The big windmill throw. Due to the skill mechanism of the rock shield which floats in front of the user, when the guardian spirit dog was slammed to the ground, its face directly crashed into the uneven rock shield. Ow! The The guardian spirit dog's nose bent, letting out a mournful cry. Face of terror follow up with strikes. Faceta face, terrifying visage followed by evil strikes, taking advantage of its injury to strike back. Tang Zimu did not give Jia Taozi the opportunity to command the guardian spirit dog, promptly issuing the next command. Receiving the order, Lao He pressed his big hand on the guardian spirit dog's head, forcibly turning its face toward him, then activated the terrifying visage. With its nose still aching, the guardian spirit dog had no strength to resist, instantly being afflicted with a state of fear from the close-range terrifying visage. Where there is fear, there is increased damage. Lao He raised his arm and struck the dog's head with a series of 3 consecutive hits, causing the guardian spirit dog's head to buzz with pain. At this moment, the guardian spirit dog's mind was in chaos, completely unable to receive Jia Taozi's commands. This was the moment. Tang Zimu concentrated his thoughts, and an invisible energy erupted from him. Battle intent roar activated. Tang Zimu's expression tightened as he shouted. Lao He unleashed the beatdown. In normal battles, Tang Zimu would not call out Lao He's name. However, during last night's training, he had set calling Lao He's name as a special command, indicating that he intended to use battle intent roar. Swish. Lao He, understanding Tang Zimu's intent, gathered new strength in his elbow, transforming it into a black light that slammed towards the guardian spirit dog's head. Is it that simple? Clearly not. In the skill setting of battle intent roar, allied units can be designated according to Tang Zimu's intention, with each additional unit requiring more mental energy. This time, when Tang Zimu roared, the selected allies were not just Lao He. There was also the guardian spirit dog. However, his purpose in selecting the opponent was not to increase their power. Instead, he aimed to leverage the side effects of the battle intent roar to reduce the opponent's physical defense by 25. Despair beatdown would add 25 extra power plus the additional damage from the fear effect. With the guardian spirit dog's physical defense reduced by 25, it was directly hit in its head's vital area, making it impossible to withstand. All that could be heard was a whimper before it completely fainted under Lao He's fists. Silence. In the entire arena, apart from the fighters on other platforms still engaged in their battles, the rest of the area fell into a deathly stillness. Everyone stared blankly at platform 1, their expressions filled with confusion. What exactly has happened? Just moments ago, the guardian spirit dog had successfully intercepted the opponent's combo and had built a defensive shield. Yet in the blink of an eye, the rogue monkey managed to pin the guardian spirit dog to the ground and knock it unconscious with a bizarre new combo. The situation turned around so quickly. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, everyone would have thought they were hallucinating. The guardian spirit dog has lost consciousness, and the winner of this match is the rogue monkey belonging to classmate Tang Zimu. After circling around the guardian spirit dog twice, the referee on platform 1 finally blew the whistle with an incredulous tone and announced the result of the match. Upon hearing this, Lao He immediately straightened his back, tensed his muscles, took a step forward, and struck a war stomp pose for the audience. Indeed, it still had that conspicuous personality. At the same time, the sound of the whistle signified the end of Tang Zimu's first match in the sophomore division. This freshman truly defeated Jia Taozi, who ranked among the top 100 of the sophomore students, against everyone's expectations. Impossible. Impossible. How could this happen? Jia Taozi clearly could not accept this outcome. She slumped down onto the ground, her eyes instantly dull. Her guardian spirit dog had barely even attacked, still had so many skills left unused and countless tactics unutilized. Jia Taozi became increasingly unwilling to accept the loss, growing more and more frustrated. The contrast between her despondent expression and her previous haughty demeanor was stark. It was as if the phrase, "I suggest you surrender directly," was not spoken by her. Tang Zimu paid little attention to this champagne-popping individual and happily led Lao He off the stage. After dealing with Jia Taozi, Tang Zimu's inner worries diminished significantly. He had already crossed the biggest hurdle, and the subsequent matches would be much simpler. The reason lay in a crucial point Tang Zimu had gleaned during yesterday's arena matches. Beast Master. The Spirit Beast realm is not like the Pokemon world, where with a simple ding all Pokemon can be fully healed at the Pokemon Center. The recovery of a beast's stamina and injuries requires a certain amount of time. Moreover, the schedule for the opening ceremony's arena matches is quite tight, requiring beasts to fight one after another. Even though the arena has a dedicated resting area for spirit beasts and professional beast medics, the beasts cannot fully recover their stamina in the brief resting period, nor can their injuries heal in time. Thus, normally a beast's stamina diminishes the more they fight, leading to a decline in strength. By the time they reached the final match yesterday, the strength of Gu Xiaohua's beast was even less than half of what it had at the start. But Lao He is different. This morning Tang Zimu fed it a divine-grade spirit beast food. The concept-level fullness effect is no exaggeration. Not only did it provide Lao He with a continuous source of energy, but the unlimited supply also significantly enhanced its stamina, mental recovery speed, and wound healing speed. While other spirit beasts struggled to regain most of their stamina, after half an hour of rest Lao He was already at full stamina, eagerly waiting to take the stage. Thus the audience watched in awe as Tang Zimu's rogue monkey grew more and more excited and energized in battle. Despite facing spirit beasts of the same level, Lao He's fighting style became progressively easier, simpler, and faster. There were even absurd moments where it knocked out opponents in a single punch, reminiscent of the freshman division. Everyone could only marvel at the prowess of Tang Zimu's spirit beast. This rogue monkey, like Tang Zimu, was a genius beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. With this immense advantage that other spirit beasts could not compare to, Lao He embarked on a path of consecutive victories. 5 consecutive wins, entering the top 256. The audience erupted in astonishment, exclaiming their disbelief. Another 4 consecutive wins, entering the top 128. The audience gradually fell silent, unable to recover from the shock. Another 3 consecutive wins, entering the top 64. The audience was completely numb, their gazes blank. Ladies and gentlemen, after experiencing so many rounds of intense and spectacular arena battles, we have finally determined the top 4 of this year's sophomore division at the opening ceremony. They are Gu Kai from Class 3 of the sophomore year, Fan Lele from Class 5 of the sophomore year, Su Yeren from Class 9 of the sophomore year, and Tang Zimu from Class 1 of the freshman year. The grade director passionately read the commentary on the stage. Due to habitual thinking, he stumbled over Tang Zimu's grade. Fortunately, this mistake allowed the audience to break free from their numb emotions. Everyone looked in astonishment at the 4 students standing at the end of the arena, finally gaining a clear understanding. Tang Zimu, the fool who was mocked yesterday for being overconfident and seeking attention. Not only did he not get eliminated as many expected, nor did he falter halfway, but instead he surged into the top 4 of the sophomore division with the momentum of an absolute winning streak as a freshman. Based on the current arena points of the 4 contestants, contestant Gu Kai's final ranking is 4th and contestant Fan Leilei's final ranking is 3rd. The grade director cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. He turned to the 2 contestants in the center of the arena and continued speaking. Since contestants Su Yeren and Tang Zimu maintained a record of total victories in all arena matches, we have decided to hold an additional match between the 2. The winner will be crowned the champion of this year's opening ceremony in the sophomore division. Now please enjoy the final battle of today. After speaking, the grade director stepped to the edge of the arena, serving as a temporary referee. The stage was then left for Tang Zimu and Su Yeren. This is the ultimate championship showdown. The audience, having been numb for so long, felt their passion reignited at this moment, wildly cheering for their chosen contestant. Go Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu can win the championship. Haha, Tang Zimu's continuous victories are just due to luck. He hasn't faced Su Yeren yet, otherwise he would have lost long ago. Tang Zimu's rogue monkey hasn't shown its full strength yet. How do you know it can't win? That's needless to say, Su Yeren is a formidable presence among the sophomore elite. Judging by the cheers from the live audience, it was evident that the support for Su Yeren was overwhelmingly dominant. The reason was simple. Su Yeren's strength absolutely crushed everyone in the entire sophomore class. Tang Zimu indeed had an impressive winning streak. However, the prowess of Old He was undeniable. Even as the battles became more exhilarating and intense, there would still be moments of back and forth with his opponent's beast. In contrast, what about Su Yeren? His beast, the Earth Titan Bear, had been knocking out opponents from the same year with a single punch since its entry. It essentially replicated the glorious achievements of Tang Zimu's Old He on the arena from the previous day. Of course, Su Yeren, as a student with guaranteed admission, had access to vast resources from the Su family. The significance of achieving such feats was much lower compared to a regular examinee, like Tang Zimu crushing guaranteed admissions. However, on the same battlefield, what mattered was still raw strength. It was clear to any discerning eye that the Earth Titan Bear was far superior to Old He. The 2 sides were not on the same level at all. Some members of the audience still supported Tang Zimu simply because he had created numerous miracles in front of them. Deep down, they believed Su Yeren was stronger. Yet they believed that Tang Zimu could create new miracles this time as well. The Earth Titan Bear is impressive due to its background. On the arena, Tang Zimu couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the Earth Titan Bear, which was a towering 3 to 4 meters tall and covered in muscle. Unlike in the freshman stage, where everyone primarily used beasts from the 3 major families, in the sophomore stage the advantages of powerful families were vividly displayed. The Earth Titan bear that Su Yaren had was specifically prepared by the Su family for him, a T2 level beast with top-tier 9-star qualifications. In the Flame domain, only City Lord level figures like Zhao Kaixian and Li Chong were qualified to possess such a beast. Old Hey, do you remember what I taught you last night? Despite his emotions, Tang Zimu's mindset remained unaffected as he calmly addressed Old Hey. Old Hey's eyes brightened at the words and responded loudly. That's good, let's get ready to fight. Tang Zimu nodded in satisfaction, signaling Old Hey to enter the preparation zone. He opened the panel of the opposing Earth Titan bear. Name Earth Titan bear 9-star qualification attributes ground type normal type, level 26 talent child of the Earth emerald level talent, when in contact with the ground receives a 20 reduction in control effects and recovers strength and stamina at a rate 50 faster. Base attributes strength 105 spirit 50 stamina 75 agility 50 physical defense, 90 magic defense, 85 skills, Earth Rock Heavy Hammer, Final Punch Bear, Charge Destructive Strike. As a T2 level 9-star qualified beast at level 26, the Earth Titan Bear's base attributes were extraordinarily exaggerated. Even after so many rounds of arena battles, its originally high stamina of 100 points still stood at 75. Several of its base attributes were already double that of Old Hey. Its strength attribute even exceeded 100, reaching a terrifying 105 points. Tang Zimu understood that with such a vast difference in attributes, even if Old Hey fought with all his might, he was definitely no match for the Earth Titan bear. Fortunately, he had anticipated this scenario when he contemplated signing up yesterday. Hush! After both Old Hey and the Earth Titan bear entered the preparation zone, the referee blew the whistle. The highly anticipated championship battle officially began. Unlike the previously sarcastic Jia Taozi, Su Yaren remained silent and directly commanded the Earth Titan bear to attack through their mental link upon hearing the whistle. The Earth Titan bear half knelt, pressing its palm against the ground, and as it lifted its hands, a massive rock several meters high materialized. Earth Rock Heavy Hammer. Roar. The Earth Titan bear let out a roar and forcefully hurled the rock towards Old Hey. Dodge and protect your vital areas. Tang Zimu knew that with Old Hey's speed it would be hard to evade a rock of such a large coverage area, so he quickly issued an order to minimize damage. Old Hey hurriedly retreated, and just as the rock was about to hit, used the blocking stance Tang Zimu had taught him to protect its vital areas. Bang! The rock shattered, causing the arena to tremble. Old Hey was struck by the edge of the rock, letting out a muffled groan as its body hit the ground heavily. Its entire body was drenched in blood from the lacerations caused by the flying rock fragments. Luckily, it had managed to protect its head and other vital areas in time, or this terrifying blow would have instantly taken it out. However, this was an arena battle, and there were no rounds to speak of. The experienced Su Yaren had already commanded the Earth Titan bear to charge as soon as Old Hey was hit by the rock. Thump thump thump. The Earth Titan bear charged forward, its heavy footsteps causing the arena floor to rumble. Its massive form pushed forward like a thick wall towards Old Hey. Bear charge. Hold on. Tang Zimu let out a furious roar. Old Hey, who had just managed to rise, spat out a mouthful of blood, gritted its teeth, and struck a stance against the charging Earth Titan bear, swinging its fist with a dark glow. This elbow strike was a desperate attack pushed to its limits. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between them was like a chasm that could not be bridged just by pushing to the limit. At the moment of collision between Old Hey's elbow and the opponent's body, the dark glow from the skill dissipated in an instant, and Old Hey was sent flying like a broken kite. Clap, clap, clap. During the backward flight, the sound of continuous bone cracks echoed from Old Hey's body. Bang! Old Hey's body ultimately thudded heavily at the far edge of the arena, directly beneath the high platform where Tang Zimu was located. It was clear to see that multiple parts of its body had caved in and numerous wounds were bleeding profusely. It was only due to its sufficiently strong willpower that it did not lose consciousness immediately. Seeing Old Hey in such a state, the supporters of Su Yaren in the audience raised their hands high, cheering for victory. That once unstoppable and spirited youth was ultimately destined to lose in the finals of the sophomore division. Those who previously believed Tang Zimu could create miracles now looked on with dimmed eyes, completely losing hope. Alas, the vast gap in strength could not be bridged even by a miracle. Are you okay? Tang Zimu took a deep breath and called out. Below, Old Hey struggled to rise, spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked defiantly at the Earth Titan bear, which was charging towards them, responding with a hoarse voice. Very good. A smile crept onto Tang Zimu's lips, and a fierce light surged in his previously calm eyes. Old Hey, let them see our passionate combo move. Kong Kong Kong. At this moment, the Daiten Demon Bear was still in a state of sprinting acceleration, charging with full force towards Lao He at the edge of the arena. Its massive body, illuminated by the setting sun, resembled a towering shadowy wall sweeping towards everyone. With every stride, the air around it erupted with sharp, piercing sounds. Now charge! At Tang Zimu's command, Lao He let out a reluctant roar towards the sky. Then, dragging its broken body, it charged fearlessly towards the Daitan demon bear. Wait, is Tang Zimu out of his mind? Even after being beaten to such a state, he refuses to surrender and wants to let the rogue monkey take action. In this situation, choosing to charge head-in was extremely risky. If the Daitan demon bear couldn't stop its momentum, it could easily— In this situation, choosing to charge head-in was extremely risky. If the Daitan demon bear couldn't stop its momentum, it could easily kill the rogue monkey. Just thinking about such a tragic possibility made some people unable to bear it and close their eyes. They didn't want to see such a beast with a bright future perish in the arena due to its master's reckless decision. Even the guests, including Lu Shuru, who were accustomed to grand spectacles, clenched their fists, nervously pondering whether they should break the rules to save the rogue monkey. It was getting closer. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, the charging Daitan demon bear and the undaunted Lao He were closing the distance. In the end, both parties simultaneously unleashed their tensed fists, colliding together. Bang! The dull sound of flesh colliding shook the eardrums of everyone present. An unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. The rogue monkey, which was originally no match for the Daitan demon bear's punch, now managed to hold the bear's fist, which was a full circle larger than its own, in place. How is this possible? Everyone looked at this scene in confusion, thinking they were hallucinating. Before they could recover, even more astonishing events unfolded. After 3 seconds of stalemate, the larger and more powerful fist, the Daitan demon bear's fist, began to tremble slightly. In front of everyone's eyes, the tremor of that fist grew more pronounced, shaking as if it were sifting through grain. As the rogue monkey took a gentle step forward, the trembling fist of the Daitan demon bear was pushed back. The massive body lost its balance and leaned backward helplessly. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the Daitan demon bear fell heavily onto the ground. It was only then that everyone noticed the Daitan demon bear's eyes were vacant, having already fallen into a coma. What exactly happened? Despite having witnessed the entire process, everyone felt as though their brains were about to overheat. On the high platform where the Beastmaster stood, Tang Zimu revealed a knowing smile. What did he train Lao He for last night? Was it for a deadly strike technique or a flexible maneuver? Neither. He spent the entire night training Lao He in flight, training aiming to adjust the landing point after being thrown. Thus, Lao He being struck and launched into the air was due to both the disparity in strength and Tang Zimu's deliberate design. Tang Zimu's goal was to have Lao He land directly below the high platform where he stood. At dusk, with the setting sun at an angle, Tang Zimu's figure was reflected below the high platform. When Lao He fell to the designated spot below the stage, his silhouette would perfectly overlap with Lao He's shadow. A call of combo technique activated battle intent roar. Simultaneously, the shadow from ghostly shadow execution silently merged with Lao He's shadow, charging forward together. At the moment Lao He exchanged punches with the Daitan demon bear, the shadow also struck fiercely against the Daitan demon bear's shadow. This was the passionate combo technique that Tang Zimu had envisioned with Lao He. It must be noted that Tang Zimu's strength attribute had already reached 100 points when he mined the flame essence ore. Additionally, after a month of consuming the flesh and blood of the six-winged flame monarch and wearing the special training sandbag for 3 days, he gained a further 5 points in strength. Under the effect of mountain toppling and sea overturning, his strength attribute had now reached 110 points. And that's not all. The effect of mountain toppling and sea overturning could also apply to temporarily added attributes. This meant that for Tang Zimu, the power increase from battle intent roar was not 25, but 50. Thus, when activating ghostly shadow execution, his strength soared to a terrifying 165 points. With such a level of strength, was it really difficult to knock out the Daitan demon bear instantly? As for whether there were any flaws in doing this under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Zimu first used the light to hide his shadow within Lao He's shadow, then adjusted his position promptly after losing his shadow to obscure the audience's view. One could say he never revealed even a hint of his plan. Where could the flaw be? I got it. Just as the audience was caught in a daze, a sudden exclamation rang out from the VIP seats. Everyone was still straining their brains to analyze the situation before them. Upon hearing someone understood, they eagerly turned towards the source of the voice, only to find that it was the minister of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters in Longhua, Lu Shuru. Great, it's Minister Lu. We're saved. As a prominent minister, Lu Shuru was well known and experienced, so everyone naturally placed their trust in him. All of them looked at him with eager eyes, waiting for Lu Shuru to clarify. Lu Shuru, usually composed, was now blushing and excited as he spoke. Language. No, it's not just language, it's also the mindset in the face of adversity. Yes, it's about grasping the mindset. What does this mean? Sensing the confusion of others, Lu Shuru, having fully understood, spoke with satisfaction. When the rogue monkey faced off against the guardian spirit dog, I noticed that it unleashed even greater strength after being inspired by Tang Zimu. Just like just now after Tang Zimu's shout, the rogue monkey similarly erupted with even greater power. Oh, so that's how it is. Now everyone understood what language meant. But what does mindset mean? Lu Shuru continued to elaborate. Mindset. Many people have actually experienced this. Many beasts can upgrade or unleash powers beyond their limits when facing adversity or even desperate situations. Many beastmasters have deep experiences with this. For example, Li Chang's fire spirit rock sparrow. It originally needed 4 helpers to even compete with the 6-winged flame monarch. However, in a desperate situation, it unleashed a force that severely injured the 6-winged flame monarch. Thus, the rogue monkey managed to turn the tide because in a desperate situation, it was inspired by its master, and these two factors cleverly combined, allowing it to unleash power far beyond itself. Lu Shuru firmly concluded his thoughts. Only then did everyone realize the truth. So that's how it is. However, in the next second, everyone realized a more important question. They all knew that throughout the match, Tang Zimu had remained remarkably calm. This indicated that he was confident about the rogue monkey overcoming the Daitan demon bear through the combination of these two factors. To be able to grasp the variables so accurately and to skillfully combine factors while calmly laying out the plan step by step. How terrifying must this young man who just entered university be in terms of his beastmaster abilities? Hiss. Upon realizing the immense computational power required for Tang Zimu's actions, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Even Su Yeren, who had been dazed by the fainting of the Earth Tank demon bear in the arena, couldn't help but gaze at Tang Zimu with a look of shock. With such precise calculations, are you still even human? Or is the gap between us and true geniuses really this vast? No one would believe it if told. Among the audience in the combat arena sat an unrivaled genius who overshadowed all the students from the same region, making them bow their heads in submission. There were also top-tier teachers who had emerged from countless educators across the nation, passing through layers of assessments to enter the highest academic institution. Not to mention those like Lu Shuru, who held significant power and influence in the country. One could say that anyone casually picked from among them represented an existence unattainable for ordinary. Yet as the favored children of heaven, they were left bewildered and confused in the face of the various operations displayed by Tang Zimu, acting as inexperienced as fresh recruits. This also validated that saying. I have seen many geniuses, yet they all call me a genius. Damn, old Lu, with such imaginative thinking, are you trying to risk your life? Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Tang Zimu maintained a calm exterior while reveling inside. He knew that showcasing such an illogical combination of techniques in front of so many would undoubtedly cause a stir and confusion, and he had already thought of a countermeasure. However, he never expected Lu Shuru to come up with the reasons on his own, even adding several patches to his. Now this is good. With Lu Shuru, the king of improvisation, vouching for him, he wouldn't need to explain any. On the arena, although Old He did not have a solid grasp of human language, he could still comprehend the emotions encapsulated in the gazes. Seeing everyone looking at him or his master with admiration despite being sore all over and bleeding profusely, he grinned and flexed his arms, showcasing his perfect biceps to the crowd. A head may fall, blood may flow, but one must not lose their style. However, before he could look cool for even a second, Old He collapsed due to excessive blood loss. Cough cough, why are you still stunned? Medical staff, hurry up and treat the evil monkey and the Earth Tank demon bear. In the audience, Wu Xinghuang hurriedly stood up, instructing the medical personnel in the beast care area to head to the stage. It was at this moment that everyone noticed the principal, who had been absent until now, had somehow taken a seat in the audience. It seemed he had come specifically to witness the championship battle between Tang Zimu and Su Yeren after receiving the news. With the principal present, the grade supervisor naturally handed over the hosting duties to him. Wu Xinghuang unceremoniously ascended the stage and announced, "Dear students, after a day of intense battles, the arena competition of the second-year division at the Kyoto University opening ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. Let us congratulate student Tang Zimu, who has overcome numerous challenges to ultimately claim the championship of this arena competition." Huh, why does that sound a bit familiar? Isn't that exactly what the principal said when Tang Zimu won? Yet he simply changed one phrase to easily and reused it. How convenient. Familiarity aside, everyone present generously offered their warmest applause to Tang Zimu on the stage. Whether it was yesterday's competition in beast training among the same grade, or today's intergrade competition in beast tactics, Tang Zimu, showcased a near-perfect display of skill at a top-tier level. This freshman who had just entered school had gradually conquered everyone present with his strength despite being initially underestimated. Moreover, he had advanced into the second-year division as a freshman, winning the championship and creating an unprecedented legend that may never be replicated again. Student Tang Zimu, you truly have opened my eyes, Wu Xinghuang remarked, unable to suppress his admiration as he looked at Tang Zimu, standing on the champion's podium. This was the first time he had awarded the same student twice during an opening ceremony, which broadened his horizon. Then Wu Xinghuang solemnly handed the round plate presented by the grade supervisor to Tang Zimu, and explained, "Next I will present our champion with the championship reward, the entry token to the Kunlun Secret Realm, Kunlun Plate. This plate allows entry into the Kunlun Secret Realm for 12 hours. Tang Zimu took the plate and discovered it was an ancient-looking jade artifact engraved with the two characters Kunlun. He examined it and then quietly inquired, "Principal, I have a question." Wu Xinghuang, recalling yesterday's incident, instantly widened his eyes, and, "You aren't considering participating in the third-year division competition, are you?" What was he thinking? "I'm greedy, but I'm not foolish. Sending old He to fight against those third-year beasts at level 30 or more. That would be a death wish." It can only be said that my recent operations have indeed left Wu Xinghuang with a psychological shadow. Tang Zimu began to explain. "No, not at all. I just wanted to ask how to use this Kunlun plate. Can it be used to enter the secret realm anytime?" Wu Xinghuang realized he had overreacted. Phew. He exhaled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and explained. "The Kunlun secret realm cannot be accessed at any time. It only allows entry during specified time periods each year for those holding the token. If you wish to enter soon, the secret realm will open in 5 days. 5 days. That is just enough time for old He to recuperate and restore his condition. Besides, I also have a reward for a custom weapon that can be redeemed within these 5 days. Tang Zimu contemplated and then spoke. "Then Principal, let's set it for 5 days from now." Wu Xinghuang nodded in affirmation. "I believe with your abilities you will undoubtedly reap significant rewards by entering the Kunlun secret realm in search of rare materials. So entering early is indeed a very good choice. But just searching for rare materials." Tang Zimu smiled without replying. "Hot pork buns, freshly slaughtered fatty pigs from yesterday. Come take a look. Freshly roasted lamb legs, freshly roasted lamb legs. If it doesn't smell good, you don't need to pay. Big sale, buy a pound of yellow sand beef, get half a pound of lamb free." The largest Chaoyang vegetable market in Kyoto City. Tang Zimu listened to the noisy selling sounds around him and glanced at the chaotic environment, feeling a bit lost in life. He took out the address given to him by his teacher and carefully compared it with the door number under the sign of Yes Beast Materials Shop in front of him. Shop No. 030, also known as Yes. Shouldn't I have gone the wrong way? After several comparisons, Tang Zimu finally confirmed that the top beast material forging master of the Dragon Kingdom, Yu Yuanming, had a somewhat unique hobby, opening his shop in the middle of a vegetable market, and the sign was also quite unadorned. Those who engage in art really have unique thinking. Tang Zimu shook his head, and with the loyal old He following closely behind him, pushed open the closed metal door beneath the shop. What came into view was a wall piled high with equipment similar to hardware stores in Huagua, and a middle-aged man sitting behind the counter, eyes closed, resting. Hearing the door open, the middle-aged man spoke without raising his head. "If you have a voucher, take it, and pick something. If not, then just leave." This was Yu Yuanming's rule. If you wanted to buy something from him, you had to have the voucher he issued. Tang Zimu glanced at the middle-aged man, knowing he was not Yu Yuanming. So he straightforwardly took out the voucher given to him by Wu Xinghuang and said, "This is a customized item, it's not easy to choose." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately opened his eyes. There were very few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who held a voucher for weapons customized by Yu Yuanming, so he couldn't afford to be slow. After seeing Tang Zimu's overly young face, the middle-aged man gasped in surprise. You are Tang Zimu. So young, yet holding a customized weapon voucher." He quickly confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed the recently famous Tang Zimu. It should be noted that the opening ceremony of Kyoto University has an influence far beyond the campus. As the competition held by the top university in the Dragon Kingdom, those who stand out in the competition are undoubtedly the most outstanding geniuses from across the nation in recent years. Therefore, every year the final rankings of the opening ceremony of Kyoto University are compiled into a table by the nation and distributed to various regions for the common people to read. This year, when people across the country saw the table, they were dumbfounded. The champion of the freshman division is named Tang Zimu, which I can understand. But the champion of the sophomore division is also named Tang Zimu. What the heck? Is it a case of having the same name, or was there a printing error in the rankings? Even some official institutions in various cities were reflecting to Kyoto University whether there was a printing mistake in the rankings. However, after receiving repeated confirmations from Kyoto University, these people finally understood that the champion of the sophomore division was indeed the same Tang Zimu from the freshman division. It's still the real deal with verifiable achievements. Then news related to Tang Zimu at the opening ceremony exploded nationwide once again. In one day, he advanced 3 levels to become a beast master, defeating all opponents as a freshman. Combined with the legendary stories left before the name, Tang Zimu once again stirred up huge waves across the Dragon Kingdom. His already well-known reputation became even more resounding, let alone this middle-aged man in front of him. If Tang Zimu had gone to those meat stalls and reported his name, the vendors would have given him 2 liang of meat for free to taste. "It's me," Tang Zimu spoke, bringing the middle-aged man back to reality. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and pressed a button on something on the counter before excitedly speaking. "I have already notified Master Yu. He will come over soon. You don't have to wait too." Before he could finish, he saw a person burst through the small door at the corner of the shop. If it weren't for his pointed head and the Mediterranean white hair on top, you wouldn't see any trace of an elderly person. "What's the matter?" the newcomer asked with a strong voice. The middle-aged man first introduced Tang Zimu to him. "This is Yu Yuanming, Master Yu." Then he introduced Tang Zimu to Yu Yuanming. "This young brother is Tang Zimu. The voucher you gave to Principal Wu a while ago is in his hands." As soon as Yu Yuanming heard the name, a look of realization appeared on his face. It seems that even though he spends all day in his room forging items, he has heard of Tang Zimu's achievements. "You are Tang Zimu." Yu Yuanming looked him up and down, shaking his head and saying, "Your mental state is very good, but your body is still a bit weak. A real man should be." Then he shifted his gaze to old He behind Tang Zimu, his eyes brightening. "Right, it's this kind of physique. This must be the undefeated brute monkey from the arena. The training is really not bad." Tang Zimu's face twitched violently. After so many days of training, his physique had already reached the standard of looking slim in clothes, but muscular without them. How did it turn into weak in Yu Yuanming's mouth? "Besides, I do look less muscular than you. But believe it or not, if I punch you, you'll be on the ground thinking about where to bury yourself." It was clear that Yu Yuanming had taken a liking to old He. He waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "Quick, bring this brute monkey to my forging room. I'll measure it well and see how to customize the weapon." This guy really does think differently. Tang Zimu complained inwardly as he followed Yu Yuanming, leading old He through the corner door into the back forging room. At this moment, he discovered that this forging room was indeed not simple. The entire front shop combined was only the size of a normal small store. The forging room in the back was 10 times larger than the shop, filled with materials shimmering with different lights, each piece of which was extraordinary. After all, he was the strongest blacksmith in the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps more than half of the top forging materials in the Dragon Kingdom were in his hands. Tang Zimu looked around. Seemingly observing the forging room, he was actually already searching among these materials. He did not forget that one of his purposes for coming here was to see if Yu Yuanming had any divine materials to activate system rewards. Unfortunately, such items might be as ordinary in appearance as the feathers of a phoenix, yet possess hidden treasures. His scanning did not yield any obvious discoveries. But that's fine. Tang Zimu had already prepared his corresponding script. When he and Yu Yuanming arrived at the area for measuring, he inquired in a curious tone, "Happy New Year to everyone. Master Yu, are there any strict requirements to become a beast master item blacksmith?" Listening to Tang Zimu's curious question, Yu Yuanming disdainfully glanced at his physique and replied, "Requirements. You must have great strength to handle the forging tools and understand the principles of forging and reactions. Then do you think I'm suitable?" Tang Zimu continued to inquire. He certainly did not aspire to be a blacksmith. Why bother learning all this when the system can directly reward him with the finest beast master items? He merely wanted to use this excuse to get closer to the precious materials collected by Yu Yuanming. Yu Yuanming looked at Tang Zimu in surprise, seemingly curious about why he was so overconfident, and then shook his head. "Tang the genius, with your physique, you probably can't even lift heavier tools. There are many tasks that require the blacksmith to act personally, and you're simply not suitable." "Oh." Tang Zimu smiled. His gaze swept over the nearby forging table, and he picked up a piece of special metal. This metal is called cha jin. Normally, blacksmiths need tools similar to lathes to assist in changing its shape to create beast master items. However, Tang Zimu waved the cha jin in front of Yu Yuanming, then under his watchful gaze he applied force with both hands, and the originally rectangular cha jin was squeezed into a flat piece. "Holy crap!" Yu Yuanming exclaimed, dumbfounded, as the measuring tape he was about to use on the old black dog fell to the ground in shock. "Master Yu, do you think I'm still unsuitable now?" Tang Zimu asked with a smile once more. This was his using absolute strength to make Yu Yuanming realize the gap between people. After all, Tang Zimu had already revealed a hint of his extraordinary strength when he went to mine the flame essence ore. Now reinforcing his previous display to be able to crush Cha Jin with his hands was not excessive. After all, he did not intend to hide his true strength forever. This was just an opportunity to show a little more each time. This. Yu Yuanming swallowed, reaching for the flattened Cha Jin, examining it carefully. Upon confirming it was indeed the Cha Jin he had used yesterday, he chose to accept this reality. He glanced again at Tang Zimu's physique, which he had previously described as weak, and spoke with a trembling voice. Your strength seems a bit inconsistent with your physique. I was born with slightly greater strength than normal, and those who have hunted the six-winged flame lord know this. Tang Zimu humbly explained. How can you call that slightly greater? What does that make me? Originally, Yu Yuanming, who was only wearing a tank top, awkwardly put on a coat to cover his bulging muscles, then cleared his throat and spoke. Your strength absolutely meets the requirements. It would be a pity not to become a blacksmith. However, with your talent in beast mastery, actually becoming a blacksmith would be a waste of your talents. Upon thinking this, the admiration that had just arisen in Yu Yuanming's heart was extinguished. Logically, the status of blacksmiths is generally higher and more important than that of beast masters, because the entry requirements for this profession are higher and talents are scarcer. Unfortunately, Tang Zimu simply does not conform to this logic. His genius in beast mastery is comparable to the top figures in human history. The value he will create after growing up will far exceed that of a top blacksmith. Unless Tang Zimu also possesses a talent in blacksmithing comparable to that of the founders of the Beastmaster Ring and Beastmaster Pearl, only then would his value as a blacksmith possibly rival that of the former. But is that possible? Yu Yuanming could only painfully refuse. What a pity. Tang Zimu appeared very regretful on the surface, but in reality, he was plotting something. I want to be a blacksmith because I have been interested in Beastmaster materials since I was young. Just now seeing all these rare materials in your room, I couldn't help but have this thought. Want to see the materials? No problem, I have plenty of materials, feel free to take a look. Like the information Tang Zimu received, the straightforward Yu Yuanming waved his hand in agreement. He even added, if you're interested in any, you can choose one as an investment in your talent. Oh my, what a pleasant surprise. Tang Zimu's heart was filled with joy. All the materials in Yu Yuanming's blacksmithing room are rare and precious. Any piece would be a gain. If he could truly find an item carrying divine properties, it would be a huge score. Then thank you, Master Yu. After a polite remark, Tang Zimu eagerly began rummaging through the materials that clearly belonged to spirit beasts. However, after searching for quite a while, he found nothing. Tang Zimu realized he couldn't search blindly, so he thought for a moment and casually inquired, Master Yu, do you have any materials belonging to unknown spirit beast body parts? I'm well aware of the spirit beast species known to humanity, but I'm particularly interested in researching those unknown spirit beasts. Humanity has limited knowledge of the spirit beast realm, and there are many unknown spirit beast species. Every year, relevant scholars publish new research reports on spirit beast species. Tang Zimu's interest is not surprising. At this moment, Yu Yuanming had finished measuring the old black dog's body data and was focused on recording it on paper. Hearing this, he had no doubts and casually pointed in a direction. Those things are difficult to determine in compatibility with other materials. I rarely use them as forging materials, they're piled over there. Following Yu Yuanming's direction, Tang Zimu indeed saw a pile of spirit beast body parts in a corner. There were half-broken horns, scorched wings, and fangs full of holes. There was even an eyeball hanging on the wall, all of which were difficult to match with known spirit beasts. However, these items can enter Yu Yuanming's blacksmithing room. Although most are incomplete, the quality displayed is quite extraordinary. Some have even been placed for a long time and still emit energy of different attributes. The top spirit beast body materials collected by the country's top blacksmiths should be the most likely place to find items carrying divine properties. Whether they exist or not depends on what's here. Tang Zimu silently chanted in his heart, invoking the blessing of the divine beings. Then he quickly walked over and began to touch these incomplete, unknown spirit beast body parts. With the system as a safety net, he only needed to make contact to trigger rewards, saving him a lot of trouble. 1, 2, 3. Tang Zimu rummaged through and soon uncovered more than half of the items. Until he touched a seemingly ordinary blood-red tooth, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Over the past month, he had studied the feather of the red lotus by Fong and often held it in his hand to sense. The mysterious and indescribable feeling that the red lotus by Fong gave him was very similar to the sensation this tooth brought him. Sure enough, the next moment the system's delightful prompt sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully contacting the teeth of disaster through the beast Tang. This is Tang Zimu looked at the sharp, cold, gleaming tooth in his hand, feeling a storm brewing. This tooth actually comes from Qiongqi. This name is not unfamiliar to him. In the classic of mountains and seas northern classics, Qiongqi resembles a tiger, has wings, and devours people starting from the head. Some say it starts from the feet. This means that Qiongqi looks like a tiger, is the size of a cow, and has a pair of wings. In the ancient myths of Huahua, Qiongqi is described as fierce and fond of eating humans. Unfaithful and untrustworthy, it listens only to the evil words of others. It is known as one of the 4 great fierce beasts of ancient times alongside Chaos Taowu and Taotai. How could such a notorious fierce beast be touched so easily? Tang Zimu took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. No matter what this tooth with divine nature is, it does not concern him. His purpose is to touch it and earn the system's rewards. Thinking of this, Tang Zimu immediately shifted his attention back to the system notification. He just heard that this time's system reward was specifically marked with the words top level. This is also the first time Tang Zimu has heard of such a level in the system's rewards, which sounds only slightly less than divine grade. This indicates that coming into contact with items bearing divine nature is indeed far more challenging than other tasks, and the rewards are likewise far superior. So what kind of item could be deemed top level by the system? The perfect quality beast-controlling orb and the continuously growing training sandbag come to mind. These items, which he considers quite impressive, do not seem to be worthy of such an evaluation. Tang Zimu continued to search without revealing any flaws, while guessing in his heart what the reward might be. After enduring for a while longer, he finally heard the next notification from the system. Ding. Random selection complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level item Disaster Mask Fragment. Just because this guy is called the Disaster Qiongqi, I ended up drawing a mask with a name that clearly shares the same origin. I can accept drawing a mask, but why is it a defective product? I need a reasonable explanation. Tang Zimu, filled with doubts, opened the rewards temporary storage box to check the attributes of this disaster mask. Top-level special item Disaster Mask Fragment. After use, it grants a broken mask infused with the power of disaster. Disaster Mask Fragment, a top-level item. Legend has it that the owner of this mask can manipulate the disasters associated with the 4 great fierce beasts, but it was shattered into several fragments due to a special force. 1. Discern truth. Qiongqi consuming corresponding mental energy. It can discern the truth and emotional fluctuations within the target's language to a certain extent. 2. Curses and sins. Qiongqi consuming corresponding mental energy. It can amplify the evil deep within the target's heart, instigating them to lose their sanity and create sins and disasters. 3. Source of the 4 beasts. 25. While worn, the owner will continuously grow their permanent mental energy attribute. Sorry. No need for explanations, I am completely convinced. Tang Zimu knelt down in a flash, his feelings remarkably sincere. Just now he was still wondering how a broken mask could be rated as a top-level item. Now it seems the assessment was still understated. The ability to manipulate the disasters of the 4 great fierce beasts equates to possessing the power of 4 divine beasts. If this mask were complete, it would surely be a divine artifact. Achieving an even higher grade would not be impossible. It is only reasonable for a fragment of a divine artifact to be rated as a top-level item. While the abilities of this mask are truly impressive, akin to a cow smoking dry tobacco, extreme, bearing the title of a top-level item, the powers of the disaster mask are equally formidable. Discern truth can identify the truth of speech, while curses and sins can induce sins and disasters. Just looking at the effects of these 2 abilities feels incredibly powerful. Moreover, the mask not only possesses these abilities, but also includes an additional one that allows for unlimited mental energy growth without side effects. This is truly unreasonable. Based on the description of the mask, this fragment possesses only Qiongqi's abilities. So do the other fragments possess the abilities of the other 3 fierce beasts? If I were to obtain the other fragments, could I possibly reassemble the mask and become the one capable of manipulating the disasters associated with the 4 great fierce beasts? Tang Zimu began to entertain these thoughts in his mind. Of course he knew this was merely a hypothesis and a fantasy. He had only managed to obtain this Qiongqi tooth from the place most likely to yield divine items in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Finding other items related to the 3 fierce beasts and having the system provide only masked fragments is a task of astronomical difficulty. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and who knows when that will happen. Tang the great genius, all the data has been measured, and the estimated crafting is about done. Would you like to take a look? Just as Tang Zimu was pondering, the voice of Yu Yuanming reached him from the workbench. It reminded Tang Zimu that he had come to find Yu Yuanming to customize beast-controlling weapons. I'm coming. Seeing that all the unknown parts of the spirit beast had been turned over, Tang Zimu responded and quickly walked over to Yu Yuanming. He wanted to quickly resolve other matters so that he could return home and take a look at the disaster mask. Arriving at Yu Yuanming's workbench, he found that the latter had already written a series of material lists based on the data of Old Black's body. Yu Yuanming inquired, I forgot to ask you earlier, what kind of shape do you want the customized weapon to take? Considering the build of your naughty monkey, a heavy hammer, heavy axe, long staff, or long spear would all be quite good. Tang Zimu had already thought about this and replied directly, a long staff, as it prefers using sticks. Choosing a staff was due to Old Black's preference as well as Tang Zimu's ability to handle it easily. He really cannot use heavy hammers or heavy axes. Yu Yuanming nodded, indicating his understanding. He then slightly modified the content of the list and handed it to Tang Zimu. Just have your school warehouse send these materials over. For the remaining bits and pieces, I can supplement those with what. Tang Zimu took the list and put it away. This thing serves as an invoice. Only what is personally written by Yu Yuanming can be reimbursed by the Kyoto University warehouse management. Unfortunately, Yu Yuanming is straightforward and does things properly. Otherwise, Tang Zimu would definitely have him write a bit more, and they would split the difference. By the way, blame it on the disaster mask that stirred his emotions. Tang Zimu finally remembered that he had one final purpose for coming here. He carefully took out a small square wooden strip from his pocket and said, Master Yu, do you think this can be added to the customized weapon? A wooden stick. Yu Yuanming frowned, somewhat perplexed. He had already prepared various materials for the weapon, and hastily adding other materials could potentially cause adverse reactions. However, since it was brought out by Tang Zimu, Yu Yuanming did not underestimate the seemingly ordinary wooden stick and reached out to take it. As soon as he touched it, being a blacksmith, he keenly sensed something was off and exclaimed, Why is this wooden stick so hard? How could it not be hard? Even if I exert all my strength, I can't harm it in the slightest. Tang Zimu had conducted numerous experiments on this wooden stick over the past month, so this didn't surprise him at all. As a top-tier blacksmith, Yu Yuanming quickly used the tools at hand to conduct simple tests on the properties of the wooden stick. The results from each test deepened the surprise on his face. Where did you get this little wooden stick? After finishing the test, Yu Yuanming asked with a puzzled expression. I dug it out from the flame crystal mine. I initially thought it was ordinary and didn't pay much attention, but later realized something was off. Tang Zimu replied. He had already discovered a potion in the flame crystal mine that could instantly revive level 80 beast masters, so finding another miraculous wooden stick shouldn't be too much to ask. The flame crystal mine. Yu Yuanming suddenly understood and then smacked his lips. He and Tang Zimu had come to the same realization. Finding a wooden stick in the area rich in fire attributes was akin to discovering a bundle of waist-length hair on a bald head. Utterly unexpected. This wooden stick must be extraordinary. No simple tests won't reveal the specific characteristics of this wooden stick. Why don't you sit here and wait for a while? He'll conduct a comprehensive examination on it. Yu Yuanming was clearly intrigued by the wooden stick and eagerly spoke up. Waiting for a while is fine. Tang Zimu had no objections. He had long been curious about the capabilities of this wooden stick, but lacked the professional equipment and knowledge for detailed testing. Now, with the help of the top blacksmith in the Dragon Kingdom, it saved him a lot of trouble. All right. Yu Yuanming hurriedly opened a small room on the side of the forging chamber, which was filled with various bizarre tools. This design reminded Tang Zimu of the research labs back on Blue Star. Then Yu Yuanming began to test the various capabilities of the wooden stick, using those bizarre tools bit by bit. Tang Zimu sat in a chair watching Yu Yuanming operate, and it was quite an eye-opener. It was his first time witnessing what research looked like in the realm of spiritual beasts. However, while watching, Tang Zimu seized the opportunity when Yu Yuanming turned his back and opted to extract the Calamity Mask from the reward storage box. Originally, he planned to look at it when he got home. But now that it seemed he would have to stay here for a while longer, he decided to take it out and take a look. As white light flashed, Tang Zimu felt a weight in his palm, and an object the size of half a palm appeared. How is this thing this small? Tang Zimu glanced down and realized he had misunderstood it before. The complete form of the Calamity Mask was not the full-face mask he had imagined, but a half-mask designed to cover the upper half of the face. The piece that appeared in his palm was predominantly grayish-white. It corresponded to the lower right part of the half-mask, which is where the eyes would be exposed. When viewed in isolation, it looked more like a monocle. If he wanted to wear it, he would definitely need to add. In that case, wouldn't he be akin to the Phantom Thief Kid? Tang Zimu briefly imagined that scene. However, as a mask, it featured plenty of intricately carved patterns and designs surrounding the hollow eye socket. The aesthetic appeal when worn should be much better than that of a flimsy monocle. Tang Zimu felt he could accept. It's done. After a period of waiting, Yu Yuanming wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to Tang Zimu, holding the wooden stick. The smile on his face indicated that the wooden stick had indeed brought him considerable surprise. Tang Zimu also couldn't wait to stand up and asked, "How is it? Besides being hard, does it have any special abilities?" Special abilities. There are quite a lot. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanming excitedly began to explain. This thing is not just hard. According to the test results, its extensibility and retractability are nearly 100 times stronger than that of sooty metal. Sooty metal? Isn't that the material used to craft beast rings? Tang Zimu recalled and hesitantly asked. Exactly. Sooty metal is primarily used to grant beast rings the ability to adjust their size, and the highest quality sooty metal can expand the ring's opening nearly 100 times. Yu Yuanming nodded, affirming Tang Zimu's answer. If sooty metal can expand 100-fold, the wooden stick is 100 times stronger. Tang Zimu's eyes widened in shock. So you're saying that if we use the wooden stick as a material, we can freely enlarge and shrink the size of weapons, even exceeding 100-fold? Of course. As long as you add a channel to convert mental energy into power, it can be done. In theory, if the mental energy is sufficient, enlarging it 1,000-fold would be no problem. Yu Yuanming further confirmed Tang Zimu's idea and added, "What's even more impressive is that typically altering the size of an object affects its original attributes like hardness. The internal structure of this wooden stick is astonishingly stable. As long as the enlarged size is within 100-fold, its other attributes remain largely unaffected. When paired with its original hardness." Yu Yuanming continued to enthusiastically explain with professional terminology. Tang Zimu understood now. In simple terms, as long as the wooden stick is integrated into the forged weapon, it can significantly enhance the weapon's hardness and grant it the ability to freely expand and contract in size, all without any side effects. What's more terrifying is that due to the wooden stick's incredible extensibility, if he later wants to upgrade or add materials to the weapon, he only needs to reforge it. This aspect is somewhat outrageous. The weapons of beast masters are updated as their strength increases. After all, you can't expect a beast master with over 100 strength to use a weapon designed for when they had only 20 strength. But with the existence of the wooden stick, all these issues become non-issues. Then I entrust Master Yu to put in the effort to redesign the weapon based on the characteristics of the wooden stick. Tang Zimu spoke. As a dedicated blacksmith, Yu Yuanming naturally did not mind participating in a challenging endeavor and waved his hand, saying, "All right, I will redesign a long staff that perfectly integrates all the abilities of the wooden stick. By the way, what do you intend to name this long staff?" "I will need to engrave it on the staff itself. A long staff that can freely expand and contract." Tang Zimu had a moment of inspiration and blurted out, "Let's call it the Rui Jingu Bang." The Rui Jingu Bang. It can change size at will. Yu Yuanming pondered for a moment and nodded. That name is quite good. Of course the name is fine. This is a top-tier divine treasure that everyone in the Huagua of Blue Star knows about. Lao He has also done well for himself. With it following me, I can even make use of its ancestors' Rui Jingu Bang. Then it's settled. Master, you please provide a new list of materials, and I'll ask the warehouse for them. Tang Zimu directly finalized the name. Seeing Yu Yuanming starting to write on the paper again, he asked Master Yu approximately how long will it take to forge this Rui Jingu Bang. When can I come to pick it up? Yu Yuanming thought for a moment and replied it should take about a month. You can come to pick it up next month. A month? Tang Zimu nodded. He not only didn't think it was too long, but felt the time was much shorter than he had imagined. After all, this item required Yu Yuanming to pour his heart and soul into its creation, and it wasn't something that could be crafted casually like ordinary goods. Based on Tang Zimu's understanding of blacksmiths, this month was a time that Yu Yuanming could only compress by working overtime. Once Yu Yuanming completed the new list of materials, Tang Zimu took a glance. He noticed that compared to the previous list, the materials required on this one were significantly rarer, many of which were the most top-tier materials known to humanity. Even with Tang Zimu's exaggerated wealth, he would need to bankrupt himself to afford them. The material configuration originally given by Yu Yuanming should have been within a range discussed in advance with the Kyoto University. So does my little trick of using small wooden strips to induce Yu Yuanming to upgrade the configuration count as a successful fleece of the school's resources? Tang Zimu felt quite pleased. It's only right to fleece the school's resources if one can. He carefully stored this reimbursement form, holding up the tooth of the disaster beast Xiongqi he had just found, and showed it to Yu Yuanming. By the way, Master Yu, I see that this tooth has a unique shape and remarkable hardness, so he'll take this one. To carry items of divine nature, one needs to input spiritual energy to discover the other energies contained within. Moreover, even if one discovers the energy, ordinary people could never associate it with the mythical Xiongqi. Tang Zimu believed Yu Yuanming didn't care much about the tooth, otherwise he wouldn't have casually left it among this pile of limbs. Oh, this tooth. Yu Yuanming glanced up and said, I remember this was discovered during the exploration of unknown areas in the marsh region and sent over. This tooth's hardness is quite terrifying and the strength of its owner is unimaginable. Unfortunately, the internal energy is too chaotic, making it unsuitable for forging. If you like it, you can take it. Indeed, the other party also noticed the anomaly of the tooth. However, it had little value for him as a blacksmith, so he left it behind. Then I won't be polite. Tang Zimu accepted the tooth of the disaster beast Xiongqi and bid farewell to Lao He and Yu Yuanming. Not bad, your mischievous monkey's injuries have completely healed. At the gate of Kyoto University, Wu Xinghuang looked at Lao He's body while riding the windsweeping horse and exclaimed, I got used to being beaten before, so recovery is quicker now. Tang Zimu patted Lao He beside him and explained. Lao He shot him a resentful glance. Guess who I got used to being pressed down and beaten by every day? Are the preparations for that thing almost done? We must follow the rules, there will be checks later. Of course there won't be anything that could damage the environment of the secret realm. Everything is needed once we enter the secret realm. Tang Zimu patted the backpack Lao He was carrying on his back and explained. Today is the day the Kunlun's secret realm opens. He had already made all preparations last night, eagerly awaiting this moment. Alright, let's get on the horse. Wu Xinghuang was quite reassured by Tang Zimu. He didn't ask any more questions and urged Tang Zimu and Lao He to mount the windsweeping horse, then led them in a certain direction. After crossing several streets and riding for over 10 minutes, Wu Xinghuang brought Tang Zimu to a building that had no sign outside, yet was heavily guarded. This is our Dragon Kingdom's secret realm office, which has a very high level of confidentiality. Inside there are several entrances to secret realms. Wu Xinghuang took out a special pass and handed it to a guard who came to check. He then quietly explained to several. Tang Zimu's mind stirred, and he glanced at the plain-looking secret realm office. It should house secret realms of the same level as the protection of the Kunlun secret realm. So it seems that there are more than just the Kunlun secret realm with T1 level spirit beasts. Check pass, please enter. The guard confirmed the proof and opened the way for the two. Wu Xinghuang led Tang Zimu and Lao He further inside. After entering the building and undergoing several rounds of checks, Tang Zimu was finally brought into a room within the building. This room was not very large, and directly opposite the door was a bronze door engraved with mysterious inscriptions. Inside the room sat an old man with a hunched back quietly beside the door. This is Old Feng. His ancestors had a good relationship with several top figures within the Kunlun secret realm. When the secret realm was constructed back in the day, it was his ancestors who facilitated the connections, which is why he has been recognized by both sides and is responsible for managing the entrance. Wu Xinghuang quietly introduced Old Feng to Tang Zimu, then continued, you need to let Old Feng check your backpack. If there are no prohibited items, you can enter the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Tang Zimu gestured for Lao He to hand the backpack to Old Feng. Old Feng took the backpack without saying anything and began to carefully inspect it on a nearby table. Taking advantage of the inspection, Tang Zimu asked, Principal, earlier at school when I asked you about the 3 spirit beast races in the secret realm, you said there were confidentiality restrictions outside and couldn't say. Now that I'm in the secret realm office and about to enter the secret realm, surely you can say it now, right? Wu Xinghuang did not find an excuse this time and spoke up. I was already planning to tell you before entering. After all, once you enter the secret realm, you need to be mindful of how to interact with these 3 spirit beasts and must not offend their taboos. Otherwise, if you are alone in the secret realm, no one can guarantee your safety. Wu Xinghuang organized his thoughts and continued. First, the first group of creatures in the secret realm is called. Wu Xinghuang's words were interrupted by a sudden exclamation from Old Feng. What is this? The two turned their heads to look at Old Feng, who was staring wide-eyed at a beast taming ring. This is the beast taming ring, Tang Zimu kindly explained. Old Feng really is quite pitiable. Has he been guarding here for decades without ever stepping outside? He doesn't even recognize the beast taming ring. Of course I know this is the beast taming ring. What I meant was, why did you bring it into the Kunlun secret realm? Old Feng was quite taken aback by Tang Zimu's words, and he said ungraciously, to bring the beast taming ring into the secret realm. Of course it's for taming beasts. Tang Zimu replied matter-of-factly, taming beasts. Old Feng and Wu Xinghuang both voiced their confusion in unison. Wu Xinghuang then raised his hand to cover his face and said helplessly, It's my fault for trusting you too much earlier and not helping you check your things, allowing you to bring the beast taming ring with you. Old Feng also had a wry smile as he said, You're entering the Kunlun secret realm to search for rare treasures. Why would you need to tame beasts? Tang Zimu waved his hand and directly countered, Aren't there 3 types of spiritual beasts living in the Kunlun secret realm? Since they are spiritual beasts, there is a possibility of taming them. Why can't we tame beasts? Wu Xinghuang and Old Feng exchanged glances. Analyzing it this way, Tang Zimu indeed had a point. Wu Xinghuang hesitated for a moment, attempting to persuade him. The reasoning is valid, but Tang Zimu chose to end the debate with a single statement. The rules explicitly state that items that could damage the ecological environment of the secret realm are prohibited. I'm not violating any rules by bringing the beast taming ring, so why can't I bring it? Indeed, he hasn't violated any regulations. It's not like he's bringing the beast taming ring in to tame beasts. Even if he were to take the beast taming ring in to play with it like a hula hoop, there would be no problem. They'll definitely let you take it in, but I still need to douse you with a little cold water. Old Feng placed the beast taming ring in the area for items that passed inspection, and then he spoke. In the secret realm, the use of force is prohibited, or if you let your beast use force, you'll attract the attention of the terrifying entities within, and your life would be in danger. So how do you plan to tame the beasts? Tang Zimu explained. Of course, it's through personal charm to conquer them, making them bow to you. Isn't that how Lao He came to be? Hearing this, both of them looked at Lao He, who stood behind Tang Zimu. Lao He recalled that day, those moments, and the painful battles that made him want to cry, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. However, he couldn't tell the truth. He could only tilt his head back, slightly forcing out a smile, indicating that the situation was indeed similar to what his master had said. You really underestimate the pride of the three royal families, he said. To them, we humans are inherently a level below them. How could they be willing to submit? Only the champions of the youth group in the Beast Taming Alliance World Competition have the right to be chosen by them for a cub and sign an equal beast taming treaty. Old Feng could only sigh a few times in response. However, he also noticed that Tang Zimu's attitude was quite firm, so he didn't persuade him further. Changing the topic, he continued. I heard you wanted to ask about the situation inside the Kunlun secret realm. Let me explain it to you in detail. As the guardian of the Kunlun secret realm, Old Feng's information would certainly be more accurate and complete than Wu Xinghuang's. Tang Zimu immediately perked up. Even Wu Xinghuang listened with great interest. The three types of spiritual beasts in the Kunlun secret realm are the most noble existences among spiritual beast races, also known as the spiritual beast royal family. They possess a unique and powerful bloodline that exerts a strong suppressive force over ordinary spiritual beasts. Even the lowest quality cubs that have just been born are stronger than some evolved spiritual beasts. There's no doubt about it. They are god-level existences. Upon hearing Old Feng's introduction, Tang Zimu knew his previous guesses were correct. One of the royal families among the three is called the mountain-moving divine elephant. Its abilities live up to its name. When it reaches its peak, its size can reach 1,000 meters, capable of moving mountains and shaking the earth, making it a destructive behemoth. However, their temperament is notoriously fiery and reckless. I advise you to keep your distance when you see them to avoid provoking them unknowingly. Mountain-moving divine elephant. Tang Zimu's expression was somewhat strange. How dare they show off with that name? My overturning mountains and seas sounds like several levels stronger than yours. Another royal family is called the Abyssal Tsang Dragon. They are said to possess the saint body of all laws, inherently mastering fire, lightning, and poison attributes, and can learn other attributes magic on their own, even fusing dual attributes magic for combat. Unfortunately, most of them have lazy personalities seeking comfort and pleasure, and the vast majority won't bother to learn other attributes magic, wasting their heaven-defying talents. As long as you don't actively provoke them, they won't bother with you. That's right. Tang Zimu nodded, agreeing with Old Feng's viewpoint. In the world of spiritual beasts, most can only use skills of their own type. Even if they can learn skills of other attributes, they are limited by their racial genes to a fixed set. Moreover, when using skills of other attributes in battle, spiritual beasts need to spend some time converting energy. The Abyssal Tsang Dragon can not only learn a vast number of skills of other attributes, but can also fight using dual attribute-driven skills simultaneously. And you're telling me they are too lazy to learn? What a waste. Old Feng paused before continuing. The last royal family among the three is called the Thunderclap Dragon Shadow Steed. They are elegant in form, able to ride the winds and fly through the sky or move on water with speeds that rival lightning. They also possess special perception abilities, able to sense the truth of emotions and the signs of events. It may be for this reason that their personalities are the most arrogant and noble among the three royal families, looking down on humans completely. Don't enter their territory, or you might face their disdain and scorn. Wow. The top-tier land, sea, and air transportation tools sound incredibly fast just by name alone. Moreover, they have the ability to perceive emotions and events. Doesn't that clash with my disaster mask? It's a pity about their arrogant disposition. This group is likely the hardest to get along with among the three royal families. Tang Zimu reflected on all the information he had just received, falling into thought. After entering the Kunlun secret realm, which racial direction should he strive towards? Which type of spiritual beast would resonate more with his current self? Alright, I've introduced you to the 3 royal families and reminded you of the points to be cautious about. You can now take out the Kunlun token to enter the secret realm. Before long, Old Feng handed the repacked backpack back to Tang Zimu and opened the previously closed bronze door, urging him to proceed. The bronze door opened. Behind it was a swirling teleportation vortex radiating a blue light. Tang Zimu took a deep breath and took out the Kunlun token. Following the method previously taught by Wu Xinghuang, he waved the Kunlun token twice towards the center of the vortex. Soon a beam of light shot out from the vortex towards the Kunlun token. After inspecting the Kunlun token, the light quickly spread, completely enveloping Tang Zimu and the old black dog following closely behind. Remember, any treasures discovered must be recorded with the Kunlun token. Only then will they be deemed as yours when the time limit expires and be transported back together. Just as Tang Zimu was about to enter the Kunlun secret realm, Wu Xinghuang reminded him once more with concern. Tang Zimu nodded. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the blue light of the teleportation. Watching the gradually calming teleportation vortex, Wu Xinghuang still expressed some worry. Others entering such high-level secret realms usually have extensive experience exploring other secret realms. This kid has only participated in the college entrance examination secret realm. Once I wonder if he can adapt. Hearing this, Elder Feng comforted him. I have heard of this kid's story. He managed to get a perfect score all alone in the college entrance examination secret realm, and even tamed a highly qualified rogue monkey. This shows he has exceptional exploration abilities, so there shouldn't be any problems this time, but Elder Feng's tone shifted as he sighed. It was also the success in the college entrance examination secret realm that gave him too much confidence, and now he's even whimsically thinking about taming the royal family in the Kunlun secret realm. Wu Xinghuang smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Indeed, it's not good to have everything go smoothly, as it can easily lead to inflated confidence. He suddenly had a whimsical thought. Elder Feng, do you think it's possible to attract and tame a royal family purely based on personal qualifications? As soon as this question was asked, the room fell silent. After a while, Wu Xinghuang and Elder Feng exchanged glances, both chuckling and shaking their heads in unison. How could that be possible? Unlike the sensation of weightlessness experienced during the last teleportation, this time Tang Zimu felt no discomfort at all. With just a brief flash in his eyes, he found himself standing on soft soil, and the fresh air wafted into his nostrils. Tang Zimu shook his head, quickly adapting to the sudden change in light. He barely managed to see that he was in a part of the forest when an unexpected system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's beast Tang Zimu for successfully entering the Kunlun secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the secret realm for the first time, taking a great first step and receiving the first exploration reward, random divine level talent. What the hell? Tang Zimu exclaimed excitedly. He unexpectedly activated a first reward. Moreover, this time the first level reward turned out to be a divine level talent. But soon Tang Zimu realized something was off. Hadn't he entered the college entrance examination secret realm before? Why didn't he activate this type of reward back then? Could it be that the college entrance examination secret realm was too low in level and unqualified, thus not counted in the system statistics? Tang Zimu pondered for a moment and could only give a rough guess. But before he could digest this monumental news, the system's unique translucent panel popped up. The panel displayed even more significant news that left Tang Zimu stunned in place. Detected that the host has currently activated 6 major first-time rewards, namely first service, first kill, first show, first divine, first victory, first exploration. System upgrade requirements have been successfully met. Upgrading the divine level beast control system for the host. Upgrade progress 1, 2, 3. Tang Zimu rubbed his eyes vigorously. Upon confirming that the content on the panel was not a figment of his imagination, his heart rate instantly soared to 180. The divine level beast control system could actually be upgraded. The condition for upgrading was to activate a sufficient number of first-time rewards. Such a monumental piece of news, why didn't you tell me earlier? Tang Zimu clenched his fists, his gaze fixated tightly on the upgrade progress bar on the panel. The loading speed of this upgrade progress bar was not slow. It would jump every few seconds, and it should be completed in a few minutes. Thinking that he would have an upgraded system in just a few minutes, Tang Zimu felt filled with anticipation. The capabilities of the divine level beast control system were already terrifying. If it were to upgrade again, how overpowered would it become? Ding! Random end. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the myth level talent universal divine body. Tang Zimu who was still focusing on the progress bar, quickly blinked his eyes upon hearing the notification. He originally thought that the random divine level talent would need to wait until the system completed its upgrade to be collected. He didn't expect that the system upgrade would not affect the extraction of random rewards. That's fantastic. Just when he was feeling tormented waiting for the upgrade, now he had something to do. Universal Divine Body. From the name, it should be a talent related to attributes. Tang Zimu, filled with various speculations, eagerly opened the reward storage box. Reward storage box, myth level talent, universal divine body. After use, it allows the beast to possess the myth level talent, universal divine body. This talent will ignore the restriction that the beast can only possess one talent and will not affect the beast's original talent. Universal divine body ability introduction. By consuming mental power, 1 can switch the body to any attribute divine body. 1 can convert the attributes of used skills to the corresponding attribute of the divine body. 2. When using skills with the same attribute as the divine body, the power is increased by an additional 50, and when receiving damage of the same attribute as the divine body, that damage is reduced by 30. This. Tang Zimu gasped. The degree of this universal divine body was truly on par with turning mountains and seas upside down. Not only can he freely switch the attributes of his body, but he can also switch the attributes of the skills he uses. So during battles, switching to a divine body that counters the opponent's attribute means every skill deals double counter damage. No, not just double. Using skills with the same attribute can also increase the power by an additional 50. This counter could deal triple damage. What do we call this? This is akin to every blow being a critical hit. Suddenly Tang Zimu recalled the ancient dragon that Elder Feng had mentioned earlier. Yes, Tang Zimu gave an incredibly affirmative response. A familiar warm current spread throughout his body. However, the pain it brought this time was more pronounced. Tang Zimu felt as though every bone and sinew in his body was being washed over by the warm current repeatedly. Fortunately, the duration did not last long, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. Ding! Congratulations, host Tang Zimu. Your beast Tang Zimu has acquired the mythic level talent Universal Divine Body. Along with the system prompt, the usage method of the Universal Divine Body was also conveyed. Tang Zimu wiped the sweat from his brow, closed his eyes, and carefully reviewed the usage method in his mind several times. After confirming that there were no omissions, he opened his eyes and focused his thoughts. Fire! A surge of mental energy poured into every part of his body. Subsequently, Tang Zimu clearly felt his body temperature rising rapidly, his skin flushing red, and flames beginning to flicker all over him. No, the energy is too high. He hurriedly suppressed the flames enveloping him, narrowly avoiding the disaster of turning his clothes to ashes. If fully unleashed, flames would completely cover his body. However, if he consciously suppressed it, the characteristics of his body would not be so pronounced. Successfully switching to the flame divine body, Tang Zimu raised his hand to examine his slightly reddened skin, reaching a conclusion. Then he lifted his palm and gently snapped his fingers. Instantly, a deep red flame ignited above his fingertips. Indeed, even though he had not mastered fire attribute skills in the state of the flame divine body, he could still perform basic fire manipulations, such as producing sparks, conjuring fireballs, and breathing fire. The same applied to other attribute divine bodies, including the telekinetic manipulation of the supernatural divine body and the ethereal floating of the phantom divine body. This is the domineering aspect of the universal divine body. Of course, there are minor flaws as well. One is that switching divine body attributes takes a second, which is not insignificant. The other is that switching divine bodies consumes a lot of mental energy. Right now, with his full mental energy, he could at most switch twice. Tang Zimu carefully checked his state after the transformation and discovered new details. However, he did not pay too much attention to these two flaws. The time spent could be shortened through continuous practice, and as his mental energy increased, the number of switches would also rise. Flaws can all be mitigated, and compared to the extraordinary effects of the universal divine body, they are simply negligible. I wonder what level my combat power is at now. With 3 times damage and 30 damage reduction, taking down ordinary spirit beasts at level 40 should be no problem. Combat power surged once more, and Tang Zimu's hands began to itch. Unfortunately, there were several level 90+ old monsters hidden within the Kunlun secret realm. If he were to engage those 3 types of spirit beasts, he would be instantly discovered. He could only wait until he exited the secret realm to find some wild spirit beasts to practice on. Tang Zimu tried Ice Bullet Barrage and Phantom Assassination. He found that the former had transformed into Fire Bullet Barrage, while the latter still used shadows for attack. However, the damage caused by the shadows was now attributed to the fire element. Tang Zimu enthusiastically experimented for quite a while. Until he noticed that the version update progress bar on the data panel was about to fill up, he finally pulled his attention back. Here it comes, the real big update is about to arrive. Under Tang Zimu's gaze, the update progress bar finally jumped from 99 to 100. At the same time, a pleasant electronic synthesized voice rang in his ears. Ding! The God-level beast taming system has successfully upgraded. Welcome, host, to the God-level beast taming system version 2.0. Congratulations, host, for receiving the version update gift package containing 10 God-level spirit beast rations, 10 points of God-level attributes, and 1 bottle of God-level spirit beast recovery potion. The following are the details of this version update. 1. Updated daily sign-in feature, where the host will receive 1 point of God-level attributes for daily check-ins with a 10 chance of receiving additional grand prizes, such as God-level spirit beast rations or recovery potions. 2. Updated beast training feature, allowing the host to designate beasts to enter the training column, where beasts can gain attribute points and have a slight chance of comprehending random skills. 3. Updated points shop feature, where all related progress from the host's tasks will earn points based on their respective ratios, which can be exchanged for goods in the points shop. Previous progress points have been compensated. What a God-level beast taming system version 2. So, Tang Zimu felt like applauding. The content of the version update wasn't extensive, only 3 points. But each one brought him immense delight. Tang Zimu was very familiar with the daily sign-in feature. In Blue Star, as long as it was an online game, this function existed. But which online game is as generous as the God-level beast taming system? Signing in for a day grants 1 point of God-level attributes, over a month that amounts to 30 points. Attributes that ordinary spirit beasts take several levels to increase, he could acquire just by lounging at home and indulging. There's even a chance of obtaining better God-level spirit beast rations and recovery potions. Isn't this a direct ticket to soaring? The beast training feature was also familiar to Tang Zimu. Many nurturing-type games had this function, allowing beasts to level up their attributes automatically. The system's training feature on this basis added the effect of comprehending random skills. Although labeled as having a very small probability a mosquito is still meat, having a chance is better. As for the points shop, Tang Zimu opened his panel and successfully located the button for the points shop. He clicked on it, and a new panel immediately popped up. At the very top of the panel, it indicated current points 1137. Oh, there are actually this many points. Tang Zimu clicked on the details behind the current points and read them carefully, finally understanding the rules for acquiring points. The purchasing area of the points mall is clearly divided into 2 sections. Permanent mall, unlimited purchase times 1. Divine beast food 10 points 2. Divine attribute points 20 points 3. Divine beast recovery potion 100 points 4. Skill ice barrage 100 points. Jiang Chun glanced up and found that all the products here were items he had previously received as system reward. It seems that the so-called permanent product section is designed to facilitate the host in purchasing items they have already acquired. This function is excellent. Basic and essential items like divine attribute points and divine beast food have always been something Jiang Chun struggled to obtain reliably. Now that there is a permanent product section, he no longer has to worry about this issue. At the same time, the prices of the products in the permanent section give Jiang Chun a rough understanding of his purchasing power with points. 20 points equate to 1 divine attribute point. With his current points, he could afford 55 points, which is certainly a considerable fortune. Having gained some understanding of product prices, Jiang Chun turned his gaze to the adjacent area. Limited time mall refreshes weekly 1. Beast taming pearl, Xinghuang 100 points stock 3-2. Special toilet paper for beasts 1 point stock 100 boxes 3. Divine Beast Growth Potion, 150 points stock, 3 bottles 4. Tianji Chenghuang Cub, 199999 points stock 1. 10. Divine Teleportation Scroll, 100 points stock 1. There are a total of 10 types of products in the limited time mall, all of which are items Jiang Chun had not seen before, with significant quality differences among them. Items like special toilet paper for beasts and customized scooping shovels can be bought for just 1 point. Jiang Chun was quite relieved that he hadn't drawn such items earlier. Otherwise, he might have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Of course, there are also many good items among the products. Several items with the divine prefix are ones Jiang Chun had never seen before, and their point prices are quite steep. However, the most attention-grabbing item for Jiang Chun is still the cub of Tianji Chenghuang. This is truly astonishing. He can actually buy a cub of a divine beast directly from the system. According to the Classic of Mountains and Seas Western Classic, in the land of the white people north of the dragonfish, they have the Chenghuang, which looks like a fox and has horns on its back, living for 2,000 years. This is the renowned symbol of longevity and auspiciousness, Chenghuang. According to legend, riding on its back allows one to live for 2,000 years. If it weren't for that nearly 200,000 points, which is indeed daunting, Jiang Chun would have bought it right away and taken it for a ride. He wasn't asking for much, just riding the cub of Chenghuang for a while would add an extra 100 years to his life, which isn't too much to ask, right? I felt like I had plenty of points earlier, but now that I look, it's simply not enough to spend. Jiang Chun shook his head, feeling quite envious. He had already made up his mind. After leaving the Kunlun secret realm, he would wholeheartedly devote himself to the grand endeavor of hunting spirit beasts. After all, the best way for him to earn points at this stage is by hunting spirit beasts. However, calculating at 10 spirit beasts for 1 point, it seems he would need to kill 200,000 spirit beasts to gather enough points to purchase the Chenghuang. I should buy some useful items to boost my spirits first. Having finally unlocked the system mall, Jiang Chun was certainly going to spend a little. Products in the permanent mall can be purchased at any time, so he didn't pay much attention to them and directly focused on the limited time mall's divine beast growth potion. Old Black has strong talents, high qualifications, and good comprehension, making it excellent in all aspects. However, the biggest issue is its short growth time, which is an irreparable flaw. The existence of the divine beast growth potion undoubtedly gives Jiang Chun hope. As his thoughts moved, the attribute panel of the divine beast growth potion appeared before his eyes. Divine beast growth potion, after drinking the spirit beast, will enter a rapid growth phase lasting for 1 month. Friendly reminder 1. Rapid growth phase. The growth speed of the spirit beast is 10 times its original speed. 2. This effect will ignore the conditions of spirit beast species, age, size, etc., and will not cause any side effects. Excellent. Jiang Chun excitedly patted Old Black beside him. 10 times the growth speed. What a concept. 1 month is roughly equivalent to a year of hard training. If only Old Black had drunk a bottle of the divine beast growth potion a month ago. Then on the arena in the 2nd district, there would be no need for him to take the stage. Old Black alone would be enough to send the Earth Demon Bear looking for directions. Great items, I'll buy them all. After confirming the effects of the divine beast growth potion, Jiang Chun wasted no time and waved his hand to fill the stock of 3 bottles. Ding, host Jiang Chun, do you confirm spending 450 points to purchase 3 bottles of divine beast growth potion? After Jiang Chun clicked on the confirmation option, the system immediately provided a prompt. He decisively chose to confirm, and the 450 points were spent accordingly. In the next moment, 3 bottles of divine beast growth potion appeared in his reward storage box. Although my body doesn't have the concept of levels, both food that increases attributes and sandbags that enhance attributes should be related to growth speed, right? Jiang Chun did not rush to give Old Black the potion, but instead thought of his own unique physique. With such doubts in mind, he, like last time when testing the divine beast qualification pill, attempted to drag the growth potion's icon onto his avatar. Ding, host Jiang Chun, do you confirm administering divine beast growth potion to the spirit beast? Jiang Chun. It really works. Jiang Chun was overjoyed and directly chose to consume it. At the moment he clicked, he felt as if his body had received some kind of stimulation, becoming lively and energized. The 4 attributes which had been growing slowly due to the sandbag and mask effects were now clearly perceivable. The comfortable sensation of bodily attributes continuously growing under perception is simply enchanting. Is this what it feels like to use items directly in the spirit beast section? Jiang Chun gained new insights. After slightly adapting to his body, he took out a semi-transparent glass bottle containing the divine beast growth potion and handed it to Old Black. You little rascal, you've hit the jackpot this time. Old Black, without any doubt, raised the glass bottle and drank it all in one go. EW. Soon Old Black also felt a significant change in his body. That gradually strengthening feeling is irresistible. He excitedly began to make monkey sounds. Jiang Chun noticed that Old Black's level had directly increased by 1. Wow, this can even serve as a leveling potion. Before Jiang Chun could finish his sentence, he saw Old Black level up again. While leveling up twice in a row, Old Black, you're about to take off. Unfortunately, after leveling up twice to level 13, Lao Hei's progress came to a halt. It seems that Lao Hei had accumulated a substantial amount of energy due to the various rare materials he had consumed. The effect of the divine level beast growth potion directly stimulated the energy stored within him, accelerating its absorption, which is why he leveled up twice in quick succession. This means that the potion not only accelerates growth, but also enhances energy absorption. Given sufficient energy supply, the acceleration factor could be far beyond 10 times. Tang Zimu discovered the hidden effect of the divine level beast growth potion, which was undoubtedly a significant advantage for him. With the divine level beast feed in hand, and several warehouses full of 6-winged flame monarch meat cans at home, he had no shortage of energy supply. This store is indeed quite impressive, Tang Zimu remarked as he closed the store panel. Though he still had plenty of points after purchasing the divine-level beast growth potion, the other items in the store were non-essentials, rendering further purchases unnecessary. After all, the limited-time store would refresh, and what if something he truly desired appeared when he had no point? Returning to the main page, Tang Zimu casually clicked the newly available check-in button. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 divine attribute point. With the 10 points from the version update reward, Tang Zimu now had a total of 11 divine attribute. After a moment of thought, he directly allocated all 11 divine attribute points to mental power. When his skills were fewer, his mental power was sufficient without needing much enhancement. Now, with the energy-intensive vast god body, the demand for mental power had naturally increased. After allocating the points, Tang Zimu's current attributes were Strength 112, Mental 53, Stamina 42, Agility 41, Physical Defense 38, Magical Defense 30. It was evident that the agility and magical defense, which could only be increased by consumption, were significantly lagging behind the other attributes enhanced by the sandbags and masks. In light of this, Tang Zimu could only hope that the store would refresh soon with items that could help boost agility and magical defense. It's time to explore the Kunlun secret realm. After managing his attribute points, Tang Zimu finally organized the unexpected divine rewards and system updates. At this point, only a little over 10 minutes had passed since he entered the Kunlun secret realm. There was still plenty of time for him to explore. Confirming that he was on the hillside of a mountain, Tang Zimu casually chose a direction and began his tisk. Indeed, it's all good stuff. Tang Zimu bent down and pulled out a rainbow-colored flower sparkling with vibrant hues from the ground. The qualification to enter the Kunlun secret realm awarded to the champion of the second-year competition was undoubtedly more valuable than the custom weapon made for Yu Yuanming. Its value lay in the fact that the plants and animals as well as the water sources within the secret realm were influenced by the living habits of the 3 great beast royal families, all being extremely rare treasures. Now that Tang Zimu explored, he realized that the many treasures mentioned by Wu Xinghuang and the others had been an understatement. There were not just many, they were practically everywhere. In this entire forest, casually chopping down a tree or pulling up a grass would yield materials imbued with substantial energy or possessing special effects. In the outside world, these would be frantically sought after, but here they were worth less than cabbage. This made Tang Zimu understand why humans were so eager to build and care for the secret realm of the 3 great beast royal families. After all, even a mere scrap that they casually discarded was too generous. Oh, another high-quality Tianyang fruit. Just as Tang Zimu placed the rainbow flower into his prepared bag, he found a perfectly blooming Tianyang fruit on the Tianyang tree radiating fluorescent hues. This Tianyang fruit could be made into a powerful potion that temporarily boosts the strength of beasts. The higher the quality, the stronger the effect, often used by beastmasters in dire situations. Tang Zimu jumped onto the large tree, plucked the Tianyang fruit, and as he was about to stuff it into his bag, he realized the bag was already full. Not just this bag, but the other 2 large bags he carried were also filled to the brim, being carried by Lao He. 3 large bags, each taller than a person, filled so quickly. Luckily, I had the foresight to prepare 10 bags. Tang Zimu said with relief. It's better to go through the trouble of preparation than to miss out on gains at a... This is one of his mottos. Tang Zimu jumped down from the tree, sealed the bag, and hung it on Lao He's back. Just as he took out a new bag from his backpack, a muffled groan suddenly echoed from a distant mountain peak. My. Tang Zimu alertly raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He had been in the Kunlun secret realm for over 2 hours, during which he had not encountered any of the 3 great beast royal families. This was partly due to his continuous material collection in the forest, as well as the scarcity of the 3 great beast royal families. Now that he coincidentally noticed the commotion made by the beasts, he felt compelled to check it out. The last sound was thick and deep. It must have come from a large creature like the mountain-moving divine elephant or the abyssal ancient dragon. With this suspicion in mind, Tang Zimu led Lao He towards the source of the sound. Both he and the monkey possessed agility attributes far exceeding that of ordinary beings. In just over 10 minutes, they burst out of the forest and arrived near the mountain peak where the sound originated. The vegetation around this mountain peak was sparse, appearing somewhat desolate, and there was a palpable heat. This led Tang Zimu to quickly conclude that the resident here was the fire attribute Abyssal Ancient Dragon. Tang Zimu's interest was instantly piqued. Compared to the merely powerful mountain-moving divine elephant, he was evidently more interested in the Abyssal Ancient Dragon. Moreover, Elder Feng had also mentioned that the mountain-moving divine elephant had a fiery temper, making it easy to provoke conflict. The lazy-tempered Abyssal Ancient Dragon was evidently easier to approach. Ugh! The previous groan echoed again from the side of the mountain peak. Due to their close proximity, Tang Zimu felt as if his eardrums were vibrating. He took a deep breath and walked over confidently. Given the strength exhibited by the other party, they should have noticed his arrival long ago, so there was no need. Soon Tang Zimu and Lao He found a cave over 100 meters high on the steep cliff on the left side of the mountain. The previous sound had originated from within the cave. Now that they were closed, they could also hear heavy breathing emanating from inside. Tang Zimu quickly climbed to the entrance of the cave, stepping on the rubble on the cliff. With the light shining from outside, he finally got a clear look at the massive figure lying in the center of the cave. The enormous figure was mostly hidden in the darkness of the cave, and the only visible part was a large dragon head facing the entrance. The dragon head was covered in heavy, ancient bronze-colored scales tapering into a wedge shape. The front had a sharp snout that gradually widened towards the back with complex folds on both sides, giving it a fearsome appearance. However, at this moment, the fearsome-looking dragon head was weakly tilted on the ground, its brows drooping, groaning as it breathed heavily. This is it. Tang Zimu felt somewhat disappointed at the shape of the dragon head. After all this, the abyssal ancient dragon resembled the Western dragons from Blue Star, much like the six-winged flame monarch. The only difference was that the six-winged flame monarch actually belonged to the lizard species, having some differences in appearance from Western dragons. Meanwhile, the abyssal ancient dragon was a genuine Western dragon. Ugh. The massive dragon head lifted its heavy eyelids and glanced at Tang Zimu, who stood at the cave entrance. Then it closed its eyes again, tilted its head, and let out a groan as if it hadn't seen anything at all. Tang Zimu was astonished. What the hell? I saw you looking so pained and heartbroken, crying, as if you were facing life and death. And you tell me it's just because the mother dragon rejected you. Tang Zimu reflected on all the sad moments from his previous life, which allowed him to successfully suppress the laughter that almost escaped him. He quickly adjusted his facial muscles and pondered before speaking. Spiritual beasts all admire the strong, your dragon clan should be even more so. With your strength, why did Xiao Mei still reject you? Upon hearing this, the ancient dragon Yuan Song showed a hint of shame on his face and replied, Xiao Mei, her strength is greater than mine. Well, then it's fine. Tang Zimu scratched his head, feeling the situation had become a bit tricky. However, having already bragged about the young lord's prowess, he steeled himself to ask, when she rejected you, did she mention why? This question triggered Yuan Song's memories. A sweet smile crept onto his lips as he spoke with deep affection in his eyes. Xiao Mei said that I coveys am a really great dragon, but she simply isn't ready to mate yet. She mentioned that she is currently in a period of growth in her cultivation and hopes I can continue to support her to the best of my abilities in the future. She also said she is a slow burn type, has a certain fondness for me, but it will depend on my subsequent actions. Wait a minute. The more Tang Zimu listened, the more he felt something was off. Good dragon coveys growth period, slow burn type. Why do these terms sound increasingly familiar? He furrowed his brows, already sensing a bad premonition, and quickly followed up on the blind spots he had discovered. What does her support mean? What have you done in the past? Upon hearing this, Yuan Song, also known as Coveys, revealed a proud smile. Xiao, my strength being so great is at least half my credit. I gave her all the training resources allocated to me by the clan each year. My goodness. How embarrassing. You really are a dead sycophant. No, a dead sycophantic dragon. Tang Zimu raised his hand to cover his face, feeling 1,000 curses bubbling up in his heart, unsure of whether to voice them. He never expected Coveys to be so foolish as to give away his family's resources. No wonder Xiao Mai's strength surpassed his. But thinking about it, if Coveys weren't this foolish, he wouldn't have been so easily deceived. But what should he do next? Tang Zimu fell into deep thought. He understood that a sycophantic dragon could not be saved, only sinking deeper into flattery. Moreover, Kava's performance was the epitome of a sycophantic dragon, where one was willing to flatter and the other was willing to be flattered. Thus, he could only shift his perspective from helping Coveys solve his problem to how to extract benefits from him. Once he opened his mind, things became much easier. Tang Zimu looked at the sorrowful Coveys and had a sudden idea. Coveys, you don't need to feel sad. If you think about it, why did Xiao Mei only say those things to you and not to other dragons? It proves she still has you in her heart. Although Tang Zimu couldn't relate to being a sycophant, he had seen similar rhetoric during his time on Blue Star and immediately unleashed the ultimate sycophantic line. As soon as these words were spoken, they struck right at Kava's heart. The gloom on the dragon's face instantly cleared, and he perked up, saying with delight, Yes. Xiao Mei rejected me and even explained her reasons in detail. It's because she doesn't want me to be so dejected. Seeing Coveys with a look of you are my confidant. Tang Zimu knew his judgment was correct. Sycophants deserve this fate. Tang Zimu blinked and continued, I believe your intentions are not wrong, it's just that your methods aren't effective. Cubbies upon hearing this spoke in confusion, but I've already given everything I could to Xiao Mei. Tang Zimu nodded in affirmation. Yes, you have given everything you could to Xiao Mei, but what you can give Xiao Mei already has herself. Therefore, I believe you should give Xiao Mei something she hasn't seen or used before, only then can you win her heart and make her happy. Kavis' eyes once again filled with confusion. Things she hasn't seen or used before. At this moment Tang Zimu finally revealed his true intentions. He mysteriously shoved his hand into a cloth bag, and when he pulled it out was holding a pack of tissues. This thing she has definitely never seen before. Cubbies looked at the tissues, furrowed his brow, and said, "Isn't this just paper? Humans have sent us this before, but it's not that special." Seen tissues? Tang Zimu remained unfazed, waved his hand, and said, "This is not an ordinary tissue, it is a special tissue that I specifically developed for spiritual beasts. The tissue can be adjusted in size according to the body shape of spiritual beasts, made of soft and comfortable material possessing a strong cleaning effect and excellent water absorption properties. Just think about it, after Xiao Mei cultivates and sweats every day, if she wipes herself with this tissue, wouldn't she be clean and still a beautiful dragon?" Cubbies nodded repeatedly. In his mind, Xiao Mei was indeed a beautiful dragon. Tang Zimu seized the opportunity and directly unveiled his ace. "The most important thing is every time she uses the tissue, won't she think of you?" Kavis' eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "The tissue is indeed a great item." "Of course, but..." Tang Zimu hesitated for a moment, showing a troubled expression. "This spiritual beast tissue was developed using many precious materials, so the quantity is limited, and it's quite valuable." "Nonsense. This tissue is actually just the spiritual beast exclusive toilet paper that Tang Zimu redeemed from the Points Mall. He had originally thought those things were useless, but he didn't expect them to come in handy so soon. He didn't lie to Cubbies, the toilet paper indeed had those effects. It's just that the precious materials and high value. 1 point can redeem a box of toilet paper, and a box contains 5 packs. So rare, how can I?" Cubbies showed a troubled expression. He had already given away all his training resources to please Xiao Mei. However, Tang Zimu was completely unfazed by this. Training resources are also relative. Kavis' strength is comparable to that of a top-tier spiritual beast, and Xiao Mei is even stronger than Cubbies. Therefore, the resources they need for cultivation must be of the highest quality. As for the leftover scraps and broken pieces, in a place like the Kunlun secret realm filled with treasures, resources specifically for dragons, even scraps are things that humans can only dream of. Brother Cubbies, I feel a deep connection with you from our first meeting." Tang Zimu waved his hand grandly and said, "How about this? He'll take the loss. You can casually take out some resources you can't use, and he'll painfully give you the tissues. After all, we are brothers." "Brother?" Cubbies murmured to himself, deeply moved. He scratched his head and said, "Wait a moment, let me see what I have left." After saying this, Cubbies turned his body and crawled deeper into the cave. Amidst a series of rustling sounds, he emerged with a small pile of items cradled in one claw, his face full of embarrassment. "Little brother, I rummaged through everything and only found this much. Do you think it's worth as much as that special tissue?" Cubbies pushed an item about his height in front of Tang Zimu, and then raised his claw to introduce it. "This is a flame dragon heart fruit assigned to me last year, which can slightly enhance mental strength. Xiao Mei and I have already developed some resistance to it, so she confiscated it." Developed resistance. When Tang Zimu saw the flame dragon heart fruit, a storm of shock surged within him. Before coming here, Wu Xinghuang had introduced the treasures found in the Kunlun secret realm. Among them, the flame dragon heart fruit is of utmost importance, one of the most valuable items. Over the years, only a handful of lucky individuals found 1 or 2 while exploring the Kunlun secret realm, and the batch that Cubbies piled up in front of him. At least 30 or 40 pieces. "Were you telling me that both you and I developed resistance?" Tang Zimu pressed his lips together. This was truly an exaggerated display of boasting. Cubbies raised his claw and continued. "This is a dragon might spirit fragment assigned to me this year, which can enhance the power of dragon-type skills. Xiao Mei and I have already developed some resistance to it. And there are some miscellaneous scraps that fell out of my claws while I was delivering things to Xiao Mei. They should have some value. Some value." Tang Zimu's face twitched. At least he knew what the flame dragon heart fruit was, but he had no idea about the rest. However, judging by the perfect condition and exaggerated energy of these items, they were undoubtedly more precious than the flame dragon heart fruit. It makes perfect sense. The 3 major royal family spirit beasts are no fools. They must have thoroughly scoured the useful materials before opening the secret realm. The humans who came to explore the secret realm were merely picking up the leftover scraps that they discarded. Yet these scraps held significant value for humans. Tang Zimu felt that his decision to obtain things from the indigenous people was more than correct. So little brother, do you think this is enough? Cubbies had no idea that Tang Zimu was already laughing inwardly. Seeing that the other party had no significant reaction, he nervously spoke up. It's enough, though I can afford to take a little loss. Tang Zimu waved his hand grandly, and then took out a pack of tissues and handed it to Cubbies. We are all brothers, so I'll give you an extra pack as a greeting gift for meeting a brother. A box of 5 packs of toilet paper, giving 2 packs amounts to 0. For points, which is quite generous, right? Little brother, you are really kind. Cubbies was deeply touched with tears welling up in his eyes. He carefully took the 2 packs of toilet paper and eagerly twisted his body ready to deliver them to Xiaomei. But before Cubbies could rise much, Tang Zimu mysteriously reached into his pocket and pulled out a small furnace, looking regretful as he spoke. Sigh. It's just a bit of a pity. I have a special incense for spirit beasts that can help them fall into a deep sleep quickly and restore their energy. Restore energy. Cubbies' eyes widened in surprise. Xiaomei had often said during their chats that she hadn't slept well the night before and felt tired, needing to go back to rest. With this incense, wouldn't that eliminate such worries? A little brother, this incense seems quite good. Cubbies felt that he had already let Tang Zimu take a loss and spoke with some hesitation. Tang Zimu then patted the nearby old hay and spoke boldly. The effect is definitely good old hay, as my beast uses it every night. In reality, it was just the spirit beast incense sold in the limited time shop, where 2 bottles could be bought for 1 point. Tang Zimu had only opened the shop today. How could old hay have used it? But due to his master's pressure, he could only smile and nod. Then I think Xiaomei also needs it, but I don't have anything valuable left on my side. Cubbies' face was filled with conflict as he stammered. At this moment, Tang Zimu slapped old hay and spoke with frustration. What do you need dragon scales for? What do you need dragon feathers for? He is my brother. Old hay was perplexed. Master, we don't have a mental connection. Oh, I never said I wanted dragon scales. Oh, right. Cubbies suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. Little brother, I happen to have a few dragon scales and a few dragon feathers that are about to shed. Oh, I'll give them to you in exchange for this incense. Tang Zimu repeatedly shook his head to refuse. Sigh, old hay doesn't understand. Between brothers, how could I take your dragon scales? No. However, Cubbies had already pulled down the dragon scales and feathers and handed them to Tang Zimu. Take them, it's fine, these few dragon scales were going to fall off anyway, and I'll grow new ones soon. That's so embarrassing. Tang Zimu sighed and reluctantly stuffed the dragon scales and feathers into a cloth bag. Then he mysteriously pulled out an item from his pocket. Outside the cave. Little brother, do you remember the route? Cubbies gestured and asked with concern. Don't worry, I've memorized it all in my mind. Tang Zimu nodded. That's good. I need to go deliver these treasures to Xiaomei first. Cubbies shook the treasures he was protecting in his arms, eagerly saying, All right, brother, you go ahead. I believe you can bring back the beautiful dragon. Tang Zimu offered sincere encouragement. Encouraged, Cubbies nodded vigorously and spread his large wings wide. He looked at Tang Zimu, and with sincere eyes he said, Little brother, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. You will always be my good brother, Cubbies. After saying this, Cubbies flapped his long wings and flew off to a certain direction, completely unconcerned that his cave had no protective measures allowing anyone to enter. Of course, even if someone were to enter now, it wouldn't matter. After Tang Zimu's earnest promotion, Cubbies had already contributed all of his possessions. Forget about the items, even the soft grass Cubbies had laid on the ground as a mattress had been completely stripped away, leaving not a single strand. Tang Zimu gazed at Cubbies' departing figure, feeling a bit wistful. Sigh, the devoted always hoped to gain everything in the end. Now he finally understood why merchants in Blue Star liked to promote the devoted economy. It's really too easy to earn money from devoted individuals. Old Hay stopped dawdling and pack everything well. Soon you will have a new companion. Thinking of the information he had just obtained from Cubbies, Tang Zimu turned to urge Old Hay, then set his gaze in a certain direction. Tang Zimu felt no psychological burden regarding the matter of tricking Cubbies into bankruptcy. After all, while it may seem like a total loss, the items Cubbies provided had little value to him. Compared to the good things he had given to Xiaomei, it was merely a drop in the bucket. What's the harm in giving a little to his brothers after giving so much to the female dragon? Moreover, the items Tang Zimu gave to Cubbies were not so simple. Toilet paper and aromatherapy products were all items produced by the system. Even without the conceptual abilities of divine-grade items, the functions Tang Zimu mentioned were all tangible and without any exaggeration. So despite the low price of the points they sold, it is said that rarity brings value. Such special items, which are virtually non-existent in the spirit beast world, can rightly be defined as high-end luxury goods, and selling them at a higher price aligns well with the market. In the future I could stock up on some cheap goods from the limited time store specifically to sell to those inexperienced souls in the secret realms who are as naive and foolish as college students from Blue Star. Tang Zimu pondered for a moment, establishing a perfect channel for exploiting opportunities. Bringing his thoughts back, he looked around and noticed a valley nestled between two hills not far away, realizing he had arrived at his first destination. The disabled mountain moving divine elephant. I wonder if it can be cured. Tang Zimu recalled the information he had gathered from Covey's, feeling somewhat anxious. He was quite self-aware. In a secret realm, where he could not use force, he had no advantages compared to other exceptional individuals entering the realm. To tame these proud spirit beasts, he could only rely on the conceptual grade divine items provided by the system. For instance, using recovery potions to entice severely injured spirit beasts or spirit beast food to lure gluttons like Old Hay. After tricking Covey's into bankruptcy, Tang Zimu did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked Covey's the local dragon about the spirit beasts that could be tempted by divine-grade items in the secret realm. The mountain-moving divine elephant located in this valley was one of them. According to the information provided by Covey's, this elephant had both front legs completely crippled, making its movements very inconvenient, and it could only hide in this valley feeling ashamed. Tang Zimu moved closer, surveying the situation in the valley from a higher vantage point. Good heavens, a normal valley would be picturesque with clear waters and flourishing flowers. However, the valley before him was barren, pockmarked, and strewn with scattered rocks. It looked as if it had been ravaged by a beast. Wait a minute, could this valley have been smashed by the mountain-moving divine elephant itself? Tang Zimu rubbed his forehead, feeling that the situation was a bit troublesome. The mountain-moving divine elephant is known for its fiery and irritable temperament. This disabled elephant might be insecure and sensitive. With the combination of these two negative traits, it would likely be impossible to approach. However, since he was already here, he might as well observe for a bit. Tang Zimu contemplated for a moment, instructing Old Hay to stay put while he stealthily moved along the edge of the valley. After exploring for about 200 or 300 meters, he finally spotted a massive figure lying asleep in the deepest part of the valley. The figure stretched several hundred meters, its entire body a dusty yellow covered with numerous patches of earth that resembled a thick rocky shell. What was particularly striking was its nose. Not only was it long and thick like a towering stone pillar, but it also had wide flat nostrils on either side, resembling a giant shovel. No wonder it's called the mountain-moving divine elephant. This big shovel is indeed convenient for moving mountains, Tang Zimu thought to himself, then turned his attention to the upper half of the figure. The mountain-moving divine elephant was lying on its side. It was clear that what should have been its legs were completely— What a pity! Just one glance, and Tang Zimu concluded that this mountain-moving divine elephant couldn't be restored using divine-grade spirit beast recovery potions. This was because its disability was congenital, and the restorative effects of divine-grade spirit beast recovery potions were meant for treating injuries. It had no injuries at all, so how could it be healed? I can only look for the next one. Tang Zimu cautiously retreated from the depths of the valley. After striking the name of this mountain-moving divine elephant from his mental list, he quickly headed toward the location of the next target with Old Hay. Thus Tang Zimu and Old Hay began their journey traversing mountains and ridges. They successively found the blind mountain-moving divine elephant, the insatiable Yuansong ancient dragon that ate 8 meals a day, and the Yuansong ancient dragon that screeched at night. Unfortunately, although these creatures were peculiar, none met the requirements for taming. Either Tang Zimu couldn't solve their problems, or they were too irritable or obstinate to interact with him. In response, Tang Zimu could only gradually strike their names from his mental list and continue searching for the next candidate. Thus he and Old Hay continued their quest until they arrived at the edge of a vast grassland. The wild grass in this grassland was not the short grasses only a few centimeters tall, they were all taller than Tang Zimu. Walking through this grassland felt like being in a cornfield surrounded by obstacles that obstructed his view, making it impossible to see the direction. This grassland. There is also a noticeable water source nearby. It seems very likely that this is the habitat of that creature. Tang Zimu jumped up to observe the surroundings, instantly shaking off his previous discouragement and feeling fully confident. It was something that restored his faith after a series of setbacks. Naturally, this was because among the information provided by Covey's, the spirit beast residing here was the one Tang Zimu felt had the best chance of being tamed. The success or failure of this endeavor hinges on this moment. Tang Zimu encouraged himself, then split up with Old Hay to conduct a thorough search of the entire grassland. He hadn't searched for long when he heard a sound of swishing coming from the direction behind him. This was the signal he and Old Hay had set, indicating that a target had been found. Tang Zimu was overjoyed and hurried toward the direction where Old Hay was located. Soon he pushed aside a large area of wild grass and followed the direction Old Hay indicated to see this time's target. It was a small grayish-white horse. Its body was thin and weak, its back slightly arched, the outlines of its bones clearly visible, with its ribs sticking out, as if a thin layer of skin barely covered its skeletal frame, ready to topple over with a gust of wind. The only commendable part of its entire body was its head. Its head was bovine in shape, with antlers resembling those of a deer, a neck like that of a snake, and eyes like those of a rabbit covered with glimmering scales. Anyone from the Huagua Nation on Blue Star would recognize that this head was nearly identical to the dragon heads described in myths. A horse's body with a dragon's head. Indeed, this time's target was the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Foal. Old Foam once said that the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steed has an exquisite form capable of treading the skies and riding the waters. It is characterized by its grace and martial prowess. However, the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steed before Tang Zimu is quite the opposite. Forget about any graceful physique. Its underdeveloped body is so concerning that one might worry it would topple over while walking. The reason for the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steed's current state is simple. It possesses an exceedingly low innate aptitude. It should be known that the vast majority of ordinary spiritual beasts have aptitudes ranging from 2 to 3 stars. With the inherent advantage of their bloodline, the spiritual beasts of the 3 royal families typically stabilize their aptitude between 4 to 5 stars. Even the high-grade existences with 6 or 7 stars hold a significant proportion within their speed. Yet this Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steed possesses a mere 1 star, and even among 1-star beasts it is at the bottom tier, belonging to the lowest echelon of the entire Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steed species. This is precisely why it does not associate with the social Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steed group, but instead wanders alone on the edge of this grassland. Not long ago, Cavis happened to see it from a distance while searching for healing herbs for Xiaomei in the depths of the grassland, thus learning of its whereabouts. Other Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steeds are proud and disdainful of humans, but this one surely won't be the same. Tang Zimu observed the resting Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steed closely and felt quite satisfied. Thin, inherently flawed, and of poor aptitude. So what? He possesses a divine-grade aptitude pill capable of altering fate, so he need not concern himself with such things. The only thing he needs to consider is how to make this Jingxiao Dragon Shadow steed trust him. With that in mind, Tang Zimu opened the creature's attribute panel. Name: Chasing Shadow Steed, 1-star aptitude, attribute electric level 19, talent Dragon Steed, bloodline 001, bronze level talent, which can enhance its agility by 1 during combat. Base attributes: strength 55, spirit 40, stamina 60, agility 65, physical defense 45, magic defense 46, skills: Chasing Shadow Electric Ball, level 19, still in the initial form of the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed. Chasing Shadow Steed. Tang Zimu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Cavis had mentioned that this creature had only been alive for about a year since its birth. In just 1 year it reached level 19 with such a low 1-star aptitude. This not only indicates that the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed's bloodline is incredibly domineering, but also that it has put in tremendous effort. Very well, it hasn't given up on itself due to its low aptitude. Instead, it has worked even harder in defiance. He appreciated this kind of spirit. Moreover, this Chasing Shadow Steed's level coincidentally matched what Tang Zimu needed. He could not forcibly control a beast through the Beastmaster ring. Therefore, even if he used means to temporarily make it wear the ring, if the creature's level is too high and its strength too great, it could turn against him after receiving benefits, and there would be no recourse. Fortunately, the strength of this Chasing Shadow Steed is within his grasp, so there is no worry of such a thing happening. Then it's settled. Tang Zimu made up his mind, prepared his script, and then walked towards the Chasing Shadow Steed. Due to his complete lack of pretense in his footsteps, the still-resting Chasing Shadow Steed quickly noticed the movement and swiftly turned to look at him. Upon seeing that the newcomer was a human followed by a rogue monkey, the Chasing Shadow Steed initially displayed a hint of confusion, then quickly turned away, ready to leave. It was clear that it was unwilling to interact with other beings. Tang Zimu could not let this opportunity slip by. However, since the Chasing Shadow Steed was of low level and unable to communicate verbally, he could only make a gesture indicating for it to wait. Having raised the rogue monkey for so long, Tang Zimu was quite adept at using gestures. The Chasing Shadow Steed understood Tang Zimu's intention, and after some hesitation it let out a low whinny. He. Tang Zimu continued to gesture, striving to show that he meant no harm. After a moment of thought, the Chasing Shadow Steed finally ceased its whinnying. It wasn't that it trusted Tang Zimu. Rather, being in the Kunlun secret realm, it had no reason to worry about humans attacking it, thus it had no guard up. Additionally, the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed species inherently possesses the ability to sense emotions, allowing it to faintly perceive that Tang Zimu harbored no malice. Thus, as Tang Zimu gestured, he cautiously approached the chasing shadow steed. After a considerable tug of war, he finally reached a distance of about 1 meter away from the chasing shadow steed. Thankfully, this creature does not exhibit the typical disdain for humans seen in other Jingxiao dragon shadow steeds. Tang Zimu sighed in relief. He did not immediately reveal his intentions, but instead tentatively took out a divine-grade spiritual beast food. Previously, while searching for other peculiar spiritual beasts, he had never dared to take it out. Only this chasing shadow steed currently met his requirements for taming. Tang Zimu well understood that one must be willing to spend to gain, which is why he gritted his teeth and pulled out one. The allure of divine-grade spiritual beast food needs no further elaboration. Old Black had forsaken the pride of a fully aptitude spiritual beast and the dignity of a rogue monkey leader for this. Sure enough, upon seeing Tang Zimu produce the divine-grade spiritual beast food and offer it to the chasing shadow steed, Old Black immediately displayed a resentful expression nearby. Clearly it was here first. Upon smelling the divine-grade spiritual beast food, the chasing shadow steed's gaze fixated on the palm of Tang Zimu, its throat involuntarily moving. Cabas had mentioned that within their 3 major clans' resource allocation is based on aptitude and strength. This chasing shadow steed's aptitude is so low, and it does not stay with the clan, likely meaning it has not eaten anything good since its birth. Encountering divine-grade spiritual beast food, a top-tier delicacy that could bewilder beasts, how could it not be tempted? As expected. With repeated sniffing, the chasing shadow steed's breathing became increasingly rapid, and a pool of saliva began to spread from the corner of its mouth. However, perhaps having been bullied in its clan, it did not dare to directly open its mouth to eat, but instead cautiously gazed at Tang Zimu with yearning eyes. Go ahead, eat up, Tang Zimu offered more, bringing the divine-grade spiritual beast food closer to the chasing shadow steed's mouth. At such a close distance, who could resist? The chasing shadow steed's desire for the divine-grade spiritual beast food overcame all. It stretched out its neck and swallowed the divine-grade spiritual beast food in one gulp. As the divine-grade spiritual beast food melted in its mouth, the incredibly delicious flavor made the chasing shadow steed close its eyes, revealing an expression of sheer delight. It had never eaten anything so delicious. But the next second, the previously content chasing shadow steed's eyes widened in shock as it stared at Tang Zimu. Did it feel it so soon? Tang Zimu smiled, knowing the chasing shadow steed had already taken the bait. The effect of the divine-grade spiritual beast food is not merely a conceptual level of satiation for 24 hours. It also has the ability to slowly enhance the qualifications and abilities of spiritual beasts, even breaking through racial limitations. This is also why Tang Zimu often consumes it himself and frequently feeds it to Old Hay. However, for Old Hay, who has a 10-star qualification, the enhancement effect of the divine-grade spiritual beast food is negligible, and he doesn't feel much about it. But the situation is different for the Shadow Chaser. Its qualification is at the very bottom among the 1-star category. Even a slight improvement can be key. Thus, upon consuming the food and clearly feeling some changes in its body, the Shadow Chaser was utterly astonished. It encountered something for the first time that could alter its qualifications. This is also the most likely divine object to change its fate. Nay, nay, nay. The ecstatic Shadow Chaser, overwhelmed with joy, began nuzzling Tang Zimu while constantly calling out to him softly. Its tone was filled with a desire, longing, and pleading for the divine-grade spiritual beast food. One can understand this. It had been shunned by its peers since childhood for its inferior qualifications, wandering alone far from its kin. The Shadow Chaser's craving for qualification had long turned into an obsession. Don't worry, don't worry. Since the fish was already hooked, Tang Zimu felt relieved. He calmed the Shadow Chaser down and openly revealed his true intentions. Tang Zimu first pointed to the beast-controlling ring around Old Hay's neck, then took out a piece of divine-grade spiritual beast food and handed it to Old Hay. The general meaning was that only by becoming my spiritual beast could it enjoy such delicacies. With the divine-grade spiritual beast food to eat, Old Hay's earlier resentful gaze vanished, and after stuffing the food, he was grinning from ear to ear. The Shadow Chaser watched Old Hay enjoying the feast and became anxious, jumping up and down. It desperately needed this thing. Anxious. That was right. In the following time, Tang Zimu transformed into a demon that bewitched the hearts of beasts, repeatedly using gestures to help the Shadow Chaser understand and grasp certain principles. For instance, he had an even more powerful item that could directly elevate the Shadow Chaser's qualification to 10 stars. Although such a thing sounded like a fairy tale. But with the divine-grade spiritual beast food as a precedent, and sensing the sincerity in Tang Zimu's emotions through his own abilities, the Shadow Chaser still chose to believe this, and was so excited it almost fainted. As long as it could reach 10-star qualification, it would go through fire and water for you, Brother Tang. However, Tang Zimu soon doused it with a bucket of cold water. The Shadow Chaser had lived alone in the Kunlun secret realm and did not understand what it meant to become a spiritual beast. After understanding the concept of becoming a spiritual beast from Tang Zimu, the Shadow Chaser fell into silence. On one hand, it would leave its homeland becoming a spiritual beast subject to the whims and control of this man. On the other hand, there was the temptation of becoming the pinnacle of 10-star qualifications. The Shadow Chaser looked at Tang Zimu, then raised its gaze to the grassland, its eyes reflecting a struggle. Just as Old Feng said, the pride from the bloodlines of the three great royal spiritual beast families made them look down on most humans, and they were even less willing to become spiritual beasts controlled by humans. Thus, even the champion of the global youth group competition, the most promising among humans, could only sign a treaty of equal status with them. Yet the Shadow Chaser's bloodline flows with the most noble blood of the sky-piercing dragon Shadow Horse. After understanding the concept of becoming a spiritual beast, its instincts were vehemently rejecting this matter. So should it give up its dignity to submit or maintain its original self? The Shadow Chaser was indecisive. Meanwhile, Tang Zimu quietly watched the Shadow Chaser, waiting for its decision. He was not worried that the Shadow Chaser would refuse. The other party was simply taking time to overcome its instinctual rejection. Sure enough, after a series of ideological struggles, the Shadow Chaser's gaze gradually became resolute. Nay, it raised its head and let out a decisive roar toward the sky, then lowered its once proud head toward Tang Zimu. The Shadow Chaser is willing to submit. Very good. Tang Zimu finally smiled, taking out the beast-controlling ring that had left Old Feng and Wu Xinghuang utterly stunned. This was a beast-controlling ring he specifically purchased from the Beast-Controlling Alliance a few days ago, and it cost him quite a bit of money. Come over and put on the beast-controlling ring yourself. Just like when he tamed old He, Tang Zimu did not go over to put the beast-controlling ring on himself, but stood in place, adjusted the size of the ring, and signaled for the Shadow Chaser to approach on its own. Since it had already chosen to submit, the Shadow Chaser had no other burdens in its heart. It obediently walked forward, passing its head through the beast-controlling ring and placing it around its neck. Upon detecting the completed wearing, the beast-controlling ring immediately emitted a white light, delving deep along the Shadow Chaser's neck. With a crisp snap, the two sides of the beast-controlling ring completely closed and locked. This also signified that the Shadow Chaser, one of the three royal spiritual beasts flowing with the noble bloodline of the sky-piercing dragon Shadow Horse, and known as impossible to tame, officially became Tang Zimu's spiritual beast. It's done. Tang Zimu finally felt at ease and stepped forward to stroke the lower dragon head of the Shadow Chaser. When he learned about the situation in the Kunlun secret realm, he had dreamed of taming a spiritual beast akin to a quasi-deity, and now it was finally fulfilled. Nay, the Shadow Chaser allowed Tang Zimu to pet it without any displeasure, but instead a hint of joy arose. It, who had always been alone, suddenly found that having multiple masters wasn't so bad. Moreover, there was a rogue monkey nearby, grinning and playing as a companion. Since you have become my spiritual beast, I need to give you a new name. Tang Zimu rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Unlike wild spiritual beasts, the three royal spiritual beasts have their own names after birth. For example, Cubbies, and the one it likes, Mei Yang, also known as Little Mei. The Shadow Chaser naturally had its own name. However, it hardly interacted with other kin and was quite unfamiliar with its own name. Tang Zimu thought that since it had been tamed by him, it would be better to start a new life with a new name. You, having grown up in the Kunlun secret realm and flowing with the noble blood of the sky-piercing dragon Shadow Horse, although currently possessing poor qualifications and a weak body, will soon become the king of its race. So I shall call you Little Bai. After much contemplation, Tang Zimu finally settled on the name Little Bai for the Shadow Chaser. He repeated it twice, nodding in satisfaction. Listen, what a warm and peaceful name it is. It also perfectly complements Old Hay with a theme of one old, one young, one black, one white. It was as perfect as a work of art. So Little Bai, are you ready to embrace your new life? Hearing the serious tone of Tang Zimu, the Shadow Chaser, No Xiao Bai nodded vigorously. Since its birth, it had almost every day dreamed of waking up with enhanced talent. Was there anything else to prepare? Tang Zimu did not say much, directly extracting the god-level beast talent pill that had been stored in the reward box. As the white light dissipated, a small black pill the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand. The pill looked ordinary and even somewhat ugly. No one would expect that this tiny pill would possess the ability to reverse fate. This is what you want. Tang Zimu waved the pill in front of Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's eyes were fixed on the pill, breath heavy, unwilling. It was about to realize its beautiful dream. Understanding Xiao Bei's eager feelings, Tang Zimu directly brought the pill to Xiao Bei's mouth. Fearing that biting the pill would cause it to lose its potency, Xiao Bei did not dare to chew, but tilted its head back and swallowed it. Within 2 seconds after swallowing, its body began to tremble involuntarily, and its eyes revealed utmost surprise. Clearly Xiao Bei sensed the earth-shattering changes occurring within. To savor this long-awaited feeling, it even closed its eyes to carefully experience it. Meanwhile, Tang Zimu observed Xiao Bei's transformation with great interest. After all, this was the first time he had witnessed the effect of a talent pill. He could clearly see Xiao Bei's originally frail body expanding at a visibly rapid pace. The originally small stature was also gradually increasing. Moreover, Tang Zimu saw that on Xiao Bei's attribute panel all attributes were continuously rising, and its original 1-star talent jumped to 2-star after a while. Awesome! Even having personally experienced the various abilities of the system, Tang Zimu could not help but exclaim. The sight of directly reversing talent and altering the body was truly miraculous. 3-star talent, 4-star talent. The effect of the talent pill was still at work, and Xiao Bei's talent and attributes were steadily increasing. Tang Zimu patiently waited for more than 10 minutes. Finally, a rainbow of light flashed over the talent section of Xiao Bei's attribute panel, and the original 9-star talent transformed into a brilliant 10-star talent. Hep. At the same time, Xiao Bei energetically let out a long howl towards the sky. This howl was much louder and clearer than its previous roars, exuding tremendous momentum. Has it succeeded? Looking at Xiao Bei, who seemed to have undergone a transformation, Tang Zimu quickly walked over. He wanted to know just how much Xiao Bei as a T1 level species had improved after skyrocketing from 1-star to 10-star talent. But before he could take a few steps forward, Xiao Bei let out another long howl. Accompanying the howl were brilliant star-like colorful lights radiating from all over Xiao Bei. What is happening? At first, Tang Zimu did not react to the situation. But once he did, he exclaimed in astonishment. What the hell? It's evolving. Indeed, it was evolution. In the realm of spirit beasts, when a spirit beast reaches a certain level, it would emit dazzling radiant light. Under the influence of this light, the spirit beast evolves into the next form of its species, greatly enhancing its attributes and abilities. But isn't the first evolution usually at level 20? Xiao Bei is 20 levels. Tang Zimu glanced at Xiao Bei's attribute panel and finally understood what was happening. He did not expect that what he gave to Xiao Bei was clearly a talent pill, yet it directly allowed it to level up, reaching the evolution threshold. The reason should be similar to old He, who drank a growth potion and leveled up twice. Xiao Bei had previously accumulated most of its energy from training due to its poor talent. Now stimulated by the talent enhancement, it exploded all at once. Evolution is great, one must learn from evolution. Tang Zimu patted old He's shoulder beside him, signaling it to learn well from Xiao Bei. Then he eagerly began to enjoy the evolution process of the spirit beast. Speaking of which, this was the first evolution of the beast under his command, and it came so suddenly. Unlike the Pokemon animation, where evolution happens with a flash of light, the evolution of spirit beasts changes gradually, taking a considerable amount of time. Tang Zimu waited for a long time before finally seeing the light that enveloped Xiao Bei starting to. At this moment, it was evident from the area covered by the light that Xiao Bei's form was more than twice as large as when he first saw it. Bang! As the light thinned to a certain degree, it completely shattered, revealing the figure inside. Before him stood a horse with a snow-white coat, tall stature, and incredibly smooth muscle lines, proudly lifting its head with an imposing presence. The horse's white mane was as smooth as satin, its limbs long and sturdy with hard and powerful hooves. The originally dignified dragon head was covered with countless luxurious and intricate dragon scales, with brilliant golden light constantly spilling out around its eye sockets. Hiss! Tang Zimu gasped in awe. At this moment, he understood why Elder Feng said that the Jing Xiao Longing Ju had a graceful figure. Is it really this handsome? The evolved Xiao Bei lightly shook a few times to adjust to its new body. Then it trotted over to Tang Zimu's side and affectionately called out, Hep. Despite the drastic changes in appearance and physique due to evolution, it was still the Xiao Bei that had already submitted to Tang Zimu. In fact, having realized its dream, its loyalty to Tang Zimu reached an unwavering level. What a good horse! Tang Zimu reached out to stroke Xiao Bei's mane, which was smooth and delicate, far better than the previous rough texture. After a simple reassurance, he couldn't wait to open Xiao Bei's attribute panel. Name: Shadow Chaser Dragon Horse, 10-star talent attributes, Electric type Dragon type, level 20 talent Dragon Horse, bloodline 80, epic level talent 1. Unimpeded actions: ignore any terrain, reducing any negative effects related to movement by 30. 2. Shadow Chase gains 10 damage immunity, while running increases movement speed by 30, and all attack skills will inflict an additional 15 agility attribute damage. Base attributes Strength 100, Spirit 70, Stamina 80, Agility 165, Physical Defense 65, Magic Defense 65. Skills: Chase, Shadow Tread, Lightning, Soar Sky, Dragon Roar, Shadow Dragon Tread. Before the first shock had settled, another one arose. Tang Zimu stared at the dramatically changed panel of Xiao Bai, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The first change was the elemental affiliation. At the stage of the Shadow Chaser, Xiao Bai was merely an electric type, but after evolution it transformed directly into a dual-type existence of electric and dragon. It is well known that in the realm of spirit beasts those affiliated with the dragon type are rarely weak. Moreover, as the fairy type does not have an absolute counter to the dragon type is universally acknowledged as the strongest. With the electric and dragon attributes, Xiao Bai was far ahead in terms of elemental affiliation. The second change was the enhancement of the dragon cult bloodline talent to 80. Tang Zimu had previously wondered how the Xianxiao dragon shadow cult could traverse wind and water. Now he finally had the answer. With the ability to ignore all terrain in its actions, it was not just wind and water that it could traverse. Even running into outer space would feel as easy as walking on flat ground. Speaking of which, does the spirit beast world even have the concept of outer space? Putting aside the ability to ignore terrain, the other talents were also remarkably excellent. Control, reduction, damage, immunity, speed, increase, additional damage. Xiao Bai demonstrated the might of the dragon cult bloodline in every aspect. However, what surprised him the most was Xiao Bai's exaggerated attributes now. Compared to when it had one-star quality with just a single level difference, Xiao Bai's agility attribute had skyrocketed by 100 points while the other attributes had nearly doubled. This had to be compared with the Earth Titan Demon Bear he encountered in the previous arena match. At level 26, and still a 9-star quality, the Earth Titan Demon Bear was known for its strength with a strength attribute of only 105 points. Xiao Bai, a spirit beast reliant on agility, was only level 20, yet its strength could rival that of the Earth Titan Demon Bear. Is this the difference between T1 and T2 levels? To be able to crush someone across multiple levels. Come on, let me ride you. Tang Zimu exclaimed excitedly, quickly patting Xiao Bai's back. Xiao Bai understood and crouched down. With a single step forward, Tang Zimu settled firmly on Xiao Bai's back. Once Xiao Bai stood up, Tang Zimu's view opened up broadly. He looked at the vast grassland, his heart filled with the desire to gallop. Grasping the Beast Master ring as a rein, he leaned forward and casually pointed in a direction. Xiao Bai, run at full speed for me, and let me see your speed limit. The newly reborn Xiao Bai could no longer contain its excitement. Upon hearing Tang Zimu's command, it did not hesitate for a moment, stepping forward and charging ahead at incredible speed. With an agility of 165 points and a 30 speed bonus, Xiao Bai's running speed was exceedingly impressive. The grass beside it was blown down in swathes by the fierce wind created by its speed, making a rustling sound. Tang Zimu could even hear the bursts of sonic booms near his ears. At that moment he felt very satisfied. A dragon horse is still a dragon. His dream of riding a dragon had finally come true. However, Old Hay, who was left behind, was stunned, carrying a bag piled higher than himself. He gazed at the receding figure now, just a small black dot, scratching his head anxiously. Master, did you forget about me? Here he comes. Inside the teleportation room of the Kunlun secret realm, Old Feng greeted Wu Xinghuang as he walked through the door. Wu Xinghuang smiled and replied, the time for the secret realm to close is almost here, so I must fetch him. Then he expressed some concern. Old Feng, has that kid Tang Zimu run into any problems during this time? Old Feng shook his head. Don't worry, there's been no issue. If there were, the Kunlun token would have sent out a signal long ago. Only then did Wu Xinghuang breathe a sigh of relief. After witnessing Tang Zimu's bold tactics in the secret realm with the Beastmaster ring, he had a feeling that this kid would inevitably create some trouble. There are only 10 minutes left, so I'll just wait here for him. Wu Xinghuang glanced at the time and moved a chair to sit beside Old Feng, perhaps feeling a bit bored waiting. After a moment of silence, Wu Xinghuang asked, Old Feng, how have the gains been for those who entered the Kunlun secret realm this year? Old Feng thought for a moment. This year the environment inside the secret realm has been stable, and those who entered have had quite good gains. Many have found rare materials that are usually hard to come by. Especially last month when the secret realm opened, someone even found a flame dragon heart fruit. Wu Xinghuang's eyes lit up as he spoke. The flame dragon heart fruit is a top-tier divine item that can enhance the spiritual power of spirit beasts. Who was so lucky? Old Feng clearly knew a lot about this person. A junior from the Fan family named Fan Huirue, he's a good seedling. It's said that he has innate luck and has always been fortunate. Everything he does goes smoothly. Wu Xinghuang nodded, expressing great agreement. To find a flame dragon heart fruit, that's not just good luck, it's extraordinary luck. So I'm not expecting Tang Zimu to have such heavenly luck. It would be great if he could bring back something rare. Old Feng, however, was not very optimistic about Tang Zimu, shaking his head. The rare materials in the Kunlun secret realm are mostly found in treacherous terrains. With Tang Zimu's limited capabilities and stamina, as a rogue monkey, I think it will be difficult. Wu Xinghuang was just speaking casually. He understood in his heart that rare materials would not be so easily obtained, otherwise they wouldn't be called rare. Thinking of this, Wu Xinghuang couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, sighing. If I had known, I would have advised the kid to settle down for a while before entering the secret realm. It's only been a little over a month since he became a beast master, and he's already entering such a high-level secret realm. What's the difference from entering a treasure mountain empty-handed? Old Feng added. The key point is he's also thinking about subduing the 3 major royal families in the secret realm. Ha ha ha. The 2 old men finally couldn't hold back, bursting into hearty laughter together. This laughter was not mockery, but merely found the behavior of a young junior fresh to the scene and full of lofty aspirations amusing. Thus, in the midst of their laughter, 10 minutes passed. The time for Tang Zimu to enter the secret realm also reached the maximum limit of 12 hours. With a hum, the teleportation vortex inside the bronze door began to spin rapidly. Teleportation initiated. Wu Xinghuang and Old Feng decisively stopped their conversation, standing up to prepare for Tang Zimu's return. The 2 elders' gazes were tightly fixed on the center of the teleportation vortex. As a result, the first thing to emerge from the teleportation vortex was a large bag stuffed to the brim. Old Feng, who had previously checked the items, recognized it at a glance as the bag Tang Zimu had brought in. Oh, it seems there were some gains after all. Old Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Due to being too full, the teleportation also carried some thrust. As the large bag slid across the ground, the opening could not hold, and it burst open. Instantly, about a dozen fruits that appeared to be burning with flames rolled out. And what are these red fruits? Wu Xinghuang rubbed his eyes. He felt that these fiery red fruits looked somewhat familiar. Wu Xinghuang had little contact with the Kunlun secret realm, only feeling that things looked somewhat familiar. As the person in charge of the Kunlun secret realm, Elder Feng could hardly fail to recognize what this fruit was. It was the Yanlong heart fruit they had just mentioned. However, looking at the dozen or so Yanlong heart fruits on the ground, Elder Feng's mind went blank, losing his ability to speak for a moment. Since the establishment of the Kunlun secret realm, the total number of Yanlong heart fruits brought out by humanity had not exceeded 10. Are you telling me that this ground full of Yanlong heart fruit surpasses all of humanity's efforts over the years? Elder Feng shook his head, trying to convince himself that he was hallucinating. Yet as he shook his head, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of an open bag nearby. Through the bag's opening, he could see a pile of bright red Yanlong heart fruits inside, all of which were priceless. There were even more. At that moment, Elder Feng's eyes nearly popped out. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his ancestor, the one who had befriended the 3 major royal families. According to the ancestral records, the most glorious moment of his ancestor was receiving a pile of Yanlong heart fruits from a certain royal family's spirit beast. Now that Tang Zimu had also brought back a pile of Yanlong heart fruits, so Tang Zimu, my ancestor. Elder Feng wished he could slap himself. How could he be so startled that his mind went blank? Buzz. The teleportation did not stop due to their reactions. Oh, another bulging large bag was teleported back. Although it did not scatter like the previous bag, due to being too full, the contents could still be seen through the loosely tied opening. Elephant wood tooth stone. Elder Feng completely lost his composure and exclaimed. Wu Xinghuang, however, looked confused and asked, "What elephant wood tooth stone? Is there such a thing in the Kunlun secret realm?" Elder Feng gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. Yes. Although no one has ever brought it out from the secret realm, my ancestor once recorded the existence of elephant wood tooth stone in his notes. It is said that this thing only appears in the presence of the mountain-moving divine elephant. Holy cow, there's also thunderfall iron. Without giving Elder Feng a chance to explain, another large bag was teleported back. Then came the 10 directions: poison grass, shadow demon stone pearls, dragon saliva crystals. One by one, items that only existed in Elder Feng's ancestors' notes were successively teleported back. Elder Feng was first immensely shocked, then gradually adapted, and finally fell into numbness. Looking at the treasures he had only known by name and characteristics, but had never seen, one question remained in his mind. What on earth did Tang Zimu do in the Kunlun secret realm? Did he rob some royal family's spirit beast? I got it. At that moment, Wu Xinghuang slapped his head and shouted excitedly. You can figure this out. Elder Feng immediately looked at him. Wu Xinghuang excitedly patted Elder Feng's shoulder and said, the shape resembles a burning fire. These red fruits are the Yamlong heart fruits, right? A pile of Yamlong heart fruits, holy cow. After all this time you just figured it out. Once Elder Feng understood what Wu Xinghuang meant by knowing, he was so frustrated that he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He took a deep breath and refocused his gaze on the teleportation vortex. The items had been teleported, so Tang Zimu should be back now. Under his watch, a human figure soon emerged from the teleportation vortex. However, when he stepped out of the light, Elder Feng realized that the figure was actually Tang Zimu's beast, Bully Monkey. Why let the spirit beast return first? Both Elder Feng and Wu Xinghuang were somewhat puzzled. The old black monkey also saw the two of them. It smiled amiably at them and greeted them. Then it quickly walked to the large bags and began pushing them one by one to the side, clearing out a considerable space in the middle of the room. Wait, what are you doing clearing such a large space? Both of them were completely baffled by the series of actions from the old black monkey, feeling even more confused. Soon the teleportation vortex provided an answer. All of a sudden a series of crisp hoof sounds was heard, and a head poked out from the teleportation vortex. The head was bull-shaped with deer antlers, cow ears, and rabbit eyes. Covered in resplendent, magnificent scales, it emanated a sense of majesty and valor. What is this? Elder Feng grabbed Wu Xinghuang's arm to steady himself, his breathing becoming unusually rapid. He had thought he was completely numbed by those treasures, but it seemed now there was still a master. The head curiously glanced into the room, then walked out from the teleportation vortex, its figure completely revealed to the two. With long straight limbs, pure white fur tight, and smooth muscle lines, and a figure dressed in dark red robes sitting on its back. Seeing Tang Zimu riding atop a majestic steed stopping in the space cleared by the old black monkey, Elder Feng and Wu Xinghuang's hearts nearly stopped. With a body like flowing clouds and a head adorned with golden scales, the shadow-chasing dragon steed. Why is the shadow-chasing dragon steed here? Elder Feng grabbed his head with both hands, mumbling in a daze. Did you tame this in the secret realm? Wu Xinghuang pointed at the familiar beast ring adorning the horse's neck, his gaze vacant as he stammered. Watching the two elderly men behave as if they had suffered a stroke, Tang Zimu chuckled and leaped down from Xiao Bai. He pointed at Xiao Bai and naturally explained to the two. Yes, it's the shadow-chasing dragon steed. Xiao Bai thinks I have a grand demeanor and an aura of righteousness, so it decided to follow me loyally. What a grand demeanor and righteous aura. Looking at the shadow-chasing dragon steed beside him, Elder Feng and Wu Xinghuang found themselves at a loss for words. Otherwise, how could they explain why the shadow-chasing dragon steed would come out of the teleportation vortex wearing Tang Zimu's beast ring? However, Elder Feng still found it hard to accept this reality. He swallowed hard, holding onto the last glimmer of hope, and spoke. This shadow-chasing dragon steed is bound by an equal spirit-beast contract with you and will automatically leave once it matures, right? Tang Zimu decisively shook his head. He looked at Elder Feng and gave the most heart-wrenching answer in the calmest tone. How could I sign such a broken contract? Xiao Bai and I are, of course, in a true master-servant relationship. Xiao Bai nodded beside him, softly calling out to express agreement with its master's words. What Tang Zimu said before entering was not just bragging. He really had used a formal master-servant spirit-beast method to tame a spirit beast from one of the three royal families in the Kunlun secret realm. He had even tamed the most noble and disdainful of humans, the Thunderfall Dragon Shadow Steed. At that moment, Elder Feng, who had guarded the entrance of the Kunlun secret realm for nearly a lifetime, felt as if the heavens had completely collapsed. In the Kunlun secret realm's teleportation room, Tang Zimu lounged in a chair, while Wu Xinghuang and Old Feng were still savoring the story they had just heard. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xinghuang took a deep breath and spoke up. Are you saying that because of your helpful nature and kind-heartedness, you successfully rescued a Yuansong ancient dragon from peril, and it voluntarily became your brother, gifting you these items? And this chasing shadow dragon colt was smitten by your beast control abilities and willingly pledged its loyalty to you? Tang Zimu nodded, affirming Wu Xinghuang's summary. After being rejected by Xiaomei Coveys, was heartbroken. Oh, wasn't he in a perilous situation? It was only reasonable to gift something to his brother, who in return could offer him some flame dragon heart fruits or elephant with tooth stones. As for Xiaobai's situation, the horse involved nodded in affirmation nearby. How could the story be? Tang Zimu cleverly utilized the art of mixed truths to rationalize his gains in the Kunlun secret realm. After all, the three royal clans rarely interacted with humans outside of the Kunlun brand. Who truly knows what transpired inside? Of course, Tang Zimu was always cautious. He could not fully rely on the absence of contact between humans and the three royal clans. What if something unexpected occurred? One must remember that the Xiaobai who exited the secret realm possessed a 10-star aptitude while the Xiaobai, within, was a 1-star failure. A spirit beast's aptitude soaring overnight was an extraordinary event that should not attract attention. Thus Tang Zimu patched up Xiaobai's identity. In the past, those low-aptitude Jingxiao dragon shadow cults either perished too early due to poor physique or took their own lives out of humiliation. Inspired by this, Tang Zimu fabricated the illusion of Xiaobai committing suicide. With the ability to manipulate all attributes via the universal divine body, achieving this was quite easy for him. Moreover, Xiaobai was always a lone wolf, receiving very little attention. The suicide would likely go unnoticed, even if it were discovered. No one, no horse, would care. This was why Tang Zimu chose to use the divine aptitude potion on Xiaobai within the secret realm. The 1-star aptitude chasing shadow cult was already dead. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation vortex, he emerged as a reborn 10-star aptitude beast master Tang Zimu with Xiaobai. I genuinely want to know just how popular you are, kid. A full aptitude villain monkey willingly submits, and even the spirit beasts from the 3 royal clans voluntarily yield. Wu Xinghuang glanced at Xiaobai beside him, his tone a mix of confusion and admiration. He had actually been curious enough to ask his own spirit beast, the Black Radiant Celestial Crane, for its opinion on Tang Zimu's beast-taming talent. The crane's reply was that it felt nothing, that Tang Zimu was even inferior to a passerby. Yet the truth remains, top aptitude spirit beasts, even with no incentive, are drawn to follow Tang Zimu. Wu Xinghuang felt envious, but found nothing strange about it. After all, spirit beasts choose their beast masters based on their own race and temperament. Some strength-based spirit beasts prefer robust beast masters, some mental-type spirit beasts favor agile thinkers, while some beauty-conscious spirit beasts are attracted to charming beast masters. The Black Radiant Celestial Crane, along with many other spirit beasts, looked down on Tang Zimu, yet still top aptitude spirit beasts were willing to submit. Wu Xinghuang could only understand it as a natural attraction among true geniuses. They saw through Tang Zimu's extraordinary nature at a glance. All right. Tang Zimu quickly interrupted Wu Xinghuang's musings. He couldn't possibly admit that one of his beasts was captured and the other was deceived. Tang Zimu stood up and changed the subject. Principal, after all this time in the secret realm, isn't it time to take me back to school? Right. Wu Xinghuang finally remembered that he had come to fetch Tang Zimu back, as there were still countless matters to deal with at the school. The two exchanged greetings with old Feng, who had lost faith and was still muttering, "This shouldn't be happening, this is impossible." They helped pile the large bags scattered on the ground onto old Hei's back before leaving the secret realm together. In the capital city, riding private spirit beasts is prohibited. One can only ride the wind whirlwind horses. Wu Xinghuang had prepared one for Tang Zimu, but he declined. Tang Zimu chose to lead Xiaobai back to school, claiming it was for the purpose of nurturing their bond. In reality, he wanted to give the residents of the capital a good show and increase his admiration count. After all, with Xiaobai joining, he alone had to support 3 mouths. Common items like food for a divine spirit beast had to be prepared in triplicate, which was quite a burden. Any chance to increase his points was worth taking. It turned out that Tang Zimu's choice was not wrong. When he appeared on the streets of the capital with Xiaobai, the entire city was abuzz. Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Cult. That was a top-tier spirit beast of confidential status that had never been seen by ordinary people. Its first appearance on the streets instantly captured countless gazes. After attaining 10-star aptitude, Xiaobai's appearance was already astonishing enough. Upon seeing its handsome and majestic visage, everyone clearly recognized its extraordinary nature. Moreover, Xiaobai was a genuine dragon attribute spirit beast. The dragon might it unconsciously exuded was sufficient to terrify nearby low-aptitude inferior race spirit beasts. Just by walking down the street, it had already maximized its prestige. Many people, upon seeing it, excitedly called their friends and family to join in the spectacle. As a result, Tang Zimu, walking in front of Xiaobai holding the beast control ring and dressed in a scarlet robe, attracted special attention. Being able to lead such a beast naturally implied he was its master. With such a powerful spirit beast, how could the beast master be any weaker? Passers-by, after some imagination, could only gaze at Tang Zimu with even more admiration, expressing their inner envy and respect. Just as Tang Zimu had previously thought, the admiration brought about by visual impact in reality was far more swift and direct than that conveyed through words or stories. Thus Tang Zimu simply led Xiaobai along, watching as the admiration points on his interface steadily increased. 1, 2, 1, 3. By the time they walked from the secret realm to Kyoto University, Tang Zimu's points had soared by 10. In proportion, that meant an additional admiration from 100,000 people. Such an exaggerated number could only be achieved so quickly in the capital, the largest and most prosperous city in the Dragon Country, with a permanent population of millions. If this continued, the reward for 1,000,000 admirers should be achieved soon. When Tang Zimu returned home with Xiaobai, he thought contentedly. Sure enough, the next morning, he heard the system notification sound in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, the host has garnered the admiration of 1,000,000 people and received the 1,000,000 admiration reward, a random item. In the courtyard, Tang Zimu, lounging on a sunbed, raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had returned last night at dusk, and it was only 8:30 in the morning now. So he had gained 50,000 admirers overnight. It was noteworthy that these people had not even seen the extraordinary appearance of Xiaobai, merely hearing rumors about it. When I spin the story to Principal Wu and Old Feng, how much admiration will surge then? Tang Zimu stroked his chin. When I spin the story to Principal Wu and Old Feng, how much admiration will surge then? Tang Zimu stroked his chin, filled with anticipation. As a frequently famous celebrity, he was quite experienced in the process of how things gain traction. Last night, due to time constraints, the Secret Realm story he fabricated couldn't be widely spread immediately. At least a day or two would be needed for the news to circulate among the common people, embellished and vividly described. Once it truly blew up, it might become a nationwide sensation comparable to perfect exam scores, slaying 6-winged fire lords, or inter-level arena matches. Looking at it this way, I can rake in quite a few points again. I just wonder what the random item will be this time, hopefully something fresh that I haven't seen before. With the addition of the shop, Tang Zimu indeed had many more avenues to acquire system items. Yet this did not diminish his excitement for the random rewards post-achievement. Regardless, this item was also acquired for free. Free items are always delightful. Without keeping Tang Zimu waiting, the system's notification sound promptly chimed. Ding! The random selection is complete. Congratulations, the host has obtained the item 2 teleportation scrolls. If he remembered correctly, there was a god-level teleportation scroll in this week's limited time shop. He had also checked the relevant attributes of the scroll. In simple terms, it could ignore any restrictions and instantly transport the user to a designated location within 1,000 kilometers. The effect was indeed impressive, possessing concept-level capabilities that ignored any limitations. However, the price of 1,000 points for the scroll was beyond his means, rendering it unaffordable. Unexpectedly, this time the random item was the reduced version of that. So does this mean that items like God-level Spirit Beast Food and God-level Spirit Beast Qualification Pills also have reduced versions? Tang Zimu couldn't help but think. This was his first encounter with such reduced version items, and with curiosity, he opened his reward storage box. Reward storage box teleportation scroll X2. After use, obtain 1 teleportation scroll. Teleportation scroll. Upon activation, this scroll will activate a teleportation array for up to 5 designated targets, transporting them to a random location within 200 kilometers. Tang Zimu felt somewhat disappointed. Compared to the god-level teleportation scroll, this version lacked the concept-level ability to ignore all restrictions, and the transportation distance was reduced to 200 kilometers. Especially the teleportation location had changed from designated to random, significantly reducing its effectiveness. Well, at least it's still an item, better than nothing. Tang Zimu closed the panel, stood up, and stretched lazily. There haven't been any major events lately. It's the perfect time to settle down, immerse myself in studying, and frequently take on extermination tasks from the Beastmaster Alliance to earn points. The 3 major royal families within the Kunlun secret realm had always been reluctant to interact with humans. The few spirit beasts that signed equal treaties with the champions of the youth competition would grow up and break away from their beastmasters, showing no inclination to reveal their existence to the public. Moreover, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom also wished to keep the situation in the Kunlun secret realm hidden from other countries. Thus, as the top secret realm of the Dragon Kingdom, people had always only known its name without understanding its specific conditions. But now it was different. Xiaobai was Tang Zimu's spirit beast, captured in a master-servant form, a bona fide spirit beast. It existed openly and would frequently accompany Tang Zimu in public. They couldn't just hide it or force it not to show up. After some consideration, the officials decided to disclose information regarding the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Horse and the secret realm events narrated by Tang Zimu. Upon this exposure, the event indeed exploded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, just as Tang Zimu had. Upon learning that Tang Zimu had assisted a being comparable to a dominant-level spirit beast and had formed a brotherly bond with it, everyone was astounded. Truly, the top scorer of the college entrance examination has a brilliant mind and can help even a dominant. When they discovered that the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Horse came from the 3 major royal families, a breed even more advanced and powerful than the main spirit beasts of regional leaders and city lords, everyone was shocked. It was astonishing that such a powerful spirit beast was hidden in this world. When they learned that this seemingly unattainable Jingxiao dragon shadow horse willingly bowed to Tang Zimu, because it recognized him, everyone was utterly taken aback. What kind of charm does Tang Zimu possess to attract so many good fortunes? Even a fully qualified troublemaker monkey willingly submitted. Now even a breed more advanced than the troublemaker monkey was willing to submit. Will there be spirit beasts from even higher species than the Jingxiao dragon shadow horse willing to bow down in the future? The word envy was truly exhausting to say at this point. However, unlike the bustling and heated discussions outside, Tang Zimu, the protagonist of the event, chose to remain grounded. During this time, he either attended classes to learn about spirit beasts that would only be revealed in university, or took on extermination tasks from the Beastmaster Alliance to earn points, maintaining an exceptionally low profile. Of course, this low profile was merely superficial. Only Tang Zimu knew that under the effects of god-level spirit beast food and growth potions, and with all the precious materials brought back from the Kunlun secret realm, he, along with the old He and Xiao Bai who were drinking the soup, were rapidly growing at an alarming rate, almost leveling up daily. Yikes! 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 On the lawn of the villa, Lao He and Xiao Bai were playfully pushing against a large iron ball, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After a month of constant companionship, the two had become as close as brothers. Of course, this was all thanks to their master Tang Zimu. For an ordinary beast master, the best choice is to focus on cultivating a primary beast. This way, the primary beast can possess sufficient strength and authority to intimidate and manage other beasts, taking on the role of the leader. However, for Tang Zimu, there was no need for such complications. He himself was the leader. No matter how strong Lao He was, he couldn't withstand Tang Zimu's overwhelming force. No matter how fast Xiao Bai could run, a punch from Tang Zimu would bring him down. Thus, after enduring their master's relentless training together, Lao He and Xiao Bai resonated emotionally, growing closer. They gradually became a loving family of beasts. Crack! The door swung open, and Tang Zimu, clad in a dark red robe and wearing a disaster mask, stepped out. He looked at the frolicking Lao He and Xiao Bai, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. The tenfold growth rate from the Divine Beast Growth Potion was no joke. This month's growth was equivalent to 10 months, nearly a year's worth of development. Compared to a year ago, Xiao Bai was now taller and even more majestic. Just standing there, he emanated a cold demeanor that looked down upon all beings. The brilliant golden light that once only existed around his eyes now gradually enveloped his entire body. Once he started running, his snow-white agile figure combined with the overflowing golden light looked like a platinum lightning bolt cutting through the sky. Moreover, his level had soared from level 20 when he left the Kunlun secret realm to now level 27. With the powerful bloodline of the Jingxiao Longing Ju, it was no exaggeration to say that he had no rivals below level 40, which is the final evolution stage. Lao He's transformation was equally significant. During the arena match, he had stood opposite the Earth Tank Demon Bear, looking like a mere rookie. Now, with muscles rippling all over, he had grown to over 3 meters tall, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Earth Tank Demon Bear, resembling a thick wall from a distance. In terms of level, Lao He had also surged to level 19. This was still due to being stuck in the evolution stage, though otherwise he could have leveled up several more times. However, according to Tang Zimu's estimates, Lao He was just a little opportunity away from reaching level 20 for his first evolution. Alright, we've moved enough, let's pack up and head out. Tang Zimu commanded as he saw that Lao He and Xiao Bai had finished a round of ball pushing. They quickly dispersed and began to prepare. Xiao Bai skillfully ran to the side storage room and carried out the travel supplies. Lao He also brought out materials that were taller than himself from his room. Tang Zimu checked and confirmed that nothing was missing, giving a satisfied nod. Today was the day to collect the Rui Jingu Bang, and also the day he returned to Yanyang City. This past month, Tang Zimu had taken on tasks related to slaying spiritual beasts on the outskirts of the capital city, and he was already tired of those level 20 to 30 beasts. He was just waiting to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang, and then take on hunting quests in the Flame Domain from the Beastmaster Alliance for a grand slaughter. Lao He, you go to the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters, and wait for me. Xiao Bai and I will go to master you to pick up the Jingu Bang, and come over. Tang Zimu skillfully mounted his horse, sitting on Xiao Bai's exquisite saddle. This saddle was bought from Yu Yuanming. Worried that the originally designed Rui Jingu Bang would not keep up with his rapidly increasing power, he had discussed modification plans with Yu Yuanming several times this past month and conveniently bought a saddle. Yikes! Lao He nodded, indicating understanding, but a hint of grievance flashed in his eyes. Master, isn't the Rui Jingu Bang meant for me? Why don't I have to go when it's being picked up? Tang Zimu certainly wouldn't say it was because he disliked bringing Lao He along, as it would slow him down significantly. This month he had taken Lao He to the Beastmaster Alliance many times and was quite at ease letting him go alone. So he turned around and lightly kicked charging out of Kyoto University on Xiao by heading straight for Yu Yuanming's shop. Yes, he was writing. Now Tang Zimu and Xiao, by like Wu Xinghuang who rode down on a crane during the opening ceremony, had been specially granted permission by the management department of Kyoto City to ride their beasts within the city. However, Wu Xinghuang rode a crane to showcase the heritage of Kyoto University to new students receiving only a temporary permit. Tang Zimu, on the other hand, was granted a permanent riding permit. There was no helping it after the incident in the Kunlun secret realm spread Xiao Bei's identity as a Jingxiao longing Jew became immensely eye-catching. Walking down the street, the rate of people turning their heads could reach 300, as if they looked 3 times with every step. Tang Zimu led Xiao Bei slowly along the street, causing several traffic jams. The management department had no choice but to grant Tang Zimu a permanent riding permit, thus avoiding these situations. Da-da-da-da. A platinum light shadow zipped by. Tang Zimu and Xiao Bei had arrived at the entrance of the Yes Beast Materials shop, located in the Chaoyang market. Excitedly he dismounted and eagerly pushed open the metal door of the shop. As soon as he entered, he saw Yu Yuanming lounging in a reclining chair. I knew you would come over early in the morning. Yu Yuanming sat up, shaking his head and laughing as he spoke. He then called out to a small door deep within the shop. Bring the items over. The small door was quickly pushed open by the middle-aged man who had been guarding it. Behind him, a stocky one-horned ape entered carrying a dark golden long rod. Although Tang Zimu had suggested several modifications during his previous visits, Yu Yuanming had accepted them. However, he had not been allowed to see the Rui Jingu Bang, citing that it was not yet ready for viewing. Now this was the first time he saw the completed Rui Jingu Bang, and he hurriedly approached. The Rui Jingu Bang was entirely a dark golden color, exuding a metallic texture with both ends wrapped in a special golden metal, creating a vivid contrast. The rod was covered in exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns, intricately carved, as if they might come to life at any moment. In the middle of the rod, 5 characters were engraved, Rui Jingu Bang, with the font's sides subtly indicating the arrangement of stars, exuding mystery, solemnity, and majesty. Yu Yuanming was evidently very proud of his work, introducing it with pride. As per your request, this rod weighs 1,350 pounds. It can freely change in size and weight, while also possessing attribute abilities along with practical functions like accelerating defense, braking, altering trajectories, and cleaning the rod's surface. To be honest, if you hadn't provided those top materials from the Kunlun secret realm, I wouldn't have been able to create such an excellent beast weapon. Truly, as the nation's top forging master, his skills are exceptional. Tang Zimu carefully examined the Rui Jingu Bang, feeling quite satisfied. Yu Yuanming not only met all the requirements Tang Zimu proposed regarding appearance and capabilities, but he polished many aspects even better than Tang anticipated. If only his strength were sufficient to wield the genuine Jingu Bang, he would surely restore it to its original. This is even better than I imagined. I truly appreciate Master Yu. Tang Zimu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. As a forger, the other party had no obligation to expedite the production or accommodate modification requests. It was all out of consideration for his face that he worked overtime, spending several sleepless nights to create the current Rui Jingu Bang. Yu Yuanming, as always, was generous and waved his hand dismissively. I should thank you for bringing so many rare treasures from the Kunlun secret realm, allowing me to indulge in my craft. You, my friend, are truly remarkable. As they spoke, Yu Yuanming couldn't help but express his admiration. In his years as a forger, this was the first time he encountered someone who could produce an array of the finest materials from their hands. Moreover, this individual was merely a first-year student without any family background, having only been a beastmaster for just over 2 months. At this moment, Tang Zimu was also savoring the visual delight. Though he wished to play with the Rui Jingu Bang a bit more, he feared that the sight of him wielding it with one hand might cause Yu Yuanming to faint on the spot. He thought it would be more prudent to wait until he was out of the city to show off. I've sent Lao He to the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. Oi, I can't lift this stick, and will need to trouble the unicorn gorilla to help me carry it to Xiao Bei. Tang Zimu spoke humbly. Yu Yuanming nodded, signaling the unicorn gorilla, an employee of the shop, to help carry the Rui Jingu Bang to Xiao Bei's side. Several straps had already been secured on Xiao Bei's side to bind the Rui Jingu Bang. Tang Zimu and the unicorn gorilla worked together to secure the stick with straps before mounting Xiao Bei's back. After bidding a brief farewell to Yu Yuanming, he headed straight to the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. When Tang Zimu and Xiao Bei arrived at the headquarters building, Lao He was already waiting at the entrance, eagerly looking out. Upon seeing their figures, he immediately dashed over, his face filled with anticipation. Tang Zimu could tell at a glance what Lao He was thinking. He pointed to the Rui Jingu Bang on Xiao Bei's back and said, "All right, you can play with it for a while, wait for me," with Xiao Bai at the entrance. After giving his instructions, he walked alone into the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. In the past month, Tang Zimu had visited the Alliance multiple times to accept tasks and was quite familiar with the process. Upon entering the hall, he directly approached the task area, gazing at a wall covered in task announcements. Task: eliminate the destructive Halia pigs. 510 location Dagwang Village agricultural area difficulty F reward 7 points. Task: collect the chicken feet of Qing Mao chickens. 20 location outskirts of Mukong Town difficulty E reward 13 points. The Beastmaster Alliance's task reward mechanism is similar to a mercenary system. In towns, villages, or among individual residents facing issues related to spirit beasts, they can reach out to the Beastmaster Alliance to hire Beastmasters. The Beastmaster Alliance categorizes events by difficulty into 7 levels F, E, D, C, B, A, and S, and issues corresponding rewards. Beastmasters must reach a certain level to take on tasks that match their level of difficulty. A level 3 Beastmaster like Tang Zimu can only accept tasks below level D. Of course, there are exceptions. Due to Tang Zimu's 100 completion rate of tasks in recent times and his high efficiency, coupled with his reputation, he is allowed to take on level C tasks. Level C tasks are not limited to minor tasks issued by towns near Kyoto City. More often, they are high-level tasks issued at the city level. Tang Zimu came this time specifically looking for level C tasks issued in cities within the Flame Domain. Such tasks are not numerous, but he quickly found 2 that met the requirements. Both of these rewards bore a special mark indicating that the tasks could be accepted by multiple individuals multiple times. Task: handle agitated spirit beasts around the city, starting from 10 location, Yinyu City difficulty, C reward starting from 50 points capped at 200 points. Task: investigate the situation in Yin Mo Valley spirit beasts rampant location, Yin Mo City difficulty, C reward starting from 100 points capped at 500 points. Tang Zimu furrowed his brow. As a resident of the Flame Domain, he was very familiar with the locations of its cities. It was precisely because of this that he keenly sensed something was amiss. Yinyu City and Yin Mo City are 2 adjacent cities. The area between them was previously governed by the 6-winged Flame Lord, but the 6-winged Flame Lord had already been killed 2 months ago. Logically speaking, the remaining spirit beasts in the area should have either fled to seek refuge with a new overlord or hidden away quietly. Now these spirit beasts are restless and rampant. This clearly indicates that a significant change has occurred in the region. It seems that both Yinyu City and Yin Mo City have sensed something is wrong, hence they issued these rewards for multiple participants to gather as many beast masters from across the country as possible. Tang Zimu organized his thoughts and took a sign from each of the 2 rewards before heading to the task. Esteemed Beastmaster Tang Zimu, hello. Fame certainly has its perks. Even before Tang Zimu handed over his Beastmaster proof, the clerk on the other side of the counter accurately called out his name. I intend to accept these 2 tasks. Please provide me with more detailed information. Tang Zimu nodded in greeting and handed over the 2 signs he had just taken. The information on the reward posters is generally brief. Beast masters who meet the acceptance criteria can acquire more detailed information at the counter. It was clear that Tang Zimu was not the first beast master to inquire about these 2 tasks. The clerk took the signs, glanced at them, and began to explain proficiently. According to the information provided by Yinyu City for the first task, chaotic spirit beasts began appearing near their city about a week ago, mostly at levels around 20 to 30. These spirit beasts actively hunt those who venture out of the city and also launch suicide attacks against. Due to the overwhelming number of spirit beasts and their disregard for life, Yinyu City has suffered significant losses of beast masters in a short time, prompting the urgent release of this task. Since they have begun suicide attacks, it's no wonder they are termed chaotic. Tang Zimu nodded and inquired, what about the task for Yin Mo City? Upon hearing the question, the clerk continued, according to the intelligence provided by Yinma City 3 days ago, a 5-member Beastmaster team from their city went missing in the Yinma Valley while gathering materials. After receiving the report from the families of the missing individuals, Yinma City dispatched 4 search teams into the valley, but only 1 person returned severely injured. The clerk paused for a moment. Anyone who heard that only 1 out of the 4 search teams survived would feel a heavy heart. After organizing her emotions, she continued to speak. The survivor said that the valley has been completely taken over by spirit beasts, and a large number of spirit beasts are rushing into the valley, each at a high level, with remarkable strength, most of which are at their final evolutionary stage. Yinma City hopes to gather enough beast masters to investigate the reasons and information behind the spirit beast gathering and will issue corresponding points based on the effectiveness of the information provided. Goodness, the situation in Yinma City is even more severe than that in Yinyu City. Tang Zimu immediately caught the key phrase in the information final evolutionary stage. Among wild spirit beasts, those that can grow to level 40 or above and complete their final evolution are likely to be the leaders of their respective groups. The fact that most are at the final evolutionary stage signifies that those heading to the valley are the leaders of various spirit beast groups. What could summon so many leaders? An answer surfaced in Tang Zimu's mind: a dominant level spirit beast. It seems these incidents are likely related to a dominant level spirit beast. That makes things interesting. Tang Zimu felt a surge of anticipation. Recently, he had only been hunting spirit beasts at levels 10 to 20 in the outskirts of the capital, and it was rarely more than a few at a time, which wasn't satisfying, and it was tiring. It's rare to have such a large gathering of spirit beasts appearing in droves. If handled well, wouldn't that mean a windfall of points? Alright, I'll take on both of these tasks. Having made his decision, Tang Zimu nodded and gave the clerk a definitive. The clerk raised her eyebrows, feeling quite surprised. This morning, many beast masters inquired about these two tasks that appeared to be quite rewarding. However, more than half of the beast masters, after hearing the specifics, backed out, including some experienced and capable individuals. Unexpectedly, a first-year student like Tang Zimu would be so bold. But recalling Tang Zimu's series of remarkable feats, the clerk let go of her doubts. After all, he is a legendary genius. Oh, what's wrong with being a bit courageous? She picked up Tang Zimu's credentials to check and spoke. Tang Zimu, Beastmaster, because you have completed 16 tasks with a 100 completion rate and extremely high efficiency recently. You can exceptionally take on level tasks and are entitled to take on 2 tasks simultaneously. She then registered both tasks under his name. The clerk respectfully handed back the proof and added, this morning 63 beast masters at our headquarters have already taken on related tasks, and they plan to team up to head to the Flame region this afternoon. Would you like to team up with them? We have their contact information. No thank you. Tang Zimu decisively declined the offer. Although teaming up would be safer with so many secrets on him and his intention to hunt more spirit beasts along the way to accumulate points, how could he possibly join a team? Knowing that Lu Shuru had not been at headquarters for the past few days, Tang Zimu didn't say goodbye directly, taking the proof and leaving the headquarters. Hurry up and put the staff back. Upon exiting, seeing Old Hay happily swinging the golden hoop staff, Tang Zimu casually said. Old Hay obediently tied up the golden hoop staff, though his face showed lingering reluctance. Alright, look at how glum you are. This time you took on 2 major tasks, which will definitely give you plenty of chances to act. Tang Zimu found it amusing and immediately teased him. Upon hearing that there would be a fight, Old Hay's face instantly brightened, and he excitedly shouted to set off. Xiaobai was also excitedly stomping his feet. Having been a useless creature for so long, he was eager to fight every day to showcase his strength. Sigh. Tang Zimu sighed helplessly. What to do with a bunch of violent maniacs in his team? Fortunately, I am even more violent than they are. Let's go, set off. Climbing onto his horse, Tang Zimu called out, and the trio, 1 person, 1 monkey, and 1 horse, headed straight for the city gate of the capital. Since there was no need for inspection when exiting the city, they hardly paused upon reaching the city gate and successfully left the capital. However, at the moment of exiting the city gate, Tang Zimu sensed something and discreetly glanced at the crowd moving out of the city. Smiling silently, he turned back and stepped onto the road to the Flame region. The speed of the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Horse is not just a rumor. Even though he needed to take care of Old Hay, who was carrying luggage, and running Xiaobai had slowed down considerably, yet he was still several times faster than Tang Zimu had been on his way here. What originally required 2 or 3 days of travel now seemed possible to reach by evening. Tang Zimu calculated that he had ample time, thus he entertained the idea of hunting more spirit beasts along the way. So after exiting the central domain and reaching the relatively familiar forest domain, he prepared to go on a killing spree. However, before that, Tang Zimu looked around at the lush trees, patted Xiaobai's back, and said, after running for so long, let's take a break here. Xiaobai nodded in understanding, crouched down, and let Tang Zimu off his back. Only Old Hay looked at Tang Zimu in amazement, and then at Xiaobai. They had only been running for a little over an hour. Was the master and Xiaobai already tired? It seems I, Old Hay, am the more enduring one. Tang Zimu ignored Old Hay's rich inner thoughts. He casually found a large tree to lean against, and began to rummage through a backpack. The opening of the bag clearly revealed that it was stuffed to the brim with canned goods. Tang Zimu pulled out a can made from 6-winged flame lord meat, opened it, and exclaimed, this is indeed the meat of a dominant level spirit beast, fragrant and chewy, truly makes me want to eat more after just 1 bite. With that, Tang Zimu happily started eating from the can. The rich aroma of the braised meat quickly spread throughout the forest. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Just as Tang Zimu was halfway through the can, a rustling sound erupted from the large thicket they had passed through earlier. Accompanied by the parting of a nearby thicket, a burly man emerged, greedily staring at the can in Tang Zimu's hand, followed by nearly 10 others who trickled out behind him. Tang Zimu, you truly live up to your reputation. A whole backpack of dominant-level spirit beast canned goods. Beside the burly man stood a thin, sharp-faced figure, a gray snake of wrist-thick size hanging from his neck, flicking its tongue incessantly. The thin man cast a greedy glance around Tang Zimu. Upon seeing the pile of backpacks and cloth bags, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Not just those canned goods. With all these big and small bags, there must be plenty of good stuff inside." As he spoke, the others behind them began to disperse, forming a complete encirclement with their positions. "What do you all want?" Tang Zimu was clearly startled by the sudden appearance of these people, and he struggled to suppress the panic rising within him as he questioned. However, his slightly trembling hands and stammering words betrayed his inner turmoil. The others, seeing Tang Zimu's reaction, sneered and whispered among themselves, "I told you those stories were just official fabrications." With such poor mental fortitude, how could he claim to have slain a dominant spirit beast? Get used to it. That group from the official side loves to exaggerate, and it's not a new thing. Oh, what a fabricated genius. I was just worried there might be risks earlier. Is the official side blind? Supporting him would be better than supporting me. The burly man was not swayed by his companions. He glared at Tang Zimu and spoke with a fierce expression. "What do you want?" "Of course it's to rob the famous Tang Zimu." Robbery. It was indeed an event that was both expected and surprising. After all, along with the widespread legends of Tang Zimu's exploits across the nation, his numerous gains from various incidents also circulated. These included top-qualified rogue monkeys, the flesh of dominant-level spirit beasts, beast-controlling beads, custom weapons, and precious materials brought out from the Kunlun secret realm. Any one of them could be a treasure sufficient to bestow wealth and honor upon ordinary people for generations. Not to mention ordinary folks, even the prestigious families were quite green with envy. Yet even if the families were envious, they wouldn't dare to act against Tang Zimu easily, for he had a formidable background backing him. The friendships of several city lords from the Flame Domain, the protection from Kyoto University for its students, the esteemed Lu Shiru, and the Kunlun Secret Realm. Especially the Kunlun Secret Realm, where a dominant-level spirit beast considered Tang Zimu a brother. That dominant-level spirit beast knew that the items it had gifted to its brother were being stolen. How could one be sure it wouldn't help Tang Zimu take revenge and possibly involve other dominant-level friends? The lives of an entire family were at stake behind these prestigious families. They wouldn't dare to risk annihilation, so they naturally wouldn't act against Tang Zimu lightly. However, just because the prestigious families wouldn't act, it didn't mean that some lone beast tamers wouldn't take risks. In the spirit beast world, beast tamers who often hunted in the wild engaged in life-threatening activities. It was quite normal for some ruthless individuals to appear tying their heads to their belts and willing to take risks. This group clearly consisted of such temporary robbers. Robbery. Upon hearing this, Tang Zimu instantly tightened the package in his arms. He struggled to swallow, his gaze becoming somewhat erratic. However, this was from the perspective of the robbers. In reality, Tang Zimu's eyes were constantly scanning the panels of the spirit beasts beside these people. Name: Phantom Flame, Elk, 7-star qualification, attribute Fire, level 47 talent, Phantom Flame, Burn, Diamond level talent, with a 10 chance to inflict burn damage on all skill attacks, and an additional 10 damage increase when attacking burn targets. Basic attributes: Strength 120, Spirit 215, Stamina 130, Agility 140, Physical Defense 99, Magical Defense 160, Skills: Flame Vortex, Phantom Flame, Burn, Explosive Fireball, Overheat Burn. There were a total of 9 people, and the spirit beast of the leading burly man was this Phantom Flame Elk, which stood at an impressive level 47. Not only it, but the venomous hook-tailed snake around the thin man's neck, the 5-clawed fish-tailed swallow soaring above, and the multicolored demon lizard perched on the branches were all over level 40 and had completed their final evolution. Only the remaining 3 spirit beasts had not completed their final evolution, yet they were all recognized as powerful support-type spirit beasts. Looking at it this way, this lineup was quite terrifying. One should know a beast tamer possessing evolved spirit beasts held a status equivalent to that of a dominant-level spirit beast in the wild, able to lead a team. Gathering 9 such leaders at once, and with their abilities complementing each other, showcases the meticulous planning and preparation that went into this. It's no wonder, without sufficient confidence in their spirit beast strength or adequate preparation, they wouldn't dare to seek trouble with the renowned Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu, hand over all your belongings obediently, and we might spare your life. Otherwise you who have a bright future ahead might die here in this desolate wilderness. Seeing Tang Zimu's pitiful demeanor, a flicker of doubt passed through the burly man's eyes. Yet all signs indicated that the other party was not pretending. His doubt was ultimately replaced by disappointment and disdain. After all, a genius is merely an unfulfilled genius. Encountering people like them, fear is a natural response. The burly man signaled the phantom flame elk beside him to conjure a blazing fireball, threatening Tang Zimu. Of course, his claim to spare him was merely a bluff. Tang Zimu and his two spirit beasts had already seen their faces, so how could they allow the others to leave alive? He said those words just to make Tang Zimu hand over his belongings to avoid a fierce confrontation. If they damaged some cans or fragile materials, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Hand over. Tang Zimu glanced at the backpack in his arms, and then at the fierce phantom flame elk beside the burly man, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes. In the end, he sighed helplessly, stood up, cradled the bundle in his arms, and wobbled towards the burly man. Just as he reached halfway, approaching beside Xiaobai, Tang Zimu pulled the reins, gathered all the bags, smoothly mounted Xiaobai, and shouted, "Run!" Xiaobai did not hesitate, pounding its hooves and twisting its body, dashing madly through the gaps in the woods. However, it was unclear whether it was due to excessive twisting or other reasons. The straps on its side loosened, causing the Ru-E golden cudgel to roll onto the ground, conveniently landing at the feet of Lao He, who was still dumbfounded. Lao He instinctively picked up the fallen Ru-E golden cudgel. Only then did he react and look at the fleeing Tang Zimu and Xiaobai, then at the few final evolution spirit beasts eyeing them hungrily, his confusion instantly turning into terror. "Boss, are you setting up your little brother for this chase?" The seasoned beastmasters reacted instantly upon seeing Tang Zimu flee with the burly man shouting loudly. The others quickly commanded their beasts to pursue the escaping little white. If it weren't for the little white's clever performance of dodging around the pillar like King Qin, it would have surely been captured on the spot. "We will follow directly. You all surround from the side." The few who broke through were not angry and calmly continued their pursuit. Seeing his companions coordinate so well, the burly man felt quite approving. At the same time, the last trace of doubt in his eyes dissipated. Even if Tang Zimu was a genius heavily promoted by the authorities to inspire the populace, he must possess some personal abilities and qualities. His earlier display of weakness was somewhat unreasonable. Now it seemed it was all an act to escape, showcasing superb acting skills and meticulous planning, which made it much more reasonable. The burly man, having completely set his mind at ease, prepared to summon his ghost flame moose to join the chase after Tang Zimu. However, another person quickly grabbed his arm. "There's also a fully qualified rogue monkey here. How do we deal with it?" Although a fully qualified rogue monkey was quite valuable, they worried that Tang Zimu's beast would remember their scent, so, when formulating their plan, they had already confirmed to eliminate both beasts on the spot. The burly man glanced at the old black and thought to himself. Sure enough, he was a genius, decisively abandoning the burden while fleeing. However, Tang Zimu took all the backpacks with him and rode the lightning-flashing dragon shadow horse, which would escape at the slightest mistake. He was unwilling to waste time on this rogue monkey. "Aren't Xiao Yun and the others already buffed? You three stay behind to command your beasts to handle this monkey while I pursue." Having said that, the burly man rode his ghost flame moose and dashed towards the direction Tang Zimu had fled. Since the forest had been forcefully cleared a path by his teammates' beasts, he quickly caught up with the teammates who had rushed out earlier. "What's the situation?" The burly man frowned and inquired, looking at his teammates who were standing still. This teammate's beast was a blood-tracking hound known for its exceptional tracking abilities. His teammate wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, "This horse is incredible. It has no wings, yet it flew up using the air. If it weren't for the five-clawed fish-tailed swallow blocking it in the air, they would have almost escaped." Seeing the burly man's tense expression, he smiled and reassured. "It's fine now. They have formed a perfect encirclement on the outer side. Tang Zimu is like a turtle in a jar. We just need to wait for them to shrink. The encirclement centered around me, and those treasures will be ours." The burly man still felt uneasy and spoke. "In this wilderness, I wonder if any other people might appear. Let them speed up the encirclement to avoid prolonged delays." "Understood." The teammate agreed with the burly man's reasoning and nodded. The blood-tracking hound received its owner's signal and howled several times to the sky. This was the signal to speed up. No one knew what was happening on Tang Zimu's side, but the miserable state of Old Black was evident. Following the burly man's orders, the three auxiliary beasts that had failed to evolve finally stayed behind after providing buffs to all teammates. Under the command of their respective owners, they launched an assault against Old Black. These three auxiliary beasts were all at levels 37 or 38. One was named Wind and Rain Summoner, adept at increasing allies' agility. Another was named Blessed Toad, capable of amplifying allies' skill effects. The last one was the Ice Snail, which could create a slowing field. Despite being auxiliary beasts, their level suppression of nearly 20 levels was significant. Any one of them had attributes far exceeding those of Old Black. Huff. After surrounding Old Black in a triangular formation, the Wind and Rain Summoner rolled its body, creating a whirlwind that lifted Old Black and slammed it hard against a nearby tree, creating a large hole. The Blessed Toad swiftly followed, extending its dark green long tongue to strike Old Black, who had fallen to the ground and was yet to rise. The strike sent Old Black flying back again, completely breaking the already half-bent tree. The Ice Snail timely followed up with a freezing shot, causing blood to flow profusely from the wounded half of Old Black. Yikes! The downed Old Black instinctively let out a wail, but quickly bit his teeth and swallowed the Enduring the excruciating pain, he propped himself up with the Rui gold-banded rod, staring fiercely at the three beasts before him, his eyes filled with hatred. The rogue monkey, born with a rebellious nature, was even more so as a king. Especially after following its master Tang Zimu and witnessing so many overlord-level beings, how could Old Black allow this group of trash to bully him? How is this thing so resilient? The beast master of the Wind and Rain Summoner was astonished to see Old Black could still stand. A juvenile beast enduring the assault of three beasts over level 30 and still able to rise was truly unheard of. Another person beside him had sharper eyes and noticed the reason. It's the armor on it. I saw the whirlwind from Yu Yun hit the armor, and it absorbed most of the energy directly. This armor must have been made from the bones and skin of that six-winged flame monarch. No wonder it can endure so much, made from the bones and skin of an overlord-level existence. Understanding the origin of the armor on Old Black, all three of them had an indescribable desire in their eyes. An item made from overlord-level materials was something they had only heard of before as a top-tier treasure. Without a hint of hesitation, all three of them commanded their beasts to attack once more. Facing the three ferocious beasts, Old Black wiped the blood off his face and patted his armor. Realizing the defensive capabilities of this six-winged flame monarch set, he, filled with rage, chose not to adopt the same passive defense as before. Instead, he braved the attacks of the three beasts and actively launched his own assault. Yikes! With a furious screech, Old Black tightened his grip on the Rui gold-banded rod and charged at the closest Blessed Toad. Seeing this, the Wind and Rain Summoner hurriedly threw a blade of wind towards the middle of the two sides, attempting to force Old Black back. But Old Black bellowed loudly, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, leaned forward, using his armor-covered back to withstand the wind blade. Boom! The wind blade exploded. The frenzied energy sent Old Black spinning sideways, blood gushing from his mouth without restraint. In such a miserable state, he still managed to twist his body in midair, crashing heavily beside the Ice Snail. A month ago, Tang Zimu had specially trained Old Black for the arena, adjusting its falling abilities. Oh no! The three Beast Masters finally realized Old Black's intention. They commanded the Wind and Rain Summoner and the Blessed Toad to rush to support the Ice Snail. Unexpectedly, after enduring a series of heavy blows, Old Black, despite a drowsy mind and excruciating pain all over, miraculously managed to rise quickly from the ground. Yikes! Old Black shook off the blood obscuring his vision, grasped the Rui gold-banded rod tightly, and slammed it down hard on the Ice Snail's head. The Ice Snail, known for its slowness, could not evade such a swift attack. One strike, two strikes, three A 1,350-pound rod was ruthlessly slammed down by Old Black in a The Ice Snail howled in pain, struggled, and twisted, blood flowing from its 7 orifices. Throughout, the Wind and Rain Summoner and the Blessed Toad continuously attacked Old Black, trying to stop him. But Old Black clung to the Ice Snail and resisted all attacks, continuing to smash down until his body was bloodied and mangled. The rogue monkey's inherent ferocity was vividly displayed at this moment. Finally, after another slam, the Ice Snail's brain was completely smashed open. Countless blood and brain matter gushed out. Yikes! Seeing this scene, Old Black resembled a victorious general, gripping the Rui gold-banded rod tightly, raising his head and letting out a final screech with all his remaining strength. Despite facing the onslaught of 3 level 37 or 38 beasts, he was still able to forcefully slay one. Old Black am no coward. After venting this anger, Old Black had also reached his limit. He could no longer support his body, his grip slackened, and the Rui gold-banded rod fell to the ground. Then his vision darkened, and he collapsed on the Ice Snail's corpse. However, at the moment of his fall, a brilliant, colorful light suddenly radiated from Old Black's body. At this moment, evolution. Old Hay miraculously counterattacked, truly astonishing the three beast masters present. The evolutionary brilliance erupting from his body startled them to their core. But soon followed extreme anger and shame. Evolution takes time, kill it quickly, kill it, don't let it evolve. The beast master who lost the ice snail pointed at Old Hay, shattering under the emotional weight, and shouted. The spirit beast realm is not like some animation or game where one is invincible during evolution or transformation. On the contrary, spirit beasts are at their most vulnerable during evolution. They not only cannot move, but also suffer from energy consumption due to their form change, significantly reducing their defensive capabilities. Thus, many spirit beasts choose to hide in secluded places when they sense their impending evolution quietly evolving. Only those like Old Hay who have completely lost consciousness would undergo evolution in such a situation. Good. The other two beast masters watched helplessly as their companion's beast died before their eyes, feeling utterly humiliated. They furiously commanded their beasts to launch a brutal attack on Old Hay. Huanfeng Yuyun took a deep breath and unleashed a blade-like green energy at the fallen Old Hay. The blessing toad's eyes darkened as it gathered a large golden energy sphere which it then hurled at Old Hay. Both powerful beasts unleashed their mightiest moves, vowing to avenge their fallen companion. Old Wang, calm down a bit. Once we kill Tang Zimu, the wealth we gain will allow us to live lavishly for the rest of our lives. Keeping a few fully evolved spirit beasts won't be a problem. Seeing both powerful moves heading towards Old Hay, Huanfeng Yuyun's Beastmaster sighed in relief and turned to comfort the Ice Snail's Beastmaster. In his view, with such powerful moves aimed at a target that had lost its ability to move, Old Hay's death was already a foregone conclusion. But something astonishing occurred. Despite having taken revenge, the Ice Snail's Beastmaster's expression of rage suddenly turned to one of terror as he looked at Old Hay. Why are you still afraid after avenging yourself? He was about to ask, when suddenly he remembered something and his heart sank. Wait, where is the explosion sound? The explosion sound that should have hit the target. Huanfeng Yuyun's Beastmaster quickly turned to look in Old Hay's direction. What he saw was a scene he could never comprehend in his lifetime. Huanfeng Yuyun's wind blade and the blessing toad's blessing bomb seemed to be paused, suspended 1 meter in front of Old Hay's body, unmoving. How is this possible? He stared in horror at the scene before him, breathing heavily. But before he had time to react, an even more unbelievable sight appeared. From the shadow of a towering tree to their side, a figure stepped out. The person stepped off the branch, walking on air, slowly descending to the ground. With the fierce wind in the woods, his scarlet robe rustled like flowing blood, and his cold expression was Tang Zimu. Huanfeng Yuyun's Beastmaster instinctively shouted this person's name, and his brain stopped thinking at that moment. What did he see? Just moments ago, Tang Zimu had been surrounded by them, fleeing like a stray dog, yet he had been hiding in the tree beside them all along. Moreover, he dropped down from the tree in a horrifying manner, stepping on empty air. Seemingly alerted by the exclamation, Tang Zimu glanced at the three who were in a daze and lightly snapped his fingers at them. Snap! In the next second, the three's necks sounded as if gripped by an invisible force, emitting a cracking sound of bones breaking. Crack! With the final crisp sound, their necks were crushed into bits, and their bulging-eyed heads rolled onto. 3 dignified 4th-level beast masters died inexplicably in the depths of the forest. They even died without understanding why their beast skills had stopped in place, why their necks had been snapped, and how Tang Zimu had appeared here. Tang Zimu turned his head as if he had killed 3 ants, his expression calm as he looked at Huanfeng Yuyun and the blessing toad, now without masters. He raised his hand towards the 2 beasts, but then thought of something and lowered it. Forget it, I'll just leave you two to Old Hay. With a decision made, Tang Zimu twisted his hand, crushing the 2 attacks in place. Then with a wave of his hand, he firmly locked the 2 beasts in place, rendering them immobile. After finishing all this, he sighed in relief, looking at Old Hay still surrounded by colorful light, and remarked, "You brat, I really went through a lot of effort for you to evolve." Tang Zimu was not exaggerating. He truly had expended a great deal of effort. Robbing. Did he really think the sensing ability of the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Horse was just for show? Long before leaving the city, Xiao Bai had sensed some malice in the crowd and quietly warned Tang Zimu. When Tang Zimu's disaster mask was activated, he easily distinguished the 9 individuals in the crowd who were following him with strong malicious intent. Initially, he wanted to casually eliminate the 9 as soon as he left the city. But upon seeing Old Hay excitedly rushing ahead completely unaware, he instantly changed his mind. Old Hay had been stuck on the verge of evolution for nearly a week. Based on Tang Zimu's years of gaming knowledge and experience in the spirit beast realm, it was highly likely that Old Hay lacked the stimulation of combat or a life-and-death crisis causing some lethargy. After all, no matter how much Tang Zimu rewarded it with intense battles, he could not kill it. With that thought, he simply decided to let the 9 continue to follow him. After quietly informing Xiaobai of his plan, he deliberately flaunted his wealth to entice them to act quickly. And during the earlier encirclement, it seemed like Tang Zimu was frantically fleeing on Xiaobai. In reality, he had long used his ghostly spirit body to hide in the shadow of a large tree, and the Xiaobai he rode was actually a ghostly illusion created with his ghostly abilities that carried a hint of his aura. After a month of hard training, Tang Zimu had mastered the abilities granted by the myriad forms divine body to perfection. Thus Old He appeared to be isolated and caught in a life-and-death struggle. In reality, Tang Zimu had been sitting comfortably on a tree watching the show transforming into a superhuman body capable of manipulating telekinesis to ensure his absolute safety. It was as if even if it wanted to die, it couldn't. Fortunately, Tang Zimu's hard work paid off, and Old He successfully evolved at the last moment. Otherwise, he couldn't think of a better way to stimulate Old He. Did he really have to use intense battles to the point where Old He could see its ancestors, then use recovery potions to bring it back, and continue to battle, torturing it repeatedly? That didn't seem impossible. Tang Zimu felt a tingle in his palm. Quickly shaking his head, he pushed away that cruel and evil thought. Tang Zimu snapped back to reality, casually leaning against a tree, calmly waiting for Old He's evolution to conclude and for Xiaobei's return. His current calmness was actually rooted in his terrifying strength. Old He and Xiaobai have been enjoying top-tier spirit beast rations, supreme spirit beast growth elixirs, and various heavenly materials and treasures for the past month. Only under the influence of these 3 aids can they undergo a transformation with their strength soaring geometrically. What about their master Tang Zimu? In addition to these 3 forms of support, he also possesses even more heavenly materials and treasures, specialized training sandbags to enhance strength and physique, and a disaster mask to increase mental power, along with daily sign-in rewards of supreme attribute points and attribute-boosting items purchased from the shop. If Old He and Xiaobai are like having triple buffs, then Tang Zimu is akin to being covered in buffs, all of the most exaggerated and powerful kind. Thus, the increase in Tang Zimu's power during this nearly year-long period has been exceptionally abnormal. His current attributes are Strength 270, Spirit 190, Stamina 120, Agility 105, Physical Defense 95, Magic Defense 85. Compared to before, all of his base attributes have at least doubled, with Strength, Stamina, and Spirit being particularly outstanding. The significant increase in his Strength attribute can be attributed to the talent of overturning mountains and draining seas and supreme attribute points. The surge in Stamina is due to a special item that appeared in the system's limited time shop, which allows for a permanent increase in stamina with continuous exercise over a specified period. As for the explosive growth in mental power, it is thanks to the scraps provided by Coveys and the disaster mask. Given that the Yuan Song Ancient Dragon is a typical mage-type spirit beast, the majority of the resources they distribute have effects that enhance spirit attributes, such as Flame Dragon Heart Fruit, 10 Directions, Poison Grass, and Dragon Saliva Crystals. Tang Zimu waved his hand and flamboyantly showcased these unheard-of treasures, pouring them in. Coupled with the disaster mask, which provides an even greater boost than training sandbags, he accomplished a feat of nearly quadrupling his mental power attribute in just 1 month. Relying on this mental attribute, which is nearly on par with a 40-plus level mage-type spirit beast, he can effortlessly immobilize the storm clouds and Blessing Toad with his telekinesis. Isn't it taking an unusually long time to evolve? Tang Zimu, feeling bored, turned to glance at Old He, still surrounded by colorful lights, frowning. Compared to Xiaobai, Old He's evolution time had already exceeded Xiaobei's by more than double, and it showed no signs of ending. This evolution card has taken so long, and the evolution time is so lengthy. Why does Old He seem a bit strange? Tang Zimu sighed, stood up straight, and looked to the right front. In the realm of spirit beasts, if dragon attributes are the most powerful, then psychic attributes are the most versatile. In his psychic state, Tang Zimu can manipulate objects with telekinesis and scan the surrounding environment. He can clearly sense that Xiaobei's aura is getting closer. It seems the time agreed upon with Xiaobai has arrived. Sure enough, within a minute a crisp call rang out, and a platinum figure resembling lightning stopped in front of Tang Zimu. Xiaobai shook its sleek fur and disdainfully snorted, expressing deep disdain towards the group that had been pursued. Tang Zimu was pretending earlier, and Xiaobai naturally followed suit. After all, in terms of agility attributes, it indeed can't compare to those final evolution-type beasts of over 40 levels. However, regarding overall speed, Xiaobai has never backed down. Do you understand the value of the ignoring all-terrain ability and the straightforward 30 speed boost from the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed bloodline? Even if Tang Zimu wanted to defeat Xiaobai, he would have to rely on his psychic state to predict in advance and use telekinesis to restrain Xiaobai. After panting a couple of times, Xiao Bai hurriedly looked towards Old Hay. Seeing Old Hay shrouded in the colorful glow of evolution, it immediately let out a happy call, feeling glad for Old Hay. How's the situation? Have those people arrived? Tang Zimu asked. Hey, I specially waited for them for a bit. They should arrive within 3 minutes, Xiao Bai nodded and replied. Indeed, Tang Zimu understood the meaning behind Xiao Bai's call. In his psychic state, although he couldn't achieve complete, unobstructed communication with spirit beasts, he could still generally grasp the meanings in their speech. If it weren't for the continuous consumption of mental power required to maintain the psychic state, Tang Zimu would truly be reluctant to relinquish such a useful state. Who wouldn't want to be a superhero with super abilities? That would be wonderful. I hope they can come quickly. Hearing it would take 3 more minutes, Tang Zimu instantly perked up. He had been waiting here for far too long. Another 2.5 minutes passed, and the surrounding bushes. At the same time, the reckless chatter of the bandits could be heard. Finally, we have this horse cornered. Now that we 6 are gathered, let's see how it can escape. You say Tang Zimu has gone in circles and returned to the same spot. Isn't he just delivering himself right to us? He must be disoriented given his lack of experience in the wild. It's understandable. Knowing full well that Tang Zimu was right here, they dared to chat so loudly. It was clear they believed capturing Tang Zimu was a certainty. While chatting and laughing, the leading burly man jumped out of the bushes first. His spirit beast, the ghost flame elk, followed suit, its eyes glowing with eerie fire, poised to attack at any moment. However, upon seeing the scene before them, both the man and the elk were frozen in place. Before they left, it was clearly a scenario where 3 people and 3 beasts were bullying a monkey. How come upon returning 3 heads are severed and lying on the ground, 1 beast dead and 2 kneeling and unable to move? Only that monkey remains. Where did that monkey go? No, that monkey is within the glow of evolution on the corpse of the ice snail. The leading burly man quickly determined Old Hay's location. But this does not change the fact that he cannot comprehend the bizarre scene before him. The other bandits also stepped out of the bushes one after another after the leading burly man. Upon seeing the scene before them, they along with their spirit beasts were stunned just like the leading burly man. Each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Tang Zimu, who had been bored waiting for so long, finally found something to do. He looked at the frozen crowd, spread his hands, and revealed a radiant smile. No more pretending. I'm revealing my cards. What is he pretending about? What is he revealing? The crowd was drawn in by Tang Zimu's words, but still failed to grasp his meaning. However, they no longer needed to understand. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tang Zimu raised one hand and waved it at the ground. The falling Rui golden cudgel floated into his hand. After simply swinging it a couple of times, he once again smiled at the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll borrow your spirit beasts to practice. As for you all, first go below and establish some connections, then come back to collect your spirit beasts. Snap. With a quick snap of his fingers, a crisp sound echoed through the forest. With the snap of his fingers, an invisible mental force surged forth from Tang Zimu. The 6 individuals felt an inexplicable chill at their necks, causing the hairs on their bodies to stand on end instinctively. The lead burly man trembled, looking at Tang Zimu in terror. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of bones shattering echoed sharply. The necks of the 6 people were twisted into a spiral, their severed heads rolling onto the ground. In the face of mental force, the fragile human body was utterly insignificant. The 6 characters who had conspired for a long time and exhausted their wits were just like the previous trio. Filled with unresolved doubts, they stepped into the underworld. At the moment it sensed its master's death through mental connection, the flaming elk finally reacted. A flicker of despair crossed its eyes as it let out a mournful cry of regret. In truth, it possessed mental strength comparable to that of Tang Zimu and could have prevented its master's death. For although mental power is invisible, it still belongs to a form of energy. As long as the flaming elk or any other beast master reacted and utilized their elemental energy to intercept the mental force, they could save their respective masters. However, the problem lay in the fact that these beast masters, having stayed in human society for too long, had already formed cognitive inertia. They were all on guard against the potential threat to their master's life from the Thundershadow horse. Yet they never considered that this human could wield mental force to annihilate its master like a spirit beast. Hiss, roar. Being cultivated to the final evolution form, the 6 beast masters naturally held deep feelings for their master. After a brief moment of shock and regret, they, enraged and embarrassed, launched an attack on Tang Zimu to avenge their master. Finally able to fight back, Tang Zimu's gaze swept over the 6 beast masters charging from all directions. Given that they were arranged in a specially constructed formation, their abilities complemented each other. The flaming elk specialized in magical attacks and destruction of corpses, while the bloodhound pursued physical attacks and tracking. The poison hook snake provided supplementary attacks with poison, and the colorful lizard offered charm and control. Additionally, the five-clawed fish-tailed swallow was responsible for aerial assaults and opportunistic strikes, while the azure water lotus turtle served as a meat shield in the water. Tang Zimu's brain raced, analyzing the abilities and values of the 6 beast masters before ultimately locking onto the colorful lizard. Eliminate the control type first, that's a certainty. Huh. As Tang Zimu determined his target, the little white creature, receiving a hint from his gaze, charged to his side. Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted the little white creature and charged at the colorful lizard. Thunder Step briefly increases his speed by 30, and the next attack will deal an additional 10 electric damage. The little white creature ceased holding back, activating the Thunder Step skill. It transformed into a flash of lightning. Dodging past the leading bloodhound and poison hook snake, it arrived at the position of the rear beast masters. The flaming elk, startled by Tang Zimu's sudden appearance, immediately retaliated with a massive fireball filled with hatred, creating a formidable spectacle. The little white creature intended to retreat, but Tang Zimu commanded it to charge forward. Thus, the little white creature, without hesitation, met the massive fireball heat. "Come at me!" Tang Zimu shouted excitedly as mental power surged like a tide towards the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. The originally wrist-sized Rui Jingu Bang instantly expanded to the thickness of a bowl, and he swung it with all his might. Bang! The brilliant golden Rui Jingu Bang violently collided with the deep red fireball. Under the fierce golden light, the massive fireball, which had consumed a significant amount of the flaming elk's mental energy, burst apart. Countless sparks flew in all directions. Amidst the dancing flames, it was as if a grand fireworks display had been ignited. Ha ha ha! So refreshing. Bathed in the fireworks, Tang Zimu shouted with delight. The power that had been pent up for a month finally erupted at this moment. However, while enjoyment was one aspect, Tang Zimu's primary purpose in not allowing the little white creature to retreat was still to kill the lizard. Utilizing the myriad sparks as cover, the little white creature reached the side rear of the flaming elk, where the colorful lizard was located, before the final acceleration effect ended. At that moment, the colorful lizard was huddled to the side, preparing to sneakily cast an illusion that could cause dizziness on the spot. It had never imagined that Tang Zimu could break through the encirclement so quickly and charge right at its face. In shock, it turned to evade, only to have the suddenly extended Rui Jingu Bang pressed against its forehead. Tang Zimu exerted force with his wrist, and the Rui Jingu Bang pierced right through the colorful lizard's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Beastmaster, Tang Zimu, for successfully killing a spirit beast, colorful lizard. Tang Zimu sighed in relief upon seeing the colorful lizard's death. Although his power and mental strength were extraordinarily high before this group of Beastmasters above level 40, his physical defense was still quite thin. Once he was controlled and focused on, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, with the colorful lizard dead, their only hope of defeating him was shattered. Without any worries, Tang Zimu charged directly at the strongest flaming elk. The azure water lotus turtle, as a meat shield, had exceptional damage resistance. Upon seeing Tang Zimu's actions, it decisively charged out, activating its defensive skill to block in front of the flaming elk. A fierce light flashed in Tang Zimu's eyes as he let out a roar. "Do you think you can withstand me, eh?" Battle Intent Roar activated. An additional 50 power was instantly granted, causing Tang Zimu's strength to skyrocket to a terrifying 405 points. Such power was an enormous burden for his body. However, Tang Zimu was unconcerned and swung the Rui Jingu Bang at the thickest shell of the azure water lotus turtle. In the face of absolute power, the azure water lotus turtle's proud defensive capabilities became exceedingly laughable. In an instant, the hard diamond-like shell along with the turtle itself was smashed to smithereens. Flesh and shell fragments mixed together, difficult to distinguish. If even the most robust could not withstand a blow from Tang Zimu, how could the other beast masters? Driven mad with rage, he directly infused a massive amount of mental power into the Rui Jingu Bang. Under the horrified gazes of the beast masters, Tang Zimu lifted the 30-meter-long Rui Jingu Bang and swung it down heavily at them. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Beastmaster, Tang Zimu, for successfully killing a spirit beast, flaming elk. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Beastmaster, Tang Zimu, for successfully killing a spirit beast, bloodhound. At this moment, this group of ultimate evolution-type beast masters, any one of whom could stand alone, were slaughtered by Tang Zimu as easily as if he were killing chickens. In less than a minute, 4 piles of bloody flesh had appeared in this area. Tang Zimu, exhilarated from the slaughter, exhaled heavily, feeling entirely at ease. Just as he retracted his mental power and returned the Rui Jingu Bang to its original size, a familiar cry echoed from behind him. Ah, the evolution of Old Black has completed. The card level and evolution took much longer than other spirit beasts. It has finally completed its. Tang Zimu expressed his heartfelt admiration. He quickly turned his head, eager to appreciate the notorious demon monkey within the flame domain. Beside the corpse of the ice snail, Tang Zimu encountered the evolved Lao He. Compared to the previous rogue monkey form, Lao He's height had surged over a meter, reaching nearly 5 meters. Its physique had also become more robust. The bulging muscles all over its body shimmered with a bronze glow, complementing its golden fur. However, the most striking changes were in its eyes and chest. Lao He's eyes, once pitch black, now contained swirling silver strands. Paired with the elongated hook-like eye sockets, it appeared even more sinister. Its chest was adorned with a large, oddly shaped crimson pattern. It looked like a pair of blood-forged long wings, or the gradually opening eyes of an ancient god. This is the infamous demon monkey. What the heck? Tang Zimu was dumbfounded. As a well-known spirit beast in the flame domain, the rogue monkey and the evolved demon monkey, along with the bloodthirsty demon monkey's appearance, were deeply etched in the memories of every resident. The most famous feature of the demon monkey was its half-grown horns after evolution and its prominent sharp fangs. But now Lao He only bore a slight resemblance to the demon monkey with no other similarities at all. No way, where did this come from? Is this still a demon monkey? Tang Zimu scrutinized Lao He multiple times, hesitant to acknowledge it. Only when Lao He flashed that familiar, endearing smile beneath its eerie face did he confirm that this was indeed Lao He. The 5-meter-tall Lao He was as excited as a child. Wait, by age it really is a child. Eek, eek, eek. It joyfully ran to Tang Zimu's side, excitedly calling out with gratitude in its tone. During the evolution process, spirit beasts do not simply turn blind. Everything around them remains within their perception. Lao He is not foolish. The moment it saw Tang Zimu descending from the sky, it had already figured everything out. Whoa, not only did my master not abandon me, but he also constantly protected me in secret, and all this effort was just to help me evolve. If it weren't for being unable to move at that time, Lao He would have already been in tears. Hey, stop there, let me take a good look. Tang Zimu hurriedly calmed Lao He down, and then curiously opened the system's view panel. He was eager to see what the non-demon monkey Lao He was like now. Name Tianma, Ancient Monkey, 10-star qualification, attribute, evil type, level 23, talent Tianma body, epic level talent 1. Tianma shock, when using all evil type skills there is a 25 chance to instill fear in the opponent, and a 1 chance to induce deep fear in the opponent. Deep fear, unable to act, unable to use skills, and losing a large amount of mental power too. Tianma body, when attacking a frightened target deal an additional 40 damage, and when receiving attacks from the frightened target immune to 25 of the damage. Basic attributes: strength 145, spirit 60, stamina 120, agility 90 of physical defense, 105, magic defense 75 skills, demonic face, evil demon combo, furious demon, / Tianma illusion body, earth demon statue. As soon as he opened the panel, the name of the species made Tang Zimu gasp in shock. Just as he suspected, Lao He was indeed not a demon monkey anymore, but a brand new evolved species known as the Tianma ancient monkey. Is this a hidden evolution type, or a mutated evolution type? He had never heard of the rogue monkey having such an evolutionary form. Tang Zimu racked his brain for any information, but found no clues. Wait. He suddenly recalled an important piece of information he had overlooked, which was the effect of the divine-grade spirit beast food. It clearly stated that long-term consumption by spirit beasts could enhance their qualifications and abilities, breaking the limitations of their species. However, since the racial limitation had never manifested, Tang Zimu hadn't paid it much attention. Now it seems that this effect is the most unbelievable. Now I finally understand why you took so long to evolve, and why the evolution time was so lengthy. After realizing this, all previous doubts were resolved. Tang Zimu suddenly understood, and continued to look down. What caught his eye was the prominent level 23. Not only did it evolve, but it also jumped 3 levels at once. I see you little rascal just loves to level up. Indeed, drinking potions can level up, returning from the secret realm can level up, and now it levels up again. Tang Zimu felt that Lao He had great potential for leveling up. After teasing it a bit, he began to carefully examine Lao He's talents and basic attributes. After calculating several times, he came to a final conclusion. This species, known as the Tianma ancient monkey, is strong enough to rank at T1 level, meaning it can sit at the same table with the 3 great royal families. Because Lao He's attributes at level 23 are on par with Bai Xiao's previous level 23 attributes. In fact, Lao He's attributes are slightly higher because it had consumed divine-grade spirit beast food for an extra month. So, Tang Zimu looked at Lao He, and then at Bai Xiao beside him. Do I now have two T1 level spirit beasts? The happiness came so suddenly that he felt a bit dizzy. After all, having two T1 level spirit beasts at the same time is a rarity in all of human history. Even more terrifying is the possibility that if Lao He and Bai Xiao continue to consume divine-grade spirit beast food, could they eventually evolve into T0 level spirit beasts, the so-called divine beasts? Thinking of this possibility, Tang Zimu nearly wanted to pour all the divine-grade spirit beast food into their mouths right now. Fortunately, reason stopped him from this unreasonable thought. In that case, Tang Zimu patted Lao He's shoulder and pointed to the wind rain cloud and blessed toad still pinned to the ground by psychic force. I was originally thinking of locking them up to let you smash them to death. Are you interested in taking action yourself now? Lao He's evolution had not only changed its attributes, its skills had increased by 2, and the previous ones had also been enhanced. Tang Zimu wanted to take this opportunity to appreciate the power of the Tianma ancient monkey and also help Lao He adapt to its new form. Eek! Naturally, Lao He would not refuse the chance to personally slay its enemies. It eagerly took the Rui golden staff handed over by Tang Zimu and approached the two spirit beasts with excitement. As Lao He approached a position nearly equidistant from the two summoned beasts, Tang Zimu released the tight grip of his mental force. The freed Huanfeng Yuyun instantly swelled in anger. Having witnessed its master and companion being killed, its heart was already seething with fury. It also knew that it was no match for the creature that bore a human guise, but surpassed spirit beasts in strength. But before dying, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to vent its anger on a creature that had just been so easily toyed with? So what if it had evolved? It was still just a level 20 novice. With such thoughts in mind, Huanfeng Yuyun spat out a violent breath of turbid air toward Lao He. The nearby blessing toad became even more aggressive. With a powerful push of its legs, it lunged at Lao He, swinging its long tongue wrapped in intense energy through the air. The turbid air surged ahead, while the long tongue struck from the side. Previously, either of these two fierce attacks would have severely injured Lao He without question. But now it had no intention of evading. Instead, it clenched its fists tightly, puffed out its chest, and charged forward. Just as the two attacks were about to hit Lao He, a dark metallic scaled armor appeared around it, wrapping it securely. With a resounding clang, clang, the dull metallic sound of their impact rang out. The explosion of turbid air and the striking tongue were both blocked by the armor, causing no harm to Lao He. Even the blessing toad midair was thrown off balance by the force rebounding from the long tongue and fell helplessly to the ground. Earth Golem, an evil-type defensive skill that temporarily conjures the Earth Golem to protect itself, providing a defense ability of 300 physical defense, 300 magical defense. When the Earth Golem is hit by contact-based damage, it reflects 80 of the damage and inflicts a state of fear on the target. While the Earth Golem exists, the user cannot move or use other skills. This is the new skill that Lao He gained after evolving, although it comes with the negative effects of being unable to move or use other skills. However, in the face of its exaggerated defensive and damage-reflecting capabilities, these negative effects pale in comparison. With a clear sound of armor being shed, Lao He actively dispelled the protection of the Earth Golem. Once the immobilization effect was lifted, it wasted no time and charged toward the blessing toad, wielding its Rui Jingu Bang. The blessing toad was already falling mid-jump, not far from Lao He. Under the state of fear, its movements were relatively sluggish. Thus, just as it was finally getting up, Lao He had already lunged toward its face and swung the Jingu Bang infused with black energy. Evil Strike, an upgraded version of the Evil Beat skill, which not only increases its power, but also adds an extra attack on fearful targets. Bang 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 bang. For successive strikes landed heavily on the blessing toad's head, causing its skull to crack and brain matter to splatter, killing it instantly. With lightning speed, Lao He disposed of one opponent and lifted its head to face Huanfeng Yuyun. Not granting the opponent any time to react, it showed a menacing expression and activated its magic face. Since the upgrade from the evil face, this skill's fear probability has risen to 60. Coupled with a 25 talent bonus and a 5 from the Beastmaster Pearl, the probability has reached a staggering 90. Without any surprise, Huanfeng Yuyun was instantly gripped by fear. Seizing the moment, Lao He launched itself at Huanfeng Yuyun. During the charge, it pressed its palm against the strange pattern on its chest. Ugh! A low, mournful sound seemingly from ancient times echoed out. Lao He swayed slightly, and two shadows spread from its body to the sides. The shadows quickly coalesced, ultimately transforming into two black figures identical in size to Lao He. They wielded black staffs and rushed forward in the same pose as Lao He. Demon Avatar, an evil-type transformation skill that consumes mental power to summon avatars, inheriting 70 of its attributes. The number of summons and their existence duration depend on the consumed mental power. Demon Avatar can be directed by the main body for autonomous attacks or mimic the main bonus actions and skills in a 1-1 manner to assist in combo attacks. Charging at the front, Lao He gazed at the enemy that had nearly killed it, and its fury reached a peak. It took a step, leaped high, and raised its Rui Jingu Bang. Under the black mist enveloping the staff, the brilliant golden Jingu Bang shone like a blade of light piercing through the dark night, striking straight at Huanfeng Yuyun. The two avatars also perfectly replicated Lao He's actions, leaping alongside and swinging their staffs. Fury Break. As an upgrade of the Despair beat skill, Fury Break remains a violent strike type with its power boosted by a whopping 50. This single skill is already so ferocious. Moreover, at this moment 3 skills were unleashed with a loud bang. The 3 staffs struck Huanfeng Yuyun at once, causing its entire body to explode in an instant, dissipating into smoke in the air. With the thrill of avenging its enemy, Lao He excitedly raised the Rui Jingu Bang, swinging it joyfully. Just half an hour ago it had been bullied and beaten nearly to death by Huanfeng Yuyun and the Blessing Toad. But after evolving, it could single-handedly defeat these 2 creatures in less than a minute. How could this not exhilarate Lao He? Even Tang Zimu couldn't help but applaud Lao He. It was terrifying. A level 20 Lao He was able to instantly take down 2 T3 spirit beasts at levels 37 or 38. A level 27 Xiaobai could walk a group of over level 40 final evolution spirit beasts like dogs. This is the dominance of the spirit beast royalty over ordinary spirit beast species. Tang Zimu patiently allowed Lao He some time to celebrate. When it finally calmed down from its excitement, he waved his hand and spoke. Alright, we should set off now. After dealing with these pesky ants, the trio of 1 person, 1 monkey, and 1 horse resumed their journey back to Yinyang City. The subsequent journey was free of any troublemakers. By evening, Tang Zimu successfully arrived near Yinyang City. He led Lao He and Xiaobai briskly toward the city gates. However, halfway there he saw the city gate, which usually only opened its side doors, pushed wide open with a large team of over 100 people and spirit beasts marching out. The people in the team appeared tense, angry, or anxious. Leading them was Tang Zimu's old acquaintance, Vice Minister of Public Security of Yinyang City, Ronglong. Xiaobai, go take a look. Tang Zimu tugged at the reins, and Xiaobai understood, quickly running ahead of the beast masters. Ronglong, who was initially frowning and pondering who the newcomers were, instantly broke into a smile upon seeing Tang Zimu. Uncle Ron, what's going on? Tang Zimu curiously inquired as he stepped closer. We have assembled a team of 800 beast tamers ready to support Yinyu City. Support Yinyu City? Tang Zimu glanced at the mighty procession. In the realm of spirit beasts, a team of 800 capable beast tamers is already quite impressive. The fact that Yinyang City is willing to send such a team to support Yinyu City shows just how tense the situation is there. By the way, how did you manage to come back from Kyoto University? I accepted a mission from the Beast Tamer Alliance and was preparing to go to Yinyu City. However, I thought I should return home first. Ronglong blinked, realizing that this guy, who was just a high school student 2 months ago, is now a 3rd-level beast tamer capable of taking on level missions. But where is the rogue monkey? Ronglong came back to his senses and glanced at the recently famous Jing, Xiaolong Yingju, trying to find the familiar rogue monkey. After staring at Lao He for 3 glances, he still didn't dare to confirm. Oh, that's Lao He. I got a lot of things from the Kunlun secret realm, and after feeding them it evolved into this state. Tang Zimu pointed at Lao He, providing a relatively reasonable explanation. This explanation wasn't the first time he used it. In the previous month, both Lao He and Xiao Bei's levels and strength had been soaring. The teachers at Kyoto University are experienced beast tamers and easily noticed something was off. Tang Zimu then used this excuse to attribute the sudden increase in strength of Lao He and Xiao Bei to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures brought back from the Kunlun secret realm. After all, many things inside are things that humans have never encountered. Oh, so it's Lao He? Ronglong was indeed taken aback and began to examine Lao He closely, his expression growing more and more confused. It wasn't until a nearby officer approached and reminded him that he hurriedly snapped back to reality. Indeed, the type of master you have reflects the type of beast you possess. Indeed, the type of master you have reflects the type of beast. Ronglong sighed and quickly added, unfortunately, I'm in a hurry to set off, so I can't explain in detail. I can only remind you that the situation in Yinyu City is not quite right, but it's best for you to find the city lord to understand the situation and prepare before coming. After saying that, Ronglong waved goodbye to Tang Zimu and led the team straight towards Yinyu City. So urgent. Tang Zimu watched the departing beast tamers, his interest growing stronger. Since arriving in the realm of spirit beasts, apart from the incident of digging for fire essence, where he hadn't experienced any grand battles involving spirit beasts. Moreover, at that time his strength was low, and he could only play a supportive role on the fringes. But now it's different. Whether it is his own overwhelming strength against the final evolution-type spirit beasts or the formidable genetic traits of Lao He and Xiao, why he can now be considered an expert. In other words, this time, he can join the fray, truly participating in this battle, no this war. Due to his intense curiosity about the situation in Yanyu City after bidding farewell to Rong Long, Tang Zimu quickly returned to his villa. After organizing his belongings, he led Lao He and Xiao by making haste towards Zhao Kaixuan's city lord's mansion. Although the renowned Xiao Bai and the mutated Lao He also attracted a commotion among the residents of However, since Yinyang City doesn't have restrictions like Kyoto City against riding spirit beasts and flying, he let Xiao Bai walk in the air and easily reached the city lord's mansion. As the city lord Zhao Kaixuan had already received word of Tang Zimu's return. Upon seeing Tang Zimu arrive, he immediately came out to welcome him. "You kid, you're impressive." As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Kaixuan excitedly gave Tang Zimu a big bear hug, patting his back loudly. Then Zhao Kaixuan sized up Tang Zimu, his eyes filled with satisfaction and emotion. He had supported Tang Zimu so much because he hoped that once Tang Zimu grew up he could help Yinyang City more. This was originally supposed to be an investment that would take a long time to yield returns. Unexpectedly, in just 2 short months, this investment had already paid off. Since Tang Zimu became famous in the Dragon Kingdom, he has attracted countless people to explore some searched for fire essence, or some hunted for the rogue monkey akin to Tang Zimu, and some were students learning how to cultivate like him. In summary, the entire Flaming Domain's GDP has skyrocketed because of Tang Zimu. Yinyang City rose the fastest, directly surging several times. During this period, as the city lord Zhao Kaixuan often woke from sleep with a chuckle. So this is the Jing Xiaolong Ingju, capable of walking on air, truly worthy of the spirit. But where is your rogue monkey? Like Rong Long, Zhao Kaixuan also couldn't recognize the current Lao He. Tang Zimu repeated his earlier explanation. Zhao Kaixuan was stunned for a moment before understanding, shaking his head and saying, "Indeed, as long as it's related to you, there's nothing reasonable about it." It's clear that this image of Tang Zimu as an unparalleled genius, anything happening to him is reasonable, has deeply ingrained itself in the minds of those familiar with him. Discussions certainly cannot happen at the entrance. Zhao Kaixuan led Tang Zimu to his study. After they sat down, he took the initiative to speak. Listening to Tang Zimu's speculation, Zhao Kaixuan's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. He nodded and spoke. Although we do not have concrete information, various speculations suggest that there is a high probability of a new Overlord-level spirit beast appearing. The Overlord level refers to spirit beasts above level 80. The Flame Domain, which occupies a quarter of the Dragon Kingdom's territory, is also the area within the Dragon Kingdom with the highest concentration of Overlord-level beings, housing 18 Overlord-level spirit beasts. The 15 cities of the Flame Domain, along with 3 others currently under construction, have been established in a manner where each city is guarded by 1 Overlord-level spirit beast. Originally, with the demise of the 6-winged Flame Monarch, the people of the Flame Domain thought the pressure on Yanyu City, which was responsible for guarding, would greatly lessen, allowing the nearby Yinyang City and Yinshan City to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Little did they expect that within just 2 months a new Overlord-level spirit beast would emerge. What does it mean for this new Overlord-level spirit beast to command its already limited subordinates? Tang Zimu still found this matter quite peculiar. Zhao Kaixuan sighed helplessly. "We have no idea what this fellow is up to." He shook his head, his tone gradually becoming more resolute. However, the remnants of the 6-winged Flame Monarch were already few. They cannot last long. In due time, the truth will naturally come to light. What we need to do now is to face what comes our way head on. If it wants to fight, we will fight alongside it. This is the belief of the people of the Flame Domain. In this outer region, which has long been plagued by spirit beast invasions, without such a belief the cities of the Flame Domain would have long been flattened by the tide of spirit beasts. That's true. Seeing that he understood the situation well enough, Tang Zimu stood up. "With such great pressure on Yanyu City, I need to hurry over to take a look." Zhao Kaixuan did not try to dissuade Tang Zimu from participating in this task due to the dangers of Yanyu City. Instead, he nodded affirmatively. "The sooner you go, the more strength Yanyu City will have with 1 more person. In this world dominated by spirit beasts, what is needed are those who dare to fight against them. If one shrinks back in the face of a formidable enemy, fearing for their own safety, no matter how talented they are, they will still face disdain from others, even being abandoned." After bidding farewell to Zhao Kaixuan, Tang Zimu hurriedly made his way to Yanyu City. By the time he arrived, it was already 11 in the evening. As he approached Yinyu City riding on Xiao Bai, he was hit by a wave of pungent bloody odor. Tang Zimu quickly looked towards the city gate and was met with an extremely tragic scene. The entrance to Yinyu City was littered with the corpses of spirit beasts and humans, leaving no place to step. Piles of severed limbs and blood-soaked bones nearly reached half the height of the city walls. The entire sandy area at the city gate was stained in varying shades of bright red from the blood that was still flowing and drying, resembling a horrifying sea of blood. In such a hellish scene, some people were frantically searching through the mountain of corpses for the remains of their friends. Others held the dismembered corpses of spirit beasts, crying out in despair over the deaths of their companions. There were no fair duels or rules in this chaos. This was the brutal war that the people of the Flame Domain often endured and had to experience. Due to Xiao Bai's conspicuous appearance, Tang Zimu was quickly noticed by the vigilant guards on the city wall. Soon he was led into the city by someone from Yinyang City, who recognized him arriving beside Ronglong. A few hours ago, the spirited and energetic Ronglong was now slumped against the wall, looking dazed and exhausted. Seeing the familiar Tang Zimu, he shook his head and forced himself to regain some energy. "What's the situation now?" Tang Zimu asked. Ronglong sighed sadly. 2 hours ago, the spirit beasts launched another attack, and it was larger in scale than any before. The number of suicidal spirit beasts exceeded 3,000. We fought for 2 hours, paying the price of over 1,000 beast companions before we managed to kill them all outside the city gate. More than 3,000 suicidal spirit beasts. You must understand that the spirit beasts participating in such suicidal attacks in Yinyu City are not weak or sickly. They are all at least level 20 or 30. The combat strength and pressure exerted by such a limited number of young and strong spirit beasts when they fight to the death are unimaginable. Have they gone mad? Are they just coming here to die? Tang Zimu frowned, increasingly feeling that things were not simple. Throughout the years of battling overlord-level spirit beasts in the Flame Domain, there has never been anything this insane. Who can say otherwise? Many people simply could not adapt to this life-for-life combat style. The moment they stepped onto the battlefield, their cherished spirit beasts cultivated over many years were. Ronglong clenched his fists, burning with anger. But before he could finish, a dull drumbeat echoed from the top of the city wall. As soon as Ronglong heard this, his expression froze. He then grabbed his hair and shouted in despair, "No way, it hasn't even been half an hour, and they are coming again." He didn't have time to continue talking with Tang Zimu. He simply said, "Stay by my side, we will go to battle together," and quickly moved towards the incoming team from Yinyang City, urging the still unprepared crowd to get ready for combat. Tang Zimu understood that Ronglong wanted him to stay close for easier care, so he said nothing more and directly rode Xiao by joining the Yinyang City team. The team from Yinyang City, after swiftly uniting with the forces from 2 other cities, charged out of the city gates together. Roar! Ugh! The ground trembled and blood-soaked sand swirled. As soon as they exited the city gate, Tang Zimu, bathed in moonlight, saw a black line extending to the horizon ahead of Yinyu City. This black line was composed of thousands of spirit beasts of various forms and strengths. They were rushing towards Yinyu City at high speed, emitting the most piercing shrieks they could muster. Hiss! Ronglong, experienced in warfare, surveyed the scene and gasped. He then lowered his voice and spoke to Tang Zimu. "This wave of spirit beasts is even more terrifying than an hour ago. It has likely exceeded 5,000. Tang Zimu, with his keen eyesight, assessed the situation even faster and more accurately than Ronglong. It was not just 5,000. Behind the army of spirit beasts, there was another slightly shorter black line. In other words, the number of this wave of spirit beasts far exceeded 5,000. It was nearly 10,000. Nearly 10,000 spirit beasts with blood-red eyes were rushing towards them in a frenzy. This sense of oppression was not any less than that of an overlord-level spirit beast. "Form ranks." Ronglong raised the command flag in his hand and shouted loudly. He then waved the flag, pointing directly at the army of spirit beasts, and shouted, "All units on guard. We will fight to the death to keep the tide of spirit beasts outside the city walls." With a command from Ronglong, the formation of the Beast Tamer's army began to shift, each warrior's fighting spirit soaring. Beast Tamers with defensive beasts quickly led their companions to guard the trenches and fortifications that had been preset as defensive points. Beast Tamers with support-type beasts frantically directed their beasts to grant corresponding buffs to others. The most numerous were the charging team, led by Tang Zimu and Ronglong. The city walls of the Flame Domain are no ordinary walls. During construction, rare special materials capable of raising energy barriers, preventing underground destruction, and weakening skill damage were mixed into the walls to ensure relative safety from above and below. However, once the walls were breached by the tide of spirit beasts, these places would lose their protection. For the ordinary people inside the city, without beast protection, it would be a true apocalypse. Thus, the Beast Tamer's army had to intercept the spirit beasts outside the city walls. Charge. After stacking a myriad of support buffs, Rong Long gave the command to charge without hesitation. Riding a 2-meter-tall level 65 protective spirit dog, he activated multiple protective skills and surged to the front of the team. Step on the lightning. Tang Zimu tightened the reins, and the small white, enhanced by numerous speed buffs, bolted forward. Even with the old black hanging on its side, it managed to keep pace beside the protective spirit dog. Roar! The spirit beast army charged with all their might, while the beast tamer's army rushed forward. Both sides sped towards each other, soon colliding violently in the center of the battlefield. In an instant, the world changed color, and a cacophony erupted. Countless energy blasts filled with fury clashed against each other as countless bodies surged and struggled. Various energies of different colors exploded in all directions. The entire battlefield, even the sky above, was painted in a chaotic and vibrant spectacle. In the very center of the battlefield, Old Black, Tang Zimu shouted as he saw the charging leopard rush. With one hand holding the reins, Old Black, who was bracing himself on the back of Small White, immediately turned its head and swung the Rui Jingu Bang with its remaining active hand. Of course, it wasn't just the Rui Jingu Bang that was swung. The ghostly strike of Tang Zimu, transformed into a spectral body, was also attached to the Rui Jingu Bang. This exhilarating combination attack truly caught the charging leopard off guard. By the time the stick struck its flank and crushed its abdomen, it realized the horror of this blow. But the term suicide attack was no joke. The fiercely aggressive charging leopard, despite its injuries, forced its head to turn and aimed to bite Old Black's hand holding the stick. This charging leopard was level 50. If it managed to bite Old Black, would likely lose his hand. However, Tang Zimu was not worried at all, instead focusing intently on Old Black's hand about to be bitten. Clang! A crisp collision sound rang out, and before the charging leopard's fangs could touch Old Black's skin, they were caught midair. Rong Long had specifically instructed the protective spirit dog to grant Tang Zimu, Old Black, and Small White an invisible energy shield. Tang Zimu held back from attacking, wanting to see the defensive capabilities of this transparent energy shield. One could only say that it was well-deserved of its reputation as a top-level protective spirit beast. The charging leopard's bite left no cracks on the shield. So if that's the case, Tang Zimu's eyes brightened instantly. Under the effect of the war roar, his strength could soar to a terrifying 400 points. The energy shield provided by the protective spirit dog had such astonishing defense. Did this not mean that he possessed a terrifying sword and an incredible shield, allowing him to slaughter freely among this horde of spirit beasts? No, it was far from just that. Small White's speed was not inferior to many spirit beasts in the army. He also possessed reaction and observation abilities many times faster than the other beast tamers. When calculated this way, he had both offense and defense along with speed and reaction. His combat skills and strategies were all maximized. In this war, he was a true hexagonal warrior. Even Rong Long, due to the protective spirit dog's extreme weaknesses in power and speed, had significantly inferior combat ability compared to him. Discovering that his last shortcoming had been addressed, Tang Zimu immediately decided to stop holding back. He kicked aside the corpse of the charging leopard and directed Small White to charge towards the area with the most spirit beasts. Today was the best opportunity for him to rack up kills against the spirit beasts. Under Tang Zimu's command, Small White unleashed its fastest speed, without reservation, transforming into a dazzling platinum lightning bolt that darted across the battlefield. Wherever it went, beasts were thrown into disarray and wails filled the air. The vast majority of spirit beasts didn't even see who the platinum lightning was before being knocked flying by an unknown force. What the hell is going on? What kind of thing is so powerful that it scattered the spirit beast army? On the city wall, a row of observers was intently watching the bloody battle outside. They were tasked with spotting any leaks in the beast tamer's army attempting to directly attack the city gates, and signaling those with defensive beasts to intercept. Unexpectedly, while one was observing the enemy, they let out a surprised shout. The others followed the gaze of that person after the wall guards finished their reports. Indeed, they saw the platinum lightning wreaking havoc among the spirit beast army. This lightning was like a meat grinder, crazily grinding the flesh and blood of the surrounding spirit beasts. The number of those dying before the lightning was at least several hundred. Seeing this, many observers exchanged glances. Wait, when did a fierce person like this show up at our city gates? Could it be a minister, a clan elder, or the city lord coming personally? If stronger spirit beasts come from behind, won't they be unable to fight back? The city lord, deputy city lord, and leaders of various clans in Yenyu City had not yet made a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to act, but that they couldn't. The energy expended in beast battles could not be quickly restored. If an equally powerful opponent from the spirit beasts were to appear while they were low on energy, the beasts would become lambs to the slaughter. This was advice earned with the blood and tears of many predecessors in the flame domain. I know. Just as everyone was puzzled, one of the observers provided an answer. It's Tang Zimu's Qingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed. When he rode the Qingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed towards our city, I was on the city wall and saw that steed running. What? Tang Zimu. Qingxiao Dragon Shadow Steed. Are you saying that a novice beast tamer who has only tamed beasts for a little over 2 months is unleashing a killing power comparable to that of the city's top ranks against an army of nearly 10,000 spirit beasts? Before his eyes lay a vivid crimson of fresh blood. As he struck, he felt the obstruction of flesh and bone fragments. 1, 2, 3. Amidst the chaotic battle between the two armies, Tang Zimu mechanically supplied phantom energy to assist Lao He in slaying the ferocious spirit beasts before him. Throughout the 2-hour ordeal, aside from occasionally searching for Ron Long to have the protective spirit dog extend the energy shield, he spent the rest of the time relentlessly slaying spirit beasts. He had killed until his eyes were sore, his expression weary, and his spirit drained. Tang Zimu had lost count of how many spirit beasts he had slain. He finally understood why Ron Long had appeared so numb despite not being injured when he had seen him earlier. This relentless combat, devoid of any respite, was an immense torment for both body and mind. Roar! Another spirit beast lunged at him from the front. Instinctively, Tang Zimu, having just consumed a bottle of Supreme Spirit Beast Recovery Potion, unleashed a blast of phantom energy, shattering it midair. As he turned to prepare for the next spirit beast, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. The system's distinctive electronic synthesized voice stood out starkly amidst the battlefield filled with roars and the clash of bodies, jolting the numbed Tang Zimu back to awareness. Ding! Congratulations to the host Tang Zimu for successfully killing a spirit beast, Howling Hound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a continuous kill count of 5,000 spirit beasts, earning the 5,000 continuous kill reward. Random skill 5,000. Have I really killed a total of 5,000 spirit beasts? Tang Zimu was taken aback. After mentally calculating, he realized he had actually slain over 2,000 spirit beasts on this battlefield. To think that just over a week ago he had worked hard to complete the Beastmaster Alliance task to receive a reward for 2,000 continuous kills. He hadn't anticipated that in just a week this number would soar to 5,000. Random skill, a good skill. After a month of exploration, Tang Zimu had gained more understanding of the reward mechanism for achieving system objectives. The rewards for achieving objectives, while not as divine as the first time, would also correspondingly increase with the progress of the goals. For instance, when he achieved 500 continuous kills, he received a skill point, skipped the strength enhancement potion from 1,000 continuous kills, and by 2,000 continuous kills, he received 2 points. Now the random skill from this 5,000 continuous kills should be significantly stronger than the previous skill, with the energy shield provided by the protective spirit dog flickering nearing its expiration. Expectant Tang Zimu immediately chose to retreat. With the help of the miraculous action ability of Xiao Bai, which disregarded all terrain, he swiftly exited the battlefield and arrived at the makeshift resting area beneath the walls of Yenyu City. Inside the resting area, many people had gathered, including Ron Long, who was slumped on the ground. "You brat!" Ron Long rasped as he greeted Tang Zimu, not bothering to stand. For beastmasters, commanding their beasts in high-intensity battles, whether observing the situation or maintaining mental connections, was extremely taxing on their spirits. Especially since Ron Long and the others had already fought fiercely for a long time, their spirits were already exhausted. Under such circumstances, even a slight engagement would lead to dizziness, forcing them to retreat to the resting area. Thus, since the war began, nearly everyone in the army had returned to the resting area 5 or 6 times. Except for Tang Zimu. This guy had only come back once, and that was to find Ron Long and rest for the protective spirit dog's energy shield. Now upon his return, everyone in the resting area looked at Tang Zimu as if he were a monster. "What are you looking at? My stamina attributes are on par with Lao He or Xiao Bai, and I haven't had to lift a finger throughout, so why should I rest?" Tang Zimu directly ignored the gazes of the crowd and let Xiao Bai and Lao He rest aside. He then walked over to Ron Long and sat down. "So how are you holding up?" Ron Long's pale lips revealed a slight smile as he spoke. "Even if I can't hold on, I have to." He then looked at Tang Zimu with gratitude. "Fortunately, you arrived when the spirit beast tide struck, otherwise the city lord and the others would have to act prematurely in the consequences." Sigh. Ron Long's words were undoubtedly heartfelt. He, along with everyone involved in this battle, had seen Tang Zimu commanding Lao He and Xiao Bai as they fought through the ranks of spirit beasts, naturally understanding roughly how many spirit beasts Tang Zimu had slaughtered. That exaggerated number occupied a significant proportion even among the entire spirit beast army. To say he had saved the situation of the battlefield was far from an exaggeration. In light of this, Rong Long had already sighed several times. The legendary Jingxiao Longying horse and the mutated evolved rogue monkey had exceeded his comprehension. Fortunately, both Lao He and Xiao Bai were strong enough, and your protective spirit dog also contributed significantly. Tang Zimu replied, humbly, and continued, later please have the protective spirit dog help us set up an energy barrier. For now you should rest well. Rong Long indeed needed to rest. He nodded in response, and then closed his eyes to recuperate. Tang Zimu turned his attention back to the system's notification sounds. After such a long wait, the random selection finally ended. Ding, random selection complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Despair's End. This name, just at first glance, seems extraordinary. Tang Zimu quickly opened the panel and looked at the rewards temporary storage box. Skill Despair's End. After use, it allows the beast to possess the skill Despair's End. This skill will ignore the race and talent restrictions of spirit beasts, enabling any beast to learn it. Skill description 4 Despair's End. Attributeless physical skill power 100 strength attribute. Upon activation, all physical, mental, agility, physical defense, and magical defense attributes are reduced to 1 point, and all consumed attributes are accumulated into the attack against the target. This attack is 100 critical and ignores 100 of the opponent's physical defense. Wow. Even though he was mentally prepared for the reward enhancement, Tang Zimu still couldn't suppress his excitement. The skill effect of Despair's End was akin to a little cow carrying a parachute. Unbelievably powerful. Consuming all attributes except strength and accumulating them for the next attack. Isn't this essentially equivalent to sacrificing all defenses and abilities to unleash the last and most potent strike? No wonder it's called Despair's End. Who would dare to use such a desperate move unless forced to the edge or in critical moments? With another trump card up his sleeve, Tang Zimu was quite pleased and promptly learned the skill. With thoughts of the last 1,000 or 2,000 spirit beasts waiting for him to harvest and increase his kill count, he didn't bother to rest any longer and prepared to return to the battlefield. However, just as he stood up, the door to the resting area was pushed open. One of Rong Long's subordinates rushed in, his face flushed and body trembling. He urgently pulled Rong Long, exclaiming, "Minister, it's bad. We've fallen into a trap. It's a trap." Upon hearing this, Tang Zimu immediately became alert. He and the people of the Yin domain had sensed that something was amiss when the spirit beasts launched a suicidal attack on Yinyu City. However, due to the lack of information about the internal situation of the spirit beasts, everyone could only passively wait for their next move. After finally killing the last 1,000 or 2,000 of the beast army and seeing victory within reach, the spirit beasts finally revealed their intentions. A trap. What happened? Speak quickly. With a weary expression, Rong Long couldn't afford to rest, forcing himself to perk up and urged eagerly. The adjutant quickly began to explain. Just now, City Lord Jun informed me that our Yanyang City sent an urgent report to all cities in the Yin domain using electromagnetic mayflies. Yanyang City is in danger and needs everyone to rush for support. Yanyang City is in danger. Hearing this, Rong Long felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he nearly jumped up. His wife, children, family, and friends, all of them were in Yanyang City. Now you tell him that Yanyang City is in a critical situation. How could he possibly not break down? Anxiously, Rong Long shook the adjutant quickly and spoke. What exactly is the crisis? When we left, Yanyang City was just fine, wasn't it? The adjutant struggled to stabilize Rong Long and replied angrily. Minister, we've all been deceived. The urgent report states that an hour ago a spirit beast army numbering as high as 100,000 suddenly appeared near Yanyang City, led by the Pan-Snake brothers, who both unexpectedly advanced to the overlord level. The Pan-Snake brothers. They are a pair of infamous twin spirit beasts within the Yin domain. Both are of over level 70 and hail from the illusion scale Pan-Snake species, serving as the main generals of the overlord level, Wanshi Yinmo. Their status is comparable to the earth-horned golden rhinoceros under the six-winged flame monarch. However, since they are twins and share the same mind, their combat power far exceeds that of the earth-horned golden rhinoceros when working together. Thus, they are also known as invincible below the overlord level. The fact that such a pair of spirit beasts both advance to the overlord level indicates how terrifying their strength must be. Impossible. Our Yanyang City is located behind Yinyu City. How could nearly 100,000 spirit beasts get past? And how did the Pan-Snake brothers both advance to the overlord level? Long was unwilling to accept this shocking information and quickly raised his doubts. The adjutant hesitated before speaking. The urgent report speculates that this spirit beast army entered through a secret passage dug in the Yin-Mo Valley. As for how the Pan-Snake brothers advanced to the Overlord level, no one knows at the moment. Yin-Mo Valley. Yin-Mo City had previously issued a task stating that a large number of spirit beast leaders were gathering in the Yin-Mo Valley and beast tamers could not enter. At that time, everyone speculated that the spirit beast leaders were convening for a secret meeting. Little did they expect that they would exploit the geographical position of the Yin-Mo Valley to dig a secret passage to bypass Yin-Yu City and directly assault Yin-Yang City. After Long sorted out the specific situation, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His eyes hardened as he made a decisive statement. Now, immediately, assemble all the people from Yin-Yang City in Yin-Yu City. We must return and assist at the fastest speed. Upon hearing this, the people from Yin-Yang City in the lounge stood up, without hesitation preparing to return to the city for support. Their family members, friends, and savings were all in the city, and no one was willing to give these up. Understood. The adjutant saluted and quickly exited the lounge. They are not studying skills, but rather researching military tactics. These spirit beasts are not learning skills, but are instead delving into military strategies. Tang Zimu, who had been listening to all the news nearby, took a deep breath, feeling quite anxious. Although he had no relatives in Yin-Yang City, he had stored many things in his villa. Canned goods made from the flesh of the six-winged flame monarch, clothes made from bones, half a bag of yin essence stones, and some treasures that were temporarily unnecessary. Calculating it amounted to at least half of what Tang Zimu had painstakingly accumulated over so long. If Yin-Yang City truly fell, his heart would surely ache to pieces. Tang Zimu, how do you feel? Can you continue to fight? Just as Tang Zimu was deep in thought, Long, he leaned in closer and lowered his voice. I actually know that with our current exhausted bodies, even if we rush back to Yin-Yang City, we won't be able to unleash much combat power. But our family is in the city, and we have no choice but to return for defense. Right now, we can only pin all our hopes on you. Unexpectedly facing Long's expectations, Tang Zimu slowly shook his head and asked in return, Minister, do you think the spirit beasts capable of setting up such a trap are foolish? How could they be foolish? We have all been played. Long quickly responded. If they are not foolish, how could they not foresee that we would go for support? Including the situations in Yin-Yu City and Yinshan City, how could they possibly be unaware? Tang Zimu's questioning left Long speechless. Having fought against spirit beasts for so many years, he understood better than anyone else the cunning and learning abilities of high-level spirit beasts. With so much effort put into their plans, the spirit beasts had likely long prepared countermeasures for the support from the other cities. But Long sighed and smiled bitterly. What can we do if we know? We have no choice. My parents' wife and daughter are still in the city. Even if I die, I must rush back to protect them. Tang Zimu nodded and did not continue to persuade. He had no intention of advising Long and the others against going back for support. At such a time, thinking about abandoning or fleeing would no longer resemble the people of the Yin domain who had been fighting on the front lines against spirit beasts. But is there really no other choice? Tang Zimu closed his eyes, his mind racing. At the gate of Yin-Yu City, Minister Rome, I am also powerless. After a fierce internal struggle, the city lord of Yin-Yu City, Zhun Feiwen, ultimately shook his head bitterly and spoke. Just now I received news that the fearsome Flame King is leading the spirit beast army, watching Yin-Yu City with keen eyes. If I dispatch troops to support Yin-Yang City, Yin-Yu City will likely face a catastrophic disaster. Long's eyes widened in shock as he urgently spoke. The fearsome Flame King. They have even allied with the fearsome Flame King for this operation. Zhun Feiwen shook his head, painfully revealing even more shocking news. Not just the fearsome Flame King. Several cities have already sent messages that overlord-level existences in the surrounding areas are obstructing them from dispatching troops to support Yin-Yang City. While we do not know why they have reconciled and joined forces, it seems that all overlord-level spirit beasts in the Yin domain have mobilized. All overlord-level spirit beasts in the Yin domain. No wonder they could gather nearly 10,000 adult spirit beasts as cannon fodder, and no wonder they could command 100,000 spirit beasts for a surprise attack. This is an unprecedented feat achieved by a dozen overlord-level spirit beasts coming together. Long felt dizzy and collapsed into his chair. He could understand the difficulties faced by Yin-Yu City and other cities in not being able to support Yin-Yang City. Yet at this moment, he could not see a future for Yin-Yang City. However, in his sorrow, Long did not notice that Tang Zimu, who had been silent beside him, seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes gradually grew resolute. The renowned philosopher and thinker of Blue Star Nicholas King Maisi once said, "Without cause the head hangs in the market." No, it's that everything has its cause and effect. Tang Zimu, as a loyal fan, strongly agreed with this statement. Therefore, after hearing the current information from the city Lord Jun, he quickly began to analyze the cause and effect of these matters. The first point of concern is the Serpent Brothers. While they indeed have no rivals below the Overlord level, when considered separately, each is merely a T2 level spirit beast at level 76 or 77. This intelligence was obtained by the Flame Domain 3 months ago. It is essential to know that for spirit beasts, leveling up in the later stages often requires several months or even years. In just 3 months, they skyrocketed to above level 80. What could be the reason? Secondly, all the Overlord level spirit beasts in the Flame Domain have united. It is crucial to understand that while humans refer to these beings as spirit beasts, they are actually independent entities based on their species. Their attitudes toward other spirit beast species are similar to their attitudes toward humans. For instance, the 3 families are willing to submit to humans, the 3 royal families are willing to cooperate with humans, while others want to devour each other. The mutual warfare and hostility among spirit beasts are also the reasons why humans, despite being in a weak position, can still persist. Now this group of beings, some with deep-seated grudges and others at different ends of the food chain, has surprisingly set aside their grievances and united against their instincts. What could be the reason? The last point of concern is the attack on Yinyang City. Yinyang City is merely a city of humans with a resident population of only over 100,000 and relatively scarce resources. Even if it were captured, the benefits for the spirit beasts would be limited. In contrast, they have sent tens of thousands of young spirit beasts to their deaths, gone through great efforts to dig secret tunnels, and mobilized large armies for interception. The costs and gains are completely disproportionate. What could be the reason? With these 3 points of concern lined up in his mind, Tang Zimu began to have some clarity. He could be certain that there was a common cause behind the actions of the spirit beasts. Finding this cause might lead to breaking the current crisis. At the same time, Tang Zimu felt that this cause was likely related to the death of the 6-winged flame monarch. After all, this was the only significant change that had occurred in the flame domain during this time. Thus, Tang Zimu turned his gaze toward the region previously governed by the 6-winged flame monarch. This cause might very well be located in that area. Of course, these are merely his speculations and do not necessarily represent the truth. But at least this is the most likely direction to resolve the crisis at this stage, isn't it? Let's do it. Tang Zimu decided to take a bold gamble. After all, he might not be able to break through the encirclement and return to Yinyang City, and even if he did, he might not be able to deal with the prepared Serpent Brothers. It would be better to explore the area where the spirit beasts have been summoned away. If you spirit beasts can lure the tiger away from the mountain and create a diversion, why can't I take advantage of the situation? Yinyang City is facing an army of 100,000 spirit beasts, and it is uncertain how long it can hold out. Realizing the urgency of time, Tang Zimu decisively approached Rong Long and Zhun Feiwen, speaking up. "City Lord Zhun, I need a passage token for the South City Gate." After slaughtering the spirit beast army, sent to their death, Zhun Feiwen, who received news of being targeted by the fearsome Flame King, ordered the troops to regroup, imposing martial law throughout the city and prohibiting personnel from entering or leaving. The South City Gate. If you want to take a detour back, why go through the South City Gate? Zhun Feiwen said in surprise. Yinyang City is located north of Yenyu City, so the area sealed off by the fearsome Flame King is the one north of Yenyu City. Even if one wanted to take a detour back to Yinyang City, one should choose the closer east and west gates. Going through the south gate would directly lead into the desert area previously governed by the 6-winged flame monarch. I need to enter the desert to find a way to resolve the crisis. Since it was a gamble, Tang Zimu could not elaborate much and could only provide a vague answer. He did not plan to take anyone with him on this trip. Although there are plenty of spirit beasts in Yenyu City that are faster and more agile than Xiaobai. But none of those spirit beasts can achieve the ability of Xiaobai to ignore any terrain. Bringing others along would only hinder him. Is there a way to break the crisis in the desert? But this. Zhun Feiwen still hesitated. If a common person said they wanted to go out through the South City Gate at such a time, he would have deemed them a coward fleeing from battle. But this person was Tang Zimu, and he had to give him some respect. Rong Long's eyes lit up beside him. He had faced the 6-winged flame monarch alongside Tang Zimu, and had witnessed Tang Zimu's methods to turn the tide. Rong Long believed that he could create miracles. Thus, even with many doubts, he actively spoke up. City Lord Zhun, let Tang Zimu go. I believe he can do it. Crack. The city gate opened, and the unique white figure Xiaobai stepped out from within the city. As the night descended, and the moon shone brightly among the sparse stars, the area around the South City Gate had not encountered much of the spirit beasts sent to their deaths, nor was there an army of spirit beasts lurking around presenting an overall atmosphere of eerie silence. Crack. The city gate opened, and the unique white figure Xiao Bai stepped out from within the city. Tang Zimu rode on Xiao Bai clad in a dark red robe. Old hay was secured to the side of Xiao Bai's body with the Rui gold hoop. There was no choice, the large-bodied old hay's rear was simply too big. If he sat on Xiao Bai's back, Tang Zimu would be pushed off. Huff. Having stayed too long in the bloody battlefield, upon smelling the relatively fresh air in this area, Tang Zimu took a deep breath. Then he pointed ahead, pulling the reins and speaking. Xiao Bai, let's go. Show your fastest speed. Those spirit beasts' rations are all in the villas of Yanyang City. If we delay, the city will be lost, and those rations will be gone. Who the hell is trying to cut off my rations? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai indeed became anxious. He immediately took off, turning into a streak of platinum lightning. Its running speed was even faster than its previous fastest speed. Yip, yip, yip. The bound old hay could not help but scream, desperately cheering for Xiao Bai. It was anxious too. As the saying goes, the head can be severed, blood can flow, but the rations must not stop. If the rations are gone, wouldn't that mean old hay's life is forfeit? With Xiao Bai's extraordinary performance, and old hay's urging, the trio of one person, one horse, and one monkey quickly swept across the outskirts of the desert and entered the inner region. And they continued to gallop deeper into the heart of the desert. As Tang Zimu had previously guessed, the spirit beasts in this desert had mostly been called out to die or fight. Having run for so long, all they saw were some old and weak spirit beasts. Where could the cause be? Tang Zimu, who had been riding on Xiao Bai as they soared through the clouds, gazed down at the earth, constantly searching. Finally, after half an hour of Xiao Bai's frantic gallop, he observed a peculiar phenomenon in the deepest part of the desert. Tang Zimu had previously entered this desolate desert while pursuing the six-winged flame lord with Zhao Kaixian and the others. With his exaggerated memory, he remembered the scenery along the entire route very clearly. Therefore, when he observed a place along the route that did not match his memory, he decisively ordered Xiao Bai to stop. Quietly go over there and land behind that sand dune. Tang Zimu first pointed to a gigantic pit similar to those used for mining flame essence, then indicated a sand dune on the side of the pit, opening his mouth to speak. Xiao Bai understood and nodded. With its feet stepping into the void, it tilted its body and silently descended from the sky towards the back of the sand dune. Indeed, there is a problem. Just as Xiao Bai was descending to about 100 meters above the ground, Tang Zimu keenly sensed a wave of scorching heat rushing towards him. With the divine body of 10,000 manifestations, even without activating his divine body, he had a clear perception of the elements. This scorching heat was a frenzy of fire elements. Is the fire element related to the changes in this deep pit? Tang Zimu pondered inwardly. In his memory, when he passed through here with Zhao Kaixian over 2 months ago, this large pit was still a slightly sunken lowland. Now both its width and depth had increased several times, as if it had been deliberately excavated. Moreover, when he looked down from the sky, Tang Zimu noticed clear traces of spirit beast activity at the bottom of the deep pit. Thus he did not dare to expose himself further, and instructed Xiao Bai to land cautiously. The intensity and frenzy of the fire elements have clearly escalated. After Xiao Bai landed, Tang Zimu sensed that the fire elements surrounding them had become even denser. Not only was the air unbearably hot, but the temperature around him had also risen significantly. Tang Zimu's heart grew increasingly vigilant. Based on his experience, the density of these fire elements in the air was already comparable to the situation when a fire element spirit beast of over level 30 released its skills. And this was just outside the deep pit. If they got closer to the pit, or even reached its bottom, how intense would the fire elements be? It could probably incinerate ordinary spirit beasts directly. Tang Zimu frowned and tightened his dark red robe. Fortunately, this robe was made from the skin of the six-winged flame lord, possessing high fire resistance, effectively weakening and isolating the surrounding fire element's onslaught. You two stay behind me, and keep your movements quiet, Tang Zimu instructed in a low voice to Xiao Bai and the already released Lao He. Then he made his way down the slope of the sand dune towards the location of the deep pit. Concealed by the night, they quickly reached the edge of the deep pit. Tang Zimu cautiously peeked out to carefully observe the situation of the deep pit. Although both pits were deep, the one used for mining flame essence previously had a cave on its side at the bottom. In contrast, the deep pit before him had a vertical cave right at the center of the bottom. Due to the dim light, and the cave being too deep, Tang Zimu could not see what was inside. From the activity trails, they should all be reptiles. Tang Zimu abandoned the observation of the cave and turned to analyze the activity trails at the bottom of the deep pit. Based on his experience, the curved wheel-shaped massive drag marks on the ground were clearly left behind by serpent-like creatures, and the searing serpent brothers were indeed serpent-like reptiles. This matched up. The cause of the searing serpent brothers' surge in power and the alliance of many overlords to attack Yinyang City was highly likely to be here. It seemed that his conjecture was not wrong. Tang Zimu felt much more at ease. However, he did not rush out. Instead, he patiently observed outside the deep pit for a while before leading Lao He and Xiao Bai into the pit stealthily, heading towards the central cave. Being cautious was always the right approach. After skillfully reaching the edge of the cave without incident, Tang Zimu finally realized just how large this cave was, which only appeared as a small black dot from a high vantage point. The oval-shaped cave entrance had a diameter of nearly 10 meters. Even if Lao He were thrown and lying down, it would be effortless. This cave isn't something the searing serpent brothers drilled out with their own bodies, is it? Tang Zimu touched the texture at the cave's edge and felt he had a definite answer. He glanced at the still unfathomable cave, and with a flicker of his form activated his most stealthy phantom divine body. Not only that, but he also condensed some ghostly energy to cover himself, Lao He, and Xiao Bai. This energy could effectively block the sounds they made and mask their scents. After preparing these, Tang Zimu patted Xiao by instructing it to step into the void and walk down the passage of the cave. He and Lao He then held on to Xiao Bai's body and entered the tunnel. This way they could avoid making noise or stirring up dust by brushing against the cave walls. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. A man, a monkey, and a horse continued to delve deeper into the cave. Enveloped by the ghostly energy, they blended perfectly with the darkness within the tunnel, making it impossible to detect them. However, Tang Zimu and the others were not having an easy time either. The deeper they went into the cave, the more agitated the surrounding fire elements became, and the higher the temperature soared. At 50 meters down, the temperature reached 100 C, and by 100 meters it even reached 200 C. If the three of them had not exceeded human physical limits, and were clad in the heat-absorbing skin of the six-winged flame lord, they would have likely been roasted alive by now. Damn, if this doesn't end soon, we really have to retreat, Tang Zimu muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat anxious. What exactly was lurking in the depths of this cave? How could the energy alone elevate the temperature to such? Before Tang Zimu could finish his complaints, as he continued to descend, he caught a faint whiff of blood rising from below. Having just come from the battlefield, he immediately deduced that this scent of blood came from humans. The scent of blood and humans. Tang Zimu's heart raced with speculation as he tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang. Fortunately, they had finally reached the end of the tunnel. After diving another 20 to 30 meters, they finally left the tunnel and arrived at a relatively spacious. Having gradually adapted to the darkness, Tang Zimu quickly scanned the area below and discovered that it was indeed a massive cave chamber. The height and width of the chamber exceeded 100 meters, and in the dim environment, it stretched endlessly. The source of the human blood scent he had just detected came from the bottom of the chamber, where piles of charred human corpses lay heaped together. What were all these human corpses piled up for? Tang Zimu was puzzled and did not understand where these corpses roasted to a crisp by high temperatures had come from. He could only direct Xiao Bai to continue downwards. But before they could step onto the ground, they heard a sharp voice coming from the dark side, deeper within the chamber. Who is there? Discovered. Tang Zimu's heart trembled, filled with horror. To avoid alarming the snake, he had maximized his concealment abilities. Especially the ghostly energy, many ghost-type spirit beasts could not flexibly use it for concealment like he could. In this situation, being discovered so quickly could only mean two possibilities. One possibility is that the opponent possesses extraordinary sensing abilities or talents. The other possibility is the opponent's strength far exceeds his own. Buzz. In the dark corner of the cave, a blood-red light emerged. The light suddenly expanded, revealing a pair of giant blood-red eyes comparable to the size of a car. These blood-red eyes fixedly stared at Tang Zimu's location, emitting a surprised sound. Human. In the next moment, the expression in the eyes changed, revealing an indescribable ferocity. The cave shook, and the massive body behind the eyes suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at Tang Zimu and the others. Through the blurred shadow, it was evident that this body was over 100 meters long. Not good. Realizing something was wrong, Tang Zimu had no time to think. He grabbed the back of Lao Hei's neck with one hand, while pulling the reins of Xiao Bai with the other, and mounted Xiao Bai to dash up the cave. Xiao Bai also sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the owner of those eyes. Without needing Tang Zimu to say more, it fully activated all its acceleration skills, desperately running at the fastest speed. Humph! The mysterious creature emitted a disdainful snort. With a swift movement, it had already reached the junction of the cave and tunnel. Looking up at Tang Zimu and the others who were rapidly running in the tunnel, it showed no hesitation and directly darted into the tunnel. At that moment, the narrowness and upward slope of the tunnel showcased their benefits. The speed of the mysterious creature far exceeded that of Xiao Bai, but since the tunnel was only slightly larger than its body, even if it could navigate within it would inevitably be slowed down by the tunnel walls. Moreover, as it lunged upwards from the bottom of the cave, Tang Zimu was also desperately throwing ghostly energy downwards to obstruct it. Thus the speed of the mysterious creature was forcibly pulled down to match that of Xiao Bai. What the hell is that? Tang Zimu, having narrowly dodged a fatal blow, let out a sigh of relief. He had anticipated that there would be guards in such a place, but he never expected their strength to be so terrifying. If he wasn't mistaken, the aura of this mysterious creature had already reached the commander level. The commander level just below the sovereign level of spirit beasts. Generally referred to by humans as spirit beasts at the level between 70 and 80. The geographical golden rhinoceros under the six-winged flame lord and the pan-snake brothers from 3 months ago were both commander-level spirit beasts. Spirit beasts of this level under the sovereign level usually number only 2 or 3. To think that at this critical moment, when spirit beasts were in full force, one was hidden here. Faster. While urging Xiao Bai, Tang Zimu took the opportunity to check the information panel he had opened while looking back at the mysterious creature. Name: Illusion Scale Pan Snake, 7-star qualification, attributes: super ability, poison level 72, talent, illusion, poison, emerald level talent, able to secrete illusion poison. If the illusion poison hits the target, it will continuously erode the target's body and has a chance to cause effects such as confusion, manipulation, and control. Basic attributes: strength 689, spirit 905, stamina 510, agility 693, physical defense 510, magic defense 720, skills: illusion poison spray, poison pool, snake tail, illusion scale, poison ring. I did not misperceive. This guy is indeed a commander-level spirit beast. Moreover, it is the same race as the Pan-Snake brothers, the Illusion Scale Pan-Snake. Wait. According to Tang Zimu's knowledge, there were no other commander-level spirit beasts in the Illusion Scale Pan-Snake race besides the Pan-Snake brothers. The closest to commander level is the offspring of the Pan-Snake brothers. Yes, they have a biological. The Illusion Scale Pan-Snake is a miraculous race that is hermaphroditic, allowing them to be both twins and spouses, and even reproduce. Since the Pan-Snake brothers have both risen to the sovereign level, it is reasonable for their child to have gained some benefits and risen to the commander level. Tang Zimu quickly sorted out the situation. At the same time, he became even more desirous of the hidden treasures within the cave. What on earth could cause the entire Illusion Scale Pan-Snake family to achieve such a leap in strength? Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of reality quickly pulled Tang Zimu's thoughts back. Thanks to Xiao Bai's exceptional performance, the three of them finally rushed out of the tunnel and returned to the deep pit they had entered before. However, the commander-level Illusion Scale Pan-Snake did not lag behind, following closely as it charged out of the tunnel. It even opened its enormous maw, lunging straight at Xiao Bai's rear. If it managed to bite down, they would undoubtedly perish. In a moment of crisis, Tang Zimu decisively pulled out a spiky fruit from his bag of treasures and flung it towards the gaping mouth of the Illusion Scale Pan-Snake. As he retracted his hand, he also slapped Xiao Bai's rear. The pained Xiao Bai let out a sharp cry, its body suddenly leaping forward, narrowly avoiding the massive maw behind it. At that moment, the item Tang Zimu had thrown began to take effect. This thing was called the prickly energy fruit, which he had acquired from Coveys, and it enhanced the user's physical defense. However, due to the special energy covering the spikes, consuming it would result in a period of stiffness and shaking as a side effect. Hiss! The prickly energy fruit, which was lodged in its throat, stimulated the Illusion Scale Pan-Snake, causing its body to involuntarily pause, and its momentum faltered. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Tang Zimu steered Xiao Bai to create some distance from the Illusion Scale Pan-Snake. Damn Illusion Scale Pan-Snake. You made me use a prickly energy fruit, I will make you spit it out. Tang Zimu felt some pain in his heart. Even though the fruit had little effect on him, after consuming too much, it could still be sold for money. However, it was clear that this was not the time to discuss that. He desperately urged Xiao Bai to run towards the outside of the deep pit, continuing to distance themselves from the Illusion Scale Pan-Snake. Xiao Bai's hooves were so fast they almost sparked fire. The Illusion Scale Pan-Snake, being a commander-level spirit beast, soon recovered from its brief stiffness. Moreover, having been tricked by Tang Zimu, its attitude shifted from playful to furious. Human, I will kill. The Illusion Scale Pan-Snake no longer held back. With a furious roar, its crawling speed surged again. The distance Tang Zimu had painstakingly created was instantly closed. Feeling the increasingly close stench from behind, both Xiao Bai and Lao He flashed a hint of despair in their eyes. They knew that facing this terrifying commander-level being, they were now in a dire situation. A desperate situation. Tang Zimu was at a loss for words. With a great enemy behind him, he felt a surge of excitement, far beyond any previous battle. As adrenaline spiked, every cell in his body became wildly active. Just a little more, and I can break free from this deep pit, just a bit more to reach that. Feeling the terrifying aura drawing closer behind him, Tang Zimu looked at the sand dune at the edge of the pit, his mind racing. Upon hearing the sound of jaws snapping close behind him, he knew he could no longer sit idly by and immediately raised the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. Grow for me. Tang Zimu spared no effort, draining all his mental energy and pouring it into the Rui Jingu Bang. As a massive amount of mental energy surged in the Rui Jingu Bang, instantly radiated a brilliant golden light, its form rapidly elongating within the glow. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters. The rapidly lengthening Rui Jingu Bang shot forth like a swift spear. It pierced directly into the gaping maw of the illusory scale climbing snake, plunging into its throat. Hiss! The illusory scale climbing snake trembled, letting out a cry of pain. It never expected that this human's weapon could stretch so bizarrely long with such formidable power. Frustrated by the sharp thrust, the illusory scale climbing snake closed its mouth in anger, attempting to bite down and shatter the Rui Jingu Bang that had yet to be retracted. However, the moment its teeth made contact with the Rui Jingu Bang, it regretted it. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing echoed painfully. With all its might, the illusory scale climbing snake's jaw twisted, and one of its teeth was knocked off half. The Rui Jingu Bang, empowered by a mysterious wooden stick, had been tested by Tang Zimu, and found to be able to withstand attacks from even overlord-level beings without a scratch. How could this mere commander-level illusory scale climbing snake dare to play dirty? Beautiful. Seeing the illusory scale climbing snake so easily fall for his trick, Tang Zimu was overjoyed and quickly used this opportunity to command Xiao by increasing the distance from the illusory scale climbing snake. He did not waste the Rui Jingu Bang, still at 100 meters in length. He turned the head of the stick and pressed it against the pit wall. With a strong push using a pole vault style, he helped the running Xiao by gain a burst of speed, successfully leaping over the sand dune. Human. Creature. The illusory scale climbing snake licked its half-broken tooth with its tongue, its 100-meter body trembling with rage. Whether it was the unfamiliar fruits or the incredibly hard stick, Tang Zimu's ever-changing strange tactics caught it completely off guard. With 2 overlord-level parents and high innate talent, it had rampaged through the flame domain for decades, but this was its first time suffering such a string of losses. I will tear you to shreds and turn you into mush. Enraged, the illusory scale climbing snake no longer cared if its actions would destroy the pit. It immediately twisted its body, glowing with purple light, climbing up along the pit wall towards the... It was clear that wherever it crawled, a harsh corrosive sound of sizzling was heard, and large amounts of mud and sand began to fall away and evaporate. Hiss! At the moment it dashed to the edge of the pit, the fully charged illusory scale climbing snake aimed at the sand dune and spat out a mass of pus nearly 100 meters wide. The dune, barely qualifying as a small hill, was utterly insignificant in the face of such pus. A cacophony of crackling sounds occurred, and over half of the entire peak was eroded away. The destructive power of a commander-level creature is evident. However, to the snake's surprise, even after erasing the entire peak, it did not see Tang Zimu's figure. Quickly assessing the traces at the scene, the illusory scale climbing snake understood and snorted disdainfully. Do you think hiding below the dune will keep you safe? I'll corrode the entire dune. The illusory scale climbing snake's body glowed with an eerie purple. Countless dark green toxins flowed from its body towards the dune. Wherever the toxins went, all life withered, and sand and stone turned to smoke. After covering the area, a ripping sound was heard, and the entire dune began to collapse at a visible speed. The illusory scale climbing snake focused intently as it manipulated the toxins to corrode the dune. It did not want to let this human die easily in the corrosive poison. It aimed to capture this guy alive and give him a severe beating to vent its rage. Just as the dune was corroded halfway, the illusory scale climbing snake's expression brightened, revealing a smile. It sensed that the human from earlier was right beneath the toxins. Come out. The illusory scale climbing snake manipulated the toxins to envelop that position, leaving only a few gaps to observe the situation. Then, twisting its body, it thrust out its tail to grab the human. Through the gaps in the toxins, the illusory scale climbing snake clearly saw the human who had just taunted it, raising that golden long stick and charging towards it. It admitted that being struck by this incredibly hard long stick did hurt a bit. However, how could a little pain deter its desire for revenge? The illusory scale climbing snake showed no intention of dodging Instead, it intensified the strike of its tail, wanting to knock the long stick away. Closer, closer. As the illusory scale-climbing snake watched at the moment the golden long stick was about to collide with its long tail, the tip of the stick suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. A terrifying pressure suddenly spread out. Sensing this force, the illusory scale-climbing snake's expression changed drastically, its blood-red eyes instantly revealing a look of fear. How could this be? This power. It rivals the eruption of an overlord-level spirit beast. Friends who have played games should understand that abilities of the same level often become more violent as their effects simplify. The myriad forms divine body as a divine level talent can freely switch its attributes and manipulate the basic abilities of those attributes. It can be said to cover all aspects of capability practical to the extreme. In contrast, the downward mountain and tipping sea. Also a divine level talent, its effect is exceptionally simple and crude, it simply doubles strength. But can it really be that simple? Throughout, Tang Zimu seldom utilized the downward mountain and tipping sea ability besides the fundamental doubling of strength. That is because in those crises his strength was sufficient to cope without needing to resort to it. However, when he revealed this ultimate and most terrifying trump card, the astonishingly high figures of downward mountain and tipping sea would be fully displayed. Tang Zimu's base strength attribute was 270 points. The additional 50 boost from his battle intent roar doubled it to 135 points. The strength-enhancing spirit liquor from a Tutha Sandkill reward provided a 100 increase totaling 270 points. Other special items for temporary strength enhancement collectively exceeded a 100 boost reaching 350 points. So, after experiencing all these enhancements, Tang Zimu's strength attribute soared to 1025 points. For Tang Zimu, whose regular strength was only equivalent to around a level 50 spirit beast, his strength attribute suddenly surged to just a little short of overlord level beings. A full 3 to 4 times increase, crossing 3 major tiers. This is the true terror of the divine level talent, downward mountain and tipping sea. Finally, I have waited for you. Tang Zimu glared with blood-red eyes at the illusory scaled climbing snake, his face taut as he gritted his teeth. At this moment his body trembled uncontrollably, muscles bulging and veins standing out as large amounts of blood seeped from his skin. His power attribute of 1025 points had far exceeded the limits of his physique. The consequence was that all his organs were on the verge of collapse. However, even though every part of him felt like it was being sliced by knives, Tang Zimu persisted with immense willpower. He knew that the next moment was his one and only chance. After all, Tang Zimu's power attribute could soar close to a dominating level. Yet his other attributes remained at their previous levels. Neither his agility nor his mental strength was anywhere near that of the illusory scaled climbing snake. If the snake dodged his attacks with agility, what significance would the strength of those attacks have? Thus Tang Zimu resorted to angering, panicking, and deliberately hiding, all to create an opportunity for a guaranteed strike against the illusory scaled climbing snake. Now, gazing at the snake with its long tail already swung out and unable to retract, Tang Zimu raised the Rui Jingu Bang high, his gaze remarkably sharp. The mental energy he had just replenished with an elite spirit beast recovery potion surged wildly into the Jingu Bang. Meanwhile, all his bodily functions were rapidly declining. The attributes that were dissipating resulted in a sudden burst of brilliant golden light from the tip of the Jingu Bang. This light layered upon itself, dazzling and disorienting. Along with the light rose an aura of impending doom. It was here. Just as the long tail of the illusory scaled climbing snake was about to strike him, Tang Zimu decisively swung the Rui Jingu Bang. All the attributes that had dissipated moments ago transformed into energy that surged into the Jingu Bang, the Absolute Path's final strike. Having just used the elite spirit beast recovery potion, Tang Zimu's attributes were at their peak. Thus, after being transformed by the effect of the Absolute Path's final strike, the additional attack reached 590 points. When added to Tang Zimu's current base power attribute, the power unleashed by this Absolute Path's final strike soared to an astonishing 1615 points. This power had already surpassed that of ordinary dominating level spirit beasts, reaching the level of an old-school dominating spirit beast, like the six-winged flame monarch. Moreover, under the enhancement of the Absolute Path's final strike, this blow was a guaranteed critical hit, ignoring all physical defenses and dealing true damage. As the Rui Jingu Bang was hurled by Tang Zimu, it crashed into the long tail of the illusory scaled climbing snake with overwhelming force. At that moment, the world lost its color, and the entire desert fell into silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Crack. After what felt like an eternity, a crisp sound of shattering broke the eerie silence. The point of contact between the long tail of the illusory scaled climbing snake and the Rui Jingu Bang suddenly opened several fissures. Crack, crack. More and more fissures extended from these initial cracks, spreading out into a dense web-like pattern. After covering the snake's tail, the cracks continued to creep upward, ultimately enveloping the entire body of the illusory scaled climbing snake. No. The illusory scaled climbing snake, frozen in place, displayed confusion, fear, and unwillingness in its eyes. It attempted to speak, but could not produce a sound. In the next second, its massive 100-meter-long body exploded into countless fragments, with a loud bang scattering in all directions. Blood gushed forth, splattering the sky in crimson. Corpse pieces littered the ground everywhere. Huff! Standing amidst this mountain of corpses and rain of blood, Tang Zimu sighed with relief and collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host Tang Zimu for successfully killing a spirit beast, the illusory scaled climbing snake. A system notification sounded in Tang Zimu's ears. This represented that he had personally slain a commanding level spirit beast, one that was beneath a single beast, yet above 10,000 others. Concurrently, Tang Zimu quickly tapped on the prepared item usage panel. Ding! The host has successfully used an elite spirit beast recovery potion on Tang Zimu. After consuming a bottle of elite spirit beast recovery potion, a glow flashed across Tang Zimu, who had been in a lethargic state. Then he stood up, full of vitality. Finally, I've managed to kill this guy. After standing up, Tang Zimu first raised a super energy barrier to block the falling chunks of flesh and splattered blood, then he examined his body. The wounds that had caused him such agony before were now completely healed, as if all the previous pain had been nothing but an illusion. The negative effects of the Absolute Path's final strike are quite disgusting, but my conceptual level recovery ability still surpasses it. You two hurry over here. After checking his body, Tang Zimu waved his hand towards the distance. Before diving into the sand dunes, he had instructed Lao He and Xiao Bai to stay far away to avoid being affected by the battle. Given the earth-shattering battle just now, even a brush or touch of residual energy could have cost them their lives. Yay! After receiving the call, Lao He and Xiao Bai scampered over eagerly. It was clear to see the admiration and reverence in their eyes as they looked at Tang Zimu. They had thought of how they would die when they had been trapped in such a dire situation just moments ago. Yet turning around, they were greeted by the sight of their master unleashing his might and crushing the illusory scaled climbing snake. The two of them instantly jumped with excitement. Having practiced with Tang Zimu before, they knew their master's strength far exceeded their own. But they never imagined he could be this strong. With a single blow, he smashed a commanding level spirit beast. Is this what you call a human? Alright, hurry up and gather all this flesh and blood. If the blood seeps into the mud, I'll be at a great loss. Tang Zimu, unaware of what Lao He and Xiao Bai were thinking, hurriedly urged them on. To kill this illusory scaled climbing snake, he had spent 2 bottles of elite spirit beast recovery potions and a thorny fruit. Having paid such a hefty price, he must recover it from the snake's corpse. Tang Zimu had it all planned out. The tail meat would be made into clear soup snake stew, the belly meat into fragrant crispy snake segments, the head meat into grilled snake skewers, and he heard that snake blood could also enhance vitality. In summary, he must absolutely recoup his losses. You two collect here, I'll go take a look over there. Tang Zimu did not forget that his goal was to investigate the cave within the deep pit. Seeing that Lao He and Xiao Bai had already skillfully begun collecting the corpse and blood, he nodded in satisfaction and swiftly walked towards the deep pit. He wanted to see what exactly required the accumulation of human corpses, and what could cause the entire family of illusory scaled climbing snakes to have such a dramatic increase in power. With a sharp snap, Tang Zimu ignited a flame in the depths of the pit. The fire illuminated the surroundings, revealing the true appearance of the human corpses atop the mountain of bodies. With the death of the illusory scale climbing snake and no other guards present in the cave, Tang Zimu boldly began to inspect the human corpses. Casually flipping through a few bodies, he deduced from the characteristics and markings on these corpses that they hailed from various cities in the Flame Domain. So these mountains of corpses are the result of deaths from the 15 cities of the Flame Domain over this period, Tang Zimu quickly concluded. It was not unusual for so many to die in such a short time. The population flow in this region was already significant, and most areas were occupied by spirit beasts, causing many travelers to perish daily. What was truly strange was that the spirit beasts attacked humans for the purpose of feeding, yet all these corpses remained intact. For spirit beasts to restrain their feeding instincts and actively attack humans, it could only be commanded by the overlord-level beings in various regions. In this light, it made sense. This cave's mountain of corpses, like the attack on Yangyang City, was also jointly created by numerous overlord-level beings. The key question is, what do they intend to do with these corpses? Tang Zimu continued to observe the bodies, soon making a new discovery. Initially, he thought the blood in these corpses had dried up due to the high temperature within the cave. However, after carefully examining the wounds on the corpses, he confirmed that their blood had been forcibly extracted by some means before drying. This was also the reason why, despite the piles of corpses, the stench of blood was not that overwhelming. Upon discovering the anomaly, Tang Zimu began actively searching for traces of blood. Following the direction of some bloodstains on the ground, his gaze landed on the corner where the illusory scale-climbing snake had been lurking. As expected, this creature was guarding something. Not at all surprised, Tang Zimu had anticipated this. He intensified the flame in his hand and walked towards the corner. As he approached, he discovered that this corner concealed a hidden passage. However, the passage slanted downward, blending seamlessly with the dim environment, making it difficult to detect. This temperature. As Tang Zimu moved towards the passage, a wave of intense heat rushed at him. As he reached, he roughly estimated that the temperature of this heat exceeded 400 C. If he were not wearing the skin of the six-winged flame monarch and had transformed into a flame divine body, his constitution alone would not withstand it for long. To be safe, Tang Zimu wrapped himself in a layer of flame shield before entering the passage. After walking about 100 meters, he saw a dark red glow emanating from the end of the passage. Such terrifying flames. With the flame divine body, Tang Zimu immediately sensed the highly volatile fire elements at the end of the passage. In such an environment, even the slightest movement could create sparks. Realizing that he was nearing the truth he had long awaited, Tang Zimu felt a surge of excitement and quickened his pace. However, after only a few steps, he felt a sudden burning sensation at his waist, causing him to gasp in pain. What was happening? Tang Zimu hurriedly removed the small bag from his waist, which he used to carry pressure. Under the influence of the internal high temperature, the edges of this specially made bag, crafted from expensive materials, began to melt, and some treasures inside showed signs of melting. Seeing this, Tang Zimu quickly opened the bag and pulled out a bundle of deep red flames that had started burning at an unknown time. At the moment he held it, he realized that inside the flames was a feather. The feather of the red lotus bifong. His hands burned red from the heat, forcing him to drop the feather of the red lotus bifong onto the ground and begin contemplating. The feather of the red lotus bifong had been in his possession for quite some time. Although it contained extremely volatile energy, it had remained quiet, showing no abnormalities. Why did it suddenly ignite? Unless... Tang Zimu glanced towards the end of the passage. The only thing that could cause the feather of the red lotus bifong to behave this way must be what lay within. Realizing this, Tang Zimu took out a piece of skin from the six-winged flame monarch and wrapped the red lotus bifong feather. He then cautiously cradled the feather and continued deeper into the passage. Sure enough, the further he went, the more vigorous the flames emitted by the red lotus bifong feather became. By the time he reached the opening of the passage, the temperature of the flames was too much for even the skin of the six-winged flame monarch to withstand. However, at this moment, Tang Zimu had no time to worry about the situation of the red lotus bifong feather. He was eagerly analyzing the scene before him. Upon exiting the passage, Tang Zimu found himself in a relatively small chamber. The walls of the chamber were engulfed in raging flames, and the floor was etched with a complete and bizarre pattern. From the details of the pattern and the pungent smell of blood within the chamber, it was evident that this design was created using human blood. At the center of the chamber stood a raised black stone platform, and in the middle of the platform lay a deep red orb only the size of a palm. Both the frenzied heat and the flames on the walls originated from this orb. Tang Zimu attempted to push the red lotus bifong feather towards the orb. The two items immediately erupted into even more intense flames. However, although both were flames, their properties were clearly different, even exuding a faint sense of repulsion. This relieved Tang Zimu. With the red lotus bifong feather shielding him, he felt much less affected. After a brief moment of adjustment, Tang Zimu boldly approached the orb, cradling the red lotus bifong feather. With the help of the flames emitted by the feather, he managed to reach the front of the orb. He also saw the deep red flames pulsating continuously within the translucent orb. This must also be some item imbued with divinity. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zimu affirmed. The only things that could affect the red lotus bifong feather must be items of the same divine level. From the condition of the orb, he could even deduce that this item came from the blazing flame swan and eye. After all, located in the flame domain and sharing the fire attribute with the red lotus bifong, they were mutually repellent. It was only fitting that the blazing flame swan and eye, which had an extraordinary battle with the red lotus bifong in the myths of the flame domain, was the source. In that case, as for the reward, Tang Zimu concentrated all his mental energy into his hand, providing sufficient protection before swiftly reaching out to touch the orb. He quickly withdrew his hand before it could be burned. The system's prompt sounded almost immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host's beast Tang Zimu for successfully making contact with the blazing flame, Swan and I orb. Ding, congratulations to the host for the third contact with an item imbued with divinity, earning a triple reward, blazing lotus demon flame. Indeed, it is the treasure of the blazing flame, Swan and I. I never expected that this cave would hide an item imbued with divine attributes. Tang Zimu, while waving his burnt palm, couldn't help but chuckle. Divine items are one of the most challenging conditions for the system to advance, and the rewards for this series are exceptionally generous. By chance, I've struck a major bargain. However, Tang Zimu quickly retracted his bared teeth. He recalled his previous speculation, that the violent uprising of the dominant spirit beast was related to the death of the six-winged flame monarch. But now it seems that's not the case, rather it's connected to the pearl of the blazing flame, Swan and I. The fact that the pearl of the blazing flame, Swan and I, has remained undiscovered in the flame domain for so long, and suddenly appeared, must have its reasons. No matter how one looks at it, it seems related to the feather of the red lotus by Fong, which is reacting with it. So did the entire uprising of spirit beasts in the flame domain result from the feather of the red lotus by Fong that I unearthed? Tang Zimu sighed. Isn't this just digging a pit for myself? Quickly shaking off that thought, he redirected his focus back to the rewards from the system. The second-tier reward for meeting the standards of this divine item is the top-tier item, the Calamity Mask. The third-tier reward surely won't be lacking either. With that in mind, Tang Zimu opened the reward storage box. Blazing Lotus Demon Flame. Activation card. This item can only be used on fire attribute spirit beasts. Once used, the flames controlled by the spirit beast will transform into Blazing Lotus Demon Flame. Blazing Lotus Demon Flame, a flame formed by the combination of the Red Lotus Karma Fire from the Red Lotus by Fong, and the Blazing Sky Demon Flame, from the Blazing Flame, Swan and I, possessing immense power that even gods and demons fear, revered as the Lord of 10,000 Flames. 1. Lord of 10,000 Flames. Fire resistance increased to 99. 2. Blazing Lotus. All fire magic skills can trigger fire element explosions. 3. Demon Flame. The power of all fire magic skills is increased by 100. Hiss. Just a moment ago, Tang Zimu was feeling the pinch from using the divine grade spirit beast recovery potion and the ice thorn fruit, but now he felt neither soreness in his waist nor pain in his legs. Hockey Snake, you are truly a magnificent snake. Not only did you donate your 100-meter-long commanding body as an ingredient, but you've also contributed such a powerful flame to me. In Tang Zimu's eyes, the effect of the Blazing Lotus Demon Flame was already comparable to that of a divine grade ability, deserving of the evaluation akin to a penny stuck on a little cow's backside. Extremely impressive. A 99 fire resistance means a 99 reduction in fire damage. Is such a miraculous ratio even possible in reality? Not to mention that the power of all his fire attribute magic skills would double, triggering chain explosions. With the enhancement effect of his fire divine body, could a single spark skill be amplified into a fire dragon? One can only say that the only distinction between this item and divine abilities lies in its limitation to pure fire attributes, and the damage amplification effect is confined to magical damage. However, this does not significantly impact Tang Zimu as. Still in the state of the fire divine body, he tentatively dragged the activation card onto his avatar panel. Ding, host Tang Zimu, do you confirm the use of the Blazing Lotus Demon Flame activation card on the beast Tang Zimu? Indeed, the universal divine body is still superior. Attribute limitations pale in comparison to divine talents. Confirm. Tang Zimu affirmed, immediately feeling a wave of intense heat rapidly spreading within his body. Simultaneously, a stream of special information poured into his mind. Once the intense heat fully enveloped his body, the previously unbearable heat of the surroundings instantly turned gentle and refreshing. Is that all? Tang Zimu felt the process was somewhat bland. There wasn't the kind of transformative pain he had imagined. The flame he had used for illumination had already extinguished, so he tentatively snapped his fingers again. Whoosh! This time a completely new flame ignited. The flame was crimson, giving the impression of possessing the overwhelming pressure emitted by the pearl of the blazing flame Swan and I, as well as the sharpness radiating from the feather of the red lotus by Fong. In the center of the blazing fire, it was as if one could hear the roars of beasts and the cries of birds. The power was temporarily hard to measure. Tang Zimu tentatively tested its manipulability. He found that controlling the Blazing Lotus Demon Flame was far more sensitive than managing the previous ordinary flames, almost reaching the level where the flame moved with his thoughts. Now I've truly become a fire mage. Tang Zimu sighed in satisfaction, retracting the Blazing Lotus Demon Flame and then re-examined the entire cave. The blazing lotus demon flame was formed by the fusion of the red lotus karma fire of the red lotus by Fong and the blazing sky demon flame of the blazing flame Swan and I. Therefore, upon activating the demon flame, a portion of information regarding the blazing flame Swan and I and the red lotus by Fong was infused into his mind. This included information about the current situation in the cave. The bizarre patterns painted on the cave floor with fresh blood resembled a method to activate the abilities of the blazing flame Swan and I. For some unknown reason, it has been passed down and altered to require human blood for activation. Using this method to activate the pearl of the blazing flame Swan and I allows one to summon the blazing sky demon flame contained within the pearl, thus refining extremely pure energy. Combining this information with the Pan-Snake brothers and the recent unusual movements of the spirit beast Tang Zimu deduced the general course of the entire event. The Pan-Snake brothers, or the illusory scale Pan-Snake tribe, for some unknown reason passed down abilities related to the blazing flame Swan and I. Therefore, after the pearl of the blazing flame Swan and I showed unusual activity, the Pan-Snake brothers discovered this place and utilized special means to refine a large amount of energy, allowing them both to advance to the dominant level. However, their collection of human blood was ultimately limited. Thus, the Pan-Snake brothers used energy inducement or other means to unite with other dominant-level beings to collect human blood together. At first, they only collected blood from passing humans, but later their appetite grew, and they set their sights on Yinyang City. After all, Yinyang City is currently the most well-known and prosperous city in the Flame Domain, with the highest population flow, and its population far exceeds that of other cities. So, once humans take the pearl of the blazing flame, Swan and I, their plans will completely collapse. Tang Zimu quickly grasped the key point. Of course, while this method sounds easy, implementing it is nearly impossible. The Pan-Snake brothers have left their commanding-level offspring to guard the cave. In a situation where all experts in the Flame Domain are strictly monitored by various dominant beings, how can humans win against an illusory scale Pan-Snake of commanding level? Only someone like Tang Zimu, who can charge into the desert while still unleashing dominant-level attacks, can accomplish such a feat. TSK tisk, that pearl of the blazing flame Swan and I is about to come cheap to me. Tang Zimu reached out toward the pearl of the blazing flame Swan and I, feeling a surge of anticipation rising within. The pearl of the blazing flame Swan and I was obviously in an operational state. Doesn't that mean there is pure energy inside that the Pan-Snake brothers have yet to utilize? Tang Zimu's palm pressed against the pearl of blazing sun lion. Previously, the surface temperature of the pearl was so hot that he could hardly bear it. However, with a 99 resistance to flames, this level of heat was merely a gentle warmth for him. With a gentle tug, he held the pearl of blazing sun lion in his palm. Tang Zimu shut his eyes, meticulously sensing the inner essence of the pearl. In the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes, filled with indescribable excitement. There was still a considerable amount of pure energy that could be absorbed from the pearl of blazing sun lion. This is quite a bargain for me. Tang Zimu, exhilarated, immediately manipulated the blazing lotus demon flame, beginning to guide the energy within the pearl of blazing sun lion. This energy was refined from the exceedingly domineering blazing heaven demon flame. Its attributes were wildly turbulent, accompanied by unimaginably high temperature fire elements. Even for a commander level, or even a sovereign level spiritual beast, they would have to proceed with utmost caution, gradually soothing the energy before absorption. However, due to the blazing lotus demon flame bearing the aura of the blazing heaven demon flame, along with his own 99 flame resistance, Tang Zimu had far fewer concerns in his absorption. He absorbed it directly, greedily, and with great enthusiasm. After all, this energy was extraordinarily pure, and once it entered his body, it would rapidly disperse to every part of him without the need for refining. Hiss! In the midst of his rampant absorption, Tang Zimu quickly felt that familiar sharp pain associated with body transformation, instinctively drawing in a breath. Yes, this is the feeling. It's not that he enjoyed the pain. It was simply that every time he experienced this sensation, his attributes would undergo a qualitative enhancement. Excited, Tang Zimu quickly summoned his attribute panel, enduring the pain while admiring the changes in his foundational attributes. At first, he was merely in the adaptation phase. All foundational attributes would only fluctuate every so often. However, once his body adapted, all his foundational attributes began to rise at an observable speed. The most prominent improvements were in his mental strength and magical defense attributes. After all, the blazing sun lion was a magical beast, and the energy refined from the blazing heaven demon flame naturally favored enhancing these two attributes. Thus, the speed of increase for these two attributes could only be described as soaring. It was the kind of increase that even made Tang Zimu himself apprehensive. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Despite the time being short, that 1 minute of Tang Zimu's unrestrained absorption equaled the careful absorption of his snake brothers over 1 or 2 days. After greedily absorbing for about 20 minutes, the residual energy within the pearl of blazing sun lion was completely consumed by him. The snake brothers took about 2 months to absorb energy, leveling up 3 or 4 times to reach the sovereign level. The energy Tang Zimu absorbed was equivalent to 1/3 of what they had absorbed, so the effect was evident. After temporarily adapting to his new attributes, Tang Zimu looked at his attribute panel. As expected, all the attributes on the panel had undergone a tremendous transformation. At this point, Tang Zimu's attributes were Strength 390, a Mental 420, Stamina 210, Agility 220, a Physical Defense 165, Magical Defense 235. Compared to before, his mental strength had soared by a full 230 points, and his magical defense had increased by a full 150 points. The other attributes such as stamina, agility, and physical defense also doubled. The least improved attribute was still strength, which the Blazing Sun Lion was least proficient in. However, under the overwhelming effect, it also doubled to 120 points. This is insane. Just the foundational attributes are almost comparable to AT2 Spiritual Beast at level 50 with full qualifications. Tang Zimu was dumbfounded. The higher the level of the Spiritual Beast, the harder it was to improve, but the attributes gained with each level would also increase. Originally, his foundational attributes were similar to those of AT3 Spiritual Beast at level 40. However, after this absorption, he jumped over 10 levels, reaching equivalence with AT2 Spiritual Beast at level 50. Such a leap was simply unfathomable. What was even more terrifying was that with 2 divine-level talents, the Blazing Lotus Demon Flame, and a multitude of skills and items, Tang Zimu's true combat ability could not be assessed solely based on foundational attributes. It would at least double. With this in mind, even if the Illusion Scale Snake were resurrected, Tang Zimu could still contend with it without using his ultimate move, Ultimate Path of Ascension. A human with truly sovereign-level combat power was quietly born. What a great item, truly a one. Tang Zimu cherished the Pearl of Blazing Sun Lion, unable to suppress his inner excitement. The Pearl of Blazing Sun Lion wasn't just some trivial one-time use item. As long as one was willing to provide a certain amount of energy, it could continuously produce the Blazing Heaven Demon Flame for refining. Tang Zimu indeed didn't understand the method of refining with human blood, but possessing the Blazing Lotus Demon Flame, his mastery was naturally more advanced than this cumbersome and limited refining method. What human blood or not, I can refine the blood of spiritual beasts. I can even refine their corpses. In other words, from now on, when Tang Zimu kills spiritual beasts, he could not only gain system points, but also refine energy that enhances attributes. This was like Qin Shi Huang eating Sichuan pepper. What a tremendous gain. In the Flame Domain in Flame Sun City atop the city wall, Minister Wei, over half of the Beast Tamer team at the South Gate, has been killed. We urgently need reinforcements, or we truly won't be able to hold the line. The bloodied vice commander at the South Gate pleaded. Wei Yongguo withdrew his gaze from outside the city, his fists tightly clenched, gritting his teeth. Reinforcements? Where am I supposed to find reinforcements for you? All the beast tamers in the city have been wiped out. At this point, the people of Flame Sun City had fought fiercely against the army of 100,000 spiritual beasts for several hours. Logically speaking, with 2 sovereign-level spiritual beasts leading the charge, and 100,000 young spiritual beasts following, any ordinary city would have been flattened by now. Fortunately, a large number of beast tamers had recently come to Flame Sun City, which was how they managed to gather enough manpower to face the spiritual beast army. However, this was merely relying on the sturdiness of the city walls to hold on temporarily. As time passed, all the beasts under the beast tamers were either dead or injured, and the scales of victory were tilting infinitely towards the army of spiritual beasts. Those who could continue to hold on were merely the remaining beast tamers fighting desperately in the face of the fact that we haven't seen anyone from other cities for such a long time means they have all been held back by the spiritual beasts, and we cannot expect any reinforcements. So our only hope now rests on the city lord. Wei Yongguo's eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope as he turned his gaze back to the battlefield ahead, only to have it dim instantly. The city lord Zhao Kaishuan, regarded as their last hope, was being ruthlessly beaten by the Snake Brothers while riding the Flaming Lion King. Zhao Kaishuan's Blazing Flame Lion King is considered one of the elite beasts among all the city lords in the Flame Domain. However, today, he faces the newly risen tyrants, the Pan Snake Brothers. The brothers are in sync, working harmoniously together, and possess toxic abilities that excel in it. In battle, the situation is as disgusting as a deep, sticky mire constantly engulfing the blazing flame Lion King. Once a majestic figure, the blazing flame Lion King's scales are now nearly half shattered, its fur severely corroded, and it has even broken a leg. It is clear that it is at the end of its strength. Naturally, its master Zhao Kaixuan is not faring much better. With commander-level spirit beasts among the spirit beast army, other experts in Yinyang City must intervene to suppress the situation. Zhao Kaixuan can only command the blazing flame Lion King to evade attacks, struggling to survive amidst the double siege. The prolonged high-intensity command is exhausting his mind, gradually leading him into a state of... He can only rely on instinct, continuously advising the blazing flame Lion King to dodge attacks, waiting for rescue. He had already given up on that fantasy an hour ago. As the city lord, he understands better than anyone the necessity of mutual aid among the cities in the flame domain. But the lack of any rescue from other cities since the battle began only indicates that those cities are in great trouble. How could he expect reinforcements? I never expected that after so much effort Yinyang City would face destruction and loss of life. Zhao Kaixuan's heart is filled with extreme unwillingness. He still has grand ambitions yet to be realized. But what can unwillingness achieve? The harsh reality of Yinyang City being in dire straits is laid bare, and no one can change that. Suddenly, amidst Zhao Kaixuan's daze, the blazing flame Lion King let out a mournful roar. With one leg broken, its movements are sluggish, and it fails to dodge the toxic spray spat out by the pants. The thick venom clings to its other leg, causing large patches of flesh to fall away. Now both of its legs are injured. Little 5. Zhao Kaixuan caressed the trembling back of the blazing flame Lion King, tears streaming down his... He knows that the blazing flame Lion King is at its last breath, ready to fall at any moment. But what can he do? City Lord, over there. On the city wall, Wei Angguo's heart-wrenching shout jolted Zhao Kaixuan back to reality. He turned to look in Wei Angguo's direction, only to see him pointing towards a certain spot in the sky. The sky is another powerful spirit beast flying in. Sure enough, in the sky, a tattered head of a illusory scale pan snake was breaking through the clouds, heading towards the battlefield. Wait, tattered. Zhao Kaixuan shivered, squinting at the vaguely visible snake head in the sky. He faintly saw that the snake's head was riddled with gaps, with flesh and skin peeling away in many places, as if it were missing an eye. It looked like a hastily patched-up creation. A ridiculous thought suddenly surfaced in Zhao Kaixuan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Because he had recognized that the snake in the sky was the child of the Pan-Snake brothers. As the third strongest of the illusory scale Pan-Snake race, how could the offspring of two tyrant-level spirit beasts be merely a patchwork? Zhao Kaixuan could hear Wei Angguo's roar, and naturally the Pan-Snake brothers could hear it too. Initially, they were somewhat surprised. They hadn't sent any flyers towards us. The younger sibling among the Pan-Snake brothers, a sister, no, it should be the wife, curiously looked up. Hiss. In the next moment, it let out a sharp cry. Upon hearing the call, the brother and sister immediately looked up, reacting even more intensely than the younger sibling, with their snake pupils dilating dramatically. Previously, the Pan-Snake brothers had been using poison to wear down the Flame Lion King, expending little effort. Thus they were still in a relatively peak state. The overwhelming aura of dominance was vividly displayed. Watching these two fearsome beasts charge towards the unprotected Tang Zimu, the hearts of everyone present tightened instantly. We must protect Tang Zimu. As the commander of the entire city defense battle, Wei Anggua had to think carefully about the overall situation and was not allowed to take action. But at this moment he could not care about the rules and quickly commanded his beast, Lightwing Griffin, to go support Tang Zimu. Others on the battlefield who noticed Tang Zimu felt the same way. Even those surrounded by spirit beasts sent out their own beasts to help. Even Zhao Kaixuan, who had just caught a breath, was no exception. Though he believed that Tang Zimu was the heroic hope to save everyone instinctively, he still gritted his teeth and summoned his half-damaged Flame Lion King to block the Pan-Snake brothers. However, everyone underestimated the urgency of the Pan-Snake brothers. Faced with a large number of beasts coming to block them, they showed no interest in fighting. They even burned their own flesh and blood energy to explode with unprecedented speed to bypass the beasts and charge straight at Tang Zimu. After all, they believed that killing the child Tang Zimu would surely grant them the Flame Lion Pearl. No. Wei Angguo's eyes widened. The hope that had just arisen in his heart was ruthlessly extinguished. Tang Zimu. Zhao Kaixuan was in a state of frantic anxiety. He ordered the Flame Lion King to burn its flesh and blood energy to block the Pan-Snake brothers. At this moment, when everyone was tense, Tang Zimu, who was being closely tracked by the two dominant spirit beasts, still maintained a calm expression. The Pan-Snake brothers were getting closer to him. Close enough to see their bloodshot eyes, close enough to smell the stench coming from their mouths. Tang Zimu's lips curled up and his right hand, which had been concealed under his sleeve, slowly revealed itself. On his palm a scarlet feather floated. The feather swayed in the wind like a blazing flame. A feather. Everyone, both the crowd and the spirit beasts, were momentarily stunned at the sight. Though it looked impressive, the aura it exuded was that of an ordinary feather. Then, burnt, Tang Zimu softly chanted. His spiritual energy transformed into a torrent of blazing lotus magic flame pouring out towards the scarlet feather in his hand. As a fusion of the red lotus inferno and the blazing heavenly demon flame, the blazing lotus magic flame could manipulate the blazing heavenly demon flame for refining and could naturally control the red lotus inferno. Under the tremendous stimulation of the blazing lotus magic flame, the long-dormant red lotus inferno within the scarlet feather sprang to life, rapidly boiling. Under Tang Zimu's guidance, it surged forth from the feather in a frantic manner. If the ability of the blazing heavenly demon flame leaned towards refining and protection, the ability of the red lotus inferno had only one: burning everything. All things in the world can be burned, even souls cannot escape. Annihilate. The erupting red lotus inferno instantly spread across the entire sky. Like a colossal fiery net that could ensnare heaven and earth, it descended upon the Pan-Snake brothers. Under the overwhelming might of the inferno, both humans and spirit beasts present felt a fear that penetrated their souls and bones. Some frightened spirit beasts instinctively fell to the ground to show submission. Even the dominant Pan-Snake brothers and the Flame Lion King trembled involuntarily. Only then did everyone realize that the seemingly ordinary feather had unleashed a terrifying flame that even the dominant spirit beasts trembled before. Hiss! As the colossal fiery net approached, the Pan-Snake brothers could not care about revenge anymore and screeched as they turned to escape. The reaction speed of the dominant level was beyond doubt, but how could this overwhelming fiery net be so easily escaped? Just as the Pan-Snake brothers were about to flee, the Red Lotus Inferno had already descended. The younger siblings and wives had charged ahead, leaving at a slower pace compared to the elder brothers and husbands. Its side collided with the Red Lotus Inferno. In an instant, flesh evaporated and souls trembled. The magical defense that the illusion scale Pan-Snake was proud of even at the dominant level was insignificant before the Red Lotus Inferno. Under the scorching of the Red Lotus Inferno moments later, the half of the dominant spirit beast that came into contact with the Red Lotus Inferno was completely incinerated. The elder brother and husband were somewhat fortunate, only getting a slight touch of the splash sparks. Even so, this spark burned a hole through its body, leaving it bleeding profusely. The twin snakes were startled and nearly lost their wits, but they were also relieved to have narrowly escaped this fatal attack. They dared not linger any longer and quickly issued commands. Hiss! With a single command, the spirit beasts that were still attacking the city turned their bodies around and blocked in front, helping the two intercept the humans' beast attacks. The manipulation of super abilities. The Pan-Snake brothers summoned the spirit beast army to launch a suicidal attack on the Flame Moon City using this ability. Now, with a chance to breathe, the Pan-Snake brothers directly abandoned the remaining tens of thousands of spirit beasts, fleeing rapidly towards the direction that the battlefield had emptied. Tang Zimu quickly recalled the Red Lotus Inferno. Watching the fleeing Pan-Snake brothers, his smile broadened. Flee! Did they really think that the Red Lotus Inferno, which could incinerate all, had failed to kill them? It was just that Tang Zimu felt pity and intentionally slowed the speed of the flame's coverage. After all, both illusion scale Pan-Snakes were at the dominant level. How much energy could be refined by using the blazing heavenly demon flame? Turning them to ashes would truly be a great loss. City Lord. After recalling the Red Lotus Inferno, Tang Zimu rode Xiao Bai to Zhao Kaixuan's side and called out. This startled Zhao Kaixuan, who was still in a daze. Before Zhao Kaixuan could speak, Tang Zimu continued, the Pan-Snake brothers are heavily injured and can't run fast. We must hurry to catch up with them. The situation was urgent. Zhao Kaixuan could not care about his doubts and said anxiously, but Xiaowu is injured and can't move. Without saying a word, Tang Zimu took out a bottle of blue potion from his pocket. This was not a god-level spirit beast recovery potion. Instead, it was a lower-level item that had refreshed in the system's store a week ago, spirit beast recovery potion. It might not reach the conceptual level recovery effect of a god-level spirit beast recovery potion, but its healing effect was still quite top-notch. I have a bottle of spirit liquid from the Kunlun secret realm that can quickly heal the Flame Lion King's injuries. However, I hope the city lord can agree to one request of mine. A request. Zhao Kaixuan waved his hand. You have just saved everyone in the entire Flame Sun City. Don't say it's just one request. Even if you ask for my life, it's fine. Not to mention just Flame Sun. Now half of the people in Flame Sun City are here for tourism. They come from all over the Dragon Kingdom and are all spirit beast masters who can move around the city. In other words, what Tang Zimu saved this time were talents from all over the Dragon Kingdom. However, what Tang Zimu wanted was not Zhao Kaixian's life. He handed the potion to Zhao Kaixian and said firmly, "I want all the corpses of the dominant and commander-level spirit beasts killed in this battle." On October 15th, 409, the spirit beasts launched a suicide attack on Yanyu City, which had been ongoing for 7 days, reaching its peak scale on this day. At 9 in the morning, tens of thousands of spirit beasts began their relentless assault on the city walls of Yanyu City. As the attacks continued, the city's defensive forces were becoming increasingly strained, prompting other cities in the Yan region to dispatch a large number of reinforcements for rescue. The battle lasted until 11 at night, with the spirit beasts launching 7 attacks, in total the final one involving over 10,000 beasts. In this critical situation, the human hero Tang Zimu stepped forward, slaying thousands of spirit beasts and displaying his brilliance. At 1 o'clock in the early morning of October 16th, 409, the newly emerged dual overlords, the Pan Snake brothers, led an army of 100,000 spirit beasts through a secret passage excavated in the Yan Mo Valley, reaching the vicinity of Y. After the conclusion of the decision of the Yan region, the entire Dragon Kingdom was greatly affected. As a vast area occupying 1/4 of the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yan region, while relatively lacking in other resources, was exceptionally rich in spirit beasts and mineral resources. This sparked a nationwide fervor for exploration to make a fortune in the Yan region. In a short period, countless beast tamers entered the Yan region to hunt spirit beasts or search for mineral veins. Yet in the face of such a national event, the hero Tang Zimu, who played a crucial role in turning the tide of the battle, chose to leave the Yan region quietly and returned to Kyoto University to continue his studies. This low profile lasted for a full 2 months. Until yesterday afternoon, news about Tang Zimu quickly spread, reigniting excitement throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Zimu passed the examination for a 7th level beast tamer. Yes, you heard it right, a 7th level beast tamer. Many city lords in the Dragon Kingdom are still stuck at this level. But Tang Zimu completed this in just 1 afternoon with the help of Lu Shuru, who opened a back door exempting him from the waiting period for the examination, smoothly rising from 4th level beast tamer to 7th level beast tamer. He directly jumped 4 levels, becoming the youngest 7th level beast tamer in the history of the spirit beast world, having the shortest time as a beast tamer, with even 2 of his beasts yet to fully evolve. In the past, such news would have been met with laughter from the people of the Dragon Kingdom, dismissed as a joke. However, upon learning that it was Tang Zimu, the people not only lost all doubt, but even their astonishment diminished. What? A first-year student has become a 7th level beast tamer. Oh, it's Tang Zimu, then it's nothing. Since the news about Tang Zimu defeating the commander-level illusion scale Pan Snake and severely injuring the overlord-level Pan Snake brothers spread, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom became numb to the feats of this young man. Looking back at everything this guy has accomplished since the college entrance examination, not only is it hard to achieve, but even dreaming of such feats would be beyond the capability of others. Why would you still question him? Sigh. This morning Tang Zimu got up from his 5-meter-wide bed and another ordinary day. At this moment, he had moved from the student villa area of Kyoto University to the leadership residential area of Kyoto City. This was in recognition of his extraordinary contributions in the decision of the Yan region. The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom awarded him along with a special hero medal. Living here, Tang Zimu realized that a villa was too simplistic. What was truly impressive was called a manor. Luckily, he now owned a manor. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could decide what to do today, his bedroom door was knocked on. At the same time, the voice of the chief steward came from outside. Master Minister Lu is here to see you. He is waiting downstairs. Lu Shuru. Tang Zimu furrowed. He remembered that yesterday during the 7th level beast tamer examination, the other party was so excited that he almost fainted, saying he needed a few days to rest and recuperate. What is he doing here now? Does he want me to take the 8th level beast tamer exam? Damn, I wanted to keep a trump card. Minister Lu. After the butler welcomed Lu Shuru inside, Tang Zimu took the initiative to greet him. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Lu Shuru eagerly followed Tang Zimu and sat down on the sofa. What happened? Tang Zimu observed the grave expression on Lu Shuru's face and realized that something significant had occurred. Lu Shuru did not answer directly, but instead asked in return, "Do you remember the anomaly that occurred in the Snow region a month ago?" The Snow region is one of the 8 domains of the Dragon Kingdom located at its northernmost edge. Due to its remote geographical location and vast area, the conditions in the snow region are somewhat similar to those in the flame region, where resources are scarce. Human living conditions are harsh and spiritual beasts dominate the area. Lu Shuru's mention of the anomaly was well known to Tang Zimu. Just a month ago, a deep booming roar echoed from the end of the snow region, audible throughout the entire domain. No one knew which beast was responsible for the roar. They only knew that on the day after the low growl, all the spiritual beasts in the snow region began to frantically flee to other areas. This included all the apex-level spiritual beasts in the snow region. What kind of terrifying creature could cause apex-level spiritual beasts who stand at the pinnacle of their domain to abandon their most suitable living conditions and forsake the territories they had fought hard to establish? After all the wild spiritual beasts had fled the snow region, the Dragon Kingdom dispatched a formidable death squad composed entirely of 7th and 8th tier beast tamers to investigate the depths of the snow region. The investigation team searched for 3 days and nights at the location from which the sound had emanated, but found no abnormalities, forcing them to return empty-handed. Ultimately, to be safe, the Dragon Kingdom had to order all residents of the snow region to temporarily evacuate to other domains. This matter had caused quite a stir at the time, nearly overshadowing the heat of the Flame region's decision. Tang Zimu could hardly forget. So, does that mean there's another problem in the snow region? After affirming with a nod, Tang Zimu continued to inquire. Lu Shuru nodded in response, and then revealed the crux of the matter. Just last night, a second deep roar resonated from the end of the snow region. Furthermore, according to expert calculations, this time the location of the roar is nearly a third closer to the central region than before. At this, Tang Zimu sat up straight. The position being closer to the central region implied that the beast responsible for the roar might be moving towards it. This was a creature capable of frightening apex-level beasts, with just its roar, its strength unimaginable. If this creature's target was indeed the central region, even for the Dragon Kingdom, which is teeming with experts, it was uncertain whether they could withstand such a threat. Has there been no trace of this beast found yet? Tang Zimu also felt puzzled. A death squad composed of over a dozen 7th and 8th tier beast tamers had dug deep at the site of the roar, but found no trace left by any spiritual beasts. Had the beast truly evaporated into thin air, or did it never exist at all? Lu Shuru shook his head helplessly. No, General Wu went to the location of the sound overnight, and still found nothing. The General Wu mentioned by Lu Shuru is the national general of the Dragon Kingdom, Wu Song. Like Lu Shuru, he is one of the few 9th tier beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. If even his adept scouting and exploration beast, the Howling Moonhound, could not detect any signs, then they were truly at a loss. Lu Shuru paused for a moment before continuing. The current intention of the ruler is for me and General Wu to take 10 8th tier beast tamers to patrol the borders of the snow region for a while to prevent the appearance of the unknown beast. I came to ask you if, when necessary, your divine feather can release that kind of flame again. Tang Zimu's display of the Red Lotus Inferno incinerating the brother snakes was witnessed by everyone in Yinyang City. He had no intention of hiding it, using a reason to push the existence of the Red Lotus Bijiao, Featherwine Blade, into that deep pit cave. That cave was made by the brother snakes, and with no witnesses left, what was there to fear? Thus, after acknowledging the existence of the divine feather, no one dared to view or offend this freshman student with conventional eyes anymore. A divine feather that could incinerate apex-level beings upon activation is no different from wielding a nuclear weapon. If things escalate, who could withstand his flames? As for the divine feather, it can naturally be activated. Tang Zimu did not refuse to take action. Any spiritual beast capable of unleashing the Red Lotus Inferno is a rare treasure. He certainly would not miss this opportunity. That's good to hear. Although Lu Shuru said this, the worry on his face did not dissipate much. Clearly, he believed that even the flames from the divine feather might not be enough to contend with that unknown creature. So after hesitating for a while, he spoke again. You should still be prepared to leave. If it truly comes to that, flee the city immediately, and do not take unnecessary risks. Compared to the divine feather, Lu Shuru was more concerned about Tang Zimu's safety. Especially after witnessing Tang Zimu pass the examination for 7th tier beast tamers, Lu Shuru regarded him as the most likely candidate to reach or even surpass the current limits of all beast tamers. Even if the central region faced a great disaster, this hope must not be allowed to fail. Tang Zimu understood Lu Shuru's intentions and nodded affirmatively after coming back to his senses from deep contemplation. Lu Shuru hurried to depart, and after delivering his reminder, he left Tang Zimu's estate. After Lu Shuru left, Tang Zimu immediately set off to the lawn of the estate. Yep. Upon seeing Tang Zimu arrive, the sunbathing Lao He and Xiao Bai on the lawn immediately came over to greet him. Compared to 2 months ago, these two creatures had both grown noticeably, becoming even more robust and imposing, and the aura they exuded was several times stronger than before. This was because after 2 months of accumulation, both of their levels had reached level 39. Indeed, in just 2 months, they had both shot up by over 10 levels. This was entirely thanks to the Divine Beast Growth Potion that had reappeared in the points shop a month and a half ago, as well as the vast amounts of energy supplied by Tang Zimu free of charge. Zhao Kaixian is a man of his word. He had promised Tang Zimu the corpses. After the battle at Yanfeng Pass, he directly gave Tang Zimu the corpses of the brother snakes along with those of 3 other commander-level spiritual beasts. Later during the Flame Region's decision, Tang Zimu also contributed significantly. The Lord of the Flame Region allocated a commander-level spiritual beast's corpse to Tang Zimu based on merit. Li Chang and Zhao Kaishuan, in order to express their gratitude, also gave Tang Zimu the commander-level spiritual beast corpses they had been allocated. So counting the corpse of the illusory scaled brother snake, Tang Zimu had a total of 2 apex-level spiritual beast corpses and 7 commander-level spiritual beast corpses. It is known that in the entire Flame Domain decision, humans have killed 4 overlord-level spirit beasts and 13 commander-level spirit beasts. Yet Tang Zimu single-handedly claimed so many. This accounted for more than half, achieving a true sense of wealth that rivals the domain. Tang Zimu himself had never fought such a rich battle, and upon collecting these corpses he began to refine energy with fervor. Even the most refined energy, when absorbed to a certain extent, will reach its limit. After a satisfying and ecstatic absorption session, Tang Zimu was astonished to find his body had rarely reached saturation. With just a little more energy, his body would be on the verge of bursting. Thus Tang Zimu had no choice but to regretfully pause his absorption, digesting the energy he had gathered bit by bit. He even turned to share some excess energy scraps with Lao He and Xiao Bai. Though termed scraps for Lao He and Xiao Bai, energy refined from overlord-level spirit beasts is still a great supplement. Under the effect of the divine-level spirit beast growth potion, the two critters, with just a slight boost, directly jumped to level 39 and both got stuck there. Having learned from Lao Hei's previous level-up experience, Tang Zimu was not in a hurry this time. He fed the 2 divine-level spirit beast food daily, hoping for a greater surprise when they evolve. Speaking of which, how much further can Xiao Bai, originally a T1A, and Lao He, who has already evolved to T1A, reach with another racial mutation? Could it possibly be T0 level, also known as divine beasts? The thought was too enchanting for Tang Zimu to even dare to imagine. Lao He, go pack all the remaining spirit beast meat from the storeroom, the kind that can be taken away at any time. Xiao Bai, you are in charge of organizing our luggage. Tang Zimu, despite having the Red Lotus Flame, had not become so arrogant as to fear nothing. Without knowing the strength of the unknown creature, the usually cautious him must prepare for the worst. However, if the strength of this unknown creature does not reach a level that forces Tang Zimu to retreat, then it would face dire consequences. The low roar within the snow domain spread widely, and such news could not be contained. So within just one day, everyone in the Dragon Nation learned that a terrifying unknown spirit beast was advancing towards the central domain. In no time, the people of the central domain became anxious. After all, just a month ago, the scene of overlord-level spirit beasts fleeing in panic and the mass migration of people from the snow domain was still fresh in their minds. Some individuals with the means began to move their families out of the central domain. Especially in the border areas of the central domain, Huanjin City and Muyu City were the closest to the snow domain. In these 2 cities, up to 90% of the human population evacuated, leaving the cities nearly empty. The authorities did not intervene. Once the 2 cities were completely empty, the Dragon Nation sent its most elite beast tamers along with Lu Shuru and the others to guard the central domain's border. Under such tense and fearful pressure, time ticked away. On the 3rd day after the incident, the low roar from the snow domain resounded once more. This time the location of the roar was even closer to the central domain, near enough that even the capital located at the center of the central domain could hear it. However, those sent to investigate still found no trace. Now, even the nobles in the capital could not remain calm as they hastily began to transfer their family assets to other regions. Migrating caravans filled with luggage were seen everywhere. 5 days later, the low roar sounded again. This time it was very close to the junction of the central domain and the snow domain. This indicated that the unknown spirit beast was about to step into the central domain. This most prosperous region of the Dragon Nation was on the verge of facing the greatest crisis in history. Everyone was on edge, anxiously awaiting the judgment from the unknown creature. The next day at noon, within the hall of the Beast Tamers Alliance headquarters in the capital, Based on the trajectory and speed calculated by experts, the unknown spirit beast should have reached the junction of the two domains by now. This is the moment, but I wonder if the unknown spirit beast will reveal itself. In my opinion, it may not necessarily be the unknown spirit beast. After all this time, only roars are heard without a trace. Perhaps it's a sound-type skill being transmitted. It could also be a ghost-type spirit beast. Powerful ghost-type spirit beasts are hard to detect. What I worry about the most is if the station troops in Huanjin City are wiped out by that unknown spirit beast, leaving us with no information while we sit here waiting. Pa. That is such an unlucky thing to say. The usually bustling hall was now filled with beasts. Everyone was discussing and speculating about information regarding the unknown spirit beast. The headquarters of the Beast Tamers Alliance in the capital houses one of the fastest electromagnetic mayflies in the Dragon Nation, known for its speed of information transmission. They gathered here to receive the first-hand news from Huanjin City. Only then could they decide whether to stay or go. On the second floor of the Alliance, Tang Zimu stepped out of the resting room left for him by the Vice Minister, leaning on the stairs and observing the crowd below. In fact, a couple of days ago, Tang Zimu had intended to go to Huanjin City to investigate. However, he was strongly dissuaded by Wu Xinghuang and others. They did not want the genius Tang Zimu to take risks, even though he had the divine feather in his possession. Tang Zimu thought about it as well. After all, the Dragon Nation had already set up several long-distance teleportation arrays to protect the central domain. Although activating such teleportation arrays consumes a tremendous amount of resources, who cares about that when their homes are at stake? With these teleportation arrays, one could reach Huanjin City by passing through 3 cities in succession. It wouldn't be too late to provide support then. Just as the discussions among the crowd grew more intense, the Vice Minister of the Beast Tamers Alliance, Sun Jun, quickly walked into the communication room upon seeing the red light outside. The red light signified that another electromagnetic mayfly was conveying information to the headquarters. It's here. It's here. The unknown spirit beast, which had instilled fear for so long, was finally about to reveal its true form. The previously noisy scene fell silent immediately. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound that could interfere with the electromagnetic floating device's reception of information. This continued for some time. Only after a while did Sun Jun walk out of the communication room with heavy steps. It was clear that his gaze was somewhat dazed and his face still bore the lingering shock. Everyone was eagerly awaiting Sun Jun's news, filled with anxiety. However, he did not speak. Instead, he turned and took out a board used by the Beast Tamers Alliance to issue tasks and began to write. After finishing, Sun Jun quickly walked to the task release wall and hung up the board. At that moment, everyone finally saw the writing on the board. Task: resist the invasion of the divine beast. Location: Huanjin City. Difficulty: SSS. Reward starting from 1,000 points, no upper limit on points. At the moment the task panel appeared, the already quiet scene plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at the task panel hanging at the highest point, unable to regain their composure. SS level task. Since the establishment of the Beastmaster Alliance, the highest task level has only been S. When did an SSS level emerge? Defend against divine beasts. Oh, then it's nothing. As divine beasts have only existed in mythology throughout human history, it's only natural that a task difficulty would jump 2 levels to reach the unprecedented SSS level. What the hell? Tell me, how did such a niche term as divine beast appear on the Alliance's task panel? Divine beast. Where did it come from? How could a divine beast suddenly appear out of nowhere? Wasn't it said that the myths about divine beasts were all fabricated by our ancestors to fool us? But it's real. Defend against divine beasts. Me? Huh. No, I just haven't woken up yet. Or has this world turned upside down? After a brief silence, the entire Beastmaster Alliance hall erupted in chaos. This unprecedented, shocking news stunned everyone present. Even Tang Zimu on the stairs was taken aback. He had imagined what the unknown spirit beast might be, perhaps a 100-level Emperor-class spirit beast, but he never dared to think of a divine beast. After all, divine beasts had been silent on this continent for nearly 1,000 years. He had treated those items imbued with divine characteristics as the relics of these divine beasts. Sun Jun had anticipated the intense reaction from the crowd. His own reaction upon receiving this news was no less than theirs. However, given the urgency of the situation, he quickly raised his voice to suppress the noise. He then began explaining the specific situation at the front lines to everyone. Our branch transmitted the news to the Alliance headquarters as soon as we learned of the unknown spirit beast's existence heading towards the central domain. The headquarters took this news very seriously. 5 days ago, the head minister Chen Yingtian personally arrived at the front line in Huanjin City to assist in the defense. Chen Yingtian. Upon hearing this name, the crowd gasped and morale surged. Many people's eyes even shimmered with admiration. This Chun Yingtian, revered as the Heavenly Emperor, is the head minister of the Beastmaster Alliance, the strongest Beastmaster of this generation, and the only level 10 Beastmaster. His beast, the Radiant Holy Dragon, is likewise the only Emperor-class spirit beast in existence to have reached level 100. In a world where strength reigns supreme, such a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the spirit beast realm naturally commands the admiration of countless people. However, unlike the excited crowd, Sun Jun did not feel much joy. Instead, he continued in a heavy tone. Just 20 minutes ago, a massive cloud of black mist suddenly appeared at the border between the central domain and the snow domain. The vigilant head minister immediately rode the Radiant Holy Dragon to investigate, but before he could get close, he retreated. Because the Radiant Holy Dragon experienced an unprecedented sense of fear, and according to the information it conveyed, the spirit beast shrouded in black mist is 100 times stronger than it. 100 times stronger than a 100-level Emperor-class spirit beast. The figures were too outrageous, and confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. They couldn't even fathom the true combat power of the Radiant Holy Dragon, so how could they possibly comprehend what it means to be 100 times stronger? All they knew was that the Heavenly Emperor, who had never been defeated and had slain countless top spirit beasts, was not even a match for this being. After the head minister returned, he informed others of the situation regarding the black mist. After an analysis by the guards and experts in Huanjin City regarding this situation, the spirit beast is infinitely close to the divine beast from mythology, thus it is temporarily believed to be an invasion by a divine beast. Sun Jin finally finished relaying the news he had received. He let out a sigh of relief, then shifted his tone and pointed to the task panel. The appearance of a divine beast is a tremendous threat to all humanity. If the other side intends to target humanity, none of us can escape. Therefore, the head minister has directly issued the highest alert of the Alliance, calling for the gathering of beast masters across humanity to prepare for battle. When the divine beast appears, the scope of this incident is not just limited to the central domain of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, a being that has been silent for nearly 1,000 years, no one can truly understand its attitude towards humanity. However, just the fact that it is approaching the densely populated central domain is enough for people to make the worst assumptions. Beastmasters who wish to go to the front lines to provide support can sign up now. This task will reward 1,000 points of merit just for participating. The better the performance during this period, the higher the reward points will be, ensuring that everyone won't be working for nothing. After Sun Jun dropped this last remark, he strode out of the hall. As a level 8 Beastmaster, he must head to the battlefield, so he needed to prepare quickly. After Sun Jun left, the atmosphere on site became lively again. Now those who could stay in the capital and gather in the hall were relatively high-level and daring Beastmasters. They all understood the principle of mutual dependence. With the head minister leading, various nations of the spirit beast realm would contribute. If this time they couldn't resolve the issue of the divine beast invasion, things would only become increasingly difficult. Thus, after a series of discussions, the vast majority of Beastmasters decided to take on the task and head to the front lines. Of course, the 1,000 merit points also ignited their enthusiasm. This was nearly equivalent to their annual salary. On the stairs, Tang Zimu said nothing, turned around, and returned to his room to prepare. The moment he heard about the divine beast, he decided to go. Touching items imbued with divine characteristics, the rewards offered by the system were already so high. If he could truly come into contact with a divine beast, the rewards would surely soar. Moreover, after 2 months of preparation, he had many cards up his sleeve to ensure his safety, so he had to give it a try. However, what intrigued Tang Zimu the most was which divine beast suddenly appeared from the classic of mountains. According to the myths circulating in the snow domain, the vast snow domain is the divine beast, Frozen Youqiang, which is said to be the body of Xuanming, who is referred to as a water deity in the classic of mountains and seas. If that's the case, since Xianming is already dead, which divine beast could have come over from the snow domain? Black Mist low growls. Tang Zimu vaguely grasped some clues, but couldn't be bothered to speculate. After all, by going to the front lines, he would be able to see the divine beast in person. By the way, I can also see how powerful Chen Yingshan's Radiant Holy Dragon is, if compared to mine. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Tang Zimu, there's still space over here, come this way. In the city of Kyoto, in the teleportation area, Sun Jun waved his hand towards the crowd. Just arriving, Tang Zimu heard this, and led Lao He and Xiaobai over. He hadn't originally intended to bring them along. Although their combat abilities could rival those of T2 level spirit beasts around level 50, when facing divine beasts, whether they came or not, they would be mere cannon fodder. However, after some thought, he decided to bring both of them along. Encountering strong enemies is also a way to inspire spirit beasts to grow quickly. Moreover, if these two could evolve to the same level as divine beasts, shouldn't they meet their kindred in advance? After Tang Zimu squeezed and the teleportation array was finally filled with people, a staff member waved his hand, and the teleportation array immediately burst forth with dazzling light. In the next moment, Tang Zimu found himself standing on the land of the Tanqing. Indeed, this is ultra-fast large-scale teleportation. The efficiency is remarkable. Tang Zimu glanced around, clicking his tongue in amazement. Due to its instability and the pursuit of efficiency and scale, the cost of activating this teleportation array far exceeds that of those leading to secret realms. Even the authorities cannot afford it. It is only in such a critical moment that they would open it without regard for cost. All beast masters from Kyoto immediately go to teleportation array No. 10. It is about to be activated for transport. Before Tang Zimu and his group could gather their wits, another staff member approached, guiding them to another teleportation array that was about to open. As Tang Zimu walked over, he noticed that people from other countries were already coming through other teleportation arrays. Black, white, brown, various skin tones. The spirit beasts they brought were also quite novel, many of which Tang Zimu had never seen or heard of, broadening his horizons. How did they arrive so quickly? Tang Zimu asked curiously. After registering with the Beastmaster Alliance, they gathered at the Kyoto teleportation area at the fastest speed. To his surprise, the reinforcements from other countries arrived even faster and had already arrived. They are makeshift rapid teleportation arrays used once and destroyed, and the number of people transported is extremely limited. So those coming should be the top beast masters from each country, Sun Jun patiently explained. Tang Zimu was also enlightened. This teleportation array seemed to be a secret that the authorities had not disclosed to the outside world. He had never heard of it. However, there was no time to dwell on this, as they quickly made their way to the next teleportation array, heading to the next transport point. Thus, they transferred through 3 teleportation arrays consecutively. After the final teleportation concluded, Tang Zimu and his group finally arrived in Huanjin City. Upon arriving in Huanjin City, Tang Zimu, possessing the Wuxiang divine body, keenly sensed the air filled with an overwhelmingly terrifying elemental attribute, the concentration far thicker than during the final battle he participated in at the Flame Domain. Tang Zimu quickly scanned the surroundings, secretly astonished. Aside from them, many people were gathered in the teleportation area of Huanjin City. Surrounding these people were also numerous spirit beasts, some walking, some crawling, some flying. Almost every spirit beast exuded a presence no less than that of the Pan-Snake brothers. There were even more than 2 spirit beasts whose presence was even more terrifying than that of the 6-winged flame monarch. It makes sense that those who could be among the first to arrive in Huanjin City, aside from connections like Tang Zimu, were the top beast masters of various countries at levels 8 and 9. With hundreds of level 8 and 9 beast masters, there were also hundreds of spirit beasts at the level of dominators or above. This crisis affecting all of humanity naturally revealed the true foundation of the human race. Zimu. Just as Tang Zimu was astonished, Zhao Kaishian appeared out of nowhere and greeted him. For a moment, many people in the crowd turned to look at Tang Zimu, their eyes filled with surprise. Especially those from other countries, their eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Zimu looked at these people in surprise. Were they not also astonished by Tang Zimu? He had slain the 6-winged flame monarch, defeated the Pan-Snake brothers, achieved full marks in the college entrance examination, turned the tide in the flame domain decision, and possessed the heavenly feather of reversal, all while being the youngest level 7 beastmaster in history. Tang Zimu's reputation as a genius had long resounded throughout the entire spirit beast continent. Even these top powerhouses were well aware of his name. Apart from Zhao Kaishuan, Li Chang, and other lords of flame domain also stepped out from the crowd. Tang Zimu greeted them one by one and learned that they had gathered urgently and arrived with the Lord of Flame domain some time ago. What is the situation now? Tang Zimu inquired about the news from them. Zhao Kaishuan's smile faded, and he pointed towards the city gate of Huanjin City, speaking with concern. The black mist upon entering the central domain has been heading straight towards Huanjin City. At the speed at which the black mist spreads, it will likely reach the walls of Huanjin City in half an hour. There are so many places in the central domain it could go, yet it heads straight for Huanjin City. It seems the previous worries were not unfounded. This thing is indeed targeting humanity. Tang Zimu pressed on. What kind of divine beast is in the black mist? Any clues? Zhao Kaishian shook his head regretfully. No, General Wu and Old Lu have sent their spirit beasts to investigate one after another. But even the Holy Dragon of Light does not dare to approach. How could they? Essentially, when getting within 2,000 meters, they instinctively hesitate to advance. It seems they would only know who it was once the entity in the black mist truly revealed itself. After a brief conversation, Zhao Kaishuan's Sun Jun and other beast masters with Dominator-level spirit beasts were summoned by General Wu for pre-battle formation. At this moment Tang Zimu felt somewhat awkward. Although he had come with these powerhouses, he had no Dominator-level spirit beast in plain sight, so he was left alone. However, Tang Zimu didn't mind. After pondering for a moment, he relied on his handsome face, his celebrity face, to directly approach the front line of Huanjin City. He also found Lu Shuru and others who were conversing with Chen Tian on the city wall. This was Tang Zimu's first time meeting the strongest beast master of humanity, Chen Tian. The other party appeared extremely solemn with a steadfast and powerful gaze. We must immediately deploy various spirit beast weapons. Once the black mist enters range, we will launch a fierce attack. Chen Tian, who was discussing with everyone, spoke resolutely. But if it has no intention of fighting, will our actions provoke it? Lu Shuru expressed some concerns. We cannot place all our hopes on the other side. We must take the initiative. Chen Tian remained resolute. After a series of debates, everyone ultimately confirmed the strategy to prepare all spirit beast weapons to launch an attack as soon as the unknown spirit beast entered the alert zone. Once the impromptu meeting concluded, Lu Shuru finally noticed Tang Zimu waiting nearby. Tang Zimu, how did you get here? Lu Shuru expressed his surprise. Tang Zimu was among the first to arrive, and the news of his arrival had not reached Lu Shuru in time. However, before Tang Zimu could speak, Chen Tian, with his eyes lighting up, walked over. Tang Zimu, clearly even he, the head minister of the Beastmaster Alliance stationed far away, was well aware of Tang Zimu's name. Chen Tian showed no signs of concealment and approached directly, speaking with some excitement. You can still use that divine feather, right? Unlike others, the exceptionally powerful Chen Tian had a very clear understanding of the flames that could instantly annihilate the Pan-Snake brothers. The bright sacred dragon had told him that if the reports from the people of Yenyang City were true, that overwhelming flame might very well come from a divine beast. And the unknown spirit beast in this black mist was also identified as a divine beast. Thus, in Chen Yingshan's view, a divine beast facing another divine beast was humanity's most promising trump card. This meant that Tang Zimu's divine feather could very well determine the outcome of this crisis. Lu Shuru wanted to say something upon hearing this, but closed his mouth instead. If this matter only concerned the central domain, he would find a way to ensure Tang Zimu's safety. But now, since this was about all of humanity, even if he managed to keep Tang Zimu safe, it would be of no use. Of course. Tang Zimu maintained his previous answer. That's great. Chen Tian clenched his fists, overjoyed, and then continued. Then you stay with me. They'll be responsible for your safety, and you'll be responsible for summoning the divine fire at a critical moment. While the head minister and the strongest beast master of humanity is going to be my personal bodyguard. I didn't expect Chen Tian to value me so highly. Tang Zimu was momentarily dumbfounded. Seeing Tang Zimu's reaction, Chen Tian thought he was worried about the divine fire, so he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, the Beastmaster Alliance will definitely find a way to compensate you for any losses related to the divine fire, so you won't be at a disadvantage." If you say that, I won't feel anxious anymore. Tang Zimu gladly accepted the suggestion. After confirming the subsequent actions in just a few words, the other high-ranking officials did not even have time to greet Tang Zimu and hurriedly followed Chen Tian to make arrangements. With less than half an hour remaining before the arrival of the Black Mist, they had no time to waste. During this time, Tang Zimu was completely awestruck. Strange and enormous artillery pieces were pushed out of the city, arranged outside the city walls. Numerous smaller yet dominant spirit beasts were then concealed within the artillery's chambers. Tang Zimu inquired with the officer in charge of coordination and learned that these were the spirit beast weapons mentioned during the earlier discussion, a recent top-secret invention of humanity. The effect is to absorb the energy of the spirit beasts within the chambers, effectively transforming it into energy cannons for attack. As the artillery was equipped with numerous rare resources, it could significantly amplify the power, allowing the energy cannons to unleash a force stronger than the spirit beast's own energy. No wonder humanity is so confident in facing the divine beasts, and has called upon so many dominant spirit beasts. After all, they have secret weapons. Not only that, but there were also spirit beast traps and enhancement potions previously unseen. In short, humanity had virtually laid bare all its resources, determined to compete with the unknown divine beast. In this tense atmosphere, time passed swiftly. As everyone stationed beneath the city walls stood ready, as if facing a formidable enemy, a thick black mist began to rise in the distant sky. That ink-like black mist continued to spread forward, gradually engulfing the originally bright world. Soon it transformed into an overwhelming darkness, sweeping towards Huanjin City. The The speed of the black mist's advance was not particularly fast, but the pressure it exerted on both humans and spirit beasts was immense. Humanity's reaction was mild, merely quickening their breaths and heartbeats. The reaction of the spirit beasts, however, was much greater. Many dominant spirit beasts began to stir restlessly. The ordinary spirit beasts of the Dragon Kingdom were even worse, trembling in fear. If it weren't for the constant reassurance from their beast masters, they would have likely turned and fled in terror. Xiaobai, hold on. Riding on Xiaobai, Tang Zimu also sensed its agitation. He withdrew his serious gaze, patted Xiaobai's back, and calmed it down. Chen Tian, who was standing nearby, noticed this and displayed a hint of approval in his eyes. Such a scene caused even those level 60 to 70 spirit beasts to tremble in fear, yet the second form of the Jingxiao Dragon Shadow Horse remained calm, proving it was indeed Tang Zimu's spirit beast. He then looked up at the black mist and stroked the smooth scales of the bright sacred dragon, explaining to Tang Zimu. This black mist suddenly appeared shortly after crossing the central domain's border, as if it emerged from another space. When Xingya and I went to investigate, just as we were nearing the black mist, Xingya warned me that we couldn't go any further. It wasn't that it didn't want to, but it truly couldn't. It had a premonition that if we advanced any further, we would be engulfed by the black mist and meet certain death. Emerging from another space. No wonder so many people couldn't find its whereabouts before. If it weren't for the black mist's appearance, humanity might not have discovered it until now. Tang Zimu pondered. The spread of the black mist would not cease due to their conversation. While Chen Tian spoke, the black mist continued to sweep closer to Huanjin City and the people outside. It soon reached a position less than 300 meters from the designated alert zone. In an instant, everyone tightened their nerves and held their breath. Chen Tian also held his breath, ready to utter the word attack at any moment. Just then a sharp cry suddenly emanated from within the black mist. Unlike the previously deep roar, this sharp cry possessed both a soft and tender tone and a chilling, eerie atmosphere reminiscent of a baby crying in a horror film, echoing across the battlefield. Under this sharp cry, nearly everyone covered their ears in pain, feeling as if their eardrums were about to shatter. Some individuals with weaker constitutions even began to bleed from their orifices, collapsing to the ground in agony. The only one unaffected on site was Tang Zimu, whose physique was beyond human limits, and he remained fixated on the black mist. For at that moment, as the sharp cry rang out, the mass of black mist began to change. The once loose and dispersed black mist rapidly converged and shrank, solidifying. Soon it formed into the shape of a distorted, proud black body with 4 hooves on the ground. One could clearly see the muscles within the body writhing under the skin, containing boundless brute strength. Following that, a head resembling a human's materialized, its face distorted, skin rough and cracked with dark red liquid visibly flowing through the fissures. What was most horrifying was that there were no eyes on the head. Instead, a pair of eyes were located under the armpits, an abrupt and terrifying positioning that caused extreme discomfort. Isn't this the Tao Dai? Tang Zimu exclaimed in shock as a familiar name surfaced in his. The classic of mountains and seas, northern mountains. In the mountains of Gou there is an abundance of jade above and copper below. There is a beast resembling a sheep's body and a human face with its eyes under its armpits, tiger-like teeth, and human-like claws whose sound resembles that of an infant. It is called the Tao Owl, and it feeds on humans. Before him, this creature's appearance was exactly as described in the classic of mountains and seas, and the Tao Owl is also a name for the Tao Dai. So, what emerged from the depths of the snowy region was none other than one of the 4 fiends he had long been concerned about. Tao Dai. Tang Zimu felt his head buzzing. However, before he could react, the system's alert sound bombarded his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for encountering the beast, Tang Zimu, and the divine beast, Tao Owl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for encountering a divine beast for the first time, taking a great first step and receiving the first encounter reward, random divine talent. It has arrived. After encountering the divine beast as expected, there was a triggering reward that Tang Zimu had anticipated. The reward triggered was as substantial as he had expected, a formidable random divine talent. It should be noted that both downhill and seashore and myriad forms divine body are divine talents that would tremendously boost Tang Zimu's strength. What kind of exaggerated effect will this talent have? Ding! Randomization complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythic level talent, Balance of Heaven and Earth. Something's off. Previously the randomization took a long time, but this time it finished in less than a second. Tang Zimu blinked, startled by the sudden efficiency of the system. But the fast randomization was beneficial as the situation was urgent. Tang Zimu quickly opened the reward storage box. Reward storage box, mythic level talent, Balance of Heaven and Earth. After use, it allows the beast to possess the mythic level talent, Balance of Heaven and Earth. This talent will ignore the restriction of the beast having only one talent and will not affect the beast's original talent. Balance of heaven and earth. Capability. Introduction 1. The other 5 attributes will be additionally enhanced by 50 of the highest attribute value, calculated cumulatively. 2. All changes in attributes can instantly adapt and will never decline. Wow, another extremely violent divine talent. Tang Zimu's eyes widened. The capability of this talent was easy to understand. If his power attribute is the highest at 1,000 points, then the other 5 attributes will each increase by an additional 500 points. Note that this is additional, the original attributes still exist. After accumulation, it could even surpass the originally highest attribute. Even more terrifying is that Tang Zimu also possesses the doubling power attribute talent downhill and seashore. In other words, as long as he ensures his power attribute remains the highest for every point of power attribute, he increases the 50 increase in the other attributes due to doubling is also 1 point. Increasing 1 point in attributes could boost all attributes by 1. It truly is like a South battery, 1 cell stronger than 6 cells. This talent's effect is akin to a little cow drinking laxatives. It's incredibly powerful. It directly compensated for all of Tang Zimu's shortcomings in base attributes, instantly turning him into a true hexagonal attribute warrior. Good. Tang Zimu's heart was blooming with joy, and he quickly dragged the talent to his ding loading mythic level talent, balance of heaven and earth, for your beast, Tang Zimu. Ding, congratulations to the host, Tang Zimu. Your beast, Tang Zimu, has obtained the mythic level talent, balance of heaven and earth. Just like before, the divine talent loaded in an instant. Tang Zimu felt his body lighten and adapted instantly. It seems this is the second effect of balance of heaven and earth, instant adaptation to attribute changes. However, the timing was not suitable for experiencing the new talent. Tang Zimu hurriedly shifted his focus back to the battlefield. During the time he obtained the talent, the battlefield had maintained a strange balance. The unknown creature No Taoya was gradually solidifying, quietly observing the crowd without any unusual movement. Meanwhile, the humans, still reeling from the earlier infant-like cry, were unable to respond effectively. The vast battlefield strangely fell silent for a moment. However, as everyone regained their senses from the dizziness upon seeing the true form of the unknown spirit beast, the battlefield erupted once more. My ears. What kind of spirit beast is this? It looks so bizarre. If this spirit beast lets out a roar, well, all be done for. How do we fight it? A sheep's body and a human face with eyes under its armpits. It is the Tao Owl. Some who had some understanding of the myths and legends of spirit beasts quickly recognized that the spirit beast before them was indeed the Tao Owl from myth. Previously, everyone had only speculated that the unknown spirit beast was a divine beast, but when the colossal divine beast truly appeared before them, the impact and pressure it brought were unimaginable. In an instant, many people were so frightened that their legs went weak, even collapsing to the ground. Stay calm, everyone, stay calm. Chen Yingtian, seeing the situation was not right, quickly spoke up to reassure. On the battlefield, the Taoya, whose body had fully solidified, finally began to move. It extended a long dark brown tongue, over 1,000 meters long, curling and licking its thick lips. Its eyes, located under its armpits, scanned the human camp, revealing extreme greed. However, when it glanced at Tang Zimu, its gaze suddenly paused, turning into confusion. Gulp. Under the terrifying gaze of that massive eye, Chen Yingtian instinctively swallowed. He had witnessed numerous grand spectacles and led the bright sacred dragon to battle with many imperial-level spirit beasts. But he swore that those imperial-level existences at the pinnacle of spirit beasts were far less terrifying than the Tao Owl. Even a single glance was enough to chill one's bones. After scanning all the people, the Taotai let out a disdainful snort. It then began to move its massive hooves, striding boldly toward the humans. It completely disregarded the glowing spirit beast weapons. It's coming, everyone, prepare to attack. Chen Yingshan's heart sank. The worst had happened. From the reaction of the Tao Owl, it was clear that this creature was targeting humans and had no other intentions. At Chen Yingshan's command, some of the more resilient individuals suppressed their fear and operated the spirit beast weapons, quickly aiming at the advancing Taotai. The cannon barrels gradually charged and rapidly spun, indicating that the internal spirit beasts were charging to their maximum capacity. Calm. With every step the Taotai took, it felt as if it were stepping on everyone's hearts. It brazenly advanced, finally lifting one foot, about to cross the final line of defense established by the humans. Fire! Chen Yingtian gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed, his mouth ready to shout fire as soon as the Taotai crossed the line. But the next second, Chen Yingtian stopped speaking, his eyes filled with horror. While he was fully focused on targeting the Taoye, beside him Tang Zimu for some reason was riding the Jingxiao dragon shadow steed, stepping through the void, moving toward the Taoye one step at a time. Big fool Chun, no Tang Zimu, what do you want to do? Seeing Tang Zimu's actions, Chun Ingtian widened his eye. He couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly shouted, Tang Zimu, what are you doing? Come back. Chen Yingshan's shout did not call back the advancing Tang Zimu. Instead it drew the attention of other combatants. The previously tense crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards Chen Yingshan's position only to witness a shocking scene. On one side of the battlefield was the full strength of the human race. Hundreds of powerful beings above the city lord level stood ready, accompanied by countless majestic beasts and an array of top-tier spiritual beast weapons. On the other side of the battlefield was the legendary beast from myths, the devouring sky, Pao Owl, which had been missing for nearly 1,000 years. Its eyes revealed boundless greed and ferocity, with its massive form blotting out the sun. All spiritual beasts trembled under its terrifying pressure, and its gaping maw seemed capable of swallowing all things in the world. Amidst this breathtaking and imposing battlefield, Tang Zimu stood alone, riding his beast, as if casually strolling through the void. The rays of the morning sun cast upon him, reflecting a silhouette that was both proud and divine, stirring a desire for reverence. This. Those who recognized Tang Zimu like Zhao Kaixian and Lu Shuru reacted similarly to Chen Ingtian, anxiously scratching their heads. Some even wished they could summon their beasts to bring Tang Zimu back. However, they could not do so. Each of them bore an indispensable task in this monumental battle. As the devouring sky Pao Owl approached the final warning line, what would happen if they acted rashly and delayed the entire human front? Wait, the devouring sky Pao Owl. The sight of Tang Zimu walking towards it was too captivating, and only now did they realize something quite terrifying. The devouring sky Pao Owl, which had been aggressive and ready to kill, showed a moment of contemplation in its greedy gaze as it miraculously retracted its long hoof that was about to cross the final warning line. What the hell? Are you saying that the mighty devouring sky Pao Owl temporarily abandoned its attack on humans just because of Tang Zimu's actions? Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene, hardly believing their eyes. Chun Ingtian also silently retracted his hand that had been calling out to Tang Zimu. Tang Zimu, with one hand soothing the advancing Xiaobai under great pressure, had his other hand already buried in his pocket. The two scrolls within his pocket gave him immense confidence. These were the random rewards given by the system when he had over 1 million admirers, teleportation scrolls. The teleportation scrolls allowed instantaneous travel to random locations within 200 kilometers. If the devouring sky Pao Owl made any aggressive moves, he could activate the scroll to escape. He could even teleport again if he got closer, ensuring a high level of safety. As for why he approached the devouring sky Pao Owl, it was naturally due to the influence of the disaster mask. The disaster mask, having awakened the abilities of Qiongqi, could sense the emotional changes of its target. Thus Tang Zimu immediately sensed the intense pure feeling of hunger emanating from the devouring sky Pao Owl. That's right, it was hunger, not malice. Coupled with its legendary appetite for humans and its trajectory heading straight for them, Tang Zimu instantly concluded that this creature was just starving and intended to feast. Knowing this, Tang Zimu felt no panic. If you want to cause trouble, then that's beyond my control. Hunger, I specialize in dealing with hunger. Do you understand the value of the food for a concept-level divine beast? However, before Tang Zimu could pull out this powerful weapon, the devouring sky Pao Owl halted its advance. This made Tang Zimu realize that he hadn't misjudged the devouring sky Pao Owl's reaction. It had recognized the disaster mask. Worried that the devouring sky Pao Owl might suddenly attack, Tang Zimu did not let Xiaobai move too quickly. The devouring sky Pao Owl also remained calm. Having retracted its offensive stance, it stood there examining Tang Zimu from head to toe with eyes filled with both confusion and nostalgia. On the human side, however, it was a tense situation. Everyone was puzzled and didn't know what was happening. They could only clench their fists and remain tense, watching as Tang Zimu leisurely walked towards the devouring sky Pao Owl, not daring to breathe. After strolling for nearly 5 minutes, Tang Zimu approached to about 100 meters in front of the devouring sky Pao Owl. Taking a deep breath while looking at the enormous beast that blotted out the sky, he stretched out the hand that had originally been soothing Xiaobai into his pocket, pretending to feel around. While feeling around, he slowly spoke, "Devouring sky Pao Owl, I am here to negotiate terms." Originally, Tang Zimu was worried that the devouring sky Pao Owl wouldn't understand his words. To his surprise, the eyes under its armpits squinted, and a slightly hoarse voice echoed in his heart, "Terms? What do you have to negotiate with me?" The devouring sky Pao Owl did not speak in human language, yet Tang Zimu could understand its meaning. Could this be the legendary thought transmission? Tang Zimu felt reassured with the thought the food for divine beasts appeared in his palm. He then slowly withdrew his palm from his pocket, revealing a small blue orb the size of a chocolate. At that moment, a fiery gaze locked onto the orb in Tang Zimu's palm. Glup! A sound akin to a drumbeat resonated from the belly of the devouring sky pow owl, and as it fixed its gaze on Tang Zimu, its throat involuntarily rolled. Tang Zimu smiled, not feeling surprised. After days of research, he had gained sufficient understanding of the food for divine beasts. This item possessing concept-level satiety abilities had a hidden effect. The more greedy or food-loving the target, the greater its attraction. Thus, the gluttonous old He would be so obsessed with it, and Xiaobai, who had never tasted good food before, would be filled with desire. However, compared to the devouring sky powwow, they were entirely insignificant. In the legends of Blue Star, the devouring sky powwow was known as a glutton so greedy that it devoured its own body. While this may seem like a rumor now, it indirectly reveals how insatiably greedy the devouring sky powwow truly is. With such an enticing item laid before it, how could it possibly resist, its eyes nearly bulging out? However, watching the fidgety devouring sky powwow, Tang Zimu pulled out the teleportation scroll with his other hand. You should be able to sense the power of this thing, so don't even think about trying to snatch it. Now do you think we can negotiate? Such a rich spatial attribute energy. The Taodai glanced at the instant teleportation scroll in Tang Zimu's hand, and then at the disaster mask on his face, feeling a bit shocked inside. Having both of these things means this guy is no ordinary person. Wait, why am I even considering this? Can it be eaten or drunk? It can be discussed, slurp, it can definitely be discussed. Taodai shook off other thoughts and nodded. As the strongest foodie, nothing attracts it more than top-notch delicacies. As long as it can be discussed. Looking at Taodai's reaction, Tang Zimu knew the matter was already eaten settled. Then he added a heavy bomb. This elixir is not just delicious. As long as you eat it, you can maintain a state of fullness for a whole day, and there will be a supply in your stomach for a long time. The fullness provided by the food for divine beasts doesn't simply reset after a day. Instead, after the time is up, it will gradually consume the stored energy. For dominant-level spirit beasts, due to changes in their bodily functions, the energy from fullness can sustain them for about a month without needing to eat. Let alone Taotai. It might be able to last for years. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Taotai stubbornly refused to believe this. Come on, it has never experienced what it feels like to be full in its entire life. After all, its stomach, which is the source of its abilities, connects to a true otherworld where it could stuff in several mountains without reaching the bottom. Whether it's possible or not, you'll know if you try a sample. Tang Zimu anticipated Taodai's reaction and proactively offered the divine beast food forward. What if Taodai refuses to acknowledge it after eating? Don't joke around, even old He can't resist the temptation of food, let alone Taodai. Sample tasting? Alright, let me try it. Taodai's eyes brightened instantly. No matter what the effect is, as long as it can be eaten. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu aimed for Taodai's gaping mouth and tossed the food in. The size of the food, comparable to a chocolate chip, was completely negligible compared to Taodai's mouth that could swallow mountains. Yet at the moment the food entered its mouth, Taodai's entire being was elevated. Its eyes narrowed, its four hooves trembled, and that massive body actually began to sway in excitement. This was unbelievable. The bizarre sight of a 1,000-meter giant suddenly wriggling was truly unimaginable. It made the human camp in the distance tense again. Everyone was on high alert, ready to prevent Taodai from taking action against Tang Zimu. But in the next second, Taodai's actions dispelled their doubts. After twisting its body, Taodai actually teared up. Holy cow! Upon seeing this, everyone felt their heads were about to explode. What the hell did Tang Zimu do to make the divine beast cry? Tang Zimu was equally speechless. He never expected that the power of this food would be so great that it would make Taodai cry. It turns out that the phrase "so good it makes you cry" is not just made up. However, soon a voice in Tang Zimu's heart informed him of the real reason behind Taodai's tears. I'm full. I'm really full. I can actually be full. Ha ha. Never having been full in his entire life, how miserable is that? Tang Zimu clicked his tongue in wonder, feeling that Taodai's situation was also somewhat tragic. But looking at it this way, the divine beast isn't all that special. It still must be the conceptual level of fullness that surpasses everything. After venting for a while, Taodai finally calmed down. And once it settled down, its first sentence was, "Brother, do you have any more of that elixir? Whatever you have, I want it." What a good brother. Following Covey's Tang Zimu's brotherhood gained another heavyweight divine beast. Seeing the fish officially hooked, Tang Zimu took out a few more pieces of divine beast food and waved them in front of Taodai. I have elixirs, but how much I can give depends on what you can offer in exchange. Taodai's greedy eyes followed the food without blinking. However, after hearing Tang Zimu's demand, it looked troubled, and opened its mouth hesitantly. Brother, I am greedy and can eat a lot, so I've consumed everything I had in my belly. For a moment, I really can't think of anything to exchange. No items to trade. Tang Zimu revealed a radiant smile. He was familiar with this. His previous good brother Covey's had said the same, which did not stop him from taking. After a brief pause, Tang Zimu immediately made it clear. How could that be? Let me see what godly items you carry. I can casually pick 7 or 8 pieces. How could he forget about the reward for coming into contact with godly items? 7 or 8 pieces. Do you think divine items are like cabbage? Cao Tai stared wide-eyed, immediately rebutting. I have only barely refined 2 pieces after so many years. Are godly items, as Cao Tai referred to them, that rare? Only then did Tang Zimu realize how precious the 3 divine items in his hands were. But thinking about it, the red lotus Baifeng's feather and the blazing flame Suani's pearl, once mastering their use, each was like a cheat existence. Then let me see which 2 pieces they are. I will trade 2 pieces for the one you ate. How about that? Tang Zimu tentatively proposed a price. But Cao Tai shook its head vigorously without even thinking, saying, That's not acceptable. Divine items are what I spend a lot of effort and time refining. As expected, Cao Tai was not entirely governed by greed. It was not foolish enough to sell divine items for just a few pieces of elixir. Add a bit more. Cao Tai swallowed and added. Very well, let's pretend Tang Zimu's previous words never happened. Then, 5, 6, 7 pieces. I can give you 7 pieces. How about that? While observing Cao Tai's expression, Tang Zimu tentatively raised the price. Upon seeing Cao Tai's expression relax, he decisively confirmed the price. This offer indeed struck a chord with Cao Tai. After hesitating for a while, as if recalling the lingering taste of the food, Cao Tai finally gritted its teeth and spoke. All right, including the one you let me sample, it's a total of 8 pieces. After saying that, Cao Tai proactively extended its front hoof. Then it used another hoof to tap its own horn. One is a refined claw, and the other is a refined horn tip. You choose one. A claw. Tang Zimu looked at the metallic gleam of the claw tip on Cao Tai's front hoof. Isn't that just a toenail? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully making contact with the claw of the devouring sky, Pow Owl, through the beast Tang Zimu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the 4th contact with a divine item, earning a 4-fold reward, disaster mask fragment of Taoya. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully making contact with the horn of the devouring sky, Pow Owl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the 5th contact with a divine item, earning a 5-fold reward, skill upgrade. Point 1. Beautiful. Tang Zimu contentedly withdrew his hand from the Cao Tai's horn. Just a moment ago he had tricked Cao Tai into letting him touch the divine items to test them. Thus he successfully touched 2 divine items and received 2 rewards. This is the most generous reward line, and to receive 2 at once is simply exhilarating. Tang Zimu suppressed his inner excitement while guiding Xiao Bai back in front of Taoya, opening the reward storage box. Disaster Mask Fragment of Taoya, a top-tier item, one of the shards of the Disaster Mask, which retains the power of Cao Tai and can merge with other shards of the Disaster Mask to reform the complete form of the Disaster Mask. 1. Devouring Earth and Sky. Taoya consumes corresponding spiritual energy, allowing one to forcibly devour all types of damage received. 2. Greed and Gluttony. Taoya consumes corresponding spiritual energy, amplifying the deep-seated gluttonous desires within the target, forcing them to eat until death. 3. Source of the 4 Evils. 25. While equipped, the host will continuously gain permanent physical attributes. Skill upgrade. Point 1. Can be used on a single skill of the beast. After use, that skill will be upgraded. P.S. This upgrade will maximize and optimize the original attributes of the skill without changing the skill's category or core abilities. This is truly like a cow doing a backflip. Unbelievably impressive. The ability of the Cao Tai fragment is actually to devour any type of damage it receives. Does that mean it can even devour mental and strange types of damage? As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient, it can devour anything. No wonder Cao Tai can become a divine beast. Tang Zimu felt enlightened. As for the other reward, the skill upgrade point, it is an upgraded version of the previously rewarded skill points with capabilities that are even more straightforward and brutal. Maximizing and optimizing the original attributes of a skill is equivalent to completely filling it to its maximum. I love such straightforward rewards. While pondering, Xiao Bai had already returned to his original position, and Tang Zimu hurriedly redirected him. Then I will choose the claws. The claws of Cao Tai are obviously sharper than the horn. Tang Zimu chose the claws precisely because of this. Considering Cao Tai's physical qualities combined with the sharpness of the claws, even if the claws had no other abilities, they would serve excellently as a giant weapon. The claws, huh? Alright. Cao Tai was also a decisive character. After receiving Tang Zimu's confirmation, it stepped forward and a long metallic gloss claw over 100 meters long fell off. However, once the claw fell off, its size rapidly began to shrink, quickly reducing to about the size of the previously collected teeth of the calamity beast Xiongqi. Then it floated into Tang Zimu's hand. The ability to shrink in size made it even more perfect. Just as Tang Zimu was marveling at the claws, he saw a brand new claw grow back at the spot where Tao Tai's claw had fallen. However, the newly grown claw clearly lacked the divine aura that flowed through the previous claw, appearing quite ordinary. Here are your 7 spirit pills. Tang Zimu also kept his promise, taking out 7 top-tier spirit beast rations and handing them to Tao Tai. Tao Tai immediately opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow them. But after a fierce struggle flashed through its mind, reason ultimately triumphed over greed. It slowly closed its mouth, twisting its expression as it stored the 7 rations in its designated storage space. Do you want more spirit pills? Tang Zimu smiled slightly, as if performing a magic trick, pulling out another handful of top-tier spirit beast rations from his pocket. Come, I'm also willing to take scales, shed skin, and such. Captain, what do you think Tang Zimu and Tao Tai are doing? Lu Shuru looked at the distant Tao Tai, and Tang Zimu, his gaze filled with confusion. I don't know, the devouring sky Powow's domain can suppress all abilities, even the radiant holy dragon hears nothing. Just now the devouring sky Powow removed its own claw, and then took off many things from its body. Is this a transaction? A vice minister from the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters spoke up. I think. It looks more like a gift between friends. Another vice minister shared his view. In summary, this group of top beast masters standing at the pinnacle of humanity had undergone a series of events today, completely opening their eyes. A divine beast that had been silent for 1,000 years, existing only in myths, suddenly launched an attack on humanity with great vigor. Yet, just before the outbreak of conflict, it stopped its aggressive thoughts because of Tang Zimu and turned to chat and laugh with him. Such a magical plot, which no novel would dare to write, was unfolding right before their eyes. Now I finally understand why you all say geniuses are geniuses and Tang Zimu is Tang Zimu. This kid is too bizarre, anything can happen around him, Chun Ingtian couldn't help but exclaim. Before meeting Tang Zimu, he had heard about his miraculous feats from ministers, city lords, domain lords, and national leaders. Previously, he felt that the praises were somewhat exaggerated, but seeing it for himself today, he realized they were too conservative. No more saying miraculous, oh, just call it legendary. Minister, look quickly, Tao Tai is leaving. Lu Shuru suddenly shouted excitedly. Chun Ingtian hurriedly looked ahead. Indeed, Tao Tai turned its massive body towards the direction of the snowfield from which it came. It's leaving. It's really leaving. Chun Ingtian also felt an uncontainable excitement. From the moment he learned of the divine beast's appearance, he had been suffocated by the crisis that could determine humanity's fate, even preparing himself for certain death. Not just him, most of those who could participate in this battle also held a mindset of risking everything. Yet they never expected that this unprecedented battle would be resolved by Tang Zimu, using his personal charm, without a single cannon fired. At this moment their anxious hearts were finally at ease. Wait, why did Tao Tai throw a round live creature at Tang Zimu before leaving? Just as Chun Ingtian was finally relieved, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. Tao Tai pulled out a round, pitch-black living creature from who knows where, and stuffed it into Tang Zimu's arms. After stuffing it, that massive body burst forth with unimaginable speed, dashing away in a flash without looking back, leaving Tang Zimu standing there dumbfounded, holding the living creature. Brother Tang, my son took a liking to you, because you are handsome and kind. He insists on following you. Please look after him. Ahem, my son is easy to care for. Just feed him a little more each day. Recalling the Tao Ye's departing words and watching the beast fade into a faint afterimage, Tang Zimu felt the muscles in his face twitch hard. No way. I treated you like a bro and you pull this Bakistan on me. Handsome and kind-hearted. Okay, I admit you're handsome but kind-hearted. Are you sure your son didn't stick with you because he's starving all the time, so you dumped him on me? Tang Zimu lowered his head and glanced again at the round, plump creature in his arms. No, the point is, how did a Tao Tai suddenly have a son? It didn't even show a hint of this earlier. Hum. The rotund little thing, seeing Tang Zimu look its way, immediately emitted a friendly purr. Tang Zimu pinched the scruff of its neck, hoisted it up, and examined it from every angle. This is Tao Ye's son. Are you sure its mate didn't cuckold it? It was no wonder Tang Zimu suspected foul play. This creature was worlds apart from the sky-darkening grotesque Tao Tai he had just witnessed. Its head was perfectly round, its plump nose forming an inverted triangle, and its ears fanned out like paddles that gently fluttered. Two black bean-like eyes blended seamlessly into its ink-dark skin, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Its limbs were far from Teodi-like in height. Instead, they were short and stout like 4 small lumps of meat. Taken as a whole apart from the joke of eyes seeming to sit in its armpits, the creature looked more like a little black piglet. Hum. The creature being held felt uncomfortable and immediately kicked with its tiny legs. Tang Zimu was surprised by the powerful resistance transmitted through his arm. How could such a tiny bundle possess so much strength? He hurriedly summoned the creature's attribute panel to inspect. Name: Juvenility 10-star aptitude. Traits: Malice, Venom, Earth. Level 19. Talent: All-Devouring. Mythic tier talent capable of consuming any substance and converting it into devouring energy. 1. The greater the stored devouring energy, the stronger all of its abilities become. 2. It can expend devouring energy to temporarily amplify skills, attributes, and capacities with no upper limit. Base attributes: Strength 200, Spirit 195, Stamina 245, Agility 130, Physical Defense 200, Magic Defense 195. Skills: Devour, Offense, Devour, Defense, Devour, Amplify, Devour, Control. Holy, you're not just a glutton, you're a truly capable glutton. Tang Zimu was stunned by the creature's lavish panel. Apart from himself, this was the first time he had ever seen a spirit beast with a divine-level talent. Unlimited, indiscriminate consumption, undoubtedly the bloodline of Tao Dai. And its attributes were outrageously high. At only level 19, still in the juvenile stage, its stats outstripped those of many T3 grade beasts at 50+ levels. Able to fight across 30 or 40 levels. This was truly a T0 level divine beast. Ahem, well then I suppose I can begrudgingly keep one. If someone drops another sibling off, I wouldn't mind taking that too. Tang Zimu's smile widened as he resolved to accept this little Tao Dai. A mythic grade beast ration cost only 10 points. By slaying 100 beasts a day, he could easily secure a mouth-watering, battle-hardened golden meat tank. This deal was too good to pass up. Still thinking of struggling? Let me show you something special. As with the adult Tao Ye, Tang Zimu produced a mythic grade beast ration and waved it before the juvenile. The tantalizing aroma of the ration reached the little Tao Ye's nose. The creature's ink-black eyes brightened at once, but abandoned its struggle, let its 4 stubby hooves droop obediently, and began to make endearing little grunts. No matter how unruly a foodie might be in the face of a mythic grade ration, even the proudest beast must yield. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Tang Zimu still carried the 2-slot beast control ring the system had rewarded him when his admirers reached 2 million. Without hesitation, he took the ring out and slipped it over the little Tao Ye's neck. The juvenile was too busy savoring the ration to resist. It made no move to struggle as the ring's white light seeped down its neck. With a crisp click, the 2 halves of the control ring closed and locked. That sound marked the fact that a T0 divine beast, one that had been silent in the spirit beast realm for nearly a millennium, carrying Tao Tai blood and a divine talent, had been abandoned by its parent and in a bewildering twist become Tang Zimu's bonded beast. It's done. Tang Zimu clenched his fist. From the moment he entered the spirit beast realm, he had harbored grand dreams of taming a divine beast. He had assumed that such a dream would require endless time and hardship to fulfill. He never expected it to be granted so casually, so suddenly today. Here, have some. Since it was now one of his own, Tang Zimu didn't hold back and shoved the mythic ration into the little Tao Ye's mouth. The creature's reaction mirrored its father's. After swallowing the ration, it squinted its eyes, its hooves trembled, and its plump body wiggled as if about to ascend. It never stopped making soft, contented grunts. Tang Zimu's mind turned to naming. You possess a divine talent and run with the blood of one of the 4 fierce beasts Tao Tai. You can devour heaven and earth, transmute all things into energy. From now on you shall be called a Zhu. After a moment's thought, Tang Zimu settled on the name a Zhu for the little Tao Tai. Tao Tai or not, it looked so much like a piglet that a Zhu seemed entirely appropriate. There is an old saying in the dragon state, a humble name makes for easy keeping. A Zhu could eat anything and digest anything with a constitution that seemed indestructible, the very archetype of an easy Torai's companion. Indeed, Tang Zimu congratulated himself for his naming genius. A Zhu continued to squint its eyes, savoring the leftover taste of the mythic ration, blissfully unaware that it now bore a pleasant down-to-earth name. Tang Zimu happily hoisted a Zhu and walked toward the ranks of people arrayed outside Huanjin City, proudly holding the creature up for all to see as he approached. Look at this. How's my 3rd bonded beast for power? In one fell swoop, he had not only averted a crisis, but also snagged a divine relic and a pile of treasures, and then capped it off by taking home a divine beast cub. It was a windfall beyond imagining. As the ancient saying goes, a single thread once pulled sets the entire tapestry trembling. After Chun Ingtian issued the supreme summoning edict, every grade 8 beast tamer across humanity rushed urgently to Huanjin City. Consequently, all other nations and cities were left bereft of their apex combatants. To prevent wild spirit beasts from exploiting this vulnerability, urban authorities raised alert levels and deployed massive military forces to fortify their perimeters. Such a seismic maneuver could not remain concealed. Within a short time, all of humanity learned that an unknown spirit beast, suspected to be a divine beast, was preparing to wage war upon humankind. A divine beast, legendary mythic capable of toppling mountains and overturning oceans, swallowing heavens and devouring earth. Could humanity truly stand a chance against such a being? Instantly, nameless dread swept through every heart. Crushing pressure bore down so heavily that breath itself seemed impossible. All knew that the battle unfolding on the front lines might well determine the very survival of the human race. Yet they possessed no means to participate in warfare of such magnitude. They could only silently pray, either that the divine beast was a fabrication or that humanity's highest echelons could somehow withstand it. Then came the next report: the unknown entity had already arrived at the city gates. It was indeed a divine beast, and none other than the Tautya, the ferocious, insatiable, flesh-devouring creature of mythological lore. At that moment the sky collapsed for everyone. They beheld in grim premonition humanity reduced to mere prey, slaughtered without mercy by the Taotai as it feasted upon its victims. Faced with impending apocalypse, some wept uncontrollably, others crumpled helplessly to the ground, while still others lashed out wildly, frantically venting terror through desperate acts. Yet most gathered at each city's information hubs, anxiously awaiting frontline updates. And they waited fully 30 minutes. So long did they wait that despair set in. Perhaps every high-ranking commander had fallen instantly, leaving no time to transmit word. Fortunately, their vigil was not in vain. The frontline transmitted 4 words radiating absolute reassurance: crisis averted. Only then did the taut nerves of the entire populace finally slacken. Yet almost immediately a new question stirred within them. How precisely had humanity's leadership repelled the terrifying Taotai? If humans could now defeat divine beasts, what threat remained from mere wild rotten fish and rank shrimp? Then from the mouths of mayors returning from the front lines came news more astonishing than any myth. A revelation so staggering it eclipsed legend itself. The Taotai and Tang Zimu, a prodigy of the human race, felt an instant kinship, so profound it transcended blood. They swore brotherhood on the spot. Moved by fraternal loyalty, the Taotai chose to spare humanity and withdrew entirely from human territories. Wait, seriously? Tell me who would believe such a tale? Not even a madman could fabricate it. Hearing this, crowds contorted in disbelief, eyes brimming with grievance as they stared at the mayors, as if each mayor were teasing fools. The mayors sighed in exasperation. I speak only truth, what I witnessed with my own eyes. When skepticism persisted, they gritted their teeth and dropped an even more explosive revelation. Not only had the Taotai sworn brotherhood with Tang Zimu, it had entrusted its own offspring to him as a spirit beast companion. This announcement instantly overloaded every mind present. You mean, the Taotai surrendered one of its young to Tang Zimu as a spirit beast companion? Then, by heaven, has humanity's first divine beast tamer just been born? Yet, however, deeply doubt gnawed at their hearts when every eyewitness unanimously affirmed the same account. They ultimately accepted the truth. An unprecedented crisis had truly been resolved by Tang Zimu alone. Tang Zimu had saved all of humanity. Instantly, Tang Zimu's name echoed across the entire spirit beast realm. His deeds were unearthed, revisited, debated, and revered, admiration swelling day by day. It was not merely humans who knew his name. Even sovereigns, overlords, monarchs, and emperors among the spirit beasts had heard of Tang Zimu and of his extraordinary feats. Witnessing the rise of a human genius whose spirit beast companion was a divine beast, countless spirit beast rulers secretly issued orders: slay Tang Zimu at any cost. Within the city, winds swirled and clouds churned, beyond its walls every rustle sounded like approaching doom. Yet amid this euphoric post-cataclysmic celebration, a quiet undercurrent began stirring among humanity's highest echelons. Nicholas Ching-Mei Escher, famed successor of Blue Star Socialist cause, once heard these words: when profit reaches 50%, the profit seeker will risk everything. At 100%, he will trample all laws. At 300%, he will commit any crime, even face the gallows. Indeed, after Tang Zimu tamed the Jingshao dragon shadow steed within the Kunlun secret realm, covetous and envious eyes had already fixed upon him. As one of the 3 imperial clans, the Jingshao dragon shadow steed, given proper cultivation, could ascend to overlord, monarch, or even emperor tier status. Such a spirit beast companion could guarantee a noble house's glory for centuries. Which clan would not seek to claim it? Yet restrained by Tang Zimu's formidable backing, The Long Kingdom, Jingdu University Master Lu Shuru, the Lord of the Yin Domain, and its mayors. Those covetous glances receded, for now. Risking enmity with so many powers over a Jingshao dragon shadow steed was simply not worth it. But what if the prize shifted, from the steed, to the divine beast Tao Tai itself? The Tao Ye's awe-inspiring form, obscuring heaven and earth, swallowing skies, and devouring lands, had been witnessed firsthand by every elite human warrior. When it charged forward unflinchingly, even as lethal spirit beast weaponry gathered cataclysmic energy, all understood even humanity's full accumulated strength could not prevail against it. Thus a fully matured Tao Dai could conquer and rule over all humankind. And now, an infant Tao Ye destined to become its prime omnipotent self, if seized and claimed. Merely contemplating it made some forget the colossal threat posed by its adult counterpart. As for Tang Zimu's powerful backers, they suddenly seemed insignificant. Within the Long Kingdom alone, their coalition could crush any rival faction before it took root. But this time pressure did not originate solely from the Long Kingdom. Across humanity's dominions, dozens of sovereign states had arisen. Several rivaled the Long Kingdom in power. Some sought the Tao Tai Cub, others opposed Long Kingdom hegemony, still others aimed to sow chaos and seize advantage. Even Shun Yingtian, chief director of the Spirit Beast Alliance, found himself unable to suppress this undercurrent. Several deputy directors, nearly his equal in authority, openly defied him. Countless emergency sessions convened at Alliance headquarters, each centered on a single burning question: must the divine beast cub truly become Tang Zimu's spirit beast companion? What the hell, is there any logic in this world? When the Tao Dai came, not a single one dared to utter a word, relying on others to resolve the crisis and save all of humanity. Now they turn to their saviors and demand something. Truly a bunch of shameless fools. In the living room of a villa in Yinyang City, the domain lord of Yin Domain, Jiang Chu, slammed the coffee table, cursing in anger. Sitting beside him, Lu Shuru spoke to comfort him. Everyone, don't worry, the minister is presiding over justice at headquarters. They cannot take away the Tao Tai cubs. With Lu Shuru's words, the expressions on everyone's faces eased slightly. On the other side, Zhao Kaixian turned to Tang Zimu and spoke. Zimu, just stay here in Yin Domain for a while. With us around, they won't succeed. Li Chang and other city lords echoed in agreement. Most people in Yin Domain are straightforward and despise the petty individuals who scheme behind others' backs. However, compared to the righteous indignation and seething anger present on the scene, the central figure of this turmoil, Tang Zimu, appeared remarkably calm, as if the discussions were not about him at all. He slouched on the sofa, continuously squeezing the chubby au in his hands, his expression relaxed and content. Only after everyone had finished cursing the ancestors of their opponents did Tang Zimu lazily speak up. Minister Lu, who are the ones demanding I hand over au from the Beast Alliance? Lu Shuru pondered for a moment before responding. The loudest demands naturally come from the deputy minister of the Eagle Nation, who almost cries out every day to hold a meeting to confirm the handover. It could be that he promised substantial benefits, or simply can't stand our Long Nation's success, while the other 3 deputy ministers have been echoing him. With the 4 deputy ministers united, even the minister would find it hard to suppress them. Alas, Lu Shuru sighed deeply as he spoke. He was well aware of the pressure Chuning Tian was currently facing. The entire Beast Alliance, with the exception of the Long Nation, was demanding the handover of the Tao Tai cubs. In fact, even some from the Long Nation had similar thoughts, though they had yet to express them. Oh, Tang Zimu nodded slightly, replying nonchalantly, his demeanor still calm. To others, this calmness seemed more like an effort to maintain composure. Just think about it, facing a colossal being like the Tao Tai would drain all courage, and yet he was stabbed in the back by his own kind. He was merely a child who hadn't even completed his first year of college. Oh, what crime had he committed? In any case, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, they won't take away the Tao Tai cubs. Jiang Chu felt too embarrassed to look at Tang Zimu's face. Lowering his head, he once again made a promise, hoping to reassure Tang Zimu. Hearing this, Tang Zimu did not disappoint Jiang Chu's goodwill, and finally nodded. Then thank you all for— With Chun Yingtian, Lu Shuru, and the various city lords of Yin Domain standing in front, the pressure on Tang Zimu lessened significantly. For quite some time, the rumors about handing over the Tao Tai cubs had not reached his ears. Unfortunately, the charm of the Tao Tai cubs extended far beyond this. Soon a tremendous pressure once again descended upon the people of Long Nation. This pressure did not come from humans, but from spiritual beasts. Compared to humans seeking the Tao Tai cubs, the spiritual beasts were even more panicked about the Tao Tai cubs becoming humans' beast companions. A single adult Tao Tai could scare away an entire domain's wild spiritual beasts just with its presence. If this Tao Tai cub were to grow up, would these wild spiritual beasts still have a way to survive? Thus, after barely suppressing the wild spiritual beasts with the Yin domain's decree, they were once again met with a frenzied attack from the wild spiritual beasts. This time the attacking force came from the various spiritual beast overlords of the spiritual beast continent. Countless wild spiritual beasts rushed to Yin domain from various regions, launching an all-out assault on Yinyang City, where Tang Zimu resided. The leaders of these spiritual beast groups were mostly overlord-level beasts. Even some king-level beasts, which are above overlord level around level 90, could be counted in numbers. Domain Lord Jiang Chu's king-level main beast fought bravely, but ultimately 2 fists could not match 4 hands, and he was severely injured. The main beasts of the other city lords fared no better, all battered and bruised, their combat effectiveness greatly diminished. Even with aid from other domains, the entire Yin domain was being pushed back steadily by this coalition of spiritual beasts. The 4 deputy ministers of the Beast Alliance, who had been barely suppressed, saw this situation and decisively stepped in again, proposing the handover of the Taotai cubs. They even framed it as to alleviate the pressure facing the Long Nation. Although the Long Nation maintained its disapproval, many high-ranking officials, upon seeing the consecutive wars faced by Yin domain, began to waver in their stance. It was highly likely that a slight push would lead them to join the line advocating for the handover of the Taotai cubs. It can be said that the entire Yin domain found itself in a predicament beset by both internal and external troubles, deeply mired in distress. However, no matter how chaotic and mixed the outside world was to Tang Zimu, it seemed as if nothing had happened. For over a month he had been leisurely staying in the villa, eating, sleeping, and training beasts, no nurturing beast. Old He and Xiao Bai had both been stuck at level 39 for over a month, perhaps sensing the pressure from the outside world or accumulating energy to a certain extent. On a dark and stormy night, both of them evolved, stepping into level 40. Their evolution, as Tang Zimu had anticipated, was not the final form of their respective species, but transformed into entirely new species. Old He, originally a Tiangmo ancient monkey, evolved into a Tiangling magic stone monkey. Xiao Bai, previously a chasing shadow pegasus, evolved into an 8-part shadow pegasus. Both of these were entirely new species that had never appeared before in the eyes of humans, with no reference data available. Tang Zimu could only compare them to Aju's basic attributes. It is worth mentioning that Aju also evolved to the second stage, growth stage, under the supply of divine-level spiritual beast food, with a dramatic increase in attributes. After comparisons, Tang Zimu ultimately concluded these 2 entirely new species in terms of attributes and abilities were no less than those of the Taotai species. In other words, Old He and Xiao Bai had both reached the T0 level divine beast status. Ironically, while the 2 factions of humans and spiritual beasts were still fighting to the death over a single Taotai cub, Tang Zimu had not just 1 T0 level divine beast in his hands, but a full 3. Finally managed to raise you 3 up. On the lawn, looking at the 3 newly transformed beasts, Tang Zimu stretched lazily, revealing a bright smile. Turning to look at the battlefield between humans and spiritual beasts outside the city, he softly said, "It's time to end this farce." Outside of Yinyang City, the battlefield left by the previous battle between the Serpent Brothers' Spirit Beast Army and the humans has turned into a desolate wasteland. Before the people of Yinyang City could begin repairs, a new Spirit Beast Army arrived, and this time their scale was even more terrifying than the previous 100,000-strong force. Over 1 million spirit beasts have launched a frenzied slaughter against humanity, forcing them to continuously draw manpower from the various cities of the Yin domain to fill the ranks for this unprecedented war. Countless elemental energies clashed, creating depressions in the land that sank several dozen meters deep, quickly filled again with the corpses and blood of both spirit beasts and humans. The entire area has turned into a hellish scene, resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Domain Master, you should take Yanshang Leopard to rest for a while, though it has been fighting continuously for 5 hours while heavily injured. On the city walls, Deputy Commander, you looked at the Yanshang Leopard, which was battling 2 king-level spirit beasts with a pained expression, and spoke to Jiang Chu beside him. At this moment, Jiang Chu was slumped in a chair, both arms tightly wrapped in bandages, with a leg that had been entirely severed resting on a support. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight alongside Yanshang Leopard, it was just that during yesterday's battle the exhausted Yanshang Leopard couldn't protect Jiang Chu, resulting in him being grazed by a blade of wind that appeared out of nowhere. Had he not dodged in time, he feared he would have lost half of his body. "I'm fine." Without lifting his head, Jiang Chu replied to Deputy Commander Yes' inquiry. Since he couldn't fight alongside Yanshang Leopard, he could only command from the city walls. Yet on such a complex battlefield his vantage point was severely limited. Jiang Chu had to concentrate fully on observing the spirit beasts, leaving no room for error. "But, Deputy Commander, you wanted to say more." However, he didn't dare disturb Jiang Chu's focused state, and could only sigh, returning to his position to continue coordinating personnel. Just a few seconds later, a soldier ran over urgently and whispered in Deputy Commander Yes' ear, Deputy Tang Zimu requests to come up to the city walls. During wartime, the city walls were strictly off-limits to unauthorized personnel. Initially thinking it was an important matter, Deputy Commander Yu immediately reacted with displeasure and refused. But upon hearing Tang Zimu's name, he couldn't help but force a smile. This was the great hero who saved Yinyang City and the Yin domain. How could he refuse? However, for the sake of caution, he still asked, did he say why he wanted to come up? The soldier shook his head. Deputy Commander Yu sighed and relented. Then let him come up. The soldier who received permission immediately ran back to notify. Soon footsteps echoed from the stairs of the city walls. Deputy Commander Yu looked toward the stairs and saw Tang Zimu coming up carrying a bundle of flesh. Tang Zimu wore a black and gold robe which appeared luxurious and splendid, adorned with a terrifying pattern of a human-faced sheep-body creature on his chest that seemed alive with every movement. Anyone involved in the previous crisis at Huanjin City would recognize that pattern as the renowned divine beast, the sky-eating lynx owl. Following closely behind Tang Zimu were the now famous bloody demon monkey and sky-soaring dragon shadow steed from the Dragon Kingdom. Don't ask why these two look different from their usual forms, just know that even genius spirit beasts have their unique styles. Upon reaching the city walls, Tang Zimu quickly scanned the area and spotted Jiang Chu, who was intently directing operations, and Deputy Commander Yu, who was looking at him. Tang Zimu walked straight towards Deputy Commander Yu. Tang Zimu, why are you up here? Deputy Commander Yu stepped forward, curious. Deputy Commander Yes' loud voice caught Jiang Chu's attention as he turned his head and saw Tang Zimu on the city walls along with the sky-eating lynx owl cub he was holding. Jiang Chu was taken aback, his brows furrowing instantly. Tang Zimu, how can you come up to the city walls with the sky-eating lynx owl cub? The city walls are so exposed, if the spirit beasts spot you, it would be dangerous. Sure enough, the spirit beasts had already sensed the presence of Tang Zimu, or the sky-eating lynx owl. After Tang Zimu ascended the city walls, a sharp cry came from the rear of the spirit beast army, followed by a more frenzied attack from the entire spirit beast army. Countless flying spirit beasts charged towards the city walls, recklessly determined to break through humanity's defenses. This is bad. Seeing this scene, Deputy Commander Yu felt a jolt of regret over his decision. If he had known that even offending Tang Zimu would have been better than allowing him to come up, he would have never let him onto the city walls. With the spirit beasts acting so violently, the battle was bound to be a huge problem. Quick, you need to hide. Without time to think, Deputy Commander Yu prepared to pull Tang Zimu back into the city. But before he could reach out, Tang Zimu pressed down on his shoulder with one hand. Deputy Commander Yu was stunned. Despite his strong build, he found himself unable to struggle against Tang Zimu. Don't panic. Tang Zimu spoke soothingly, gazing at the devastated battlefield filled with corpses, patting Deputy Commander Yes' shoulder as he continued, Domain Master Deputy Commander, you please recall all our combat personnel. Having said that, he walked directly towards the outer edge of the city walls. Wait, recall? Deputy Commander Yu was stunned, thinking he must have misheard. But Jiang Chu's reaction confirmed he hadn't. Tang Zimu, what do you mean recall? Are you crazy? Jiang Chu was so anxious that he scratched his hair despite the pain. Just trust me and do as I say. Tang Zimu didn't offer an explanation, or rather if he did, others would surely think he was insane. Reaching the edge of the city walls, he dropped a phrase and lifted his right foot, already standing atop the railing. Without the slightest hesitation, he resolutely took another step forward. Jiang Chu and Deputy Commander Yu initially thought Tang Zimu was merely going to observe the battle from the edge of the city wall. Who would have thought that with two spirit beasts still on the city wall, Tang Zimu would leap off? This was a wall several dozen meters high, though a human falling would undoubtedly be smashed to pieces. Tang Zimu couldn't possibly think he was responsible for sparking this crisis and wanted to commit suicide, could he? Damn it, save him. Deputy Commander Yu shouted as he rushed towards the edge of the wall. Jiang Chu, driven to a medical miracle, stood up from his chair and desperately moved forward. But the next moment their expressions of terror turned into shock. Because, as Tang Zimu stepped off the city wall, he did not fall as they had expected. Instead, he stood steadily in midair. Indeed, Tang Zimu's feet hovered in the air, standing on the outer side of the city wall. Was this still a... What was even more terrifying was that Tang Zimu did not stop his movements in midair. Instead, he walked step by step towards the battlefield, treading upon emptiness. Lord Domain, am I dreaming? You, the Deputy General, stared blankly at Tang Zimu, soaring through the air, and murmured in disbelief. Jiang Chu swallowed hard, his throat dry with awe. Though he had harbored similar doubts, the sharp, unmistakable pain throbbing in his arms and thighs confirmed. Every sight before him was undeniably real. Not a dream. Absolutely not a dream. He opened his mouth to speak again only to witness a raptor bone eagle, a beast of commander tier might, plummeting from the heavens toward Tang Zimu at blinding speed. Renowned for its peerless velocity and elevated to commander rank, the raptor bone eagle outstripped human beast tamer's ability to intercept it midair. Watch out! Jiang Chu cried out in panic, frantically summoning the Luanfeng Yinshang leopard to intervene. Yet the great beast was locked in fierce combat, with two sovereign-tier spirit beasts. No chance remained to break away. The two men, and every other guard and official stationed along the city wall, stunned into silence by Tang Zimu's aerial passage, could only watch, hearts tightening with each fleeting second as the raptor bone eagle drew ever closer. Just as the eagle's talons were poised to slash open Tang Zimu's throat, he cast upon it a single dismissive glance. Boom! Before the eyes of all present, the raptor bone eagle detonated violently, shattering into a crimson mist that filled the sky. A shimmering black-gold ripple emanated from Tang Zimu's form, repelling the blood mist entirely. Unruffled, he continued walking forward at his own unhurried pace. What? A commander-tier raptor bone eagle, obliterated in an instant. How? Jiang Chu rubbed his eyes, fiercely blinked repeatedly, but the fearsome predator remained only a fading haze of gore. Then, snapping back to awareness, he seized Yu's shoulders and spoke with grave urgency. Act now. Follow Tang Zimu's orders immediately. Withdraw the entire army. Retreat the army. Yu faltered, bewildered. My lord, if we abandon the front lines and the walls fall, the city of Yinyang will be lost forever. Retreat. Jiang Chu nodded, resolute. He did not know how Tang Zimu intended to end this cataclysm, yet he had witnessed Tang Zimu alone confront the heaven-swallowing Pao Shao and persuade the monstrous beast to turn and depart. Now he saw him walk the skies, unaided, slay a commander-tier eagle with a mere glance. Compounded with every prior miracle surrounding Tang Zimu, Jiang Chu chose to stake Yinyang City itself upon faith in this man. Understood. With the Lord Domain's command sealed, you could not disobey. He instantly roused the dazed soldiers nearby and dispatched messengers to relay the retreat order across the battlements. Soon the clarion call for full withdrawal echoed across Yinyang's walls. At the front lines, beast tamers fought on in bloody fervor, until the sudden, inexplicable order shattered their resolve. Why retreat mid-battle? Such a withdrawal would doom Yinyang City. Yet as disciplined members of the Imperial Beast Tamer Corps, they obeyed without question, halting defense with resigned sorrow and retreating in orderly formation toward the city gates. There they beheld a vision seared forever into memory as the entire defensive line withdrew in haste. Tang Zimu strode alone across the heavens, calm, unhurried, stepping directly into the path of hundreds of thousands of pursuing spirit beasts. Step by step he advanced. With humanity's retreat, legions of flying beasts surged toward him unimpeded, diving, clawing, shrieking. Ground-bound beasts unleashed their most devastating techniques in unison. This was no mere host. It was an army of hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts. Even Shun Yingtian's Emperor, holy dragon of light, would flee in terror. Not so Tang Zimu. Unflinching, unyielding, he walked straight into the storm. Hundreds, thousands of airborne beasts exploded mid-of, bursting into crimson mist before ever reaching him. Tens of thousands of attacks struck the black-gold ripple before him, vanishing utterly, leaving only faint, dissipating ripples upon its surface. After all, this ultimate armor was forged from the most resilient hide of the divine beast Tao Dai, and reinforced with copious quantities of Tao Dai, wool painstakingly gathered from the beast itself. Only yesterday Yu Yuanming, after over a month of tireless labor within Yinyang City, had completed it alongside dozens of master smiths and entrusted it to Tang Zimu. To use the hide of a celestial beast to deflect such verminous assaults. If even this could be breached, then the Tao Tai itself would have no face left to show in the realm of divinity. Thus amid thunderous booms, Tang Zimu, enveloped in that radiant black gold aura, advanced like a blade cleaving through crimson fog, unwavering step by measured step. At last he reached the battlefield's very heart. Gazing down upon the fully evacuated human forces and the ever-swelling tide of spirit beasts rushing to attack him, his gaze hardened, sharpening like tempered steel. It should be enough, Tang Zimu murmured, softly glancing back toward Lao He atop the city wall. Lao He nodded in silent understanding and hurled the Rui, golden-banded staff with all his might. With a mere glance, Tang Zimu halted the staff mid-flight, using sheer mental force. Then he reached out and grasped it firmly in his hand. After twirling it twice with effortless grace, he raised the staff high above his head, cradling its base in one palm, then poured forth an ocean of spiritual energy into its length without restraint. As torrents of spiritual energy flooded inward, the staff erupted in brilliant golden radiance, its light harmonizing perfectly with the black gold aura blazing around Tang Zimu below. Its form swelled rapidly within that dual luminescence. 10 meters, 100, 200, 300. Feeling his spiritual energy nearing exhaustion, Tang Zimu promptly drank a vial of spiritual energy elixir, a reward drawn from the system when his admirers surpassed 10 million capable of restoring spiritual energy at astonishing speed. Instantly his reserves surged anew, and he resumed channeling energy into the staff. 1 vial, 2, 3. Vial after vial vanished down his throat. Under the deluge of spiritual energy, the golden-banded staff transformed, growing longer, thicker, until it became a colossal heaven-piercing pillar of incandescent gold blazing brilliantly against the sky. Below it, Tang Zimu appeared insignificant, a mere ant beneath a titan. And yet that ant bore the entire pillar aloft upon an arm barely wider than a reed. Thinking of fleeing, below the spirit beasts had been commanded from afar to assault Tang Zimu relentlessly. But as the staff's overwhelming aura intensified, instinct screamed danger, prompting them to stampede backward in blind panic. Chaos erupted across the entire spirit beast host. Countless perished beneath the trampling hooves of their own kin. Tang Zimu shook his head in quiet disdain. Now you wish to flee. Too late. He swung the arm bearing the staff forward and roared, voice splitting the heavens. Final judgment, rage, annihilation. 3 months had passed since the Flame Domain's decision. In the past 2 months, Tang Zimu frantically invested a series of system enhancement items such as food supplies and growth potions, as well as the energy extracted from the bodies of Lord-level spirit beasts, resulting in an unimaginable surge in his strength. However, compared to the last month after encountering the Taoya, such a speed of increase was merely insignificant. Tang Zimu was well aware of the saying, a common man has no guilt, but possesses treasure can incur blame. After subduing a Zhu, he felt an immense sense of urgency. Under this pressure, he chose to exhaust his entire savings, pouring resources into himself without regard for cost. 1 piece of god-level spirit beast food can keep him full for 24 hours, but that wasn't enough. He needed to consume 5 pieces a day. The energy refined from the bodies of Lord-level spirit beasts could no longer enhance his attributes significantly, so he decided to refine it all. And then there were the treasures obtained from the Taotai. Aside from the items needed to craft the Taotai battle robe, everything else was refined. This energy was many levels higher than that extracted from Lord-level spirit beasts. Just a casual absorption could cause a spirit beast's strength to soar. Tang Zimu absorbed all of it into his body. The most crucial aspect was the god-level attribute points. Originally 10 points could only be exchanged for 1 point, but now it could be doubled to 2 points when added to strength. Now with the mythical level talent balance of heaven and earth, other attributes could also be increased by 1 point, making it a fantastic deal of buying 1 point and getting 7 points. So what are you waiting for? Exchange all the points for strength. Additionally, with the god-level attribute points from daily sign-ins, the disaster mask fused with Taotai fragments, the custom running shoes that enhance agility, and other conventional enhancement items, continuously boosting his power. In these 3 months, Tang Zimu's basic attribute points had increased by more than 5 times compared to. At this moment, his attributes had reached Strength 2200, Spirit 2370, Stamina 2310, Agility 1890, Physical Defense 1950, Magic Defense 1950. Under the effects of balance of heaven and earth, he had even gained an additional 1,100 points in spirit and stamina, surpassing his original highest strength attribute. Of course, this was also due to the energy refined from Taotai being more inclined towards stamina and the fiery magic energy itself enhancing spiritual attributes. With such exaggerated attributes, let alone Lord-level or King-level spirit beasts, even in a regular state, he could contend with the strongest beast tamer among humans, the Emperor-level Radiant Sacred Dragon. As for the irregular state, it was essential to mention the 5th item he obtained after encountering the Taotai, skill upgrade points. This item could maximize and optimize his skills. Without hesitation, Tang Zimu invested it in his strongest skill, End of the Road. After a full 7-day upgrade waiting period, End of the Road finally evolved into a skill named Ultimate Malice, a skill without attributes, power 200, strength attribute. Upon activation, all of his stamina, spirit, agility, physical defense, and magic defense attributes are consumed to 1 point, and all consumed attributes are added to the attack on the target. If he chooses to permanently deduct 50 of the above attributes, the skill's power will increase by 1,000. This attack will definitely be a critical hit, ignoring all of the target's defensive attributes, with a 1 chance to trigger an instant death effect. Instant death, the target dies, ignoring any level, talent, strength, status, or ability of the target touching it means instant death. This maximum extent is certainly not an exaggeration. Based on end-of-the-road, ultimate malice increased its power by a straightforward 100 strength attribute and added 2 terrifying mechanisms. The permanent deduction of one's own attributes at the brink of death to gain a tenfold power increase, and even the ability to instantly kill a god-level beast like Tao Tai. Of course, at present such a situation had not yet forced Tang Zimu to that extent. He merely consumed the attribute enhancement items he had accumulated during this time and activated this skill while also using Battle Roar. Tang Zimu's basic strength attribute was at 2,200 points. The additional 50 boost from Battle Roar after doubling equated to 1,100 points. Combining the effects of the attribute enhancement items after doubling, it reached a total of 110, which is 2,420 points. Thus Tang Zimu's strength attribute soared to 5,720 points. The additional cumulative attack from the skill was even more terrifying. Do you understand the absurdity of the synergy between overturning mountains and balance of heaven and earth? You enhance, I enhance, a direct violent double increase. Thus this strike, betting on all of Tang Zimu's abilities and trump cards, ultimate malice reached a power of 36,165 points. Emperor-level spirit beasts. They couldn't even withstand the slightest fraction of that power. It seemed that such might was already comparable to that of a god beast. On the battlefield, as Tang Zimu shouted ultimate malice, the Rui Jingu Bang he was holding began to tilt slowly. Once tilted to a certain angle, the Rui Jingu Bang finally slipped from his arm support. Huang. In an instant it sounded as if thunder exploded by his ear. The thousands of meters long Rui Jingu Bang crashed down like a derailed heavy cannon, smashing towards the ground with a force that could overturn mountains and seas. In the chaotic collapse, even the air emitted a piercing, tearing sound from the unbearable pressure. As the Rui Jingu Bang made contact with the ground, the tremendous impact caused the earth to tremble violently, emitting a painful roar. The entire world shook violently with the earth's roar as if it were about to shatter. In this apocalyptic scene of heaven falling and earth collapsing, the boundless energy stored in the Rui Jingu Bang burst forth in radiant light, releasing in all directions. It was as if millions of suns were simultaneously blooming, with every ray of light piercing through the bodies of every spirit beast like a sharp spear. Wherever the light reached, regardless of size or strength, all spirit beasts were instantly reduced to dust. No. From beneath the surface in the distance, a massive beast nearly 1,000 meters long erupted in a panic, exerting all its might to attain the fastest speed. If Chun Yingtian were present, he would recognize at a glance that this creature was one of the 3 known emperor-level spirit beasts, 10,000 devouring golden python. But what of an emperor-level spirit beast? At the moment the light touched it, it was no different from the other spirit beasts. Without even a scream, it was turned into dust scattered across the sky. A white light manifested in the world and silence enveloped everything. Under the boundless radiance, it felt as if the entire world had been pressed on pause, sinking into absolute stillness. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light gradually receded and the swirling dust began to settle. It was not until the pain in their tightly shut eyes subsided that those who had been on the walls of Yanyang City could finally lower their hands from their eyes. Ignoring the discomfort in their eyes, the crowd eagerly gazed ahead. Hiss! Jiang Chu was the first to clearly see the battlefield, his eyes widening in shock as he gasped. Beside him, Officer Yu and those who had previously battled the spirit beasts on the battlefield, such as Zhao Kaixian and Li Chang, also gasped in unison, wearing identical expressions of disbelief. Before them lay a battlefield that had once been overrun by hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts piled high with the corpses of those that had perished in recent days, but now it was as immaculate as if it were new. Indeed, it was as pristine as new. The entire battlefield was flat and smooth to the extent that even a perfectionist could find no flaw. Aside from the normal-sized Rui golden cudgel, which had retracted after losing its energy, there were no other foreign objects on the vast battlefield. It was as if the hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts had instantly evaporated from existence. If you were to tell someone that this place had recently been a bloody battlefield plagued by spirit beasts, they would only think you had lost your mind. And nothing at all. Jiang Chu kept swallowing, feeling that the scenes he had witnessed in these few minutes were far more thrilling than his entire life, growing from an ordinary person to a domain lord. It's all gone. Completely gone. The hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts have been wiped out. Officer Yu clenched his teeth as he spoke, finally managing to control his expression. Not just the spirit beasts, but those overlords and kings. By the way, just before I closed my eyes, I think I saw the figure of the Wan Shi Jin Shaon. A level 8 Beastmaster sent to assist from the central region spoke up. He had spent some time at the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters and had seen the Wan Shi Jinsha and with Chuning Tian. So even the Emperor-level beings could not withstand a single strike from Tang Zimu. Officer, you could no longer maintain his composure, his expression slipping. Zhao Kaixian and Li Chang, who had been listening to the conversation, were still in a daze. Among them, they were witnesses to Tang Zimu's growth from a high school student to the person he was now. Recalling the past. No, it was just 6 months ago. 6 months ago, Tang Zimu was a stubborn boy without any spirit beast, yet he had to participate in the practical exam. Now, however, he had become a top-tier existence capable of annihilating hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts with a single hand. What on earth had happened to Tang Zimu during these 6 months? How could he possibly achieve the feat of soaring through the air and crushing the spirit beast army with that Rui golden cudgel? A myriad of questions surfaced in everyone's minds, yet they felt like a lump in their throats, unable to voice them. Because Tang Zimu was undeniably powerful. Powerful enough to obliterate hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts in an instant, and it would likely take just a single hand to wipe out the entire Yinyang city. In the face of such overwhelming strength, any rules of human society could no longer bind him. Tap tap tap. As everyone stood in a daze, Tang Zimu once again took to the air, walking to the edge of the city wall. His expression was as calm as ever, as if the deaths of hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts had nothing to do with him. After glancing at the still bewildered Zhao Kaixian and Li Chang, he spoke in a flat tone. Can someone tell me the location of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters? In the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters region, Mount Lamo. The William family, being the most powerful force in the Eagle Nation and the wealthiest family in all humanity, had directly purchased the entire Mount Lamo area of the headquarters. All members of the William family resided on Mount Lamo, enjoying the most beautiful environment and the most suitable area for cultivating spirit beasts. At the summit in the reception room of the William Castle, Deputy Minister William from the Eagle Nation sat at the main seat of a reception table, arms crossed, a bright smile on his face. 3 others were also seated at the reception table. Anyone who had spent time at the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters would instantly recognize them as the other 3 deputy ministers of the Alliance. Aside from the highest level meetings of the headquarters, it was indeed rare to see all the deputy ministers of the Beastmaster Alliance gathered together. William, did you call us urgently for something? Deputy Minister Mei Chuan Yifu was the first to inquire. William clasped his hands together, quickly scanning the 3 in front of him, and smiled broadly. I just received news that the Flame Domain in the Dragon Nation has suffered such heavy casualties that they can no longer hold on, and have actively sought our alliance for assistance. Deputy Minister Park Chong-fan's eyes lit up as he spoke. The Dragon Nation has suffered severe losses due to the spirit beasts attacking because of Tang Zimu's divine beast cub, and has been forced to seek help. This just proves that our previous belief that leaving the divine beast cub in Tang Zimu's hands harmed the other party was correct. To cause a whole nation to suffer for the sake of one person, now Chuning Tian will have no excuse. The last deputy minister spoke with a fawning smile towards William. Then let's convene a meeting immediately to pass a proposal requiring the divine beast cub to be handed over to the Eagle Nation for protection. William, how does that sound? William nodded in satisfaction and replied, Rest assured, everything I promised you will be delivered after the deed is done. Including all those treasures collected from Tang Zimu, they will be divided among you. I only want the divine beast cub. Mei Chuan Yifu, Park Chong-fan, and the others all displayed satisfied smiles. The rewards promised by William were so generous that even these deputy ministers were moved. Otherwise, they would not have risked offending Chuning Tian by continually demanding Tang Zimu to hand over the divine beast cub. As for Tang Zimu, in their eyes he was merely a genius who had yet to fully mature. Offending him was no great loss. If worse comes to worst, they could find an excuse to lure him into the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters and have the beasts kill him directly. What? The Beastmaster Alliance has rules against beasts attacking humans. Ridiculous. The 4 deputy ministers were the rules within the Beastmaster Alliance. Alright, let's go with that, or we need to notify Chuning Tian to convene quickly. Seeing the matter settled, William eagerly stood up, urging everyone. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from above the castle. Final cataclysm. In the next second, a dazzling white light pierced through the window, blinding. This became the last sight for William, as well as deputy ministers Mei Chuan Yifu, Park Chong-fan, and the other 3. Alliance Express. On January 30th, 410, a massive earthquake struck the Lamo Mountain region of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters, subjecting the entire area to devastating damage. The 4 deputy ministers, along with their respective spirit beasts, and all members of the William family, tragically lost their lives. From that day forth Lamo Mountain was renamed Lamo Basin. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the Flame Domain, lies the West Town Pass. The Flame Domain is the westernmost region among the 8 great domains of the Dragon Kingdom. The West Town Pass is situated in the westernmost part of the Flame Domain, formed by the construction of the Yanwu City, the most western city among the 15 cities in the Flame Domain. Thus, in various senses, the West Town Pass is the furthest point west in both the Flame Domain and the Dragon Kingdom. Beyond it lies the vast wilderness, a place even humans dare not tread. When the conflict in the Flame Domain erupted, many powerful wild spirit beasts fled into the vast wilderness, escaping the onslaught of human armies that could not enter. As for why human armies cannot enter the vast wilderness, the reason is quite simple. The surface temperature on the side of the West Town Pass has already reached over 50 degrees Celsius, and further west into the vast wilderness the temperature continues to rise, even exceeding 100 degrees. Aside from higher level or extremely heat-resistant spirit beasts, humans cannot survive in such an environment. Even relying on protective skills provided by their spirit beasts, they cannot last long. Moreover, the only spirit beasts that can survive in the vast wilderness are high-level, formidable wild beasts. Over time, the vast wilderness has become a forbidden zone for humans. However, today this remote West Town Pass rarely welcomed a large group of people. Creak, creak, creak. The metal gates of the West Town Pass were slowly pushed open by 2 spirit beasts belonging to the gate's commander. A monkey with golden fur was the first to step out. The monkey wore a patterned robe, its expression lively, and its gait graceful. It also carried a long staff radiating brilliant golden light across its shoulders, inscribed with the words, Rui Jingu Bang, in large characters, exuding a powerful aura. Following closely behind was a tall and agile steed, its mane as smooth and white as silk. The horse had a dragon's head, appearing majestic and dignified against the backdrop of intricately designed platinum dragon scales, with a redand white jewel perched atop its head. The jewel's center swirled with a vast amount of energy, emanating a terrifying aura. Alongside the steed was a black round mass that resembled a meatball on the ground. The front of the meatball was a triangular snout with fan-like ears drooping to the ground. Its round body was covered in smooth black fur, bobbing rhythmically as it moved. Due to its short legs, it struggled to keep up with the steed, having to hastily scurry while occasionally letting out pop. Once the 3 spirit beasts had exited the gate, a group of humans slowly emerged. The leader of this group was handsome, walking with a steady and powerful stride. Dressed in a black and gold robe, it shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Alongside this leader were a dozen individuals who were quite familiar to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and even to all humanity. Among them were Chen Yingtian, the head of the Spirit Beast Alliance, Lu Shuru, the minister of the Dragon Kingdom, Branchu Yuanming, the strongest blacksmith in the Dragon Kingdom, and Jiang Chu, the lord of the Flame Domain. The lowest ranking among them was Zhao Kaishuan, the lord of Yenyang City, and Li Chang, the lord of Yen Mountain City, making the assembly quite impressive. Yep, he. Puff puff. Upon exiting the pass, the 3 spirit beasts found themselves in the vast desert, feeling much freer, and they couldn't help but howl at the sky. Their cries interrupted the conversations among the crowd, and everyone paused to direct their gaze toward the leader's face. Zimu, where exactly are you going? Zhao Kaishian could not hold back his curiosity and voiced his question. The leader referred to was, of course, Tang Zimu smiled and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Wherever there's fun and novelty, that's where I'll go. When will you be back then? Li Chang immediately followed up with a question. I don't know, it could be a month, a year, or maybe even a lifetime. Tang Zimu's tone remained casual, yet worry etched across the faces of those around. After all, this was Tang Zimu, the one capable of toppling mountains and seas with one hand. Although no one understood how a human like Tang Zimu could unleash such incredible power, he had never explained it himself. Yet, that did not prevent people from concocting various reasons in their minds, speculating that perhaps Tang Zimu was actually a divine beast in human form, which allowed him to befriend the likes of Tao Dai. Or that Tang Zimu had captured a super spirit beast capable of complete possession, enabling him to achieve godly status with his physical body. In any case, with him around, any imperial-grade spirit beast or spirit beast army would seem trivial. All of humanity felt reassured knowing such a powerful ally was watching over them. Then, Jiang Chu wanted to speak up to persuade him to stay, but was stopped by Chen Yingtian, who understood his intentions. In fact, Chen Yingtian had already discussed this issue with Tang Zimu before. The human faction had accidentally lost 4 vice leaders, leading to a noticeable decline in high-end combat power. However, the spirit beast side had suffered the annihilation of over 1 million young and strong spirit beasts, along with a count of high-end combatants that could not be counted on 2 hands, including overlord sovereigns and even imperial-grade powers. Even more absurdly, Tang Zimu, claimed that he was creating a high-end sophisticated patterned robe for his spirit beast, the bloodthirsty demon monkey. Not long ago, he had even killed an imperial-grade howling mountain tiger and skinned it. Thus at present the spirit beast's size, high-end combat power, and young talents were inferior to humans. With Tang Zimu taking such bold steps, if humanity still could not suppress the wild spirit beasts, they might as well not interfere. With your strength, joining us is indeed a waste. Chun Ingyan pondered for a moment and remarked, to venture into the unknown for adventure is indeed a great fortune. I only hope you can return safely and share your experiences from the vast wilderness with us. I am very curious about the situation there. Hearing this, others chimed in enthusiastically. That's for sure. Me too. I once tried to head into the vast wilderness, but I was forced to turn back after just 2 kilometers. From my perspective, Zimu will surely write a book about his experiences, which will undoubtedly become a bestseller throughout the Spirit Beast Alliance. Tang Zimu smiled in response and nodded. He looked up at the blazing sun, realizing the time was getting late, and thus bowed to the crowd. All right, everyone, please stay, and let's part ways here. After saying that, he turned around and quickly walked to Xiaobei's side. Tang Zimu lifted his robe and leaped onto the horse, settling firmly into the saddle. He turned his head to glance at the crowd once more, then directed his gaze toward the vast desert stretching endlessly before him. Ultimately, he did not say anything to the crowd. He simply shouted aloud, "Let's set off. We're heading west for a true journey to the west." The end of the book. Finally finished writing. The reason for the conclusion is simple. The manuscript fee is less than enough for a single breakfast, so I can only write for love's sake. This has led to a lack of inspiration and motivation in my writing. In fact, the data for this book has been poor since its debut. It should have been cut off, but I still forced myself to finish the story of this stage. After all, I have always liked the theme of spirit beasts. It's just a pity that my writing skills are insufficient, or perhaps the plot arrangement was lacking, resulting in me not achieving the desired success. It seems I am not suited for writing about spirit beasts. Therefore, for my next book, I have decided to return to the apocalypse with a somewhat unique concept that should be revealed to everyone soon. Thank you all for your support during this time.